Big brother, give the duck eggs back. My younger sister's weak cough pierced my heart like a knife. As her elder brother, I couldn't even provide her with a bowl of plain rice to save her life. I decided to no longer be that despised good-for-nothing. Risking my life at sea, guided by a mysterious prophecy, I fought a deep-sea leviathan for an hour beneath the Black Reef, and finally dragged back a fortune of 100 coins, enough to save her life. But the moment I got the money, those unreasonable people pointed their guns at me, to declare this life-saving money for my sister as smuggled black gold. My name is Lin Tao. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself reborn into the body of an 18-year-old boy with the same name in a place called Jinsha village on the southeast peninsula. The dilapidated stone roof crackled under the stones thrown by eldest sister-in-law Li Hongmei, who was furious because I'd stolen her duck eggs. Standing outside, cursing loudly, "Brother, give the duck eggs back," came the weak and timid voice of his sister, Lin Xiaoyu, from the inner room. After our parents went missing, the family lost its pillar. Our eldest brother married and moved into his wife's family, leaving only me and my sister behind. I never worked, and soon the family ran out of food. My sister fell ill from malnutrition. Out of anger, I climbed over the wall to my sister-in-law's house to steal a duck, but only managed to grab 3 duck eggs and ran back home. Li Hongmei left after uttering a harsh remark. I helped my pale-faced, emaciated sister back to her room to lie down. Ding! Detected host's rebirth. Divine-level intelligence system has been bound. Golden intelligence, 10 points at 2 p.m. today. A giant grouper will appear 20 meters to the right of Black Rock Reef. The giant grouper, also known as the giant sea bass, is a high-value fish. Selling it could pay for my sister's treatment and leave plenty to spare. I gritted my teeth and decided to go for it. I couldn't bear to watch my sister die. I rushed straight to my best friend Zhao Xiaopeng's house. His father was once the village's renowned angler, so their home was fully stocked with fishing gear. "Brother Tao?" Zhao Xiaopeng, who hadn't passed the high school entrance exam, handed me the 2 yuan he'd secretly saved. Fishhooks, fishing line, and even a harpoon. I got straight to the point. "You're coming with me, I can't row the sampan, that's your job," I declared without hesitation. Although the women mending fishing nets in the village laughed at me, the lazybones, for going out to sea, I stopped Zhao Xiaopeng, who wanted to curse them, and confidently said, "Ignore them. Once we catch some fish and come back, they won't be laughing anymore." On the Azure Sea, I skillfully manipulated the fishing line with a wooden shrimp lure. In my previous life, my greatest hobby was fishing. Thump! The fishing line in my hand suddenly sank, and a powerful force tugged from below. I sat firmly like a seasoned angler, letting out and reeling in the line to tire out the fish. Soon, a large silvery mackerel, nearly half a meter long, was scooped up by Zhao Xiaopeng using a net pole. "Cut off the fish's head and keep the body." I instructed Zhao Xiaopeng. This was to catch bigger fish. Percent we rowed the boat towards Black Stone Reef. Ding! The system notification sound rings out as the host arrives at the designated location. I switched to a thick fishing line, tied on a large hook, threaded it through the mackerel's head, and tossed the guts into the sea to chum the water. Suddenly, the fishing line in my hand jerked violently, and the sampan almost capsized instantly. "It's not snagged." I gritted my teeth and exerted all my strength just to keep myself from being pulled overboard. I shouted for Zhao Xiaopeng to steer the boat closer to the reef and tie the line to it. I then controlled the fishing line, engaging in a tug-of-war with the massive grouper underwater. "Bro, it's coming up," Zhao Xiaopeng yelled. A dark shadow surfaced. It was a giant grouper. I had been wrestling with this over 1 meter long behemoth for nearly an hour. Zhao Xiaopeng speared the grouper with a harpoon, and then we worked together to haul the over 100-pound giant grouper into the boat's cabin. "Go home," my voice trembled. As Baisha village came into distant view, the sound of fishing boats returning to port blew their horns in the distance. At the Baisha village dock, I asked Zhao Xiaopeng to take the fish home while I leisurely walked toward the village entrance. Big brother Lin Chang stopped me, stuffed $2 into my hand, and urged me to use it to treat Xiaoyu's illness. As dusk fell, a small car bumped its way to the village entrance, and a round, bald head popped out. "Hey buddy, got any fish at your place?" the bald man asked. I took the cigarette he handed me and said, "Yes, if you have the money, and my fish are expensive." The bald man patted his waist bag and said generously, "Don't worry, as long as your goods are good, you won't be shortchanged." I took Zhao Xiaopeng and the bald man back to the dock. Pulling aside the fishing net and seaweed covering the sampan, the bald man's eyes widened in shock like eggs. "Holy shit, this is a giant grouper." The three of them worked together to haul this 120 gene giant grouper ashore. "Let's call it 100 gene. I voluntarily gave up 20 gene. "Alright, I won't take advantage of you with this fish. 1 yuan per pound, let's say 100 pounds, and I'll give you some extra cash too." The bald man counted out $25 bills and took over a dozen colorful tickets. At that moment, the supply and marketing cooperative accountant wearing an armband ran over and accused us of being capitalist roaders. The bald man pulled out a document stamped with an official seal and retorted, "This is a legitimate procurement activity approved by superiors. Who told you it was capitalist roader behavior?" Chapter 4: The Sensation in Baisha Village. Putting a label on me? The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites, and sneered coldly, "Since I got back from the army, I've never seen anyone so unreasonable. Come on, tell me, is it my credentials that are wrong, or the official documents from above?" By this time, the policy documents permitting private businesses had already been issued, but Baisha village stubbornly clung to the old ways. They still regarded private entrepreneurs as capitalist roaders. In this village where the production team leader ruled supreme, Lin Tao's actions were nothing short of a direct challenge to authority. That's why the cooperative accountant had jumped in. Add to that the sheer size of this dragonfish haul. If the cooperative bought it and sold it in the city, they could easily make over 100 yuan. A few dozen yuan in pocket money for himself was simply too tempting to resist. But he hadn't counted on Bald Head's sheer audacity. His connections were terrifyingly powerful. Lin Tao had clearly seen the steel stamp on the procurement certificate. Though blurred, he could make out the words "affiliated unit of the agency." "Let me tell you, this isn't like the old days when they just slap charges on you. I paid for this fish, so I'm taking it. If you try to stop me, we'll have to take this to the authorities." The accountant's expression instantly darkened. Then the bald, burly man pulled out paper and pen right in front of him, scribbled down an address, and shoved it into Lin Tao's hand. "Young man, you're an honest fellow. I'll take you under my wing. I'm a few years older than you. If you ever need anything, come find me here. Good stuff can be delivered straight to me too. Money's no object." With that, he called Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng to help him load the fish into his truck, all under the envious stares of the crowd. He flicked on the headlights, floored the gas pedal, and vanished at the village entrance. $100. That kid Lin Tao really hit the jackpot, scoring a dragonfish this big. "My relative said this stuff is crazy expensive in the city, only big shots get to eat it." Amidst the villagers' murmurs of envy and jealousy, Lin Tao smiled silently. This was only the beginning. Reborn into this life, he knew that connections mattered more than money. And this bald guy was his first step out of the fishing village. Oomph. Who was mocking my brother just now? Zhao Xiaopeng also felt vindicated, shouting loudly. "Let's go!" Lin Tao called out to him in a low voice before heading home. Zhao Xiaopeng tilted his head back, glaring fiercely at the woman who had mocked him at noon before finally following Lin Tao away. Back at the dilapidated old house, Lin Tao went inside first to check on his sister. "Ahem, big bro, you're back?" Lin Xiaoyu struggled to get out of bed, but Lin Tao gently helped her back down. He continued, "Don't get up. I'll get you medicine and food soon. Xiaopeng, take this money." Seeing Zhao Xiaopeng had followed him in, Lin Tao pulled out 5 yuan bills from the money the bald, burly man had given him. "This is for you. Bro, this is too much. I just rode a boat to move some stuff. This is way too much." Zhao Xiaopeng wanted to earn money too, but he knew catching this big dragonfish was all thanks to Lin Tao, so he kept refusing. Besides, if Lin Tao hadn't found a buyer, the cooperative would have bought this fish at a rock-bottom price. "Just take it. Bigger fortunes are still ahead for us brothers. Don't you trust your big bro?" Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. "All right. Take it." Lin Tao shoved the money into Zhao Xiaopeng's arms. "Hey!" Zhao Xiaopeng rubbed his eyes before stuffing the money into his pocket. He'd been hanging out with Lin Tao since childhood, and everyone in his family and the village had pointed fingers at him. Now that Lin Tao had made money and shared so much with him, his heart felt warm. "Come on, let's head to the supply and marketing cooperative." With cash and ration tickets in hand, Lin Tao planned to treat his sister to something special. Long-term malnutrition required medication, but proper nutrition was even more crucial. "All right." Zhao Xiaopeng nodded. Lin Tao then took Zhao Xiaopeng to the supply and marketing cooperative, where they bought a pile of rice, flour, cooking oil, and various seasonings. They filled a bucket with soybean oil and finally each cut 2 jean of pork. On the way home, many villagers watched them with envious eyes. Back in the production brigade days, if someone could save up 30 yuan by year's end, they could have a decent new year. But today, Lin Tao, that good-for-nothing street loafer, had earned 100 yuan on his very first fishing trip. Who wouldn't be envious? And look at that pork they're carrying, glistening and shiny. Even ordinary families only splurged on half a pound during major holidays. And these 2 kids were each carrying 2 pounds of it. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. After Lin Tao got home, Zhao Xiaopeng dropped off the groceries, said a quick goodbye, and hurried off with the meat. Meanwhile, Lin Tao scrubbed every usable pot, pan, and bowl in the house until they gleamed. He lit the stove, peeled and sliced the rich pork, then tossed it into the pot to render it into lard. He sprinkled the rendered pork fat scraps with a pinch of sugar and salt. He took them into the inner room and handed them to his younger sister, Lin Xiaoyu. It smells so good." Lin Xiaoyu carefully picked up a piece of pork crackling and placed it in her mouth, chewing it slowly. The crispy, sweet pork crackling brought a look of pure satisfaction to her thin face, and her big eyes couldn't help but squint with delight. "You should try some too, brother." After taking a couple of bites, Lin Xiaoyu picked up a piece and offered it to Lin Tao. Delicious. As Lin Tao ate the pork crackling, he felt a warmth and joy he'd never known in his previous life. Perhaps this was what family felt like. Later, Lin Tao went outside and stir-fried the remaining pork with some store-bought greens, then cooked a pot of rice. The siblings finally enjoyed a proper, filling meal after so long. After dinner, Lin Tao made another trip to the clinic, spending 5 yuan to buy some medicine for his sister. That night, beneath a sky full of stars, the two finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points, large yellow butter crab spotted in the mangrove mudflats today. Host intelligence level, 110 points. Host, please review immediately. Woken by the system notification, Lin Tao got up and reheated the leftovers from the previous night's meal, sharing it with his younger sister, Lin Xiaoyu. School was now on break, and since Lin Xiaoyu was still recovering from illness, she couldn't handle any heavy chores. Lin Tao let her stay home and review her lessons. The era where knowledge could change one's destiny had arrived, and he didn't want his sister to spend her entire life in this small fishing village. After that, Lin Tao decided to visit his older brother. After all, the older brother had slipped him 2 yuan yesterday. If his sister-in-law found out, she'd make a scene. So he stepped out the door and headed straight for his eldest brother Lin Chang's house. But before he even reached the door, he heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. You've got money to waste on your street rat brother, but you don't think about your own son. Xiaoyu's sick, isn't she? You money-wasting fool. Even if she gets better, she'll just get married off. Get that money back immediately. No way. Chapter 5, Repaying the Debt, Giant Butter Crab. Knock knock. Lin Tao knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. Bro, what brings you here? Lin Chang looked flustered. He hadn't expected his brother, who usually slept until noon, to be up so early today. Bro, I came to see you and return the money I stole and took before. Lin Tao pulled 20 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. This. Lin Chang stared at the money on the table, his eyes wide with shock. Where did you get all this money? You didn't do anything shady, did you? Hurry up and return the money to them. Although Lin Chang had married into the family, he genuinely cared for his younger siblings. He knew his brother had high aspirations and feared the money might be ill-gotten. But, don't worry, big bro. This is money Xiao Pang and I earned fishing at sea yesterday. It's clean. Since his older brother's house was far from the village pier, Lin Tao figured he hadn't heard about this yet and gave a brief explanation. Then, take it, big brother. It's all clean money. After Lin Tao's repeated assurances, Lin Chang finally nodded in agreement. But Li Hongmei didn't care about any of that. She just reached out and stuffed the money into her pocket. Declining his sister-in-law's warm invitation to stay for dinner, Lin Tao went to find Zhao Xiaopeng. The Zhao family. Last night, Zhao Xiaopeng brought home some meat and bragged about it non-stop. He then recounted the entire story of Lin Tao catching the grouper, leaving his father wide-eyed with astonishment. After all, it was a grouper weighing over 100 pounds. The biggest grouper his old man had ever caught in his life was barely 20 pounds. When Lin Tao arrived at the Zhao residence, Zhao Xiaopeng's parents had already left for work at the production brigade. He was slurping down his porridge from a bowl. Bro! Zhao Xiaopeng set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and asked, going out to sea again today? Yeah, that's why I came find you. Zhao Xiaopeng didn't waste time. He chewed a couple of bites of pickled vegetable strips, gulped down the porridge, burped, grabbed his gear, and followed Lin Tao to the shore. A few scattered figures of villagers could be seen on the fishing village's sandy beach. As long as the weather wasn't too bad, people would head out to gather seafood every morning. Bro, wanna go clam digging too? Zhao Xiaopeng glanced over and asked. The mangrove forest. The tide's going out now. Let's head over there. Lin Tao glanced up the distant, hastily gathered green, low-lying clumps of trees marked the shallow mangrove flats. Then he kicked off his shoes and waded through the mud toward the forest. Little Tao, out for the low tide. A woman wearing a straw hat on the beach spotted Lin Tao and waved cheerfully. After all, Lin Tao had made quite a spectacle of himself in front of the villagers yesterday. The news was spreading fast. 100-plus-pound giant grouper back in the commune days, that would have been worthy of a big poster. But who would have thought Lin Tao caught it? Add to that the 100 yuan reward, and many resourceful villagers were itching to try their luck. The village still relied on the old production team system for organization, and every household was scrimping and saving. Seeing Lin Tao earn 100 yuan and plenty of grain coupons in a single day, many villagers who witnessed it began to think this street urchin might actually have some skills after all. Lin Tao responded to the woman's greeting. Bro, why are you talking to her? She made fun of you yesterday. Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't understand. But Lin Tao just smiled without saying a word. He had his own thoughts. Times had changed. But such words couldn't be spoken openly just yet. If the wrong ears heard them, it would only stir up trouble. Mangrove forest. After the tide receded, it revealed muddy tidal flats where people could sink right in. Bro! Look! Numerous breathing holes, large and small, dotted the mudflats. Lin Tao knew these were the breathing holes left by clams and cockles. But Zhao Xiaopeng didn't care about any of that. He rushed over, grabbed his shovel, and started digging. Before long, he dug up 2 small clams. Bro, why aren't you digging? Zhao Xiaopeng asked Lin Tao curiously. You dig first. I'll go explore over there. Lin Tao chuckled. Every day, the rising and falling tides in the mangrove forest left behind plenty of stranded fish, shrimp, and shellfish. With that, Lin Tao waded deeper into the mudflats, stepping unevenly through the water. Based on what he'd heard while fishing in Malaysia in his previous life, blue crabs preferred muddy, shady burrows. This stretch of forest was still too shallow. And the older the blue crabs, the less they liked to move around. Lin Tao scanned the mudflats for green crab tracks as he walked. He constantly adjusted his direction based on the system's intelligence. Ding! Host has arrived near the target. Just then, the system alerted him. Lin Tao's heart leapt with joy. He had been fretting that this mangrove forest was too vast, he might wander until nightfall without finding a single blue crab. Little did he expect the system would actually have a notification feature. Found it! After scanning the area for a moment, Lin Tao finally spotted the faint trails left by the crab's movements. Following the trail, he came upon a dark hole beneath a tree stump. After a quick glance at the hole, Lin Tao pulled out the small shovel he'd brought from home and began digging. After all, he wasn't a professional crab catcher, and blue crabs were incredibly strong creatures. Their massive claws could easily crush a soda can. In his previous life in Malaysia, he'd seen several unlucky souls whose fingers had been snapped by blue crabs. He certainly didn't want to lose a limb right after being reborn. Bro, let me help you. Zhao Xiaopeng, who'd been digging for clams and cockles behind him, rushed over to help when he saw Lin Tao digging. Soon, with both of them working together, the small hole turned into a large pit. Lin Tao prodded the bottom with his shovel before jumping in. Deep within the burrow, a mud-covered blue crab had already been startled awake. But with only one exit from its hole, escape was impossible. It could only raise its two massive claws in warning toward the intruder. Chapter 6, Creditors Block the Door, Doubled High-Interest Loans. Seeing the blue crab, larger than a palm, Lin Tao didn't act rashly. He plunged the shovel into the mud beneath the crab, lifting it out along with the mud and flipping it upside down on the mudflat. The crab lay belly up, struggling futilely for a long while without regaining its footing. Whoa, bro, a blue crab this big is rare. Zhao Xiaopeng swiftly grabbed the crab with his tongs and tossed it into the bucket. There's probably more good stuff in this crab hole. I'll keep digging while you pick them up outside. Watch out for pinches. Got it, bro. You be careful too. The scout crab's capture alarmed the others in the burrow. One by one, they emerged from the mud, claws raised menacingly toward Lin Tao, trying to scare off this dangerous intruder. Lin Tao swung his shovel, flinging one after another mud and all onto the mudflats. There were at least a dozen of them. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Lin Tao surveyed the bucket brimming with tightly packed blue crabs and let out a satisfied sigh. Rinsing the mud-covered crabs briefly with seawater, Lin Tao's keen eyes spotted several female crabs that stood out for their size, nearly 2 fists in diameter, with orange-yellow hues visible at their joints. These must be the large butter crabs the system mentioned. Even back in his time, butter crabs of this caliber fetched astronomical prices, and money alone didn't guarantee you could get your hands on them. I'll head home to grab some twine to tie them up so they don't scatter everywhere. While it's still early, I'll take them to town to sell and split the money with you. Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes lit up at the prospect of a share, but he waved it off with his usual earnestness. I found this nest of blue crabs myself. You didn't help at all. How could I take your money? We don't need to talk about such formalities between us brothers. Didn't you help dig the holes too? Rest assured, as long as you stick with me, if I get a bite of meat, you'll get a sip of soup. Thanks, bro. Lin Tao hurried home with the fresh crabs in hand. As he approached, he found 3 or 4 men with menacing expressions blocking his doorway. The leader, a man with a face full of bulging muscles, wore a white shirt stretched to its limits over gray dress pants. A bulky mobile phone was tucked into his waistband as he sat sprawled on Lin Tao's doorstep, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth as he puffed smoke out in clouds. Lin Tao instinctively glanced at the courtyard gate. Thankfully, it remained firmly shut. Xiao Yu hadn't opened it for them. He recognized this group. The original owner had been idle and prone to mischief, struggling financially until he was tricked into taking out a high-interest loan. The chain-smoking fat man was the original owner's creditor Zhu Feng, a local thug with some influence in the surrounding villages, known as Big Brother Zhu. Lin Tao, I hear you've struck it rich lately. When do you plan to pay me back what you owe? $120, including the principal and interest. Hearing that figure, Lin Tao's brow furrowed as he gripped the bucket handle tighter. I only borrowed $30 total from you. At most, double that makes 60. 120? Are you out of your mind, or am I? Big Brother Zhu rose from the doorstep with a sneer, brushing dust off his pants. A month's debt doubles. 4 months means it quadruples. That's my rule. If you can't pay up, I remember you've got a little sister. Lin Tao gripped his shovel tightly, glaring at Zhu Laoda. I'll find a way to pay you back within a month. But if you dare lay a finger on my sister, Zhu, I'll risk my own worthless life to kill you. Old Zhu hadn't expected Lin Tao, who'd seemed like a weakling, to talk back like this. Instead of getting angry, he chuckled in surprise, his shirt flapping with the rise and fall of his belly. Ha! Then I'll just wait. If you can't pay up by the deadline, whether you're missing an arm or a leg won't be your choice. Let's go. Only after they left did Lin Tao breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard gate. Xiaoyu, it's me, your brother, back home. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of the gate latch lifting came from inside. The courtyard door swung open, revealing Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, filled with timid concern. Did they leave? Knowing Xiaoyu had likely been hiding behind the door, Lin Tao gently rubbed her hair, which was dry and brittle from malnutrition. His tone was firm yet gentle. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. With me here, no one can hurt you. When I'm not home, you must lock the door tight. Don't open it for anyone. What about big brother and sister-in-law? Lin Tao pursed his lips in thought. His older brother, Lin Chang, would never harm them, but Li Hongmei was another matter. You never know what's in someone's heart, you have to be careful. Big brother is okay, but not his wife. Brother, I'll remember. After sending the debt collectors away, Lin Tao drew water from the well to scrub the blue crabs and butter crabs clean, then tied each one securely with hemp rope. He needed to take the bus into town, but the buckets of water would slosh around uncomfortably. How could he keep the blue crabs alive for over an hour's journey? After pondering for a moment, Lin Tao recalled a method taught to him by an old islander he knew. He pulled a towel off the wash basin rack, soaked it thoroughly in a basin of water, and draped it over the blue crabs to maintain a moist environment for several hours. After preparing the crabs and giving Lin Xiaoyu a few last instructions, Lin Tao carried the bucket toward the village entrance. Hey, Lin Tao, where are you headed? What goodies are in that bucket? He encountered the village's gossip squad head-on. Lin Tao offered a forced smile and a few perfunctory replies, but his pace didn't falter. Once he was out of earshot, the woman who'd spoken to him dropped her smile and spat on the ground. Just got a little money and he thinks he's all that. You're right. He just got lucky with that big shipment. He's like a dog that can't change its spots. Just wait till he blows all his money, then he'll be begging for help. I agree. He's got a little cash and doesn't know how to spend it. I saw him at the supply cooperative buying all that stuff without even checking the prices. Total wastrel. Their voices carried loud and clear, and though Lin Tao hadn't gone far, he heard every word. Yet only a fleeting sneer touched his lips as he dismissed their words from his mind. He boarded the commuter bus, enduring the bumpy ride until finally disembarking in the city. Following the address the bald man had given him, he asked around as he searched, eventually locating the restaurant he'd mentioned on a bustling street. The sign bore 4 large characters in regular script, Jinsha Hotel. The shopfront decor wasn't overly flashy, but in this era, it still drew stares and glances. 2 young men, likely doormen, greeted guests with smiles as they came and went. Lin Tao clutched the note in his hand, approaching them to ask for directions. Hello. Seeing Lin Tao's shabby attire, the 2 doormen frowned slightly and dismissed him with a curt tone. Know what kind of place this is, country bumpkin? Get lost. Go ask somewhere else on the street. Don't stand here getting in the way of our business. Immediately afterward, they switched back to their original demeanor, greeting guests who looked like employees or officials. Lin Tao hadn't expected the doorman at the Jinsha Hotel to play favorites. He sneered coldly, call your manager out here. Chapter 7, A Truly Good Neighbor. The 2 doormen exchanged glances, their brows furrowing deeper. Seeing Lin Tao wouldn't back down, they even started shoving his shoulders. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Our manager isn't someone you can just demand to see. Get out of here now, or we'll call security to have you arrested and sent to the police station. Caught off guard, Lin Tao stumbled backward, nearly tumbling down the steps. Thankfully, he didn't spill the bucket. Regaining his balance, a frosty expression settled on his face as he crumpled the note in his hand. The Golden Sand Hotel really has opened my eyes. Even the doormen greeting guests can get away with insulting people. Passers-by slowed to watch the commotion, some pulling their companions closer to point and whisper at Lin Tao. As the crowd grew larger, the 2 doormen lost all pretense of civility. Rolling up their sleeves, they prepared to teach Lin Tao a lesson. What the hell are you doing? A deep voice boomed out, causing both Lin Tao and the 2 doormen to turn toward the speaker. Big brother? The bald man strode forward in 2 steps, slinging an arm around Lin Tao's shoulder. Spotting the bucket in his hand, he grinned so widely his teeth were practically the only thing visible. Hey, isn't this our brother from Baisha village? Bringing me some good stuff? Why didn't you come inside to find me? The 2 doormen instantly lost their earlier arrogance at the bald man's arrival. They stood nervously by, shoulders hunched, not daring to speak. Lin Tao tilted his chin toward them. Ask them what they've done. The threshold at Jinsha Hotel is high. It seems someone like me, a penniless villager with no connections, can't step inside. From Lin Tao's tone and the doorman's demeanor, Baldy instantly grasped the situation. His face hardened as he snapped. I paid you to work here, not to bully people under my authority. Apologize now, then go to accounting to settle your wages. Pack your bags and get out of here. Boss, it's not us, it's him. The 2 doormen, hearing they were being fired, felt resentful and instinctively wanted to argue back. But they were intimidated by the bald man's piercing glare and could only grovel humbly to Lin Tao, their heads bowed so low they almost touched their feet. We're sorry, it was our mistake. We shouldn't have treated people differently based on who they are. Please forgive our negligence. Lin Tao, a seasoned veteran of the business world, wasn't a saint. He understood that people must bear the consequences of their actions and refused to intercede for the two. He waved the bucket in his hand at the bald man. Brother, with all the foot traffic at the entrance, we're holding up your business. Let's head to the back kitchen to inspect the goods. The bald man nodded, leading Lin Tao toward the kitchen while urging the two doormen to leave before they departed. The two doormen, realizing they'd lost their well-paying jobs by offending Lin Tao, slapped themselves in regret. Who would have thought this penniless beggar could call the boss brother? In the kitchen, Lin Tao lifted the towel to reveal the still vibrant blue crabs beneath. Wow, these blue crabs are huge. A faint smile touched Lin Tao's lips. But this wasn't the best part, the real treasure lay beneath. He dumped the blue crabs into a large metal basin, then pulled out a massive butter crab hidden beneath. Grabbing it, he held it out to the bald man. The bald guy knew his stuff. He took it carefully, turning it over in his hands and examining it closely. Wow, he murmured admiringly. A butter crab this big? That's gotta be close to a pound, right? He then snapped open a leg to inspect the joints, his eyes sparkling. Brother, I'll take these crabs for $50. How about it? Before Lin Tao could respond, the bald man pulled out his wallet, swiftly counted out 10 5-yuan notes, and stuffed a few more bills into Lin Tao's hand. You're a real man, brother. The bald man signaled the kitchen staff to take the blue crabs and butter crabs to the holding tanks. Turning to Lin Tao, he said, Bro, you're a straightforward guy with top-notch goods. How could I shortchange you? He then pulled out a business card and handed it to Lin Tao. Everyone in the business uses these nowadays. Here, take one. Next time you come, just show them this. The white card stock bore bold black characters, Lu Wenhu, manager of Jinsha Hotel, followed by the hotel's address and contact information. Lin Tao studied the card for a moment, his lips pressed together as if he wanted to say something but held back. Finally, he slipped the card, 50 yuan, and the receipt into his pocket. Alright, I'll be heading out now, big bro. Got it. Remember to bring me some next time you get a shipment. If you've got a big load, give me a call, I'll drive out with my crew to haul it. Alright. As he was leaving, Lu Wenhu grabbed a skewer of smoked sausage from the kitchen and told Lin Tao to take it home. As he left, Lin Tao bumped into two doormen. They had shed their hotel uniforms and changed back into their faded, even patched jackets. Lugging their luggage and bedding, they stood slumped under a utility pole waiting for the shuttle bus. They were just ordinary folks trying to make a living. Serving the wealthy for a few days had made them feel superior. Spotting Lin Tao waiting for the bus too, the two glared at him with resentment. Yet, wary of his connection to Lu Wenhu, they dared not retaliate, grinding their teeth in silent fury. Not even a glance did Lin Tao spare them as he boarded the bus bound for Baisha village and drove off. Heaven-sent misfortune can be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity is unforgivable. Back in the village, Lin Tao headed straight for the Zhao household. Just then, Zhao Xiaopeng's parents returned from work at the production team and were preparing dinner. Originally, the couple disliked the idle Lin Tao, fearing he would corrupt Zhao Xiaopeng. But ever since Lin Tao took Zhao Xiaopeng fishing for dragonfish a couple of days ago and even shared 25 yuan with him, their resentment gradually faded. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao wiped her hands on her apron and called into the house. Little Tao's here. Xiaopeng, come out. Brother, you're back from the city? Lin Tao pulled out 2 5-yuan bills and shoved them into Zhao Xiaopeng's hand. Blue crabs aren't as expensive as dragon crabs, so they won't fetch as much. Don't look down on the small amount. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao stared blankly at the money for a moment before frowning and scolding. Xiao, what are you doing? You just gave Xiaopeng 25 yuan a couple days ago, and now you're giving him another 10? How can this be? Your parents would be so disappointed. You're old enough now, save this money for marrying a wife in a couple years. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao still pitied Lin Tao for losing his parents at such a young age. Seeing him finally turn over a new leaf filled them with genuine joy, and they refused to take his money no matter what. The couple's tender kindness brought tears to Lin Tao's eyes. After some tugging, he finally slipped 5 yuan into Zhao Xiaopeng's hand and turned to dash out. By the time they rushed out, Lin Tao's figure had already vanished at the alley entrance. This kid. Zhao Xiaopeng clutched the 5 yuan in his hand and said triumphantly to his parents. I told you my brother treats me well. He always thinks of me first. This isn't small change. We can't just take it for free. Once the mackerel stew is ready, give Xiao Tao and Xiao Yu a bowl each, and bring over a few buns too. Got it, Mom. Meanwhile, Lin Tao jogged home. Lin Xiaoyu opened the courtyard gate. Brother, you're back. Xiaoyu, guess what goodies your brother brought you? Chapter 8, Exploding Barrel, Firearm Squid. Lin Tao pulled the smoked sausage from behind his back and waved it in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu snatched them with delight, inhaling deeply. Smoked sausage. It smells amazing. In an era when even fresh meat was a luxury few could afford, sausages and smoked goods were beyond the reach of ordinary families. Back when her parents were still around, she could enjoy them once or twice during the New Year celebrations. Later, she could only satisfy her cravings in her dreams. Lin Xiaoyu thought Lin Tao had bought them to help her regain her strength. Though her mouth watered with craving, she still handed them back to him. "Brother, can we return it?" Seeing how sensible Lin Xiaoyu was, Lin Tao couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Such a good little sister had suffered so much under the original owner. "Sis, eat up. From now on, I'll make sure you live in luxury. Not just smoked sausage, whatever you crave, I'll buy it for you." After closing the gate, Lin Tao led Lin Xiaoyu into the kitchen. He lifted and lowered the cleaver, slicing the smoked sausage into thin, even pieces that spread across the plate like blooming peonies. The rich aroma of fat stirred the hunger pangs in Lin Xiaoyu's stomach. Clinging to the table beside him, she stared longingly, occasionally licking her lips. Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and offered them to his sister's lips. "Getting hungry, huh? We have leftover rice from yesterday. I'll whip up some fried rice with eggs in a bit, and then we'll eat. Then I'll help you tend the fire and assist in the kitchen." "No need. Your little frame isn't built for heavy work. Wash your hands and sit down to eat." Fire crackled in the stove pit. He scooped several spoonfuls of lard into the large iron wok, cracked 3 eggs into a bowl, and whisked them into a liquid. He mixed part of the eggs into yesterday's leftover rice, then poured the rest into the smoking hot oil. The eggs instantly puffed up into golden curds. He poured in the mixed leftover rice, breaking it up with the spatula. Stir-frying quickly until the grains were separate, he drizzled a circle of soy sauce around the edge of the wok. Stirring to coat everything evenly, he finished by sprinkling a handful of chopped scallions over the top for color and fragrance. Just as they were about to eat, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Lin Tao cautiously stopped Lin Xiaoyu. "Stay inside," he said. "I'll see who it is." Grabbing the shovel leaning against the doorframe, Lin Tao bellowed, "Who's there?" "Brother, it's me." Hearing it was Zhao Xiaopeng, Lin Tao relaxed. Before he could react after opening the door, a large enamel bowl covered with a plate was thrust into his arms. "My mom told me to bring you some mackerel and pancakes. I scooped you the very first bowl straight from the pot, eat it while it's hot." After saying that, Zhao Xiaopeng sniffed the air. "Bro, what are you cooking? It smells so good." "Just fried rice. If you haven't eaten yet, come in and have some?" Zhao Xiaopeng didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Tao. Scratching his head, he chuckled, "Well, I guess I'll stick around then." Lin Tao chuckled at his earnest expression. "It's not like it's some fancy delicacy. What's one more mouth to feed?" After ushering Zhao Xiaopeng inside, Lin Xiaoyu peeked out from the inner room and timidly called out, "Brother Xiaopeng? Little you, are you feeling any better?" Lin Xiaoyu nodded shyly. "I feel much better after taking my medicine." "That's good." The three gathered around the dining table. The steaming fried rice in their bowls carried the rich aroma of lard and eggs. Zhao Xiaopeng shoveled 2 mouthfuls in quickly, his face contorting into an exaggerated look of bliss. "This is amazing. I've never had fried rice this delicious before. Bro, how did you make it? Teach me. I'll have my mom cook it like this when I get home." "And this smoked sausage, the last time I had this was during the New Year 2 years ago." Lin Tao smiled as he walked Zhao Xiaopeng through the steps of making fried rice. With his mouth stuffed full, Zhao stared blankly at him and mumbled, "No wonder it's so delicious. My mom would never use this much lard, let alone 4 whole eggs." Zhao Xiaopeng silently withdrew his hand, which had been reaching for seconds, too embarrassed to eat more. Seeing his awkwardness, Lin Tao grabbed his rice bowl and filled it up. "Why be polite with me? Eat as much as you can until you're full. If you like it, I'll make it again next time." They say boys eat like horses, and without further hesitation, Zhao Xiaopeng devoured nearly half the pot of rice in a whirlwind. Lin Xiaoyu, who had just finished half a bowl beside him, stared in astonishment. She glanced at Lin Tao and asked hesitantly, "Brother, isn't Xiaopeng going to get sick from eating so much?" Probably not. If Zhao Xiaopeng kept eating like this, he'd really have to cook more." Burp. "I'm stuffed, bro. Let me wash the pot before I go." Zhao Xiaopeng chuckled sheepishly. He couldn't just bolt after devouring all that delicious food. "It's just an extra set of chopsticks and a bowl. No need. It's getting dark, watch your step on the way home." "Got it, bro." After seeing Zhao Xiaopeng off, Lin Tao lit the household's only kerosene lamp and carried it to his sister's room. It replaced the half-burned candle on her desk, brightening the space considerably. "Read for a bit, then go to sleep. Review your lessons in the morning. Don't strain your eyes." "Got it, bro." Early the next morning, Lin Tao was roused by the crowing rooster next door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he rose and ran his fingers through his hair. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a large school of firearm squid has appeared at West Reef off the coast today. Host intelligence level 115 points. Host, please review immediately. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Tao rubbed his eyes and muttered, did it have to be at this hour? After waking up, crouching in the yard to wash up, he heated up the pancakes Aunt Zhao had baked, scrambled some eggs, and paired them with yesterday's leftover smoked sausage for a quick breakfast. "Xiaoyu, I'm heading out. Lock the door behind me." "Bro, what are you doing out so early?" Going to the shore to make some money. Carrying his beach combing gear, he headed out and knocked on Zhao Xiaopeng's door. Zhao Xiaopeng still had half a pancake in his mouth. Bro, what's the plan today? Lin Tao couldn't exactly say what he was up to. Just heading to the beach to see if we can find any more good stuff. Alright, just let me finish this bite and we'll head out. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao reminded him, bring 2 big buckets. Alright. The 2 had come out early today, and the beach was nearly deserted. After digging up a few symbolic clams on the shore, Lin Tao led Zhao Xiaopeng toward the western reefs. Bro, it's all reefs over there. We won't find much. Shouldn't we just go for oysters instead? But they're not worth much either, right? What if there are? Let's grab whatever we can before the tide comes in. Reaching the western reef, Lin Tao carefully navigated the sharp rocks. Sure enough, he spotted a dense cluster of fire squid huddled together in a pool of water. Holy crap, so many sea hares? Finding sea slugs in low tide pools wasn't unusual, but usually there were only a dozen or so scattered about. This many was a first. And while they were typically only 7 or 8 centimeters long, nearly everyone in this group was a full span. While Zhao Xiaopeng was still in awe, Lin Tao was already wading into the pool with a scoop net in hand. Xiaopeng, what are you standing there for? Get them in the bucket. The 2 worked feverishly. Startled sea hares in the puddle squirted ink as they scattered, splattering their faces, legs, and arms with black ink spots, a messy and comical sight. Chapter 9, Old Debts Resurface. Even after Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng filled every bucket they brought, the puddle remained densely packed with sea slugs, showing no sign of diminishing. Let's haul these buckets back first, then grab a few more before the tide comes in. Got it, bro. Lin Tao wiped the ink stains from his face, then trudged back with 2 large buckets of sea slugs, stepping unevenly. To save time, he emptied them into an empty pickling vat at Zhao Xiaopeng's house. As he was leaving, Lin Tao spotted the bamboo pole and 2 large aluminum buckets leaning against the gatehouse. He glanced at the buckets in his own hands. Xiaopeng, can I borrow your shoulder pole and aluminum buckets? Sure thing. These can hold even more. On the way to the western reef along the coast, he encountered several women returning from the production team. Hey, isn't that Lin Tao? Why aren't you out fishing today? Didn't catch anything? I told you last time was just blind luck. Oh, you 2 are off to dig clams? Is all this gear really necessary? Ha! The tide will be in within the hour. We'll barely fill half a bucket. Lin Tao's so idle he doesn't know the time. Zhao Xiaopeng, why didn't you warn him? Faced with the women's blatant malice and mockery, the younger Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't keep his cool. He dropped the bucket and was about to yell back at them. Lin Tao cleared his throat twice, stopping Zhao Xiaopeng. Time waits for no one. The time we'd waste arguing with them could get us several trips back and forth. Brother's right. Let's go. Zhao Xiaopeng rolled his eyes at the women, spat on the ground, then hoisted the bucket and followed Lin Tao without looking back. Hey, those 2 little bastards. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng hurried back to the western reefs of the coast. The tide was already beginning to rise, and with each wave that rolled in, some sea slugs were being washed out to sea. The market economy was just taking root, and aquaculture hadn't yet taken off. Seafood relied entirely on wild catches, meaning low yields and high prices. Even sea hares, which seemed utterly commonplace to Lin Tao, could fetch a decent price in this era. After several trips back and forth, Lin Tao estimated they had gathered over 100 pounds. Zhao Xiaopeng considered gathering a few more buckets, but Lin Tao called out to stop him. Don't go back. The tide is rising and the waves are getting stronger. The rocks are slippery. If you slip and fall into the sea, it could be dangerous. But there's still plenty left in that pool. Lin Tao shook his head. Greed kills. No need to risk your life for a few extra bucks. Zhao Xiaopeng agreed with Lin Tao's reasoning, but still grumbled under his breath. Bro, how come you've turned so old-fashioned? Just like my dad. Lin Tao chuckled without responding, his gaze fixed on the overflowing pickling vats and buckets before him. There was no way he and Zhao Xiaopeng could haul all this into town. Without a breeding pond, this batch of sea slugs wouldn't survive 2 days. If they didn't sell them quickly, they'd just rot in their hands. Bro, why don't we sell them to the cooperative? They have trucks. Recalling the greedy, sly expression on the supply cooperative accountant's face last time when he tried to seize their sea cucumbers, Lin Tao frowned and rejected the idea outright. No way. If they find out, squeezing the price to the bone would be the least of our worries. We'd end up losing both money and goods. Then what do you suggest, bro? Lin Tao pondered for a moment. I remember there's a phone in the production team office. Brother Lu gave me his card yesterday when I went into town. I'll call him and have him drive over to haul it away. Zhao Xiaopeng's face darkened at the suggestion. Hesitantly, he asked. That won't work. Bro, you forgot about smashing the team leader's family's phone jack? Do you really think he'd lend us his phone? Reminded by Zhao Xiaopeng, Lin Tao recalled the incident from the original host's memories. But how would he know unless he tried, especially for the sake of making money? The brothers arrived at the production team office. Though the team had been disbanded, the former committee members were still working their usual jobs there. Unfortunately, the captain, Chen Jianjun, had twisted his leg unloading cargo yesterday and was now sitting in the office. Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng, what brings you two here? Captain Chen, already in a foul mood, instantly scowled upon seeing Lin Tao, his gaze turning hostile. Knowing he needed a favor, Lin Tao kept his manners and politely said, Captain, I'd like to borrow the office phone. Who the hell do you think you are, using the team phone? Last time, I let it slide because of your uncle. If you don't want a beating, get the hell out of here now. Stop blocking my view. Captain Chen's face darkened as he immediately ordered the brothers out. No one else in the office dared utter a word. Captain, that's a bit harsh. We just wanted to make a phone call. Zhao Xiaopeng stepped forward to defend Lin Tao. Captain Chen lifted his eyelids, glancing at him coldly. This isn't your business, Zhao Xiaopeng. Lin Tao is a worthless vagrant, a low-life scum. He's nothing but a bullet-riddled corpse waiting to happen. If you keep hanging around him, you'll ruin your own life too. He has no parents to discipline him, but you have no parents either? Captain Chen was the most influential figure in Baisha village after the party secretary and the village chief. Zhao Xiaopeng was still just a kid in his presence. Overwhelmed by his imposing presence, he swallowed his resentment. Little did he know that Lin Tao, standing nearby, had clenched his fists so tightly they creaked. The hatred in his eyes was thick enough to solidify into bullets, and he longed to riddle Captain Chen with them. Shen Jianjun, I've treated you with respect because you're the production team leader and an elder. That's why I've been polite to you. But my dignity isn't something you can just trample underfoot. Last time your son bullied my sister throwing mud in her face, calling her a disaster who killed her parents. I didn't beat him to death only because he is lucky. He is a child who doesn't know better, but as an adult, do you also fail to distinguish right from wrong? Or is it that his parents taught him to act this way? Like a crooked beam above leads to a crooked beam below. Lin Tao's face, still not entirely free of youthful naivety, trembled slightly with rage as he ground out each word through clenched teeth. If you're so certain my future will be utterly miserable, then watch closely. Let's see who in Baisha village gets to live the good life first. Captain Chen, with Lin Tao's finger pointed right at his nose, was stunned into silence for a long moment. The office fell deathly quiet, broken only by Lin Tao's angry, heavy breathing. Xiaopeng, let's go. No point wasting breath on a snob like him. It's just a broken phone. Once I strike it rich, I'll buy you a mobile phone. Got it, bro. As they turned to leave, Lin Tao glanced back with a mocking smirk. If those superstitious claims about being a disaster magnet or a deathbringer reach higher ups, even your former position as production team leader won't save you from punishment. Captain Chen's face drained of color instantly. His eyes widened, all traces of earlier contempt vanished, his voice trembling. Lin Tao, this isn't something to joke about. Don't you dare spread this around. Chapter 10, Jealousy Makes One Ugly. Captain Chen spoke urgently as he scrambled to his feet, only to be caught off guard by a stabbing pain in his leg. He fell flat on his face before Lin Tao. It's just a phone call. We can talk it out. We can work it out. Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't help but snort with laughter, quickly covering his mouth when he realized the awkwardness of the moment. Watching Captain Chen change his expression faster than flipping a page, Lin Tao felt no real satisfaction. What he wanted was to thoroughly humiliate everyone who looked down on him. Instead of begging me here, you'd be better off teaching your son how to conduct himself. Lin Tao's departure left Captain Chen feeling like a sharp sword hung over his head, ready to fall at any moment. Captain Chen slumped to the ground, covering his face. What on earth was he to do now? Stepping out of the production team office, Zhao Xiaopeng asked, Bro, if we can't make the call, what do we do now? No choice. I'll head back into town. Alright, I'll wait for you at home. Lin Tao hopped on the city bus without delay, arriving once more at the entrance of the Jinsha Hotel. The doorman had changed faces. Lin Tao pulled Lu Wenhu's business card from his pocket and approached. Before he could speak, two doormen greeted him with smiles. You must be Lin Tao from Baisha village. Our boss has instructed us this way, please. One of the bellboys led Lin Tao to the kitchen. The kitchen staff had seen him yesterday and knew he was on good terms with Lu Wenhu, greeting him politely. I'll go fetch the boss right away. Before long, Lu Wenhu entered the kitchen, strode straight toward Lin Tao, and gave him a hearty hug with a big laugh. My good brother, what fine goods have you brought today? Lin Tao was nearly overwhelmed by Lu Wenhu's enthusiasm, struggling slightly before responding, Brother, I caught nearly 100 pounds of sea hares today. Would you be interested in buying them? 100 pounds of sea hares? Where did you even set your nets to catch that much? Lin Tao didn't mention the reef pools. He knew few would believe him. I couldn't transport them. The village phone's off limits, so I had to take the bus to find you. Oh my, how could I forget that? Come on, I'll drive straight to your village right now. Since he frequently shuttled between fishing village docks to collect catches, Lu Wenhu always kept seafood boxes in his trunk. No preparation needed, he just floored it straight to Baisha village. The road from the village entrance to the pier was smooth, but most of the village roads were still dirt paths and narrow alleys. His car rattled and shook as he drove, drawing curious glances from several villagers peeking out. Some recognized the car as belonging to the man who'd paid 100 yuan for a grouper at the pier just days ago. They wondered aloud, why is that big boss back in our village again? No idea. Probably here to buy fish? When the car finally stopped outside the Zhao residence and Lin Tao stepped out of the passenger seat, the villagers' murmurs grew louder. That kid Lin Tao must have hooked up with a big boss. Pfft, last time was just blind luck. With that rickety boat of his, how many big catches could he possibly make? The big boss is after the fish, not him. What kind of hooking up is that? Lin Tao paid no mind to the chatter. He pushed open the Zhao family gate and led Lu Wenhu into the courtyard. Worried the sea hares might die in the heat, Zhao Xiaopeng was scooping cool water from the well to pour into the pickling vats. Spotting Lu Wenhu behind Lin Tao, he quickly set down the bucket and stepped forward to greet them warmly. Brother Lu. Lu Wenhu stood beside the pickling vat and peered inside. He was stunned by the sea hares crammed together, swimming ceaselessly. He'd collected many sea hares before, but never in such a large batch, and certainly never in such a massive quantity. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng helped Lu Wenhu pack the sea hares into aquarium boxes, loading them one by one onto the truck. The villagers gathered around, curious as cats, had no idea what was inside the aquarium boxes. Lu Wenhu noticed a bucket of sea hares still sitting on the ground. Bro, you planning to keep these for eating? Zhao Xiaopeng finally noticed too. Bro, we can't possibly eat all this, can we? Lin Tao deliberately played coy. Who says they're only for eating? Seeing Lin Tao unwilling to elaborate, Lu Wenhu wisely dropped the subject. He closed the trunk, counted out several bills from his wallet, and handed them to Lin Tao. Sea slugs usually go for 20 cents a pound, 50 for the bigger ones. I didn't bring my receipt today, but I won't shortchange you. Let's call it 100 pounds, 35 bucks, how's that? 35 cents per pound? That's well above market price. Business is about building relationships, it's all about give and take. You give me a dime, I give you 7 cents. You make more today, I make more tomorrow. That's how we keep the business going. Lin Tao agreed promptly. Thanks, boss. With that, he pressed 10 yuan into Zhao Xiaopeng's hand. You worked hard today and used stuff from your place, no more haggling. Zhao Xiaopeng clutched the money, grinning like an idiot. Thanks, bro. The villagers watched Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng split the money with envy. They toiled like slaves on the boats just to earn those meager work points to feed their families, and by year-end, they often ended up owing the production team. Yet Lin Tao earned more in half a day than they did. Man, comparison is the thief of joy. Why does that good-for-nothing Lin Tao have such incredible luck? He picks up sea hares and gets 100 pounds of them. Why don't I have that kind of fortune? Do you think that box really contains sea slugs? Or was it some shady deal? I don't think it's anything good either. A sudden remark erupted from the crowd like a water droplet splattering into hot oil, setting off a flurry of dark speculation among the villagers about Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng, and this mysterious bald man of unknown origin. Someone must have tipped off the production team and village committee, for Captain Chen soon arrived, dragging his stinging leg, leading a group of members armed with tools. They surrounded Lu Wenhu's car. The supply cooperative accountant pushed his way to the front, but upon recognizing Lu Wenhu, he shrank back into the crowd. He had seen the credentials clearly last time. This wasn't someone ordinary folk could afford to cross. Better to make a quick getaway. Captain Chen spotted Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng standing beside the car. His heart sank. Why were these two everywhere? Lin Tao stood tall, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Captain, what exactly are you up to with all this commotion? I received a tip from the public about illegal transactions happening in our village. What's in that trunk? Open it up for inspection. Lu Wenhu's piercing gaze swept across the villagers' faces. He scoffed as he pulled his credentials from his chest pocket. You folks in Baisha village sure love playing the blame game. Looks like many didn't get a good look last time it was dark. This time, I'll make sure you all get a proper look. Captain Chen's eyes flickered with panic as he verified the badge's authenticity. Yet, with so many villagers watching, he steeled himself and declared. So what if you have credentials? You won't open it because you're guilty. Without inspection, you won't leave Baisha village. Lin Tao glanced at several smug faces in the crowd and spoke up. Brother, we have nothing to hide. Show them. Chapter 11, Unwarranted Kindness. Lu Wenhu realized the villagers weren't targeting him personally, but were trying to make things difficult for Lin Tao. He looked down on them even more. Fine, I'll show you. But mark my words, if there's nothing wrong inside, every one of you better apologize to my brother. Otherwise, I'll report to my unit that the officials of Baisha village abused their positions to frame people. The officials present broke out in cold sweat. The quick-witted among them scrambled to offer awkward, evasive explanations. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Lin Tao and his group were conducting legitimate business. Everyone, please disperse. Among the villagers, some relished the drama and continued to press Lin Tao relentlessly. Captain Chen couldn't save face. Though his words remained defiant, his darting eyes betrayed his true feelings. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Lu Wenhu opened the trunk. Lin Tao helped unload all the seafood boxes, opening them and rummaging through their contents. Sure enough, there was nothing but sea hares. The once arrogant villagers instantly fell silent, exchanging glances. None dared to speak out of turn anymore. The officials felt their hearts sink. They muttered under their breath, blaming Captain Chen for his stubborn insistence on proving his point. Now they truly alienated everyone. Lin Tao looked at the crowd, his tone cold and calm. You all saw that. If anyone still doubts that Xiao Peng and I were conducting illegal transactions with the boss, step forward and speak up. No villager responded, and an eerie silence fell over the scene. Zhao Xiaopeng's parents returned from work to find their doorway completely blocked. Thinking something had happened at home, they hurriedly pushed their way through the crowd. Xiaopeng, what's going on? Seeing his parents return, Zhao Xiaopeng felt a surge of relief. With their support, he couldn't hold back his hurt feelings and threw himself into their arms. Dad, Mom, they bullied me and Brother Tao. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao felt heartbroken for their child. They grabbed Lin Tao's arm, asking anxiously yet kindly, Little Tao, don't be afraid. Tell us what happened. Lin Tao explained the situation to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao, adding with a hint of guilt, I'm fine, but I got Xiao Peng into trouble. After hearing this, the couple rolled up their sleeves, spreading their wings like protective eagles shielding the children behind them. They turned to the villagers, their faces flushed with anger. We've all been neighbors in Baisha village for decades. Xiao Tao made mistakes and caused trouble before. It's understandable you didn't like him then. But now he's turned over a new leaf and become a good kid. How can you people, at your age, still give him such a hard time? Pa! That incident was only a few years ago, and you dare openly pin such a huge label on the child? Bullying him because he has no parents, is it? You should all be dragged off for criticism sessions. If you don't apologize to Xiao Tao today, this isn't over. When Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao mentioned Lin Tao had no parents, Lu Wenhua's eyes widened abruptly. His gaze toward Lin Tao softened with a hint of pity. The support from Lu Wenhu and the Zhao couple caused a tiny crack to form in Lin Tao's heart, a heart long hardened by the cutthroat business world. A warmth like spring breeze seeped out, gradually filling his entire being. Lin Tao stammered, his words caught in his throat as he struggled to speak. Captain Chen flushed crimson with embarrassment. After a moment of struggle, he finally bowed his head to Lin Tao. I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. The other officials and villagers followed suit, apologizing to Lin Tao. He knew their apologies weren't heartfelt, mostly born of fear of Lu Wenhu's power and connections. But Lin Tao didn't care. He simply said, everyone, disperse. Once the villagers had returned to their homes, Lu Wenhu reloaded the seafood crates onto the truck. Brother, it's not practical for you to come into town to find me every time. The travel expenses add up. Here's what we'll do, my restaurant's procurement staff collects goods at the dock every evening. They wear Jinsha hotel uniforms, so they're easy to spot. Whatever goods you have, just name your price to them. I'll have them take everything as listed. If you trust me, I'll settle up on the 1st and 15th of each month. What are you saying, big brother? How could I not trust you? No problem, let's do it your way. Alright, it's settled then. After speaking, Lu Wenhu pulled 2 5-yuan notes from his wallet and slipped them into Lin Tao's pocket without waiting for a response. This is a token of my appreciation. Take it. If your family needs anything, just let me know. I'll take you to the department store to buy it. Brother, I can't. Lu Wenhu feigned anger, his features appearing even more fierce, yet his words were filled with kindness. If you keep arguing with the boss, he won't take your goods anymore. Lin Tao felt both amused and exasperated, but he accepted the money. He silently resolved to lower the price by another 20% on his next shipment. Watching Lu Wenhu drive away, the sun was already sinking toward the horizon. Declining Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao's dinner invitation, Lin Tao carried the bucket of sea slugs back home. Before he could speak, his sister's stomach growled loudly. Lin Xiaoyu tugged at her shirt hem, embarrassed. I was delayed at work and didn't come back to cook lunch. It's my fault. Next time I go out, I'll make sure to cook before leaving. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hands hurriedly. I'm not hungry, big brother. I know you went out to work and earn money. I don't blame you. Lin Tao sighed, pinching her cheek gently. You don't have to be so sensible around me. Cry if you want to cry, laugh if you want to laugh. If you're hungry or thirsty, just tell me. Got it? Lin Xiaoyu nodded obediently, then suddenly remembered something and spoke up. I remember. Oh, right, brother, sister-in-law came to our place today. Li Hongmei? What's she here for? Lin Tao felt suspicious. You didn't open the door for her, did you? What did she say? I didn't open the door. She asked if you were home and where you'd gone. Then she said she was stewing chicken for dinner and invited us over. Lin Xiaoyu, with her innocent nature, thought her sister-in-law had finally set aside her prejudices and grudges to accept them as siblings. She spoke with a smile on her face. But a weasel paying New Year's calls to a chicken never comes with good intentions. Li Hongmei couldn't wait to cut all ties with these two deadweight siblings. Stewing chicken out of the blue on a non-holiday was suspicious enough, and she actually bothered to invite them both? Brother, should we go? Xiaoyu, sweetie, we won't go. If you want chicken, I'll buy one tomorrow at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and stew it for you. At the mention of chicken, Lin Xiaoyu instinctively licked her lips and swallowed hard, puzzled why Lin Tao didn't want to visit his older brother and sister-in-law. Meeting her clear, questioning eyes, Lin Tao hesitated. He decided it wasn't time for her to learn about the treacherous nature of human hearts. Big Brother's place has a bunch of people. We won't go compete for that one piece of meat. It'll be so much better to have a whole one just for us at home. Alright. That evening, they prepared blanched sea hare drizzled with soy sauce, served alongside a plate of pickled radish and thick rice porridge, simple yet satisfying. In the middle of the night, Lin Tao got up to use the bathroom. Passing by Lin Xiaoyu's door, he faintly heard sobbing. He tiptoed to the bedside. In the moonlight streaming through the window, he saw his sister curled up on the bed, her tightly closed eyes glistening with tears. Dad, Mom. Chapter 12, If the Sky Falls, I'll Hold It Up. Lin Tao pressed his lips together, eyes half lowered. After a long moment, he sighed softly, almost inaudibly. The original owner's parents had gone missing at sea with no trace since their disappearance. With no bodies recovered, the villagers were certain they had drowned long ago, feeding the fish. Over time, even his older brother Lin Chang and the original host had come to believe survival was impossible. Only Lin Xiaoyu stubbornly clung to the belief that their parents would return one day. Gently wiping away the unfinished tears from his sister's face, Lin Tao turned and walked toward his own room. The next day, the first rays of dawn began to push back the night. Lin Tao had slept restlessly through the latter half of the night and rose early, squatting in the courtyard to wash his face and brush his teeth. His frayed old toothbrush clattered against the basin as he brushed, mouthwash splashed onto the floor, and the foam from the toothpaste slowly dispersed. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point, massive clam king population spotted on the shallow beach today. Host intelligence level 116 points. Host, please review immediately. The system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Glancing at the calendar hanging on the wall, Lin Tao felt no urgency to set out. Digging for clams was a hassle, taking considerable time, nothing like yesterday's simple scooping of sea hares into buckets. According to the lunar calendar, today was a high tide day. Going now would mean little time before the tide rose again. He'd wait until the tide receded around 1 or 2 p.m., giving him more time. Still, Lin Tao didn't idle. While his sister was still asleep, he tiptoed out, quietly closing the courtyard gate behind him, and headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. The fishing fleet had set out early, and along the way, Lin Tao kept encountering men leaving their homes bound for the pier. On ordinary days, they wouldn't see Lin Tao wandering around the village until the sun was high in the sky. Seeing him out so early, someone called out in jest. Well, Lin Tao. The sun must be rising in the west today. What's the rush getting up so early? Heading to the supply cooperative, I see? Running there every other day, you'll blow through every penny you have, I tell you. Tisk. If you ask me, you're just a blind cat that stumbled upon dead rats twice. That's no real skill. I'd advise you to stick with us on the boat. Steady and reliable work is so much better. Lin Tao wouldn't be caught dead working alongside us. He'd be better off joining those women weaving fishing nets. Once he gets to know them, who knows, he might even find himself a wife. What do you think? Ha! Lin Tao couldn't be bothered to stoop to their level. To him, they were nothing but clowns. Seeing they hadn't stirred the slightest emotion in Lin Tao, the mocking jeers gradually died down. Only the awkward, comical grins lingered on the faces of the few remaining. Stepping into the supply store, the sales clerk was lazily sprawled across the glass counter, yawning one after another. Hearing someone enter, she lifted her head and looked over, the drowsiness vanishing instantly from her eyes. The whole village of Baisha knew Lin Tao had been raking in cash lately. His last visit stocking up on rice, flour, oil, pork, and spices had significantly boosted the supply store's monthly sales. So even those who usually looked down on Lin Tao, the village loafer, now treated him like a money god. Lin Tao, you're here so early. What's on your shopping list today? The sales clerk pointed to the gleaming glass jars on the shelf. Fruit candies from Northeast China. This is the first time we've gotten such a premium item. They only allocated a small jar to our village supply and marketing cooperative. Want to buy some for your sister? Lin Tao saw the colorful candy balls neatly wrapped in paper, stacked inside the glass jar. Then he noticed the price tag below, 2 yuan 50 per pound. The price of 1 pound of candy could buy several pounds of pork. In this era, it was practically a luxury item. No ordinary family would willingly spend money on such a snack that didn't fill you up. With old Zhu's huge debt due at month's end, Lin Tao stared at the fruit candies on the shelf, torn. Carrying the butchered chicken home, he saw his older brother Lin Chang preparing to knock on the door. Big brother, why are you here? Didn't you go out to sea? Lin Chang paused, his expression shifting uncomfortably. Uncle Li wasn't feeling well last night. We took him to the clinic for a doctor's checkup. After a long night of fussing about, the captain gave him a day off. The Uncle Li he mentioned was Li Hongmei's father, Lin Chang's father-in-law. Your sister-in-law got up early to steam buns. I grabbed 2 for you and Xiaoyu. Eat them while they're hot. Lin Tao noticed the aluminum lunchbox in Lin Chang's hand, and suspicion stirred in his heart once more. But he said nothing to Lin Chang. Big brother, let's talk inside. As soon as they entered the room, sleepy-eyed Lin Xiaoyu spotted her older brother following behind Lin Tao and exclaimed with delight, "Big brother's back." Lin Tao spoke mysteriously to Lin Xiaoyu, "Guess what I brought you?" After several failed guesses, Lin Xiaoyu grew discouraged until Lin Tao pulled a handful of fruit candies from his pocket and waved them in front of her. "Candy? Find a jar to put them in. Don't let the mice eat them in the middle of the night." "Got it, big bro." Lin Xiaoyu cheered, clutching the fruit candies as she dashed toward the kitchen. Lin Chang, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up in an annoyed tone, "Those candies look expensive. How come you're still so wasteful with money?" Meeting Lin Chang's eyes, filled with disappointment and a hint of anger, coupled with his unwarranted accusation, Lin Tao felt an inexplicable rage welling up inside him. His expression gradually turned cold. "Big bro, I can earn money now. What's wrong with buying Xiaoyu a few pieces of candy?" Lin Tao had originally planned to wait until he paid off his debts before buying anything, but the memory of his sister's tear-filled eyes from last night flashed through his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and bought 2 ounces. Unexpectedly, Lin Tao had dared to talk back. In a moment of heat, Lin Chang blurted out, "What good is that money for? Buying her candy is just a waste. How old is she now, still so greedy for sweets?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Xiaoyu, returning from the kitchen clutching the candy jar, heard every last syllable. Her face froze in shock, her eyes visibly reddening. Her lips trembled as her voice cracked with tears. "Brother, I'm not greedy. I won't eat candy anymore. Please return it." She placed the candy jar into Lin Tao's hands, tears plopping onto his palm. Though warm, they felt so hot that Lin Tao instinctively pulled his hand back. The jar slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, scattering colorful fruit candies across the room. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly crouched down to gather them, frantically wiping tears with his sleeve while occasional, uncontrollable sobs escaped him. "Bro, it's not dirty. We can still return it." Lin Tao couldn't help but yell at Lin Chang. "Big brother, how could you say something like that? Xiaoyu is still a child." As if waking from a dream, Lin Chang stared in shock at his younger siblings before him, filled with regret. I didn't mean it like that." Lin Tao refused to listen to his explanations, shoving and pushing Lin Chang out the door. "Big brother, you're siding with Li Hongmei and her husband now, thinking Xiaoyu is a money-losing liability too, right? Let me tell you, Xiaoyu isn't a money pit. She's my sister. Forget a few candies. If she wants the stars in the sky, I'll find a way to pluck them down for her. Even if mom and dad are gone, I'm still here to protect her." Chapter 13, The Mountain Man has his own clever plan. Before Lin Chang could respond, Lin Tao shoved him out and slammed the courtyard gate shut with a loud thud. Lin Chang stumbled, nearly tripping over the threshold. By the time he tried to push the door open again, the bolt had already been secured from the inside. "Little Tao," big brother spoke out of turn. "Open the door." Persisting, he pounded on the door. Suddenly, it swung open from the inside. Lin Chang flashed a delighted smile only to have Lin Tao slam an aluminum lunchbox into his chest with a stern expression. "Take these 2 buns back and eat them yourselves. I don't want the handouts you two give us siblings." The gate slammed shut again. Lin Chang stared at the aluminum lunchbox in his arms, feeling as if his face had been slapped hard several times, stinging fiercely. After shooing Lin Chang away, Lin Tao swept up the broken jar pieces from the ground and comforted his heartbroken sister. "Don't cry, Xiaoyu. I'll make you an egg pancake, okay?" Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were red and swollen from crying, like peach pits. "Okay." He scooped 3 large cups of flour into a bowl, added water to form a batter, cracked in 3 eggs, and stirred in chopped scallions until well combined. Finally, he drizzled in some sesame oil. He added wood to the stove and set it to medium-low heat. Once the pan was hot, he wiped it with a thin layer of oil. Using a large soup spoon, he scooped a portion of batter enough for 1 pancake and swirled the handle to spread it thin and even. When the edges curled up and the center puffed, she flipped it quickly with a spatula. After a minute or 2, it was ready to come off the stove. The fragrant, fluffy egg pancake made from plain flour, fragrant with eggs and scallions, swept away all the gloom in Lin Xiaoyu's heart. After breakfast, Lin Tao put the chicken stew to simmer. Though they hadn't gotten to eat the iron pot stewed goose, they were enjoying iron pot stewed chicken instead. Outside the courtyard gate, Zhao Xiaopeng's high-pitched shout rang out, "Brother, open up!" Lin Tao was too busy in the kitchen to answer, so he motioned for Lin Xiaoyu to open the door. "Bro, I waited all morning for you to come find me at my place. Did we not have plans today? Look how anxious you are. Did you forget what day it is? When the tide goes out at noon, I'll take you to the shallows to see what good finds we can dig up." "Hee hee, I didn't check the calendar today and totally forgot." "Bro, you're stewing chicken today?" Thinking of Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao's protection and care for him, Lin Tao said, "Getting hungry, huh? Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share." While Lin Tao was still cooking, Zhao Xiaopeng scanned the kitchen, his gaze landing on the large vat in the corner. He peered over the rim to look inside. "Bro, you kept that sea slug from yesterday. How many days can it survive?" I don't plan to keep it long. If the weather's good tomorrow, we'll head out to sea and use the sea hare as bait to catch grouper." In his previous life, Lin Tao had befriended many wealthy and influential anglers. He often chartered boats with them to fish for grouper, though they used large squid as live bait. Squid is squid, what's the harm in trying? If we can't catch grouper, surely we can land some common ones. Judging the timing right, Lin Tao tossed diced potatoes into the pot and pulled the firewood from the stove pit, leaving only a smoldering ember. Before heading out, he instructed his younger sister, Xiaoyu, keep an eye on the kitchen. Wait until the fire dies down before going back to your studies. Don't worry, big bro. When Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng reached the shallow shore, several women were already searching and probing around, all drawn by today's high tide. Bro, with so many people here today, will we still be able to snag the good stuff? How would we know without trying? They walked about 10 meters toward a less crowded area. Ding! Host has reached vicinity of target. Hearing the system alert, Lin Tao began scanning the ground beneath his feet. Sure enough, he spotted numerous breathing holes belonging to king clams. He motioned for Zhao Xiaopeng to get to work. But as they dug deeper and deeper along the breathing holes, they still couldn't find any clams. Zhao Xiaopeng slammed his shovel into the sand in frustration. What kind of clams are these? Why are they so hard to catch? Just then, Lin Tao pulled a bulging, palm-sized paper packet from his pocket. He poured the white crystals inside into the breathing hole. Soon after, water began spurting from the hole, followed by the clam king's snout poking out. Lin Tao acted swiftly, plunging his shovel deep to scoop out the clam king along with the sand. Holy crap, a clam this big? That must be the king of clams. Lin Tao's maneuver left Zhao Xiaopeng speechless. Bro, how did you get it out? Lin Tao smiled, pinched a small amount of the white crystals, and placed them in Zhao Xiaopeng's palm. Try it. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaopeng stuck out his tongue and licked it. He immediately scrunched up his face and spat it out. Phew! That's way too salty, it's salt. He licked it without even thinking. Wasn't he afraid it might be poisonous? Nah, bro, anything you give me to eat couldn't possibly be poisonous. You'd never hurt me. But bro, aren't you losing money using salt to catch clams? Salt costs 15 cents a pound, and little clams aren't worth much. But a big clam king like this can fetch at least 40 cents. Think about it, how many clams could we catch with a pound of salt? Zhao Xiaopeng did a quick mental calculation. Even the rough numbers shocked him. Holy cow! What are we waiting for? Brother, teach me. If we run out of salt, I'll go get the salt jar from home. Relax, I brought enough. If Aunt Zhao finds out you've wasted all our salt, she'll spank you so hard your butt will split open. Instinctively clutching his rear, Zhao Xiaopeng flushed crimson. He tried to put on a brave face. Following you to make big bucks, how could that be called wasting it? Mom definitely won't beat me again. Lin Tao chuckled at his expression, dropped the teasing, and urged, get to work already. Both having grown up by the sea, Zhao Xiaopeng caught on quickly and gradually caught up to Lin Tao. After digging for a while, the clam king that had narrowly escaped nearby sensed danger from the ground and burrowed deeper. Sprinkling salt into its breathing hole no longer worked. Lin Tao dug open the breathing hole, deducing the clam's escape route from its shape. As if seeing through the sand, he traced a line on the surface before plunging his shovel downward at the final point. When seawater bubbled up from the sand pit reaching his forearm, Lin Tao immediately dropped to his hands and knees, plunging his arm into the pit. Got it. The clam king was clutched tightly in Lin Tao's hand, its legs still twitching and writhing, desperately trying to break free from the giant's grasp. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in to take a look, only to get sprayed in the face with seawater. Damn it, bro. Why'd it spray me the moment I approached? Maybe it just doesn't like you. More and more people were gathering on the shallow beach to hunt for seafood. Some had already started moving toward Lin Tao's location, so the brothers sped up their work. Even so, the clam haul was nowhere near yesterday's sea hare bounty. Busy until evening tide, they weighed the bucket of clams probably only a few dozen pounds. Before leaving, Lin Tao casually pulled a few handfuls of seaweed. Back home, it would make another simple salad dish. Baisha Village Pier. Long before they approached, the distant sound of fishing boats' horns signaling their return echoed across the harbor. Cooperative members and vehicles were already waiting ashore to receive the catch. As the boats docked to unload, women swarmed to help their husbands sort the catch. Pushing through the crowd, Lin Tao spotted two men in uniform standing tall beside a truck. Their deep blue uniforms bore the golden characters Jinsha Hotel in large letters. Lin Tao had known countless people in his past life. Though these two men were clearly just hotel procurement staff, the aura they exuded didn't quite fit that description. Young man, you must be Lin Tao? Chapter 14, Want money? Earn it by stealing. Lin Tao nodded and placed the bucket onto the scales set before the two men. Adjust the weights yourselves. I won't touch them. The taller man suddenly smiled. I didn't expect you to be such a cautious guy. Relax, since you're the boss's friend, we trust you on this. With that, the tall man leveled the scales, which read 63 Gene. Lin Tao spoke up immediately, clams have high water content. Let's settle at 60 Gene. He was effectively giving up 3 Gene of profit. Having collected goods from Lu Wenhu several times before, the two men knew the general market for seafood. They understood that neither buyers nor sellers ever specified whether the weight included water content. Yet this young man, eager to offer a discount, had come up with this excuse. Young man, no need to be so polite. We'll stick with 63 Jean. Jeansha Hotel never does business that leaves anyone shortchanged. The shorter man tipped the king clams into the seafood bin, giving them a quick stir. Evenly sized, that's rare. For Mao 50 per Jean. Deal? 5 cents higher than expected, Lin Tao agreed readily. The tall man pulled a palm-sized notebook and a fountain pen from his breast pocket. The nib scratched across the paper. He handed it to Lin Tao. Everything look right? The notebook clearly listed the date, variety, unit price, weight, and final price organized and easy to read. No problem. All right. The tall man pulled out his wallet, counted out a stack of bills, and handed them to Lin Tao. Lin Tao was baffled. Wasn't it agreed to settle accounts only on the 1st and 15th of the month? The boss changed his mind and told us to settle up in person every day, saying he was worried the young man might need cash urgently. Lin Tao hadn't expected Lu Wenhu to consider such things for him, and he couldn't quite place the feeling welling up inside him. This batch of clams didn't fetch as much as previous ones, but it still amounted to nearly 30 yuan. When it came time to split the money, Zhao Xiaopeng flatly refused to take any more. Bro, what you've given me these past 2 days is more than my parents earn in a whole year. If I take your money, my mom will beat me black and blue when I get home. Once Zhao Xiaopeng dug his heels in, not even 10 oxen could pull him out. With no other choice, Lin Tao tucked the money into his pocket. I can't let you work for free. Here's the deal, whenever we make 30 bucks in one sale, we split it 30-70, you get 30%, I get 70%. If we don't hit 30, it's 10-90, you get 10%, I get 90%. I've always said, if I get a bite of meat, you get a sip of soup. My word is my bond. Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes welled up with tears. Hugging Lin Tao, he said in a deep, muffled voice, brother, you're too good to me. You're like my own brother, no, even closer than a real brother. Enough already. Stop crying like a baby, don't you feel embarrassed? And don't wipe your snot on my clothes. Some villagers noticed Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng doing something on the pier and approached just as they were dividing money. Though the fading light made the exact amount unclear. But that stack of bills couldn't have been small. They watched with a mix of astonishment and seething envy. Why did these two kids have such incredible luck, always getting the best goods every single day? On their way back to the village, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng were blocked by several villagers their age. Leading the group was Captain Chen's son, Xuanzi, full name Manhwa. Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng, you two made a killing again today, didn't you? How much did you rake in? Share the wealth with us, will you? Zhao Xiaopeng retorted first. What we made is none of your damn business. Chenhua spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth and leaned in close to Zhao Xiaopeng, his tone dripping with provocation. Zhao Xiaopeng, you're just a leech off Lin Tao's coattails, picking up scraps from his table, and you think you can talk to me like that? Lin Tao pulled Zhao Xiaopeng behind him. Though both were 18, Lin Tao towered a head above Chenhua, his piercing eyes glaring down at him. Chenhua, looks like your head's itching again after barely healing. Need me to jog your memory? Chenhua's face stiffened. His scalp, which had already healed, suddenly throbbed with a stinging pain, whether psychological or not, he couldn't tell. Fear gripped him, but Chenhua truly took after his father with everyone watching, he couldn't afford to lose face. Lin Tao, you still dare bring that up? If it weren't for my dad having decent relations with your uncle, I'd have broken your legs long ago. What are you so smug about? Mark my words, hand over 50 bucks today, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Several youths beside Chenhua gripped their fish spears, gradually closing in on the two. They'd failed to extort him, so now they were resorting to outright robbery. A cold, contemptuous sneer curled Lin Tao's lips. That fool Chenhua wouldn't rest until he got his father thrown in jail. Zhao Xiaopeng gripped Lin Tao's shirt collar, his expression tense. Bro, they're armed. We're no match for them. They won't kill me, but I'll hold them off while you go get my dad. Zhao Xiaopeng, my beef with Lin Tao's none of your business. I suggest you get lost fast, or I'll beat you up too. Chenhua, the production teams are disbanded now. Don't think you can still act like a lawless thug just because your dad was the team leader. So what if they're disbanded? The village still depends on my dad. Without him at the helm, who'd dare venture into the open sea? If Uncle Lin were still here, would your father even get the chance to steer? After saying this, Zhao Xiaopeng immediately covered his mouth. Bro, I didn't mean it. Lin Tao shook his head. It's fine. I know. This isn't your fault. You need to get out of here. Brother, I can't just run away and leave you behind. Watching Chenhua and his henchmen, Lin Tao felt uneasy. He wasn't trained in martial arts. The amateur kickboxing he'd learned in his previous life was almost completely forgotten. Facing this group of young men in their prime, he had little confidence he could walk away unscathed. To spare Zhao Xiaopeng from danger, Lin Tao resolutely shoved him out of the encirclement. Zhao Xiaopeng knew this wasn't the time to play the hero. He turned and sprinted back toward the dock. Bro, hang in there. I'll be back. Chenhua sneered coldly. Lin Tao, you're finally in my hands. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money now. Otherwise, what's the point of talking? If you want the money, come and take it by force. Ugh, I hate your pretentious act. Hit him. After several rounds, Lin Tao hadn't been pushed back, but he still had a few bruises. Casually wiping the blood from his lip, Lin Tao panted heavily, his gaze fixed on Chen Hua, protected by his henchmen and unscathed. Damn it, Lin Tao, you've got some skills. Let's see how long you can last. Outnumbered was a losing battle. When Lin Tao let his guard down, a solid punch landed squarely on his face, sending him stumbling backward several steps. Suddenly, a bright light flared behind Lin Tao. Chen Hua and his men, who had been gloating moments before, froze in shock. Lin Tao turned his head, squinting as he recognized the vehicles from the Jinsha Hotel. Why hadn't they left yet? Wait, when had they even arrived? The car came to a stop. Two procurement officers stepped out, strolling leisurely toward the group before coming to a halt beside Lin Tao. Little brother Lin Tao, looks like you've run into some trouble. Chapter 15, letting you off isn't that easy. Lin Tao didn't want to involve the two buyers, so he simply said it was a dispute between him and Chen Hua. Even Chen Hua knew that someone who could afford a car must have a significant background. He signaled his henchmen to hold their ground, watching to see if the two buyers would step in to protect Lin Tao before deciding whether to act. But he continued to rant, Lin Tao, don't think having backup means I'll let you off easy today. Lin Tao clenched his fists. Go ahead and try. We'll see who ends up with teeth scattered all over the floor. Bunch of little bastards. Not even grown men yet, and you already think you can gang up on one guy? You two are in for a fun time with us. Before Lin Tao could respond, the tall man had already lunged at Chen Hua. His speed and agility were so absurdly fast that no one could react in time. Ah! A piercing scream of agony erupted from Lin Hua as the tall man slammed his head hard against the ground. What are you standing around for? Hit him! The lackeys finally snapped out of it, grabbing their weapons and lashing out at the tall man. The shorter man patted Lin Tao's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. We know our limits. We'll only give them a little flesh and blood pain, nothing that'll break bones or tear tendons. Just as he spoke, one henchman seized the chaos to stab Lin Tao from behind with a harpoon. The short man's eyes narrowed sharply. He shoved Lin Tao aside, grabbed the harpoon with a backhand, and yanked it hard. The thug stumbled backward, the harpoon slipping from his grasp. He immediately followed up with a kick to the thug's stomach, sending him flying several meters away. You dare play dirty tricks on me? Chen Hua and his crew were nothing but a bunch of incompetent rabble. By the time Zhao Xiaopeng arrived with Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao, the two procurement officers had already beaten them into a heap sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Brother, I'm back. Are you okay? What happened to them? Lin Tao glanced at the two procurement officers leaning against the car door, their clothes slightly soiled yet calm and composed. He turned to Zhao Xiaopeng and said, thanks to these two big brothers stepping in to handle them, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Aunt Zhao pulled Lin Tao close, carefully inspecting him from head to toe. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Glad you're okay. Xiaopeng said Xuanzi ambushed you with his men. You scared the hell out of me and Uncle Zhao. Then, hands on hips, she scolded Chen Hua, who was groaning on the ground, you little brat, you've gone too far. You dared to rob people? Don't you fear getting shot? The tall man interjected with a smirk, we've got a car. Why don't we take this ringleader to the police station first? At the mention of the police station, Chen Hua's face drained of color. He shook his head like a bobblehead, dragging his aching body backward. I won't go. I won't go to the police station. In this era where even whistling at a woman could land you in jail for lewd behavior, robbery was a heinous crime. At best, you'd serve time, at worst, you'd get shot. Chen Hua was still just a young man who hadn't seen much of the world. He struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with terror. Just then, villagers who had finished delivering their catch to the cooperative and exchanging it for labor points were walking back to the village, carrying the remaining small fish and shrimp. They happened upon the scene. Spotting Captain Chen leading the group, Chen Hua stumbled toward him. Dad! They're taking me to the police station. Save me! Captain Chen didn't know the full story, but seeing his precious son's swollen face and bruised body, his heart ached. Who beat you up like this? Following Chen Hua's pointing finger, his gaze landed on Lin Tao. His back teeth ground together with a grinding sound. Lin Tao, it's you again, you little bastard. This time, no one can plead for you. Lin Tao spat a bloody mouthful of saliva on the ground with disdain. Ask your precious son what he did first, then we'll talk about who won't let it go. Speak. What the hell happened? Chen Hua's eyes darted nervously as he stammered incoherently. Even Captain Chen, who usually shielded his son, could guess the truth from his son's demeanor. Under pressure, Chen Hua finally spilled the beans. Captain Chen felt both ashamed and furious. He raised his hand and slapped Chen Hua across the face. It's all because your mother spoiled you rotten. You've ruined my reputation. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Get the hell out of here and go home. Lin Tao wasn't about to let them dodge responsibility by sidestepping the issue. He cut straight to the point, this isn't over. You can't just run away. Lin Tao, we're all from the same village. As his father, I'll apologize to you. Just let it go. Do you really have to make such a big deal out of this? Lin Tao sneered coldly. Now you remember we're all from the same village? Have you forgotten how you made things difficult for me before? Today, I'm not letting this go. Not just Chen Hua, but all of you accomplices saved your excuses for the police station. The villagers who had been standing by watching the commotion suddenly couldn't stand it anymore when their own children were implicated. They started shouting that their kids had nothing to do with it. Xuanzi started it all. Why arrest my son? Arrest Xuanzi, it's all his fault. Lin Tao, my son Zhuzi never had any beef with you. Xuanzi must have threatened him into doing it, don't drag him into this. Suddenly, the villagers united in pointing their fingers at Chen Hua. Without Lin Tao even needing to speak, they clamored to send Chen Hua to the police station to face legal consequences. It seemed like this would appease Lin Tao's anger and save their own children. Chen Hua refused to back down, his neck stiff with defiance as he traded insults with them. Captain Chen covered his face as he crouched on the ground. When he looked up again, he seemed 10 years older. He asked Lin Tao in a tone bordering on supplication, Lin Tao, I was wrong to give you a hard time and insult you before. I'll go to the police station and take the blame for Xuanzi. Just tell me, what would it take for you to spare my son? I'm begging you. Would it be enough if I kowtowed to you? As he spoke, he began to kneel on the ground. The towering, imposing father Chen Hua had always admired was now kneeling before the street thug he despised most. Chen Hua's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly grabbed Captain Chen's arms, trying to pull him up. Dad, what are you doing? Get up. What else can I do? You're the only heir of the Chen family. If they really take you away to be executed, how could your mother and I possibly go on living? Lin Tao watched the father and son suddenly start tugging at each other over who would confess, playing out this scene of filial piety. He found it laughable. But he never truly intended to let Chen Hua die. After all, he currently lacked the means to take his sister elsewhere to live. They would inevitably remain in Baisha village. He understood the wisdom of leaving a way out for future encounters. I could let Chen Hua off the hook, he said, but I won't walk away empty-handed. And your family must come to my sister's doorstep to apologize in person for how he bullied her. Seeing Lin Tao soften his stance, Captain Chen hastily nodded. Of course. That's perfectly fine. Chapter 16, Going All In. Lin Tao, don't push it too far. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I'll apologize to you and your sister, don't drag my parents into this. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Captain Chen's hand landed squarely on the back of Chen Hua's neck. Now you remember to be filial? Where was your filial piety before you caused trouble? One more word of nonsense and I'll smash your mouth shut. The two purchasing agents leaning against the car door glanced at the sky. Young man, they said to Lin Tao, it's getting late. They seem to have calmed down. We need to hurry back to the hotel with the goods. Lin Tao thanked them gratefully, thanks for stepping in to help me out today, guys. No need to thank us. Our boss said if you ever run into trouble, just let us know. If the two of us can't handle it, then go to him, he'll definitely sort it out for you. Then I'll pass my thanks along to Brother Lu. Watching the two buyers leave, Lin Tao thought of Lin Xiaoyu waiting for him at home. He turned to the Chen family and said, you made a promise. Everyone here witnessed it. Don't forget. After saying this, Lin Tao greeted Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao before picking up his bucket and tools and striding quickly back toward the village. By the time he reached home, darkness had completely fallen. His younger sister came to open the door, holding a gas lamp. In the lamplight, Lin Xiaoyu saw the bruises on Lin Tao's face and gasped in shock. Brother, who hit you? Lin Tao tried to smile reassuringly at his sister, but the movement tugged at the wound near his mouth, making him wince. Ouch. I'm fine, Xiaoyu. Don't worry. Have you eaten yet? I was going to wait for you to come home, but I got hungry and couldn't resist eating a few potatoes. Seeing how carefully Lin Xiaoyu had eaten just a few potato chunks, Lin Tao sighed helplessly. He said nothing, only reaching out to ruffle her hair. Though young, his sister was deeply sensitive. The fragile sense of security and worth she'd painstakingly built since Lin Tao's arrival had been shattered effortlessly by their eldest brother, Lin Chang, with just a few words. The memory still made Lin Tao seethe with anger. From now on, he wouldn't let Lin Chang open the door for Xiaoyu either. Let him stew in his own juices. Upon entering the house, Lin Tao drew water from the cistern to rinse the seaweed thoroughly. He boiled a kettle on the stove, poured the hot water into the enamel basin holding the seaweed, blanched it for a few minutes, then drained and cooled it. After draining the water, he cut it into small sections. He smashed 2 cloves of garlic into mince, then poured in soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, and sesame oil. Tossing it quickly to mix everything together, a simple cold seaweed salad was ready. It was a pity the village production team still controlled crop seeds. Otherwise, he could have plowed the empty patch in the yard to grow some peanuts. Fried peanuts were the soul of cold dishes. The potato and chicken stew in the large iron pot over the wood-fired stove was still warm. I served it onto a large enamel plate with a white background and red floral pattern. Leaving the stew pot untouched, I added more wood to the stove and brought it to a vigorous boil. He mixed cornmeal and white flour into a slightly firm dough, rolled it out on the cutting board to half a finger's width, cut it into diamond-shaped pieces with a knife, and dropped them into the pot until fully cooked. Lin Tao pulled open the kitchen cabinet drawer. Only one egg remained. He really couldn't resist. After a moment's thought, he decided to crack it into the pot. When the meal was served, Lin Xiaoyu, who'd been drooling over the stewed chicken all day, could barely contain her salivation. She swallowed repeatedly but kept her chopsticks still. Lin Tao placed 2 chicken drumsticks into his sister's bowl. Xiaoyu, you eat first. No need to wait for me. Finish early and get some rest. I'll bring Xiaopeng a bowl. Got it, big bro. Knocking on the Zhao family's gate, Zhao Xiaopeng hurriedly ushered Lin Tao inside. Aunt Zhao saw the bowl brimming with stewed chicken in Lin Tao's hands and immediately protested, "Save it for Xiaoyu to nourish herself." After some back and forth, Aunt Zhao reluctantly accepted it, but insisted Lin Tao take home half a basket of eggs from their house. Before the market economy opened up, keeping chickens, ducks, or geese at home was strictly regulated. Exceeding the allowed number meant being labeled a capitalist. Minor offenses resulted in confiscation, while serious ones led to public criticism sessions. Aunt Zhao kept just 3 chickens, which didn't even lay eggs daily. That small basket of eggs might not seem like much, but saving them up would take at least a month. In those lean years when meat was unaffordable, eggs were the main source of nutrition. If every person in the family could eat 1 egg a day, it was considered a good life. Lin Tao carried the eggs home in one hand and an empty bowl in the other. His younger sister hadn't finished eating yet. He sat down, picked up the rice bowl, and felt something odd when his chopsticks hit the bottom. He fished out a chicken leg and half of the fried egg he'd hidden in his sister's bowl. He looked up abruptly, meeting Lin Xiaoyu's clear, round eyes, bright with hidden delight. Lin Tao said nothing, only chewed silently, swallowing the stinging ache in his eyes and the bitter taste on his tongue. In his previous life, he died alone, without friends or family. So this life gave him a kind and adorable little sister. The next morning, Lin Tao woke up early as usual, but even after finishing breakfast with Lin Xiaoyu, he hadn't received any message from the system. This made him feel puzzled. Why no intelligence today? Shouldn't it deliver one every morning? Oh well, if not, then not. Lin Tao didn't dwell on it. He scooped the sea slugs he'd been raising for 2 days into a bucket from the kitchen, planning to call Zhao Xiaopeng to go fishing at sea together. Just as he was about to step out the door, a knock sounded. Opening it revealed the Chen couple and Chen Hua standing outside. The Chens looked deeply apologetic. Chen Hua's mother pulled a white dress from her cloth bag with an awkward smile and handed it to Lin Tao. I sewed it all night by lamplight. I'm not sure if it fits. Have Xiaoyu try it on. If it doesn't, I'll alter it. Lin Tao took it and felt the fabric polyester, known in this era as dacron. It had just become fashionable in the city, and buying the fabric alone for this dress must have cost over 10 yuan. Lin Tao's scrutinizing gaze swept over the faces of the Chen couple. Mrs. Chen hastily explained that this piece of fabric had been given to her by relatives from the city not long ago. It was the only piece she had, and she'd intended to make a shirt for Xuanzi. She glanced again at the 2 pounds of pork Captain Chen was carrying, a generous offering meant to win their forgiveness. Had the couple not reminded him, Lin Tao wouldn't have remembered that teenage girls preferred dresses. He took the skirt inside for Lin Xiaoyu. Not long after, she emerged shyly from the room, tugging nervously at the hem of the skirt as she looked at Lin Tao with hopeful eyes. Brother, does it look nice? Beautiful. My little sister looks good in anything. Seeing how well the dress fit and how much Lin Xiaoyu liked it, Mrs. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Chen then urged Chen Hua to apologize to the siblings. After the previous incident, Lin Xiaoyu had developed a psychological shadow toward Chen Hua. She hid behind Lin Tao, unable to look at him. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. With me here, he won't dare bully you again. The Chens also promised they would never let Chen Hua get away with misbehavior again. Seeing their sincere attitude, Lin Tao nodded, effectively putting the matter behind them. After the Chen family of 3 departed, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence has been delivered. Chapter 17, Fangs and Sharp Teeth, Black Old Drum. Green intelligence 5 points, spotted stonefish sighted today in the eastern reef group off the coast. Host intelligence level 117 points. Host, please retrieve promptly. After hearing the system announcement, Lin Tao nearly burst out laughing with excitement. It was green intelligence. Completing this mission would instantly upgrade him to level 2 and boost his chances of receiving gold tier intelligence. While white tier intel still paid well, nothing compared to the thrill of landing gold. But higher level intelligence meant greater difficulty, high risk, high reward. To strike it rich, you had to dare to dream and dare to act. Reeling it in meant a huge profit, failing to reel it in meant no loss. After instructing Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Tao carried the sea hare toward Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Zhao Xiaopeng was chopping grass in the yard, mixing it with bran to feed the chickens. Bro, I thought you'd be resting at home today and wouldn't come find me. After feeding the chickens, grab Uncle Zhao's fishing rod and landing net. At the mention of the rod, Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. Bro, are we heading out to sea today? Yeah, let's head out first and see if we can catch some grouper. Oh, and bring your pair of liberation shoes to wear. Why do I need to wear those liberation shoes? Zhao Xiaopeng wasn't thrilled. Those liberation shoes cost 1 yuan 80. He'd bought them last year and barely worn them since. When he first got them, he practically wanted to sleep with them under his pillow. Working by the sea meant constantly wading in salt water, which was corrosive. Over time, shoes would easily fall apart. Zhao Xiaopeng dared not wear such nice shoes near the coast. Lin Tao urged him, stop dawdling. Just listen to me. Get them out and change. Which is more important, your shoes or your life? If they get ruined, I'll buy you a new pair. Zhao Xiaopeng went back inside, rummaged through the closet, and pulled out the shoes, muttering under his breath, then why aren't you wearing them, bro? Lin Tao raised his hand and gave him a sharp smack on the head. If I had them, wouldn't I be wearing them? The spotted sea bream is a reef-dwelling fish, mostly inhabiting coastal coral or rocky reef areas. It forages among seaweed, coral, and rocks, feeding on shrimp, crabs, shellfish, and sea urchins. In Lin Tao's time, this fish was also known as the dream fish. Its natural population was scarce due to extremely demanding aquaculture conditions, so even farmed specimens cost over 100 yuan per pound. Though pricey, it still paled in comparison to wild red snapper fetching over 100 yuan per pound. No wonder it was considered green intelligence. To catch this reef-dwelling species, only rock fishing works. Standing on slippery reefs, lightweight, affordable rubber-soled liberation shoes were quite popular among rock fishing enthusiasts. Of course, in this era of relative scarcity, cost-effectiveness was simply not a consideration. The best time to fish for spotted grouper is during the rising tide when schools are more accessible. Having missed the early morning tide, one must wait until dusk. The waiting time was perfect for fishing for grouper, and this bucket of sea slugs couldn't go to waste. Carrying fishing rods, landing nets, and buckets, the two men walked to the pier and boarded the small boat Lin Tao had inherited from his father. The brothers paddled, and the sampan came to rest on the sea surface. A light sea breeze stirred the waves, causing the sampan to sway gently. They baited the hooks with sea slugs. Injured, the slugs squirmed and squirted ink. Before they died completely, they cast their lines into the sea and waited for their prey to take the bait. Before long, the float began to bob up and down. Lin Tao gripped the rod, his eyes fixed intently on the float until it suddenly plunged completely beneath the surface. The line tightened and slackened as the tug-of-war between Lin Tao and his catch intensified. The force transmitted through the line and rod told him this wasn't a small fish. Xiaopeng, get the landing net ready. After several back-and-forth struggles, the creature beneath the surface finally surfaced, exhausted. Thought it might be something good, Lin Tao muttered. Turns out it's just a sea wolf. What a letdown. Zhao Xiaopeng scowled, glancing at his People's Liberation Army boots soaked by splashing seawater. Any catch is a win, and this one must weigh over 10 pounds. After fishing offshore all morning, he'd used up nearly half a bucket of sea slugs, yet not a single grouper in sight, just sea wolves. Staring at the sea wolves churning and jostling in the bucket, Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't make heads or tails of it. Bro, did we accidentally disturb a sea wolf nest today? He bailed some water into the boat to keep them alive, then covered them with seaweed, planning to sell them all together as dusk approached. Dead fish fetch no good price, and trading them to the cooperative for work points yields less than live fish. So what should we do now? I'm getting hungry. How about heading home for a bite? Let's head back and rest for a bit. It's the hottest part of the day now. We'll come out again when the sun's about to set and head over to the reefs to fish for sea bream. As evening approached and the tide began to rise, Lin Tao, carrying his gear, led Zhao Xiaopeng toward the eastern reefs along the coast. In the distance, they could see the village fishing boats already docked and returning to port. Let's go check them out. With that, Lin Tao turned toward the fishing boats, leaving Zhao Xiaopeng utterly confused. Villagers were unloading their catch from the boats onto the shore. Lin Tao made his way over, searching through the unsorted haul for his target. As the pile of fish in the net shifted, several sea urchins spilled out. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Captain Chen, could I have these sea urchins? Captain Chen, who was busy unloading with the villagers, agreed immediately. He picked out over a dozen sea urchins and tossed them into Lin Tao's bucket. These things aren't worth much anyway, and they don't have much meat. You can have them all. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in, curious. Bro, what do you need sea urchins for? Nobody wants them, they just take up space when you haul them up. Lin Tao just chuckled softly. You'll see what they're for in a bit. Information was scarce back then, and people didn't know about sea urchins' nutritional value. Fishermen would eat a few fresh ones themselves, but the rest were all turned into fertilizer. It was such a waste. Lin Tao carried the sea urchins to the edge of the reef. Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. Hearing the system alert again, Lin Tao selected the largest, plumpest ones to keep for himself, crushing the rest. Bro, what are you doing? Baiting. He scooped handful after handful of crushed sea urchin from the bucket and scattered them into the sea. The orange-yellow sea urchin spilled into the water, spreading out. Next, he baited the hooks with sea slugs, wondering if the spotted sea bass would be interested in them. Zhao Xiaopeng and Lin Tao each held a fishing rod, standing on opposite reefs. The rising tide crashed heavily against the rocks, shattering into white foam. Xiaopeng, watch your step. Rip currents are common here. If you slip and get swept out, you're in trouble. Got it, bro, don't worry. The western sky gradually turned fiery red. After a long wait, Lin Tao finally felt the float jerk violently. A fish had taken the bait. But don't get too excited when fishing for rockfish. They have sharp teeth designed to crush the hard shells of their prey, and the larger the fish, the sharper the teeth. Snapping the fishing line is a common occurrence. They're one of those species that rockfish anglers both love and hate. After all, it's one thing to come up empty-handed, but losing a hook too? That's just painful. Bro, I think I've got one too. Chapter 18, Life or Death, Good Brothers. Hearing Zhao Xiaopeng's excited cheer, Lin Tao glanced over. Judging by the arc of the rod's bend, it must be a big one. As Zhao Xiaopeng wrestled with the creature beneath the water, Lin Tao felt movement in his own rod. Lin Tao gripped his rod tightly, slowly backing up until his feet wedged into a crevice in the reef. He steadied his center of gravity, carefully reeling in and letting out line to tire out his prey. When the dorsal fin flashed across the surface, Lin Tao knew it was a large spotted sea bream. No wonder the fight was so fierce. The spotted grouper had swallowed a sea hare, its hook lodged in its upper jaw. It thrashed wildly in the water, but to no avail. Just as Lin Tao sensed the resistance weakening and prepared to haul the fish up with one final pull, the line suddenly snapped taut, nearly wrenching the rod from his hands. The fish, unable to break free, was now trying to turn and dive back into the sea. Clever little thing. But Lin Tao wasn't about to let it escape so easily. He bent his knees slightly, leaned back, and centered his energy in his lower abdomen. The muscles in his arms tensed, forming solid lines as he exerted force. Gritting his teeth, his piercing gaze fixed on the water's surface, the rod's tip bent into a tighter curve as the line grew increasingly taut. The reel had already spooled out nearly half its line. No more could be given. If this spotted sea bass darted into a crevice beneath the reef, it would be lost forever. Unexpectedly, this spotted grouper tested his patience even more than the previous long-toothed grouper. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Lin Tao's forehead, stinging his eyes as they dripped in, yet he dared not rub them. The rising tide's waves grew increasingly violent. The roar of seawater crashing against the reef filled his ears, and mist splashed onto his body, bringing a momentary chill. Finally, Lin Tao felt the tugging force gradually weaken. Seizing the moment, he swiftly reeled in the line. The exhausted spotted sea bream shot out of the water as the rod was raised high. Without daring to linger, fearing it might snap the line, he hastily tossed it into the bucket. The fish measured over 70 centimeters, an extremely rare size for a spotted grouper, truly deserving the title of king of spotted groupers. Its flesh was thick and meaty, covered in black spots resembling those of a grouper. Judging by its teeth, it was quite old. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaopeng strained every muscle, determined to haul the underwater beast up. He muttered under his breath, "Why is it still diving? If it slips off the hook and snags the bottom, we're in trouble." Just as Lin Tao finished rigging fresh bait for his second cast, Zhao Xiaopeng's startled cry pierced the air, a sign of trouble. Xiaopeng. Whether Zhao Xiaopeng's line snapped from the spotted grouper's bite or snagged on underwater reefs remained unclear. Pulling too hard without pulling back in time, Zhao Xiaopeng stumbled from the momentum and lost his balance, tumbling off the rocks. Bro! Help me! Zhao Xiaopeng tried to save himself, but the rocks were too slippery. There was nowhere to grab onto. Lin Tao watched the direction and intensity of the waves, his face betraying both shock and urgency. Oh no, it's a rip current! Watching Zhao Xiaopeng bobbing up and down in the raging waves, with each successive wave washing over his head, it was clear that before the rip current could drag him further out to sea, he would likely drown from exhaustion. Though children raised by the sea were skilled swimmers, they seemed so small and helpless against the fierce power of nature. Cough, bro, save me. Lin Tao didn't lose his head in panic and jump in recklessly. He glanced around, his eyes landing on the fishing rod lying nearby. Without hesitation, he yanked off the hook, ignoring the cuts on his hands from the line. He tightly bound the two rods together with the fishing line, gave it a firm tug to ensure it was secure, and then reached out toward Zhao Xiaopeng. But the rod's length was limited, still falling short of Zhao Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, grab the rod. Struggling in the waves, seawater stung his eyes, and the sandy bottom made it nearly impossible to keep them open. He frantically wiped his eyes and swam desperately toward the nearby fishing rod. The hope of survival was within reach, yet the usually gentle waves now felt like deadly demons, relentlessly pushing him further away. Lin Tao glanced at the reef beneath his feet, then at Zhao Xiaopeng's life hanging in the balance. Steeling himself, he stepped out from the safety zone. He was the one who had called Zhao Xiaopeng out here. No matter what, he would bring him home safe and sound. If anything happened to Zhao Xiaopeng, he'd never know how to face Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao for the rest of his life. Xiaopeng, don't be afraid. Grab hold. Seeing Lin Tao teetering on the edge, Zhao Xiaopeng's will to survive was instantly drowned out by human kindness. Cough. Bro, forget about me. Get back before you fall too. If I die, cough, take care of my parents for me. Bull. You take care of your own parents. Watching my brother die right before my eyes? I'd rather die than do something so heartless. Brother. Cut the crap. Grab it. I'll pull you up. As Lin Tao tested the slippery edge, the fishing rod was thrust toward Zhao Xiaopeng, who clutched it tightly. Lin Tao's body slid forward uncontrollably under Zhao Xiaopeng's weight. Fortunately, he steadied himself in time, otherwise, both would have been lost. Every muscle in his body strained as Lin Tao pulled Zhao Xiaopeng step by step out of the waves. Veins bulged on his forehead, neck, and the backs of his hands, joints cracking loudly. Finally, before his last ounce of strength was spent, he hauled Zhao Xiaopeng onto the reef. Zhao Xiaopeng lay on the rocks, coughing up seawater. Even after catching his breath, his face remained deathly pale. Lin Tao crouched in front of him. "How are you? Anywhere hurt?" Zhao Xiaopeng shook his head weakly. "I'm fine, bro. Just swallowed some water. I'll be okay once I spit it out. That scare nearly took my breath away." "Glad to hear it. Come on, I'll support you. Let's get out of here first. Once the big waves hit, it'll be tough to move." "Aren't we going to keep fishing?" Lin Tao gave a wry, helpless smile. "You nearly lost your life out there, and you're still thinking about fishing? Too bad we set up the bait. If I hadn't messed up, we'd have caught plenty." "It's all my fault." Zhao Xiaopeng sounded dejected as he said this. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why blame you? As long as we're alive, we'll catch more fish. There are plenty of fish in the sea. We can fish another day. Stop talking nonsense. I'll take you home to rest first, then I'll take the fish to the pier to sell them. If we wait any longer, the sea base we're keeping on board will all die." Zhao Xiaopeng looked at Lin Tao, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Bro, thanks. We're brothers." "No need for thanks." Lin Tao dropped Zhao Xiaopeng off at home. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao frowned at the sight of the two drenched brothers. "How did you get so soaked? Did you fall in the sea?" Caught out immediately, Zhao Xiaopeng shifted his gaze nervously, his words coming out disjointed. It was Lin Tao who took the initiative to explain the situation to Uncle and Aunt Zhao. "It's my fault for putting Xiaopeng in danger. You can scold me or even hit me, I'll take it." The Zhao couple, who had nearly lost their son forever, stared at Lin Tao, who was practically burying his head in shame before them, and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 19, An Unexpected Visit. Just as Lin Tao endured the agonizing wait for judgment, he unexpectedly found himself in a firm yet warm embrace. "You silly boy," Auntie Zhao said softly. "We know exactly what kind of monkey that Xiaopeng is. It wasn't your fault he fell into the sea. We should thank you for risking your life to save him. How could we ever hit or scold you?" Lin Tao stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to believe what he'd heard. Only when Uncle Zhao released him did he snap back to reality, staring at the Zhao couple in utter disbelief. "Uncle Zhao, Auntie Zhao, you truly don't blame me? You can't walk by the river forever without getting your shoes wet. We've made our living off the sea our whole lives. If even I were to meet my end out there someday, wouldn't that just be fate? Dad, what kind of talk is that? Spit it out." Zhao Xiaopeng immediately grew anxious, grabbing his father's arm. "Don't you dare say such unlucky things." All right, I won't say it anymore. We're all safe and sound." Leaving the Zhao household, Lin Tao carried buckets filled with sea wolves and spotted rockfish toward the pier. The villagers had long since dispersed, and even the cooperative workers had driven away. The pier was deserted, not a soul in sight. The car from the Golden Sand Hotel was gone too. They must have driven back to town after waiting for him in vain. He sighed at his tardiness. The sea wolf could wait until tomorrow evening to sell, but the spotted grouper had sustained significant injuries during their struggle. Releasing it back into the sea might give it a chance to survive. But if kept in a water basin, it likely wouldn't survive until tomorrow evening. To get a decent price, he had to deliver it alive to the Golden Sand Hotel. Looks like he'd have to make a trip into town tomorrow after all. Carrying the bucket back home, Lin Tao rinsed the sea urchins he'd set aside earlier. Using scissors, he trimmed off a third of the cap along the mouth, revealing the plump sea urchin roe inside. Considering Lin Xiaoyu's young age and sensitive stomach, he abandoned the idea of serving it raw as sashimi. He rinsed off any residue clinging to the roe, then whisked eggs and water in a 1:15 ratio until smooth. He poured the mixture into the sea urchins until they were 8/10 full. He brought water to a boil in a pot, placed a steamer rack inside, and set the sea urchins over the boiling water. 15 minutes later, he sprinkled chopped green onions over the set egg custard, drizzled it with soy sauce and sesame oil. Lin Tao carefully arranged each plate of the fresh, sweet, and silky sea urchin egg custard onto the dining table. Back in his day, sea urchin egg custard of this quality would cost at least 100 yuan per serving in Michelin-starred restaurants. Now he could eat his fill without spending a dime. What a treat! After dinner, Lin Tao helped Lin Xiaoyu review her homework and noticed her pencil was worn down to less than the length of her pinky finger. Holding it to write was becoming difficult. "Xiaoyu, use a new one. Not only does this affect your writing, but over time it could deform your fingers." Xiaoyu paused her writing, silent for a few seconds. "It's fine, big bro. I can still use it." "No, listen to me." Seeing her hesitation, Lin Tao pulled open the drawer himself only to find it completely empty. It turned out Lin Xiaoyu's school supplies had long since run out. The original owner had never cared, and Lin Xiaoyu, not wanting to cause trouble, had wisely never mentioned it. No more writing today. Tomorrow, I'll go to the supply store and buy you new stuff, pencils, erasers, notebooks. I'll get you everything. Use them however you want. The next morning, Lin Tao groggily rose from bed, his mind still foggy, when the system's voice echoed in his thoughts. Congratulations! Your intelligence level has risen to level 2. You now require 28 points to reach the next tier. Both the quantity and quality of your intelligence have seen a slight increase. Ding! Today's intelligence has been delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. At 9 a.m. today, a school of boxfish will pass 30 meters to the left front of Blackstone Reef. Host intelligence level 222 points. Host, please review promptly. Lin Tao's dazed expression instantly gave way to delight. He'd thought catching only one spotted grouper yesterday meant he wouldn't complete the intelligence requirement. Today's fish was a pufferfish. Also known as the leather jacket or, in some regions, the peeling cow. This fish has skin so coarse and tough it's inedible. Yet peeling it off is surprisingly satisfying. You can strip off an entire sheet of skin in one go. Its flesh is firm, with only one large spine and no intermuscular bones, making it very senior and child-friendly. The downside is its particularly strong fishy odor. The cuisine of the Southeast Peninsula tends toward light flavors, and common cooking methods can't mask the pufferfish's fishy smell, so few people eat it and it's not popular. Could a fish like this big head, little meat, strong fishy smell, and difficult to prepare really be sold after being caught? Lin Tao fell deep in thought, debating whether to fish for the pufferfish. He worried about the effort of catching it only to find no buyers, yet he couldn't bear to waste the 5 experience points from the green intelligence. After much deliberation, Lin Tao decided to head out to sea for the pufferfish. If unsold, he could always trade them at the cooperative for labor points. After washing up, Lin Tao headed to the kitchen. He rolled out some hand-pulled noodles, then fried 4 eggs in lard in the pot. After frying, he didn't bother washing the pot. He simply poured water into it, brought it to a boil, added the noodles, blanched 2 bunches of greens, and sprinkled salt for seasoning just before serving. After breakfast, Lin Tao went to the supply cooperative to buy all the school supplies Lin Xiaoyu needed. As the salesperson pulled items from the shelves, she teased him with a hint of curiosity. Hey, Lin Tao, you must be raking it in lately, huh? Got at least $200 on you now, right? Oh, don't bring me up. After paying back what I borrowed earlier, I've got nothing left. I still owe old Shu money. Lin Tao deliberately put on a worried expression. The sales clerk snorted at his response. If you really had no money, how could you afford to shop like this? It's not about being poor, it's about never skimping on education. I never had the chance to go to school, but Xiaoyu is smart. I'll sell everything I own if I have to as her older brother. I'll find a way to send her to school. Hearing this, the sales clerk gave him a thumbs up. You really have turned over a new leaf, kid. Lin Tao walked back home with the school supplies. As he neared his doorstep, he saw the car from the Jinsha Hotel bumping around the corner. Seeing Lu Wenhu behind the wheel, Lin Tao was taken aback. Though he didn't know why Lu Wenhu would personally come so early, it saved him the trip into town to deliver the fish. The car stopped outside the courtyard gate, and Lin Tao stepped forward to greet them. Big brother, what brings you here? Lu Wenhu got out and immediately slung his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder. Just checking in on you. My 2 buyers mentioned you got bullied in the village? Just a minor issue. It's already taken care of. No need for you to go out of your way, brother. Don't be so formal with me. Lin Tao invited Lu Wenhu into his home. This was the first time Lu Wenhu had ever visited. Lin Xiaoyu, seeing a stranger, a burly, bald man, peeked timidly from behind the doorframe. The moment their eyes met, she quickly ducked back inside. Is this your sister? Yeah, her name's Xiaoyu. She's a bit shy. Don't mind her, big brother. Lu Wenhu laughed heartily, completely unfazed. Guess my appearance does scare kids easily. Have some water, big brother. I was just about to deliver your goods when you showed up. Hearing about the goods, Lu Wenhu perked up. What kind of goods? Chapter 20, too good to throw away, yet tasteless to eat. Lin Tao led Lu Wenhu into the kitchen and pointed out the sea wolf and spotted grouper he'd caught yesterday. This is black gold, he exclaimed. Bro, how come everything you catch is this huge? Did you feed them? Lu Wenhu's eyes lit up as he watched the spotted grouper swimming listlessly in the water. He'd driven all over the docks of the Southeast Peninsula and rarely managed to buy any spotted grouper, let alone one this big. Black drum is a rare catch, and yours is top-notch. How about I pay you 2 yuan per jean? Lu Wenhu scooped the spotted grouper into his net, estimating its weight. It was definitely over 10 pounds. I won't bother bringing out the scale. I'll give you 25 yuan. Deal? The largest spotted grouper he'd ever bought before was only 7.5 pounds. I'll take these sea wolves too, but they're plentiful, tough, and cheap, can't offer much for them. No problem. I was actually fishing for grouper, but I ended up catching sea wolves instead. I wasn't planning to sell much anyway, so I'll just give them to you, big brother. To his surprise, Lu Wenhu offered twice the price per pound for this grouper than for the long-tooth grouper, far exceeding Lin Tao's expectations. He promptly handed over the sea wolves. Lu Wenhu didn't hesitate, accepting the offer outright. Lin Tao helped him carry the fish outside. Outside the house, several neighbors heard the car and opened their doors to peek out. Seeing Lu Wenhu pull a stack of cash and bills from his wallet, counting them, many couldn't help but feel envious. Lin Tao, what big money are you making behind our backs again? You're too selfish. You found a way to get rich and didn't even think to bring us along. Exactly. Not a shred of solidarity. Before Lin Tao could respond, Lu Wenhu grabbed the spotted grouper by its tail and lifted it up for the curious villagers to see. Ever seen a black drum this big? If you can catch one, I'll buy every last one. You could strike it rich too if you've got the skills. My brother caught this monster fish with his own skills and made a fortune. What business is it of yours? You lot can't catch a thing, yet you're all loudmouths. The villagers, stung by Lu Wenhu's scolding, couldn't save face. Someone retorted sharply. Lin Tao just got luckier than us. There are plenty of old-timers in this village who fished their whole lives. Who among them isn't better than this greenhorn? What's he so smug about? Jealousy truly makes people ugly. Lin Tao scoffed. Luck is a kind of skill. Encountering a big catch is luck, but it's not just luck that lands it. Not one of you ever asked about the hardship and danger I endure fishing. Now that you see me selling fish for money, you feel the need to speak up? Shame on you. Lin Tao's retorts silenced the grumbling crowd, who slunk home and slammed their gates shut. After seeing Lu Wenhu off, Lin Tao pulled out 20 yuan, rummaged through his room for a cloth coupon and an industrial voucher, and headed to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Zhao Xiaopeng opened the door. Uncle Zhao had already set sail with the crew, and Aunt Zhao had gone to the pier to mend fishing nets with the other village women. Brother, you're here. Lin Tao pressed the money and coupons into Zhao Xiaopeng's hands. Brother Lu just came by. He sold the black gold drum and sea wolf for 25 yuan. This time, you nearly lost your life. You take the lion's share. Take these cloth coupons and industrial vouchers to the supply cooperative later and buy yourself a new pair of liberation shoes. I didn't know your size, so I didn't buy any for you. Zhao Xiaopeng stared at the cash and coupons Lin Tao offered, startled for a moment before shoving them back. Bro, I can't take this. Take it back and buy yourself a new pair of shoes. If you keep insisting, it'll really make us grow apart as brothers. I know you're trying to make it up to me, but honestly, it's not necessary. I was too focused on fishing and didn't watch my step. That's how I fell into the sea. To put it bluntly, if I'd died, it would have been my own fault. You saved my life. To me, you're closer than a blood brother. There's no need for this. If you keep dwelling on it, it'll create a rift between us. That black gold drum was a huge catch you worked hard for. I shouldn't have taken any share, let alone the bigger portion. Zhao Xiaopeng might be impulsive at times, but deep down, he inherited Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao's simple, honest nature. When someone treated him well, he'd pour out his heart completely. Lin Tao couldn't recall the last time he'd met someone as pure as unpolished jade. Navigating the treacherous waters of cutthroat business, he too had inevitably become tainted by the stench of money. His nature had grown suspicious and distrustful, and he wore layer upon layer of pretense in public. After a long silence, Lin Tao suddenly smiled, patting Zhao Xiaopeng on the shoulder. Good buddy. After confirming Zhao Xiaopeng was unharmed, Lin Tao led him toward the beach, carrying their gear. Bro, aren't we going out to sea to fish? First, let's gather some small fish and shrimp to use as bait. Wooden lures and dough bait just don't catch fish as well as live bait. On the shallow shore, numerous small fish and shrimp were caught in fishing nets. Lin Tao selected some still twitching and tossed them into a bucket. Paddling the skiff toward Blackstone Reef. Ding! Host detected near target location. Bro, this is right next to where we caught that grouper last time. You think there might be another one here? Lin Tao shook his head. Giant grouper are solitary creatures. Within their territory, usually only one exists. If a new one showed up, it'd likely be a weak, old, or injured one that got chased out of its territory and stumbled here by accident. That's such a shame. But bro, how do you know all this? You never mentioned any of this before? Zhao Xiaopeng asked in confusion. Doesn't even my dad know as much as you? Lin Tao's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't realized how careless he'd been, forgetting this detail. The original owner had been idle and self-important, disdaining to work at sea with the villagers. How could he possibly know so much about fishing? Ahem, I just picked it up from my dad when he had nothing better to do, Lin Tao replied. Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Uncle Lin is the most experienced in the village. My dad used to say he'd probably never catch up to Uncle Lin in his lifetime. Seeing he'd successfully fooled Zhao Xiaopeng, Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on the fishing boat, Lin Tao began preparing his rod while Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in, watching the hook and line in his hands. Bro, what are you doing now? Lin Tao was attaching short lines and hooks to the main fishing line at regular intervals, then baited each hook with small fish and shrimp. When he finished, he lifted the assembly. It dangled like a wind chime. Our sampan can't cast nets like a fishing boat. Using this setup lets us hook more fish at once. It's more efficient. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded, seemingly understanding yet still doubtful. Wouldn't a big fish snap the line? Lin Tao cast his line far out, watching the fishing line sink beneath the surface, pulled down by the lead weight, leaving only the float bobbing gently on the waves. Now they just waited for the pufferfish to take the bait. Before long, the float began jerking up and down. After a few tentative movements, it plunged rapidly beneath the surface. Lin Tao instantly perked up, gripping his rod tightly. Fish on. Xiaopeng, get the landing net ready. Got it, bro. Chapter 21, Spicy and Fragrant Boiled Fish. As the rod was raised high, the line held a string of pufferfish, each about the size of a palm. Catching 5 or 6 in one haul, it seemed the school below was quite large. Like spotted rockfish, pufferfish also had sharp teeth that could easily tear through the fish basket, so hanging it at the stern wasn't safe. But the small boat couldn't hold too much water. To keep the pufferfish alive, they had to work fast. Xiaopeng, forget the landing net, we still have a rod. Watch how I handle them and join me fishing. Isn't that just a skin fish? The meat's tough and meager, absolutely disgusting. Can we even sell it? Bro, why bother fishing for it? This bite feels pretty strong. Catching more is still profit. I'll figure out how to sell them. Seeing Lin Tao's confidence, Zhao Xiaopeng stopped questioning. He prepared his rod and cast it from the other side of the skiff. As the rod bounced up and down on the sea, pufferfish soon piled up like a small mountain on the skiff, weighing it down so much that seawater kept seeping in. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng were drenched in sweat from the effort, and their supply of live bait was nearly depleted. They reeled in their lines, ready to head back. Bro, there sure are a lot of these striped jack fish biting, but they're way too small. The larger the skinless fish, the tougher and less flavorful its meat becomes. This size is just right. The two rowed their sampan back to the pier, where women were mending fishing nets. Spotting Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng returning from sea, some noticed the pile of pufferfish on the sampan and began teasing the brothers. Lin Tao, sneaking off with Zhao Xiaopeng to strike it rich again? You spent the whole morning fishing and only caught this pile of junk? I wouldn't even take this stuff for free. How could you possibly sell it? City folks aren't fools. I knew you couldn't have such good luck catching valuable things every day. You'd be better off sticking with your brother on the boat. That's the real way to make a living. This is just speculation and shady deals. Thinking you'll get rich and live well off this? You're being naive. Zhao Xiaopeng, you're no longer a child. Why don't you help your father on the boat instead of hanging around with Lin Tao all day? That's not being filial at all. Aunt Zhao wasn't among the women at the dock at that moment. She'd probably gone home to cook lunch. Seeing Lin Tao get scolded already had Zhao Xiaopeng seething. When he heard himself called unfilial, he was about to charge over and start a fight, but Lin Tao stopped him just in time. Xiaopeng, don't mind them. Let's head home first. Bro, don't hold me back. Who cares if she's an elder? I'm gonna beat her today. The more we lose our temper, the more we play into their hands. We earn our own money. What they say is just jealousy. Pulling him away while trying to calm him down, Lin Tao dragged Zhao Xiaopeng off. He turned and shot a cold glance at the women who had spoken the harshest words. Wasting time and energy on them now wasn't worth it. He'd settle the score with them later. The brothers carried half a bucket of pufferfish home. When they reached Zhao Xiaopeng's doorstep, he suddenly spoke up. Bro, why don't you go home and grab little you? We can just eat at my place. That way you won't have to cook when you get back. Forget it. We didn't even notify Aunt Zhao beforehand. You take a nap at home this afternoon, then come with me to the dock to sell the fish. All right. Food was still scarce in every household back then. Meals were usually cooked strictly for the number of people present, with leftovers being rare. Though for the Zhao family, it would only mean setting out 2 extra sets of chopsticks and bowls. Lin Tao still didn't want Aunt Zhao and Zhao Xiaopeng to go hungry just to feed them sisters. Carrying the bucket home, he slit open the pufferfish's belly with a kitchen knife, removed the clean entrails, washed off the black membrane clinging to its belly and the blood adhering to its bones. He chopped off the head, tail, and fins, peeled off the thick skin, and diced it into small pieces before soaking them in a basin of water. Lin Xiaoyu curiously approached. Brother, what kind of fish is this? It has no head or tail. Skinless fish. I'll make you some boiled skinless fish later. Boiled? Will it even taste good? Lin Xiaoyu's understanding of boiled was completely different from what Lin Tao meant. Lin Tao chuckled. Just wait and see. He rinsed the rice and poured it into the pot, drizzling a small circle of oil around the edge. This not only sped up cooking but also made the steamed rice more fragrant and glossy. Rice, like white flour, was a precious staple, especially on an island with limited farmland. It cost more than ordinary fish or shrimp. When villagers craved rice, they could only afford to eat steamed rice porridge. They'd first boil the rice in a pot until it became loose and fluffy, then scoop it out and spread it on a steamer tray lined with a cloth to finish cooking. This way, they could enjoy both the rice broth and the steamed rice. But this method not only stripped the rice of its chewy texture but also robbed it of its natural fragrance, making it utterly unpalatable. In Lin Tao's generation, this strained rice, which made the older generation queasy at the mere thought, is now highly sought after by those with high blood sugar. While the rice steamed, Lin Tao pulled a bunch of sun-dried red chili peppers from the doorframe, shook out the seeds, and chopped them into small pieces. He crushed garlic, chopped scallions into sections, and minced ginger, setting them aside. Once the rice was steamed, he scooped it into a bowl. The golden, crispy rice crust clinging to the pot was scraped off, broken into small pieces, and placed on a plate for Lin Xiaoyu to take as a snack. Those crispy bits smell amazing. He scrubbed the pot clean, added firewood to heat the oil, then tossed in the scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, and chili peppers. Once the aromas released, he scooped 2 spoonfuls of bean paste from the jar and continued stir-frying. The pungent spices filled the kitchen with choking smoke. Lin Xiaoyu, hiding by the door, coughed uncontrollably. Pour in boiling water, turn up the heat to bring it to a rolling boil, then drizzle in soy sauce, salt, sugar, and 5 spice powder for seasoning. Gently slide in the prepared pufferfish. This rich, oily, and fiery preparation was quite rare in Baisha village. With the kitchen doors and windows wide open, the aroma drifted out into the courtyard. Villagers passing by Lin Tao's door couldn't help but stop and sniff the air. What could be cooking that smells so good? Alas, the high walls and tightly shut gate denied curious onlookers a glimpse inside. The fish and broth were ladled into an enamel basin. A handful of pre-prepared chili segments, Sichuan peppercorns, scallions, and minced garlic were sprinkled on top. Then, scalding hot oil was poured over it, fully releasing the aroma. It was a shame he hadn't prepared any side dishes beforehand. Adding bean sprouts, wood ear mushrooms, and shredded dried tofu would have made it perfect. Placing several pieces of fish over the steamed rice in the bowl, then ladling a spoonful of broth over it, the rice was fluffy and chewy, while the fish was tender, flavorful, and tingling with numbing heat. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't handle the heat well. Her eyes watered from the spice, and she kept sucking in air through her mouth, but her chopsticks never stopped shoveling rice. This is so good, bro. I've never had such delicious peeled fish. Slow down, sis. I won't fight you for it. Eat as much as you like. I'll make it again next time. As the siblings ate, a sudden pounding sounded at the door, growing more urgent with each knock, a technique strictly taboo in the village. Lin Tao frowned slightly, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and walked toward the courtyard. Who's so rude, knocking like that in broad daylight? Is someone dead in the house? Is this some kind of funeral announcement? Chapter 22, Don't regret it later. Hearing Lin Tao's annoyed scolding, the person outside grew even more irritated, pounding on the door even harder. When Lin Tao opened the door, it was his sister-in-law, Li Hongmei, standing there. Lin Tao's already sour expression darkened further as he snapped, "What are you doing here?" Li Hongmei tugged at her collar, rolling her eyes inwardly before quickly assuming the dignified demeanor of the elder sister-in-law. "Little Tao, how dare you speak to your elder sister-in-law like that?" Lin Tao had been busy at sea all morning, exhausted and hungry. He just wanted to eat quickly and get some rest to recover his strength and energy, with no patience for small talk with Li Hongmei. He cut straight to the point. "If you have something to say, say it. Don't beat around the bush." Li Hongmei felt her face flush with embarrassment. She was on the verge of snapping, but her eyes darted around as she remembered why she was here. She managed to hold back, switching to a friendly expression. "What kind of business can be done standing out here? Let's go inside to talk." Lin Tao eyed her suspiciously, unsure what she was up to. After a moment's thought, he let her in. Stepping inside, Li Hongmei was hit by the pungent aroma of spicy boiled fish. She saw Lin Xiaoyu sitting at the dining table, still holding a half-eaten bowl of rice, shoulders hunched as if afraid of her. Still eating, she snapped at Lin Xiaoyu without hiding her disgust. "All you know is eat. You didn't even get up to greet your sister-in-law when she came in, or offer her a glass of water. You have absolutely no manners." After the scolding, she pulled out a chair and plopped down, instinctively swallowing hard at the sight of the steaming hot pot fish and rice on the table. "Shout out, so you two siblings eat like kings at home. No wonder you look down on those 2 buns your big brother brought last time." Li Hongmei's tone was sarcastic, yet her eyes never left the food on the table. Even little Lin Xiaoyu could tell she was drooling. With a hint of flattery in her tone, she asked, "Sis, should I get you a set of chopsticks and a bowl?" "Xiaoyu, don't mind her." Lin Tao, sensing the barbed tone in Li Hongmei's words, instructed Lin Xiaoyu to take the food back to the kitchen to eat, then closed the door behind him. "Li Hongmei, if you dare insult my sister again, don't blame me for hitting a woman." Li Hongmei shrieked in fury. "Shout out, I'm your sister-in-law. Don't you know an elder sister-in-law is like a mother? Put. You have the nerve to say that? Never mind whether my parents are alive or dead. Even if they were dead, if they knew how you, this wicked daughter-in-law, treated Xiaoyu, they'd come back to haunt you in the dead of night. I did borrow money from your family and steal a few duck eggs, but that has nothing to do with my sister. I won't let you insult her. I've repaid every debt I owed your family. Now that Lin Chang has married into yours, our brother-sister relationship is over. We'll each go our separate ways. The road stretches wide, let's part ways. If you came here today just to throw your senior sister-in-law's stinking airs, then get the hell out of here now. Any more nonsense and I won't be able to hold back from hitting you." With that, Lin Tao yanked Li Hongmei off the stool and dragged her toward the doorway by the arm. Li Hongmei was no slouch when it came to farm work, but she was no match for the 18-year-old Lin Tao in the prime of his strength. He dragged her along, making her stumble and stagger. "Lin Tao, you little beast, let go of me. Help! My brother-in-law is bullying his sister-in-law." Ignoring Li Hongmei's shouts and curses, Lin Tao dragged her outside and shoved her toward the door. That's when he looked up and collided with Lin Chang, who had come looking for his wife. Lin Chang stared in shock at Li Hongmei, her clothes torn and wrinkled. Seeing her husband arrive, Li Hongmei suddenly found her courage. She threw herself into Lin Chang's arms and played the victim. "Lin Chang, look at what your dear brother has done to me." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves to show him the arm where Lin Tao had left fingerprints. Lin Chang knew his wife's temper, but he still instinctively held her close, his gaze turning reproachful toward Lin Tao. "Tao, even if your sister-in-law has a temper and speaks harshly, you shouldn't have hit her so hard." Lin Tao crossed his arms over his chest, leaning sideways against the gate frame. Watching the couple play off each other, he felt speechless and amused. "I still call you big brother because we're blood relatives born of the same parents. Blood is thicker than water. Who does Li Hongmei think she is to say a single word against my sister? Lin Chang, you married into her family, have you forgotten where your roots lie?" Lin Chang was rendered speechless by the rebuke. After a long pause, he finally managed to stammer out, "I have my own difficulties. As my own brother, you should understand me best." In this era where most people's minds hadn't fully evolved, no man would willingly marry into a woman's family unless he truly had no other choice. As a son-in-law, Lin Chang had to appease Li Hongmei while constantly reading his in-laws' expressions. Living under their roof, he had to tread carefully in everything he did. Especially with his younger siblings to care for, life was unbearably hard. Yet he could only endure it silently. Lin Tao still remembered how Lin Chang had treated the original owner and his sister well. After a long silence, he spoke firmly. "It's just because you don't have money or connections, right? If you trust me, come work with me. I'll help you make money, definitely more than you'd earn in the production team." The story of Lin Chang making a fortune selling fish with Zhao Xiaopeng had long spread throughout Baisha village. It would be a lie to say Lin Chang wasn't tempted. But Li Hongmei twisted his arm tightly and warned in a low voice, "Just try agreeing to one of them. If my dad finds out you're getting involved with their capitalist tale, he'll definitely make a scene." Li Hongmei's father was a conservative in the village, fiercely opposed to the market economy, and he often berated Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng at home. Lin Chang's expression twisted with conflict and pain. After weighing his options, he chose to refuse. Seeing he couldn't persuade him, Lin Tao didn't press further. "Big brother," he said simply, "I gave you a chance. Just don't regret it later." With that, Lin Tao shut the courtyard gate, ignoring the couple outside. Li Hongmei was dumbfounded. Furious, she punched Lin Chang twice in the chest. "It's all your fault, you big-mouthed fool. Why didn't you just talk business with him? Even clay figures have their limits." Lin Chang snapped back. "Have you finished causing trouble? I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you're here, shooting your mouth off. If Xiao Tao hits you, you deserve it." Li Hongmei's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Lin Chang in disbelief. "You bastard. Now that your brother's raking in the cash, you've got the nerve to act all high and mighty? Think you're something special now? If it weren't for you sneaking money from home every other day to feed those two little brats, they'd have starved to death long ago. Now that they're living it up, they should be thanking us for their fortune." Li Hongmei's shrieking drew the attention of neighbors, who quietly opened doors to peek out. Lin Chang wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. His face turned a deep crimson, like liver, and he tried to cover Li Hongmei's mouth. "Stop it already. Don't you think we've embarrassed ourselves enough? Go home." Lin Tao stood behind the door, listening to the commotion outside. He shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Chapter 23, Volunteering to be the chef. Lin Tao genuinely wanted to help Lin Chang. After all, much of his difficult situation in the Li household stemmed from the original owner and his sister. With money and a better life, Lin Chang could finally hold his head high in the Li family. But beyond worrying about his father-in-law's attitude, Lin Chang also harbored distrust toward this suddenly reformed younger brother. Well, that was beyond his control. Everyone has their own destiny. He set aside his urge to intervene and respected the course of others' lives. Outside the door, Lin Chang couldn't help but turn and walk away, leaving Li Hongmei alone, hysterically collapsing to the ground, screaming, cursing, and wailing. Lin Tao had no interest in the spectacle. Before turning back into the house, he caught Li Hongmei's terrified wails and the clamor of other villagers. None of it mattered. When he stepped out again at dusk, the area outside was deserted. Without a second thought, Lin Tao headed toward Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Halfway there, he spotted Zhao Xiaopeng jogging toward him. "Bro! You're being proactive today, didn't wait for me to come get you. Oh, I heard your sister-in-law came to your place causing trouble at noon?" "Yeah, she was just looking for trouble. Bullied Xiaoyu, so I gave her a piece of my mind." Zhao Xiaopeng chuckled. "That must have felt good. Li Hongmei's no saint, she's a real shrew. No wonder she's still single at almost 30, forced to take a son-in-law instead." The brothers chatted idly as they walked toward the dock. They pushed aside the seaweed covering the fishing boat and stirred the fish around to check their survival rate. Most were still alive good. Since they'd caught too many pufferfish to carry easily, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng headed to the dock first to find the car from the Jinsha Hotel. They expected the tall and short brothers to collect the catch, but when Lin Tao recognized the figure puffing on a cigarette by the car door, he was taken aback. "Big brother, why are you collecting the fish?" Lu Wenhu exhaled a puff of smoke. His face, usually as dark as ink with worry, softened slightly at the sight of Lin Tao. He held the cigarette between his fingers. "Bro, don't even get me started. Some big shot from out of town is staying at our hotel, but he's not satisfied with any of our dishes. He just says he wants fish, but won't specify how he wants it cooked. It's driving me crazy. Because of this big shot, I've been personally driving around all the docks myself, hoping to stumble upon something good." Lin Tao listened, thinking to himself that whoever made Lu Wenhu this cautious must be someone of considerable status. To avoid any appearance of favoritism, he didn't ask directly who it was. Instead, he inquired, "Where is this big shot from?" "From Sichuan and Chongqing." Then Lu Wenhu took a deep drag on his cigarette, flicked the butt to the ground, and ground it out. "Never mind that. What good stuff have you caught this time, brother?" "Chongqing and Sichuan." Lin Tao repeated the name silently a few times before replying, "Nothing particularly special, just about 100 striped catfish." Hearing skinned fish, Lu Wenhu pursed his lips and said with a frown, "You can't really make any dishes with those. I wouldn't have any use for them even if I took them." Lin Tao had anticipated Lu Wenhu's response. Barracuda really had no market on the island. But a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly remembered the spicy boiled fish he'd made for lunch and slapped his forehead. He remembered the horseface pufferfish being called peeled fish, but had forgotten that in his time, when shipped to Sichuan and Chongqing, it was the star ingredient in hot pot. The must-have "How are you peeled fish?" In this era, due to high transportation costs, the skinless fish hadn't yet entered the Sichuan-Chongqing market in large quantities. But as a Sichuan-Chongqing native who loved fish, the big shot would surely appreciate it. Lu Wenhu and Zhao Xiaopeng watched Lin Tao's expression, utterly baffled. "Bro, if we can't sell it, we'll just trade it to the cooperative for labor points." "Don't tell me you've gone soft from the setback? Get lost, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Bro, I've got an idea for a dish to impress that big shot you mentioned." Lu Wenhu froze for a few seconds before his eyes lit up. "Really? Brother, tell me." "People in Sichuan and Chongqing love hot pot. The spicy flavor can mask the fishy taste of the peeled fish. Plus, its firm texture and lack of small bones make it perfect for hot pot, right?" When Lu Wenhu traveled through Sichuan and Chongqing before, he tried the local hot pot. Even pungent ingredients like pig brain and kidney can be cooked in it. Scaleless fish should work perfectly. "Bro, the rainy season is about to hit. Heavy rains bring dampness. Spicy chili and Sichuan pepper can dispel that dampness. After we entertain the VIPs, you can launch your new Sichuan dishes." The dish was sorted, but where would he find a chef skilled in Sichuan cuisine? Most chefs now work in state-run restaurants. Nearly every skilled cook in town had been hired by Lu Wenhu for the Jinsha Hotel kitchen, including several from out of town. Ironically, not a single Sichuan chef remains. Lin Tao thought for a moment and volunteered, "Brother, if you trust me, I'll give it a try. If it works out, I'll teach the recipes to your hotel chefs." Zhao Xiaopeng chimed in from the side, "Brother Lu, no offense, but my brother's cooking is seriously good, better than the chefs at the commune's big canteen." "Alright, everyone get in the truck. First, we'll load the fish onto the boat, then head back to the city." Zhao Xiaopeng tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, can I come into town too?" Before Lin Tao could answer, Lu Wenhu laughed heartily, "Young man, go home and tell your folks first. It'll be dark soon. You can stay in town tonight, and I'll bring you back tomorrow morning." "Awesome. I'm going to town too." Zhao Xiaopeng ran excitedly toward the fishing boat unloading its catch and called out to Uncle Zhao on deck. "Dad, I'm going into town with my brother. I won't be back tonight." Aunt Zhao, helping on shore, frowned. "Little Tao must have important business in town. Why are you tagging along and making trouble?" Zhao Xiaopeng pouted and muttered under his breath, "How am I causing trouble?" Lin Tao followed behind him. "Auntie Zhao, please let him come with me. I could use some company." "Oh, and Auntie Zhao, could you have Xiaoyu stay at your place tonight? I'm worried she'll be scared home alone." "Fine, but you'd better keep an eye on Xiaopeng. Don't let him run off and cause trouble." With Aunt Zhao's permission, Zhao Xiaopeng cheered and followed Lin Tao to load the fish. After loading the car, Zhao Xiaopeng sat in the back seat, carefully touching the leather seats. "Wow, is this a car? It's so fancy." Lin Tao watched him with a smile. "When we're rich someday, we'll buy a car like this too." The car pulled up outside the Golden Sand Hotel. At night, the hotel was ablaze with lights, its sign encircled by a ring of color-changing lights that dazzled Zhao Xiaopeng. "These lights are gorgeous." Lu Wenhu lowered his voice. "These were a real pain to get from Hong Kong." Lin Tao raised an eyebrow imperceptibly upon hearing this. With nearly 20 years remaining before Hong Kong's handover, it was remarkable that the Sands Hotel had managed to secure such elaborate lighting under these circumstances. From their first meeting, Lin Tao had suspected Lu Wenhu wasn't the true owner of the Sands Hotel. His demeanor felt more like that of a trusted lieutenant or enforcer. Lin Tao couldn't help but grow even more curious. What kind of person could be the true owner behind this hotel? Chapter 24, Conquering the Palate of the Powerful. Lu Wenhu led Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng through the staff entrance into the kitchen, instructing employees to unload the fish. Rows of glass aquariums housed various seafood, with oxygenators humming as bubbles bubbled up from the water. Though the equipment looked outdated and antiquated to Lin Tao, it was actually quite advanced for its time. Few diners had come to the Golden Sands Hotel that evening, so the kitchen staff were relatively idle. Lu Wenhu called them over to observe how Lin Tao prepared hot pot. Fortunately, the Jinsha Hotel maintained a well-stocked inventory of ingredients. Lin Tao retrieved a piece of tripe from the refrigerator, instructing the staff to scrub it clean with flour, white vinegar, and salt before slicing it into strips less than half a finger wide. For the beef, he selected tenderloin and brisket, slicing them into paper-thin sheets almost translucent. The pork was chosen from the shoulder cut, sliced thinly and then tenderized with the flat side of a knife before being arranged evenly on a patterned porcelain plate. Chicken feet were blanched for 1 minute, drained, and deep-fried until they developed a tiger skin pattern. Duck feet were blanched to remove the outer tough skin, then deboned with a sharp knife. Wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and even button mushrooms were washed, cut into decorative patterns, and arranged into a mushroom platter. Lettuce and carrots were peeled and sliced thinly. Lin Tao went all out, arranging them on a plate to form a blooming peony flower. Lu Wenhu and Zhao Xiaopeng stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Bro, when did you learn these skills? Bro, did you take lessons? Your knife skills and plating are on par with the chefs at my hotel. After achieving financial freedom in his previous life, Lin Tao's greatest passion besides fishing was food, not just eating it, but cooking it too. On a whim, he enrolled in a 2-year culinary program at New Oriental. Haha, no, I just figured it out on my own at home. Just the basics, nothing like a real chef. After pulling out all the ingredients suitable for hot pot from the fridge, it was time for the main event, stir-frying the base sauce. At that time, technology hadn't yet reached ordinary households. Farmers relied mainly on manual labor and oxen for farming, beef cattle were scarce, and the southeastern peninsula was primarily fishing-based, so seafood remained the staple ingredient. After rummaging through the fridge, I still couldn't find the key ingredient for enhancing the flavor: beef tallow. Using lard instead wouldn't capture the authentic Sichuan Chongqing hot pot flavor and would significantly compromise the taste. Seeing Lin Tao's troubled expression, Lu Wenhu asked, "Is there something missing? Just tell me, and I'll send someone to buy it right now." Lin Tao nodded. "I need beef tallow to saute the base, but it's already dark. The supply cooperative is probably closed by now." Beef tallow? Not many people eat that around here. Probably not sold. Beef tallow would work too, I can render it myself. Brisket fat would be acceptable, though it won't be as fragrant as properly rendered beef tallow. Alright. I happen to know someone at the meat processing plant. I'll give him a call and see if they have any beef tallow left. With that, Lu Wenhu pulled the mobile phone from his waistband, dialing as he walked out. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned close to Lin Tao and whispered, "Bro, it's so late the meat processing plant must have closed already. What if we can't get any? If we can't get it, we'll try pig lard instead. Just make sure it's animal fat. Bro, I really feel like you're changing more and more." Zhao Xiaopeng's words made Lin Tao's temples throb violently, but he maintained his outward calm and composure. "Oh? How so? You're getting more and more skilled. I never knew you knew so much before. Isn't that a good thing?" Zhao Xiaopeng chuckled. "That's fantastic. Seeing you thrive makes me genuinely happy, and I mean it, not just because of the money." A faint smile touched Lin Tao's lips. "I know. Life will only get better following me. I believe in you, bro." Lu Wenhu returned from his call, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of pearly whites. "Xiao Tao, the meat processing plant had a batch of beef tallow left over. I snagged the whole lot. It's on its way now, should be here in about 10 minutes. Alright." While waiting for the beef tallow, Lin Tao prepared scallions, ginger, cilantro, celery, and onions. He also gathered every spice he could find in the kitchen, along with several types of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, soaking them in white liquor. Zhao Xiaopeng stared at the counter piled high with ingredient dishes and exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of flavor is going to come out of all this stuff? Just wait and see." When the beef tallow arrived, the kitchen staff rinsed off the surface, cut it into small pieces, and piled it into 2 large bowls. He lit the stove and continuously stir-fried the beef tallow until the fat rendered out. Golden, crispy bits gradually floated to the surface. He scooped them out and added the chopped chilies. The oil pot instantly began to boil. Next, the prepared seasonings and spices were added, fried until crispy, then scooped out. Finally, the bean paste was poured in. A rich, fiery aroma spread through the kitchen, so pungent it nearly stung the eyes shut. "Ugh, bro, I think I'll step outside for a bit." Once the hot pot base was stir-fried to perfection, Lin Tao signaled his staff to bring over a copper pot and portioned out a serving. "Boss, we can serve the customers now." After stir-frying the hotpot base, the kitchen felt like a steamer, and the physical exertion left Lin Tao drenched in sweat. Beads as big as soybeans kept sliding down his forehead. Lu Wenhu hurriedly directed the waitstaff to serve the hotpot to the VIPs in the private room. Suddenly remembering a crucial detail, Lin Tao didn't even pause to catch his breath. He quickly mixed an oil-dipping sauce and had the waitstaff bring it over as well. The oil-dipping dish was an indispensable companion to Sichuan and Chongqing hotpot. Forgetting it would be disastrous. Lu Wenhu led the waitstaff upstairs to the private room. Standing outside the door, he straightened his clothes and knocked 3 times. "Miss Lao Su, the dishes are ready. Shall we serve them now?" "Yes, bring them in." Opening the door, he saw a woman in a pale pink blouse seated at the head of the table. Her shoulder-length curls were parted in a precise 3:7 style, with freeform bangs framing her forehead. Her upward slanted phoenix eyes added a sharp edge to her already alluring features, making her appear even more astute. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Dressed in a white shirt, he exuded an air of approachable authority, his face set in a polite, official smile. A Dongfeng watch was casually visible on his wrist, its dial bearing the red inscription, "Serving the people." The waiter brought the hot pot to the table and arranged the accompanying dishes around it. The moment the aroma wafted over, the man's eyes lit up. Yet he didn't show excessive surprise, merely smiling as he remarked, "I hadn't realized Miss Su had gone to the trouble of hiring a chef skilled in Sichuan cuisine." Miss Su was inwardly surprised herself, but she maintained her smile. "With you here, we wouldn't dare be negligent." Lu Wenhu then presented the prepared pufferfish and oil-dipping sauce to the middle-aged man. "This is the peeled pufferfish. Its flesh is firm with few bones, making it perfect for hotpot. Please try it." The moment the blanched, flavor-infused fish touched his tongue, its unprecedented texture instantly conquered the middle-aged man's palate. "May I meet your Sichuan chef?" Chapter 25. Little brother, I admire you. A look of hesitation flashed across Lu Wenhu's face. After all, Lin Tao wasn't a formally trained chef, and he was so young. It wouldn't be good if it caused any unnecessary trouble. He looked at Miss Su hesitantly. She gave a slight nod, signaling him to fetch Lin Tao. Lu Wenhu hurried back to the kitchen. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng were sitting on stools resting. Zhao Xiaopeng clutched his empty stomach, muttering, "I'm so hungry, bro. When can we eat?" Without Lu Wenhu's approval, Lin Tao didn't dare use the hotel's ingredients to cook for them. He could only wait for Lu Wenhu's return for instructions. "Xiao Tao, the VIP wants to meet the chef who prepared the meal. Come with me." Lin Tao paused, then asked, "Is there a problem?" Lu Wenhu shook his head. "No idea. People of that caliber, their thoughts aren't something we can just speculate about." "Alright, I'll go with you. But could someone get Xiaopeng something to eat first? He's starving." "Oh my, I completely forgot you two haven't eaten yet." After instructing the chef to take good care of Zhao Xiaopeng, Lu Wenhua led Lin Tao into the private room. Lin Tao's gaze instinctively landed on Miss Su first, a momentary flash of astonishment flickering in his eyes. In his previous life, Lin Tao had encountered many naturally or artificially beautiful women, but none had captivated him like this one. Especially her aura, it conveyed a deeply familiar message, they were kindred spirits. Having navigated the turbulent business world for years, Lin Tao keenly sensed this woman was no ordinary figure. Her every gesture, expression, and smile radiated the shrewd calculation unique to seasoned businesspeople. Observing Lu Wenhu's polite deference and even reverence toward her, Lin Tao had a pretty good idea of this woman's status. This young man looks to be only 17 or 18, yet he's already the head chef at the Sands Hotel. Truly a talented young man. "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged man smiled warmly at Lin Tao, his words brimming with praise. "From your accent, you must be local. How did you manage to create such an authentic Sichuan Chongqing hotpot?" As the words fell, the corners of the man's mouth still turned up, but the warmth had vanished from his eyes. Lin Tao had dealt with such characters before and immediately caught the subtext, one part questioning his abilities, the other part suspecting the Sands Hotel's motives for pushing a greenhorn like him into his domain. Lin Tao bowed slightly and concisely explained the circumstances that had led him to assist at the Jinsha Hotel. As for why he cooked Sichuan cuisine, Lin Tao attributed it to his original host's missing parents. After all, with two people whose whereabouts had been unknown for 3 years, there was little to uncover from them. The middle-aged man nodded. "I see. Still, I must thank you for letting me taste a piece of home thousands of miles away. This peeled fish hotpot is a first for me, truly excellent. We might consider introducing it to the Sichuan and Chongqing markets." The middle-aged man searched every pocket, finally removing his wristwatch and offering it to Lin Tao. "Young man, I haven't brought much with me. Let me give you this watch." Lin Tao instantly recognized it as a Dongfeng watch, 120 yuan, a definite luxury item, and he was just handing it over like it was nothing. "No, this is far too valuable. Take it. If you weren't so young, I'd really want you to come back to Sichuan and Chongqing with me. Your skills are more than enough to be the head chef in our unit's cafeteria." Lu Wenhu murmured from the side, "Xiao Tao, take it." Lin Tao respectfully accepted the watch. "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged man waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Lin Tao walked out of the private room holding the watch. Watching the hands ticking away on the dial, it felt unreal, like a dream. This watch, left behind in Baisha village, was worth more than his family could earn in 3 or 4 years, far more valuable than his 100-pound dragon-shaped gold ingot. Even if he had been wealthy in his past life, he'd never encountered someone casually handing him 2 gold bricks like this. Lin Tao returned to the kitchen with the watch. Zhao Xiaopeng was stuffing his face, a steamed bun in his left hand and a chicken drumstick in his right. You're back. Come eat. I saved you a big chicken leg. Zhao Xiaopeng swallowed his food, his eyes drawn to the glint reflecting off the watch face. A watch? Where'd that come from? Though Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't recognize the brand, he knew watches weren't cheap. How much could this thing cost? 120 yuan. Ha? What did you say? Lin Tao quickly grabbed a steamed bun from the plate and stuffed it into Zhao Xiaopeng's mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. Hearing the price, Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Such a small thing could cost that much? Learning it was a gift from some big shot to Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng murmured in awe, what a generous gesture. 120 yuan, I couldn't even dream of spending that much. Bro, why don't we sell it for cash? Lin Tao shook his head. This thing was clearly beyond what ordinary people could afford. If we tried to sell it, we'd definitely be suspected of theft. Explaining ourselves at the police station would be nothing but trouble. Lin Tao ran his finger over the inconspicuous engraving on the back of the watch face. Besides, it might come in handy someday. After seeing off the middle-aged man, Lu Wenhu went to the kitchen to find Lin Tao. Beaming with delight, he asked the staff to add 2 more dishes. Tao, you've really done me a huge favor. Here's the money for the fish and a little extra for your trouble. Saying this, Lu Wenhua pulled out his wallet, counted out 50 yuan, and placed it on the table. Puffer fish weren't worth much, not even a dime per pound. 100 pounds would fetch 6 or 7 yuan at most. Faced with a reward several times the market price, Lin Tao didn't accept it readily. He took out 2 5-yuan notes and pushed the rest back. Bro, I was just giving it a shot. Never expected to actually help you out. I can't take this much money. Besides, he had already gained something far more valuable. Persisted by Lin Tao, Lu Wenhu reluctantly took back the remaining money. After the brothers finished their meal, he had the manager escort them to the guest services department to arrange rooms for rest. At the staircase turn, Lin Tao looked up and met that familiar pair of almond-shaped eyes. Miss Su stood on the steps, her lipstick-coated lips curving into an ambiguous smile. Young man, you're capable. I admire you. Lin Tao remained composed as he brushed past her. Thank you for your appreciation. We'll meet again. Miss Su turned back, seeing only Lin Tao's retreating figure, murmuring to herself. This kid's got something. Zhao Xiaopeng's heart pounded wildly at Miss Su's stunning beauty, and he didn't dare speak until he followed Lin Tao into the room. Bro, you know her? Who is she? She looks like a fairy. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my entire life. Chapter 26, Little by little, just get it done. Not exactly. Now go to sleep. We'll catch the early bus back to the village tomorrow, no need to trouble Big Brother to drive us. Bro, can I ask you a favor? Zhao Xiaopeng stammered as he continued, I finally made it back to the city, and I want to go to the department store to buy something for my parents. I didn't bring any cash or tickets. Bro, could you cover it for me? I'll pay you back when we get back to the village. I thought it was something serious. No problem, I need to buy something for Xiao Yu too. The next morning, the Jinsha Hotel waitstaff delivered breakfast to the brothers' door. Golden brown, crispy, and fluffy fried dough sticks accompanied thick white rice porridge, with several varieties of pickled vegetables neatly arranged in small condiment dishes. A steamer basket of mushroom and pork xiaolong bao, another of chive and egg xiaolong bao. The millet congee glistened with a thick layer of rice oil, dotted with shrimp and scallop chunks. Zhao Xiaopeng stuffed fried dough sticks in his left hand and buns in his right, wolfing them down until he choked. He gulped down a large mouthful of millet congee, only to spit it out, his tongue stinging from the heat. Lin Tao watched him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Why such a rush? No one's trying to steal your food. After breakfast, Lin Tao found Lu Wenhu and said he wanted to take Zhao Xiaopeng to the department store. Bro, we'll catch the bus back right after shopping. Alright. Some things still require ration tickets to buy. I didn't bring many, so make do with these. With that, Lu Wenhu pulled a few bills from his wallet and handed them to Lin Tao. Thanks, bro. No need to thank me. I'll have someone drive you to the department store. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng got off near the main entrance of the department store. The 5-story building stood out prominently along the entire street, its entrance bustling with people of all ages and genders. Young vendors hawked cigarettes from shoulder-carried cases, while others set up stalls offering shoe-shining services. Inside, the crowd was even denser. Though it wasn't a weekend, the place was packed to the rafters, people jostling shoulder to shoulder. Amidst the clamor, the sales clerk's high-pitched, clear voices stood out distinctly. Salespeople in those days were government employees, paid by the state, and each one carried themselves with an air of superiority. Some barely acknowledged customers, others grew impatient at the slightest request for more information, but there were also those who were warm and patient. Nearly every counter was packed with people. The dazzling array of goods made Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes spin. Clutching tightly the 5 yuan in coupons Lin Tao had given him, everything looked new and exciting, and for a moment he didn't know what to buy. Xiaopeng, go explore around first. We'll meet at the main entrance. Keep your money safe, don't let it get stolen. Got it, bro. The department store was packed shoulder to shoulder. Lin Tao was jostled forward by the crowd. If he slowed even slightly, someone would step on his shoes. He couldn't spare a glance at the counters lining the aisles. Finally, the crowd pushed him to a counter selling hair ties and clips. The saleswoman was a young, pretty girl, looking about 18 or 19, with 2 shiny black braids. Lin Tao scanned the array of accessories, thinking of his sister, but unsure what style she might like. He stood hesitantly by the counter. The saleswoman noticed him and asked warmly, "Are you shopping for a sister or younger sibling?" "Ah, yes, my little sister." Following her recommendation, Lin Tao bought a pair of the latest butterfly spring hair clips. When worn, they swayed with every movement, fluttering like real wings. At 2 yuan each, the price of 3 yuan 50 for a pair was indeed steep. Worried they might get crushed on the bus, Lin Tao asked the salesperson to find a small box to pack them in. The salesperson even tied a pretty bow on the box with a red ribbon. When he came out after the purchase, Zhao Xiaopeng was already waiting for him under the big tree by the entrance, holding his things. "Bro, I'm right here. What did you buy?" "Rubber shoes for my dad. I also got my mom a wooden comb, her old one broke ages ago." Seeing her comb her hair with just half a comb, refusing to throw it away, really broke my heart. Zhao Xiaopeng clutched the items to his chest as if they were treasures, then returned the remaining money and tickets to Lin Tao. The two boarded the bus and jolted their way back to the village. Word had already spread throughout Baisha village about the two brothers being picked up by a big city boss yesterday. As soon as they entered the village entrance, they ran into a group of rowdy thugs. "Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng, we thought you wouldn't come back after going to the city. What good stuff are you holding in your arms? Show us, will ya? Get lost." "Screw you." Zhao Xiaopeng glared at them. "Bro, let's go." "Ignore them." Lin Tao nodded and walked past them. The ruffians snorted in surprise they weren't being taken seriously. Just as they prepared to teach Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng a lesson, Lin Tao's icy voice cut through the air. "Manhwa's incident was only days ago. Have you forgotten already?" With that, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng walked home without looking back. The thugs behind them were intimidated by his words and reluctantly abandoned their plans to attack. The moment he stepped through the door, Lin Tao noticed something different about Lin Xiaoyu's hair. "Xiaoyu, your hair?" Lin Xiaoyu smiled and showed him her braids. "Aunt Zhao braided it for me, and she even used a red ribbon." Ever since the original owner's parents went missing, Lin Xiaoyu's hair had either been a limp ponytail or a crooked little braid, always looking a bit messy. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Tao's mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a jellyfish swarm will appear near the western coast at 4 p.m. today. Host Intelligence Level 227 points. Host, please review immediately. A jellyfish swarm? Upon hearing jellyfish, Lin Tao couldn't help but frown. Jellyfish held almost no value at present. For one thing, many people didn't know how to prepare them. For another, their physiological structure made them highly prone to decay, difficult to transport and preserve. Large-scale harvesting was also difficult. Fishing nets couldn't be used directly because the jellyfish would be crushed and torn apart. They had to be scooped up one by hand with dip nets, a process that was extremely troublesome, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. Fishermen living near the shore might occasionally encounter 1 or 2 jellyfish washed ashore by the tide during their beach foraging trips. They wouldn't readily pick them up either, because their tentacles could sting people. While not fatal, the sting can cause pain for several days. Boxfish could still find a market by altering cooking methods, but how should this creature be handled? After pondering, Lin Tao couldn't bring himself to sacrifice the 1 experience point after all. Every little bit counts, and decided to head out to sea that afternoon to investigate. Seeing her brother suddenly space out, Lin Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing." "Oh, right, I brought you something special from the city. See if you like it?" Lin Tao pulled a box from his pocket and handed it to his sister. The moment she saw the hairpin, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like stars, and she was too thrilled to speak. It's such a beautiful hairpin." She cradled it carefully in her palms. "Brother, it must have cost a fortune, right?" Chapter 27, Picking on my little sister is a no-go. As long as it makes my little sister happy, no price is too high. Lin Tao pinned the hair clip onto his sister's head. "I won't be heading out to sea until this afternoon. Why don't you go play with the girls in the village? You can't just stay cooped up at home all the time. Oh, and put on that dress Manhwa's mom made for you." "Got it, bro." Watching Lin Xiaoyu flutter out the door like a butterfly, Lin Tao's eyes softened with a faint smile of satisfaction. Stepping into the inner room, Lin Tao tiptoed to retrieve a key from atop the cabinet. He inserted it into the rusted lock of a drawer, pulling it open to reveal the money and vouchers he'd saved over recent days. 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, $1. After setting aside money for Zhao Xiaopeng and daily necessities like rice, oil, and salt, there was 67 yuan, 3 jiao, and 5 fen left. He was still over 50 yuan short of the 120 yuan he owed Zhu Laoda. Lin Tao neatly stacked the coins and bills, tucking them into a drawer. He then pulled the Dongfeng watch from his pocket and placed it inside as well. As noon approached, Lin Tao peered out the kitchen window toward the courtyard gate. Seeing no sign of his sister returning, he began to worry. Lin Xiaoyu wasn't the type to lose track of time when playing. Why hadn't she returned by now? Had something happened? Just as Lin Tao was about to leave to search for her, he spotted Lin Xiaoyu sitting on a stone stool outside the courtyard gate. Her face was buried in her arms, her shoulders trembling with sobs. Her neatly braided hair was now messy and tangled, her butterfly hair clip gone without a trace. Dirty handprints marred her white dress, clear signs she'd been bullied. Xiaoyu, why aren't you inside? Why are you hiding here crying? Hearing her brother's voice, Lin Xiaoyu lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen like peach pits. She opened her palm, revealing the butterfly hair clip in her hand, now shattered into pieces. Lin Tao frowned. What happened? It was Yingzi. She wanted my hair clip. I wouldn't give it to her, so she yanked my braid to grab it. When I tried to get it back, she threw it on the ground and stomped it to pieces. Lin Xiaoyu sniffled as she recounted the whole story. Then why did you hide here all by yourself? I was afraid you'd be angry. Lin Tao took 2 deep breaths, then gently stroked Lin Xiaoyu's head. How could I be angry? What happened to you? Did she hit you? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. Chun Hong and Xinghua helped her pull me, and that's how I got dirty. They dare form cliques to bully people? Lin Tao couldn't stand it. No one gets to pick on his little sister. Those little brats have lost their minds. He pulled his sister into his arms and soothed her softly. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. I'll definitely get revenge for you. The skirt can be washed, and I'll earn money to buy you a new hair clip. Brother. Buried in Lin Tao's strong embrace, Lin Xiaoyu's hurt and fear slowly melted away. After calming Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Tao grabbed her soiled dress and broken butterfly hair clip and headed straight for the village chief's house. The gate shook violently as he pounded on it, sending dust swirling down from the overhang. Who's banging so hard? You're going to break my door. The woman who opened the door looked to be in her early 40s. She was the village chief's eldest daughter-in-law, Li Erfeng, mother of Yingzi, and also notorious as a shrew and a harpy. Lin Tao, you little bastard. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What the hell are you doing here at noon instead of staying home? Get your daughter Yingzi out here. Bullying my sister and then running home to hide, huh? Think I'm dead just because I'm her brother? Li Erfeng froze for a moment, stunned by Lin Tao's intensity. Then she screamed, pointing her finger right at his nose. What nonsense are you spouting? Who bullied your sister? My Yingzi wouldn't do something like that. Lin Tao wrenched her fingers back, twisting them until Li Erfeng let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts. Let go. While I still have the patience to talk to you, call your daughter out here. Otherwise, you can forget about keeping those fingers. Fine. Yingzi, come out here. Yingzi shuffled out, clutching her mother's waist and hiding behind her when she saw Lin Tao's furious face. You little brat. Not even old enough and already learning to gang up on people. You're the one who stepped on this hair clip, aren't you? Yingzi tried to deny it, but under Lin Tao's piercing stare, her little face turned pale as she nodded. 3 yuan 50 a pair, bought at the department store. Pay up now. Then round up those little pests who bullied my sister today and bring them to my house to apologize. That'll settle this. After speaking, Lin Tao released Li Erfeng's hand and snapped, kids may be ignorant, but adults should know better. Raising children like this? Your father-in-law's days as village chief are numbered. Li Erfeng, cowed into silence by Lin Tao's scolding, vented her anger on Yingzi instead, jabbing her forehead hard. You little brat. All you do is cause trouble for your mother. Just wait till your father gets home, he'll beat you senseless. She went back inside to fetch the money for Lin Tao. When she handed it over, she was reluctant to let go, her fingertips turning white from the tight grip. Though the village chief's family was well off, they'd quietly skimmed plenty over the years. 3 yuan 50 wasn't a huge sum. But skipping stones at least made a splash. Paying compensation meant getting nothing in return. Lin Tao counted the money and tucked it into his pocket. Hurry up with your daughter, he said. I've got things to do this afternoon. Yingzi called Chun Hong and Xinghua, and the girl slunk over to Lin Tao's house to apologize to Lin Xiaoyu. If I ever catch you ganging up to isolate and bully someone again, don't blame me for being harsh. Got it, we won't dare again. After they left, Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu to sit at the table. Xiaoyu, no matter what happens, your brother will take the hit for you. I'm your rock. Never be afraid. Brother. As 4 o'clock approached, Lin Tao left his sister at home and took Zhao Xiaopeng out to sea. Zhao Xiaopeng pulled out 5 yuan and a few bills, stuffing them into Lin Tao's hand. Bro, here you go. You always have to keep such strict accounts with me. Heh bro, even blood brothers keep clear accounts. Genuine feelings deserve genuine feelings. I can't keep taking advantage of you. I want us to be good brothers for life. Such a pure heart was truly precious. No matter how things changed in the future, Lin Tao would always remember Zhao Xiaopeng as he was now. Paddling the skiff westward. Ding! Host has arrived near the target. Bro, the wind's picking up. Looks like a downpour's coming tonight. We'd better tie the raft down tight on the way back. Summer days were long. It should have been bright at 4 in the afternoon, but now the sky overhead was thick with dark clouds. The wind and waves from the open sea had reached the nearshore waters, and the once calm surface began to churn. The small sampan rocked violently from side to side. Lin Tao braced himself with his fishing net, barely maintaining his footing. Bro, watch out or you'll fall into the sea. Don't worry. Lin Tao stared at the water's surface. A jellyfish appeared, bobbing up and down in the waves. Immediately behind it emerged a large swarm. He estimated dozens of jellyfish of varying sizes. The jellyfish swarm encountered the boat and slowly parted to either side. Zhao Xiaopeng wondered, how did we end up with so many jellyfish? Chapter 28, the highly praised jellyfish salad. Lin Tao said nothing, concentrating on casting his net to scoop up the jellyfish. They were substantial, larger than basketballs, and just 2 or 3 filled a bucket. Jellyfish were difficult to store, so Lin Tao didn't plan to catch too many. He intended to head back once he filled 3 buckets. Zhao Xiaopeng watched from the side. Bro, why are you catching them? They've got poisonous stingers on top. Careful, don't get stung. They're delicious. You'll see when we get back. Lin Tao packed up his net and was about to sit down to paddle back with Zhao Xiaopeng when the wind suddenly picked up. A huge wave crashed over them, rocking the skiff violently. Lin Tao lost his footing and tumbled straight into the sea. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal, but right now, the dinghy was surrounded by jellyfish that hadn't dispersed yet. A single jellyfish sting might not be fatal, but being swarmed by so many was another story. Bro! Lin Tao panicked for a moment as he fell into the sea, but quickly regained his composure. Holding his breath, he kept his head above water. Ha! Bro, don't move a muscle. The startled jellyfish began darting wildly in all directions. Several brushed past Lin Tao's arm, their venomous tentacles coming within inches of his skin. With only his shoulders above water, if a jellyfish stung the major artery in his neck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Xiaopeng on the dinghy was frantic. Clinging to the edge, he reached out to pull Lin Tao up. The wind and waves grew fiercer, rocking the dinghy violently. Zhao Xiaopeng's weight shifted entirely to one side, threatening to capsize the boat. Xiaopeng, sit back down and steady the boat. If it capsizes, we'll both be done for. They were still a distance from the dock. Under normal circumstances with plenty of stamina and clear skies, 2 young men could easily swim to shore. But now, neither condition held true. But bro! Do as I say. Zhao Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and sat back down, struggling to steady the raft. In the sea, Lin Tao felt a faint prickling and itching on his exposed skin. It must be the swarm of jellyfish gathering around them, their stinging cells releasing their venom. We can't delay any longer. We need to find a way out of this. Xiaopeng, row toward the pier first. I'll dive down and navigate around this jellyfish swarm. Got it. Lin Tao took a deep breath and plunged into the water. He forced his eyes open despite the stinging salt water. Without sunlight, visibility was extremely low even near the surface. What shocked him was the massive creature lurking directly below him. Its bell-shaped body stretched over a meter in diameter, long tentacles radiating outward like a giant, deadly flower blooming in the sea. Lin Tao nearly lost his breath from fright. If those tentacles wrapped around him, today would truly be the end. He slowly backed away, careful not to disturb either the jellyfish or the creature. Just as he was about to reach a safe distance, a sudden gust of wind whipped up the waves, driving the jellyfish swarm closer to him once more. Damn it! Lin Tao cursed inwardly, abandoning all caution to surface for air. By then, Zhao Xiaopeng had already paddled the dinghy a considerable distance away, anxiously scanning the sea surface. Bro, how are you? There's a tricky big guy down there. I'm fine. Just as he was about to reach the raft, Lin Tao felt a sharp pain shoot through his left calf. The slightest movement sent waves of agony through him. Oh no, a cramp. Why did it have to happen now? When it rains, it pours. As if being late weren't bad enough, now I'm facing headwinds too. Why do all the misfortunes come rushing at me? With his calf cramped, Lin Tao couldn't tread water to stay afloat. He could only watch helplessly as he sank beneath the surface. He couldn't give up now. He curled his body tightly, using his hands to forcefully bend his left big toe, trying to ease the cramp. But the air trapped in his chest was finite. Lin Tao's face flushed crimson as he held his breath, but he couldn't hold it any longer and choked on a mouthful of seawater. As the salt water flooded his nose and mouth, darkness swirled before his eyes and his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, he felt 2 hands brace under his armpits, pulling him toward the surface. Bro, are you okay? Cough. Why did you come down here? I knew something was wrong when you didn't surface for so long. Don't talk, bro, I'll push you up first. With Zhao Xiaopeng's help, Lin Tao finally scrambled onto the raft and reached out to pull Zhao Xiaopeng up. The brothers collapsed onto the raft, gasping for breath. Raindrops splattered their faces, growing heavier and heavier. The drops became like slingshot pellets, stinging their skin. Hurry back to the dock. They paddled furiously toward the dock, bundling the raft together in the storm. But then the downpour gradually subsided. The heavy, dark clouds began to disperse, and rays of light pierced through, igniting the entire sky. Bro, the rain stopped. Yeah, it stopped. Carrying their jellyfish haul ashore, they drew curious glances from nearby villagers. What are you doing with all these jellyfish? They're not even edible. My brother says they're edible. Really? Those things sting like hell. Hope you don't get sick from eating them. The villager who spoke was usually on good terms with the Lin family and had occasionally shown kindness to the siblings. In return, Lin Tao naturally treated him with courtesy and friendliness. Uncle, once I prepared it tomorrow, I'll bring you a bowl over. That'd be great. I'd love to try Xiao Tao's cooking. After bringing the jellyfish home, Lin Tao pulled out rubber gloves and carefully removed all the stinging tentacles. He then filled a basin with well water to soak the jellyfish overnight. Its high salt content required prolonged soaking before consumption. After changing the water several times, the next morning, Lin Tao rushed to the kitchen after washing up, eager to prepare the jellyfish he'd been thinking about. He sliced the soaked jellyfish into strips, blanched them in boiling water for a minute or two until slightly shrunk, then drained them in cold water. After patting them dry in a large enamel basin, he added 2 sliced cucumbers. Pour in soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, and sugar. Chop scallions and mince garlic, add a pinch of dried chili flakes, then finish by splashing hot oil until it sizzles. Bro, you made so much. Can we even finish all this? Lin Xiaoyu watched Lin Tao bustling about. We'll keep some for ourselves and share the rest with the villagers to try. Lin Tao portioned out several bowls, then retrieved the family's thermos. He poured the cold jellyfish salad inside, screwed the lid tight, and lowered it into the well with a rope. Lin Tao planned to take it to the dock at dusk for the Jinsha Hotel's buyer, so they could bring it back for Lu Wenhu to sample. If the response was good, jellyfish might fetch a decent price in the future. After finishing the preparation, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu split up to deliver bowls of cold jellyfish salad to households they were on good terms with. Lin Tao knocked on the Zhao family's courtyard gate. Aunt Zhao peered at the contents of the bowl, squinting slightly with hesitation. Zhao Xiaopeng, ever the big eater, grabbed his chopsticks and rushed over, scooping directly from the bowl into his mouth. Crunchy sounds echoed from his mouth. So cool and crispy, it's amazing. Mom, you gotta try this. Is it really that good? Aunt Zhao hesitantly took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. The villagers from the neighboring households who had received the cold jellyfish salad also raved about it, pulling Lin Tao aside to ask how it was made. Li Hongmei heard the commotion from across the courtyard and peered through the door crack out of curiosity. What the hell is that little bastard giving out? Chapter 29, Strange Golden Intelligence. Through the crack, Li Hongmei saw Lin Tao holding 2 large bowls, probably food. The neighbor across the way took one bowl and returned an empty one. She assumed the other bowl was meant for her family, but Lin Tao walked straight past her door and knocked on the neighbor's gate instead. That little bastard. He has good stuff but doesn't think to bring it to his big brother, and sister-in-law rushes to give it to someone else instead. Wife, what are you peeking at through the door? What do you think I'm looking at? Your precious little brother, see how he's turning his back on us. Li Hongmei was already boiling with anger. Seeing her spineless husband only made her fury boil over. She shot him a withering look and stomped past him into the house. Lin Chang had no idea what was going on, finding Li Hongmei's behavior utterly baffling. He opened the courtyard gate just as Lin Tao emerged from the neighbor's house, and the brothers exchanged glances. Little Tao? Bro. Lin Tao gave Lin Chang a cold nod, said nothing else, and walked away without looking back. Lin Chang opened his mouth to say something, but seeing his brother's attitude, the words stuck in his throat. After a long moment, he could only sigh silently. They were blood brothers, yet how had things come to this? That morning, Li Hongmei joined the village women at the pier mending fishing nets. She overheard several of them discussing the cold jellyfish salad Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu had delivered to their homes earlier that day. How did Lin Tao even come up with that recipe? It tasted amazing. Next time I go beachcombing, I'll pick some up and try it at home. You know, that Lin Tao kid's really come into his own. He's bound to make something of himself. Before, he was always loafing around, never serious about anything. I worried for his parents. Now, finally, the Lin couple can rest easy. Sigh. Both of them were top-notch workers in the village. How could they just vanish at sea? Even their boat disappeared without a trace. Isn't that strange? You're telling me. But Lin Tao's really made something of himself, now earning $100 or so at once. He's way better than his older brother. Li Hongmei kept her hands busy with her work, but her ears perked up as she listened. When she heard this, she couldn't stay seated. Bull. What the hell are you talking about? How is that little bastard Lin Tao any better than my husband? Everyone in the village knew Li Hongmei was a handful, so the women who'd been chatting wisely fell silent. But Li Hongmei wouldn't let it go. She tossed her work aside, planted her hands on her hips, and pointed right in the other woman's face as she hurled insults. The woman being berated was a few years older than Li Hongmei and wouldn't take such abuse lying down. She fired back with insults. And soon they were grabbing each other's hair and twisting arms in a fierce scuffle. The onlookers rushed to break it up, only to see Li Hongmei suddenly clutching her stomach. Her face drained of color as she slumped to the ground. Li Hongmei, you can't beat me, so you're trying to extort me, huh? You! I'm not extorting you. Blood. Li Hongmei's bleeding. Something's wrong. Stop staring and get her to the clinic now. Meanwhile, Lin Tao finished delivering to every household and returned home. Before the system released new intelligence, he grabbed a hoe and began tilling the fallow land in his yard. Though spring planting season had passed, tilling now could still yield some scallions, garlic, or chives. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Golden intelligence 10 points. Large conch shells will appear 300 meters east of the dock beach at 3 p.m. today. Host intelligence level 228 points. Host, please review immediately. A gold tier intelligence? Lin Tao was so shocked he didn't even notice his hoe slipping from his grasp. Sure enough, after the system leveled up, the probability of high-quality intelligence being released increased as well. But giant conch isn't particularly rare on the southeast peninsula, and its meat is nothing special. Why is this a gold-tier intelligence? Lin Tao couldn't figure it out, so he decided to wait until afternoon to head to the beach and see what was going on. Busy until noon, Lin Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled with satisfaction at the freshly tilled soil. Just as he was about to wash up and start cooking, the courtyard gate suddenly rattled loudly. Xiao Tao, are you home? Open up. After hearing who was calling outside, Lin Tao walked over, unlocked the gate, and opened the outer door. Brother, what happened? You look so flustered. Lin Chang panted heavily, his face twisted with worry. Finally, he grabbed Lin Tao's arm tightly. Xiao Tao, how much money do we have at home right now? Unexpectedly, Lin Chang asked this right off the bat. Lin Tao instinctively took a step back, staring at Lin Chang warily and defensively. Why are you asking this? All the money we have now is from my earnings. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Tao's obvious wariness stabbed Lin Chang's heart like a knife. His lips trembled as he finally managed to say, I need money urgently. Whatever we have at home, give it to me now to help me out. What's so urgent? How much do you need? Lin Chang covered his face, his voice filled with pain and helplessness. Your sister-in-law had a miscarriage. The clinic doctor said the situation looks bad, we might not be able to save the baby. We need to rush her to the city hospital right away. We borrowed the brigade's tractor to get your sister-in-law to the city. The city doctor said she needs a pregnancy-preserving injection and hospitalization to monitor the situation. If the baby can't be saved, she'll need ADC. It costs 10 yuan, and they're demanding payment. I don't have enough cash on me, so I rushed back from the city. So that's why he came. Lin Tao pressed his lips together, weighing whether to lend the money. Seeing Lin Tao hesitate, Lin Chang suddenly knelt down with a thud in front of him, startling Lin Tao so much he shuddered. Brother, what are you doing? Get up right now. Lin Tao hurriedly bent down to pull him up, but Lin Chang's knees seemed weighed down by 1,000 pounds, he simply wouldn't rise. Lin Chang clutched Lin Tao's hands tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Tao, I've never begged you for anything in my life. This time, I'm begging you on my knees. I'm about to become a father myself. Lin Tao wasn't heartless after all. In the end, he agreed to lend Lin Chang the money. He fished the key from atop the cabinet, opened the drawer, and began counting the cash inside. Lin Chang stood beside him, glancing into the drawer. His eyes darkened at the sight of the stacks of bills and banknotes. Just as he was about to look away, something caught his eye, a glint of light reflecting off an object. Looking closer, he recognized it as a watch more exquisite and stylish than the one worn by the officials who had inspected the village earlier. Just as he was about to ask where it came from, Lin Tao slid the drawer shut and locked it again. Lin Tao handed 3 5-yuan notes to Lin Chang. Bro, here's 15 yuan. You'll definitely need some extra cash for medical expenses. Take it. Lin Chang clutched the money, his face betraying little joy. He stared at Lin Tao's face, hesitating for a long moment before finally grunting a muffled "MHM." He turned and strode quickly out the door. Thinking he was rushing back to the hospital to pay the bill, Lin Tao didn't give it much thought. At 3 p.m., Lin Tao walked along the beach toward the direction indicated in the intelligence report. The sky had cooled briefly after the heavy rain, and the damp sea breeze ruffled his shoulder-length hair and the hem of his shirt. Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. Chapter 30, The Sea's Gift. The sound of waves crashing against the sand filled his ears, while seagulls occasionally screeched overhead. Where was the giant conch shell the system mentioned? Lin Tao scanned the area intently, his gaze falling upon a raised mound of sand. Instinct told him what he sought lay buried beneath. He stepped forward, scooping aside the damp sand. Half of a giant conch shell emerged before his eyes. It was substantial, over 30 centimeters long. Holding it in both hands, Lin Tao estimated its weight at 7 or 8 jin. Likely an unlucky soul washed ashore by yesterday's storm. Giant conch typically dwelled among shallow sea seaweed, feeding on algae and kelp. Harvesting them required diving equipment, making it extremely rare for one to wash ashore. Despite its mottled, drab appearance, this creature was legendary in Lin Tao's days, a snail you could only admire from afar, never touch. Lin Tao scrutinized the giant conch in his hands repeatedly, yet couldn't discern its value. It was edible, but the large shell held little meat, and extracting it proved troublesome. Even if it wasn't yet a protected species and trade was permitted, where was the market for this? Lin Tao reluctantly circled the area the system had indicated several times but found no other giant conch shells. He guessed this was the only one. Well, since it was golden intelligence, he'd take it home first. Lin Tao carried the giant conch home, where Lin Xiaoyu circled it, examining it with curiosity. Brother, what a huge conch! And it's pink inside, so pretty. The little girl adored things with soft pink hues. Lin Tao couldn't fathom what value the giant conch might hold, so he simply said, let's boil it and eat it. After we finish, I'll head into town to see if I can find some oxalic acid. Then I'll turn it into a decorative piece for your desk. Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand what oxalic acid was, but hearing her brother plan to give her the giant conch made her beam with delight. He scrubbed the conch's surface clean, then thrust a specialized knife, the kind used for prying open clams, oysters, and sea snails, into its shell. Before the conch could react, he twisted his wrist swiftly and decisively, severing all the connective tissue between the meat and shell. He then reached inside and pulled out the entire conch meat. The palm-sized piece wriggled vividly in his hand. After rubbing away the surface mucus with salt and vinegar and rinsing it clean, he prepared to remove the innards and slice it. That's when Lin Tao noticed something seemed wrapped inside the conch meat. Picking the foreign object out of the flesh, Lin Tao stared blankly for a moment at the smooth, deep pink bead in his palm. This is a concha pearl? Lin Tao carefully held the bead close to his eyes. It was nearly perfectly round, about 3 centimeters in diameter, weighing roughly 20 to 30 grams, almost as heavy as a small egg. Its surface was smooth and undamaged, with flame-like striations visible to the naked eye. In that instant, Lin Tao finally understood why the system had classified this giant conch as a golden intelligence. While giant conch shells did carry a 1 in 50,000 chance of producing a conch pearl, such near-perfect quality and size were truly exceptional. In his previous life, Lin Tao had dabbled in the jewelry industry and knew that such a pearl transcended the realm of ordinary pearls, belonging instead to the category of precious jewels. He recalled attending an auction in Hong Kong where a conch pearl of far inferior quality and size had still fetched several million Hong Kong dollars. This wasn't just a windfall, it was like the heavens raining down gold bars. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the conch pearl in Lin Tao's hand and exclaimed in awe, "What a beautiful pearl!" Seeing his sister's admiration, Lin Tao knew he couldn't spoil her with it this time. He ruffled her hair gently. "Xiaoyu, this pearl will secure our future. Once we've made a fortune, I'll buy it back and give it to you." Her little sister nodded wisely. "I believe you, big brother." Though the jewelry industry in mainland China hadn't yet taken off, and concha beads were virtually unknown if they could be sent to Hong Kong or overseas. Hong Kong? Lin Tao suddenly recalled the colorful lights encircling the Sands Hotel sign. If Lu Wenhu could source such colorful lights from Hong Kong, he must have connections to help sell the concha pearl. If sold successfully, those few dozen grams of pearls in his palm could yield greater value than the 100+ pounds of grouper. At this thought, the usually composed Lin Tao couldn't sit still, pacing the room nervously while clutching the concha pearl. By evening, Lin Tao figured the Sand Hotel's buyer would likely have driven to the dock. He pulled the thermos from the well and headed toward the pier. The two brothers, tall and short, were the ones who came today. Spotting Lin Tao approaching from afar, they waved at him. "Lin Tao." Lin Tao opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, unsure how to address them. The taller man pulled his work ID from his inner pocket. A faint black and white photo was printed on it, with the name Liang Ji written beside it. "My name is Liang Ji. This is my brother, Liang Yong. You can just call us Brother Ji and Brother Yong." Liang Yong chuckled beside him. "Lin Tao, why'd you bring a thermos today?" "This is my new dish, chilled jellyfish salad. Take it back and share it with my older brother. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe." To be safe, even though he knew the Liang brothers were likely trustworthy, Lin Tao didn't hand Kongkaju over to them. Instead, he decided to take it into town himself tomorrow and give it directly to Lu Wenhu. Liang Ji opened the thermos. The aroma of various seasonings wafted out. "Jellyfish salad? That's a first for me. Smells great. Alright, we'll take it back for the boss to try." The next morning, after making breakfast for Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Tao instructed her, "I'm heading into town. Stay home and wait for me to return. Don't cook anything yourself. If you don't want cold food for lunch, go to Xiaopeng's place. I'll bring you a new pair of butterfly hair clips when I get back." "Got it, big bro." Before leaving, Lin Tao paused, then pulled another 10 yuan and a few bills from the drawer, tucking them into his pocket. At the Jinsha Hotel, the doorman standing at the entrance recognized him, nodded, and approached to speak. "You're here to see our boss, right?" He said to come straight to the kitchen and wait for him. He started to lead the way for Lin Tao. No need to trouble yourself. You guys keep busy. I'll make my own way over. Entering the kitchen through the staff entrance, Lin Tao found the staff bustling about in a lively flurry of activity. Since exhaust hoods weren't yet commonplace and ventilation relied solely on rudimentary exhaust fans, the lingering kitchen fumes choked him, causing him to cough repeatedly. What kind of dish are you cooking that's so pungent? Lin Tao arrived. It's that hot pot you taught us last time, right? Ever since we launched it, dozens of tables order it daily. Just stir-frying the base sauce alone is exhausting enough. Oh right, the peeled fish in the freezer is almost gone. The boss said he's sending someone to restock it. Who would have thought Sichuan-style hot pot with its fresh, fragrant, spicy, and numbing flavors would be so popular? But finding a school of catfish isn't something that happens every day, and relying solely on him and Zhao Xiaopeng to catch them was simply too limited. Lin Tao pondered to himself, since the market economy was now open and speculation wasn't illegal anymore, why not buy them from the village fishing boats? Persuading those stubborn old-timers in the production team? That wouldn't be easy. Chapter 31, Guard against all, but not against the traitor within. Just as he was pondering this, Lu Wenhu entered the kitchen with a smile. Xiao Tao, I tried your cold jellyfish salad yesterday. Hey, it was really good. Teach me how to make it. I plan to try selling it. How did you even think of preparing jellyfish like that? You're full of ideas, Xiao Tao. Lin Tao laughed it off noncommittally, then pulled Lu Wenhu out of the kitchen. They moved to a secluded corner where he lowered his voice. Brother, I came today with a special delivery for you. It's not convenient here with so many people around. Lu Wenhu's playful expression vanished instantly. Then come to my office, he said, his tone turning serious. We'll discuss it there. The two went upstairs and entered Lu Wenhu's office. Lu Wenhu locked the door from the inside, then pulled Lin Tao down to sit on the sofa. Lin Tao retrieved the concha bead from his inner jacket pocket and handed it to Lu Wenhu. Even Lu Wenhu, who had traveled far and wide with his big boss and seen countless treasures, couldn't identify what it was. Big brother, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. I'm sure Miss Su will know what it is. Just give it to her for me. As long as she has a way to sell this bead, I'll split the profit 60-40. She gets 60%, I get 40%. In business, Lin Tao knew that beyond the goods themselves, sales channels were paramount. Since this was his first request for cooperation, he proactively offered up the lion's share of the profits to demonstrate his sincerity. With this initial stepping stone secured, future collaborations would surely follow. Lin Tao's words stunned Lu Wenhu twice over. First, that he could discern Miss Su's extraordinary background in connection to him after just one meeting. Second, that he'd willingly offer her the lion's share. Fine, I'll pass it on to her. But brother, are you really that confident in letting me be the middleman? Aren't you worried I might take advantage of the situation? Lin Tao curved his lips. I trust your character, big brother. You'd never do such a thing. Ha! You kid, for that trust alone, I'll make sure this gets handled properly. Leaving the Jinsha Hotel, he borrowed their car to buy a new pair of butterfly hairpins at the department store. Passing the nutrition counter, Lin Tao hesitated briefly before grabbing a can of malted milk powder and 2 pounds of eggs, then headed toward the People's Hospital. The hospital bustled with people. Lin Tao asked a nurse which ward Li Hongmei was in. Pushing open the ward door, the modest room held 3 hospital beds. Li Hongmei lay in the bed by the window, hooked up to an 4 drip. Her mother, Aunt Li, sat by her bedside, feeding her apple slices. Lin Chang was nowhere to be seen. Lin Tao, why are you here? Li Hongmei's words came out muffled as she chewed, but it was clear she wasn't pleased to see Lin Tao. Lin Tao placed the malted milk powder and eggs he was carrying onto the cabinet beside the bed. My brother told me you were hospitalized and it's pretty serious. I came to see you. Where did my brother go? Upon seeing the malted milk and eggs, Li Hongmei's expression changed faster than turning a page. She immediately broke into a smile and asked Aunt Li to fetch a chair for Lin Tao to sit. Oh, you just came to visit. Why bring anything? We're family. Her words were polite, but she didn't mention once that Lin Tao should take the items back. Instead, she urged her mother to open the malted milk and prepare it for her to drink. The woman in the next bed came from a well-off family. Her cabinet was filled with nutritional supplements. Li Hongmei had been craving malted milk powder for days, wondering what it tasted like. Your older brother went back to the village to fetch something and hasn't returned yet. Is it okay leaving Xiaoyu home alone? You should head back while it's still light, or you might miss the bus. Taking the gift and then rushing her out so quickly, how utterly mercenary. Lin Tao sneered inwardly. If not for Lin Chang's sake, he'd never have come to see her in the first place. And this was the thanks he got. As he rose to leave, Lin Chang pushed open the door. The brothers locked eyes. Lin Chang stared at Lin Tao in surprise, then quickly averted his gaze. Lin Tao? What brings you here? Yeah, just checking if the $15 I lent you yesterday was enough. Lin Tao deliberately emphasized the word borrowed, ensuring both Li Hongmei on the hospital bed and Aunt Li beside it heard it loud and clear. It was enough. All right then, I'll be going. As Lin Tao stepped out of the ward, he heard Li Hongmei's voice from inside. Lin Chang, what's your brother playing at? Are we supposed to pay him back? Don't yell in the hospital room. By the time he got home, it was already noon. Lin Tao took out the butterfly hairpin and Lin Xiaoyu held it like a precious treasure, afraid of damaging it again. The system hadn't activated yet today, so Lin Tao decided to use the opportunity to tend to his small vegetable garden. He walked into the house to change clothes and take a shower, his gaze sweeping over the padlock on the drawer. His keen senses immediately detected something amiss. When he left that morning, the side with the inscription had been facing outward. Now, it was the blank side facing out. The lock had been tampered with. The key was hidden on top of the cabinet, completely out of Lin Xiaoyu's reach. Moreover, Lin Tao had never told his sister where the key was kept. Lin Tao hurried to the top of the cabinet to search. Sure enough, the key was missing. A wave of intense panic washed over him. His hands trembling, he unlocked the drawer. Inside, the once thick stack of cash was reduced to a few scattered bills. Counting them, he found only 7 yuan, 56 jiao. Not only were many bills missing, but most crucially, the Dongfeng watch had vanished without a trace. A buzzing sensation filled Lin Tao's ears as everything around him seemed to recede into the distance. His home had been burglarized. Nearly all the money he'd worked so hard to earn had been stolen. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Tao walked with heavy steps to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, did anyone come to the house today? After you left, Big Brother came back once. He said he was looking for something, but he left empty-handed not long after. I have no idea what he was searching for. Lin Chang? The image of Lin Chang's guilty, evasive gaze and his hands clenched tightly in the hospital room flashed through his mind. He never imagined his brother would take advantage of his absence to break in and steal. Lin Xiaoyu sensed something was off with Lin Tao and tentatively asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin Tao opened his mouth to speak, but looking into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, he couldn't bear to shatter the image of Lin Chang as her kind big brother. He forced a smile. Nothing. Just asking. Xiaoyu, I forgot I have unfinished business. I need to head back into town. I might not make it back tonight. You should stay at Xiaopeng's place tonight. Okay. After dropping his sister off at Zhao Xiaopeng's place, Zhao Xiaopeng asked, Bro, what are you going into town for? Aren't we going out to sea today? I'll tell you after I finish my business. Should I come with you? No need. I can handle it myself. You take good care of my little sister. Don't worry, bro, little you is like my own sister. Rushing back to the city on the bus, Lin Tao headed straight for the People's Hospital. With a grim expression, he pushed open the ward door. Lin Chang paled slightly at his sudden return. Xiao Tao, why are you back? Lin Tao stood in the doorway, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. He forced himself to hold back his anger. Lin Chang, this is a hospital ward. Let's talk outside. Don't disturb others' rest. Chapter 32, Brothers Turned Enemies. Li Hongmei, lying in the hospital bed, had no idea what was happening. She looked at Lin Chang suspiciously. What's so secretive? Can't you talk about it here? Lin Chang pressed his lips together, rose without a word, and followed Lin Tao out. They reached the hospital's small garden. Most patients had returned to their rooms to rest, leaving the area quiet except for the chirping of cicadas in the trees. Lin Tao stopped in a secluded corner, his gaze cold and tinged with disappointment. Lin Chang, you took the money, the tickets, and the watch from the drawer at home, didn't you? Lin Tao avoided calling it outright theft, hoping to spare his brother the last shred of dignity. Lin Chang responded with silence. The tension between the brothers grew heavier with each passing moment. Lin Tao's fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Suppressing his anger, he croaked, I'll ask you one more time. Did you take it? Answer me. As if pushed to the brink by Lin Tao's interrogation, Lin Chang erupted. What proof do you have it was me? Proof? Xiaoyu told me everything. You were the only one who went to the house this morning. I opened the drawer right in front of you. Who else could it be? Don't tell me Xiaoyu took it and framed you? Lin Tao grabbed Lin Chang by the collar and shook him violently, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Chang, I don't care about the bills. I'll even give you the money back. But you must return that watch to me. Lin Chang suddenly shoved Lin Tao hard, sending him stumbling backward. I already sold the watch. I can't give it back. Hearing this, Lin Tao froze as if struck by lightning. When he finally snapped out of it, he punched Lin Chang square in the face. How dare you sell it? To whom? Speak up. Caught off guard, Lin Chang was knocked to the ground, a large bruise instantly forming on his face. Struggling to his feet, he clutched his face and glared at Lin Tao. Your sister-in-law's condition keeps fluctuating. We still don't know if the baby will survive. Everything at the hospital costs money. The doctor said even if we manage to keep the pregnancy for now, the next few months are uncertain. She has to rest at home and can't work. The whole family depends on my meager earnings from the boat, barely enough for your sister-in-law's pregnancy-sustaining injections. We can't all starve to death, and the childbirth itself will be another huge expense. Your Uncle Li's health is failing too. He needs medicine every day. Just the pills cost 5 yuan a month. I work myself to the bone on the boat and barely scrape together 30-odd yuan by year's end. What do you expect me to do? As he spoke, Lin Chang's eyes welled up with tears. Do you think my life is easy? You have money to buy such an expensive watch and hide it at home, yet you never think to help me. These past 3 years since mom and dad passed, I've gone without food and drink just to support you and sell you first. And how do you repay me? By being good for nothing, loafing around, and loitering on the streets. I've taken out high-interest loans, and now the debt collectors are camped outside our door. You've made me a laughingstock in front of the entire Lee family. You know, every time I secretly gave you money, your sister-in-law would berate me like I was a worthless son. Now that you've got the means to make big bucks and live it up, you've forgotten your brother's kindness completely. Listening to Lin Chang's increasingly heated accusations, Lin Tao pressed his tongue against his cheek. As the eldest brother, he understood how good Lin Chang had been to the original owner in Xiaoyu. But that still didn't justify stealing money and property. Besides, he had offered to bring Lin Chang along to make money together. It was Lin Tao who had voluntarily turned down that chance. Lin Chang, for the sake of our blood ties, take me to retrieve that watch. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to report this to the police station. Lin Tao, I'm your own brother. Are you trying to get me thrown in jail or shot dead? Lin Tao snapped. I can give you money, I can give you bills, anything but that watch. Seeing Lin Tao dragging him toward the hospital exit, clearly intent on taking him to the police station, Lin Chang panicked. He tried to break free, but Lin Tao held him in an iron grip. It was too late to find that guy now. I ran into him at the hospital entrance earlier. He approached me first, asking if I needed money and if I had any old family heirlooms to sell. Then I asked if he'd take watches. I had no idea what this watch was worth, so when he said 50, I gave it to him. I never imagined Lin Chang would actually sell the watch and at such a low price to an antique dealer. Where am I supposed to find him now? Lin Chang, consider that money and those tickets my severance payment. Our brotherhood ends here. From now on, you take the broad highway while I walk the narrow plank. We're done for good, no more contact until death. With that, Lin Tao turned and walked out of the hospital without looking back. Watching his brother's resolute retreat, Lin Chang felt overwhelming regret surge through him. He covered his face and slowly sank to the ground, his sobs coming in broken gasps. What have I done? Lin Tao wandered the streets in a daze. Material possessions could be earned back, but opportunities lost were truly gone forever. Suddenly, a car horn blared behind him. Startled, Lin Tao flinched, his temper flaring instantly. He spun around and snapped, "This road is wide enough, why the hell are you tailgating me?" But when he recognized the car and the person inside, Lin Tao awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. "Brother, it's you?" The car pulled up beside him. Lu Wenhu rested one hand on the steering wheel and rolled down the window with the other. "What's up, bro? Still haven't gone back to the village? Looking so down, what happened?" "Bro, just get in the car. This isn't the place to talk." Lin Tao slid into the passenger seat and briefly recounted the day's events to Lu Wenhu. Lu Wenhu slammed the steering wheel in fury. "My own brother doing something like this? Ugh. Bro, you know that came from a big shot. The price isn't the point, the significance is extraordinary. How could I ever get it back?" After a moment's thought, Lu Wenhu replied, "I do have a way to find out who has it. Here's what we'll do. It's getting dark, and you won't catch the bus back to Baisha village. Tonight, I'll take you somewhere. With luck, we can get it back before he sells it." Hearing there was a chance to get the watch back, hope lit up in Lin Tao's eyes. "Thank you so much, big brother. No need to thank me. That watch was special to begin with, and it came from the Sands Hotel. Even without our personal connection, I couldn't let it be resold. If that big shot found out, the Sands Hotel would suffer the consequences." Lu Wenhu reassured Lin Tao with a few words, then escorted him back to the Sands Hotel, temporarily settling him in his lounge. "I've got business to attend to. Rest here for now, Xiao Tao. If you get hungry, just tell the kitchen what you want." With that, Lu Wenhu turned and closed the door behind him. In the hallway, he pulled out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Find out which scalper in town was blind enough to rip off a Dongfeng watch from some idiot for $50 at the People's Hospital today. Chapter 33, Big Brother, are you in the mafia? The clock face on the wall ticked steadily. Lin Tao stood by the window, watching the night fully descend outside. The glass reflected the crease between his eyebrows. "Xiao Tao, change into this outfit and come with me." "Okay." Lin Tao took the clothes Lu Wenhu handed him, a plain dark blue work jacket with no logos or patterns, and a mask. Though he didn't understand Lu Wenhu's intentions in preparing these items for him, Lin Tao obediently complied. After changing and putting on the mask, he slid into the passenger seat. The city was still in its early stages of development, and nightlife was nowhere near as vibrant as in Lin Tao's era. Only a few streetlights cast their warm yellow glow, and the occasional passerby could be seen. The car drove south until it stopped outside a park. "We're here, Xiao Tao. Once we go inside, stay right by my side. Don't wander off, and don't say anything out of turn." "Got it, big bro." The two walked into the park, following the pebble path across the lawn. They wound through the woods, turning this way and that until they reached the end. A large open space lay before them, dotted with people who looked like vendors. They sat on newspapers spread on the ground or on their own folding stools, with all sorts of items scattered haphazardly in front of them. Though the evening wasn't as hot as daytime, it was still summer. Yet these people covered themselves from head to toe, revealing only their eyes. They didn't hawk their wares, but waited quietly and steadily, watching to see if they might encounter someone destined to buy. It was Lin Tao's first time in such a place, and his gaze kept drifting toward the items displayed at the stalls. Most of the wares were antiques and silver coins, at first glance quite similar to Beijing's Panjiayuan market. Noticing Lin Tao's interest, Lu Wenhu leaned closer and cleared his throat. "Just look around," he said. "Don't even think about buying. There's nothing real here. The real stuff doesn't get sold at places like this." Lin Tao nodded in understanding. After all, it had only been a little over a decade since the era of foreign exchange earnings. Mass-produced high-quality replicas flooded not only overseas markets but also the domestic scene, where genuine and fake items were mixed together, making it nearly impossible to tell them apart. "Bro, what kind of place is this?" "The black market," Lin Tao replied. "Or you could call it a ghost market. It changes locations daily. You need connections to find it. I never imagined there was actually a black market." Seeing Lu Wenhu dressed casually as usual, not even wearing a mask, Lin Tao asked in confusion, "Bro, I see everyone else practically wrapped up like a dumpling. You have no disguise at all. Aren't you afraid of being recognized?" Lu Wenhu snorted derisively. "I'm more worried they won't recognize me. The Golden Sand Hotel isn't a place just anyone can mess with." The brothers continued walking until they found a man crouched on a folding stool in a corner, his head practically buried in the ground. Before him lay only a sparse selection of goods. Even Lin Tao, a complete amateur, could tell they were all imitation crafts, their crudeness obvious. As Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu stopped before him, the man slowly lifted his head to meet their gaze. The instant their eyes locked, his primal instinct screamed one word: "Run!" "Xiao Tao, block him!" "Got him!" Lin Tao seized the man's arm. The man struggled to break free but found himself utterly pinned. In his panic, a small knife slipped from his coat and he lunged to stab Lin Tao. Fortunately, Lin Tao reacted swiftly. He seized the man's knife-wielding wrist and twisted it hard. The pain made the man scream and release his grip. The knife fell to the ground, where Lu Wenhu, who had caught up, kicked it far away with a flying kick. The commotion drew the attention of others in the black market, who turned to watch. Several imposing, towering figures emerged from the nearby woods. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, subduing the man while cautiously retreating several steps. Lu Wenhu cleared his throat, his voice deep and sharp. "This kid took something he shouldn't have. It's got nothing to do with you guys." The men recognized Lu Wenhu's face, nodded, and retreated back into the woods. "Boss, who are they?" "Thugs. Keeping watch for trouble on the black market." "No worries. Just take this kid somewhere else." As they escorted the man to the bend in the path, Lu Wenhu lit a cigarette and held it between his lips. The flickering ember danced in the forest shadows. "You've got that watch on you, right? Hand it over now if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll take matters into my own hands and I won't go easy on you." The man suddenly spoke up. "I see you're in the same line of work. You're breaking the black market rules. Cut the ing bull. You take stuff without checking where it came from, and you lecture me about rules? Keep talking, and I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp them flat." Seeing the man's defiance, Lu Wenhu lost patience with empty talk and ordered Lin Tao to search him. Lin Tao ripped open the man's shirt, rummaged through his inner pocket, and pulled out the watch. Running his fingers over the engraving on the inside of the dial, he confirmed it was the real thing. "I bought this for $50. If you want it, make it 100. "Ha, you're new to this game, aren't you? Go find out who Lu Wenhu of the Jinsha Hotel is. Consider $50 your lesson learned. Keep your eyes open from now on, don't buy just anything." After retrieving the watch, Lu Wenhu drove Lin Tao back to the Jinsha Hotel. On the way, Lin Tao hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Brother, have you ever been in the gang?" Startled, Lu Wenhu slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the pavement. "Xiao Tao, don't go saying things like that. I'm a veteran. Loyal to the country, serving the people. How could I possibly be in the gangs?" "Sorry, bro. I just noticed today. I've got a wide network in business and know a lot of people. Don't get any crazy ideas. Now that we've got the watch back, you'd better keep it safe. Don't let anyone steal it again." Lin Tao nodded. "Don't worry, big brother. This time, it's all thanks to your help." Back at the Jinsha Hotel, Lin Tao lay on the guest room bed, staring intently at the watch he'd recovered. Lu Wenhu wielded influence across both legitimate and underworld circles in the city, and clearly held significant sway. To recruit someone like him under her banner, just how astonishing must Miss Su's background and connections be? The next morning, Lin Tao rose early and headed to Lu Wenhu's office. He knocked for a while, but no one answered. A passing attendant spotted Lin Tao and approached, saying, "Our boss is out. When he returns, please tell him that Lin Tao has already left." "Sure." Sitting on the bus back to Baisha village, Lin Tao watched the poplar trees whizzing past the window. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. At 4 p.m. today, a school of turbot will appear 300 meters east of the pier. Turbot? Hearing this scientific term, Lin Tao froze for a moment before realizing what it was. It's just turbot, not some fancy large turbot. Turbot boasts tender, delicate flesh packed with nutrients. Like most sea fish, it has few bones between the muscles, making it suitable for all ages. But until 1992, its farming techniques were monopolized by the British. In today's market, it's undoubtedly a high-value catch. Chapter 34, The Choice of Humanity. Kam Kaju still didn't know when she could sell it, and Lin Tao was fretting over how to scrape together 120 yuan before month's end. Talk about help arriving when you least expect it. Returning home, he found the door locked. Judging by the lock, Lin Xiaoyu was still at Zhao Xiaopeng's place and hadn't returned yet. He turned and headed toward Zhao Xiaopeng's house. The courtyard gate stood ajar. Lin Tao knocked. Xiaopeng, home? I'm coming in. Zhao Xiaopeng rushed out. Bro, you're back. Have you eaten? There's some dumpling soup my mom made this morning in the pot. Want me to warm it up for you? No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Tao's stomach growled loudly. Bro, go inside first. I'll heat it up for you in the kitchen right now. Lin Tao stepped into the main room as Aunt Zhao's voice drifted from the inner chamber. Is that Xiao Tao back? Come in quickly. I'm just finishing combing Xiao Yu's hair. It'll be ready soon. Pushing aside the curtain, he saw his little sister sitting obediently on a small stool before Aunt Zhao. Unable to move, she could only watch him with her big, round eyes. Brother, look. Isn't Aunt Zhao's braid pretty? Aunt Zhao finished tying the ribbon, then loosened her grip. Let me see whose little girl is this, so pretty? I'll go buy some plaid fabric at the supply store and make you a flowery shirt. It's all the rage now. Lin Xiaoyu ran to Lin Tao, twirling around. Brother! Lin Tao instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, but hesitated for fear of messing it up. Instead, he pinched her cheek affectionately, his eyes brimming with adoration. She looks especially lovely. Zhao Xiaopeng carried a steaming pot of dumpling soup into the main room, huffing and puffing as he called out, hot stuff, hot stuff. Bro, come eat. After dinner, Zhao Xiaopeng asked impatiently, Bro, are we going out to sea today? The weather looks perfect, shouldn't be any rough waves out there. Sure. Let's go catch some small fish and shrimp first to mix into the bait. Before leaving, Lin Tao quietly pulled Lin Xiaoyu into a corner, slipped his arm into her coat pocket, and whispered, Xiaoyu, find a place to hide this when we get back. Don't let anyone see it until I return, understand? This thing is important to me, to our family. If Brother Lin comes again, don't open the door for him. Just say I told you so. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't understand why she shouldn't open the door for their eldest brother, her eyes filled with confusion. Not knowing how to explain it to his sister, Lin Tao sighed. Xiaoyu, you're still young and don't understand many things. I don't want you to understand too soon. Just remember that I'm always looking out for your best interests and for our family's good. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, her understanding half-formed. Brother, I'll remember. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng grabbed handfuls of bran and flour at home before heading out, mixing them into a dough with water. On the beach, they collected a bucketful of half-dead shrimp washed ashore. Paddling their small boat out to the nearshore, they used the multi-hook rigs still attached to their fishing rods, the same ones they'd used to catch pufferfish earlier, saving them a lot of effort. They baited the hooks, cast them into the sea, and soon felt a tug. Reeling in the line, they pulled up a lively string of shrimp. The azure sky above mirrored the tranquil sea below. Large white clouds occasionally obscured the sun, casting vast shadows across the water and bringing moments of cool relief. After 2 hours, we'd caught quite a few shrimp, crammed into the bucket. Occasionally, one or two would escape, landing on the boat deck with a plop. Bro, since we're fishing for shrimp, why bother collecting stuff on the beach? Crush these half-dead ones and mix them with dough bait for the feeding spot. Using live shrimp would be such a waste. Oh, right. I totally forgot about the bait. As the time approached, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng paddled their skiff toward the location indicated by the system. Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. The brothers rolled the mixed bait into small pellets and scattered them like confetti into the sea, occasionally tossing in a few larger chunks. While the bait dissolved in the water, Lin Tao wrapped lead weights around his hooks to add heft. Turbot, a type of flatfish, burrows into the ocean sand, ambushing passing small fish and shrimp for food. They're highly wary, so to catch them, you must sink the hook to the bottom and wait patiently, no rushing. Wild turbot weren't densely distributed. Trawlers couldn't drag their nets deep enough to catch them, making them hard to harvest. Occasionally, one or two might wash up on the beach at low tide. It's unclear how large the school of fish mentioned in the system intelligence might be. The hook was threaded through a fresh live shrimp and cast into the sea. The reel line kept unwinding steadily until the hook was confirmed to have reached the bottom. The wait on the small boat was tedious. With nothing else to do, the brothers started playing rock, paper, scissors. About 10 minutes later, the float began bobbing violently up and down a bight. The brothers scrambled to grab the rod. Due to its unusual body structure, the turbot swims relatively slowly in the ocean. Even when startled by the reeling line and beginning to struggle, it couldn't escape being hauled out of the water. Bro, it's a turbot. I got two. Though only palm-sized, Zhao Xiaopeng knew turbot was rare and precious, and he still cheered excitedly. Lin Tao had only caught one, but it was a whopper bigger than a human face, with thick flesh weighing 4 or 5 pounds. It thrashed wildly in his hands. Worried the startled school might scatter, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng hurriedly cast their lines again and again until they simply couldn't wait any longer. By the end, their boat held over 30 turbot of various sizes. As they rowed the skiff back to the dock, the village fishing boats had already sorted most of their catch ashore. Cooperative workers were weighing and recording the catches, loading them onto transport trucks. Villagers who had finished their tasks gathered curiously around Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng as they returned from the sea. A car from the Jinsha Hotel was parked on shore. Once again, it was the Liang brothers who had come to collect the fish today. Brother Ji. Brother Yong. Lin Tao, just back from the sea? We just arrived too. Got any good catches? Tying out the dinghy, Lin Tao stepped onto the dock. Turbot. Loaded straight into the seafood box. Liang Ji and Liang Yong hauled the seafood boxes from the trunk and joined Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng in loading the fish. Wow, that's quite a haul. You're one lucky guy, Lin Tao. This is the first time we've ever collected so many turbot in one go, and they're still so fresh. The box was placed on the scale, 55 pounds and 6 ounces. Rounded up, let's call it 56 pounds. 1 yuan per pound, 56 yuan total. No, if it's convenient, could you give me bills instead? Sure thing. Liang Yong counted out 55 yuan from his leather wallet plus a few bills. Thanks, Brother Ji and Brother Yong. Watching Lin Tao clutch the stack of cash, the gathered villagers looked on with envy and jealousy, silently wondering how Lin Tao could be so lucky. Lin Tao stared at the 55 yuan in his hand, feeling conflicted. Before, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second, but now he was desperately short on cash. He was still dozens of yuan short of the 120 mark. Should he share this earnings with Zhao Xiaopeng? Chapter 35, Mess with my sister and you're screwed. Lin Tao glanced at Zhao Xiaopeng, who was buzzing with excitement over the big payday. In the end, he pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to him. Xiaopeng, this is yours. Nearly half of this batch of Trivoli was caught by Zhao Xiaopeng. Money could always be earned again, but what was rightfully his couldn't be withheld. Unaware of Lin Tao's inner conflict, Zhao Xiaopeng happily accepted the money and ran toward Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao nearby. Dad, Mom, I made money again with brother. Shout out, you gave him so much money again. It makes us feel a bit awkward too. Lin Tao smiled. Xiaopeng earned it. He worked hard. Amidst the villagers' envious stares, Lin Tao carried the money and the bucket of live shrimp home, planning to make stir-fried shrimp for dinner. By then, dusk had fallen, and the alley was growing dim. Only when he reached his home did Lin Tao notice the courtyard gate stood wide open, riddled with holes. The gate latch that should have secured it lay broken in 2 pieces on the ground. The gate had been rammed open from the outside. Oh no, Xiao Yu. Ignoring the live shrimp scattered across the floor, Lin Tao rushed into the house. There, sitting on the bench in the main room, was Boss Zhu with several of his henchmen. Oh, Lin Tao, you're back. Lin Xiaoyu was tied to a chair with ropes. The intricate braids Aunt Zhao had meticulously styled were now a tangled mess, and her face bore the stark imprint of a slap. Seeing Lin Tao return, tears welled up in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. She struggled desperately, trying to cry out, but with cloth stuffed in her mouth, only muffled sounds escaped. Lin Tao's heart ached so deeply he clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Zhu Laoda. Boss Zhu, it's not even the day we agreed on. You broke into my house while I was away and hurt my sister. What's the meaning of this? Zhu Laoda chuckled, his jowls jiggling. Who knew if you were genuinely away or just hiding? As for your sister, I just thought she was cute and wanted to play with her. Who knew she'd be so ungrateful and bite me? So I just gave her a little lesson. Lin Tao rushed to Lin Xiaoyu's side, untied the ropes, and ripped the cloth from her mouth, tossing it far away. Don't be scared, Xiaoyu. Big brother's back. Wah, brother. He touched me and tried to kiss me. Xiaoyu, go to Xiaopeng's place first. But what about you, big brother? Lin Xiaoyu clung tightly to Lin Tao's shirt, refusing to let go. Listen to me, go now. I'll be fine. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and dashed out the door. Boss Zhao remained completely unfazed, casually crossing his legs. Lin Tao, you've made a killing lately. Got the money together yet? Xu Feng, didn't I warn you last time? Keep your hands off my sister. Lin Tao's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. His hawk-like eyes blazed with murderous intent, the muscles in his forearms bulging with tension. I owe you money? Take it out on me. But you not only molested her, you dared to hit her. Big brother Zhu not only shrugged it off but sneered contemptuously, what can you possibly do to me? But your sister really is a looker, smooth skin, delicate features. Mum. As he spoke, Boss Zhu licked his lips suggestively. His eyes, squeezed into slits by layers of fat, gleamed with blatant lechery. Xu Feng, you're asking for it. Lin Tao lunged forward and landed a vicious punch squarely on Zhu Laoda's face, sending stars spinning before his eyes. You dare hit me? What the hell are you useless bastards waiting for? Get him. The thugs boss Zhu brought along were far tougher than the lackeys who'd followed Manhwa before. Though their fighting style didn't suggest proper training, they fought with reckless abandon. Drawing on his past life's experience in Sanda and the raw ferocity burning in his chest, Lin Tao didn't let them gain much ground, though his face soon bore several bruises. Who knew, Lin Tao? You're a tough little bastard. You losers can't even handle a kid? Shameful. Get your gear out. The henchmen pulled knuckle dusters from their pockets, slapped them onto their hands, and grinned savagely as they closed in on Lin Tao. The brass knuckles gleamed with sharpened spikes. Despite Lin Tao's quick reflexes and evasive maneuvers, he was still grazed, leaving fresh blood trails wherever the metal scraped. Damn it, I'll need a tetanus shot. With weapons now in play, Lin Tao's movements were restricted. The cramped room offered no room to maneuver, so he retreated toward the courtyard. What could he use? The kitchen knife was out too deadly. What else? Suddenly, Lin Tao spotted the mop hanging by the wall. An idea struck him. He grabbed the mop and ducked into the small shed next door. The henchman assumed Lin Tao was cowering in fear and began mocking him loudly. Boss Zhu slowly rose from his bench. No sooner had he stepped over the threshold of the main hall than he heard his henchman's terrified screams echoing from the courtyard. Ah! Don't come over here! Help! Lin Tao's gone mad! Ugh! Boss, get out of the way! There stood Lin Tao, a mop in his hand, wildly stabbing at people. The henchmen screamed and scattered backward. You idiots! A damn mop scares you this much? Suddenly, Boss Zhu wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of an overpowering stench that made him gag instinctively. Holy, what the hell stinks so bad? Looking closer, they realized the mud-like substance clinging to Lin Tao's mop was actually. Lin Tao grinned savagely as he swung the mop. Those hit by the urine soaked and screamed, while those struck by the feces covered and died. He was like Lu Bu reborn. No one dared meet his fury head-on. The henchman who had been shielding Boss Zhu couldn't take the threat anymore and retreated, retching all the way. Zhu Laode turned ashen-faced and stumbled backward. Lin Tao, put down that mop. Let's talk this out. Damn it all to hell, Zhu Feng. You forced my hand. If you dare touch my sister, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Brother! I'm here. Are you okay? Zhao Xiaopeng shouted to a few young villagers who hadn't gone out to sea. They grabbed hoes and shovels and rushed over to Lin Tao's house. When they arrived, they saw Lin Tao swinging the mop wildly at the group like a madman. Big Brother Zhu was slumped against the wall, sprawled on the ground, unconscious or dead, covered head to toe in. Holy, what the hell is this mess? Ugh! Some of the helpers who caught the stench wafting from the yard couldn't hold back their gag reflexes. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the younger brothers felt like they'd spotted a lifeline. You guys, stop this lunatic right now. Help! Bro, calm down, ugh! Lin Tao finally stopped when he saw Zhao Xiaopeng arrive with his men. Get your boss out of here now. The underlings looked at the filthy Zhu Laode, exchanging glances. None dared step forward to help him up. Still not leaving, huh? We're leaving right now. Don't you dare move. The underlings couldn't care less anymore. Suppressing their revulsion, they carried Boss Zhu away. The alley echoed with waves of retching sounds. Lin Tao lifted the bucket from the well and washed away the filth left in the courtyard. Bro, how'd you come up with such a nasty trick to deal with him? Chapter 36, let me deal with him. After cleaning the courtyard, Lin Tao invited the young men who had come with Zhao Xiaopeng to help inside for a drink of water. But the earlier scene had left them all feeling queasy. They waved him off and hurried away. Bro, you're bleeding. Zhao Xiaopeng frowned with concern, seeing the bloody gashes from the brass knuckles across Lin Tao's face and arms, along with large patches of bruising. Yeah, just minor cuts. Nothing serious. I'll head to the clinic first to get a tetanus shot. I'll go with you. At the clinic, after Lin Tao had his wounds treated and received the tetanus shot, he sat on a stool observing for any reactions. Zhao Xiaopeng sat beside him and asked, Bro, how did you get involved with Boss Zhu? When Xiaoyu came running to my place, she was choking on her words. All I could make out was that you were cornered at home and beaten. And couldn't speak clearly. All I gathered was that you were cornered and beaten by a group at home. Lin Tao told Zhao Xiaopeng everything, how he'd been tricked into borrowing high-interest money from Boss Zhu, and how he'd ended up owing 120 yuan. 120 yuan? Why didn't he just rob someone? Everyone in Baisha village knew what kind of person Zhu Laode was. Zhao Xiaopeng thought for a moment and said, Bro, you've made a decent amount lately. 120 should be about right. I'll see if I can cover the rest. Let's just get rid of him first. Lin Tao sighed deeply, heavy with resignation. Lin Chang stole nearly all the money I earned while I was away. I'm practically starting from scratch now. Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Chang? Brother Chang? How could that be? He wasn't like that before. How could he do something so ungrateful and disloyal? I never would have believed he could do this either, but it happened. He even stole that watch and sold it. Only with Brother Lu's help did we get it back. The news hit Zhao Xiaopeng like a ton of bricks. He couldn't process it. Lin Chang had always struck him as a kind, honest, and trustworthy older brother figure. How could he suddenly turn into this? Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter anymore. Consider that money severance pay. From now on, Lin Chang, me, and Xiao Yu won't have anything to do with him. When the topic turned to money, Zhao Xiaopeng mentally counted the family's savings, calculating how much they could contribute to help Lin Tao repay Zhu Laoda. By the time they returned from the clinic, night had fallen completely. Lin Tao followed Zhao Xiaopeng home first to pick up his little sister. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao were pacing anxiously at home, like ants on a hot pan. Aunt Zhao held Lin Xiaoyu close in her arms. You're finally back, Xiao Tao. Quick, let Auntie see if you're hurt anywhere. When Uncle Zhao rushed over, the door was locked. We had no idea where you'd gone. We were worried sick. You and Xiaoyu should stay tonight. Dinner's almost ready. You can squeeze in with Uncle Zhao and Xiaopeng tonight. I'll take Xiaoyu to bed. Wait until morning to head back. Unable to refuse, Lin Tao had no choice but to agree. The next morning, Lin Tao groggily climbed out of bed. The unfamiliar furnishings in the room jolted him awake. He suddenly remembered he'd spent the night at Zhao Xiaopeng's house. The spot on his arm where he'd gotten the vaccine felt slightly sore and swollen. Lin Tao stretched lazily, about to get up, when he heard Zhao Xiaopeng and Uncle and Aunt Zhao speaking in hushed tones outside. Mom, Dad, that Zhu guy is no good. He turned $30 into 120. He's gone mad for money. He's practically pushing people to their deaths. Chang even stole all the money my brother earned these past days. We were so close to paying him back, but Shu threatened my brother, saying if he didn't pay by month's end, he'd break his arms and legs. Even if my brother could earn money now, it'd be tough to pay him back. Mom and Dad, I've been hoping our family's situation would improve, and that's partly thanks to the money my brother shares with me. We can't just stand by and watch Shu drive my brother and Xiaoyu to their deaths. Ah, Xiao Tao seems to be waking up. Better not say this now. The child's mind is growing heavier. Hearing this would only make him overthink. Lin Tao feigned just waking up as he stepped out of the room. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Zhao. Why's Xiao Tao up so early? Xiao Yu's still sleeping. What did you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Whatever you make, I'll eat. I'm not picky. Aunt Zhao hummed in response and hurried into the kitchen. After breakfast, Lin Tao walked home with his sister. Not long after, Zhao Xiaopeng caught up quickly, grabbed Tao's hand, and pressed a palm-sized cloth bundle with blue flowers on a white background into it. Bro, there's 60 yuan in here. My parents told me to give it to you. It won't cover everything, but every little bit helps. Lin Tao looked at the money in his hand. He knew it included not only his share for Zhao Xiaopeng, but also the savings Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao had contributed. He quickly pushed it back. No way. I can't take this much money. Brother, without you, with my own abilities, forget 60, even 6 yuan would be hard to earn. People should repay kindness, especially when you're in trouble now. How could I not help? Seeing Zhao Xiaopeng's resolute expression, Lin Tao clenched the cloth bundle in his hand and choked out, You're giving it all to me? What about you guys? Don't worry, brother. My mom set aside all the money we need for the household before letting me give this to you. I just didn't want you to feel burdened or think too much about it. Give my thanks to Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao. With the 60 yuan Zhao Xiaopeng gave him, the pressure of repaying his debts eased considerably. The taut string in Lin Tao's heart finally relaxed a little. As he approached his home, he saw Lu Wenhu sitting on a stone bench smoking. Brother, what brings you here? Xiao Tao, I thought you'd gone out to sea again this morning. I was planning to come over tonight. Lu Wenhu flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and ground it out. Rising to his feet, he approached and noticed the bruise on Lin Tao's face. Then he saw the lingering redness and swelling on Lin Xiaoyu's face. His thick, sword-like eyebrows instantly knitted together. What happened? Who bullied you? Lin Tao gave a rough account of yesterday's events. Lu Wenhu spat contemptuously on the ground. So he's got a few lackeys and made a bit of money, and now he thinks he can bully the villagers? He dares to mess with my brothers? Looks like he's tired of living. Don't worry, Xiao Tao. He can demand whatever he wants, but he'd better have the guts to collect it. Just wait for your big brother to deal with him. Big brother, you are the owner of the Jinsha Hotel. If word gets out, it might reflect poorly on the establishment. No problem. A small fry like him isn't worth my personal attention. Oh, right, almost forgot the main business. There's new information about that favor you asked me for last time. Lin Tao hurriedly unlocked the door and ushered Lu Wenhu inside. It's not convenient out here. Let's talk inside. Pulling up a chair in the inner room, Lu Wenhu began, I delivered the pearl to Miss Su and explained its origins along with the 60-40 split arrangement. She was stunned. Last night, she contacted me to say the pearl had already been sent to an auction house in Hong Kong City for sale. I didn't expect Miss Su to move so quickly. I thought it would take a while longer to hear back. Really? How much did it sell for? Chapter 37, Danger Looms. I don't know the exact amount. Miss Sue said to visit the Sands Hotel when you have time. She wants to discuss it with you in person. Got it. Thanks for running an errand and passing on the message, bro. Come on, we're brothers, no need for formalities. I'll handle Zhufeng's situation first. Otherwise, you'd never feel comfortable leaving your sister home alone. Thanks, bro. Lu Wenhu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Think of it as ridding the world of a menace. If you really want to thank me, just hook me up with a few more big shipments. I'm off. No sooner had Lu Wenhu left than the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Your intelligence level has been upgraded to level 3, 37 points are required for the next level. Intelligence quantity and quality have slightly improved. Ding. Today's intelligence has been delivered. White intelligence 1 point, large flathead flounder sighted in the mangrove mudflats at 4 p.m. today. Host intelligence level, 343 points. Host, please review immediately. Reaching level 3 so quickly instantly perked up Lin Tao. After advancing to level 2 a few days ago, he'd already obtained a gold intelligence report. The next one probably wouldn't be far off. Xiaoyu, where did you hide that watch I gave you? Lin Xiaoyu dashed into the inner room, climbed onto the bed, and struggled to pry open a crack in the camphor wood chest by the headboard. She fumbled inside for a long while before finally pulling it out. Bro, I was afraid it would get damaged, so I wrapped it in a handkerchief and tucked it inside. Unfolding the handkerchief, he saw the watch face was indeed scratch-free. Lin Tao ruffled Lin Xiaoyu's hair. What a thoughtful girl. After pacing the inner room several times, he still felt uneasy about its security. Finally, his gaze fell upon the camphor wood chest by the bed. This chest had been the original owner's mother's dowry, holding thick winter quilts and the winter clothes for the couple and their 3 children. Lin Chang's clothes and bedding had been taken when he married into the Li family. Though the original owner and his sister had been malnourished these past 3 years, they still grew daily, and their old clothes no longer fit. But with no money, they had no choice but to make do. Opening the camphor wood chest, a familiar, musty scent wafted out. Lin Xiaoyu sniffed it nearby, her eyes slowly reddening. Lin Tao knew she was missing her parents. He peeled back layer upon layer of quilts and garments, creating a small space in the corner. There, he tucked away the watch wrapped in a handkerchief. The camphor wood chest kept out both insects and rodents, and its weight made it difficult to search. Hiding it here was the safest place. After hiding it, Lin Tao cautioned, "Don't let anyone know we have this in our house, understand?" Got it, big bro. After stashing the watch, Lin Tao placed the 60 yuan Zhao Xiaopeng had given him into a drawer. After a moment's thought, he hid the lock's key in a crack behind the camphor wood chest. When he left that afternoon, fearing Zhu Laoda might cause trouble again while he was gone, Lin Tao had no choice but to take Lin Xiaoyu with him. He called Zhao Xiaopeng, and the 3 headed to the beach. At this hour, most of the village women were at the pier mending fishing nets, waiting for the boats to return so they could help unload and sort the catch. The vast beach was empty except for them and a few scattered children gathering clams. Though she'd often snuck out to pry open oysters when food was scarce, this was her first time joining Lin Tao for the tide pool hunt, and Lin Xiaoyu seemed quite excited. Lin Tao handed Lin Xiaoyu a bucket and shovel. The shore can be dangerous. Don't wander too far from us. As they walked along the beach toward the mangroves, they picked up whatever caught their eye. Lin Tao spotted half a wine bottle buried in the sand and pulled it out only to find a plump octopus curled up inside. What a pleasant surprise. He tossed the bottle into the bucket and soon discovered another octopus hiding inside a scallop shell. Octopuses were plentiful today. Octopus wasn't particularly valuable, and the quantities found were small. A handful here and there wouldn't even earn much when divided among everyone. The villagers of Baisha village usually took them home to boil or use as filling. But Lin Tao spotted a new business opportunity. Without hard shells for protection, octopuses loved hiding in sand and among various conch and clam shells. Recalling his past life, he remembered coastal fishermen would tie strings to numerous palm-sized clay pots filled with fish and shrimp meat, then toss them into shallow waters to lure octopuses. With no one practicing this method now, he could make a fortune. But where would he get so many clay pots? Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. Lost in thought, Lin Tao walked to the location indicated by the system. The water hadn't fully receded from the mangrove mudflats yet. The muddy, slippery ground was treacherous, one wrong step and he'd be flat on his face. Whoa, holy crap! Before Lin Tao could warn him, Zhao Xiaopeng splat face first into the mud, smearing himself from head to toe like a mud monkey. Ha! Watch your step. Bro, are you making fun of me? I saw you laughing. I wasn't. You must have imagined it. No time for banter. Noticing something lurking in the puddle, Lin Tao used his tongs to stir up the mud, startling whatever was hiding inside. Splash, splash. A large flatfish nearly 40 centimeters long thrashed vigorously in the water. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in. A flounder this big is rare, it's bigger than my dad's big shoe. Flounder weren't uncommon on the mudflats during low tide, but most were only palm-sized, thin as a pancake. Once you peeled off the skin, there wasn't much meat left. This was an era of scarcity. Cooking oil, whether pressed from peanuts or soybeans, or rendered from lard, was a precious commodity. Moreover, cooking oil required grain and oil ration tickets. Each household had a monthly quota, and once it was gone, they had to wait until the next month. So villagers were usually stingy with oil when cooking, using just a few drops to add a hint of shine. Steaming small flatfish yielded little meat, and frying them seemed too wasteful. Over time, no one bothered to collect them anymore. Lin Tao grabbed a large flatfish by the tail and tossed it into a bucket. He then groped around the mudflats, completely unaware that Lin Xiaoyu, captivated by hermit crabs scuttling along the shore, had already stepped into the surf. Flounder were also masters at burrowing into the sand, hard to spot unless you looked closely. By the time dusk fell and the tide slowly rose, the older brother had caught 3 big ones, while the younger had filled a bucket. "Bro, these little ones don't have much meat. Why bother catching them? Just toss them back in the sea. Come home with me later. I'll cook them up so delicious you'll be blown away." "Ha, I'll be waiting." Just as he was about to call Lin Xiaoyu over to unload the catch at the pier, he looked around and couldn't find her anywhere. Lin Tao panicked instantly. "Xiaoyu, where did you go? Brother! Save me!" Following the cries, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng rushed over. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu being swept further and further out by the waves, Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat. "Xiaoyu! Bro, let's go save Xiaoyu." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaopeng stripped off his clothes and lunged toward the sea, only to be pulled back by Lin Tao, who had regained his senses. "It's high tide now. I'll go save Xiaoyu. You hurry to the pier and row the skiff over. If we can't make it back to shore, you can still meet us out at sea." Chapter 38, I won't let anything happen to you. Under Lin Tao's direction, Zhao Xiaopeng finally calmed down, nodding repeatedly. "I'm on it." Lin Tao stripped off his clothes and plunged into the sea, swimming desperately toward Lin Xiaoyu, who was bobbing up and down in the waves. Feeling multiple currents tugging at him, Lin Tao realized with a start, this is dangerous. "I've hit a whirlpool. Bro! Gulp, gulp, save me." Too young to venture beyond the shoreline, Lin Xiaoyu had never swum before. Panicked and flailing wildly, she choked on several mouthfuls of water. Exhausted, her cries grew fainter. Her head had been struggling to stay above water, but now Lin Tao could only see the top of her head. "Oh no!" Gritting his teeth, Lin Tao fought desperately against the turbulent currents. Just as he was about to reach his sister, an excruciating ache shot through his arm. Instantly, half his strength drained away. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster the power to push forward. The aftereffects of last night's tetanus shot hadn't worn off yet. Why did this have to happen now? No matter what, he had to push his sister back to shore even if he had to use his head. Gritting his teeth until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, Lin Tao finally grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's arm underwater. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and lifted his head above the surface. "Xiaoyu, how are you? Don't scare me." Lin Xiaoyu's damp bangs clung to her forehead. Her doe-like eyes were tightly shut, her face deathly pale, lips tinged with an unnatural purple. "We have to get ashore quickly." Carrying Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Tao found every step in the water an agonizing struggle. The rising tide's waves grew stronger, pushing them out only to pull them back, as if toying with the siblings. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. With me here, nothing bad will happen to you." His words comforted his unconscious sister, yet they also seemed to be a rallying cry for himself. The mangrove mudflats and the dock where boats were moored lay in opposite directions. Lin Tao's small boat relied solely on manual power. Zhao Xiaopeng paddled frantically with both arms, his strokes flapping like a moth's wings, racing toward the siblings. "Brother, little Rain, wait for me. I'll be right back." Exhausting his last ounce of strength, Lin Tao supported Lin Xiaoyu as they staggered ashore from the sea. Exhausted, he collapsed stiffly onto the sand. Xiaoyu. Lin Tao practically crawled and dragged Lin Xiaoyu away from the shore, his knees scraped raw and bleeding by the coarse sand and sharp shell fragments. Only when he reached a safe, level spot did he glance at his sister. Her chest rose and fell so faintly that, without careful observation, one might have thought her breathing had ceased. Lin Tao pressed his ear to her chest. Her heartbeat was far below normal. When he lifted her eyelids, her pupils appeared unfocused. She wouldn't survive the trip to the clinic. Fortunately, Lin Tao had been an avid angler in his previous life, fishing in countless waters. He hadn't forgotten the procedures for drowning victims. He immediately began performing CPR and rescue breathing on Lin Xiaoyu. He then laid her across his lap and began repeated abdominal thrusts. Gag! Finally, Lin Xiaoyu violently expelled a large gush of water, followed by a fit of coughing. Lin Tao gently patted her back. "Brother." Pulled back from the brink of death, Lin Xiaoyu threw herself into Lin Tao's arms, sobbing. "Brother, I thought I was going to die. It's all my fault for not watching you properly, letting the waves sweep you away. I'm the one who messed up." Lin Xiaoyu shook her head tearfully. "It's my fault for disobeying you and forgetting everything you told me. I shouldn't have gone so close to the shore." When Zhao Xiaopeng finally arrived, Lin Tao waved at him from the shore. "Little sister Xiaoyu, you're safe. That's what matters." Zhao Xiaopeng, belatedly realizing he still had to paddle back, sighed dramatically to the heavens. Oh man. Concerned about Lin Xiaoyu's condition, Lin Tao instructed Zhao Xiaopeng to take the soulfish to the pier first to sell them to the buyer from the Jinsha Hotel. He then took his sister to the clinic for the doctor to examine her. The doctor frowned upon seeing Lin Tao's bloody, mangled knee. Lin Tao, you've added a new injury to an old one that hasn't healed yet. Sure, young guys recover fast, but you can't treat your body like this. Besides, didn't I tell you? After getting the vaccine, you can't get it wet for a whole day. Look at this injection site, it's already blistered and swollen. You'll have to come back tomorrow for a replacement shot. Thank you, doctor. How is my sister? The doctor listened carefully to Lin Xiaoyu's heartbeat and breathing with his stethoscope, confirming no lung crackles for now. Send her home for observation for 2 days, especially at night. Don't sleep too deeply, keep a close watch. If anything unusual happens, bring her back immediately. First, give her a warm bath at home, then keep her well covered. Here are some cold medicine to have on hand. Pay for the vaccine tomorrow when you come back. Thank you, doctor. After treating the wound, he led Lin Xiaoyu home. Zhao Xiaopeng had already sold all his fish and was waiting at the doorstep with a bucket of small flathead fish beside him. Bro, big fin grouper Ji and Young bought them at 80 cents a pound. 3 fish weighed 8 pounds and 2 ounces, they gave us 4 extra cents, making it $6.60. How lucky. How's Xiaoyu doing? Xiaoyu's fine, nothing serious. Come inside first. I'll boil some water for her bath, then cook dinner. Bro, you're in this state and still want to cook? Just come over to my place for a bite. Zhao Xiaopeng muttered as he trailed behind Lin Tao, catching sight of the wooden pole propped behind the door. Bro, your door latch is broken. I'll get my uncle to make you a new one. Using this thing to prop the door open? You could kick it open with 2 feet. Zhao Xiaopeng's second uncle was the carpenter of Baisha village. In his youth, he'd apprenticed under a master craftsman in the city, returning home to support his family by doing carpentry work for the villagers. Besides carpentry, he could sharpen scissors and kitchen knives, repair stoves, mend pots and vats, basically handle all sorts of odd jobs. He was a jack of all trades, and villagers would call him whenever something broke. I forgot about that. I'll go tell him tomorrow, so you don't have to run over. After boiling the bathwater, Lin Tao rinsed the small flathead fish clean, chopped off its head, and peeled off the skin with its fine scales. He marinated it with scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, salt, and wine, setting it aside. He mixed flour, eggs, and water in a bowl to make a batter thick enough to coat the fish. He heated oil in a wok, coated the small flathead mullet in the batter, and fried them over low heat until golden brown on both sides before removing them. He then increased the oil temperature and fried them again. The fried fish emerged golden and crispy. Sprinkled with 5 spice powder, their aroma wafted through the courtyard. After frying a whole bucket of fish, plenty of oil remains in the wok. Pour it into a dry small basin, cover it, and save it for future cooking, no waste. Zhao Xiaopeng was drooling with envy. My family only uses this much oil for frying meatballs during the new year. It smells so good. Fried flathead is all about that crispy crunch. It won't taste as good if you reheat it for the next meal. I'll pack it loose in a box for you to take home and serve Uncle Zhao with his drinks. Lin Tao pulled out an aluminum lunchbox and packed it full, handing it to Zhao Xiaopeng. Thanks, bro. As he saw Zhao Xiaopeng out the door and turned to head back, a sudden flashlight beam blinded him. Shining a light in someone's face in the middle of the night? Chapter 39, Not Recognizing a Mountain When You See It. Lin Tao squinted as the light grew closer. Only when the figure stepped right up did he recognize it was Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu, what brings you here now? Behind Zhu Laoda trailed several henchmen, each carrying something unknown. No good deed goes unpunished. Lin Tao retreated warily toward the courtyard gate. The gate lock hadn't been replaced yet. If they forced their way in, it wouldn't hold for more than a few minutes. Lin Tao, don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble. I've come to apologize. I didn't know who I was dealing with and offended you. I hope you'll be magnanimous and ask your big brother to spare my life. After speaking, Boss Zhu motioned to his men to carry the items to Lin Tao. Under the flashlight's glow, Lin Tao finally made out the contents: malted milk powder, butter cookies, to buy 2 milk candies, rice, flour, cooking oil, 2 strips of cured pork, and even chocolate, the ultimate luxury item at the time. All these items together were worth nearly 20 or 30 yuan. Big brother Zhu had really splurged. Lin Tao understood that Lu Wenhu had sent someone to approach Zhu Laoda, but he hadn't expected it to scare Zhu Laoda this badly. Seeing Lin Tao's unmoved expression, Zhu Laoda assumed his sincerity wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, he reached for the mobile phone tucked at his waist. If you don't mind second-hand goods, I'll give you this too. Lin Tao shook his head, his mouth agape before he could speak. Then came a thud. Big brother Zhu had suddenly dropped to his knees before him. Seeing their boss kneel, the underlings immediately followed suit. Boss Zhu, what are you doing? No, Lin Tao, don't call me boss. Just call me Zhu Feng. If you like, call me Little Zhu or Xiao Feng, anything's fine. I won't take a single cent of what you owe me. I beg you. I only deal in high-interest loans. I've never had a single life on my hands. If you don't forgive me today, your big brother will have to send me to the firing squad. I'm a scumbag, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have flirted with your sister. Please, have mercy and let me off this time. I don't want to die. Big brother Ju wept uncontrollably, even slapping himself across the face in desperation. His already chubby cheeks swelled up like a pig's head. Fearing Lin Tao wouldn't see his sincerity, Ju Laoda didn't hold back at all. Worried things would get out of hand, Lin Tao rushed forward to stop him. Most of the neighbors hadn't gone to sleep yet. Hearing the commotion outside, they stepped into their courtyards and saw the light shining over the wall. They quietly opened their doors, eager to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Lin Tao herded Ju Laoda and his men into his own courtyard and shut the gate. What did my brother do to you to scare you like this? Every time Ju Laoda spoke, he had to pull at the wound on his face, wincing in pain and gasping for breath. He recounted in broken sentences how Lu Wenhu had sent the Liang brothers to break into his house with a gang, beating 7 or 8 of his men to the ground until they were crying and begging for mercy. Then he gave Ju Laoda and his men a thorough lecture on how to be law-abiding citizens. Presumably the Liang brothers had confessed something, for Ju Laoda didn't share specific details with Lin Tao, though Lin Tao could guess the gist. Wait here for me. Lin Tao went back inside to find his keys and take money from the drawer. Lin Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling with fear. Brother, why did those bad guys come back? Don't be scared, Xiaoyu. Go back to your room first. Emerging from the room, Lin Tao pressed 30 yuan into Ju Laoda's hand. It's true, I owe you money. At least I'll repay the principal. You can keep the rest. Old Zhu hadn't expected Lin Tao not only to refuse the goods but also to repay the principal. He stood there with a blank stare for a long moment before finally snatching the money back. No need, Lin Tao. Just getting your big brother to let me off is enough. Money? Forget it. Let's call it even, okay? I'll discuss your situation with my boss, but I'm not one to run around owing people. Take back your principal and we're even. With no other choice, Ju Laoda stuffed the money into his pocket. Yet he stubbornly refused to take the other items he'd brought. Before Lin Tao could protest further, Ju Laoda and his men bolted out the door as if fleeing. Lin Tao looked at the assortment of items scattered on the ground and sighed helplessly. At least his family wouldn't be short of food for a while. Early the next morning, Lin Tao rose before dawn. While Lin Xiaoyu was still asleep, he carried a piece of cured pork to Uncle Zhao's house to ask him to make a new door latch. The cured meat was expensive, and Uncle Zhao naturally refused to accept it, but he couldn't stand up to Lin Tao's persistence. You've really grown into a capable young man, you rascal. For this cured pork, I'll find some good wood and make Xiaoyu a mirrored table, what they call a dressing table. They're all the rage in the city now. In a couple of years when you marry, it'll be perfect for your wife too. Lin Tao scratched the back of his head and gave a shy smile. Wife? That's still a long way off. After leaving Uncle Zhao's place, Lin Tao went to the clinic to get his tetanus shot refreshed. The nurse administering his shot gave him a slightly reproachful look as she warned, don't get it wet again, and hold off on bathing until tomorrow. Got it. Back home, Lin Xiaoyu had already woken up and was squatting by the well washing up. Brother, you're back. Lin Tao boiled a kettle of water on the kitchen stove, dissolved malted milk powder in a bowl, and pulled out a large butter biscuit to dunk inside. The rich, sweet aroma of malted milk powder mingled with butter cookies filled the air, a luxurious and nutritious meal by the standards of that era. Brother, it smells so good. If you like it, I'll buy you more. With the pressure of loan sharks gone, Lin Tao no longer had to worry about tightening his belt to get by with his little sister. After eating, Lin Tao walked Lin Xiaoyu to Zhao Xiaopeng's house and returned the 60 yuan to him. Bro, didn't you say it was yours? Why did you take it back? Zhao Xiaopeng's lips, which had been curled upward, instantly drooped at the sight of the money. You don't consider me a good brother anymore? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Tao briefly recounted last night's events to Zhao Xiaopeng, who was stunned into silence. Brother Lu is really something, he's got Boss Zhu wrapped around his finger. After entrusting Lin Xiaoyu to Zhao Xiaopeng's care, Lin Tao boarded the bus into the city. He walked with practiced ease into the back kitchen of the Jinsha Hotel, where a staff member led him straight to the door of Lu Wenhu's office. The soundproofing wasn't perfect, and Lin Tao could faintly hear Lu Wenhu talking on the phone, though the words were unclear. Boss, Lin Tao is here. The door swung open from the inside. Lu Wenhu emerged, slung his arm familiarly around Lin Tao's shoulder, and laughed heartily. I was just about to drive out to pick you up. You arrived just in time. Big brother, thanks for handling that Zhu guy. Hearing you say that, it must be settled. That guy moved pretty fast. Never mind him. I'll take you to meet Miss Su. With that, Lu Wenhu hooked his arm around Lin Tao and led him outside. Now. Chapter 40, a major problem. Miss Su is a very busy woman. She happens to be at the hotel right now. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll get another opportunity to see her. Lu Wenhu led Lin Tao to the door of a suite on the top floor of the Golden Sand Hotel and knocked 3 times. Miss Su, Lin Tao is here. Wait outside. Let him in. Lu Wenhu turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, stepping aside to let Lin Tao pass. Stepping inside, Lin Tao glanced around. Miss Su's suite was a 1-bedroom apartment with relatively simple decor. Miss Su sat on a dark red leather sofa, a newspaper in her hand. As she turned her head to look at Lin Tao, a ray of sunlight pierced through the glass, bathing her in a golden glow. Her long hair was casually tied back with a floral silk scarf. She wore a white floral chiffon blouse with lace trim at the collar and cuffs, appearing far gentler than when they first met. "Little brother, we meet again." Miss Su gestured for Lin Tao to sit on the sofa diagonally across from her. "Yes, we meet again. Miss Su, or should I say, Boss Su?" Miss Su raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly intrigued by Lin Tao's words. "Why do you call me that? If I'm not mistaken, the real boss behind the Jinsha Hotel is you, Miss Su." Though phrased as a question, his tone was unwavering. Lin Tao fixed his gaze on Miss Su's eyes, lowered as she sipped her tea, waiting for confirmation of his hunch. Miss Su set down her teacup and chuckled softly. "You really are more perceptive than I expected." She picked up her handbag, pulled out a card, and slid it toward Lin Tao. "This is my business card." Lin Tao picked it up. The card's material was significantly more luxurious than Lu Wenhu's. Its surface featured raised textures that could be felt. In an era when even color printing wasn't yet fully widespread, Miss Su's business card already utilized gold foil stamping. "Su Lingqian, manager of Jinsha Hotel. Lin Tao, you're both clever and capable. I've often heard Lu Wenhu speak of you. Setting aside everything else, that single 100-pound grouper alone is enough to make me remember you. Miss Su, you're too kind." Su Lingqian poured Lin Tao a cup of tea and slid an exquisite porcelain jar across the coffee table. Inside lay stacked white sugar cubes, black tea-flavored sugar, the British favorite pairing. It seemed Su Lingqian must have studied in England. Anyone who could study abroad in the 1970s clearly came from a well-to-do family. "Thank you, but I think this is just fine. I must thank you for that hot pot last time, it was a huge help. I just got word this morning that your concha bead finally sold for 398 Hong Kong dollars, which converts to about 1,000 yuan. The full amount will be transferred to my bank account in a few days. Though lower than expected, it's still a substantial sum. Following our 60-40 split agreement, Su Lingqian would receive 600, while I'd get 400. 400 yuan might only buy 3 Dongfeng watches, but it could also cover a villager's income for over a decade." Lin Tao told Su Lingqian he'd only take the agreed 40%, but to his surprise, she shook her head. Did she feel 60% wasn't enough? Lin Tao instinctively pursed his lips. Losing 10% meant 100 yuan less. While it was true that Su Lingqian's connections had made selling Kongkaju possible, a 30-70 split still stung. "Fine, 3/7 it is. As long as it's not 119, anything goes." Just as he was about to offer another concession, Su Lingqian interrupted him. "The entire 1,000 yuan is yours. I won't take a single cent, consider it my way of thanking you for last time." Lin Tao was taken aback for a moment before responding earnestly, "Honesty is paramount in business. Since I agreed to a 60-40 split, I'll only take what's rightfully mine." Her surprise was palpable. "Are you sure? That's 600 yuan just going to me. Are you really willing to give it up? You have to give to receive. Then what do you gain?" Lin Tao met Su Lingqian's probing gaze and replied calmly, "The opportunity to continue working with Miss Su." Su Lingqian's lips curved upward. "Working with me isn't exactly a walk in the park. Here's the deal, an out-of-town investor has recently shown interest in the investment prospects of the Jinsha Hotel, but he's been wavering and hasn't given a firm commitment. I need a dish that will completely win him over, one that truly showcases our local specialties. If you can solve this problem for me, I'll give you that opportunity. What do you say? Oh, and one more thing, this investor is the complete opposite of that big shot before. He doesn't like fish." Su Lingqian had thrown him a curveball, a fish-averse investor demanding an innovative specialty dish? Was he the Empress Dowager Cixi? How demanding could he be? Seeing Lin Tao hesitate, Su Lingqian added, "Of course, if you succeed, I won't shortchange you. I recently pulled some strings to get 2 sets of diving equipment, you should find that quite interesting." "Diving gear?" Lin Tao's eyes lit up instantly. With diving gear, he could go out to sea and catch fish in shallow waters, greatly expanding the range of seafood he could gather from the coast. Currently, diving gear is tightly controlled by relevant authorities. Individuals simply couldn't get their hands on it. Yet Su Lingqian had 2 sets. All right, it's settled then. Back in the village, Lin Tao was still pondering what specialty dishes to prepare when the system's business notification suddenly jolted him back to reality. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. Large quantities of sea cucumbers will appear 500 meters west of the pier tonight at 9 p.m. Host intelligence level 344 points. Host, please review immediately. Sea cucumbers? Great stuff. Though worthless now, back in Lin Tao's time, sea cucumbers couldn't be farmed and relied solely on manual harvesting. The high risks of fishing kept prices sky high even in coastal cities. Lin Tao suddenly realized what specialty dish he should prepare for that discerning investor. At 8 p.m., Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng walked west along the pier, Lin Tao carrying a scoop net and bucket, having borrowed a flashlight from Captain Shen's house beforehand. Zhao Xiaopeng trailed behind Lin Tao, yawning and asking, "Bro, it's this late, what are we going out to catch?" "You'll see when we get there." Ding! Host has arrived near target location. The pier had no streetlights, only the tip of the lighthouse at the end casting a glow. Fortunately, tonight's moonlight was bright enough to illuminate the path beneath their feet. The sea was pitch black, offering no visibility. All they could hear was the sound of waves crashing against the seawall and the damp wind blowing in their faces. The night breeze carried a chill, and Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't help but shiver, pulling his shoulders up. Lin Tao pulled out a flashlight and shone it toward the sea. He could see numerous sea squirts of varying sizes drifting in the water, writhing constantly. Honestly, at first glance, it was a bit disgusting. Zhao Xiaopeng glanced at them and instantly felt goosebumps break out all over his arms. Whoa! Dude, you're not seriously planning to scoop up those things, are you? Chapter 41, Sea Cucumber Rice that's fresh enough to make your eyebrows fall off. Lin Tao responded while stepping to the edge of the seawall and lowering his scoop net into the sea. The net was over 6 feet long, just reaching the water's surface. Hordes of sea squirts were scooped into the net and dumped into a bucket, wriggling densely packed together. The sight made Zhao Xiaopeng's stomach churn, and he hesitated to lower his net. "Xiaopeng, hurry up. We can make a few more trips while the waves aren't too big." Fine. Under Lin Tao's urging, Zhao Xiaopeng reluctantly joined in the harvesting. After several hours of back and forth toiling, Lin Tao even dragged out the large aluminum basin used for bathing at home to keep the sea cucumbers alive. He estimated there were hundreds of pounds of them. Back in his day, selling this much would have netted over 100,000 yuan. No wonder people risk their lives every year to harvest these sea squirts. Ugh! Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't bear to watch and turned away. Bro, these things look like giant maggots. Who wouldn't find them disgusting? Can they really sell for money? You guys just don't know what you're looking at. Wait till tomorrow, I'll show you what I can do. As midnight approached, Lin Tao invited Zhao Xiaopeng to stay the night to avoid disturbing Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao's rest. Bro, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing? Zhao Xiaopeng was so sleepy his eyes could barely stay open. Watching Lin Tao bustling about in the kitchen, he asked curiously. "I'm steaming rice for fried rice tomorrow. Don't worry about me, go ahead and sleep if you're tired." Bro, you're such a perfectionist insisting on using day-old rice. Just go to sleep already. After clearing the firewood from the stovepit, Lin Tao dragged his weary body to bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, his eyelids began to droop. The rooster next door started crowing at the crack of dawn, its shrill voice making Lin Tao cover his ears as he tossed and turned in bed, trying to block out the noise. Finally, with no other option, he climbed out of bed, dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Zhao Xiaopeng sleeping sprawled out with drool running down his chin, an inexplicable rage suddenly welled up inside him. Why could this kid sleep so soundly? He roughly splashed water on his face, cut a bunch of homegrown chives in the yard, rinsed them clean, then walked into the kitchen. He scooped dozens of sea squirts from the basin, trimmed off their heads and tails, scraped out the innards, and sliced them into small pieces. Lifting the pot lid, the aroma of rice wafted up. He scooped out the leftover rice and scrubbed the pot clean. He added wood to the fire. When the water boiled, he blanched the prepared sea squirts for 5 seconds before quickly scooping them out to cool. Heat the wok again. Once hot, add lard and melt it. Beat 4 eggs in a bowl with a pinch of salt until well combined. Pour into the slightly smoking oil and quickly scramble. Add the leftover rice and stir-fry until evenly mixed. Set aside. Cut the Chinese chives into small sections and stir-fry them briefly with the sea squirts. Add soy sauce, a splash of water, and a teaspoon of sugar to enhance the flavor. Just before serving, drizzle a circle of leftover oil from frying fish around the edge of the pan to give the dish a glossy sheen. Finally, place this on top of the egg-fried rice. Since sea squirts are often called the MSG of the sea, their natural flavor is so rich that no additional seasonings like MSG are needed. Serving the sea squirt fried rice, Lin Tao also prepared a pot of cornmeal porridge. Bro, I was still dreaming when the aroma woke me up. What tasty dish did you whip up this time? Zhao Xiaopeng swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the steaming sea squirt rice bowl on the table. Try it first and see how it tastes. I'll tell you what it is afterward. Only after Zhao Xiaopeng finished his third bowl of rice, wiped his mouth, and let out a satisfied burp did Lin Tao speak up. It's made from sea intestines, the stuff we scooped up last night. What? Zhao Xiaopeng's face scrunched up in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that the incredibly delicious rice dish so good it made him want to swallow his own tongue was actually made from those disgusting pink sea worms. Lin Xiaoyu, who hadn't been in the kitchen, didn't know what sea worms originally looked like and found Zhao Xiaopeng's reaction strange. Bro, what's wrong with Xiaopeng? He's just full from overeating. Don't mind him. After breakfast, Lin Tao went to the brigade office to borrow a landline phone to call Lu Wenhu. Bro, I've got a few 100 pounds of sea squirts here. While they're still fresh, have Brother Ji and Brother Yon come over to load them up. Sea squirts, huh? Lu Wenhu had grown accustomed to Lin Tao's knack for turning trash into treasure and transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. If Lin Tao went to such lengths to harvest it, he must have figured out its value. Over 2 hours later, Lu Wenhu drove over personally. Seeing the overflowing sea squirts at Lin Tao's house, he squinted his eyes in rare surprise, unsure how to offer a price. Big brother, is Miss Sue at the hotel today? Take me into town, I have something to give her. Alright, hop in. Su Lingqian had already told him that Lin Tao had figured out she was the real owner of the Golden Sand Hotel, so Lu Wenhu didn't need to hide anything from him. He had initially thought Lin Tao was just a new acquaintance, but after spending time with him, he discovered Lin Tao was far more capable than he had imagined. Whether in business or interpersonal skills, Lin Tao clearly surpassed his peers. It was as if an adult soul resided within an 18-year-old's body. But how could that be? Lu Wenhu couldn't help but laugh at his own wild speculation. Perhaps Lin Tao was just mature beyond his years. Arriving at the back kitchen of the Jinsha Hotel, Lin Tao used the richer selection of ingredients and seasonings to prepare a deluxe version of sea squirt rice. He handed it to the waiter. Please deliver this to Miss Sue's room for her to sample. Lu Wenhu intercepted the server, took the plate, and said, I'll handle this. When the sea cucumber rice was presented to Su Lingqian, she could identify most of the ingredients except the sea cucumber itself. The presentation and aroma were quite appealing. Su Lingqian scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The briny freshness of the sea squirt exploded on her tongue, stimulating her taste buds. Even she, who had traveled far and wide tasting countless delicacies, was stunned by this indescribable flavor. Su Lingqian couldn't stop herself, eating spoonful after spoonful until she devoured nearly half the plate. Lu Wenhu was completely dumbfounded. Having been by her side for years, he'd never seen her eat more than 3 bites of any dish, business dinners and social engagements aside. Just how delicious could this be? Even the steadfast Lu Wenhu found his appetite whetted. Su Lingqian picked up the napkin on the table and elegantly dabbed her lips. This must be Lin Tao's doing. It was him. Take me to the kitchen. Su Lingqian entered the kitchen to find Lin Tao standing beside the fish tank, staring intently at the oxygenation equipment. Lin Tao. Lin Tao snapped out of his trance and walked over to Su Lingqian. Miss Su, how was the sea cucumber rice I made? Is it worthy enough to be served to that investor? Sea squirt? Su Lingqian asked in surprise. That pink, crispy tender thing is sea squirt? Lin Tao was long accustomed to people's reactions to sea squirt and nodded calmly. Su Lingqian's expression flickered at the image of sea squirt, but she composed herself in an instant. What an unexpectedly bold innovation. The grand finale dish tonight is in your capable hands. No problem. Just don't forget to fulfill your promise to me once it's done, Miss Su. Chapter 42, Unlocking New Territory. Of course. With that, Su Lingqian departed. That evening, Lin Tao recreated the deluxe version of the sea squirt rice dish and had Lu Wenhu deliver it to the private room where Su Lingqian was entertaining the investors. It was a huge hit. Su Lingqian successfully secured the investment contract with the investors thanks to the sea cucumber rice. The next morning, Lin Tao heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he found 2 large, bulging travel bags on the floor. He unzipped them to reveal diving suits, goggles, waterproof flashlights. Diving gear. Though old-fashioned, with only a long rubber hose connecting the surface to the breathing apparatus, the hose's length determining how deep the diver could go, it was better than nothing. He hadn't expected Su Lingqian to deliver the diving gear so quickly. It seemed his sea squirt rice dish had successfully won over the investors' discerning palates last night. Before leaving, Lin Tao personally taught the chefs at Jinsha Hotel how to prepare sea squirt rice. Lu Wenhu bought all 200 jin of sea squirt at 50 cents per jin, netting another $100. Lu Wenhu had the Liang brothers drive Lin Tao back to Baisha village, but the village roads were rough, so Lin Tao voluntarily got out at the village entrance. The 2 travel bags were quite heavy. Carrying one on his shoulder and dragging the other by the handle, he trudged home with uneven steps. Villagers who saw him couldn't help but wonder what was inside those 2 duffel bags. Lin Tao, what good stuff did you bring back from the city this time? Open them up for us. Let us see what you've got. Lin Tao thought for a moment. Since he'd inevitably be spotted wearing diving gear later anyway, he might as well be upfront about it now. Hiding things only made people more curious. So he simply explained, some guys in the city had 2 sets of old gear they were about to toss, stuff used for fishing in shallow waters. I thought it was a shame to throw it away, so I came to see if it still works. With that, Lin Tao pulled a pair of goggles and a set of fins from his travel bag. The villagers had never seen such things before and were utterly fascinated, crowding around to get a closer look. You can go into the sea wearing this? How is that possible? How do you breathe underwater? After briefly explaining to them, Lin Tao continued walking home. Beside the stone stump outside the courtyard gate stood a new gate latch and 2 small, varnished stools likely placed there by Uncle Zhou. The moment he unlocked the padlock and chain on the gate, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points, large octopus sighted 30 meters east of White Sand Reef at 3 p.m. today. Host intelligence level, 349 points. Host, please review immediately. A giant octopus? Just how big could it be? Just as he grabbed his diving gear, the system alert popped up with the underwater coordinates. Perfect timing. Thinking of octopuses, Lin Tao recalled that it was currently octopus season. He'd been meaning to set up more containers for octopus traps, but hadn't gotten around to it these past few days. Lin Tao went to Zhao Xiaopeng's place to pick up his sister and casually invited Zhao Xiaopeng over to check out something at his place. Seeing Lin Tao hang up his neatly organized diving suit, Zhao Xiaopeng cautiously reached out to touch it. "Bro, can you breathe underwater wearing this?" "Yes, but you won't be able to wear it anytime soon. We only have 2 people, so one must stay on the boat holding the breathing tube." The breathing tube was a matter of life and death for divers underwater. Besides Zhao Xiaopeng, Lin Tao trusted no one else. "Xiaopeng, Xiaoyu, go around the village and ask if anyone has leftover canning jars or large conch shells. Tell them I'll pay for them, I'll take as many as they have. 50 cents per jar, 5 cents per shell." Zhao Xiaopeng and Lin Xiaoyu split up and went door to door asking. The villagers found Lin Tao's actions very strange and puzzling. "Xiaoyu, what's your brother planning to do with all this stuff?" "I don't know either, but he says it's useful." Zhao Xiaopeng and Lin Xiaoyu returned carrying burlap sacks. But in those days, few people could afford canned goods, and most kept the jars for storing things. So they only collected 5 canning jars, though they did gather over a dozen seashells. Lin Tao strung the jars and conch shells together with hemp rope and placed them in a bucket. As afternoon approached, Lin Tao left his sister at home to study while he and Zhao Xiaopeng hauled their diving gear to the pier. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Tao gathered some half-dead small fish and shrimp, stuffed them into the string of canning jars and seashells, and partially buried them in the sand. He'd come back tomorrow to see what they'd caught. At the pier, he warmed up on shore, untied the skiff, and paddled toward the white sand reef. Ding! Host has arrived near target location. Lin Tao changed into his slightly bulky and cumbersome diving suit on the sampan, strapped on his fins, attached weight belts to his waist, donned his goggles and breathing apparatus, and grabbed his net and spear gun. He gave Zhao Xiaopeng a thumbs up before slowly sliding into the water, holding onto the gunwale. After acclimating to the seawater's temperature and pressure, Lin Tao submerged. Sunlight penetrated the first meter or two, allowing clear visibility of the underwater world. Deeper down, the light grew dimmer. Lin Tao switched on his headlamp and continued descending until his feet touched the sandy seabed. Stabilizing his position, he began feeling his way forward. The seabed held quite a few creatures. Shrimp and crabs darted away swiftly whenever he approached. Where was that giant octopus? Groping around, Lin Tao felt a large, abrupt bulge in the sand. Slowly raising his harpoon, he realized catching things in the sea was far more difficult than on the beach. Even the slightest current disturbance could alarm them. He approached cautiously, then thrust the spear forward with a swift, powerful motion, driving it squarely into the giant octopus's head. The creature thrashed violently, churning up sand and instantly clouding the water. His vision was blocked, but Lin Tao wasn't about to let it escape. He exerted force, pinning it firmly into the sand. Only when the resistance in his hands weakened and his vision gradually cleared did Lin Tao reach out to scoop it into the net. It was a massive creature, indeed, its head as big as a basketball. 8 thick, long tentacles tangled together, tightly wrapping around Lin Tao's hands. It took tremendous effort to pry the giant octopus from his grasp and stuff it into the net. Coming down here was no easy feat. It would be a waste to head back up with just this one catch. The sandy seabed was teeming with various shellfish and starfish. While not particularly valuable, every little bit helped. He picked them up whenever he spotted them. He spotted several orchid crabs nestled in the crevices of the reef. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought his claw pliers. Lin Tao pressed himself against the edge of the gap, trying to pry them out with his spear gun. The orchid crab, startled, burrowed deeper and deeper, leaving no choice but to give up. His flippers disturbed a clam hiding in the sand. Lin Tao reached out to grab it, but the clam flapped its 2 shells with a clatter and swam away faster and faster. It seems underwater foraging isn't as easy as imagined. Finally, Lin Tao filled a bag with horse hoof snails and starfish and slowly ascended toward the surface. "Bro, how are you?" Lin Tao removed his goggles and snorkel, tossing the net onto the skiff. "Phew. I'm fine. Next time, gotta bring the fire tongs." Chapter 43, Humans Are Good Friends. Zhao Xiaopeng pulled Lin Tao onto the skiff. Looking at the bulging net, he realized that only the large octopus would fetch a decent price. Still didn't prepare thoroughly enough. Next time we'll know better. The two rowed the skiff back to the dock and hauled the net bag ashore. The Liang brothers were once again there to collect the catch. Liang Ji eyed Lin Tao up and down, whistling. Well, something new here. You don't see this gear on shore often. How'd it feel diving in that outfit? Women on shore paused their work, craning their necks to stare at Lin Tao. Seeing his peculiar attire, they whispered curiously among themselves. Look at what Lin Tao's wearing. It looks like it's made of rubber. So weird. Yeah, didn't he befriend some big shot who owns a fancy hotel in the city? Probably got this weird stuff from there. How does Lin Tao get such good luck? Meeting a benefactor like that. He made more selling fish today than my husband and I earn in months. Where did he even find an octopus that big? Good heavens, it's enormous. Did he get it by wearing that weird outfit? The Liang brothers bought the 70+ pounds of giant octopus at 80 cents per pound. The starfish and horse conch weren't worth much, so Lin Tao gave them away for free. Rounding up, Lin Tao made 60 yuan on his first dive. Watching Liangji count out 6 crisp 100 yuan notes and hand them to Lin Tao, the villagers watching nearby were green with envy. Their savings were accumulated in pennies and dimes. They'd never seen a 10 yuan note before. Little Tao, we haven't collected from other docks today, so the money's all in bills. Make do with this for now. No problem, thanks, Brother Ji and Brother Yong. Lin Tao pulled out 2 large bills and handed them to Zhao Xiaopeng. Here's 20 for you. Thanks, bro. In the middle of the night, Lin Tao woke up needing to pee. Groggily, he got out of bed and headed to the yard to relieve himself. The bright moonlight poured down, illuminating everything clearly even without any lamps. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Following the noise, he realized it seemed to be coming from outside the courtyard wall. Thinking it might be a stray cat or a weasel from the village, Lin Tao ignored it, pulled up his pants, and prepared to return to bed. Just as he turned to leave, a dark shadow suddenly appeared atop a wall. Startled, Lin Tao instantly lost all sleepiness, his hair standing on end. His gaze locked with a pair of eyes reflecting the moonlight. Holy! Lin Tao instinctively grabbed the broom nearby and swung it hard at the dark figure. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, followed by the thud of something crashing down from the wall. It was a person. Once he realized the shadow on the wall was human, Lin Tao's fear vanished. Clutching the hoe in his hand, he flung open the courtyard gate and shouted, "Who's there?" Caught off guard by Lin Tao's nighttime vigil, the intruder didn't utter a word. Instead, he scrambled away, disappearing into the darkness at the end of the alley. From the silhouette, he could vaguely make out it was a man, but he hadn't seen the face clearly and didn't know who it was. How bold! He dared to climb over the wall in the middle of the night while Lin Tao was still at home. Lin Tao thought about how he usually left only Lin Xiaoyu at home when he went out. He had assumed locking the courtyard gate would be enough, but it seemed he needed to be more vigilant. Because of this unwelcome visitor, Lin Tao tossed and turned in bed until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, unable to fall back asleep. Ding! Today's intelligence report delivered. Green intelligence 5 points, large 7-star eel sighted underwater at White Sand Reef today. Host intelligence level 354 points. Host, please review immediately. 7-star eels? These creatures were known as the soft gold of the sea. Back in his day, wild ones could fetch 100 yuan per pound. Their flesh was tender and smooth, free of small bones, making them a favorite among diners. Village fishing boats occasionally haul in 1 or 2, but they're usually dead by the time they reach shore. Plus, their slender, snake-like appearance makes them resemble sea snakes, so the villagers of Baisha village won't touch them. Typically, they'd be tossed back into the sea during sorting, a sheer waste of nature's bounty. Today's system intelligence didn't specify a time, so Lin Tao decided to head out to the shore first and then return to investigate who that person was at night. For safety's sake, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Uncle Zhao had already set sail with the production team, while Aunt Zhao was washing clothes in the courtyard. Spotting the siblings, she joked, "Oh my, Xiaodao, why don't you and Xiaoyu just adopt me as your godmother? Xiaoyu's as close to me as if I were her own mother these days." Lin Tao smiled but didn't take Aunt Zhao up on her offer. "I'll need to trouble you again today to look after Xiaoyu. You're such a polite kid. Could it be any more troublesome than looking after that little monkey Xiaopeng? I've always wanted a daughter myself, but I guess I just wasn't meant to have one." Bai Sha Reef. "Bro, you're going diving again today?" "Yeah, I've got all my gear today and got out early. This is definitely going to be a big one. Practice makes perfect." Lin Tao smoothly descended into the depths. Ding! Host has arrived near target. Lin Tao made his way to the reef. White Sand Reef was far more picturesque than Black Stone Reef, covered in diverse corals, sea anemones, seagrasses, and algae. Parting the sea anemones, he even discovered a nest of clownfish. In those resource-scarce times, most people barely scraped by, let alone cared about spiritual fulfillment. Otherwise, back then, catching them to sell as ornamental fish would have been a goldmine. 7-star eels preferred to nestle in the crevices and cavities of the reefs on the seabed, favoring warm environments. Therefore, in the southeastern peninsula, where the average annual temperature remained in the mid-20s Celsius, there were numerous breeding grounds. He casually plucked several sea urchins feeding on algae from the rocks and tossed them into his net. Suddenly, several damselfish swam toward him, circling curiously around his body. Lin Tao cracked open an urchin, releasing its golden roe. The damselfish scrambled to his palm, jostling for the food. After opening several more, the damselfish swished their tails and swam away. Seeing Lin Tao hadn't followed, they turned back, seemingly signaling him to come along. Following the fish as they parted the seaweed, Lin Tao discovered a vast cluster of sea urchins, densely packed together, each nearly the size of a sandbag. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. He hadn't even found the 7-star eel yet, and now the sea urchins were already filling his net. Suddenly, he remembered, parrotfish were remarkably intelligent creatures. They cultivated gardens in the sea, but these gardens inevitably attracted freeloading sea urchins. Covered in hard spines, the sea urchins were too much for the damselfish to handle. Eventually, they had to abandon their carefully tended gardens, seek new locations, and start the cycle over. These damselfish recognized Lin Tao as the sea urchin's natural predator, so they lured him to the urchin's stronghold, calling in reinforcements when they couldn't win. Lin Tao played along, even helping the rockfish catch a few sea urchins. He only stopped when he had filled 2 nets. Sea urchins are all well and good, but he couldn't forget his main mission, finding the 7-star eel. Chapter 44, Thrilling, the Elusive One. Lin Tao returned to the area the system had indicated, leaving no crevice or cave unexamined. Finally, the spotlight above revealed a cave where something was curled up inside. He edged closer, cautious not to lean in abruptly. 7-star eels were carnivorous, ferocious, and highly aggressive. If he approached too hastily and provoked it, it could dart out and bite him. Getting bitten by an eel would mean a nasty wound to deal with. Lin Tao picked up the fire tongs and poked into the hole, feeling something soft. He ruled out shellfish and crabs. If it wasn't a 7-star eel, it could be an octopus. Just please, don't let it be a sea snake. Most sea snakes are venomous, and many are highly toxic. The clinic in Baisha village didn't stock sea snake antivenom. If poisoned, the odds were stacked against him. He tentatively pinched the creature inside the hole with the tongs. The moment he clamped down, it began thrashing wildly. Through further tactile sensation, Lin Tao ruled out the possibility of an octopus. He clamped down hard and pulled its body out. Under the spotlight, Lin Tao finally confirmed it was an eel and breathed a sigh of relief. The cave was narrow, and the fire tongs clamped around the eel got stuck at the entrance. Yet he dared not relax his grip. If the eel broke free and panicked, it would retreat deeper into the darkness, making recapture nearly impossible. Lin Tao braced one hand against the reef rock while his other hand gripped the tongs tightly, constantly adjusting the angle until he finally pulled the eel out. Judging by the spotted pattern on its body, it was a 7-star eel, though only of average size, hardly a large specimen. He stuffed it into the net bag and tied it tight. The 7-star eel thrashed around inside, even trying to bite with its mouth, but its unique oral structure made the effort futile. Where was the large 7-star eel the system had mentioned? Lin Tao circled the underwater reef repeatedly, conducting a thorough search. He caught 3 more 7-star eels, but none were his target. Working underwater proved far more challenging than above water and was extremely physically demanding. Moreover, the cool seawater slowly drained Lin Tao's body heat. The old-fashioned diving gear couldn't regulate the water pressure on the human body, and prolonged exposure could cause damage. He had to act fast, catch it quickly, and get back up. He spotted a crevice where a shrimp was slowly swimming nearby. Suddenly, a large head shot out from the crack, clamped down on the shrimp, and darted back into the crevice. It's a 7-star eel. Just by the size of its head, you can tell it's no small fish. This must be the large 7-star eel the system mentioned. Lin Tao slowly edged closer, aiming the spotlight from his helmet into the crevice. It was deeper than anticipated. The beam couldn't reach the very bottom, but he could see fragments of shrimp shells floating up with a bit of sand. He couldn't tell if the other end of the crevice was blocked. Stirring up the snake would be disastrous. Lin Tao thought he needed to lure it out somehow, so he slowly backed away to create distance. What should he use as bait? Just as Lin Tao pondered this, a scallop drifted slowly past before his eyes. With lightning reflexes, he clasped his hands together and caught it in his palms. The scallop immediately clamped its shells shut, playing dead. Little did it know what fate awaited it. The clam's shells were clamped shut so tightly that not even a needle could slip between them. There was no way to pry it open, but that didn't faze Lin Tao. He used his fire tongs to smash the scallop against the reef, extracting the meat. Holding it with the tongs, he shook it vigorously just outside the crevice. After 2 or 3 minutes, the giant moray eel tentatively poked its massive head out. This time, however, it seemed to sense something amiss. It remained frozen in place, staring intently at the scallop meat, refusing to advance any further. Indeed, growing to such a size meant it was smarter and more cautious than its peers, otherwise, it wouldn't have survived this long. Lin Tao remained patient, waiting quietly. He occasionally gave the scallop meat a slight shake to keep the eel interested. This was a game of cat and mouse between hunter and prey. Whoever held out the longest would be the victor. Perhaps worried that Lin Tao hadn't surfaced for too long and might have met with some accident underwater, Zhao Xiaopeng began reeling in the snorkel. Lin Tao quickly tugged on it twice, signaling to Zhao Xiaopeng, "Don't mess this up." After an unknown duration, the cautious 7-star eel finally succumbed to the scallop meat's temptation. It gradually approached until it suddenly clamped down, attempting to tear the bait from the tongs. Finally hooked. Lin Tao slowly moved outward until the eel's entire body emerged from the crevice nearly a meter long, then blocked its retreat with another empty net scoop. Releasing the tongs, the 7-star eel clamped onto the scallop meat, only to realize something was wrong as it tried to retreat. When it attempted to dart in another direction, Lin Tao clamped down on it with lightning speed. This 7-star eel was far more powerful than the smaller ones. Lin Tao's wrist trembled constantly from the struggle. Its strength was overwhelming, and Lin Tao could feel himself losing control. Yet, if he speared it directly, the price would plummet. Realizing it couldn't break free, the eel changed tactics, coiling itself tightly around the fire tongs. Mistaking the tongs for a living creature, it attempted to strangle them. Seizing his chance, Lin Tao shoved it into the net bag, pulled the tongs free with a sharp jerk like skewering meat, and finally tied the bag's drawstring into a tight knot. Finally, he had it. Lin Tao kicked his legs, preparing to surface. His fins stirred up sand from the seabed, startling several dangerous creatures that had been slumbering below. Suddenly, Lin Tao felt something catch on his fins. Looking down, he saw a sea snake clamped onto his flipper. Studying its pattern, Lin Tao felt a chill run down his spine. It was the most venomous sea snake in domestic waters, the hook-nosed sea snake. And it wasn't alone, several others were slowly closing in. Holy crap, when did they appear? The rubber diving suit offered no defense against their razor-sharp fangs. Their venom was twice as potent as a cobra's. A single bite would mean certain death today. Just what he feared had come to pass. Ignoring the risk of lung rupture from rapid ascent, Lin Tao frantically kicked his legs to rise faster, creating distance from the sea snakes. He used his fire tongs to rip the sea snake clamped onto his fins loose and fling it aside. The slightly cumbersome wetsuit added significant drag, forcing him to muster every ounce of strength just to reach a safe distance. These creatures were the most troublesome. Once they locked onto you, escape wasn't easy. As long as you remained in the water, danger lingered. After surfacing, Lin Tao coughed twice and shouted to Zhao Xiaopeng, "Quick, pull me up." "Bro, what happened?" "Cut the chatter. Hurry." Zhao Xiaopeng scrambled to haul Lin Tao onto the dinghy. Lin Tao collapsed onto his back, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. "Cough." Zhao Xiaopeng looked at him with concern, about to ask more, when Lin Tao pointed toward the sea. Chapter 45, Brazen Daylight Lockpicking. The sea snake that had been chasing Lin Tao surfaced alongside them. Even standing on the raft, Zhao Xiaopeng could clearly see the snake's patterns through the ripples, and he instantly sucked in a sharp breath. How could there be so many sea snakes? I don't know either. Everything was fine down there. Just as I started surfacing, they coiled around me. Close call, I almost lost my life. Seeing Lin Tao escape, several sea snakes circled the raft twice, occasionally lifting their heads above the water and flicking their tongues at the two men on the raft. Zhao Xiaopeng's skin crawled with goosebumps. His father had once warned him that when the village production team went out to sea, the most dreaded thing was encountering these deadly creatures when hauling in the nets. If one got bitten by accident, there wouldn't even be time to rush to the city hospital before meeting the Grim Reaper. Watching Lin Tao leaning against the bow, catching his breath, Zhao Xiaopeng felt a wave of dread wash over him. The dangers beneath the water were far greater than those above. Once Lin Tao regained his strength, he and Zhao Xiaopeng worked together to haul the net onto the skiff. Look at that size. I'd say it's got to weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Is that a satisfaction eel? Because the evenly spaced spots on the 7-star eel's body resemble the dots on a scale's weight indicator, coastal villagers also call it weight satisfier. Lin Tao nodded. And 2 big nets full of sea urchins. You won't believe this, but the sea bream actually led me to them. Otherwise, I'd never have known there was such a plump sea urchin colony at White Sand Reef. Zhao Xiaopeng looked astonished. Bro, how could fish possibly guide people? Did that sea snake scare you silly or something? Zhao Xiaopeng's reaction was exactly what Lin Tao had anticipated. He curved his lips slightly. This world is full of wonders. Not only can fish lead people, but some can even save lives. Take dolphins and killer whales, for instance. But the waters off the Southeast Peninsula don't have killer whales, and dolphins rarely appear in coastal areas. Even if I told Zhao Xiaopeng, he wouldn't believe me anyway. Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't grasp Lin Tao's meaning, dismissing it as a joke and responding with half-hearted nods. Baisha Reef was no longer safe. They had planned to rest on the sampan before diving for 7-star eels, but the hook-nosed sea snake had scared them into heading back home. With plenty of time before the fish market opened, Lin Tao didn't feel comfortable leaving the 7-star eels on the raft. He decided to carry them home first. Walking past the courtyard wall, Lin Tao noticed several broken bricks scattered at its base. Looking up, he saw several missing sections in the wall. Houses required constant upkeep. When the original owner's parents were still alive, these modest bungalows had been sturdy shelters. Yet in just 3 short years, they had deteriorated into a decrepit, aging structure. Most of the red bricks on the exterior wall had faded from their original color. They were bricks the original owner's parents had saved up to buy, carting them back from the brick factory truckload by truckload. Lin Tao traced the path where the broken bricks had fallen and hoisted himself up the wall. His suspicion was confirmed. These had been dislodged by the man who had scaled the wall that night. He must have coveted the money, thinking he could sneak in under cover of darkness while everyone slept. TSK. With only him and his sister Lin Xiaoyu left in the Lin family now, and still having shameless, heartless beasts in the village stealing money, life just isn't worth living anymore. As Lin Tao reached for his keys to unlock the gate, he noticed something off about the padlock hanging there. Examining the keyhole closely, he saw dense scratches left by wire. The thief must have tried picking it multiple times. What an inexperienced fool, unable to crack even this ancient lock with practically zero security. He never imagined that after nearly getting caught red-handed last night, the thief would dare to pick the lock in broad daylight today while he was away. Must be desperate for money. Lin Tao had considered letting him off the hook initially, but this thief's audacity demanded a lesson. That afternoon, Lin Tao called Zhao Xiaopeng to help carry the sea urchins and 7-star eels to the pier. Passing by the beach, Lin Tao remembered the canning jars and conch shells he'd buried yesterday and decided to check on his haul. The ebb and flow of the tide had obscured the burial spots. Lin Tao hadn't marked them, fearing beachcombers might take advantage, but luckily his memory was sharp. Gripping one end of the hemp rope, he yanked the entire string free from the sand. Inside the transparent jars, octopuses curled up inside were clearly visible. Nearly every jar and conch shell housed a new tenant. He scooped them out and tossed them into a bucket. There were over 20 of them. Bro, how did you come up with this? Just grabbing so many without lifting a finger? That's called wisdom. Lin Tao carried the trap in his hand, planning to return and reset it after selling the catch. The Liang brothers were already waiting at their usual spot. Lin Tao, you're quite skilled. Such a large 7-star eel must be a veteran that's lived for years. The older they get, the more cunning they become. They're incredibly hard to catch. How did you manage it? Don't even ask. I nearly lost my life trying to catch it. Got chased by several hook-nosed sea snakes biting at my heels. That sounds downright dangerous. Be extra careful. Due to their rarity, the large 7-star eels fetched 1.8 yuan per pound. The smaller ones were sold at the current market rate of 1.1 yuan per pound. The octopuses were too small. Even with over 20, they didn't weigh much and wouldn't fetch a good price, so Lin Tao simply kept them for himself. The total for all the 7-star eels was 20 yuan. Lin Tao gave them both bags of sea urchins for free. Lin Tao shared recipes for sea urchin steamed eggs and sea urchin dumplings with the Liang brothers, instructing them to discuss with Lu Wenhu whether the Golden Sand Hotel would introduce these dishes. They could gauge customer feedback before deciding whether to source sea urchins from him in bulk. Lin Tao, looks like you made a killing again today. TSK, I bet no one will ever say Lin Tao is useless again. He's definitely the most capable young man in our village. I say it's just capitalism rearing its ugly head. What's there to praise? No matter how much he earns, he'll only become a cancer on society. A voice from the crowd suddenly cut through the air with this remark, instantly turning the atmosphere awkward. Most in the production team were stubborn old-timers resistant to policy changes. Lin Tao couldn't care less about their opinions. Which old bastard called my brother a cancer on society? Step out if you've got the guts. What kind of hero hides in the crowd? Every penny my brother earned was through his own hard work, honest, blood, sweat money. How dare you talk about him like that? Zhao Xiaopeng shouted indignantly at the crowd. I think you're just jealous that my brother makes more than you. Like sour grapes can't get them, so you say they're sour. And you're not even ashamed at your age. Zhao Xiaopeng, you little brat. Talking like that? You'll end up getting led astray by Lin Tao sooner or later. So young and already obsessed with money. If you weren't obsessed with money, why would you even work on the ship? Why bother earning work points? You'd be better off just living off the wind. Zhao Xiaopeng's sharp-tongued insults were a direct inheritance from Aunt Zhao. Lin Tao tugged his arm. Xiaopeng, arguing with people like this is a waste of time. We just focus on making big bucks. Let's see who ends up living the good life. Chapter 46, let's get out of here. Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao, who were busy working, stepped forward to defend Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng. If you're so against market economy policies, hop on a big ship, then a train to the capital, and go complain to the higher-ups. Stop showing off in front of these kids. You're useless yourself and can't stand seeing the kids succeed. You've lost all sense of shame. Zhao Laosan, cut the damn sarcasm. If Lin Tao hadn't been splitting his money with your son, would you be sticking up for him like this? Chen Laosi, you're full of. Keep spouting that nonsense, and I'll shove you into the sea to feed the sharks tomorrow. As the conflict threatened to escalate, nearby villagers rushed to intervene. Only through persistent persuasion did they finally calm the fury on both sides. Shout out, Uncle Zhao's laying it all out for you today. Your aunt and I see you've turned over a new leaf, working hard to support yourself and care for your sister. That's why we still love you. Even if you stop bringing Xiaopeng along to earn money, your aunt and I will still treat you like our own son. I, Uncle Zhao, am a man of my word. What I say goes. In Uncle Zhao's words, Lin Tao glimpsed a mountain-like paternal love he hadn't felt in ages, a feeling so unfamiliar it felt almost foreign. Words caught in his throat, and he could only nod in response. That night, Lin Tao worried the thief might still be up to no good and sneak in over the wall, so he had Lin Xiaoyu bring her quilt and sleep in the same room with him. The Lin household had 3 rooms total, plus a bathroom and a kitchen. Before the original owner's parents went missing, the couple shared one room, the original owner and Lin Chang shared another, and Lin Xiaoyu had her own room. Later, when Lin Chang married into the Li family, the original owner moved into his parents' room. The room he and Lin Chang had shared was now used as a storage space. Lin Xiaoyu obediently climbed into bed with her quilt, her bright eyes occasionally glinting in the dim light. Brother, why did you suddenly call me to sleep in this room? Nothing. Just go to sleep. Not wanting to frighten Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Tao revealed nothing. He gently patted her shoulder reassuringly, soothing her to sleep. Soon, the sound of her breathing grew steady and rhythmic. Lin Tao lay in bed, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the thief, leaving him utterly sleepless. Late into the night, Lin Tao heard rustling sounds again near the courtyard wall from the same spot. It seemed that was the only place to get a foothold. He really dared to come back. Lin Tao crept out of bed and pressed himself against the window, peering into the courtyard. Spotting the dark figure scaling the wall into the yard, Lin Tao ducked his head lower, afraid of being spotted. Tonight's moonlight was weaker than last night's, making it harder to see clearly. As if sensing a hidden gaze upon it, the dark figure frantically scanned left and right. Finding no one, it sighed in relief. Lin Tao pressed himself against the window, hiding inside as he watched to see what the figure intended to do. But the person didn't come in to steal money. Was money not the motive? Only when the sound of rubber scraping against the ground echoed in the courtyard did Lin Tao realize the shadow seemed to be tugging at the clothesline. Hanging there was the diving gear he had forgotten to bring back inside. Lin Xiaoyu, sleeping beside him, suddenly tossed and turned in her sleep, murmuring incoherently. The old bed frame creaked loudly. Because it was hot in summer, the windows were left open at night with only a layer of screen covering them, so sounds inside the room could be heard in the courtyard. The shadow froze in place, only relaxing slightly once it confirmed the noise was merely from someone turning over in bed. Unfortunately, the flashlight he'd borrowed a couple days ago to retrieve sea cucumbers had already been returned. Lin Tao didn't rush into the yard to pin down the shadow, he wanted to see what the figure intended first. Bro, I gotta pee. Lin Xiaoyu had woken up at some point and was groggily trying to get out of bed. Before Lin Tao could cover his sister's mouth, the shadowy figure in the courtyard scrambled frantically back out the way it had come. Damn it, he got away. Oh well. Since the shadow hadn't gotten what it wanted, it would definitely come back. He'd wait again tomorrow night. The next morning, Lin Tao was so sleep-deprived he could barely keep his eyes open, but the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a mantis shrimp swarm will appear 20 meters underwater east of Jinsha Reef at 2 p.m. today. Host Intelligence Level, 359 points. Host, please review promptly. It had been a few days since he'd received a White Intelligence report. He'd grown accustomed to Green Intelligence, and now, encountering one yielding only 1 experience point held little appeal. Mantis shrimp, aren't they just those hard-shelled crustaceans? Back in the 20th century, they were common on dinner tables, but when prices were high, they could cost over 50 yuan per pound. Nowadays, they're cheap because they have little neat, tough shells, and are abundant near the coast. Ah well, for the experience points, I guess I'll go. That morning, Zhao Xiaopeng came to Lin Tao's place looking for him. Seeing how listless he seemed, he asked, Bro, did you not sleep last night? You look dead tired. Pretty much. Lin Tao told Zhao Xiaopeng about the surveillance at his home. Zhao Xiaopeng immediately offered to help Lin Tao catch the person. Bro, how about I stay at your place tonight? An extra person might make it safer. Lin Tao shook his head. I was already thinking of having Xiaoyu stay at your place for a few days to avoid trouble. If you come over, I'm afraid that person might get cold feet and not show up. Besides, I'm certain it's someone from the village. At worst, they'd only dare to steal money they wouldn't have the guts to kill. Alright, have Xiaoyu come to my place. She can sleep with my mom tonight. By afternoon, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng took Lin Xiaoyu out together. As Lin Tao locked the door behind them, he suddenly felt an unsettling gaze on his back. He glanced in the direction of the sensation, but the alley entrance was deserted. Was he really imagining things? He took Lin Xiaoyu to Zhao Xiaopeng's house and asked Aunt Zhao to look after her. Worried she might slip up, he didn't mention that someone had been watching their home. He simply explained they had a mouse problem at home and brought her over to stay for a few days so she wouldn't be scared. He promised to bring her back after he bought some rat poison and dealt with the issue. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng arrived at the dock. Lin Tao changed into his diving suit on the shore. Zhao Xiaopeng watched him longingly, saying with a hint of envy, Bro, when can I get to wear that suit and go down there too? Well, today you can take turns with me. Start by warming up on shore first. Alright, bro. After finishing the warm-up, Zhao Xiaopeng thought to himself that being able to dive made even paddling the skiff feel much more energetic than usual. Jinsha Reef. Ding. Host has arrived near the target. The dinghy halted above the system's designated area. Lin Tao donned his goggles and snorkel, sliding into the water and descending slowly. The hook-nosed sea snake at White Sand Reef yesterday still sent shivers down Lin Tao's spine. He desperately hoped no sea snakes lurked near Golden Sand Reef. Submerged beneath the surface, the scenery beneath Golden Sand Reef rivaled that of White Sand Reef. The difference was the absence of seaweed, which meant unobstructed visibility and easier foraging. Mantis shrimp, also known as pippy shrimp, burrow into the sandy seabed to live in burrows. When hunting, they expose only their heads and front claws. Don't be fooled by its small size when its mantis-like claws snap out, they pack a force of 60 kilograms, comparable to a bullet. A strike can cause anything from a laceration to a fracture. Chapter 47, The Missing Item. Descending to the seabed, Lin Tao began meticulously examining the sand beneath his feet. Not a single suspicious bulge escaped his scrutiny. He caught dozens of mantis shrimp in succession, each nearly a handspan long and almost 2 fingers wide. After circling the area indicated by the system twice and confirming no more mantis shrimp remained, he hauled the net up and surfaced. He tossed the net onto the small boat and was pulled aboard by Zhao Xiaopeng. Underwater, visibility was poor, but once above the surface, Lin Tao flipped the net open and closed repeatedly, only then realizing that nearly all the mantis shrimp he'd caught were pregnant females, full of roe and roe sacs. He had filled 6 large nets. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao suddenly untied 2 of them and dumped their entire contents back into the sea. This move left Zhao Xiaopeng completely dumbfounded. "Bro, we worked so hard to catch these," he protested. "Why are you throwing them back? There must be at least 100 pounds worth here." Lin Tao picked up the dipper from the skiff, scooped several ladles of seawater, and splashed it over the remaining nets to keep the mantis shrimp alive. "It's peak breeding season for these shrimp right now," Lin Tao explained. "If we take all the female shrimp near Jinsha Reef, there won't be any left to catch next year. We coastal fishermen rely on the sea for our livelihood, but we can't be too greedy. We can't just wipe them all out, right?" Zhao Xiaopeng nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right, brother." Paddling the skiff back to the dock with the remaining mantis shrimp, the Liang brothers were already waiting ashore long before the village fishing boats returned or even the cooperative's transport truck arrived. "Brother Ji, Brother Yong, why are you here so early today? We just happened to be passing by this way. We saw your skiff wasn't at the dock, so we figured you must have gone out to sea to catch some. We decided to wait here for you." Lin Tao waved the net bag in his hand at them. "Spiny lobsters, all females, extra plump. Interested?" "You bet." Liang Yang stepped forward to inspect them, murmuring in quiet amazement, "You two must have over 100 pounds between you. Where did you find ones almost all full of roe and roe sacs?" "Just got lucky." Even with such high-quality mantis shrimp, the Liang brothers still hesitated. Since the Golden Sand Hotel's menu features steamed mantis shrimp, they'll purchase them when available. However, because few diners in town eat mantis shrimp, they only buy 20 or 30 pounds at most each time, never 100 pounds in a single transaction. Noticing the brothers' hesitation, Lin Tao offered, "How about this? Take 50 pounds with you. I'll take the rest back to eat and share with the villagers." "That should be just about right." "That's fine." Though mantis shrimp weren't particularly valuable, the Liang brothers didn't want Lin Tao to go to all that trouble for nothing. They agreed to take 50 pounds at 2 cents per pound. They also informed Lin Tao that the Jinsha Hotel had launched sea urchin steamed eggs and sea urchin dumplings, currently testing market demand. If sales were promising, they would raise the price for the next harvest. After the Liang brothers drove away, Zhao Xiaopeng tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve. "Bro, you worked so hard to catch these. You only sold half, won't the rest go bad? What's there to fear?" Eating seafood high in purines constantly, almost every elderly person in coastal areas suffers from gout. Lin Tao was well aware of the dangers. "But you live off the land and sea where you are. On an island, relying on meat, eggs, and dairy to supplement protein is just too expensive." Lin Tao walked to the seawall, untied the net bag, and poured the mantis shrimp back into the sea, leaving only about 10 pounds. "Tonight I'll fry up some salt and pepper mantis shrimp. I'll bring you some over once they're done." "Frying again? Bro, you sure are generous with the oil. It won't take much. Remember to tell Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao to use the money I share with you to improve your lives. Don't be too frugal. I'm helping you earn money, so don't worry about spending." "Got it, bro." Carrying the mantis shrimp home, I unlocked the door and stepped into the courtyard. The main room door stood wide open. I distinctly remembered locking it when I left. "Oh no, burglars." Dropping the net, Lin Tao rushed into the inner room. The lock on the drawer was still intact, showing no signs of tampering. Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. At least the money wasn't stolen. But if it wasn't for the money, what was the thief climbing over the wall to find? Lin Tao began searching the room, checking for anything missing. His gaze fell on the cabinet door that hadn't been closed properly. Lin Tao quickly bent down and pulled the door open. The travel bag containing his second set of diving gear was gone. So the thief was after the diving gear. Would have been better if they'd just stolen the money. Lin Tao stomped his foot in frustration. Diving gear was tightly controlled by government agencies. Now you couldn't buy it even with money. He'd worked so hard to get it from Su Lingqian, and now it was stolen. Villagers generally didn't recognize its value. Why would a thief even think to steal diving gear? Without pausing to think, Lin Tao rushed toward the village committee office. Whoever broke into his house during this time must be someone who didn't go out to sea with the production team today. Panting, Lin Tao burst into the brigade office. The committee members were all busy with their tasks and looked at him in surprise as he barged in. "Lin Tao, what's got you running in here so frantic?" My house was robbed. They stole something very important to me." Use the village loudspeaker to summon all the men who didn't go out to sea today to the brigade office. Hearing about the burglary, the office staff immediately grew serious. Everyone knew Lin Tao had been making good money lately. Whatever had him this worked up must be worth a hefty sum. "I'll turn on the loudspeaker. Don't panic just yet. Attention, attention. All men in the village not currently at sea with the production team must report to the village committee immediately. I repeat, report to the village committee immediately. To prevent anyone from deliberately ignoring the announcement, several committee members went door to door throughout the village to notify and check on residents. Most villagers in Baisha knew Lin Tao had befriended a big shot who ran a restaurant in the city, one connected to government agencies, no less. If this matter wasn't handled properly and escalated to higher authorities, these village officials could lose their jobs. After about 10 minutes, villagers began trickling in, gathering in the brigade's courtyard. From middle-aged to young adults, they all looked at each other with bewilderment, unsure why they had been suddenly summoned. Lin Tao's gaze swept across their faces one by one, trying to gauge their reactions to pinpoint the most suspicious individual. Lin Tao, what exactly was stolen from you? My diving gear was stolen. Though it was surplus from government agencies before I got it, the serial numbers and disposition are all on record. If the higher-ups find out I sold it privately and get me caught, I'll be looking at jail time. While I still have patience, and considering we're all from the same village, if you return the diving gear, I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to call the police station and have the officers handle it. The villagers reacted with an initial stir of commotion, then began whispering among themselves. Who would be so despicable? Stealing from fellow villagers while they're away? Chapter 48. People need dignity, trees need bark. Yet even so, no one stepped forward to admit to stealing the diving gear. Lin Tao sighed, looking at the murmuring crowd, and said again, to the person who stole my things, I'm giving you one last chance to save face. Tonight, bring back what you took the same way you took it, and I'll let it go. Otherwise, I'll have to go to the police station and ask the officers for help. Everyone, please disperse. Zhao Xiaopeng hurried over to Lin Tao and asked anxiously in a low voice, Bro, what the hell is going on? Lin Tao recounted how he'd been under surveillance days earlier, the reconnaissance, the lock-picking attempts. He'd assumed the thief was after cash, never expecting it to be the diving gear. And the very day he brought it back, he'd told someone he ran into in the village that the gear wasn't worth much, yet someone still had their eye on it. What should we do, bro? Let's wait and see. We don't have the authority to search every house in the village. Lin Tao returned home. He promised to make spicy salted prawns for Zhao Xiaopeng, but now that his gear was gone, he couldn't be bothered. He chopped some scallions, ginger, and garlic, threw them in a pot, steamed everything together, and called it dinner. That night, Lin Tao lay in bed, ears pricked, listening intently for any sound in the courtyard. But as his eyelids grew heavy, the only sound was the chirping of insects in the weeds. The next morning, the neighbor's rooster crowed at the crack of dawn as usual, rousing Lin Tao from his drowsy slumber. Damn, how did I fall asleep? He dressed, got out of bed, and paced around the room and yard. The thief hadn't returned the diving gear last night. Refusing a kind offer only invites trouble. Looks like I'll have to resort to legal action. That morning, he made Lin Xiaoyu a bowl of malted milk with a few large butter cookies and boiled 2 eggs for her. Ever since Lin Tao had traveled back in time, he'd first bought medicine to cure Lin Xiaoyu's illness, then cooked her delicious and nutritious meals every day with endless variety. Her once sallow, emaciated little face had begun to fill out with soft flesh, no longer waxy and pale. Lin Tao pinched his sister's cheek. I've got some business to attend to today. Why don't you go play at your brother Xiaopeng's place? I'll come pick you up when I get back. Okay. After dropping Lin Xiaoyu off at Zhao Xiaopeng's house, Zhao Xiaopeng learned Lin Tao was heading to the police station and insisted on tagging along. Unable to dissuade him, Lin Tao reluctantly brought him along. Riding the bus into town, Zhao Xiaopeng spotted the police station pass by the window. When Lin Tao didn't signal the driver to stop, he anxiously shook his arm. Bro, aren't we going to the police station? Lin Tao leaned back in his seat. Not yet. They got off at the bus stop next to the Jinsha Hotel. This time, Lin Tao didn't go through the back kitchen but walked straight into the lobby and asked a waiter to take him to Lu Wenhu's office. Boss, you have a visitor. Big brother, it's me, Xiao Tao. The door opened, and Lu Wenhu ushered the brothers inside. Zhao Xiaopeng sat stiffly on the sofa, unsure where to put his hands or feet, quietly surveying the office's decor and layout. He murmured to himself, this is where the rich live. Noticing Lin Tao had come empty-handed and looked troubled, Lu Wenhu asked, Xiao Tao, did something happen? Is that shoe foam causing you trouble again? Lin Tao recounted how his diving gear had been stolen. Sorry, big bro. My carelessness has landed you in trouble again. He hadn't gone straight to the police station because he knew the special nature of diving gear, just like his Dongfeng watch meant that if he couldn't prove ownership, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Wenhua clearly understood his concern. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, this isn't your fault. Come on, I'll drive you guys to the station. The three arrived at the station to file a report. The deputy chief happened to be passing by. Spotting Lu Wenhu, he approached cautiously and asked, Sergeant? Lu Wenhu turned and froze. Old Zheng? Good heavens, squad leader. It's been ages. Yeah, you've made it to deputy chief. You've really made something of yourself. Where'd you end up working after you left the army? Lu Wenhu pursed his lips, leaned close to the deputy chief's ear, and whispered a name. The deputy chief's expression changed instantly, but he quickly regained his composure. You're still the man, squad leader. I can't hold a candle to you. After exchanging brief pleasantries, the deputy chief, having grasped the situation, said sternly, so this is what happened? Rest assured, we'll catch the thief. The Jinsha Hotel vehicle, followed by the police car, drove out of the station compound. Baisha village. The car and police vehicle were highly conspicuous. No sooner had they reached the village entrance than the village chief arrived, accompanied by village committee officials and team committee members. Lin Tao, what brings you here? Of course, I'm asking the police officers to help me retrieve my belongings. Oh, you stubborn boy. Why report it so urgently when it was only lost yesterday? The village isn't ignoring it, you're just causing trouble for the officers. The village chief made no mention of the thief's wrongdoing, instead blaming Lin Tao for involving the police. Lu Wen, who stood nearby, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling smoke. Those who knew him understood this was his way of signaling growing irritation. I gave the thief a chance. I think I've been kind enough and spared your face. But since you refused to take the hint, don't blame me. 3 police officers stepped forward, took their identification cards from their uniform pockets, and presented them to the village chief and several village officials. We're here to investigate a theft case. Please cooperate. Upon seeing the embossed seal and police insignia on the credentials, the village chief. We'll cooperate, we'll definitely cooperate. The commotion at the village entrance quickly drew other villagers to the scene. Subsequently, the 3 officers began searching each villager's home one by one. Though those with nothing to hide need fear no search, many villagers still harbored resentment toward the officers' actions. After searching several households without finding anything, just as the officers were preparing to move on to the next one, Li Erfeng, the eldest daughter-in-law of the village chief, suddenly ran toward them as if possessed. Tears still streaming down her face, she clung desperately to an officer's arm. Officer, I beg you, please save my husband. He was bitten by a sea snake and needs to be rushed to the big hospital in the city. Bitten by a sea snake? Lin Tao frowned and asked, how could your husband get bitten by a sea snake on the boat? Only then did Li Erfeng notice Lin Tao standing nearby. A flicker of guilt crossed her face, and she pretended not to hear his question, continuing to plead frantically for the officers to use the police car to take her husband to the hospital. Human life was at stake, so the officers had no choice but to temporarily halt their investigation. 2 of them followed Li Erfeng toward the pier, while the 3rd went to fetch the patrol car at the village entrance. Lin Tao sensed something was off and followed with Lu Wenhu and Zhao Xiaopeng. The dock. Zhao Xiaopeng scanned the dock and asked in confusion, bro, this is weird. Why haven't I seen any fishing boats from the village come back? Chapter 49, Turning the Tables. Lin Tao also sensed something was amiss. Only when they followed Li Erfeng to the boat dock did they see the village chief's eldest son, Li Shan, lying unconscious by the embankment. Most tellingly, he was wearing the stolen diving gear. Though clearly inexperienced, he even put his fins on backwards. No wonder the village chief reacted so violently when he called the police. It was truly revolting. Li Erfeng, so it was Li Shan who stole my gear and snuck into the sea wearing it. He deserved to get bitten by that sea snake. He should be grateful he didn't drown outright. Lin Tao, you're still making snide remarks at a time like this? Officer, please, save him. Li Shan's eyes were tightly shut, his lips tinged with purple, clear signs of poisoning. Lin Tao noticed 2 holes in the wetsuit on his calf, bitten through by the sea snake. The officers wasted no time, hoisting Li Shan into the police car. Lin Tao wasn't involved in the rescue, but Li Erfeng insisted on dragging him along. To avoid delaying the rescue, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng also climbed into the vehicle. Lu Wenhu returned to the village entrance to fetch his car and would follow shortly. At the People's Hospital, Li Shan was rushed into the emergency room. Everyone else was barred from entering. Li Erfeng suddenly lunged at Lin Tao, pounding him fiercely. It's all your fault. If anything happens to my husband, I'll make you pay with your life. Lin Tao wasn't about to tolerate her outburst. He swung his arm wide and knocked Li Erfeng flat on the ground. This is a hospital. Try acting crazy again? Let me tell you, I haven't even pressed charges for Li Shan's theft yet, and you're trying to turn the tables on me? If he hadn't stolen anything, would he have been bitten by a sea snake? Li Erfeng collapsed on the floor, clutching her swollen face. After being scolded by Lin Tao, she bit her lip and said nothing. It all started when Li Erfeng saw Lin Tao diving in his wetsuit and bringing up all sorts of valuable stuff. She was green with envy after hearing how much he made selling it. Then she heard he had a spare set lying around, so she hatched a scheme and egged Li Shan on to steal from Lin Tao's place. She figured since Lin Tao wasn't using it anyway, taking it wouldn't stop him from making money. But who could have predicted that shortly after Li Shan descended onto the white sand reef, he'd be bitten by a sea snake? You've made all that money yourself. What difference does it make if you share your sources with us? The sea is vast, everyone relies on their own skills. Li Erfeng, don't you feel ashamed saying that? Taking without asking is stealing. This is a matter of morality and character. I couldn't care less if you try to steal my livelihood. You're right about one thing, the sea is vast and everyone relies on their own skills. I don't care. My husband was bitten because he went into the sea wearing your Thai clothes. You owe us compensation. Li Erfing not only refused to listen to reason but threw herself on the ground, rolling around and acting like a spoiled brat. This alerted the hospital staff, who approached with stern warnings. If you continue this disturbance, we'll call security to have you removed. Only then did Li Erfeng scramble up from the floor, looking both flustered and embarrassed. She glared at Lin Tao with such venom, it seemed she could burn a hole through his face. Li Erfeng, instead of wasting your time extorting people here, why don't you think about how you're going to pay for your husband's medical bills? Zhao Xiaopeng sneered from the sidelines. I can't believe Baisha village produced such a shameless piece of work like you. Lin Tao reminded her. Li Shan has already committed theft. Your current actions amount to extortion. You two will be perfect companions in prison, at least you won't be lonely. The three officers nearby frowned and nodded at Li Erfeng. This young man is correct. Once your husband is out of danger, he will face legal consequences. Just then, the village chief arrived on the brigade tractor from the village and overheard the words about his son and daughter-in-law going to jail. Officers, you can't do this. Doesn't Lin Tao bear any responsibility? If not for him, how would my son have been led astray? It really is true that birds of a feather flock together. The old and the young are both no good. Lin Tao was so speechless he started laughing. He didn't know what to say. The officers clearly hadn't anticipated this either, their expressions darkening further. If you continue to make trouble and stir up trouble, we'll have no choice but to invite you all to spend a few days at the police station. Lu Wenhu, who had been silently watching the scene unfold, suddenly spoke up. If I recall correctly, you're still the village chief of Baisha village. Is this how you protect and shield your own son and daughter-in-law from their crimes? TSK. I'll write a complaint letter as soon as I get back. I'll need to trouble you, big brother, to deliver it to the government office for me. Don't worry, it's no big deal. The village chief was too stunned to speak. He knew Lu Wenhu's background was no ordinary matter and sensed his tenure as village chief was truly over. Lin Tao chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper, Village chief, I forgot to mention not just your son, but your grandson, and even your great-grandson, will never be able to enter public service again. Lin Tao, don't threaten me. I'm not easily intimidated at my age. Whether I'm bluffing or not, just wait for the official notice from above. Just as they spoke, the emergency room door swung open from within. A doctor emerged and called out, who is the patient's family member? I'm his father. This is my daughter-in-law. The snake venom has spread too rapidly. We must perform an amputation to save his life. You must decide now, save the man or save the leg. Once you decide, we'll process the payment. The village chief and Li Erfeng were struck dumb, the color draining instantly from their faces. How could we amputate? We can't let him lose his leg. He'll be crippled. Without amputation, he'll die. With amputation, he'll become a disabled man unable to work. The village chief and Li Erfeng were momentarily paralyzed with panic. In the end, they gritted their teeth and decided on amputation. Better safe than sorry, saving his life was the priority. The emergency room door closed once more. Li Erfeng covered her mouth, slumped to the floor, and wept uncontrollably. The village chief, struck by the blow, seemed to age 10 years instantly. His eyes lost their light as he muttered, my son. Zhao Xiaopeng stood beside Lin Tao and muttered under his breath, serves him right. Watching Li Shan reap what he had sown, Lin Tao couldn't be bothered wasting time at the hospital. He prepared to take the bus back to the village with Zhao Xiaopeng. Why don't I just drive you back? No need, brother. You can't just leave the hotel all the time. Alright then, just be careful on the road. At the outpatient department entrance, Lin Tao heard someone calling his name. Xiao Tao, what brings you to the hospital? Lin Chang, who had bought food at the hospital cafeteria to deliver to Li Hongmei's ward, couldn't help but greet him when he saw Lin Tao. Lin Tao glanced at him, pretending not to notice, and walked straight out of the hospital. Xiao Tao. Zhao Xiaopeng stopped as he passed Lin Chang, frowned, and said, Brother Chang, how could you treat him like that? I'm really disappointed in you. Xiaopeng, let's go. Coming, bro. Lin Chang hesitated for a long moment, then swallowed his words, watching their retreating figures with a lonely gaze. Chapter 50, The Starting Point of Prosperity. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng sat on the bus back to Baisha village. Only 7 or 8 people were scattered about the sparsely filled vehicle. Lin Tao sat in the inner window seat of the back row, tilting his head to watch the scenery outside. Poplar trees flashed by the roadside, reflected in his dull, lifeless eyes. Zhao Xiaopeng sensed Lin Tao's discontent but didn't know how to console him. After all, this was a family matter between Lin Tao and his brother Lin Chang. No matter how close he was to Lin Tao, he couldn't just meddle in it. Brother. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. At the village entrance of Baisha village. Stepping off the bus at the village entrance, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng immediately spotted Aunt Zhao and Lin Xiaoyu, who had been waiting there for who knew how long. Seeing them return, Aunt Zhao quickly pulled Lin Xiaoyu toward them. I heard the village chief's eldest son was bitten by a sea snake and sent to the city. How come they took you two along too? Before Lin Tao could speak, Zhao Xiaopeng indignantly recounted the entire story to Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao listened, her eyes wide with shock. Then she spat on the ground. "Damn it," she exclaimed. "They're the first shameless bunch I've ever seen. Don't worry, Xiao Tao. Uncle Zhao and I've got your back. Let's see how they dare cause trouble." When the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam follows suit. Back in the day, they'd all be dragged off for public criticism. After a few years of peace, they've forgotten their own names. Seeing Aunt Zhao's anger boiling over her face flushed crimson, as if she'd only be satisfied after beating the village chief's family senseless, Lin Tao quickly interjected. "Auntie Zhao, calm down. It's not worth ruining your health over people like that." Aunt Zhao finally calmed her posture, though her chest still heaved rapidly with suppressed fury. She waved her hand dismissively at Lin Tao. "Don't underestimate your Aunt Zhao. Back in my youth, 10 women ganging up wouldn't have been my match. If that damned family weren't out of sight, I'd skin them alive." After that, Aunt Zhao sighed, a hint of sorrow on her face. She patted Lin Tao's shoulder. "Little Tao, you've been wronged." The group headed back to Zhao Xiaopeng's house first. Along the way, many puzzled villagers gathered around to ask Lin Tao what had happened. Already in a foul mood, Lin Tao couldn't be bothered to respond. "TSK. He won't even tell us the details. Who's he playing dumb for?" I heard Li Erfeng dragged Lin Tao along, refusing to let go, insisting he go to the city with her. "Do you think Li Shan was framed by Lin Tao? That can't be right. Lin Tao was a bit of a jerk before, but he and Li Shan didn't have any grudges or enmity. Why would he risk getting shot to frame Li Shan? I don't think so either." Zhao Xiaopeng, following behind Lin Tao, overheard the villagers' various suspicions about Lin Tao. His temper flared instantly, and he was about to argue with them when Lin Tao grabbed his arm. "Xiaopeng, now's not the time to argue with them. They only want to hear the outcome they've already decided on. No amount of explanation will convince those who don't believe you. Bro, what kind of stories are they spreading about you? I'm not deaf, I hear it all. Xiaopeng, remember this, those who achieve great things never let emotion overpower reason." "Bro, I know." When they arrived at Zhao Xiaopeng's house, Aunt Zhao started preparing dinner. "Mom, why aren't you helping Dad at the dock?" Zhao Xiaopeng moved closer to the stove, helping Aunt Zhao add wood to stoke the fire. "It's almost dark. You two must have skipped dinner in town. We won't wait for your dad tonight. I just got 3 pounds of pork belly from the supply cooperative today. Let's stew some meat and steam rice." 3 pounds of meat? Mom, why are you being so generous today? I was planning to make extra for you to take to Xiao Tao, but now we won't need to deliver it, we'll just eat it here at home. Great. Uncle Zhao dragged his weary body back from the dock. Before even entering the house, he caught the aroma of meat wafting over the courtyard wall. "What's cooking today? It smells so good it's killing me. Oh, Xiao Tao and Xiao Yu are here too? Better eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Stop talking nonsense. Wash your hands and come eat. If you wait too long, your son won't leave you a single bite." After dinner, Lin Tao held Lin Xiaoyu's hand as they walked home. By then, night had fallen completely. They could see countless stars filling the sky, even glimpsing the Milky Way. Feeling Xiaoyu's steps slow to a crawl, Lin Tao stopped and looked at her. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, I miss our dad and mom." Perhaps seeing the warm family scene at Zhao Xiaopeng's house today had stirred up memories of when her parents were still alive. Lin Tao wasn't the original host. He couldn't truly empathize with the original host's loss of parents, only sighing at the unpredictability of life. He pulled Lin Xiaoyu into his embrace, stroking her head gently with his warm palm. "Cry if you need to," he whispered. "Even if our parents are gone, you still have me. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you." Even as Lin Tao spoke these words, Lin Xiaoyu buried her face in his shirt, sobbing softly. Her slender, frail shoulders trembled gently. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Tao turned the soil in the vegetable patch. The leeks and scallions planted earlier had been harvested too many times and were no longer edible. He dug up the soil to see if he could plant something else. The loofah seeds in the corner of the wall were growing rapidly, already sprouting small seedlings. They would likely bear fruit by autumn. Lin Xiaoyu carried a bucket and dipper, helping her brother water the loofah plants. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point, at 1 p.m. today, 60 meters east of Jinsha Reef, a school of golden pomfret will appear. Host intelligence level, 360 points. Host, please review immediately. Yellowtail snapper are currently the mainstream catch. Due to their massive size in the ocean, fishing boats haul them up by the bucketful, making them relatively common and low in value. Despite differing from silver pomfret by just 1 character, their market value is worlds apart. Lin Tao thought to himself that even if he and Zhao Xiaopeng spent a whole day fishing, they probably wouldn't catch as much as a single haul from a fishing boat. Still, for the experience points, he decided to go fishing anyway. Idling around was pointless. That afternoon, Lin Tao took Zhao Xiaopeng out fishing. Since acquiring his diving gear, he barely touched a fishing rod. Returning to his old trade felt strangely novel. On the way to the pier, the brothers overheard gossip from the village's information network. The village chief had returned that morning to borrow money from relatives for Li Shan's surgery. No one knew when his family would return from the city. The two rowed their skiff toward Golden Sand Reef. Bro, when can we get an engine? Rowing this thing is killing me. Lin Tao rowed steadily, remembering Zhao Xiaopeng had mentioned the engine before, though they'd always forgotten to follow through. With an engine, they wouldn't be confined to the nearshore waters and could venture farther out. Though the sampan beneath them had been the starting point of their fortune, it now seemed increasingly inadequate. I'll see what I can do. Chapter 51, The Unexpected King of Golden Pomfret. Lin Tao silently tucked the matter away in his mind. Including the 400 yuan he hadn't received yet, he had less than 1,000 yuan on hand. A 60-ton concrete-hulled motorboat currently cost 8,000 yuan. With an average annual income per person barely reaching 100 yuan, saving up for a new fishing boat was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lin Tao pondered. Relying solely on fishing and gathering seafood, even with the system occasionally yielding high-value rare catches, the pace of earning money was still far too slow. Now that the market economy was booming, he couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity to get rich. Virtually every industry was wide open, with no market monopolized by leading companies. It was truly a time when every profession could reap the benefits of the era. Lin Tao gazed at the shimmering sea beneath the clear sky. Such vast and abundant marine resources, with no fishing bans in place, this had to be utilized to the fullest. Ding! Host detected near target location. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng baited their hooks with freshly prepared fish bait, then attached lead weights to add heft. Golden pomfret inhabited depths between 15 and 22 meters, so the hooks needed to sink to that specific layer. They then formed the prepared bait into fist-sized, compact balls and sank them into the sea to create feeding grounds. Lin Tao watched the float bobbing on the surface. After about 10 minutes, the float suddenly plunged downward, and the fishing line whirred excitedly as it spooled off rapidly. A golden pomfret must have taken the bait. Lin Tao swiftly grabbed the rod and began lifting it to reel in the line. Golden pomfret swim fast and pull hard, and when startled underwater, they dart wildly in all directions, truly testing the angler's skill and patience. The pomfret fought like a wild horse breaking free in the sea. Lin Tao gripped the rod tightly, relentlessly reeling in and letting out line as he wrestled with it. A fine sheen of sweat slowly beaded on his palms as the rod began to bend under the relentless pull. Bro, what kind of fish is this? It's got some serious power. Who knows? Let's reel it in first. Seeing the line about to snap, Lin Tao had no choice but to slacken the tension again. He knew clearly he couldn't let it go any further. If the golden pomfret darted into the crevices of the underwater reef, he wasn't worried about losing the hook, he feared it getting snagged on the bottom. Losing a hook over a worthless pomfret just wasn't worth it. Standing at the edge of the skiff, Lin Tao timed his move perfectly, reeling in the line rapidly. The handle of the reel squeaked as he turned it, coiling the line back onto the spool. After a grueling 20-minute battle, the pomfret finally exhausted itself. Though it still made occasional bursts of speed, its strength was spent. In the end, Lin Tao hauled it out of the water. This red snapper was unusually large. Typically, they barely exceed a pound in weight, about the size of an adult man's palm. But this one, which had fought Lin Tao for nearly half an hour, was over 30 centimeters longer than his forearm and roughly 20 pounds when lifted by the tail. Even among farmed golden pomfrets cultivated in the 20th century, specimens of this size were exceedingly rare. Bro, is that a golden pomfret? Holy crap, did you just reel in the king of fish? Zhao Xiaopeng held up the regular golden pomfret he'd just caught for comparison, his voice filled with astonishment. Ordinary golden pomfret fetch little value, but this king of golden pomfret? Who knows? Lin Tao continued casting his line, thinking to himself that a grouper this big probably only existed as a solitary specimen in the entire school. Still, it was for the best if each one took half an hour to reel in, they wouldn't catch many before nightfall. True to his hunch, even after exhausting all the bait in his bucket, no more giant pomfrets appeared. As they prepared to paddle the sampan back to the dock with their catch, the distant sound of a fishing boat's horn echoed from behind. Turns out they'd been heading in this direction today. Lin Tao, what good catches did you reel in today? The villagers on the boat shouted toward Lin Tao. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng paddled their skiff away to create distance. Their small boat couldn't withstand a collision with a large motorboat. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Tao hid the golden pomfret king that had been on the surface beneath the school of fish and called out to the fishing boat. We stumbled upon a school of golden pomfret. Not worth much. Yeah, right. Guess you can't hit the jackpot every time. You two worked your butts off all morning and only got 100 pounds. Not even enough to fill our net's bottom, ha. Last night, Uncle Zhao's old knee pain flared up, so he didn't go out with the production team. Now, no one was left to stand up for the two of them. Lin Tao's lips curled into a sneer, his mocking smile dripping with cold contempt. You make fun of us for catching so little, he sneered, but don't you think about how much you'd actually get if you split the whole haul? The few work points you'd earn probably wouldn't even cover a single pain relief patch. The villager who had taunted Lin Tao earlier couldn't help but snap back, you're getting too cocky. Lin Tao immediately directed Zhao Xiaopeng and the others to row the skiff straight toward the dock. The dock. The Liang brothers were once again there to collect the catch. Seeing the golden pomfret on the boat, they exchanged glances. Yesterday it was mantis shrimp, today it's golden pomfret. Things really are getting cheaper and cheaper. Lin Tao pushed aside the surface pile of fish, revealing the enormous specimen hidden beneath. A kingfish? Gripping the king pomfret's tail, it thrashed violently, its mouth and gill covers gasping open and shut as it was deprived of seawater. I knew you'd bring back something special, Lin Tao. What a sight. I'll pay you $1 per pound for the king, and 10 cents per pound for the smaller ones. Villagers unloading cargo from the fishing boat froze in stunned silence upon seeing the king pomfret in Lin Tao's hands. Who could have guessed that even among the cheapest red pomfret, a priced king could emerge? Lin Tao, you bastard, you've been keeping this from us, haven't you? You caught a big one and didn't tell us? Like we tried to steal your fish or something? Lin Tao feigned ignorance. I figured it was just another big pomfret, nothing special. I didn't say anything because I knew it wouldn't fetch much. How is that keeping secrets? Exactly. Stop making baseless accusations. The king pomfret sold for 26 yuan, and the rest fetched 7 yuan. Then Liang Yong pulled a stack of bills from his leather wallet, probably over a dozen, and shoved them into Lin Tao's hand. Our boss told us to bring this to you today. He also said if you need any tickets for anything, just give him a call and we'll bring them next time. Thanks for your help, Brother Yong and Brother Ji. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Could you find out where to get a cheap motorboat? Or even a small boat with just an engine and propeller would work. Alright, we'll look into it and get back to you tomorrow. Thanks. No need to be so polite with us. Watching the Jinsha Hotel car drive away, Lin Tao handed Zhao Xiaopeng 10 yuan in front of the villagers. Zhao Xiaopeng deliberately clutched the crisp 100 yuan note in his hand and waved it at the villagers gathered at the dock. Tisk, he muttered. What good is catching a lot? Earning more is the real skill. His smug expression made the villagers who had mocked them on the boat earlier flush crimson with anger. I refuse to believe your luck will last forever. Chapter 52, Loading Cargo, Small Position, Big Authority. We'll see about that. The next morning, Lin Tao hadn't received any new intelligence from the system, but he wasn't idle either. He looked at the roof missing several tiles, then glanced at the damp, peeling walls covered in large patches of mold. Basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation improving their diet wasn't enough. Their living conditions needed attention too. Staying in a place like this long term could easily lead to fungal pneumonia. Especially since Lin Xiaoyu's health was already fragile. She barely recovered, and he had to ensure she grew up healthy. He dismantled the wooden handle from his hoe, attached a small scraper to it, and began scraping off all the moldy wall plaster. Then he headed out to see if he could buy disinfectant at the clinic. The milestone in China's disinfectant history, the birth of the iconic 84 disinfectant, was still 6 years away. Current options were mostly Lysol and disinfectant powder, primarily used for hospital sterilization. Lin Tao wasn't sure if the village clinic would have any. Health clinic. What's bothering you? Doctor, I was wondering if you have any Lysol or disinfectant powder here. The village doctor eyed Lin Tao suspiciously. What do you need these for? The plaster on my walls is moldy, and my sister keeps coughing. I thought I'd disinfect everything and reapply whitewash. What a hassle. The village doctor muttered under his breath before rummaging through a cabinet and pulling out a bag of disinfectant powder, handing it to Lin Tao. 5 yuan. Technically, I shouldn't sell this stuff, but since it's for your sister, I'll make an exception. Just don't tell anyone, I don't want any trouble. Lin Tao took it with both hands, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, doctor. Alright, hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see you. Lin Tao tucked the disinfectant powder into his pocket and started walking home when suddenly, his path was blocked. The man before him looked to be in his 50s, dressed in a light gray official's uniform with leather shoes on his feet. His hair was slicked back with a shine, likely from hair gel, and he wore glasses that framed a face with a faint air of arrogance. 2 villagers beside him looked at him obsequiously, pointing at Lin Tao. Leader, it's him. The man adjusted his glasses, his tone haughty and contemptuous. You're Lin Tao? Lin Tao couldn't recall this unfamiliar face from the original host's memories. He frowned slightly. I am Lin Tao. What do you want? The man scrutinized Lin Tao from head to toe. You're the one who caused my nephew to lose his leg. A relative of the village chief's family? But Lin Tao had met several of the village chief's brothers, there was no such person. Lin Tao suddenly recalled the village chief had a sister who married into the city. This man before him must be Li Shan's uncle. Let me set the record straight, Lin Tao began. Li Shan brought this upon himself. It has nothing to do with me. If you're here to confront me, I'm afraid I can't oblige. With that, Lin Tao started walking home, only to be grabbed by 2 villagers who pinned him down on both sides. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. I've heard about you by Sha Village's notorious layabout and hooligan. Your shady looks scream trouble. As a public servant, I can't let scum like you keep causing trouble. Since you refuse to admit your mistakes and your attitude is utterly deplorable, I'll have to take you in for re-education. Who do you think you are? Illegally restricting someone's freedom is a crime. Head, take him away. Before Lin Tao could utter another word, a rag was stuffed into his mouth, followed by the sharp sting of ether fumes flooding his nostrils. They'd even prepped ether in advance. Lin Tao struggled desperately, but he couldn't resist the ether's potency. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until he finally plunged into complete darkness. The unconscious Lin Tao was dragged away by two men. The disinfectant powder slipped out of his pants pocket and fell to the ground, unnoticed. Lin family. Brother, are you home? Zhao Xiaopeng held a small basin filled with 5 or 6 large steamed buns as he knocked on the courtyard gate. Hearing footsteps, it was Lin Xiaoyu who opened the door. Brother Xiaopeng, my brother left early this morning and hasn't returned yet. Where did he go? Why is he taking so long? My brother said he went to the clinic to buy disinfectant. Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly felt inexplicably anxious. He shoved the basin into Lin Xiaoyu's hands and said, "Little Rain, lock the gate from the inside. I'll go to the clinic to find him." Okay. Zhao Xiaopeng jogged toward the clinic but tripped badly over something on the ground. Ouch. What is this? He squinted and saw a packet of fine white granules. Picking it up, he read the label, disinfectant powder. Recalling Lin Xiaoyu's words, Zhao Xiaopeng felt a chill run through his body. This was the disinfectant powder Lin Tao had bought, but why was he nowhere to be found? He also noticed among the scattered footprints on the ground, one set stood out distinctly. The pattern and shape clearly belonged to leather shoes. Though Zhao Xiaopeng usually seems simple-minded, he proved sharp in critical moments. By analyzing the footprints, he deduced that besides Lin Tao, at least 3 other people had been present. Could Lin Tao have been taken away by them? The thought sent Zhao Xiaopeng sprinting toward the village entrance. He stopped every villager he encountered, asking if they'd seen Lin Tao. Lin Tao? I haven't seen him, but a pretty fancy car pulled up at the village entrance this morning. A sedan, leather shoes. Oh no! By the time Zhao Xiaopeng reached the village entrance, there was no sign of any car on the road. If Lin Tao had been driven away by someone, how on earth was he supposed to find him? Panic swelled inside him. Zhao Xiaopeng tugged at his hair, eyes wide, utterly at a loss. Right. First, go to the city and ask Brother Lu for help. Meanwhile, Lin Tao awoke from his unconsciousness, his head splitting with pain. Gasp. Squinting, he scanned his surroundings. Lin Tao found himself curled up in a cramped space less than 5 square meters wide. Before him stood only an iron door, featuring a window smaller than an A4 sheet that let in a faint glimmer of light. Where was this? Struggling to his feet, he found the room dimly lit. In the corner sat what appeared to be a spittoon, likely used as a toilet. Oh right, he'd been kidnapped here by Li Shan's uncle. Damn it. Even though the legal system isn't perfect yet, to pull off such a brazen kidnapping is just too damn bold. Let me out. Lin Tao pounded furiously on the iron gate, making a tremendous racket, yet no one outside responded to him. The window in the gate was positioned high up, forcing Lin Tao to stand on tiptoe just to catch a glimpse of the surroundings. Why did the layout and surroundings outside feel so familiar? Let me out. This is illegal detention. After a long while, someone approached. Lin Tao could only see the person's head and neck, unable to make out what they were wearing. What's with all the shouting? It's unbearably noisy. You're locked up here, so why can't you just behave yourself? Before Lin Tao could respond, the man closed the window on the door from the outside. The small room plunged into darkness instantly, with only a barely noticeable sliver of light seeping through the door crack. Lin Tao slid down the wall and slumped onto the floor. Where the hell was this place? How was he supposed to escape? Chapter 53, Messing with the Boss. No, he couldn't just sit here and wait for doom. Lin Tao squinted in the darkness, carefully assessing his surroundings. The room felt like some kind of confinement cell, cramped, oppressive, and dark. The silence was broken only by his own breathing, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as Lin Tao pondered his escape, footsteps grew louder outside the door. The iron door swung open from the outside, and the sudden glare of light made Lin Tao squint. Lin Tao, you crippled my nephew. You'll pay for this. 10,000 yuan isn't too much, is it? I hear you know a rich big brother. Getting 10,000 from him shouldn't be too hard. 10,000 yuan? You really have some nerve asking for that. Didn't your nephew tell you why he became disabled? If Li Shan's uncle were an official, he'd know exactly what kind of people have access to diving gear. Looks like the village chief's family kept a lot from him. Ha! Do you really think I'd believe a lowlife thug like you over my own nephew? And you call yourself a public servant? Pfft, disgusting. The man spat on his official uniform, instantly enraged. What a lowlife. You'll stay locked up here. You won't learn your lesson until you taste real suffering. With that, the man stormed off angrily. The iron door slammed shut behind him, its screeching echo reverberating through the room. No clock in the detention cell meant Lin Tao had no idea how much time had passed. He stood on tiptoe, trying to pry open the small window in the door from the inside. Fortunately, it wasn't locked, and he finally managed to pry open a small crack. Lin Tao dared not open it wider for fear of attracting attention. Peering cautiously outside, he confirmed he was likely confined at the far end of the corridor. A sign hung beside the door of the room diagonally across from him, reading Archive Room. A place with an archives room must belong to a government agency. Had that man brought him to his workplace? How audacious. No, if it were a government agency, there shouldn't be a detention cell like this, right? The fog of confusion in his mind began to clear, revealing the truth. An agency with detention cells, could it be a police station? No wonder the hallway decor felt familiar. He'd filed a report here with Lu Wenhu before. Who the hell was this guy? How could they lock him up in a detention cell without any police investigation or interrogation? Without a second thought, Lin Tao pushed open the small window and shouted at the top of his lungs to test his theory. Officer. Someone come here. I need to see your deputy chief. His voice nearly cracked from shouting when a uniformed officer finally approached. Lin Tao recognized him and was one of the officers who had accompanied them to Baisha village 2 days prior. Officer. It's me, Lin Tao from Baisha village. The officer looked equally surprised. Lin Tao? How did you end up in our station's detention cell? It's a long story, officer. Let me out first and I'll explain everything to you. Hold on, I'll go get the key. Just as the officer turned to leave, he bumped into the colleague in charge of guarding the detention cell. Perfect timing. Open that detention cell immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? That little punk in there maimed the nephew of Section Chief Lee's wife, forcing him to undergo amputation. He refuses to compensate and has a terrible attitude. Section Chief Lee, considering his youth, didn't want him to go to jail and get a criminal record, so he thought keeping him here for a little education would be better. The colleague finished, adding a sigh of admiration for Section Chief Lee's thoughtful approach. The officer exclaimed in astonishment, "You've all been deceived by Section Chief Lee. This is abuse of power." But the colleague refused to believe him, immediately covering his mouth. "You're out of your mind. Even if he's not our direct superior at the station, he's still a leader, how small his rank may be. Do you want to lose your job? You guys are the ones who really don't want to work here anymore for locking up Lin Tao. Do you even know who his big brother is?" Before the officer could continue, Li Shan's uncle arrived at the detention cell door once more. "Good day, Section Chief Li. Good work, officers. So, has he cooperated?" Lin Tao's voice came coldly through the window. "Section Chief Li, you really have quite the air of authority, don't you? Without a shred of evidence, you can just drag someone here, tie them up, and restrict their freedom. How come the law of the land doesn't apply to you?" The officer who wanted to release Lin Tao addressed Section Chief Lee with righteous indignation. "Section Chief Lee, as a police officer who strictly adheres to my duties, I must release Lin Tao now." "It seems you know each other. I'll need to report this situation to your superiors." Meanwhile, at the Jinsha Hotel. The shuttle bus pulled up at the stop near the Jinsha Hotel. Zhao Xiaopeng rushed off the bus in a panic, tripped over a rock on the road, and nearly fell out. Staggering toward the Sands Hotel, he spotted the doorman outside the entrance. Zhao Xiaopeng rushed up to them, grabbing their arms. "I'm Lin Tao's brother, Zhao Xiaopeng. I've been here before. I need your help urgently. Take me to Brother Lu." The two doormen startled, then reassured him, "Don't worry, young man. I'll take you right now." The doorman led Zhao Xiaopeng to the office door and urgently knocked, shouting, "Boss, come out quickly." The moment Lu Wenhu opened the door, Zhao Xiaopeng knelt down with a thud, clutching his thigh tightly. Startled, Lu dropped the cigarette he was holding. "Xiaopeng, what's gotten into you? If you have something to say, just speak up. Get up." "Brother Lu, my brother was kidnapped by men in dress shoes driving a car. I know you have connections and influence, please save my brother." "Xiaodao's in trouble?" Lu Wenhu, now fully alert, was both shocked and furious. He cursed under his breath, pulled out his mobile phone, and dialed a number, instructing the person on the other end to check which households in the city owned cars. Currently, those who could afford to ride in private cars in the city were mostly unit leaders, and the cars themselves were unit-owned vehicles. The reason the Jinsha Hotel had its own car was because of Su Lingxian's connections behind the scenes, so it wasn't difficult to investigate. Who would go to Baisha village out of nowhere to kidnap Lin Tao? After much deliberation, Lu Wenhu concluded the culprit must be connected to the Li Shan family. He left Zhao Xiaopeng in the office and headed upstairs, knocking on Su Lingxian's door. "Enter. Miss, Lin Tao has been kidnapped by some unknown figure in the city. I do have a lead, but to pursue it further, I'll need your involvement." Someone dared to touch someone under the protection of the Jinsha Hotel? I'm curious who would be bold enough. Tell me everything you know, and I'll have people look into it. Su Lingxian set down her teacup and newspaper. In her view, Lin Tao was a man worth collaborating with and investing in. She had originally planned to observe him a little longer, but if some blind fool killed him, it would be a huge loss. "Thank you, miss." After Lu Wenhu exited, Su Lingxian picked up the landline and dialed a series of numbers. "Uncle Air, it's Qianqian. I need a favor, could you have someone check the archives for all information related to the village chief of Baisha village, especially his relatives? I'll definitely come over for dinner when I have time. Chapter 54, What an imposing official presence you have. After smiling and hanging up, Su Lingqian murmured, Lin Tao, you owe me a big favor this time. Police station. Seeing Section Chief Li's brazen, lawless demeanor, Lin Tao found it both laughable and disgusting. The officers knew Lin Tao's older brother was someone even their deputy chief treated with respect, but they weren't sure if mentioning it would intimidate Section Chief Li. They hesitated over whether to speak up. However, just as he was about to defend Lin Tao, a colleague beside him, worried that he might ruin his own career for an insignificant person, covered his mouth and dragged him away. Manhwa. Lin Tao, I never expected you to have some connections even knowing a police officer. Too bad it won't help you now. Just say what you want. No need to beat around the bush. I've made myself perfectly clear, either pay up or rot in jail. With a few connections and some bribes, you'll get off with a decade or so out in no time. Section Chief Li's words dripped with mockery and boasted of his influence. Lin Tao couldn't fathom how someone like this had managed to infiltrate a government agency and climb to a minor leadership position. He'd considered mentioning the Jinsha Hotel, but didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Wenhu and Su Lingqian after all. This was a personal grudge between him and the village chief's family. After Section Chief Li left, Lin Tao was plunged back into darkness. As time passed, his stomach growled with hunger. He'd only eaten one meal since morning and couldn't withstand the hunger. His mouth was parched and uncomfortable. Even prisoners were given food and water. They truly intended to abuse him for days. The summer heat was already intense, and the confinement cell had no ventilation. Hot and stuffy, it felt like a steamer basket. Lin Tao gradually found it harder to breathe. He dared not open his mouth wide to breathe, afraid the air would carry away the last traces of moisture in his mouth. At this rate, he wouldn't last 3 days before dying here. Suddenly, the long silent corridor echoed with footsteps again. It sounded like more than one person was approaching. Lin Tao warily backed away from the iron door, crouching low. He prepared to seize any opening to bolt out if they tried to unlock it. Proving his innocence and revealing the truth at the very least, he needed to stay alive to do so. The footsteps halted outside the door, followed by the sound of a lock being picked. As the iron door creaked open slowly, Lin Tao was concealed in the narrow space between the door and the wall. The person who entered surveyed the empty detention cell. Though the space, barely 5 square meters, was immediately obvious, they furrowed their brows and stepped inside. He turned to confront the person at the door when he felt a tall figure press against his back. Lin Tao didn't pause to consider whether his actions constituted a crime. He darted out from behind the door and immediately took the intruder hostage. Let me go. Let go of Miss Su. Su Lingqian slowly turned her head. Lin Tao, calm down. Look closely at who I am. Hearing Su Lingqian's voice, Lin Tao instinctively lowered his head, forgetting he was still pressed against her. Their eyes met, one looking down, one looking up, their faces close enough to feel each other's breath. The light from the hallway outside illuminated Su Lingqian, while Lin Tao stood in the darkness just a step away from the light. His handsome face, tinged with a hint of youthfulness, appeared even more profound in the half-light. Su Lingqian had seen her share of handsome men, yet none had ever truly caught her eye. But in this single glance, it was as if a sudden, crisp sound like rustling wind chimes had echoed in her ears. Lin Tao's almond-shaped eyes now held a sharpness uncharacteristic of his age, like a hawk's gaze. Miss Su, how is it you? Lin Tao snapped back to his senses, hastily releasing Su Lingqian and taking 2 steps back. Su Lingqian cleared her throat twice to mask her awkwardness, quickly shedding her blush to resume her usual composure. If I hadn't come, who knows how long they'd have kept you locked up. Lin Tao followed Su Lingqian out of the detention room. Section Chief Li, who had been smug and arrogant moments before, now stood slumped beside them like a wilted eggplant, shoulders hunched, not daring to breathe a word. Also present were Lu Wenhu and the deputy director he had met earlier. Section Chief Li, you really have quite the air of authority. How come they didn't get rid of you years ago? Keeping a cancer like you in government service is ridiculous. Miss Su, Su Lingqian raised her hand to cut him off. These words are useless to me. Section Chief Li, you'd better save them for your explanation to the Discipline Inspection Department. Section Chief Li's legs went weak upon hearing this, and he was on the verge of kneeling before Su Lingqian. Miss Su, I truly had no idea Lin Tao was your man. If I'd known, I'd never have dared cross him. Let me clarify one thing, Lin Tao is my business partner. We are equals. He is not my man. Don't go around labeling people. Section Chief Li never imagined that the penniless, powerless, orphan thug he dismissed could be Miss Su's business partner. When his superior called to reprimand him, he was utterly dumbfounded. Desperate to protect his hard-won political career, he rushed over to secure the release, only to arrive a step behind Su Lingqian. Didn't you just threaten to pull strings and send me to prison for a decade or more, Section Chief Li? How come you're changing your tune so fast now? The moment Lin Tao spoke, cold sweat trickled down Section Chief Li's forehead. He awkwardly chuckled, bowing and scraping before Lin Tao. It's all my wife's fault for only listening to her brother's side of the story. I wrongly accused you. I was just protecting my nephew. I apologize to you. Whatever compensation you want, I'll give it. Lin Tao sneered coldly. You were just asking me for 10,000 yuan, weren't you? If you want my forgiveness, double it 20,000 yuan. Can you even come up with that? As a mere section chief, if he could easily produce 20,000 yuan, it would speak volumes. The implications would be far more serious. Lin Tao was deliberately making things difficult for him. Section Chief Li stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Forget 20,000, I can't even come up with 10,000. So Section Chief Li couldn't come up with it either. I'd assumed he'd readily hand over 10,000 to a lowly fisherman like me, thinking it was peanuts. Lin Tao then turned to Lu Wenhu. Oh right, big brother. Section Chief Li said if I couldn't come up with it, I should borrow from you. You run a restaurant, you're certainly not short on cash. How about lending me 10,000? I'll pay it back to Section Chief Li's good nephew. Lu Wenhu glanced at Section Chief Li. The Jinsha Hotel hadn't been open long enough to make that much profit. Why not ask Miss Su if she can lend it? No. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense back then. I heard the truth from the deputy chief and the officers. It was all Li Shan's own doing. It had nothing to do with Lin Tao. Oh, I forgot to mention the diving gear Li Shan stole, the one that got bitten through by a sea snake and can't be repaired? That was also thanks to Miss Su's connections. Since Section Chief Li cares so much about his nephew, shouldn't he cover Li Shan's damages? Lin Tao mercilessly drove the knife deeper into Section Chief Li's heart. Section Chief Li wished he could sink through the floorboards. He cautiously asked, how much? I'll pay it all. Chapter 55, The Sky-High Price of Plum Blossom Sea Cucumber. Su Lingqian shot him a cold glance before addressing the deputy director. We'll need the director to escort him to the discipline inspection office. Oh, and send that Baisha village chief along too. Rest assured, Miss Su. We won't tolerate such cancerous elements who abuse their power to oppress the people. By the time they emerged from the police station, the sky had turned completely dark. Lin Tao clutched his stomach, aching from hunger. He hesitated but ultimately kept quiet. After all, he'd already caused Su Lingqian enough trouble today. Lu Wenhu behaved much more properly in front of Su Lingqian, walking side by side with Lin Tao behind her. Big brother, how did you know I was at the police station? Your little buddy ran into town and told me you'd been kidnapped. But I couldn't help much. It was Miss Su who stepped in and resolved it. Lu Wenhu stepped forward to open the back door for Su Lingqian. Lin Tao addressed Su Lingqian. Thank you for everything today, Miss Su. You're welcome. I helped you because you're valuable. You owe me a huge favor now. If I ever need your help later, don't refuse me. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Tao couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he thought he detected a faint, almost imperceptible smile in Su Lingqian's words. He stole a glance at Su Lingqian through the rearview mirror, only to find their eyes locking. As their gazes met, Lin Tao felt a rush of heat to his face and quickly looked away. His heart pounded wildly. Lin Tao inwardly berated himself. He wasn't actually 18. What hadn't he experienced in his past life? Why was he acting like a greenhorn now? He didn't know that Su Lingqian, sitting in the back seat, had also quietly flushed at the unexpected eye contact. Fortunately, the dim, warm interior lighting of the car obscured their flushed faces, concealing their mutual unease. The car pulled up outside the entrance of the Golden Sand Hotel. Lin Tao was led by a valet to Zhao Xiaopeng's guest room. Bro, are you hurt? The moment Zhao Xiaopeng opened the door and saw Lin Tao, he clasped his shoulders tightly. I'm fine. Thanks to you for finding Big Brother in time. Tears welled in Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes. Thank God you're safe. Did you come to the city without telling Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao? Lin Tao's reminder made Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly recall the matter, and he began pacing anxiously. It's already dark, and I haven't gone back. They must be worried sick. And little sister Xiaoyu, she's home alone. I'll borrow Big Brother's mobile to check if anyone's on night duty at the brigade office today. I'll have them call Uncle and Aunt Zhao to let them know I'm safe. After reassuring his family, Lin Tao's stomach growled again in hunger, accompanied by sharp pangs of hunger. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen for something to eat, a knock sounded at the door. A waitress entered carrying 4 aluminum lunchboxes and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Opening the aluminum containers, 2 held a combination of 4 dishes: pan-fried hairtail, braised pork belly, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and blanched Chinese broccoli. The moment Zhao Xiaopeng saw the dishes, his eyes lit up. Wow, fish, meat, veggies, and rice. If I could eat like this every meal, I'd be in heaven. Don't worry. From now on, I'll make sure you get not just 4 dishes, but 14 dishes if you want. The next morning, Lu Wenhu drove the 2 brothers back to Baisha village. On the way, Lin Tao thanked him for arranging the lavish boxed meals from the kitchen the night before. Lu Wenhu looked puzzled. I didn't tell the kitchen about that. If not Lu Wenhua, then could it have been Su Lingqian? Seeing Lu Wenhua drop the subject, Lin Tao gave a non-committal grunt. Back in the village, villagers who spotted Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng hurried over to announce. Did you hear? The village chief got removed from office. First thing this morning, the district sent a telegram saying we're electing a new village chief. Lin Tao hadn't expected the punishment to come so quickly, nor did he know if Su Lingqian had played a part in it. When the production team returns from sea, everyone must attend the village meeting at the brigade office. Don't forget to come. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Tao didn't tell Zhao Xiaopeng how he'd been rescued, only mentioning that Lu Wenhu had connections with the police station leadership. So Zhao Xiaopeng remained unaware of the connection between the village chief's dismissal and Lin Tao's kidnapping. He simply felt vindicated that the village chief had gotten his comeuppance. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Golden intelligence 10 points. A large individual plumflower sea cucumber has been spotted underwater at Blackstone Reef today. Host intelligence level 361 points. Host, please review immediately. Finally, the gold intelligence. The sudden sound of the system's voice in his mind nearly made Lin Tao cheer out loud. To avoid being mistaken for a lunatic, he forced himself to hold back. This golden intelligence report was about the plum blossom sea cucumber. Back in Lin Tao's era, wild plum blossom sea cucumbers in domestic waters had nearly been fished to extinction due to overharvesting. Only after fishing restrictions were imposed did their populations slowly recover. Even so, most sea cucumbers on the market were farmed, with inferior texture, taste, and nutritional value compared to wild ones. Wild plum blossom sea cucumbers could fetch as much as 800 yuan per pound. With that thought, Lin Tao quickened his pace homeward. Zhao Xiaopeng caught up behind him. Bro, why are you walking so fast? I'm going to check on Xiaoyu. Meet me at the pier later. Since it's not too hot today, let's see if we can scavenge something worthwhile from the sea. Alright. The pier. After warming up on the shore and changing into his diving gear, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng paddled their small boat toward Blackstone Reef. Slowly descending into the water, the Blackstone Reef proved far more complex than the Golden Sand Reef or White Sand Reef. Most of it consisted of dead coral reefs with razor-sharp edges. A single misstep could easily tear through a diving suit. Ding! Host has arrived near the target. Lin Tao searched everywhere with his fire tongs in hand. Sea cucumbers preferred burrowing into caves beneath sand and reefs, feeding on plankton and scraps left behind by other fish. Feeling something beneath his feet, Lin Tao brushed aside the sand to reveal a sea cucumber as long and thick as his forearm. He scooped it up into his palm. The brownish-red exterior and the flesh granules covering its entire body, no doubt about it, it was a plum blossom sea cucumber. But ordinary wild plum sea cucumbers were this size, hardly a large specimen, right? Lin Tao was certain larger specimens lurked nearby. He stuffed the plum blossom sea cucumber into his net pouch and continued searching. As he swam, he unknowingly reached a fault line on the seabed. Before him lay an abyss so deep that even the spotlight couldn't illuminate it clearly, its color visibly different from the surrounding sea. Who knew what dangers lurked below? He might even encounter a hidden current. Just as he prepared to retreat, Lin Tao spotted a massive plum blossom sea cucumber clinging to a protrusion about a meter below the cliff edge. It measured over a meter in length and was as thick as a grown man's upper arm. This must be the large sea cucumber the system mentioned. Lin Tao stretched his arm, trying to reach it with his fire tongs, but it was just out of reach. His snorkel wasn't long enough either. To retrieve it, he'd have to remove his breathing apparatus and dive down. Great rewards often came with great risks. Lin Tao was torn. Chapter 56, Earn your own money and let others be jealous. In the end, Lin Tao decided to take the gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, to gamble that a motorcycle could become a jeep. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tao removed his breathing apparatus. To prevent it from drifting away, he wedged it into a crevice in the nearby reef. He slowly descended toward the fault line. The spotlight above could only illuminate a meter or so ahead, while the pitch-black depths below seemed bottomless, making his heart race. Though Lin Tao had diving experience in his previous life, it had been with sophisticated equipment and seasoned instructors a world apart from his current situation. Carefully swimming to the sea cucumber, he picked it up and placed it in his net bag. Just as Lin Tao prepared to ascend, he suddenly felt something grab his legs. He realized he was being dragged toward the depths of the fault line. After a moment of panic, he immediately kicked his legs and flailed his arms to break free. How could he encounter a rip current at this critical moment? Undercurrents on the seafloor were far more dangerous than surface currents. Encountering one meant facing certain death. Already holding his breath to the limit, Lin Tao's face flushed crimson as he neared the point of exhaustion. As the current threatened to sweep him away, Lin Tao ripped the fire tongs and harpoon from his waist, jammed them into the reef wall, and strained every muscle to pull himself out of the current's grasp. Gulp! He couldn't hold it in any longer and opened his mouth to exhale. Salt water instantly surged in. Just as suffocation threatened, Lin Tao finally grabbed the snorkel and shoved it into his mouth. Saved! Daring not linger on the seabed, Lin Tao hauled himself up to the surface, clutching the net bag. Cough! Bro, what happened? Nothing, just swallowed some water. The brothers paddled back to the dock while it was still early. The Liang brothers hadn't arrived yet. They placed the plum blossom sea cucumbers in the sampan, covered them with seaweed and kelp, then went ashore to wait in the shade. It wasn't until the village fishing boats returned to port and began unloading and sorting their catch that they spotted the car from the Golden Sand Hotel approaching from afar. Lin Tao patted Zhao Xiaopeng, who had fallen asleep on the ground at some point. The Liang brothers stepped out of the vehicle and greeted Lin Tao warmly. "Lin Tao, looks like you've been here a while. Been waiting long? Why not fish a bit longer at sea? It's too hot out there. It's no good just drifting around on the water. Let's see what price we can get for today's catch." Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng used buckets to transfer the plum blossom sea cucumbers into the seafood crates on shore. Upon recognizing the plum blossom sea cucumbers, Liang Yong rolled up his sleeves, picked up the largest specimen, and examined it closely, murmuring in admiration. "Lin Tao, your luck is truly unbelievable. Buying your catch these past days has been an eye-opening experience. We've been running the docks for over a month and rarely seen anything that compares to what you've got." Lin Tao scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, just a bit of luck. The heavens are willing to give me a bite to eat. Long done, to put it plainly, is just a large grouper. Its meat isn't much different from ordinary grouper, but it's priced for its rarity. The even rarer plum blossom sea cucumber commands 5 times the price, 6 yuan per pound." The Liang brothers told Lin Tao that this was only the price for fresh sea cucumbers. If they were processed and dried to a high standard, the price could quadruple compared to the fresh ones. This offhand remark struck a chord with Lin Tao. Since arriving here, he'd been fixated on selling fresh seafood, completely overlooking the higher profits in dried goods. He silently committed this insight to memory. The Liang brothers moved the seafood box onto the scale, grinning as they joked. "These plum blossom sea cucumbers total 50 jin. $300. We only brought 500 this trip specifically for bulk deals. You almost cleaned us out, kid. 300 yuan, bro? We're rolling in it?" Zhao Xiaopeng nearly jumped for joy upon hearing the price. No one in the entire village of Baisha had ever made 300 yuan in a single transaction. Hearing Zhao Xiaopeng's shouts, nearby villagers paused their work and turned to stare at the group, their eyes wide with disbelief, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a goose egg. What on earth could possibly sell for 300 yuan? Lin Tao watched Zhao Xiaopeng's reaction and thought to himself, if I told him I sold Kongkaiju for 1,000 yuan, wouldn't he be so shocked he'd faint on the spot? Liang Yong pulled out his leather wallet and began counting out the money for Lin Tao. The villagers' eyes followed his fingers as they fluttered over the bills, their gazes filled with greed and envy. "Here's 300 yuan. Take good care of it." The first thing Lin Tao did after receiving the money was to count out 100 yuan and shove it into Zhao Xiaopeng's hand. Zhao Xiaopeng's hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe he'd ever earned so much. "Xiaopeng, I promised I'd help you make big money and buy you a car someday. I keep my word." "Wha, bro? If only my dad hadn't said no, I'd have asked you to be my godfather. You're just too good to me." Zhao Xiaopeng wept with snot and tears streaming down his face, his sun-darkened complexion making the scene look comically absurd. Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle. "You're crying over $100? Wait till you make 1,000 or 10,000, you'll cry yourself to death." After selling the plum blossom sea cucumbers, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng helped Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao sort the catch from the boat. Watching his parents bent double from exhaustion, Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly spoke up. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to work anymore. I can support you now that I'm helping my brother sell seafood." Uncle Zhao flicked Xiaopeng's forehead. "You little brat. Your mom and I aren't that old yet. We don't need a kid like you to support us." After the cooperative had inventoried and collected all the catch, the villagers gathered at the village committee for a meeting. With the village chief absent, the party secretary presided and read out several names proposed by the village committee. Unsurprisingly, they were all committee members. After confirming no objections, he wrote them on the blackboard with chalk. Since most villagers were illiterate, the party secretary explained who each name on the blackboard represented before organizing them to draw lines under the names of their chosen candidates. Zhao Xiaopeng whispered to Lin Tao in the crowd, "Bro, I think you'd make a better village chief than any of them." Before Lin Tao could respond, a nearby villager overheard. "Pfft, so what if he made a little money? He should take a good look at himself before thinking he's fit to be village chief. A street hustler who got lucky is still just a street hustler, never amounting to anything. Try calling my brother names again, you bastard. I'll rip your tongue out and cut it off. What's wrong with what I said? What has Lin Tao ever done for Baisha village? When he was loafing around, he was stealing chickens and dogs. When he got lucky and made big money, he didn't even think about the rest of us. Spit. He's a thankless bastard." "Exactly. Lin Tao only made money off you while watching the villagers suffer. Selfish. He's nothing but a capitalist scourge." Unexpectedly, more and more people in the crowd began attacking Lin Tao. Even with Zhao Xiaopeng plus Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao, 3 voices, they couldn't outshout the crowd. Chapter 57, Recruiting Troops. The argument grew fiercer. No one knew who threw the first punch, but Aunt Zhao was knocked to the ground. "Auntie Zhao, are you okay?" Just as Lin Tao moved to help her up, a half-broken brick smashed hard against his head. Blood instantly streamed down his forehead. "Brother, you're bleeding. Good hit. Kill this capitalist lackey." Amid the chaos, Lin Tao felt a hand brush against his thigh. Turning, he saw someone trying to take advantage of the commotion to steal money from his pocket. Spotted by Lin Tao, the thief quickly darted back into the crowd. Enough! Do you all want to start a mass movement and get yourselves shot? Lin Tao, pushed to his limit, roared at the frenzied villagers. My hard work gathering seafood isn't any easier than yours. You do nothing yet want a share of the money? There's no such thing as free money falling from the sky. This is earned through my own labor. How are you any different from parasites? You only see me selling goods and making money, but you don't see me nearly getting bitten by venomous sea snakes, swept away by waves and underwater currents, or surrounded by jellyfish swarms. How many times have I nearly met the Grim Reaper? Every penny I earn is paid with my life. Even if I showed you how to make money, how many of you would dare risk your lives like I do? To anyone in this village who's ever done me a favor, I, Lin Tao, will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. In my youth, I was ignorant and did my share of petty thievery and mischief. I apologize to you all here today. Whatever I owe you, I'm paying it back in full. The once boisterous crowd suddenly fell silent. People exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. And as for those who say I've contributed nothing to the village before, I lack the means, struggling just to survive. There's an old saying, when prosperous, benefit all under heaven, when poor, perfect oneself. I plan to secure investment from big city businessmen to buy a new motorboat. Those willing to join me at sea will receive monthly wages and year-end dividends. Those willing to invest money but not labor will also share in the year-end dividends. Lin Tao's words felt like a stone tossed onto calm waters, instantly sending ripples across the surface. The villagers found it hard to believe. Who would genuinely want to share their hard-earned profits with so many others? Noticing their skepticism, Lin Tao continued, I'll give you time to consider. But I can't guarantee I'll secure the boat right away. For now, we're tentatively set at 8 people. Anyone interested should come to my house. The final agreement would be witnessed by the village party secretary, with signatures and fingerprints on official documents. Lin Tao had already been considering recruiting people in the village, and now this misfortune had turned into a blessing, giving him the opportunity he needed. Lin Tao, I'm willing to work for you. The first to speak up was Manhwa, with whom he had previously had a falling out. Setting aside their personal grudges, Manhwa's father was the production team leader and a staunch conservative. Would he ever agree to let his own son join him in business? Sure enough, the moment Manhwa finished speaking, Captain Chen strode over and delivered a swift kick to his son's backside. You ungrateful brat! How could you be seduced by capitalist sugar-coated bullets? Dad, since the market economy is what the higher-ups have decided, it's the inevitable path forward. Stop being so stubborn, you see capitalism in everything. You little bastard. Who's the father here? If you follow Lin Tao into those shady deals, consider me dead to you. Watching father and son red-faced and neck-strained in their argument, Lin Tao pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to. This was precisely the stage where old and new ideas were beginning to clash. Later on, they would understand this was the inevitable trend. Villagers who couldn't bear to watch any longer spoke up too. But Manhwa stubbornly stood his ground, determined to see this through to the end, glaring at Captain Chen. Dad, since you're using this to threaten me, I'll prove you wrong. I'll show you exactly who's right. He then turned and walked up to Lin Tao, his expression resolute. Lin Tao, I've messed up before and caused you a lot of trouble. Are you still willing to take me on? Lin Tao's eyes were sharp and scrutinizing as he extended his hand. Going to sea with me won't be any easier than working in the production brigade. There might even be life-threatening risks. Think carefully. I've made up my mind. How did I end up with such a good-for-nothing son? Following Lin Tao as a capitalist road-taker is courting death. I'll be damned if I don't see what you can accomplish. If you get shot, your mother and I will disown you. Captain Chen clutched his chest in fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Manhwa. Is there anyone else willing? Perhaps because the entire village was present, no one dared speak up besides Manhwa. Lin Tao didn't care either, only stating he'd give them 3 days to decide. Lin Tao pulled the remaining 200 yuan from his pocket and waved it before the villagers. Right now, I can earn 300. Later, I can lead you to earn 3,000, 30,000, even 300,000. Whether you seize the wind of the times to make a fortune depends entirely on your own choice. After the meeting dispersed, Lin Tao returned home, pondering how to discuss the investment partnership with Su Lingqian to buy a ship. He'd have to head into the city again tomorrow to see if he could meet with Su Lingqian. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Tao headed toward the village entrance to catch the bus. But when he pushed open the gate, he was startled to see a crowd of villagers gathered there, their faces filled with worry. Nearly half the village was present, including the village party secretary and several members of the village and teen committees. What are you all doing standing at my door? The villagers pulled money from their pockets and handed it to Lin Tao. Lin Tao, we've thought it over at home and still believe you're right. We don't have much savings, but we've given everything we can. The village party secretary produced paper, pen, and ink pad, helping Lin Tao record each household's representative name and contribution amount. He then copied the list, and both copies were stamped with the villagers and Lin Tao's fingerprints. After the villagers dispersed, Lin Tao examined the written agreement and the money in his hands. Baisha village wasn't small, over 50 households and more than 30 had contributed. Though the amounts varied, they'd managed to pool together over 1,000 yuan. Returning home, he retrieved a canvas bag, carefully placed the money and document inside, and slung it over his shoulder. Jinsha Hotel. Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped off the bus. Pickpockets were common on the bus, and he hadn't dared close his eyes the entire journey, terrified the money might be stolen. He entered the kitchen through the staff entrance, then climbed the stairs to Lu Wenhu's office door. "Big brother, it's me. Xiao Tao, what brings you here?" Lu Wenhu looked at Lin Tao with some surprise. "Is Miss Su at the hotel today? I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with her." "Doing business with Miss Su? Are you serious, Xiao Tao? You must realize she's no ordinary person, right?" Chapter 58, Partnership, Exclusive Supply. "I know." Seeing Lin Tao's serious expression, Lu Wenhu knew this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. He nodded and said, "Miss Su isn't at the hotel today. I need to call and confirm if she's available." "Thanks for your help, boss." Lu Wenhu dialed Su Lingxian's number, explained Lin Tao's purpose, and after receiving her reply, motioned for Lin Tao to follow him to the car. While fastening his seatbelt, Lu Wenhu said to Lin Tao, "I'm taking you to meet Miss Su now. I know you're more level-headed than most, Xiao Tao, but I still need to remind you, once we get there, don't wander around, don't speak out of turn, and don't look around aimlessly." "Got it, boss." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." The car finally stopped outside the gates of an estate. After honking twice, the gates slowly opened. The car drove in, turned a few corners along the road, and finally came to a halt in front of a 5-story Western-style building that looked somewhat aged. "Get out. Follow me." Following Lu Wenhu into the mansion, we passed through the foyer into a spacious hall. An exquisite crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the floor was tiled with floral-patterned ceramic tiles. As they ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, the corridor's decor was distinctly British in style. Several oil paintings and inkwash paintings adorned the walls, complemented by vases filled with fresh flowers. Lin Tao's gaze drifted over the vase, his eyes widening in shock. He had seen an identical one at an auction in his previous life, where it had sold for 6 million yuan each. Su Lingxian's family actually used it to decorate their hallway? To live so extravagantly in this era suggested Su Lingxian's background and status far exceeded his imagination. Following Lu Wenhu all the way to a room in the middle of the third-floor hallway, they encountered no servants. The mansion was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Wenhu knocked on the door. "Miss, I've brought Lin Tao. Come in." Pushing open the door, Lin Tao instinctively scanned the room's decor. It resembled her private suite at the Sands Hotel, a distinct bourgeois vibe. Su Lingxian sat on the terrace, still wearing her silk nightgown, her long hair cascading loosely behind her. A steaming cup of black tea sat on the coffee table, and she held an open leather-bound notebook in her hand. Seeing Lin Tao enter, Su Lingxian said to Lu Wenhu, "You may step out now." "Yes, Mississippi." Lin Tao stopped about a meter in front of Su Lingxian. "Miss Su, have a seat. What kind of cooperation do you wish to discuss? Tell me." Following Su Lingxian's gesture, Lin Tao sat down in the chair opposite her and watched as she poured him a cup of hot tea. Hot tea on such a scorching day? Though he desperately wanted to refuse, Lin Tao accepted it anyway, politely expressing his thanks. He pulled out the money and the written agreement from his canvas bag and slid them towards Su Lingxian. His gaze caught the notebook she had casually placed beside them, its pages seemingly filled with records of the fish catches and prices he had delivered to the Jinsha Hotel each time. Su Lingxian ignored the money, picking up the receipt instead. She glanced at it briefly, raising an eyebrow slightly. "What's the point of showing me this? I need a 10-person motorboat, but I require Miss Su's assistance with funding. Besides this money, I'll also pay you with that concha pearl from last time." "I can certainly arrange the boat," she replied, "but how do you intend to repay me?" Su Lingxian folded the note and pushed it back toward Lin Tao, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement and unmistakable scrutiny. "Miss Su is exceptionally astute. You must already have something in mind that you want from me. Just say it plainly if it's within my power, I won't refuse. I enjoy dealing with clever people like you. But you're too clever, so much so that I fear if left unchecked, you might one day threaten my position in the Southeast Peninsula." Su Lingxian pinched the rim of her teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves before taking a sip. Her eyes drifted toward Lin Tao with deliberate nonchalance. Lin Tao hadn't expected Su Lingxian to be so perceptive. Pretending ignorance wouldn't work with her. So he stated directly. "Rather than face a formidable rival down the road, why not collaborate now for mutual benefit? I'm confident that in the near future, Miss Su and I will dominate the entire Southeast Peninsula market." Had these words come from anyone else, Su Lingxian would have scoffed at their arrogance and delusion without hesitation. But coming from Lin Tao, she found them inevitable. "I admire your ambition. I accept your proposal, but I have one condition." Lin Tao's heart leapt with joy, though his expression remained composed. "Please, Miss Su. All catches salvaged by your fleet regardless of quality or quantity must be sold exclusively to our Jinsha Hotel. Others in the city are already eyeing the catering industry, seeking to grab a slice of the pie. If I discover you selling to others, I will not only withdraw my investment but also demand 10 times the value in liquidated damages. 10 times the penalty? Lin Tao pursed his lips, hesitating. Su Lingqian continued, rest assured, I won't exploit our partnership to deliberately undercut prices. Everything will be at market rates. However, if exceptional catches like giant grouper, plum blossom sea cucumber, or conch pearl surface, we can discuss pricing separately. How does that sound? Agreed, Miss Su. I'll supply Jinsha Hotel exclusively. Impressive. Then here's to a successful partnership. Su Lingqian extended her hand to Lin Tao, who stood up and shook it. Happy cooperation. I'll take this payment. Once the ship is arranged, the goods will be shipped directly to Baisha Village Pier. Lu Wenhu will bring the printed documents to meet you then. Thank you, Miss Su. Emerging from Su Lingqian's room, Lu Wenhu stood near the staircase entrance, watching the door for movement. Seeing Lin Tao emerge, he waved him over. How did the talks go? Very successful. You're something else, kid. This isn't the place to talk. Let's get moving. As the car neared the estate gates, Lin Tao spotted a luxurious sedan approaching head-on. He recognized it as a Soviet-made vehicle, likely a Volga. Though Soviet cars were gradually phasing out of the domestic market, only high-ranking officials could still afford them. The rear window had its privacy screen lowered, obscuring the occupants inside. He surmised it must be Su Lingqian's elders, the decision-makers of the Su family. Lin Tao knew his place and promptly averted his gaze. Only after the estate vanished from view in the rearview mirror did Lu Wenhu speak up. If you'd stared any longer, kid, you'd have 2 extra holes in your head. Ha? Don't you get it? From the moment we entered the estate until we left, we were under constant surveillance. If you'd acted out of line, forget you, I'd have been in deep trouble too. No wonder Lu Wenhu had warned him not to wander or stare around earlier. The hidden guards must have spotted him staring at that Volga the whole time. Their guns were probably already cocked and ready. That was close. Chapter 59, The Worthless Sea Base. After dropping Lin Tao off at Baisha village, Lu Wenhu spotted a crowd of villagers gathered at the entrance, all staring intently down the road. Wondering who they were waiting for, he casually asked, is some big shot coming to your village today? Why the grand welcome? Probably waiting for me. As the car came to a stop, Lin Tao stepped out of the passenger seat. Led by the village party secretary, the villagers immediately surrounded him, their eyes shining. Lin Tao, did you secure the big boss's investment? It's already secured. The boats will arrive in a few days. By year's end, every household's dividend will be paid in full, not a single cent less. That's great. I told you you'd make something of yourself. Lu Wenhu sat in the car, watching Lin Tao surrounded by the crowd. He chuckled softly. To have made this brother, I really have struck gold. After Lu Wenhu left, Lin Tao finished dealing with the villagers and returned home. He lay down on his bed, ready for a nap. Just as drowsiness began to overtake him, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, at 3 p.m. today, a school of sea base will appear 20 meters north of Jinsha Reef. Host intelligence level, 371 points. Host, please review promptly. 3 p.m.? It was already past 2 p.m. Who the hell was going to sleep now? Lin Tao sat up in bed, ran his fingers through his hair in irritation, mixed some dough bait in the kitchen, grabbed his fishing rod and bucket, and headed toward Zhao Xiaopeng's place. Bro, you're heading out again? The sky doesn't look great. Maybe skip it today? Lin Xiaoyu was reviewing her homework inside when she heard Lin Tao's footsteps and hurried out after him. Lin Tao glanced up at the sky. It had been clear as a bell this morning, but now gray clouds had gathered overhead. This kind of weather really wasn't suitable for fishing at sea, but he was only 9 experience points away from leveling up to 4. Every quest was crucial now. Rubbing his sister's head, Lin Tao reassured her, it's okay. I'll be back soon. The worry in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes eased slightly. Okay, big brother, you and brother Xiaopeng must be careful. Don't worry. If it rains later, just close all the windows and doors inside. If it gets dark, don't read by the gas lamp, it's bad for your eyes. Got it, big bro. Lin Tao returned to his room, donned the hooded rubber raincoat left by the original owner's father, grabbed his tools, and headed outside. On the way to Zhao Xiaopeng's house, the wind gradually picked up. After several hot days, the overcast sky and breeze had driven away much of the summer heat. As he walked, Lin Tao pondered whether to call Zhao Xiaopeng to go fishing together. After all, he had no idea how heavy this rain might get. Lost in thought, he found himself at Zhao Xiaopeng's doorstep before he knew it. The courtyard gate stood wide open, and Lin Tao hesitated about going in. Hey, bro, what are you doing standing there? Why not come in? Zhao Xiaopeng, shirtless, was gathering laundry in the yard. A vest blew into the gatehouse, and he ran after it, bumping into Lin Tao outside. After sizing him up, Zhao Xiaopeng asked, bro, you planning to go fishing? Yeah, you. Wait for me, bro. I'll just grab a raincoat and be right out. To Lin Tao's surprise, Zhao Xiaopeng didn't question or hesitate. He dashed back inside, threw on a raincoat, and came running out. It looks like rain, and you're willing to come with me? Precisely because the weather's bad. I can't let you go alone. At least two of us can watch each other's backs out there. The two paddled their skiff from the dock toward Golden Sand Reef. To avoid looking too obvious, Lin Tao would stop at intervals to fish for small fish and shrimp using dough bait. Sea bass are fierce carnivorous fish, even cannibalistic among themselves. They typically lurk near reefs to ambush passing fish and shrimp. To catch them, you need live bait. The wooden shrimp used for grouper fishing wouldn't work here. Fortunately, fish and shrimp were plentiful in the sea. Casting out a handful of dough bait resulted in one after another getting hooked. Soon, the bucket was brimming with small fish and shrimp, and they were getting closer to the location indicated by the system. Ding! Host has reached vicinity of target location. Lin Tao paused his paddling and said to Zhao Xiaopeng, after fishing for so long, let's see if we can land some bigger fish. He baited the hook with live bait, a small fish thrashing wildly from its injuries. Since sea bass hunt in the upper water layers, heavy lead weights weren't needed. Casting the line into the water, he waited patiently for a strike. Zhao Xiaopeng cast his line from the other side of the skiff. Until Lin Tao's float began to tremble slightly, signaling some fish tentatively nibbling at the bait. Patience was key now. Reeling in too soon might scare it away and ruin everything. Lin Tao fixed his gaze on the float, watching its tremors grow faster and faster while it sank deeper and deeper. He estimated the fish was about to take the bait. Just as Lin Tao was completely focused, Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly shouted from behind him, "Bro, look, I've got a fish." Caught off guard, Lin Tao's hand jerked, momentarily forgetting he was still gripping the rod. As he lifted it, he could feel the creature underwater release its grip. Sure enough, when he reeled it in to check, the live bait on the hook was gone, only the fish head remained. Damn it! All that fishing for nothing. Furious, Lin Tao smacked Zhao Xiaopeng hard across the back. Did you really have to scream like that? You scared all my fish away. Sorry, bro. Zhao Xiaopeng chuckled sheepishly. Lin Tao wasn't about to get seriously mad over one fish. He waved it off and started rebaited the hook. No big deal. Just be more careful next time. Lin Tao cast his line again. This time, the wait felt even longer than before. Just as Lin Tao started yawning, his eyes glistening with sleep, the float finally stirred. The float first trembled slowly, then plunged rapidly into the water. Immediately, the reel spun wildly as line flew out. Unexpectedly, this fish was quite lively and possessed considerable strength. Lin Tao gripped the rod tightly, skillfully playing the game of give and take with the hooked fish, releasing line when needed, reeling it in when possible. Since they were already in the upper water layer, it didn't take much effort for Lin Tao to pull his catch to the surface. The pattern on its back revealed it to be a large sea bass, longer than his forearm. He couldn't afford to waste too much time. Noticing Zhao Xiaopeng hadn't caught anything yet, Lin Tao called out, "Xiaopeng, get the landing net ready." "Got it, bro." Seizing the moment while the sea bass was exhausted, Zhao Xiaopeng skillfully lifted it out of the water. "Hand it over." Sea bass meat was tough and fishy, far inferior in taste to freshwater bass, so it fetched a very low price. The villagers of Baisha mostly used it to make salted fish. After about 2 hours of fishing, the sea grew increasingly rough. Hail-sized raindrops pelted the brothers' rubber raincoats like bullets, making a loud banging sound. "Bro, maybe we should head back to the dock? The boat's rocking too hard." Chapter 60, An Unexpected Surprise. The small boat beneath Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng rocked violently, being pushed toward a reef by the waves. A collision could either jam the boat or tear it apart. Although Su Lingqian had agreed to get him a bigger motorboat, the small, dilapidated sampan was one of the heirlooms left by the original owner's parents. He couldn't let it be destroyed here. Glancing at the cabin, where only 20-odd sea bass lay weighing roughly 60 pounds total, he knew this trip had been a loss. Enough fishing. Time to head back. The rain intensified, mingling with the sea mist. Despite the hood over his head, rain lashed his face, blurring his vision. This couldn't go on. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng frantically rowed toward the dock. The old, weathered skiff creaked and groaned against the wind and waves, sounding as if it might split apart at any moment. Fortunately, Jinsha Reef wasn't too far from the dock. They finally made it back before the rain became uncontrollable. After securing the boat in the storm, just as they were about to step ashore, Lin Tao spotted roughly 100 scallops washed up on the nearby seawall by the waves. On any other day, Lin Tao wouldn't have given them a second glance. But today's catch was meager, and steamed sea bass just wasn't satisfying. These scallops would be perfect for a garlic and vermicelli steamed dish. So Lin Tao picked up his bucket and started walking toward the pile of scallops. When Zhao Xiaopeng turned around, he saw Lin Tao bending down to pick up scallops, with waves already lapping at his heels. "Bro, the waves are coming. A few crappy scallops aren't worth it." "It's fine, I'll be done in a minute." With the bucket brimming, Lin Tao waded back to the pier, stepping unevenly through the water. He'd assumed the Liang brothers wouldn't be out collecting fish in this weather, and was just worrying about what to do with the dozens of pounds of sea bass. "Lin Tao, over here." He faintly heard someone calling his name. Lin Tao looked in the direction of the voice and saw the car from the Golden Sand Hotel parked by the roadside on the shore. The Liang brothers sat in the car, rolled down the window, and waved at Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng. Brother Yom, Brother Ji? This rain is too heavy, it's dangerous to park down there. Wait for us, we'll come down right away. Liang Yong and Liang Ji, clad in raincoats, carried the seafood boxes to the dock. Their eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment upon seeing the sea bass on the boat. They were big enough, but sea bass was cheap, 10 cents per pound. This haul was probably worth only $6 or $7. Well, who can guarantee you'll catch a big haul every day? After weighing them, it came to 67 Jin 6 yuan 70 fun. The Liang brothers gave Lin Tao 7 yuan. Better head home. The rain's getting heavier. Your village's fishing boats haven't returned yet, have they? We'll wait a bit longer. Alright. Braving the rain, Lin Tao rushed home. He boiled water for a hot shower, then brewed some ginger tea to ward off the chill before starting to clean the scallops. After scrubbing a few with a brush, Lin Tao noticed the ones in his hands seemed different from the others. Upon closer inspection, he realized the scallops he usually ate were either reddish or purplish in color, with relatively uniform shapes and smooth surfaces. But the one in his hand was gray, rough, and prickly to the touch, and significantly larger than ordinary scallops. Staring at the shell larger than his palm, Lin Tao muttered to himself, "This can't be a scallop, right?" After studying it for a moment, Lin Tao felt like he had seen this type of shell somewhere before, but he just couldn't place it. He emptied all the scallops from the bucket and counted out 23. Most shellfish in domestic waters are non-toxic, so eating them should be fine. Lin Tao pried them open with a small knife, extracted the meat inside, and saw it resembled scallops. Just as he was about to place them in the enamel basin, the texture fell off. What was this hard object? He squeezed out a smooth, pearly white pearl from the flesh and was stunned. A South Sea pearl? Upon seeing the pearl, Lin Tao suddenly recalled that this was the Tridacnagigas, found only in the waters off the southeastern peninsula of China. The pearls it produced were called South Sea pearls. Though not as rare as conch pearls, these were still pure, natural, and wild, unlike the pearls of the 20th century, which were mostly cultivated by pearl farmers inserting artificial nuclei. The pearl in his palm measured about 8 millimeters in diameter. Lin Tao hadn't delved deeply into the jewelry industry in his previous life, possessing only superficial knowledge. He wasn't sure of the southern pearl's exact value, but it certainly wouldn't be cheap nowadays. After prying open all 23 remaining malleus shells, not every one contained a pearl. The 24 shells yielded a total of 17 South Sea pearls of varying sizes. 3 were nearly perfectly round, 7 exceeded 5 millimeters in diameter, and among the remaining 7, 3 were large, irregularly shaped pearls, baroque pearls. It seemed he'd still need to trouble Su Lingqian to help sell these South Sea pearls. Who would have thought fishing for sea bass could bring such unexpected rewards? Lin Tao went inside, found a small cloth bag, washed and dried the pearls, then placed them inside. His gaze lingered on a heart-shaped baroque pearl. The heart symbol hadn't yet entered the public consciousness in China with the rise of the internet, so this heart-shaped baroque pearl probably wouldn't fetch much domestically. But overseas? That was another story. Nevertheless, Lin Tao took it out and clutched it in his palm. Night had fallen completely. Lin Tao lit the gas lamp inside. The downpour had come swiftly and departed just as fast. After dinner, the siblings sat under the eaves, enjoying the breeze and the rare coolness. Puddles still lingered in the yard. Lin Tao folded a paper boat from brown paper and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. She placed it in the water pooling beneath the steps, watching it drift lazily. "Brother," Lin Xiaoyu said, "I heard the village elders say that on the 15th day of the 7th month, people used to go to the seaside to set out lotus boats. They'd light a small candle inside, and the lotus boat would carry the candlelight to those who vanished at sea and never returned. When they see the lotus boats, they can find their way home. Brother, if we set out boats too, do you think Dad and Mom would see them and come back?" Lin Xiaoyu was too young to understand the significance of the 15th day of the 7th month, nor did she know that those lotus boats were floated for loved ones lost at sea, serving as a medium to help their souls find peace. But Lin Tao knew. Because of the campaign 2 years prior, such rituals were deemed feudal superstition. The village hadn't observed them for many years, nearly forgetting the custom ever existed. Faced with his sister's innocent words, Lin Tao wanted to say something, but his throat tightened with a bitter ache, leaving him speechless. After a moment of silence, Lin Tao stroked Lin Xiaoyu's head. "On the 15th day of the 7th month, I'll take you to release the lanterns. Mom and Dad will see them." To lift his sister's spirits after mentioning their parents had brought her down, Lin Tao pulled the heart-shaped baroque pearl he'd strung with red thread from his pocket and tied it around Lin Xiaoyu's slender wrist. "I'm just a guy, I don't know how to do this stuff. It's all loose and ugly. I can't even bear to look at it myself. Tomorrow I'll have Aunt Zhao make you a new one. I'm just hopeless at this stuff. Brother, what is this thing that looks like a butt?" Chapter 61, Danger and Deliciousness Coexist. Hearing Lin Xiaoyu's puzzled question, Lin Tao froze. But? Lin Xiaoyu nodded, flipping the pearl over and holding it up to Lin Tao's face. "Yeah, look, it's just like two but cheeks." Lin Tao pursed his lips. He'd never associated the heart symbol with buttocks before, but now it seemed, well, it really did. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain the meaning behind this shape to Xiaoyu. After a moment's thought, he took the pearl back and replaced it with an ordinary South Sea pearl to make a bracelet for his sister. The next morning, Lin Tao woke to find the sky still gray and overcast outside the window, with no sign of the sun. Could it be that the rainy season had already arrived in the southeastern peninsula? The thought of facing the year's most humid months with the peeling wall paint at home still unattended gave Lin Tao a headache. Ding! Today's intelligence arrived. Green intelligence 5 points. A school of black croakers will appear 200 meters north of the eastern beach at 8:30 p.m. tonight. Host level 372 points. Host, please check immediately. Night fishing at 8:30 p.m.? But fishing for black porgy makes sense. These fish are highly light sensitive, active at night, and inhabit reef zones and breakwaters. They're also fierce carnivores with poisonous spines and barbs. If you're unlucky enough to get pricked, minor injuries might just leave you sore for days, but severe ones require tetanus shots. Despite the risks, its flavor rivals grouper, earning it the nickname black grouper among some fishermen. However, baiting for black grouper presents its own challenges. Without delay, after breakfast, Lin Tao grabbed his gear and headed to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Aunt Zhao opened the door. Lin Tao's here. Come right in. That little rascal Xiaopeng is sleeping in again, still hasn't gotten out of bed. She turned and bellowed into the house, you little brat. Xiao Tao's here, get your butt out of bed. Auntie Zhao, is Uncle Zhao not home today? The production team missed the prime fishing window these past 2 days and didn't catch much. Logically, they shouldn't have gone out to sea today, but the team leader insisted. Nothing to do but grit our teeth and go. Just hope there's no more wind or rain. Lin Tao pulled out the pearl and red string from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Zhao. Auntie, I got this pearl from a shell yesterday. I thought I'd make a bracelet for Xiaoyu, but I'm all thumbs. I just can't get it right. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. These pearls are quite pretty. What's there to be clumsy about? It'll only take a moment. Zhao Xiaopeng emerged from the house, half asleep, mumbling, Brother, you're here? You didn't sleep last night? What time is it now and you're still up? Don't even mention it. I had a nightmare last night where Dad was chasing me to beat me up. Once I woke up, I couldn't get back to sleep. I finally dozed off just before dawn. Zhao Xiaopeng splashed water on his face by the well. Aunt Zhao reminded him impatiently, your meal's warming on the stove. Stop dawdling and don't keep Xiao Tao waiting. Yeah, I know. No worries, I'm not in a rush. By the time Zhao Xiaopeng finished eating, Aunt Zhao had finished braiding the bracelet. Lin Tao carefully tucked it into his pocket. The brothers carried their gear toward the pier. Since they were only fishing for live bait during the day, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng stayed close to the pier without venturing too far out. They baited the spot with prepared dough bait, then cast their hooks with wooden shrimp lures into the murky water. Fishing past noon, they used up all the dough bait, reeling in 3 full buckets of sardines and blackhead mullet, mixed with a few decent-sized golden pomfret. That's it for today. You go home and get some sleep. Tonight I'll take you out for night fishing. Let's see if we can get lucky and catch something valuable. Alright. By afternoon, the wind and rain picked up again. Lin Tao brought yesterday's South Sea pearls to the pier, waiting for the Liang brothers. Seeing Lin Tao arrive empty-handed, Liang Ji and Liang Yong were puzzled. Please deliver this to my older brother. He'll understand what it means when he sees it. The Liang brothers eyed the cloth bag in Lin Tao's hands. As they took it, they heard the clinking of pearls inside and instantly guessed what it contained. All right. The storm raged on into the night. Aunt Zhao and Uncle Zhao worried that night fishing would be too dangerous for Zhao Xiaopeng and Lin Tao, and tried to dissuade them. Xiao Tao, why not postpone it? Wait until the weather clears up. It's too dangerous out there. Mom, we're just fishing near the shore. We won't go far. What danger could we possibly face? If the waves get rough, we'll come right back. I just can't shake this worry. Why not have your father go with you? He's got decades more experience than you two, after all. Aunt Zhao, if the skiff weren't so small, we'd have asked Uncle Zhao to come alone. But he's already worked hard on the boat today. We promised to just check the shore. If it's too risky, we won't go. Sigh. Fine. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng arrived at the pier. The wind and waves weren't strong enough to prevent them from heading out to sea. So the brothers paddled their skiff toward the eastern shore of the beach. The brothers wore diving headlamps on their heads, far more practical than flashlights, and they didn't take up their hands. Ding! Host has arrived near the target. The sea was pitch black, visible only within the spotlight's reach. Bro, look, something's wrong with the lighthouse. Lin Tao looked toward the pier and saw the light at the top of the lighthouse flickering on and off before suddenly going out completely and never coming back on. Is the lighthouse broken? The storm over the past couple of days must have disrupted the power supply. We'll have to wait for clear weather and call an electrician from town to fix it. No worries. We're only a few hundred meters from shore. We won't get lost without the lighthouse. Lin Tao pulled out the prepared fish bait from the bucket, and Zhao Xiaopeng curiously leaned in to take a look. Bro, what kind of bait is this? It's processed fish skin. I saw fishing boats haul in black grouper before. My dad told me these fish hide in the reefs during the day and come out at night, and they love eating fish skin. Lin Tao used the original owner's father as a cover without batting an eye. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaopeng believed him without question. Uncle Lin knows so much. Even my dad never told me these things. That's because he wanted you to focus on your studies, pass high school entrance exams, and go to university. Now that you're learning this trade with me, Uncle Zhao will surely teach you everything he knows. At the mention of exams, Zhao Xiaopeng sighed. I was never cut out for studying. Barely scraped through junior high just enough to recognize a few characters and do basic math. Not being illiterate is good enough. But honestly, I feel like I've let my parents down. Lin Tao patted Zhao Xiaopeng on the shoulder. Stop overthinking it. You've already got what it takes to give Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao a good life. Yeah, all thanks to you showing me the way. Zhao Xiaopeng reached out to put his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder, but Lin Tao quickly pushed him away. Cut the crap, hurry up and fish. Let's head home after we're done. Heh, got it, bro. Lin Tao baited his hook, cast his line into the water, and aimed the spotlight on his head at the float bobbing on the surface. Technically, you shouldn't use lights when fishing for black carp, but without a fluorescent float, this would have to do. Here's hoping they bite. Chapter 62, Danger, Capsizing, and Hypothermia. As the float trembled rapidly on the sea surface, Lin Tao knew a black croaker had taken the bait. Once the float vanished beneath the water and the line began to pull, he immediately gripped the rod and started reeling in. At the same time, Zhao Xiaopeng's float also stirred. The brothers stood on either side of the skiff, calmly and steadily battling the underwater creatures. You slow, I fast, you fast, I slow. Fortunately, the black carp wasn't overly large. Though a fierce predator, its explosive bursts underwater didn't last long. However, the rod and line in his hands were showing their age. Lin Tao dared not rush things, forcing himself to patiently wear down the black carp's stamina. He couldn't help but think back to his previous life, where even his most basic rod was 1,000 yuan Sor or Jella model. Add in the reel and line, and a starter kit easily cost several thousand yuan, not to mention the tens of thousands spent by serious anglers. The rod he held now would have been too flimsy to even use as kindling back then. Buying quality domestic tackle was out of the question now. He'd have to wait until his finances improved and see if he could ask Su Lingxian to help source some imported gear. The motorboat is planned to carry a full crew of 10, meaning we'll need 10 sets of sea fishing gear, a hefty expense. Sigh, the early stages of entrepreneurship are always fraught with difficulties, every step a hurdle. Under Lin Tao's skilled reeling, the black sea bream was hauled out of the water, its tail thrashing wildly in midair. Bro, I got this one up too. Be careful when unhooking it, this fish has poisonous spines on its bones and fins. Getting pricked would be trouble. Got it, bro. Don't worry. It was Zhao Xiaopeng's first time catching a black croaker. He examined it closely, then wrinkled his nose in disgust. This thing was downright ugly. Don't let its looks fool you, it fetches a good price. While the fish are biting, let's keep fishing. Lin Tao carefully removed the hook from the black rockfish's mouth, tossed it into the bucket, and immediately baited his hook again before casting it back into the sea. In the pitch-black night at sea, they lost track of time. Unbeknownst to them, the wind and waves grew increasingly fierce. Lost in the excitement of their continuous catches, the brothers remained oblivious. Only when a sudden wave crashed over them, sending the fishing boat rocking violently and nearly tossing Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng into the sea, did they realize something was wrong. Bro, why did the wind suddenly pick up so much? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the light drizzle, once fine as cow hair and easily ignored, transformed before their eyes into silver needles, then into hailstones. The downpour pelted Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng, who were exposed on the open sea with nowhere to take shelter. Even on the hottest days, the night breeze at sea remained chilly and damp. It blew against their instantly soaked bodies, sending shivers down their spines. They hadn't worn rain gear, assuming the rain had stopped. Who could have predicted a sudden downpour would catch the brothers completely off guard? The violent storm on the surface drove the school of black croakers lurking among the reefs into hiding. Lin Tao had planned to reel in the black sea bream already hooked before leaving, but the dinghy rocked violently, threatening to capsize at any moment. Falling into the sea under such conditions would leave almost no chance of survival. Xiaopeng, we need to get back to the dock immediately. The brothers frantically paddled, but their misfortune was that the wind was blowing directly against their course back to the dock. Their human-powered sampan lacked the momentum of a motorboat. Not only did they struggle to make headway, but the waves pushed them further and further away. The searchlights above Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng's heads, perhaps because their batteries had never been replaced since being brought back, began to flicker erratically, casting their surroundings in a flickering, uncertain light. The flickering lasted for about a minute before both searchlights went out completely, plunging their surroundings into total darkness. Lin Tao tapped the spotlight anxiously, but it only flickered a few times like a dying ember before going out for good. The night sea was thick with darkness. Heavy rain clouds blocked the moon and stars, leaving nature's light sources useless. With the Pier's lighthouse out of commission, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng were stranded on the pitch-black sea, trapped by the wind and waves. Bro, what should we do? Zhao Xiaopeng's voice trembled, mingling with the howling wind and the pounding of waves against the raft. Lin Tao's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Don't panic. Let's row back first. Little did they know the wind and waves were invisible pushers. The bow of the skiff had already turned unnoticed. They rowed for what felt like an eternity, their arms burning with fatigue, yet still couldn't see the fishing boats moored at the pier. This shouldn't be happening. Logically, after rowing this long, they should have returned to the dock long ago. Why were they still drifting at sea? Even Lin Tao, usually composed and level-headed, couldn't help but feel a twinge of panic. Zhao Xiaopeng shivered. Bro, I'm freezing. Lin Tao touched his arm. It felt like ice. If they lingered at sea any longer, both he and Zhao Xiaopeng would suffer from hypothermia. If hypothermia set in under these conditions, and no one discovered them in time to launch an emergency rescue, by tomorrow morning the sea would likely have 2 more floating corpses of drowning victims. Lin Tao had worn a long-sleeved jacket when he came out, while Zhao Xiaopeng was only wearing a vest, so he was losing heat faster. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao took off his jacket and draped it over Zhao Xiaopeng, pulling the collar tightly around him. Hurry up and put it on. No way, bro. If I take yours, what will you wear? This isn't the time to argue. My body temperature is higher than yours, so I can hold out a little longer. If you don't put it on now, you'll die. Under Lin Tao's firm insistence, Zhao Xiaopeng pulled the jacket on, curling himself into a tight ball to minimize heat loss. All around them was pitch black sea. With no compass on the dinghy, they had no way of knowing which direction led to the dock. If they paddled in the wrong direction, not only would their strength be wasted, but their chances of survival would also plummet. For a moment, Lin Tao hesitated to move the oars. Bro, look over, there isn't something flickering in the distance? Zhao Xiaopeng tapped Lin Tao's shoulder, gesturing for him to look into the distance. Lin Tao looked and saw a faint light in the distance, like a star twinkling in the sky. Could it be Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao coming to find us? That meant the light was pointing toward the dock. In the pitch-black night, that faint, distant light kindled hope in Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng's hearts. The brothers mustered every ounce of strength and paddled toward the glimmer. Brother! Xiaopeng! Is that you? As the light drew nearer, the pier echoed with a girl's youthful, inexperienced cry. Lin Tao's eyes widened instantly. The moment the skiff thudded against the dock, Lin Tao didn't bother securing it. Stumbling, he rushed ashore and saw the slender figure silhouetted against the glow. The girl before him, her face barely visible beneath the hood of a rubber raincoat, was none other than his younger sister, the same one he had confirmed was asleep before leaving home. Xiaoyu, it's still raining this late at night. What are you doing out at the dock? Chapter 63, My Brother's Lighthouse. The raincoat left behind by their parents hung loosely on Lin Xiaoyu. She propped it up with her arms to keep the rain from dousing the kerosene lamp. It was precisely because of this lamp brought by his sister that Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng could find their way home. Even with the hood pulled tight, Lin Xiaoyu's bangs were soaked through, clinging to her forehead in dripping water. In the dim, yellow light, her small face looked pale. Brother, when I woke up and you weren't home, I guessed you'd gone out to sea. I waited for you for so long, but you never came back. I was scared you wouldn't return like Dad and Mom did, so I grabbed the lamp and ran to the dock to see if I could spot you. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with fear and worry. Her face was wet, whether from rain or tears, it was unclear. Lin Tao fell silent, then suddenly pulled Lin Xiaoyu into his arms. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I made you worry. Zhao Xiaopeng tied the skiff to the dock. If the lighthouse hadn't suddenly failed, we would have been home long ago. Lin Xiaoyu lifted her head from Lin Tao's embrace and looked up at him. I'll be your lighthouse, big brother. Then you'll never lose your way home. Xiaoyu. Xiaopeng, Xiaodao. Not far away, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao, clad in raincoats and holding flashlights, jogged toward them. Seeing the brothers safe and sound, the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was pitch dark out here. We had to borrow a flashlight from the team leader's house to find you. You two little rascals gave us such a scare. Why is Xiaoyu here? Never mind that, hurry home. The rain's getting heavier, and the village roads are treacherous. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao helped Lin Tao and Xiaopeng carry the black harp buckets back home. When they arrived at Zhao Xiaopeng's house, Aunt Zhao pulled Lin Tao back, refusing to let him leave. It's so late. If you take Xiaoyu home now, you'll have to boil water. Stay the night at Auntie Zhao's. I'll find you both some clean clothes to wear for now. With that, Aunt Zhao headed into the kitchen with a lantern. By the time Lin Tao, Xiaopeng, and Lin Xiaoyu emerged from their hot showers, she returned carrying a steaming pot of ginger tea, pouring each of them a large bowlful. Drink up quickly, or you'll catch a cold and that won't be good. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Uncle Zhao carried the black grouper to a large basin before joining them in the main room. You two really are something, catching so many black grouper. But it was too dangerous. You mustn't take such risks again. Got it, Dad. The next day, the heavy rain clouds finally dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky and a dazzling sun. A gentle breeze pushed large white clouds across the sky, occasionally casting patches of shade. Despite drinking ginger tea last night, Lin Xiaoyu's constitution was weak to begin with, and she still caught a cold. Curled up in bed, she sneezed constantly and sniffled intermittently, looking utterly listless. Her small face glowed with an unnatural flush from the fever. Lin Tao frowned as he sat down beside the bed, placing a hand on his sister's forehead. The warmth he felt wasn't encouraging. Get dressed. I'll take you to the clinic for a shot. Hearing the word shot, Lin Xiaoyu shrank deeper into the bed, shaking her head like a bobblehead. Brother, can I just take medicine instead of getting a shot? No. The shot will make you better faster. Lin Tao's expression hardened, leaving no room for negotiation. If you refuse to come with me, I'll have the doctor come to our house to give you the shot. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but finally obediently dressed and followed Lin Tao to the clinic. The moment they stepped through the clinic door, Li Hongmei's shrill voice cut through the air. Someone like you calling yourself a doctor? I say you're just a quack. Lin Xiaoyu instinctively shrank her shoulders and hid behind Lin Tao. Lin Tao ruffled his sister's hair and pulled her inside. Doctor, my sister has a cold and fever. Could you please take her temperature and give her an injection to reduce the fever? What a money-draining burden. If you ask me, she should just die of her illness. Why waste money on treating her? Li Hongmei muttered irritably as she saw the siblings enter. Lin Tao had the nurse take Lin Xiaoyu into the inner room to sit down and have her temperature taken. He then turned to face Li Hongmei, his expression dark. Li Hongmei, try saying another word if you dare. Lin Chang isn't here, so I don't need to give him any face. Li Hongmei stuck out her barely noticeable baby bump and declared haughtily, you little bastard, try touching a single hair on my head. The child in my belly is the eldest grandson of the Lin family. Since Lin Chang had married into the family, the child would bear Li Hongmei's surname upon birth, making him a grandson of the Li family. But undeniably, this child also carried the Lin bloodline, the first grandchild of the original owner's parents. Lin Tao snorted coldly. Xiaoyu and I have already cut ties with Lin Chang. We stopped considering him family long ago. If you think you can use your pregnancy to blackmail me, you've got another thing coming. You didn't have this pregnancy easily, did you? I'm warning you, Li Hongmei. If I ever hear you speak ill of Xiaoyu again, don't blame me for making sure the Li family dies out. Li Hongmei shuddered at the murderous intent in Lin Tao's eyes. She had come to the clinic alone today, with no one to back her up. She dared not provoke Lin Tao further and slunk away dejectedly. 10 minutes later, the nurse emerged with a thermometer. 39 degrees, that's a high fever. If it hits 40, it could damage her brain and leave her mentally impaired. After the injection, we'll monitor her. Then we'll get the doctor to prescribe some fever reducers and cold medicine for her to take at home. Thank you for your help. Medical conditions back then were nowhere near as advanced as in the 21st century. The clinic reused glass syringes, sterilizing them by boiling them in a special pot before each use. Even so, inadequate sterilization sometimes occurred, making them carriers for viruses. This was one reason why hepatitis B patients were so common in the 1970s and 1980s. That's why Lin Tao avoided exposing himself and his sister to syringes unless absolutely necessary. After Lin Xiaoyu's injection, she was observed at the clinic for half an hour. Once her temperature dropped to a low-grade fever range, Lin Tao took her and the medicine home. As they neared their home, they saw Lu Wenhu standing at the doorway smoking. Big brother. Spotting Lin Xiaoyu beside Lin Tao, Lu Wenhu flicked his half-smoked cigarette onto the ground and crushed it under his shoe. Xiao Tao, where'd you take your sister so early in the morning? Xiaoyu had a fever, so I took her for an injection. We just got back from the clinic. Big brother, what brings you here? Lin Tao unlocked the door and ushered Lu Wenhu inside. Xiaoyu, go back to your room and get some rest. Take your medicine when you wake up. Got it, big bro. Lu Wenhu said to Lin Tao, I looked at the items those two Liang brothers brought back. I don't know much about these things, so I gave them to Miss Su. She said she'd find someone to handle them and give you an answer in a few days. Lin Tao exclaimed happily, that's great. Oh, and since you're here, big brother, I caught nearly 100 pounds of black grouper last night while night fishing. They're all pretty big. I'll take you over to help move them. Black grouper? That's prime catch. Hurry up and show me. Chapter 64, Unexpected Green Intelligence. Lin Tao brought Lu Wenhu to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Seeing the black grouper still alive in the large iron basin, Lu Wenhu's eyes lit up. After all, Lin Tao hadn't supplied any major catches to the Jinsha Hotel these past few days. While the South Sea pearls were valuable, they certainly weren't edible. Aware of the fish's venomous spines, Lu Wenhu didn't touch them recklessly. Glancing around, he picked up the fire tongs leaning against the wall, grabbed one, and held it close for a closer look. The dozens of black carp caught by Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng were significantly larger than those Lu Wenhu usually sourced from other docks, each estimated to weigh at least 3 g, about 1.5 kilograms minimum. Moreover, due to the black croaker's nocturnal habits, few fishing boats caught them during daytime operations. Rarity increased their value, and with their excellent quality, Lu Wenhu offered a price of 1 yuan per catty. The village roads were muddy after the rain, and he feared his wheels would sink into the ruts. So he parked at the village entrance instead of driving in. He'd need Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng to help carry the fish out in buckets. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng helped carry the catch to the village entrance. After weighing it at 86 pounds, Lu Wenhu counted out 90 yuan from his leather wallet and handed it to Lin Tao. The extra 4 yuan is for your hard work. Don't haggle with your big brother over a few bucks. Thanks, boss. Because of the dangers they faced at sea last night, Lin Tao decided to split the money evenly with Zhao Xiaopeng. Zhao Xiaopeng recalled Lin Tao collecting money from the villagers and the year-end profit-sharing plan. Hesitating, he asked, "Bro, you're giving me so much now. How will we distribute the money to the village later? The new motorboat hasn't arrived yet. We'll distribute profits to them after we form a fleet, go out to sea, and sell the catch. The fish we're catching now has nothing to do with them." Alright then. Reassured, Zhao Xiaopeng finally relaxed and tucked the money into his pocket. Ever since selling the black croaker, the system seemed to have vanished. It hadn't beeped for days. But it worked out well, as Lin Xiaoyu's cold hadn't fully cleared up. Zhao Xiaopeng took a few days off to focus on caring for his little sister. Aunt Zhao couldn't stand seeing Zhao Xiaopeng idle at home, so she had him tag along with Uncle Zhao to work on the village fishing boats for a few days. She figured it would give him some experience and foundational knowledge before the motorboat arrived. During these days, the village appointed the original owner's uncle as the new village chief of Baisha village. When the news reached Lin Tao, he showed little reaction. Back when the original host's parents went missing, his uncle and aunt had looked after the 3 siblings for over half a year. Later, they gradually stopped coming. The siblings understood after all, the uncle and aunt had their own elderly relatives and children to support. Being sensible, they didn't bother them anymore. Later, they arranged Lin Chang's marriage to the Li family and apologized to the Chen family for the incident where the original host had broken Chen Hua's skull. Lin Tao had visited his house once when delivering jellyfish to the village earlier. Occasionally, they would exchange polite greetings when passing each other in the village. As Uncle Lin's own nephew, Lin Tao naturally drew the attention of many villagers who sought to curry favor with him through this connection. Yet Lin Tao paid them no mind whatsoever, rejecting all gifts brought by the villagers. "Brother, are you home?" Lin Tao opened the door and saw Zhao Xiaopeng, sunburned and grinning with a mouthful of pearly white teeth. He couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaopeng, you've only been sailing for a few days, how did you get so sunburned?" "Don't even ask. We hit the worst sun right away. The first couple days my skin was peeling off, it hurt like hell. This morning I begged my parents forever before they finally let me skip going out to sea. It's a bit cooler today, so I was planning to head into town to buy some things at the department store. Want to come with me?" "Sure thing." Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng walked toward the village entrance, standing under the bus stop sign by the national highway waiting for the city bus. The bus to town never came, but a vehicle from the opposite direction did. The bus stopped right in front of them. Several people got off: Li Erfeng, Li Shan, and the former village chief and his wife. Every member of the family looked haggard, especially Li Shan and his father. Li Shan had grown thin, his face gaunt and unrecognizable. He leaned on a cane, the pant leg below his thigh dangling loosely on the leg bitten by the sea snake. The 4 of them instantly shot venomous, resentful glances at Lin Tao, but quickly lowered their heads, averting their eyes as if afraid he might catch them. The 4 supported each other as they made their way back into the village. Only after they had walked far away did Zhao Xiaopeng spit on the ground. "Pa! Serves them right, a family of wicked bastards. That's what you get for being evil." By the time they returned from the city, it was past noon. The brothers carried large and small bundles as they walked back to the village. Seeing them return laden with goods, the conservative villagers who hadn't invested in Lin Tao's venture seethed with envy, muttering curses under their breath. Those who had already invested, however, were thinking about how they too could live such a good life by the end of the year. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. Yellowfin snapper school spotted at Crescent Reef at 3 p.m. today. Host intelligence level 377 points. Host, please review immediately. No sooner had he set down the assorted items he'd bought than the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. After such a long silence, its abrupt appearance startled Lin Tao. "Yellowfin snapper is only a green alert?" Lin Tao muttered inwardly. Coastal fishermen called it the yellow-foot snapper. The renowned food connoisseur Mr. Kai once declared it a must-try fish in one's lifetime. In this era, it was a genuinely high-end catch, valued even above grouper. Since it inhabited rocky reefs, the very terrain fishing boats dreaded it could only be caught through challenging rock fishing, resulting in scarce yields. Lin Tao suddenly recalled the black pomfret he'd sold recently, priced per pound like the grouper, also a green intelligence. Could it be that with the system upgrade, even white and green intelligence now carries higher actual value? Once he completed today's intelligence mission, he would reach level 4. Lin Tao couldn't help but anticipate the intelligence he'd receive after leveling up. It seemed the grouper was nearly entry-level gold tier intelligence, the stakes would only climb higher. Yellowtail amberjack were omnivorous fish, eating shrimp, crabs, shellfish, algae, anything and everything. That made bait much easier to come by. Lin Tao lugged his gear over to Zhao Xiaopeng's place and called him to head out to sea together. "Bro, we just got back from the city, and now we're heading out to sea again? Fine, I'll go alone. You stay home and rest." With that, Lin Tao turned to leave. Zhao Xiaopeng sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping out of water and hurried after him. I didn't say I wasn't going. Wait for me, bro. The brothers paddled their skiff to Crescent Reef. This was Lin Tao's first time here. Crescent Reef was larger than Golden Sand Reef, White Sand Reef, and Black Stone Reef. Its main formation resembled a crescent moon stretching toward the shore, while scattered smaller reefs clustered around it like stars surrounding the moon. The reefs were covered with oysters, and it was the perfect season for them, plump and juicy. Just prying open any one revealed a thick, rich meat. Bro, we're not just here to pry open these things, are we? Chapter 65, another 400 yuan earned. Though smaller than the triploid oysters cultivated in the 21st century, these oysters excelled in flavor. Lin Tao pried one open and devoured the meat in one gulp, not a trace of saltiness or fishiness. Back in this era, however, oysters covered nearly every reef during season. Their abundance meant small sizes and high storage costs, so even cooperatives wouldn't take them. Fishermen would just pry a few off during their coastal foraging trips to eat at home, chopping the rest into fertilizer. Zhao Xiaopeng followed Lin Tao with a shovel, laboriously prying oysters from the rocks. Xiaopeng, we only take the meat. Just toss the shells back into the sea. Bro, what's the point of all this effort? You'll see soon enough. Lin Tao kept him in suspense. After nearly an hour of labor, the brothers had filled 2 large buckets with oyster meat piled high and gleaming white. Carrying the buckets to the edge of Crescent Reef, they heard the system alert sound again. Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. Lin Tao directed Zhao Xiaopeng to row the dinghy to the side, then filled it with water to prepare for storing fish later. Xiaopeng, you fish from the boat. I'll fish from the reef. The incident during their last shore fishing trip still haunted Lin Tao, and he felt it was safer for Zhao Xiaopeng to stay on the dinghy. Xiaopeng nodded. Got it, bro. He threaded the hook through the plumpest, thickest part of the oyster meat to secure it, attached a lead weight to the top, and stopped letting out line once the bait had slowly sunk about 2 meters below the surface. He expected another long wait, but within 5 minutes, he felt a tug. Lin Tao quickly lifted his rod and began reeling in. Yellowtail snapper weren't particularly fast swimmers, and for Lin Tao, who had gained experience, reeling it in wasn't too strenuous. After a few tugs back and forth, the yellowtail snapper was exhausted and pulled out of the water by Lin Tao. It was only about the size of a palm, but that was considered a normal size. Bro, I can't seem to reel it and it's stuck. It probably got snagged in the reef crevices. Just cut the line and switch hooks. Who knows how many yellowtail snapper the system mentioned there are. Looking at the sky, it must be close to 5 o'clock now. If I waste too much time, I'll miss the fish haul. Fish just caught fresh off the boat are bound to be livelier than those kept in tanks all day. Zhao Xiaopeng had already let out at least 5 meters of line. Cutting it outright felt like a waste, and he hesitated, unable to bring himself to do it. Seeing him still dithering, Lin Tao called out, Xiaopeng, what are you spacing out for? If you don't fish for a bit longer, the bait will scatter and it'll be tough to catch anything. Hurry up! This yellowfin grouper can fetch at least $1 per pound, enough to buy you tons of fishing line and hooks. Don't throw away the watermelon for the sesame seeds. Really, bro? It's worth that much? When have I ever lied to you? Zhao Xiaopeng immediately cut the line with his pocket knife and reattached the hook. Lin Tao concentrated on fishing. As the oysters in the bucket dwindled, the yellowtail snapper in the boat grew plentiful. The larger ones were set aside in the bucket. Finally, after waiting over 20 minutes with no movement from the float, Lin Tao knew it was time to call it quits. His back ached from standing on the rocks too long. Lin Tao pounded his lower back, stepped onto the raft, and found the yellowtail snapper piled high like a small mountain, weighing the raft down significantly. Let's head back to the dock. The two paddled the skiff back to the dock, where the fishing boat was sounding its horn as it pulled alongside. From the shore, the Liang brothers spotted Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng from afar. They had already moved the seafood crates to the water's edge, waiting for the pair. Brother Yong, Brother Ji, what do you think of this batch of yellowtail snapper? Wow, where'd you guys get so many? You must have fished out the entire nearby sea. That's gotta be over 200 pounds. We got lucky today, stumbled upon a feeding frenzy. Normally, you wouldn't catch a single one. They helped the Liang brothers load the normal-sized yellowtail amberjack from the skiff into the seafood boxes. The scale read 207 Jin and 6 Liang. We brothers checked a few docks, and yellowfin snapper are mostly selling for 1.8 yuan per pound. We'll give you 2 yuan. That's a fair price, right? Brother Ji, you're too polite. I've worked with the Jinsha Hotel for so long, have I ever lost out? Consider this barrel of big ones my gift. Lin Tao dumped the larger yellowtail snapper, which had been kept separate in the bucket, into the aquarium tank. You really know how to do business, kid. Alright, we'll head out now. Good thing we came to you first today, otherwise we wouldn't have had enough boxes. Liang Yong counted out a stack of bills, both bills and coins, and pressed them into Lin Tao's hand. Lin Tao quickly counted it 416 yuan. Liang Yong had rounded it up to the nearest 10 yuan. Take care, Brother Yong, Brother Ji. Watching the Jinsha Hotel car drive away, Lin Tao counted out 200 yuan and split it evenly with Zhao Xiaopeng. Bro, why are you splitting it 50-50 again? We agreed you'd take the bigger share. This is way too much. Zhao Xiaopeng sighed. He felt that finding the yellowtail snapper nest was all thanks to Lin Tao's good luck. He remembered that using oysters as bait was also a trick Uncle Lin had taught Lin Tao. He was just the muscle, and shouldn't take so much money. No matter how much Lin Tao tried to persuade him, Zhao Xiaopeng stubbornly refused to take more than 100 yuan. Bro, I'm only taking 100. Not a penny more. Fine. The villagers unloading and sorting fish nearby watched as Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng once again earned in a single afternoon what it took them years to make. They glanced at their own monotonous, backbreaking work day after day, year after year, and suddenly felt all their motivation drain away. Many villagers at the dock owned their own sampans. Seeing Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng consistently earn tens or even hundreds of yuan, some began to entertain thoughts of breaking away from the production team and going solo, even if they couldn't bring themselves to join Lin Tao's crew. With parents watching over them from above, they make money faster than anyone else. Out of nowhere, a sharp, bitter voice cut through the crowd. Lin Tao clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. Who said that? He demanded harshly. Have the guts to say it to my face? Though Lin Tao had never met the original owner's parents, having taken on this body, he couldn't tolerate such an insult. Zhao Xiaopeng joined in, his temper flaring. Which son of a said that? You must be missing 8 generations of virtue to spout such bull. Come out here if you've got the guts, and I'll beat the out of you until you can't even straight. Seeing the two react so fiercely, the person who had spoken cowered in the crowd, too scared to make a sound. He'd hoped to slip away unnoticed, but Lin Tao wasn't about to let him off so easily. Anyone who pulls him out first gets 10 bucks from me, Lin Tao declared. 10 yuan was no small sum for the villagers of Baisha village. No sooner had Lin Tao finished speaking than someone grabbed the speaker by the arm and hoisted him high. Lin Tao, he was cursing at you. Chapter 66, The Sudden Fire. Lin Tao recognized the man who had cursed him. It was Li Shan's younger brother, Li Hai, the late son of the former village chief. Like the original owner, he was 18 years old, a strapping young man. Because someone had to stay behind to care for his niecingzi, he hadn't gone with his parents and sister-in-law Li Erfing to the city to look after his older brother. The former village chief and his wife had always cherished him like the apple of their eye, pulling Li Shan into their household to support his education from a young age. But he wasn't cut out for school. He didn't even make it through junior high before diving headfirst into the production brigade. Before Li Shan's accident, Li Hai had disapproved of the original owner's aimless loafing about town, but he'd never actively provoked him. But now, seeing his own older brother crippled by amputation, his father the village chief and his uncle, an official in the city, both stripped of their positions and punished, while the real culprit walked away with a fortune, how could he possibly swallow his anger? Ashamed, Li Hai's father hadn't revealed the truth behind his and his brother-in-law's dismissals, only saying that Lin Tao had written a denunciation letter, triggering the investigation from above. Lin Tao strode toward Li Hai. Villagers scattered to the sides, parting to make a path for him. What do you want? Li Hai shook off the villager's grasp on his arm and stared at Lin Tao, who had come to a halt before him. He swallowed hard. Lin Tao towered half a head above Li Hai, his sharp features radiating an imposing presence that made Li Hai's heart pound. Yet, determined not to lose face in public, he drew a quiet, deep breath and straightened his back slightly. Thud! To everyone's surprise, Lin Tao delivered a vicious punch straight to Li Hai's face. The force of the blow sent the unprepared Li Hai staggering backwards several steps before crashing to the ground. Lin Tao withdrew his fist and shook his hand, his knuckles slightly reddened from the impact. Looks like your father and uncle's business hasn't taught you the consequences of crossing me. Now, get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to the sea. I'll let you off easy. Though he didn't know if the original host's parents were truly dead, he would make Li Hai pay for his reckless words. Li Hai felt the metallic taste of blood spread in his mouth. He tried to spit out a mouthful of blood, but instead, a tooth stained with blood came loose and fell out. Lin Tao, you want to die. Li Hai scrambled to his feet and swung wildly at Lin Tao like a madman. But to Lin Tao, it was nothing more than impotent rage utterly incapable of causing real harm. He dodged the blows effortlessly. The more he missed, the more frantic Li Hai became. His panic turned his attacks chaotic and disorganized, making him look like a clown. Even the villagers who had initially wanted to intervene couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Xiaopeng stood nearby, itching to join in. Bro, let me handle this. A stick-thin guy like him? 2 kicks and he's done. Lin Tao frowned at Zhao Xiaopeng. Don't be impulsive. If you step in, it changes the nature of this. Seeing Li Hai's unrepentant expression, Lin Tao seized his chance. Grabbing Li Hai's arm, he executed a solid shoulder throw, sending Li Hai crashing to the ground, dazed and seeing stars. He immediately planted his foot on Li Hai's back, yanking both arms behind him and locking them in place. Know your mistake now? With every struggle, Li Hai's joints screamed in agony. Unable to endure it any longer, he finally begged, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Go kowtow. Or I'll break your arms today and make you a cripple like your brother. Alright. I'll kowtow. I'll kowtow. Lin Tao released his grip on Li Hai, then delivered a vicious kick to his body. Li Hai scrambled frantically to the shore and banged his head 3 times on the ground toward the sea. Lin Tao paid him no further mind. After helping Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao sort the catch alongside Zhao Xiaopeng, they walked back to the village together. As the cooperative's truck departed and the crowd at the pier gradually dispersed, Li Hai stared at the direction Lin Tao had left, his eyes brimming with hatred. That evening, Lin Tao fried a bowl of crispy fish using the small bucket of noodle fish Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao had given him. He sliced a smoked sausage bought from the deli counter at the department store and cooked a pot of thick rice porridge, serving it with a small dish of pickled vegetable strips dressed with sesame oil. After dinner, he took a bath, lay down on the bed, and soon drifted off to sleep. He was jolted awake by the acrid smoke. Lin Tao snapped his eyes open. The room should have been pitch black, but instead, it was illuminated by the glow of flames. Where did this fire come from? The smoke thickened rapidly. Lin Tao heard the crackling and popping of the burning rafters. Without pausing to consider how the fire started, he struggled to push open the camphor wood chest and dug through its bottom layer to retrieve the watch. He then used the key to open the drawer, frantically stuffing all his savings into his pants pocket. Just as he was about to dash out, Lin Tao's gaze fell upon the yellowed black and white photograph of the drawer's original owner's parents. He turned back and tucked it into his pocket. Xiaoyu, wake up! Fire! Lin Tao burst into Lin Xiaoyu's room and shook his younger sister awake on the bed. Lin Xiaoyu struggled to open her sleepy eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Fire! Run! Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in panic as she scrambled to find her books. Forget about them. I'll buy you new ones later. Escape first. As thick smoke billowed in, Lin Tao hoisted Lin Xiaoyu onto his shoulders and grabbed the duffel bag filled with diving gear by the main door, dashing outside. Opening the courtyard gate, he found several villagers gathered outside. Neighbors had already spotted the fire at the Lin family home and were rushing over with buckets of water from their own homes to help extinguish it. With no fire trucks or hydrants, the villagers couldn't reach the roof and could only watch as the flames slowly reduced the already dilapidated rooms to their skeletal frames. Huddled in Lin Tao's arms, Lin Xiaoyu watched their home vanish in the flames, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. Brother, our home is gone. A mix of emotions surged through Lin Tao as he held Lin Xiaoyu tighter. It's okay, Xiaoyu. Big brother will earn lots of money and build you a big, beautiful new house. The disaster struck so suddenly that Lin Tao couldn't even figure out how the fire started. The wood in the kitchen stove and oven had been cleared long ago, and the gas lamp had been extinguished before bedtime. It was truly baffling. Before dawn, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu had become a pitiful homeless brother and sister. Brother! Little Rain! Are you both okay? Zhao Xiaopeng and his aunt and uncle heard the commotion outside their home, people saying a house was on fire. Upon realizing it was Lin Tao's place, they immediately dressed and rushed over. Aunt Zhao anxiously checked both of them for injuries. How could a fire break out in the middle of the night? It scared us half to death. Uncle Zhao, Auntie Zhao, don't worry. Xiaoyu and I got out in time and aren't hurt. We brought all the valuables with us. Just glad you're safe. This place needs to be torn down and rebuilt before anyone can live here again. Brother, you and little you can stay at my place. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Tao was suddenly pulled into a firm embrace. Xiaodao, Xiaoyu, thank goodness you're both safe. Chapter 67, Out with the old, in with the new. Before Lin Tao could react, he felt dampness on his neck. Staring blankly for a moment, he finally recognized it was Lin Chang. Lin Chang's face was streaked with tears, his eyes still glistening. His shirt buttons were mismatched from the rush to come out. If anything happened to you too, how could I ever face Mom and Dad? Lin Tao pulled away from his embrace, his lips trembling. After a long moment of hesitation, he couldn't bring himself to say brother. Instead, he simply said, the house is gone. We can rebuild the house. As long as you're both safe and sound. Lin Chang wiped the tears from his face. Come with me. You can stay at my place. He reached out to pull Lin Xiaoyu away, but Lin Tao stepped in front of him. Would Li Hongmei really be kind enough to take me and Xiaoyu in? Lin Chang, you've got to think this through. Staying here isn't just for a day or two, the Li family won't agree. Reminded by Lin Tao, Lin Chang's face flushed with embarrassment. His grip on Lin Xiaoyu's hand loosened. He hadn't considered that the Li family disliked Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Tao lowered his gaze slightly, his tone cool. I'll find a place for Xiaoyu and me. You don't need to worry about it. Xiao Tao, I. Seeing that neither Lin Tao nor Lin Xiaoyu was looking at him, Lin Chang turned away dejectedly. The flames gradually died down, leaving only the lingering smell of burnt air. Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu followed Zhao Xiaopeng's family back to the Zhao residence, while the villagers who had helped extinguish the fire dispersed. A figure lurked in the shadows, watching the direction Lin Tao had departed. After spending the night at Zhao Xiaopeng's place, Lin Tao quietly got up at dawn the next morning and returned alone to the courtyard, now reduced to ruins. The courtyard itself had suffered little damage, but the 2 rooms were completely gutted. The pots, pans, bedding, and clothes left behind by his original parents were now nothing but charred remains. The lingering smell of charred wood hung heavy in the air. Lin Tao couldn't fathom how the fire had started, and the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. Firewood was always stored in the gatehouse, with only what was needed brought into the kitchen each time. There was no way a lingering ember could have ignited the woodpile. As he approached the corner of the wall, Lin Tao wrinkled his nose and instinctively furrowed his brow. This smell was off. It felt familiar, yet he couldn't place where he'd smelled it before. But Lin Tao was certain of one thing: this bizarre fire that nearly burned him and his sister to death had to be the work of someone in the village. But what kind of grudge could be so deep that it drove someone to murder? Lin Tao's first suspicion fell on the Li brothers, Li Shan and Li Hai. Li Shan, disabled and reliant on crutches, couldn't have committed arson. That left only Li Hai. But without direct evidence, mere suspicion couldn't prove Li Hai was the culprit. They'd first need proof of arson before reporting it to the police station and requesting an investigation. Lin Tao sighed. Zhao Xiaopeng's house wasn't large, just 2 rooms for living. Because Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu were staying there, Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao originally shared one room, while Zhao Xiaopeng had his own. Now they had to split it up. The 3 men shared one room, and Auntie Zhao shared the other with Lin Xiaoyu. Staying for 3 or 4 days wasn't a big deal, but over time, living so close together was bound to cause friction. Given the Lin family's land area, rebuilding 3 large tile houses plus a kitchen and toilet would cost at least 700 or 800 yuan. Lin Tao figured that if they were rebuilding, they might as well build the best possible structures, ones that could withstand decades of wind and rain without deteriorating. That would easily push the cost close to 1,000 yuan. Though Yi Long planned to ride the wave of reform and opening up to rebuild his business empire, meaning he wouldn't stay in Baisha village for long, this was still the ancestral home of the original owner's 3 siblings. No matter how far they wandered, it remained their place to return. Lin Tao's current savings fell slightly short, but adding the proceeds from the recent sale of South Sea pearls should cover it. Baisha village had only Uncle Zhao's family as carpenters. Experienced bricklayers had to be hired from nearby villages. Hiring workers for construction didn't require wages, they were typically provided with 3 meals a day. Wealthier homeowners might throw in a few cigarettes. Lin Tao had never built a house in the village and wasn't sure how much material he'd need. He went to the supply cooperative for bricks, bought a bottle of liquor, 2 pounds of meat, and a pack of cigarettes, then headed to Uncle Zhao's place. "Who's that so early? Little Tao?" Uncle Zhao opened the door and welcomed Lin Tao inside. Seeing the items in his hands, he quickly said, "You just came over, why bring anything?" "Uncle Zhao, everyone in the village asks you to help when they build houses, you know so much. Our place burned down last night, and we want to get someone to rebuild while the weather's still warm. If we wait till winter, it'll be tough. Though the southeast peninsula averages over 20 degrees Celsius annually, winter lows can dip below 10. When it gets cold, it's tough to find bricklayers. It's just a small favor. What kind of reward could I possibly expect from a kid? Building a house costs a fortune. Every penny saved helps." Uncle Zhao pulled Lin Tao inside to sit down. Spread across the table were several sheets of rough paper, sketched with charcoal outlines of cabinets, beds, and other simple furnishings. Lin Tao outlined his ideas to Uncle Zhao, who traced them onto the paper with his charcoal stick, creating a soft scratching sound. "See? Would this work?" The paper showed 3 main rooms and a hall, flanked by 2 side rooms. The kitchen adjoined the gatehouse, with the outhouse tucked in a corner. A spacious courtyard stretched between them, and Uncle Zhao had even sketched in a small vegetable patch. Lin Tao pointed to the outermost main room. "Add a wall here to make a partition. Use cement for the floor and run a drain outside. When the small rain turns heavy, it'll be more convenient to bathe in your own room. Why go to all that trouble? A wall takes so many bricks. Wealthy families use screens to block sight and shadows, but we common folk don't need such finery. I'll build you a frame, and you can buy some canvas to make a curtain. It'll block people and won't get wet." Uncle Zhao's suggestion was both practical and economical. Lin Tao nodded repeatedly. "Thanks, Uncle Zhao." Lin Tao received the blueprints and material list for the new house from Uncle Zhao, then inquired about the best mason in the village. But now a new problem arose: all building materials had to be purchased through the production team, requiring various ration tickets like brick coupons. Returning to Uncle Zhao Xiaopeng's home, Uncle Zhao had already gone out to see with the production team. Aunt Zhao had set aside his meal and kept it warm in the pot. "Xiaodao, where did you run off to so early this morning? You're just getting back now?" "I was discussing the new house plans with Uncle Zhao." "You silly boy, why the rush to build? You'd be much better off staying right here with Auntie Zhao." Facing Aunt Zhao's slightly reproachful concern, Lin Tao replied somewhat sheepishly, "I can't keep imposing on you and Uncle Zhao forever. Your Uncle Zhao and I have long considered you our own child. Stop saying such nonsense. Your Uncle Zhao knows a few bricklayers in the neighboring village. I'll have him skip going out to sea tomorrow and go ask around for you." "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu stayed at the Zhao household for several days, living quite harmoniously, until an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived. "Xiaopeng's mom, thank you for having Xiao Tao and Xiaoyu stay with you these past days. I'm here to take them back to our place." Chapter 68, You Can't Judge a Book by Its Cover. Lin Tao emerged from the house and froze upon recognizing the visitor, his late uncle, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Uncle, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, how long did you plan to keep staying at Uncle Zhao's place with Xiaoyu? Your brother married into the Li family, it's not right for the two of you to live there permanently. As your uncle, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lin Tao frowned slightly. Why did those words feel oddly jarring? You probably don't have much to pack. Grab Xiaoyu and come home with me now. Since the house burned down, Uncle Lin's family hadn't even bothered to check in once. Now they suddenly wanted to take him and Xiaoyu away. What were their intentions? People change over time. Lin Tao couldn't be certain if this uncle before him truly meant well for him and Lin Xiaoyu. No, thanks. Xiaoyu and I are perfectly fine staying here. Unexpectedly, Lin Tao refused. Uncle Lin's expression darkened instantly. His tone turned displeased. Xiao Tao, what are you saying? It's not like we have no relatives left. Why must you cling to strangers? Don't you care about the shame if word gets out? Aunt Zhao pulled Lin Tao close to her side, protective like a mother hen guarding her chicks. Uncle, your words are hurtful. You've never shown concern for these two kids before. How many days have passed since the fire? Now that you're village chief, you're only here because you can't save face and fear people talking behind your back. As if Aunt Zhao had exposed his true motives, Uncle Lin flew into a rage. What nonsense are you spouting? As if you two are genuinely kind-hearted. I don't buy it. I think you're only keeping Lin Tao around because he can make money. Shut your filthy mouth. One more word and I'll tear it off. You shameless old fool. Speak and act with conscience. If I only cared about Xiao Tao's money, then may lightning strike us both dead. Aunt Zhao's face flushed crimson with rage. Without another word, she lunged forward. Had Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng not grabbed her in time, Uncle Lin's face would likely be a mess by now. Uncle Lin was literate, having worked as a clerk at the village committee. Compared to the men in the production brigade, he appeared somewhat frail. Aunt Zhao, on the other hand, had always participated in manual labor and was built like a tank. If it came to blows, Uncle Lin wouldn't stand a chance. Lin, get the hell out of my house right now. Or I'll break every bone in your body today. You shrew. Lin Tao, your father and I are blood brothers born of the same parents. You'd better think carefully about that. With that, Uncle Lin turned and fled in disarray. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng finally released Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao was bent over, panting heavily. Xiao Tao, don't listen to him. Sure, the house is cramped, but we can make do. Your Uncle Zhao and Uncle Xiaopeng's uncle are already helping us build a new one. They just tore down the old one a couple days ago. Just then, Uncle Zhao hurried back from outside. He shot Lin Tao a complicated look before pulling Aunt Zhao aside to speak. What could they possibly be discussing in such secrecy? After hearing Uncle Zhao's words, Aunt Zhao's eyes widened. You mean it's true? How could it be false? Your second uncle has dealt with these things for years, how could he possibly be mistaken? Zhao Xiaopeng stood by, utterly confused, nudging Lin Tao with his elbow. Bro, what are my parents whispering about? Lin Tao's gut told him it must be about the bazaar fire from a few days ago, so he stepped forward to ask. Uncle Zhao, if it's about me, just tell me directly. I'm an adult now, there's nothing I can't handle. Uncle Zhao stared at Lin Tao, his mouth opening and closing for a long moment before finally sighing. Xiaopeng's uncle and I were helping tear down a house today when he suddenly told me someone in the village wants to harm you and Xiaoyu. I was stunned and immediately asked what he meant. He said he smelled a strong odor of tung oil, the kind used in olden times to coat oil paper umbrellas, conical hats, and straw raincoats. Once dry, it repels water, but it also catches fire easily. Living by the sea, our homes are damp. Wooden items rot easily when exposed to moisture for too long. Applying tung oil and varnish protects them from water and decay. That's why no one in our village knows the smell of tung oil better than him. Tung oil wasn't rare, almost every household had some, since it came in handy for patching leaks in roofs. That's why it's tricky to figure out which household poured tung oil on Lin Tao's place at night. So that was the smell I caught in the ruins that day, tung oil. No wonder it felt so familiar. Who could be so heartless? We're all villagers here, how could someone be so evil as to try to take a life? Uncle Zhao, I need to trouble you and Uncle Zhao Heir to accompany me to the police station. We must report this to the officers and testify. Since that person failed to harm me once, they'll surely seek another chance to strike again. All right. With such a menace lurking in the village, if he isn't caught soon, everyone here will live in constant fear. Lin Tao, Uncle Zhao, and Uncle Zhao Heir took the bus to the police station. The officers recognized Lin Tao from his previous kidnapping and detention, treating him with great courtesy. Comrade Lin Tao, what brings you here? Lin Tao explained the entire situation to the officers. After filing the report, 3 officers changed into plainclothes to avoid alerting the suspect. They rode the bus back to Baisha village with the trio and searched the ruins of the Lin family home, but unfortunately found no useful clues. They could only advise Lin Tao to be extra vigilant and watch for any suspicious individuals in the village. After seeing the officers off, Lin Tao instructed Lin Xiaoyu, starting today, whenever your brother Xiaopeng and I aren't home, you must stay close to Aunt Zhao. Never go out alone, understand? Got it, big bro. Though Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand what had happened, she could tell from Lin Tao's tone and expression that she needed to take his words to heart. Congratulations! Your intelligence level has been upgraded to level 4. You now require 48 points to reach the next level. Both the quantity and quality of your intelligence have seen a slight increase. Ding! Today's intelligence has been delivered. White intelligence 1 point, large orchid crabs sighted in the mangrove mudflats at 4 p.m. today. Host intelligence level, for 82 points. Host, please review promptly. After all this time, only one white intelligence report? The system is being way too stingy. Still, the system leveling up is a good thing. As 4 p.m. approached, Lin Tao led Zhao Xiaopeng toward the beach, bucket in hand filled with gear. Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. The tide hadn't come in yet. The mangrove mudflats had been baked by the scorching sun all afternoon, leaving little standing water. But this very dryness lulled people into a false sense of security. One careless step and you'd be sliding out like a soccer tackle. Their arrival startled a flock of seagulls foraging nearby. The birds circled overhead, squawking in displeasure. Chapter 69, Unlucky Zhao Xiaopeng. These damn birds are so annoying. I'll grab my slingshot later and shoot a few to roast in the stovepit. Zhao Xiaopeng covered his ears. Those seagulls were loud and had the worst voices, utterly infuriating. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaopeng felt a warm, wet sensation on his head. Oh no, he thought. Reaching up, he discovered a fresh pile of bird poop on his hand and flicked it off in disgust. Damn it, these damn birds, daring to on my head. Lin Tao quietly quickened his pace to avoid getting splattered by Zhao Xiaopeng. They'd fled the fire in such a rush that day, taking only the most valuable and essential items, nothing but the clothes on their backs. Fortunately, it was midsummer. Hanging them out to dry overnight meant they'd be ready by morning. He'd make do with them for now, planning to take Lin Xiaoyu into town soon to buy her a few new outfits at the department store. After all, he was a grown man, going shirtless wasn't a big deal. But his sister was a girl, she couldn't just make do with anything. Bro, why are you walking so fast? If I don't hurry, those seagulls will probably poop on my head. Lin Tao carefully groped along the mudflats. Orchid crabs washed ashore, hid in the sand during the day, emerging at nightfall with the rising tide to return to the sea. This served two purposes: first, to evade daytime predators like shore fishermen and seagulls; second, because the heat of the day caused rapid water evaporation. Those near the water's edge could still make it back to the sea if they moved quickly, but those farther away would dry out and die after just a few steps. Like sea snails and shellfish, orchid crabs burrow into the sand, leaving tiny breathing holes on the surface and creating larger, more noticeable bulges. Sure enough, after searching for a few minutes, Lin Tao spotted a bulge that was slightly moving, likely an unlucky crab that had just settled down. First, he used a shovel to dig open the mound, revealing the orchid crab's cloud-patterned carapace. Then, before the crab could react, he swiftly grabbed it from behind with a pair of tongs, pinching it from the rear to the front. Startled, the crab began flailing its claws and legs frantically. Lin Tao carefully controlled his grip, not letting it escape, yet avoiding crushing it, and swiftly tossed it into the bucket. Unlike the blue crabs from last time, which huddled together in family groups, these orchid crabs were mostly lone wolves, making them much trickier to catch. Lin Tao glanced at the orchid crab in the bucket, frantically searching for an escape route. It was sizable, with long, large claws, likely weighing around 8 ounces. Generally, orchid crabs reaching half a gene in weight were considered decent catches. Unfortunately, it wasn't the breeding season yet. By September, when the orchid crabs were full of roe and rich yellow, their price would at least double. Why isn't this crab moving? Is it dead? He turned just in time to see Zhao Xiaopeng's finger dangling with a crab clamped on it. The poor guy was shaking his hand like crazy, wincing in pain. Damn, that hurts. Sigh, you asked for it by touching it. If it doesn't pinch you, who else would it pinch? Stop shaking your hand, or it'll pinch even harder. Lin Tao abandoned his search for orchid crabs and rushed over. But Zhao Xiaopeng's wild flinging sent the crab clamped on his finger flying straight into Lin Tao's head. Ah! Lin Tao's hair hadn't been trimmed in ages and was already long. The orchid crab clamped down on it with its lone remaining claw hanging by its weight. Lin Tao felt like his scalp was about to be ripped off. Zhao Xiaopeng, look at the mess you've made. The claw clamped tight and wouldn't budge. Lin Tao had no choice but to grab the crab and snap the claw off. Now worthless, the damaged crab was tossed angrily into the waves. Bro, it hurts. Why won't this thing let go? With the crab's claw still clamped to his head, Lin Tao rolled his eyes. He used a pair of fire tongs to smash the claw off Zhao Xiaopeng's finger. It was already bruised purple, but thankfully hadn't broken the skin. Bleeding would have meant infection, which would have been even more trouble. Zhao Xiaopeng clutched his injured finger to his mouth, blowing on it. Damn crab, playing dead to trick me. Lucky it was just a small crab. If a big blue crab had pinched you, it would have crushed your bones. Just as he was bent over digging for orchid crabs in the mudflats, he suddenly heard Zhao Xiaopeng's agonized scream again. Lin Tao's breathing grew heavier as he straightened up and shouted, "What now? Bro, save me. I'm under attack." Lin Tao watched Zhao Xiaopeng nearby, scrambling desperately for cover. Seagulls kept diving overhead, attacking him with claws and beaks. The kid must have somehow provoked this vengeful flock of birds again. Seagulls weren't as easy to bully as sparrows or pigeons, big in size but small in brains. "Help me, bro." Lin Tao sighed, tossing a handful of small fish and shrimp into the air. The seagulls, spotting the food, immediately swooped down to snatch them away. "Why don't you learn from them?" Zhao Xiaopeng scrambled to hurl everything edible from his bucket skyward with all his might. "You greedy little devils. Once you've eaten your fill, stop hounding me. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush." After feasting effortlessly on Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng's offerings, the seagulls flapped their wings and sailed away. Finally, they could relax. Lin Tao wiped the sweat from his face. They hadn't caught many orchid crabs yet, having spent so much time catering to these demanding creatures. The twilight glow stretched their shadows long across the sand as the tide slowly crept in. They needed to pick up the pace. They left no stone unturned, searching the mangrove roots and crevices beneath rocks, grabbing whatever they could find. Only when all the buckets they'd brought were filled did Lin Tao lead Zhao Xiaopeng back toward the pier. The pier was bustling with activity, but the car from the Golden Sand Hotel hadn't arrived yet. Lin Tao spotted Li Hai in the crowd. They exchanged a glance, but Li Hai pretended nothing had happened and silently looked away. Manhwa stepped off the boat and hurried toward Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, when will your boat arrive? I've been waiting for quite a while." The big boss didn't give a specific date, but it should be within the next few days. As they spoke, Aunt Zhao stayed home to cook and keep Lin Xiaoyu company, so she wasn't at the pier. Zhao Xiaopeng ran off to help Uncle Zhao, leaving the bucket of fish unattended nearby, unnoticed. Beep. Hearing the car horn, Lin Tao looked toward the distance. A car from the Golden Sand Hotel slowly pulled up, and the Liang brothers stepped out. "We got held up today, so we're a bit late." "Been waiting long? Heh, that hair clip on your head is pretty unique, huh?" Lin Tao suddenly remembered the crab claw still pinned to his hair and awkwardly yanked it off. "Totally forgot about that." Lin Tao emptied the orchid crabs from the bucket into the seafood crate. He caught over 40, each weighing 7 or 8 ounces. The total came to 34 pounds on the scale. Orchid crabs weren't as valuable as blue crabs. The Liang brothers offered 80 cents per pound, totaling 27 yuan and 22 fun. After making several big profits, seeing a few dozen yuan now didn't bring him joy. Instead, he felt like he'd lost out. But how much could one realistically expect to earn from white-collar intelligence? Thinking this way, Lin Tao finally felt somewhat balanced. Chapter 70, Deadly Venom, Blue-Ringed Octopus. "Brother Yong, Brother Ji, my family's been building a house lately and I'm running low on cash. Could you please go back and tell my older brother?" "That's no problem at all. We'll tell him right away. Don't worry." The Liang brothers glanced at the water bucket beside them. "Aren't you selling these?" "Oh, you mean these? Just some clams, cockles, octopus, and such. Not worth the effort to grab, so we figured we'd take them home for ourselves." After the Liang brothers drove off, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng finished helping Uncle Zhao. The three of them carried the buckets home together. Back home, Lin Tao squatted beside the well, rinsing and sorting the catch from the buckets. He casually grabbed an octopus, glanced at it, and his eyes widened in shock. He flung it away almost instantly. Zhao Xiaopeng, who had just finished washing his hair, emerged from the house and asked in confusion, "Bro, why'd you toss it? It looks perfectly fine. Isn't it a waste not to eat it?" As he spoke, Zhao Xiaopeng walked over, ready to crouch down and pick it up. Lin Tao snapped him off sharply, startling him into jumping back, too scared to touch it again. Lin Tao rushed over to pull Zhao Xiaopeng away, then grabbed the fire tongs from the bucket and picked up the octopus from the ground, holding it close for Zhao Xiaopeng to examine. "Look closely. Is this really an octopus? Isn't this a short-armed octopus? Short-finned octopuses only have 2 false eye spots and their skin is more earthy yellow. But this one is clearly too small, and its entire body is grayish-blue with blue ring patterns all over. This is a blue-ringed octopus, highly poisonous." Blue-ringed octopuses contain potent neurotoxins, primarily tetrodotoxin. Even when cooked, consuming them can cause poisoning. The damage to the human body is severe. In extreme cases, death can occur within minutes. Even in the medically advanced 21st century, no effective antitoxin has been developed. Lin Tao tightened his grip. Under the pressure of the tongs, the blue-ringed octopus's rings began to faintly glow with a blue fluorescence. "It really is." Uncle Zhao overheard the brothers talking and came over to look. "What's going on?" "Uncle Zhao, look, a blue-ringed octopus." Any fisherman with a bit of experience by the sea would recognize this creature, and Uncle Zhao was no exception. His brow furrowed deeply. "Good heavens! How did you manage to catch this thing? You didn't touch it with your bare hands, did you?" "Uncle Zhao, don't worry. It didn't bite us." Lin Tao thought for a moment, then his expression suddenly darkened. "Most of what's in this bucket was caught by me. I clearly remember there was absolutely no way a blue-ringed octopus could have gotten mixed in. So where did this thing come from?" Zhao Xiaopeng chimed in, I didn't even see any octopuses today. Just clams and cockles. There's no way I could have put it in there. How bizarre, a deadly blue ringed octopus appearing out of nowhere in a bucket. Thinking back carefully, he'd first talked with Manhwa at the dock, then helped the Liang brothers unload their catch, and finally assisted Uncle Zhao with Zhao Xiaopeng. During all that time, he hadn't really paid much attention to the bucket after all, it didn't hold anything valuable. Could someone have slipped it in while he wasn't looking? They were gambling that he'd get bitten and poisoned while cleaning it, or that he'd cook it without noticing and poison himself by eating it. Uncle Zhao clearly grasped this too, his expression darkening. This was deliberate, someone had planted it here. This was murder. The previous arson attack in the dead of night had targeted Lin Tao and his sister, but now the killer couldn't predict who might get bitten or accidentally eat the poisoned food. They didn't even care about the lives of Zhao Xiaopeng's family. This act was far more heinous than the arson. Zhao Xiaopeng was the first to lose his composure, veins bulging on his neck with rage. Which bastard is so hell-bent on killing people? Xiaopeng, calm down. There were so many people at the dock, how could we possibly identify the culprit? Even if we gathered the entire village, would the killer just walk up and confess? But it's true, because of me, you're all facing danger. To protect innocent people, I'm taking Xiaoyu to stay with my uncle for a while. My uncle is the current village chief. Even if someone wants to act, they'd have to think twice about what happens to those who mess with village officials. Aunt Zhao voiced her concern, is that really feasible? Will your uncle and aunt treat you both well? Lin Tao pressed his lips together. He knew staying at his uncle's place would mean living under someone else's roof, and life wouldn't be easy. But with the enemy lurking in the shadows, he couldn't let the Zhao Xiaopeng family, who had shown him genuine kindness, continue living in constant fear. It'll be fine, Aunt Zhao, he assured her. I just need a place to shelter from the storm. Once the killer is caught, I'll bring Xiaoyu back. All right. If you suffer any injustice, come back. Neither I nor Uncle Zhao will fear that underhanded bastard. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu by the hand and headed to Uncle Lin's house. Along the way, Little Rain innocently asked, Brother, why aren't we staying at Brother Xiaopeng's house anymore? Lin Tao sighed. I'll tell you later, little brother. Don't be scared, when we get to Grandpa's place I'll protect you. Mei-chem, wherever you are is home. Knocking on Uncle Lin's courtyard gate, footsteps soon echoed from within. Who's there? The door was opened by Chenju, the aunt of the original owner. On any other day, seeing Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu would have made Chenju's face stretch into a long frown. But today, her smile stretched so wide it crinkled the corners of her eyes. Oh, little Tao's here. Come on in. Auntie, Xiaoyu and I will be staying with you for a while. You should have come long ago. You two bear the Lin surname. What business do you have staying at the Zhao household? Chenju discreetly eyed Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu before asking, did you bring back everything you needed? Lin Tao guessed what she meant and sneered inwardly. So that's what she was up to. He pretended not to understand and said, we were so focused on escaping the fire that we didn't bring anything. We'll need Auntie to prepare pillows, quilts, and such for us. As he spoke, he walked into the room. Spotting the sewing machine, he added, Auntie even has a sewing machine. We'll have to trouble her to make us a few extra sets of clothes when she has time. Chenju gritted her teeth in anger behind him, thinking to herself, if it weren't for her husband's reputation and the fact that Lin Tao had made a decent amount of money, who would want 2 extra mouths to feed in the house? From the way he spoke, did that mean the money had been burned up in the fire too? The thought made Chenju wince with pain, as if it were her own money that had been burned. Though resentful inside, she forced a polite smile. We'll discuss the clothes later. Your cousin June is still studying in the city, everything costs money. Your uncle and I are tight on cash right now. The June Chenju referred to was the original owner's cousin, Lin Jun, who was currently attending high school in the city. Lin Tao ran his fingers over the fabric draped on the rack, polyester, no less. Seems Uncle Lin hasn't been short on perks since becoming village chief. But Auntie, you've got fabric right here, don't you? Chapter 71, Palm-Sized Abalone. Chenju immediately snatched the fabric off the rack and clutched it to her chest. Though Lin Tao's hands were clean and left no fingerprints on the material, Chenju still felt it was tainted. This fabric was saved by both of us, scrimping and saving, to make a shirt for your Jungu. If he hadn't written a few days ago saying white shirts were all the rage at city high schools, we'd never have dared to buy it. I'll find you some hand-me-downs from your brother and your uncle. You can make do with those for now. It's not like it's a holiday or anything, why wear new clothes? Lin Tao saw she was still as stingy as ever, a faint, mocking smile curling his lips. Auntie, I can manage, but Xiaoyu is a young girl. She can't very well wear hand-me-downs from men. Earlier, Aunt Chenhua made Xiaoyu a polyester skirt, but it got burned in the fire. This piece of fabric you have is big enough to patch together something for her. You wouldn't be too stingy to spare the scraps, would you? After Lin Tao finished speaking, Chenju's face darkened even more. She'd been planning to dye the leftover scraps from her son's shirt to make herself a waistcoat. That little brat Lin Tao just had to pick a fight with this polyester fabric, didn't he? Just then, Lin Xiaoyu stepped out from behind Lin Tao and said to Chenju, "Auntie, Aunt Zhao even made me new clothes before." An outsider treated the siblings so kindly, yet here she was, the aunt, being stingy with scraps. If these two little brats spread word of it, their family's reputation in Baisha village would take a hit. Now that her husband had just taken office as village chief, higher-ups might come inspecting any day. She couldn't afford to be careless. With that thought, Chenju plastered on a fake smile. "Oh, Xiaodao, what nonsense are you talking about? How could your auntie be stingy? Forget scraps, tomorrow I'll buy fabric to make you new clothes. How could we possibly trouble you, auntie? We're family, no trouble at all, no trouble at all." Chenju led the siblings to a side room in the northwest corner of the courtyard. The room wasn't large, and at first glance, it seemed reasonably tidy, though it was permeated with a musty, earthy smell. Inside stood a table, a floor-to-ceiling wardrobe, and two single beds. They looked well worn, as if recently moved, and dust still clung to their surfaces, leaving streaks of dried mud and water stains. Though it was the northwest corner room, the south-facing window ensured ample daylight. "Xiaotao, you and Xiaoyu will stay in this room from now on. There's a curtain between the beds, so you won't be seen when changing clothes." "It's fine." Uncle Lin's house was considerably larger than the original owners, with 4 rooms in the main building alone. Lin Jun was studying in the city, so his room was naturally vacant. Even with 2 empty rooms available, Uncle Lin and Auntie Lin still chose to put the siblings in the smallest, most dilapidated side room. You could see the kind of people they were. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Lin Tao swallowed his resentment and told Chenju, "Alright." After Chenju left, Lin Xiaoyu barely sat on the bed before hearing a shrill, creaking sound as if it might fall apart. Startled, she jumped up immediately. A thin mattress lay on the bed. Lin Tao lay down, feeling every uncomfortable splinter pressing into his body. He dared not turn over, afraid he might accidentally break the bed apart. "Bro, how am I supposed to sleep on this bed? I'm scared." "Don't worry, I'll figure something out. You'll definitely sleep well tonight." The siblings tidied the room meticulously. Just as they finished and were about to rest, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Tao's mind. "Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points, large individual abalone sighted at Crescent Reef today. Host intelligence level for 83 points. Host, please review promptly. Finally, not white intelligence. Xiaoyu, I'm heading out to gather seafood. Stay home and wait for me to return. Don't go out on your own." "Got it, big bro. Go ahead." After instructing his sister, Lin Tao headed straight out the courtyard gate. Chenju, watering the vegetable garden inside, couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind and pretended not to see him. No sooner had Lin Tao left than Chenju straightened up, tossed the watering can back into the bucket, and called out toward the side room, "Xiaoyu, come help your aunt with some chores." "Coming, auntie. What do you need? Are you that clueless? Finish watering this bucket, then fetch more from the well. No slacking off." Though Lin Xiaoyu felt hurt inside, she obediently followed orders to avoid causing trouble for Lin Tao. Chenju gave a sharp, disapproving snort before turning back into the room. She sat down at the sewing machine and began making clothes for Lin Jun. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng paddled their skiff to Crescent Reef, where oysters still clung thickly to the rocks. This time, their target wasn't the oysters, but the abalone hiding in the submerged crevices beneath the reef. "Ding! Host has arrived near target location. Xiaopeng, the rocks at Crescent Reef are sharp. Watch your step so you don't slip." "Don't worry, bro." The brothers began searching around Crescent Reef for traces of abalone. "Bro, look at all these abalone. They're huge." Zhao Xiaopeng cheered excitedly, beckoning Lin Tao over. In the puddle at his feet, over a dozen palm-sized ear abalone clung to the rocks. Though not as valuable as the wrinkled abalone from northern waters, they were still a premium seafood delicacy. Lin Tao pried one off the rock with his knife, weighing it in his hand. It must have been 6 or 7 ounces. "Xiaopeng, be careful when catching abalone, they can sting you through the tiny holes in their shells. We only want the big ones, leave the small ones behind." "Got it." Lin Tao scooped up every abalone in the water pool before turning to search other areas. After over 2 hours of hard work, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng had filled 3 large buckets with large ear abalone and had also picked a bucket of oysters. It was now just past noon, the hottest part of the day, so the brothers decided to take the ear abalone home first. "Xiaopeng, leave the abalone at your place. I'll take this bucket of oysters back. We'll meet at the pier when it's almost time." "All right." Lin Tao carried the oysters back to Uncle Lin's house. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Xiaoyu sitting on a small stool beside the well, scrubbing dishes in a basin. "Brother, you're back." Lin Tao hurried over. Seeing his sister's sun-reddened face, he frowned and asked, "Who told you to do this?" "Yes, I wanted to help auntie." "Wash your hands and come inside. I'll finish the rest." Just as Lin Xiaoyu stood up, her stomach growled loudly. She quickly covered her stomach and backed away a few steps, afraid Lin Tao might hear. "Xiaoyu, didn't you eat lunch?" "I did." Lin Tao stared at Lin Xiaoyu's evasive eyes and knew his sister was lying. He frowned and asked sternly, "Really? Then what did you eat for lunch?" Xiaoyu, you can't lie to your brother. Xiaoyu was still young. Seeing her brother's anger, she finally hesitantly said, tugging at her shirt hem, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just didn't want to trouble you." As his sister's voice grew fainter, Lin Tao felt a sharp pang in his heart. Chapter 72, another 300 plus yuan earned. Lin Tao sighed, pulling Lin Xiaoyu into his arms. "I told you, you don't have to be so sensible around me. Otherwise, I'll feel useless. Tell me what really happened." Lin Xiaoyu sniffed and mumbled in a muffled voice, "Grandma didn't call me for lunch. I was hungry, so I asked her if there was any food. She said Grandpa was eating at the village committee canteen and wouldn't be back for lunch. She forgot I was still at home, so she didn't make me any food. She didn't cook for you, yet she has the nerve to make you wash the dishes? Auntie said to wait for you and eat with you." Just then, Chenju emerged from the house. Spotting Lin Tao carrying the water bucket, she beamed and called out, "Little Tao's back. Auntie, if you don't want to take us in, we can go back to Uncle Zhao's place. There's no need to treat us like this, is there?" Lin Tao's face darkened with anger. His precious little sister wasn't someone to be bullied. Chenju shot Lin Xiaoyu a sharp glance before feigning innocence. "Xiao Tao, you're wronging your auntie. How could an elder like me bully Xiaoyu?" Lin Xiaoyu hid in Lin Tao's arms and complained to Chenju, "Brother, auntie made me fetch water to irrigate the fields. I even heard her call us freeloaders. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chenju, exposed and furious, lunged forward to grab Lin Xiaoyu by the throat, but Lin Tao stepped in just in time to block her. "I trust my sister wouldn't slander an elder for no reason. But that aside, why didn't you cook for Xiaoyu?" Chenju stammered guiltily. "I genuinely forgot. Since your uncle doesn't come back for lunch, I usually just slap together some flatbread and cold water for a quick meal. I figured you weren't back yet, and I didn't know what you two like to eat. I was going to wait until you got home and make something nice for both of you." Lin Tao gave a sarcastic chuckle. "So that's how it is. No need to trouble auntie to cook then. I'll manage myself. Oh, and my sister just recovered from an illness, she's still weak. If there's any work to be done, leave it to me." With that, Lin Tao carried the bucket toward the kitchen. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated over whether to finish washing the dishes in the basin before being pulled away by Lin Tao. Lin Tao surveyed the kitchen, opening every jar and bottle in the cupboards to inspect and sniff them. He scooped out 2 servings of rice from the rice bin, rinsed it thoroughly, and poured it into the pot. Spotting a dried, cured pork hanging from the beam, he climbed a stool to take it down. He soaked it in a basin and scrubbed away the surface dust with a loofah sponge. Chenju stood by the doorway and gasped in horror when she saw him touching her precious cured pork. "Oh my goodness! That was meant for the New Year feast. Lin Tao, how could you be so greedy? Didn't auntie say she wanted Xiaoyu and me to eat something nice? Could it be she was just being polite? No way, haha." Lin Tao sliced the scrubbed clean cured pork into thin pieces and spread them evenly over the rice. He covered the pot and stoked the fire. While it simmered, he went to the vegetable patch and picked 3 cucumbers, pulled 2 scallions and a small bunch of chives, plucked a head of garlic from the braid hanging by the door, and scooped 3 fresh eggs from the chicken coop in the corner. He sliced the cucumbers into diamond shapes, beat the eggs in a bowl, minced the scallions and garlic, and chopped the chives into small sections. Uncle Lin's stove had 2 pots, one large, one small, much more convenient than the original owner's setup. When the aroma of rice and meat began wafting from the large pot, it signaled the dish was nearly ready. Lin Tao scooped a generous spoonful of lard from the jar and tossed it into the wok. Once the oil sizzled, he poured in the beaten eggs. With a crackle, they quickly puffed up into golden scrambled bits. After transferring the eggs to a plate, he added chopped scallions and minced ginger to the residual oil in the wok to release their fragrance. Next, he tossed in cucumber slices and stir-fried them until slightly tender. He then returned the eggs to the wok, drizzled in soy sauce, and stirred everything together until well combined. He wiped the wok clean, added fresh oil, and stir-fried chopped Chinese chives until wilted. He then tossed in cleaned raw oysters. Since the oysters were naturally salty, he finished the dish with a few drops of sesame oil for added fragrance and flavor. The stir-fried cucumber and eggs, along with the leek and oyster dish, were ready. The cured pork and rice were also served. The plump grains of rice were infused with the cured pork's fat, each glistening with oil. The steamed cured pork, with its distinct layers of fat and lean meat, was translucent and mouth-watering. Lin Tao scooped the rice and cured pork from the pot into an enamel bowl, scraping up every last bit of the crispy rice stuck to the bottom. Xiaoyu grabbed the dishes. "Let's head back to the room to eat." Seeing Chenju standing by the door, too heartbroken to speak, Lin Tao added, "Auntie, you already had lunch, right? I only made enough for Xiaoyu and me. We'll all eat together tonight. We're not picky." With that, he led Lin Xiaoyu back inside. Chenju stared at the pot, now so clean it looked like a dog had licked it, her heart aching with both sorrow and resentment. "Those damn 2 unlucky stars. Brother, isn't what we did a bit wrong?" Lin Xiaoyu held her rice bowl and looked up at Lin Tao. "It's fine, Xiaoyu. There's an old saying, if they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. But if they mess with me, I'll mess with them. If they treat us sincerely, we'll return that sincerity. As dusk approached, Lin Tao met Zhao Xiaopeng at the dock. The Liang brothers were already waiting for him on shore. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng tossed the abalone into the seafood crate while counting them exactly 100, not one more or less. Though fresh abalone fetched less than the dried variety, the exceptional quality of Lin Tao's catch rarely seen on the market prompted the Liang brothers to offer a premium price of 5 yuan 50 per pound. Its value rivaled that of the plum blossom sea cucumbers from their last transaction. If they had been wrinkled turban abalone, the price would have been even higher, but unfortunately, they weren't found in the southeastern peninsula. After weighing them, the total came to 68 jin and 5 liang. Following their usual practice, the Liang brothers rounded down the weight and handed Lin Tao 377 yuan. Oh, and Xiao Tao, these bills are from the boss, we were told to bring them to you. Keep them safe. We've also made arrangements with the brick factory, you'll definitely get top quality bricks. Liang Ji pulled a stack of bills bound with a rubber band from his leather bag and handed it to Lin Tao along with the cash. As the Jinsha hotel van pulled away, some villagers at the dock started heckling. Lin Tao, you've made a killing today. Since we all saw it, can't you share a little with us? Yeah, Lin Tao. We're all from the same village. Now that you've made it big, can't you pull us up with you? Our family invested in you. We deserve a share of the profits. Hand over the money. Lin Tao ignored them, counted out 100 yuan, and handed it to Zhao Xiaopeng. Here. Don't lose it. Suddenly, someone threw a fish from the boat, smacking it right into Lin Tao's face. The fish's slimy, foul-smelling mucus splattered all over him. Lin Tao, you took the village's money and now you dared to keep it all for yourself? Share the profits. Yeah, share the money. With someone taking the lead, other villagers on the pier joined in, grabbing small fish to hurl at Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng. Some even threw sea urchins at them. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao watched their brothers being bullied and immediately shouted, "Stop throwing things! What are you doing?" Chapter 73, A tiger that doesn't roar is mistaken for a sick cat. But the incensed villagers paid no heed to Uncle and Aunt Zhao's pleas, continuing their assault on Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng. Lin Tao dragged Zhao Xiaopeng along as they dodged frantically, shouting at the villagers. You only get a share of the profits once the boat sets sail. And that's a year-end dividend. If you're so impatient and distrustful now, I'll go to the city and get my money back to pay you. But from now on, no matter how much I earn, not a single penny will have anything to do with you. Think it through carefully. And if any of you come asking for your money back, I, Lin Tao, will never partner with you again. Hearing Lin Tao's words, the previously restless villagers suddenly fell silent, plunging into a deathly stillness. Hearing my brother won't share the profits with you, you're all speechless? The one who was yelling the loudest and throwing the most stuff earlier, come out here. I'll give you back every penny your family invested. You beggars who complain about the food being spoiled, you deserve to be poor your whole lives. Zhao Xiaopeng, enraged, hurled insults at the villagers gathered on the dock. Yet no matter how fiercely he cursed, no one in the crowd dared step forward. After all, the ringleaders were conservative holdouts who hadn't invested a cent, they'd only joined to spite and bully Lin Tao. Put. Folks, I'm giving you a chance to back out now. Since no one's stepping forward, I don't want to see what just happened repeated. These days, people eager to make big money and live well are everywhere. I can easily find partners in other villages. You accused me of profiting without caring for the village, so I offered you a share in the profits. Otherwise, I could have ignored you entirely, leaving you to scrape by year after year with barely a few dozen yuan, living lives where even meat was a luxury. I, Lin Tao, may be kind-hearted, but I'm no pushover. If this happens again, you'll bear the consequences yourselves. Lin Tao's voice wasn't loud, but to the villagers, it thundered in their ears. Fearing Lin Tao might genuinely exclude them from future profit sharing, some reluctantly stepped forward to apologize, followed by a growing crowd. Lin Tao said nothing, his icy gaze sweeping over each face. He handed the brick vouchers and other material vouchers to Uncle Zhao, then pulled out 50 yuan separately. Thanks for helping keep an eye on the construction, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhao Heir. This 50 is for Uncle Zhao Heir. Lin Tao's generosity stunned the villagers. They couldn't believe Zhao Heir could pocket 50 yuan just for supervising the bricklayers, and envy burned fiercely in their hearts. Young man, Uncle Xiaopeng and I are both your elders. Helping a child like you shouldn't require payment. Take it back. Uncle Zhao, I haven't given you anything separately, but Uncle Zhao Heir must have his share. If he refuses, tell him it's for his carpentry work once the house is built. Knowing Lin Tao's stubborn nature, once he set his mind on something, not even 10 horses could pull him back. Uncle Zhao reluctantly accepted the money. After finishing his work at the dock, Lin Tao returned home as dusk fell. Smoke curled from the chimneys of neighboring houses, but none rose from Uncle Lin's home. No sooner had he stepped through the door than he heard Uncle Lin's angry shouts. You little bastard! Get on your knees! Lin Tao froze, pointing at himself. Me? Uncle Lin brandished a bamboo ruler, pointing it at Lin Tao as he raged. You two siblings have ruined all the meat we saved for the New Year feast. How did the Lin family produce such a treacherous, lazy, and deceitful good-for-nothing like you? Your parents would turn in their graves. Hearing sobs, Lin Tao noticed Lin Xiaoyu kneeling behind his uncle. Her head was bowed, hands raised high above her head, palms still glowing red. Beside them, Chen Ju continued to spit venom with her sarcastic remarks. TSK, Lin Tao, you've really made something of yourself. Making money changes everything, doesn't it? You haven't even come home yet, and the gossip has already reached my ears and your uncle's. You hand out 50, 100 at a time, so generous with that Zhao guy. Yet you never give me or your uncle a single penny. Why don't you just change your surname to Zhao and call that Zhao Laosan your real father? Already seething from the barrage of insults, Lin Tao was enraged to learn these two old fools had dared to beat his little sister, Lin Xiaoyu, while he was away. Forget respecting elders, he snatched the ruler and smacked it twice across the faces of his uncle and Chen Ju. What the hell are these two old fools spouting? Say one more word about my parents, and I'll beat you both to meet my grandparents in the afterlife. And you dare hit Xiaoyu? If my parents were here, I'd bet you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on her head. Oh my god, you've lost your mind. You little bastard, I'm your aunt. How dare you hit me? Lin Tao, you've lost your mind. I'm your own uncle. I'm beating both of you. If you think Xiaoyu and I are burdens, you shouldn't have gone looking for trouble at Uncle Zhao's place back then. You talked a good game then, but now you come to my house spouting this bull. Mark my words, today I'll show you what it means to be unable to get rid of a guest once invited. Lin Tao's ruler whipped through the air like a whirlwind as he chased Uncle Lin and his wife around the courtyard, both of them yelling and screaming. Neighbors hearing the commotion rushed to the gate to watch the spectacle. You two only care about my money, don't you? Let me tell you this, if you want peace, as long as Xiaoyu and I live under your roof, I won't shortchange you a penny. But if you have ulterior motives, I'm no saint either. Stop it, stop it. We know we were wrong. Your auntie and I promise we'll never shortchange you two again. Yes, shout out, it's your grandmother who was wrong. Hearing their pleas, Lin Tao finally stopped. He snapped the ruler in his hand clean in two with a loud crack, tossed it on the ground, and let out a cold snort. That's the spirit. Lin Tao hurried over and pulled Lin Xiaoyu up from the ground. She had been kneeling for who knows how long, and when he let go, she nearly fell back down. Seeing his sister's tear-streaked face, Lin Tao's heart ached. He blew on her palm. Brother came back too late. Brother. With a solid support, Lin Xiaoyu threw herself into Lin Tao's arms, her quiet sobs gradually turning into loud wails as if venting all the grievances she'd endured today. Lin Tao murmured soothing words while glaring at Uncle Lin and Chen Ju. Faced with Lin Tao's firm stance, Uncle Lin and Chen Ju, who had been trying to assert their seniority, suddenly became like dogs with their tails between their legs. Chen Ju, in particular, wore a forced, obsequious smile, her attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. Xiaoyu, your auntie and your uncle were in the wrong today. Your brother Jun's room is empty and unoccupied, you can stay there for now, Xiao. I've also cleaned out the room next door for Xiaoyu. Come, let your auntie show you inside. Chen Ju, holding a gas lamp, led Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu into the two rooms of the main house. They were clean, tidy, and fully furnished, a world apart from the small, dilapidated annex in the northwest corner. Lin Xiaoyu tugged quietly at Lin Tao's sleeve and whispered, Brother, auntie isn't lying to us, is she? Chapter 74, A Lucky Start, Ghost Head Knife. It's okay, Xiaoyu. Auntie definitely didn't lie to us. Chen Ju had not only prepared rooms for the siblings but thoughtfully left the household gas lamp in Lin Xiaoyu's room, saying she feared the girl might be afraid of the dark when getting up at night. Oh, Xiao, you haven't eaten yet. I'll go cook something for you right now. With that, Chen Ju hurried off to the kitchen, as if Lin Tao behind her were some kind of man-eating monster. Lin Tao sat on Lin Jun's bed. It was large and sturdy, no more worries about collapsing it with a rollover. The mattress beneath was thick, and for summer heat, an old-fashioned rattan mat covered the top layer, instantly cooling the surface. That evening, Chen Ju stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes, stewed a pot of the small fish Lin Tao had brought back, and baked a ring of corn cakes, quite a hearty meal. The couple ate in silence, occasionally glancing at Lin Tao before quickly looking down again, completely shedding their previous air of elders. After all, Lin Tao was a young, strong lad whose hands were truly heavy. The red marks left by the ruler on their faces hadn't faded yet, stinging fiercely at the slightest touch. After the meal, Lin Tao rose to clear the table, but Chen Ju hurriedly beat him to it. Put it down, I'll handle it. Once I've boiled the water, you and Xiaoyu can bathe and get to bed early. How can I let you do that? I'm putting you out, auntie. Lin Tao thought to himself. After all, he was staying under their roof. Since they were willing to show proper hospitality, he couldn't just take their kindness for granted. Besides, Uncle Lin and Auntie had once looked after the original owner and his 2 siblings for quite some time. So Lin Tao pulled 40 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Uncle and Auntie, it'll be at least 3 or 4 months before our new house is ready to move into. I'll give you 40 yuan a month to cover Xiaoyu's and my food and lodging. Chen Ju, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the cash, promptly pocketed it, her smile instantly growing more genuine. Oh, we're family. Why talk about money? Would your auntie let you go hungry? But once Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu went back inside, Chen Ju's expression changed. She frowned and jabbed her finger into Uncle Lin's side several times. Look at your precious nephew. He gives Zhao 50 bucks, brings that money-draining little brat to eat and stay at our place, and only pays 40 bucks a month? Isn't that slapping us both in the face? Fortunately, Uncle Lin retained some sense. He replied with displeasure. You've got to be out of your mind. 40 bucks is no small change. How much do we two earn combined in a month? I'm their uncle. Taking in my own niece and nephew and charging them this much? If word gets out, how can I keep my position as village chief? Chen Zhu snorted. You think you're so noble and self-righteous? Those half-grown kids are eating me out of house and home. Didn't you see how they practically polished off that whole pot of stewed fish last night? If they keep eating like that 3 times a day, how are we supposed to survive if he doesn't pay? Uncle Lin felt Chen Zhu had a point, but he still couldn't shake a nagging sense of guilt. Anyway, Lin Tao's doing well now. He earns more in a day than we do in a year. Since he's willing to contribute, not only will our Xiao Jun get into college, but he'll even have money saved up for a wife someday. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Jun is still Xiao Tao's older brother. We're not dead yet, why should we rely on Xiao Tao for money? Chen Zhu rolled her eyes. You old fool, don't forget Xiao Jun just telegraphed 2 days ago saying he's courting a classmate in the city whose family holds official positions. With such excellent prospects, do you think they'd agree to marry into this ramshackle shack? In the city, even the most modest wedding requires 3 sets of spinning wheels, 1 drum, and 72 legs all brand new. Beyond that, who knows how much dowry Xiao Jun's classmate's family will demand? If they ask for hundreds or even thousands, who else would you count on but Lin Tao? Facing reality, Uncle Lin hung his head even lower. He waved impatiently at Chen Zhu. Enough already. It's still way too early. Hearing this, Chen Zhu flared up even more. She shoved him hard. Early my ass. Xiao Jun is 2 years older than Lin Tao. If they get married and have kids now, they'll have to wait another year. Lin Jun was Chen Zhu's second child. She'd been pregnant once before him, but lost the baby in an accident while working. It took several years before she conceived Lin Jun, and she never got pregnant again after him. As the sole heir of the Lin family's main branch, Uncle Lin and his wife scrimped and saved to ensure Lin Jun could make something of himself. We'll see about bringing Xiao Jun home when the time comes. I'm going to bed. You hopeless piece of trash. How could I have been so blind to follow you? The next morning, Lin Tao woke up in bed. His eyes were still half closed as he gazed at the ceiling above him, feeling a bit dazed. Only after sitting up groggily did he remember he was staying at Uncle Lin's house. He walked into the courtyard to splash water on his face. Chen Zhu was already bustling about in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Golden intelligence 10 points. A large individual catfish has been spotted 10 nautical miles north of the harbor today. Host intelligence level 488 points. Host, please review immediately. The mechanical voice from the system instantly banished any lingering drowsiness from Lin Tao. Who would have thought yesterday was a green alert and today it's a gold alert? However, the location mentioned by the system was nearly 20 kilometers from the dock. If he and Zhao Xiaopeng paddled there in a small boat, they'd be exhausted before even arriving, let alone having the strength left to fish. And it was a large fish like the mudfish, easily weighing dozens of pounds. The excitement of the golden tip quickly faded as Lin Tao's mind filled with thoughts of how he would actually reel in the fish. In Baisha village, the barracuda was also known as the ghost-headed knifefish. In the 21st century, its price per gene wasn't particularly high. After all, with all kinds of high-end, sophisticated fishing gear, there wasn't much fish that couldn't be caught. But right now, ghost head knives were practically nowhere to be found on the market. Rarity drove up the price, naturally. Lin Tao, are you home? Come out quickly. Just as Lin Tao was fretting, the courtyard gate rattled loudly as someone knocked. Lin Tao went to open the door. The villager outside grabbed his arm, panting heavily. Lin Tao, a boat just arrived at the pier. The guy driving the car told us to come find you. Lin Tao followed the villager running toward the dock. From afar, he spotted a new fishing boat, its hull painted in striking red and blue, with the words Changrong boldly painted in yellow across its side. The Jinsha Hotel's car was parked on the shore. Lu Wenhu, whom he hadn't seen in ages, leaned against the car door, scanning the village entrance. Xiao Tao, over here. Brother, it's been ages. Lu Wenhu enthusiastically slung his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder, giving it a hearty pat as he laughed. Got you a new boat. There's a dedicated technician on board to help you get familiar with the operations. Oh, and here, take this. It's the money from those South Sea pearls you sold last time. Over 20 pearls fetched 500 yuan. Who'd have thought such little trinkets could be worth so much? Chapter 75, Baiting the Trap. Lu Wenhu pulled out a bundle of cash secured with a rubber band and handed it to Lin Tao. If you need anything for the house, just let me know. Thanks, bro. Zhao Xiaopeng overheard villagers talking about the new boat at the dock and hurried over, jogging up to the two men. Brother! Big brother Lu. His eyes lit up as he gestured toward the new vessel. Brother, we have a boat now. Although the boat Su Lingqian had arranged for Lin Tao wasn't as large as the production team's fishing vessels, its brand new hull and equipment gave it a much more impressive appearance. Lu Wenhu led Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng across the gangplank onto the new vessel. The technician guided the brothers through the equipment, teaching them how to operate it. Zhao Xiaopeng had worked on boats with his father before, so he was no stranger to the craft. Lin Tao, however, was a different story. The original owner had been a lazybones who never participated in the production team's work, and Lin Tao himself had no experience operating a fishing boat. At most, he'd piloted small yachts at sea, and even then, when fishing with anglers, there was always a dedicated captain. So now, everything seemed novel to him. Lin Tao spotted an equipment box. Opening it revealed 10 fishing rods, a landing net, fishing reels, fishing line, and even lures of various sizes. Though the craftsmanship was crude and rudimentary, nothing like the lifelike lures of the 21st century. Securing them was no small feat. These large barrels contain bait, perfect for your sea fishing. This is fantastic. But with a boat this size, including Manhwa, there were only 3 of them. They still didn't have enough hands. Just then, members of the production team began arriving at the dock one after another, preparing to board the ship for the sea voyage. Seeing Lin Tao's new vessel, many villagers couldn't help but express their admiration. Lin Tao called out to the villagers, "Is anyone else willing to work on my boat? 10 yuan per person for those who come aboard now. I need 7 people at most." No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 young men, roughly Lin Tao's age, stepped forward. Despite their elders' scolding, they made their way to Lin Tao's side. True to his word, Lin Tao paid each of them 10 yuan. Chen Hua, seeing he wasn't included, felt a twinge of resentment but swallowed it and said nothing. Just then, another figure emerged from the crowd. Li Hai, of all people. Before Lin Tao could speak, Zhao Xiaopeng blurted out impatiently, "You can't do it." Li Hai stiffened his neck defiantly. "Why can they do it, but I can't?" "Because of all the shady deals your family's pulled, and you had the nerve to step on my brother's boat." "Put. Zhao Xiaopeng, cut the crap. What unethical things has my family done? Aren't you just Lin Tao's lackey? Lin Tao hasn't even spoken yet. Who do you think you are?" After speaking, Li Hai turned to Lin Tao with a defiant look. To Zhao Xiaopeng's surprise, Lin Tao actually nodded in agreement. "Fine." Zhao Xiaopeng was stunned, grabbing Lin Tao's shoulders and shaking him back and forth. "Bro, you've lost your mind. Have you forgotten how they treated you before?" Lin Tao gave Zhao Xiaopeng a discreet look, gently pushed him away, and cleared his throat. "The fleet needs hands right now. Personal grudges can wait. Making money comes first." But Zhao Xiaopeng was thick as a brick. Even as Lin Tao's eyelid twitched from frustration, he failed to grasp the hint. He just thought Lin Tao must have lost his mind and turned away, sulking. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Tao sighed and continued addressing the villagers. "Any more? Lin Tao, you bastard, don't push it too far. Stealing people from the production team, you don't give a damn about me at all." Captain Chen couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at Lin Tao. The villagers exchanged glances, none daring to speak again. Just then, Uncle Zhao stepped forward from the crowd. "Xiao Tao, if you don't mind an old man like me joining in, I'll work with you." Captain Chen froze, staring at Uncle Zhao in disbelief. "Zhao Laosan, have you lost your mind? Joining these kids in their reckless antics? This is a betrayal of communism." "Captain, no need to pin labels on me. I just can't rest easy knowing these kids are sailing out on their own. The production team won't miss me much. With me steering Lin Tao's boat, their parents can at least feel a little more at ease, right? Even if I'm not as skilled at steering as you or old Lin, I can definitely ensure the kids sail out safely and return safely." At the mention of the original owner's father, Captain Chen's expression shifted subtly. After a long silence, he ignored Uncle Zhao and simply motioned for members of other production teams to board the boat. Lin Tao clasped Uncle Zhao's hand. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. No need for formalities. Let's get moving while the tide is still favorable." With a melodious whistle, Lin Tao and his Changrong set sail on their fishing voyage. Crammed into the cramped wheelhouse, Uncle Zhao steered the Changrong northward according to Lin Tao's directions. Leaning against the ship's rail, Zhao Xiaopeng watched the waves breaking around the vessel and couldn't help but let out an excited cry. "Woohoo!" Li Hai snickered beside him. "Zhao Xiaopeng, look at you getting all worked up. It's not like this is your first time out at sea. Just be grateful you're allowed on board. What do you know? This is our village's first privately owned joint venture vessel, you understand? Yeah, like you know anything. You didn't even pass the high school entrance exam. You little punk, you're asking for a beating. Like you're so great for passing the exam. You still have to work for my brother to earn your wages." Just as the two were about to come to blows, Lin Tao stepped out of the wheelhouse to intervene. "Anyone who keeps arguing gets thrown overboard to swim back to the dock." At that, Zhao Xiaopeng and Li Hai both fell silent and the boat instantly quieted. Li Hai snorted coldly and strode toward the bow, while Lin Tao pulled Zhao Xiaopeng toward the stern. "Bro, why'd you have to bring him on board?" Lin Tao whispered into Zhao Xiaopeng's ear, his voice hushed. "Did you forget how many times someone tried to kill me? Li Hai suddenly wanting to board the boat now? He's definitely planning some kind of accident to finish me off. I'm just setting him up to catch him red-handed. I see. But what if he actually succeeds? Zhao Xiaopeng strongly disapproved of Lin Tao's risky plan. After all, they weren't on land and they were already so far out from shore. If something went wrong, it would be trouble. Don't worry. If I had the guts to let him on board, I'd definitely be guarding against him. Just keep an eye on him without being too obvious, lest you alert him and scare the snake out of its hole. Should we tell my dad? The fewer people who know, the better. Let Uncle Zhao focus on steering the ship. Besides Uncle Zhao and Li Hai, the three newcomers aboard were Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiacheng. The three most common surnames in Baisha village were Li, Lin, and Zhao. Though sharing the same surname, they were essentially unrelated, having passed the 5 generations of kinship. Estimating they were nearing the system's designated area, Lin Tao returned to the wheelhouse and instructed Uncle Zhao to begin slowing down for a stop. Ding! Host has arrived near the target location. Chapter 76, Lin Tao, go to hell. Almost the instant the system's voice echoed in Lin Tao's mind, the Changrong came to a steady halt. Lower the nets. Manhwa, Zhao Xiaopeng, and the other 3 immediately obeyed the command and began deploying the nets. Li Hai stood nearby pretending to help, not forgetting to sneer, if you don't chase the waves, what fish could possibly be here? Just as I thought, a complete amateur who knows nothing. Li Hai, shut your trap. What my brother does is none of your damn business. You think I won't toss you overboard? Manhwa couldn't stand Li Hai's behavior since boarding the boat either. He backed Zhao Xiaopeng up. Li Hai, there are sharks in this sea. If Zhao Xiaopeng tosses you overboard to feed the fish, none of us could save you. Manhwa, I thought you used to look down on Lin Tao the most. How come after getting taken down by him once, you're suddenly acting like a little dog? Li Hai, are you trying to get yourself killed? After the fishing net was set, Manhwa punched Li Hai straight in the face, knocking the completely unprepared Li Hai flat on his back. Holy, Manhwa, you're serious? Li Hai wasn't one to take abuse lying down. He scrambled to his feet and lunged at Manhwa, and the two wrestled violently across the deck. Zhao Xiaopeng cheered from the sidelines, occasionally kicking Li Hai in the ribs for good measure. Lin Tao was about to grab the fishing rod and the prepared bait to reel in the live bait first. After all, the artificial bait was precious. If he didn't catch any fish and ended up losing the artificial bait, that would be a huge loss. Seeing the chaos on deck, he couldn't help but frown. The 3 newcomers stood dumbstruck nearby, unsure how to break up the fight. TSK. Lin Tao strode over, his face stern as he barked, all of you, get up. Manhwa was the first to obey, staggering to his feet. His face already bore several bruises as he glared viciously at Li Hai. After all, it was 2 against 1. Li Hai's situation looked dire. His vest had been torn open, hanging loosely and sagging, making him look both pitiful and comical. Bro, I'll vouch for him. Li Hai started it. He cursed you first, then went after Manhwa. Li Hai, you really think I wouldn't dare toss you overboard to feed the fish? If this were one of those deep-sea fishing boats, you'd have died countless times by now on the high seas. On my ship, you'd better curl up like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Once, twice, but never a third. If I catch you arguing with anyone else on this ship again, don't blame me for being harsh. I, Lin Tao, mean what I say. As he spoke, Lin Tao stepped closer to Li Hai. Don't forget, he warned, you're the only working member left in your family. If you end up useless like your brother, your whole family will be reduced to begging for scraps. At the mention of his elder brother Li Shan, hatred flared in Li Hai's eyes, unnoticed even by himself, but clearly seen by Lin Tao. His goal was precisely to provoke Li Hai, forcing him to lose his reason and strike first. After warning Li Hai, Lin Tao directed several men to take their gear and find spots on the deck to start fishing. Uncle Zhao remained in the wheelhouse, constantly monitoring the sea's movements. The sea's weather was notoriously unpredictable. Though the sky was clear now, within half an hour, dark clouds could gather and fierce winds could arise. Lin Tao deliberately positioned himself at the stern, away from the others. Yet, this spot allowed him to keep an eye on Zhao Xiaopeng's location if he paid close attention. Zhao Xiaopeng discreetly signaled to Lin Tao, who responded with an imperceptible nod. Lin Tao kept catching only small, insignificant fish, but these minnows were utterly unappealing to the swordfish. He had no choice but to patiently continue fishing for suitable live bait. Li Hai, alone on the opposite side of the deck, saw everyone else focused on fishing. He quietly moved toward Lin Tao's back, but after taking only a few steps, he was startled by Manhwa's shout. Lin Tao, look at what's out there on the sea. Manhwa, who had been standing at the bow, jogged over, pointing excitedly at the sea surface not far away. Lin Tao followed his gaze and saw a large, golden-green fish at least a meter long leap from the water, chasing after a flying fish. It's a swordfish. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Zhao emerged from the wheelhouse onto the deck. Where is the swordfish? Look, it's jumping again. Compared to the swordfish, the frantically fleeing flying fish seemed especially tiny. Unfortunately, it still couldn't escape its fate. The moment it hit the water, the swordfish bit down hard on its body. Having successfully captured its prey, the swordfish lingered beneath the surface. Swordfish usually travel in schools, there must be more lurking in this area. Everyone, give it your all. If we reel one in, we'll make a killing today. Alright. Inspired by Lin Tao's words, everyone on the boat except Li Hai grew excited. Lin Tao reeled in several sardines and flying fish, both prime live bait for barracuda, hooked them and cast them back into the sea. After about 10 minutes, Lin Tao spotted a shadow rising from the depths, gradually approaching the float. Here it comes. The sardines seemed to sense the approaching danger, thrashing frantically in the water. Lin Tao knew the swordfish had taken interest in the live bait. Just as the swordfish swallowed the sardine whole and turned to dive back into the sea, Lin Tao immediately lifted his rod and reeled in the line. The barracuda was hooked. As a large predatory fish, the swordfish swam swiftly in the ocean and exerted tremendous pulling force. It was far trickier to handle than the grouper, which relied solely on its weight to overpower. Fortunately, Lin Tao had prior experience catching barracudas. This fish is a favorite among lure anglers because the fight offers an incredibly satisfying feel. However, his current gear wasn't up to par, so he had to proceed cautiously. The barracuda was hooked through its upper jaw. The pain prevented it from diving deeper, forcing it to thrash near the surface. It struggled desperately, trying to shake the line's tension and drive the hook deeper into its wound. As Lin Tao felt the line slacken and began reeling it in, he was suddenly yanked forward. Luckily, he didn't tumble over the gunnel. This barracuda was tricky, quite interesting. Judging by the fins breaking the surface, Lin Tao estimated it was at least a meter long and likely weighed over 100 pounds. He had to reel it in today. The barracuda thrashed relentlessly on the surface, occasionally leaping high enough to send spray flying. Meanwhile, Manhwa had hooked one too. I've got one too. This ghost head knifefish is way too powerful. Come help me, guys, I can't pull it in. Lacking experience wrestling such a large fish, Manhwa struggled far more than Lin Tao. Feeling he couldn't handle it alone, he urgently called for others to come assist. Li Hai saw that everyone else had been drawn toward Manhwa, while Lin Tao was already wedged against the ship's rail. If he struck Lin Tao unconscious from behind and tossed him into the sea now, Lin Tao would surely be finished. The thought made a cruel smile curve his lips, his eyes flashing with vicious intent. He drew the hammer he'd stolen from the wheelhouse toolbox and tucked behind his waist, creeping silently toward Lin Tao from behind. Lin Tao, you're going to die. Chapter 77, A Good for Nothing is a Good for Nothing. Just as Li Hai thought his plan was about to succeed, Uncle Zhao suddenly appeared from the other side and helped Lin Tao reel in the line. The long-awaited opportunity vanished in an instant, leaving Li Hai seething with frustration. He could only wait for the next chance. Wow, this swordfish is incredibly powerful. I've been fishing for decades, and this is the first time I've encountered one like this. Uncle Zhao was, after all, a seasoned veteran with decades of sea fishing experience. Though he grumbled about the difficulty, he handled the tug-of-war with this massive ghost-head knifefish with ease. With Uncle Zhao's help, Lin Tao finally caught his breath. Working together, they hauled the exhausted barracuda closer and called for Zhao Xiaopeng to bring the landing net. As the swordfish was hauled onto the deck, it still thrashed its massive body, gleaming beautifully in the sunlight. Lin Tao drew a sharp knife from his waist, aimed it at the swordfish's head, and plunged it in with all his might. The bulging veins and taut muscles on his arm revealed the immense force he exerted. The swordfish's head was instantly pierced through, its struggles significantly less violent than before. Bro, you just killed it. Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't understand why Lin Tao was doing this. He thought live fish fetched a higher price once dead, it wouldn't sell for much. Lin Tao twisted his wrist, stirring inside the fish head for a moment before shifting to the tail and slashing open a cut, exposing the ghost head knife spine. Go get me a thin piece of wire from the toolbox. Got it. Zhao Xiaopeng was still confused, but he obeyed and ran to fetch the wire. By then, others had helped Manhwa reel in his own ghost head knifefish. They gathered around, watching Lin Tao's work with curiosity. Lin Tao thrust the wire into the ghost head knife's spine, twisted it several times inside, then slit open the flesh from the wound near the head all the way to the tail. The fish's body, originally golden green, slowly turned blue and lay completely still. Only after finishing with the swordfish did Lin Tao explain to the others on the boat. With fast-swimming big fish like swordfish and tuna, you have to kill them quickly after catching them to bleed them out and remove the acidity. Otherwise, the meat will be ruined and won't taste good. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded with a look of half-understanding, then gave Lin Tao a thumbs up. You really know your stuff, bro. Lin Tao directed Manhwa and the others to hang the swordfish upside down on a rack for easier bleeding, then turned his attention to processing Manhwa's catch. Li Hai rolled his eyes dismissively, convinced Lin Tao was just a novice who'd made up this nonsense to show off. Even Uncle Zhao doesn't know these things. Where did you learn this nonsense? You've just ruined a big fish for nothing. Li Hai, if you're so confident, go catch a swordfish yourself and show us before you talk. Fine, I'll fish one. What's the big deal? Just wait and see. Fuming with embarrassment, Li Hai stood on deck with his rod for over an hour without a single bite. Zhao Xiaopeng approached with a smirk. Oh, still fishing? Looks like noon's almost here. We're grabbing lunch. You can fish here by yourself. The production team members working on the boat would bring lunchboxes and water bottles prepared by their families before setting out in the morning, so they could have a quick meal on the boat at noon. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng hadn't planned to go out to sea today, so they were the only ones who boarded empty-handed. Uncle Zhao immediately shared his own lunch with the two brothers. At my age, skipping a meal won't hurt. But you two are still growing, you can't go hungry. Lin Tao shook his head, pulling out a corn cake from his lunchbox. That won't do. Uncle Zhao, you're the one steering the Changrong. I'll manage with just this. Zhao Xiaopeng pushed his lunchbox toward Uncle Zhao too. Dad, if you won't eat, neither will we. You two little rascals, sigh. Just as Lin Tao sat eating his cornbread and drinking cold water, a chicken drumstick suddenly appeared before him. He looked up to see Chen Hua. Chen Hua glanced awkwardly to the side. I'm full. It's a waste to leave this drumstick. You take it. Li Jian suddenly leaned in from beside him, eyes fixed on the drumstick as he swallowed hard. Brother Zhu, if you're not eating it, give it to me. I'm still hungry. Eat? Eat my ass. Your mom packed you 2 huge lunchboxes and you finished them all, and you're still not full? You want more? Chen Hua gave Li Jian a sharp tap on the head before shoving the drumstick into Lin Tao's hands. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, those greedy bastards will snatch it away. Lin Tao stared blankly at the drumstick in his hand for a moment, then a faint smile curved his lips. Thanks. Chen Hua shot Lin Tao a quick glance before turning away. We're all in the same boat. What's with the thanks? You sound like a sissy. Zhao Xiaopeng noticed Lin Tao munching on the chicken leg and asked curiously, Bro, where'd you get that? Lin Tao pointed at Chen Hua without saying a word. Huh? Did something get into this kid? He's being unusually nice. Hope he didn't just pick it up off the ground before giving it to you. Since he's being kind, don't speculate like that. Got it, bro. After finishing their meal, Uncle Zhao steered the fishing boat to chase the waves and continue catching fish. But Li Hai anxiously jumped up, insisting he hadn't caught a swordfish yet and couldn't leave. Lin Tao looked at Li Hai with calm resignation. Who do you think you are? The boat doesn't stop just because you say so. Do you have any idea how much diesel the engine burns in a day? We'll be stuck here waiting for you until dark, and you still won't catch anything. Uncle Zhao, start the boat. Staring at the bucket by his feet filled with only a few small fish, Li Hai grew increasingly frustrated. He tried to kick it over, but the wet deck made him slip and fall flat on his face, landing in utter disarray. As the fishing boat moved forward, the weight of the submerged nets grew noticeably heavier. Several young men operated the machinery to haul the nets up. 6 nets had been set on both sides of the boat, each weighing about 200 or 300 pounds. The sun gradually sank toward the west, and the direction of the waves shifted imperceptibly. The sea temperature dropped steadily as the sunlight faded, yet the onshore breeze remained warm. Before nightfall, the harbor lighthouse had already lit up. As the Changrong returned to port, it happened to cross paths with the village fishing boats. Uncle Zhao deliberately sounded the horn as if to show off. But with only a few of them, sorting the catch proved troublesome. Fortunately, the families of the 3 young men were willing to lend a hand. The Liang brothers waiting ashore rolled up their sleeves and trouser legs, joining the bustling effort. Sorting the catch alone took nearly 3 hours, leaving only a sliver of fiery sunset glow lingering on the horizon. Lin Tao wiped the sweat from his face with his arm. They really needed more hands. After sorting, most of the catch turned out to be sardines and yellow croaker, with a few crabs, hairtail, and yellow croaker mixed in, though not many. The Liang brothers prioritized selecting the prime catches for the Golden Sand Hotel, including those 3 swordfish. What to do with the rest of the catch? Chapter 78, A Family of Irresponsible Good-for-Nothings. Lin Tao frowned at the nearly 2,000 pounds of miscellaneous fish left on the boat. He and Su Lingqian had signed an agreement stipulating that the catch was exclusively for the Golden Sands Hotel, but it hadn't mentioned what to do with the leftover fish. The swordfish guaranteed a solid profit this time, but they couldn't just go out to sea when there were golden opportunities. Besides the diesel costs for each voyage, regular maintenance and repairs were inevitable expenses. He also had to pay the crew's wages. This couldn't be a money-losing venture. The Liang brothers chuckled and slapped Lin Tao on the shoulder. Before we came, the boss told us you could sell the fish left over after Sands Hotel's selection to the cooperative, as long as it wasn't going to other individual restaurants or the like. Hearing this, Lin Tao finally exhaled in relief. That would be fine otherwise, having to dump back into the sea the fish he'd worked so hard to catch would break his heart. The 3 barracudas weighed a total of 260 jin. Lin Tao's was the heaviest at 120 jin. Since their taste was mediocre but they were rare in the market, the Liang brothers offered only 2 yuan per jin. Combined with the other catches, they sold for a total of 560 yuan. The young crew on the Changrong immediately erupted in excited cheers. Lin Tao took 50 yuan from the pile and handed it to Chen Hua. Chen Hua stared at the money, stunned. Why are you giving me so much? Besides Xiaopeng, you're the first one who stepped up to work with me. We got off to a great start today, and you deserve your share. Chen Hua clutched the 5 large denomination notes in his hand, his lips trembling for a long moment before he could speak. Earlier that morning, he'd felt resentful that Lin Tao had distributed money to others but not to him. Now he realized how petty he'd been. Thanks. What's there to thank me for? You earned it. Keep up the good work. Li Hai, who hadn't gotten any money, challenged Lin Tao indignantly. Lin Tao, I can see where your heart lies. Why did you give Manhwa $50? What about the rest of us? Lin Tao frowned. What's with all the yelling? Just because you're tagging along on the boat today, you think we're blind? One more word, and you won't be sailing with the Changrong anymore. You're complaining before I've even pointed out your faults. You have zero self-awareness. Li Hai was rendered speechless by Lin Tao's sharp retort. The volume of Lin Tao's voice drew a crowd of onlookers from the dock. Li Hai's face flushed red, then drained pale, wishing he could sink into a hole. He'd come aboard today intending to find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Tao. Instead, a few words had ignited his competitive spirit. Obsessed with fishing to prove himself, he ended up failing to eliminate anyone and catching no fish, wasting an entire day at sea. Lin Tao paid him no further mind, selling all the leftover trash fish from the boat to the cooperative. He didn't care much for work points after all. In a few years, when the commune was fully dissolved and the household responsibility system was widely implemented, those points would become worthless. These points would be evenly distributed among the crew of the Changrong at year-end. The fishing boats of Baisha village watched the Changrong set sail for the first time. With just a handful of crew, it looked like a makeshift operation. Yet they managed to earn so much money that it made everyone else itch with envy. Back home, Lin Xiaoyu dashed out of the house to greet him, throwing herself into Lin Tao's arms. Bro, what took you so long to get back? I was out making big bucks for our little you. Did you miss your big bro? As the siblings were talking, Lin Tao spotted a young man about his age coming out of the house. Their eyes met. Lin Jun, when did you get back? The young man was none other than Uncle Lin and Chenju's son, the original owner's cousin, Lin Jun. Lin Jun wore a crisp white dress shirt paired with tailored slacks. His hair seemed slicked back with gel, combed with meticulous precision. Despite his young age, he carried an unnatural air of maturity. Even as a child, Lin Jun had only a lukewarm relationship with the original host's siblings. After growing up and gaining some education, he looked down on them. Though they shared the same grandparents, their relationship was as distant as strangers. Lin Jun gave Lin Tao a cold, almost cutting glance. This is my home. Do I need to report my comings and goings to you? Seeing his attitude, Lin Tao couldn't be bothered to argue. He grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hand and headed straight for the kitchen. Auntie, what's cooking tonight? It smells amazing. I caught the scent the moment I turned the corner. Two dishes sat on the kitchen counter: scallion fried eggs and stir-fried shrimp, while braised pork simmered in the pot. The main dish was fried bread slices, accompanied by a plate of fried peanuts and sliced cucumbers. For Baisha village, this spread was practically a feast fit for the new year. Chenju called out to Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu to help carry the dishes to the table. As the last dish was placed on the table, Lin Tao was about to serve a piece of braised pork to Lin Xiaoyu when he saw Chenju carry the plate of braised pork over to Lin Jun. Her face beamed with pride. Xiao Jun, eat a few more pieces of meat. You've gotten so thin studying in the city. This whole table of food was made especially for you. Ignoring Chenju, Lin Tao served Lin Xiaoyu a different dish. Brother, I want meat. Sure, I'll get you some. Before Lin Tao could even lift his chopsticks, Chenju suddenly placed the plate of stir-fried shrimp in front of the siblings. Braised pork is so greasy. Eat more shrimp. Lin Xiaoyu pouted in displeasure and muttered under her breath, Brother Jun's already had several pieces. I want me too. TSK, you little glutton. And you call yourself a girl. Lin Tao slammed his chopsticks down on the table, his eyes clouding over with coldness. Auntie, I'd advise you to think before you speak. With that, Lin Tao stood up, took the plate of braised pork, and replaced it with the stir-fried shrimp. He scooped 5 or 6 pieces of pork into Lin Xiaoyu's bowl. Xiaoyu, eat up. Lin Jun frowned at the fried shrimp before him. Prawns were the most plentiful thing in the fishing village. He'd eaten them since childhood, and even fried ones tasted like chewing wax, nothing compared to braised pork. Lin Tao, what do you think you're doing? Staying at my place eating and drinking for free, and treating my mom like this? Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Jun's haughty demeanor, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. Lin Jun, if it weren't for me, do you think you'd be sitting here eating this feast today? He then turned to Chenju and said, Auntie, I gave you so much money. What's the deal? My sister and I aren't even worthy of a piece of meat? Money? What money? Lin Tao, explain yourself. Chenju pressed her lips together, hesitating to speak. Uncle Lin, already embarrassed by her actions, had lost his appetite. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he interjected, We're all family. Why make things so unpleasant? Are we even going to eat? Uncle Lin's words seemed neutral, but Lin Tao understood perfectly well. How could he not see that Uncle Lin was trying to save face for the parents in front of his son, shutting him up? Chapter 79, Foolishly Losing More Than Gained. Lin Tao refused to play along. He tore away the veil of shame covering Uncle Lin and Auntie Lin without hesitation. I gave you 40 yuan, he stated bluntly. That's Xiaoyu and my monthly food and lodging allowance. Where else do you think your family got the money to eat so well? Lin Jun stared at his parents in disbelief. Dad, Mom, is everything Lin Tao said true? Uncle Lin and Chen Ju nodded grimly, neither uttering a word. Impossible. Lin Tao, you're just a good-for-nothing layabout. Where did you get all that money? Did you steal it? Watching Lin Jun's expression crumble, Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle. Go ask around the village. You'll find out where my money comes from. For someone in high school, you don't even know the saying one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days apart? Oh, and by the way, I'm staying in your room now. If you don't want to share a bed with your uncle and aunt, there's still space in the northwest corner room. It's a bit run down, but you don't mind that, do you? Lin Tao, don't push it. This is my house, you're not the one calling the shots here. Lin Tao shrugged indifferently. Then have auntie give me back the $40. I'll stay somewhere else. Anyway, as long as I pay up, half the village would be scrambling to let me bring Xiaoyu over to stay. Hearing Lin Tao demand his money back, Chen Ju instinctively protested, that's out of the question. Xiao Tao, your Uncle Jun has always been like this. Don't take it personally. Just stay here with us. After all, no one's home is better than your own, right? Chen Ju offered Lin Tao a conciliatory smile while discreetly tugging at Lin Jun's sleeve and giving him a meaningful look. They'd finally found this cash cow. If he got so angry he left, how would they ever afford a bride for Lin Jun? Lin Jun opened his mouth to protest, but meeting his mother's gaze, he fell silent. After Lin Xiaoyu finished eating and went back to her room, Lin Tao suddenly spoke up. Uncle and aunt, I don't want to see today's incident repeated. And don't even think about mistreating Xiaoyu when I'm not home. Uncle's official hat isn't even warm yet, surely he doesn't want to lose it so soon? Think carefully about who brought your family its good fortune. The blatant threat sent a chill down Uncle Lin's spine, making his hair stand on end. Uncle Lin was a shrewd man. He hadn't previously pondered why Li Shan's father had been abruptly stripped of his position by higher-ups, but now he seemed to grasp something. Fear flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tao. Just what kind of powerful figure had this kid hooked up with to achieve something like this? The next morning, Lin Tao washed up in the courtyard. Glancing at the sky, he thought to himself that August had already arrived and school would start in September. The village only had an elementary school. If he wanted to send Xiaoyu to middle school, he'd have to send her to a boarding school in the city. That really made him uneasy. He'd have to see if Brother Lu had time to arrange someone to look after her then. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point, large-sized horse mackerel sighted 12 nautical miles northwest of the pier at noon today. Host intelligence level, 498 points. Host, please review immediately. Lin Tao spat out a glob of toothpaste foam onto the floor and rinsed his mouth. Although horse mackerel isn't a particularly rare species, its excellent flavor makes it quite popular in coastal areas. Its meat is especially delicious when shredded for dumplings or buns. During breakfast, Lin Tao packed 2 separate lunchboxes and filled a thermos with cold boiled water. After eating, he grabbed them and headed out. Lin Jun quietly followed behind him, curious to see what he was up to. When they reached the dock, Lin Jun spotted the moored Changrong. He assumed it was the new fishing boat the higher-ups had assigned to the village. But wasn't Lin Tao the one who despised working in the production brigade the most? Why was he heading toward the boat? By then, Uncle Zhao and his son, Manhwa, Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiacheng were already waiting on the shore. Where was Li Hai? No clue. Haven't seen him. But it's better he's not here, at least he won't be around to cause trouble without lifting a finger. Just as they boarded, Lin Wei called out, "Look! Isn't that Li Hai over there?" Lin Tao looked over and saw Li Hai still strolling leisurely toward the dock. Even as Li Jian and Lin Wei shouted urgently at him, he acted as if nothing was wrong, unwilling even to quicken his pace. Lin Tao cut straight to the point. Retract the gangway. We're not waiting for Li Hai? We won't indulge his bad habits. All right. Seeing the Changrong retract the gangway, Li Hai panicked and sprinted toward the boat. I'm not on board yet. Wait for me. Just as the gangway was about to retract, Li Hai caught his breath and scrambled aboard, shouting angrily, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm already here? Why are you pulling up the gangway?" Lin Tao replied coldly, "So you do know you're a crew member? I thought you were just some old man out for a stroll on the dock. With that leisurely pace of yours, don't you feel ashamed making everyone wait for you?" I don't need any excuses or explanations. If this happens again, you won't be working on the Changrong anymore. Uncle Zhao started the engine and steered the Changrong away from the dock according to Lin Tao's instructions. Only after the fishing boat had vanished into the distance did Lin Jun emerge from afar, his mind still clouded with doubt. Working on a boat could earn that much money? As the Changrong sailed across the sea, others cast fishing nets while Lin Tao stood alone at the stern, staring down at the spray churned by the propeller. Li Hai finally spotted Lin Tao alone and thought he had to seize this chance to kill him. He crept up behind Lin Tao. Little did he know this was precisely the trap Lin Tao had set for him, waiting for him to walk right into it. Li Hai judged the distance and lunged forward with a shove. Lin Tao suddenly sidestepped, leaving Li Hai's push to hit empty air. Carried by momentum, Li Hai tumbled over the gunwale and plunged into the sea. Lin Tao tried to grab him, but he was a split second too late. A piercing scream echoed as a faint crimson hue spread across the water's surface. Damn it, he'd been hit by the propeller. Lin Tao only intended to catch Li Hai red-handed, not kill him, so he quickly ordered Uncle Zhao to stop the boat. With Zhao Xiaopeng's cooperation, everyone on board except Uncle Chen in the wheelhouse witnessed the entire sequence, Li Hai attempting to shove Lin Tao overboard, only to fall on himself, failing miserably and making a fool of himself. Uncle Zhao tossed a rope to Li Hai. "Grab it. We'll pull you up." Li Hai's face was pale and contorted with pain. It was unclear where the propeller had injured him, and he hesitated to grab the rope. It was Manhwa who finally secured the rope around his own waist, jumped in, grabbed Li Hai, and was pulled back onto the boat with him. Soaked to the bone, Li Hai lay on the deck moaning in agony. His arms and legs were covered in bloody lacerations from the propeller, but the most horrifying sight was the deep gash on his right arm, bone visible beneath the flesh, gushing fresh blood. Forgetting the system's mission, Lin Tao urgently shouted to Uncle Zhao, turn back now. The clinic won't be enough, we need to get him to the hospital immediately. Chapter 80, A Clear Conscience Fears No Ghost. Uncle Zhao immediately returned to the wheelhouse, turned the boat around, and headed back to the dock. The boat carried a first aid kit containing alcohol, iodine, bandages, and other supplies. Lin Tao grabbed the hydrogen peroxide and doused Li Hai's wound, causing him to yelp in pain. "Shut up and endure the pain. If we don't treat this wound, you'll bleed out before we reach the city." After disinfecting the wound, Lin Tao first tightly wrapped a rubber tourniquet around the large artery near Li Hai's elbow to slow the blood flow. He then applied a simple bandage using gauze and bandages. Upon reaching the dock, Chen Hua and the others carried Li Hai on their backs, rushing toward the brigade headquarters. Borrowing the brigade's tractor, they rushed toward the city's people's hospital. Watching Li Hai being wheeled into the emergency room, Lin Tao finally collapsed onto a bench in the hallway. Zhao Xiaopeng crouched anxiously beside him. "Bro, what do we do now? What can we do? You all saw him trying to harm me. If I hadn't dodged, I'd be the one lying in there now." "Exactly. He brought this on himself. If he hadn't tried to harm others, he wouldn't have gotten his comeuppance." At that moment, Chen Hua asked in confusion, "Lin Tao, what the hell happened? Out of nowhere, why did Li Hai suddenly try to kill you?" "His older brother, Li Shan, stole my diving gear and got bitten by a hook-nosed sea snake while diving. He lost his leg and became disabled. His father tried to extort 10,000 yuan from me but failed. So his uncle, who's a section chief in the city, kidnapped me and planned to frame me for a crime that would land me 10 or 8 years in prison. My older brother in the city happened to have some connections, so he reported both of them to higher-ups. They lost their positions. I'm not afraid to tell you now, Uncle Zhao and second Uncle Zhao discovered that the fire at my house in the middle of the night was arson. A few days ago, someone put both raw and cooked blue-ringed octopus, both deadly poisonous, in my sea fishing bucket." Chen Hua sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly understanding. "So you're saying Li Hai was behind the first two incidents too? He's been trying to kill you all along?" Lin Tao nodded. "No one else has such a deep grudge against me. They've tried to kill me time and again. That's why when Li Hai volunteered to board the ship, I knew he was planning to strike me there. I just didn't expect that this time. Not only did he fail, but he ended up getting himself killed too." While treating his wounds, Lin Tao had already seen that the propeller had severed the tendons in Li Hai's arm. Even if he survived, that hand would likely only be capable of simple grasping motions afterward, unable to exert any real strength. In this era where labor productivity reigns supreme, losing one's ability to work is no different from the sky falling. The Li brothers, one crippled in one leg, the other in one arm, truly ran in the family. Nearly 3 hours later, Li Hai was finally wheeled out of the emergency room by medical staff. Pale-faced, he lay on a bed as it rolled him toward the inpatient ward. Under local anesthesia, he remained conscious. His face was devoid of color, his lips frosted white. His eyes shifted slowly, and when they met Lin Tao's, they suddenly ignited with intense hatred. At that moment, Li Hai's parents, having received the news, rushed over from the village by bus and collided with the scene head-on. Seeing her younger son's weakened state, Li Hai's mother grabbed the bed rails and began wailing. "Xiao Hai, you were fine when you left this morning. How did this happen? Where is Xiao Hai hurt?" Li Hai was covered with a hospital blanket, concealing his injuries so his parents could only see his exposed face. "You must be the patient's family. Please don't make such a commotion here. If you have anything to say, wait until we've taken him to the ward." "Okay." The ward wasn't large, a 3-bedroom with the other 2 beds empty, so Li Hai effectively had a private room. Once the nurse left, Li Hai's mother turned to confront Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, you've already ruined my eldest son, now you won't even leave my little Hai alone? How could your heart be so dark?" She lunged forward, ready to tear into Lin Tao. Others quickly stepped forward to shield Lin Tao. Lin Tao remained impassive, his voice calm as he replied, "First, Li Shan brought this upon himself. Second, Li Hai's injuries are his own doing. Ask your precious son what he did." Li Hai's parents looked at their younger son in the hospital bed. They couldn't believe Li Hai had managed to get himself into such a state, but seeing his evasive, guilty eyes, they couldn't help but grow suspicious. Xiao Hai, what exactly happened? Li Hai stammered incoherently, unable to explain himself. The others couldn't stand by and watch any longer. Zhao Xiaopeng spoke up. Li Hai's got too much guilt to admit it, probably afraid you'd find out. That bastard tried to sneak attack my brother and push him into the sea. My brother dodged. But Li Hai couldn't stop himself and fell, and that's how he got mauled by the propeller. Chen Hua and the other 3 young men stepped forward to corroborate Lin Tao's account. Li Hai got himself into this mess. Serves him right. If Lin Tao hadn't been kind enough to rush him to the hospital, he'd be dead in the sea by now. How dare you all jump to conclusions and start accusing him? Li Hai's parents glanced at them, then at their son. Though they knew deep down their youngest was at fault, they still shamelessly berated Lin Tao. I don't care. The fact is, Xiao Hai got hurt on your boat, so you're responsible. Zhao Xiaopeng immediately flared up. What kind of bull is that? Trying to play the victim, huh? Seeing the shameless expressions on Li Hai's parents' faces, Lin Tao said coldly, looks like the lesson I taught your family last time wasn't enough. After that, Lin Tao turned to Zhao Xiaopeng and the others. You guys stay here and keep watch. I'm going out for a bit and we'll be back soon. All right. Less than half an hour later, Lin Tao returned, 2 police officers in tow. The moment Li Hai, lying in the hospital bed, saw the officers, his eyes widened. His face was etched with panic and resistance. Li Hai's parents froze upon seeing the officers, then demanded, Lin Tao, why did you bring the police? What for? To investigate the case, of course. The 2 officers walked straight to Li Hai's bedside and presented their credentials. Li Hai, you are suspected of intentional homicide. Please cooperate with our investigation. Intentional homicide? How could that be possible? Officer, there must be some misunderstanding here. You can't just listen to Lin Tao's nonsense. Li Hai's mother immediately defended her youngest son, pointing at Lin Tao and saying, I know he has some connection to your superiors, but that doesn't mean he can just slander people. The officers frowned. Comrade, we're conducting official business. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Li Hai is suspected of arson, poisoning, and other intentional homicide acts. We've already opened an investigation. We won't let any criminals go unpunished, but we also won't wrongly accuse any innocent people. Zhao Xiaopeng chimed in from the side, if you've got nothing to hide, you shouldn't fear the investigation. If Li Hai didn't do it, what's there to worry about? Chapter 81, Repeatedly Refreshed System Intelligence. Li Hai's acting was utterly amateurish in front of the officers. They quickly spotted the numerous inconsistencies in his story and sternly pointed out his suspicious behavior, demanding he confess truthfully without attempting to deceive them. Unable to withstand the pressure, Li Hai finally confessed to his crimes, admitting that due to his family's feud with Lin Tao, he had repeatedly attempted to poison him. His parents, listening nearby, felt their hearts sink. They had hoped to defend their son and find a way out, but the facts were undeniable. No one could escape the law's punishment. With Li Hai hospitalized with severe injuries, the officers reported the situation to the police station. They decided to station an officer at the hospital to monitor his recovery. Once discharged, he would face legal consequences for attempted murder, receiving a 5-year prison sentence. The Li family's world had completely collapsed. Their eldest son was now disabled and unable to work. Their youngest son would not only be disabled but also serve 5 years in prison. Upon release, he would be a convicted felon with a criminal record, looked down upon everywhere he went. Even finding a wife would be difficult. How would they survive these 5 years? Li Hai's parents knelt before Lin Tao, desperately kowtowing to him. Xiao Tao, we beg you to show mercy and spare our Hai this time. He was just young and impulsive. Besides, losing an arm was his punishment already. None of his misdeeds actually harmed you, right? Seeing Li Hai's parents determined to stay kneeling until forgiven, Lin Tao was speechless, then burst into laughter. Don't you feel shameless saying that? He tried to kill me 3 times. I only survived because I got lucky each time. If my luck had run out, I'd probably be past the 7th-day memorial by now. Get this straight, Li Hai's crime is attempted murder. Do you even know what that means? And he knew I was staying at Uncle Zhao's house, yet he still laced my water bucket with blue-ringed octopus poison. If I hadn't caught it in time, it wouldn't just have been me and my sister who died. Uncle Zhao's entire family could have been wiped out. And you still think this is some minor offense to be forgiven and forgotten? If Uncle Zhao's family had been caught in the crossfire and died, your son would have been shot full of bullets. Li Hai's parents stood speechless, mouths agape. Slowly, they turned to face Uncle Zhao and his son, Zhao Xiaopeng, standing nearby. Meeting the equally dark, furious eyes of the father and son, they bowed their heads in shame. Li Hai's surgery required a huge sum of money. His family had already spent their entire savings on Li Shan's operation and now had no choice but to return to the village to borrow money from relatives and friends. But ever since Li Hai's father lost his position as village chief, those who had once fawned over his family had all changed their tune. One by one, they clutched their own money bags tightly, claiming they had no spare cash. In the end, the couple had no choice but to resort to selling blood. After Lin Tao and the others returned to the village, word of Li Hai's karma for harming others spread. Soon the entire village of Baisha knew, and every household condemned Li Hai behind his back. Put. Like father, like son, the elder steals, the younger plots murder. What a family of scum. You have to admit Lin Tao's had some rotten luck getting tangled up with a family like that. You bet. That family is just rotten to the core. Why are they picking on Lin Tao like this? They're probably just jealous he is making more money now that he is fatherless and motherless. Li Shan lost half a leg, and Li Hai apparently had an arm crippled. Once they get out of prison, they won't be able to do anything. Who else can their family rely on? Who else could they rely on? Li Erfeng, of course. She has to work in raising Z. TSK, her life must be even harder than Huang Lianhai's. Serves them right. I'll tell you, she started all this trouble. If she hadn't egged Li Shan on to steal Lin Tao's stuff, none of this would have happened. You're right. They say marrying the right woman brings 3 generations of prosperity, but marrying the wrong one ruins 3 generations. Looks like their family's been ruined by Li Erfeng. What a tragedy. Li Erfeng walked through the village, with villagers pointing and whispering at her. She thought of going to the dock to mend fishing nets for work points, but the other women kept their distance, refusing to share any work with her. At first, she would curse back, but eventually she retreated home, leaving Yingzi to be ostracized and isolated by the village children. Li Shan heard the village gossip too. He blamed all his family's misfortune on marrying Li Erfeng, this so-called unlucky star. Already psychologically twisted by his disability, he vented all his resentment on her. Every day, he either beat or berated her. Neighbors could always hear Li Erfeng's screams and pleas for mercy coming from their house. Lin Tao paid little attention to their family, though he regretted missing out on a bit of experience points from the system intelligence mission that had been cut short due to Li Hai's injury. The system still hadn't issued new intelligence, perhaps it was related to the unfinished mission. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point, a large school of horse mackerel spotted 12 nautical miles northwest of the dock at noon today. Host intelligence level, 498 points. Host, please review promptly. Lin Tao had just finished breakfast when the system's mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the uncompleted intelligence from last time. Friendly reminder, uncompleted intelligence will return to the intelligence database and be prioritized during the next refresh. Host need not worry about missing opportunities. So that's how it works. Now he wouldn't have to worry about missing out on golden intelligence in the future. Overjoyed, Lin Tao grabbed his lunchbox and water bottle and dashed toward the dock. The absence of Li Hai from the Changrong didn't affect operations at all. If anything, it felt much more peaceful. The crew seemed to work with renewed vigor. Host has arrived near the target. The Changrong was anchored on the water. The horse mackerel, a fierce predatory fish inhabiting the upper layers of the ocean, could be targeted by watching for small fish creating splashes on the surface nearby. Spotting unusual splashes on the surface, Lin Tao signaled the crew to prepare their rods. A sardine leapt out of the water, followed immediately by the horse mackerel's gaping jaws filled with sharp teeth. Fortunately, the sardine dodged the attack at the last moment, plunging back into the water with a splash. It's a horse mackerel. Cast. Since the horse mackerel's teeth, though sharp, weren't as likely to cut the line as those of a pufferfish, Lin Tao opted not to use live bait this time. Instead, he selected the largest artificial lure, baited it, and cast it into the water. Within 3 or 4 minutes, the float began to react, trembling slightly up and down, likely the horse mackerel tentatively testing the bait. Lin Tao began jigging the rod to make the lure mimic a small fish swimming. Sure enough, this triggered the horse mackerel's hunting instinct. As he reeled in the line, the fish followed without suspecting anything was amiss, swimming up to the surface. The clear, sunny weather provided excellent visibility at the surface, allowing Lin Tao to spot the barracuda that had fallen into the trap. The blue-spotted mackerel, known as the cheetah of the sea, was a medium to large fish. Yet this one was noticeably larger than average, its silhouette reflecting underwater at least a meter long. Chapter 82, Unexpected Encounter, the Chinese Horse Mackerel. Lin Tao was quite adept at catching horse mackerel. He estimated this fish weighed no more than 60 or 70 pounds, certainly not heavier. Confidently, he engaged in a tug-of-war with it, wearing down its wariness and patience. Perhaps because of its size, this fish seemed smarter than others. Though it could have seized the lure with just a little more effort, it stubbornly kept its distance. Lin Tao slowed his retrieve, deliberately teasing the lure to the bluefin trevallee's mouth before snatching it away just as it lunged. After several such exchanges, the trevallee couldn't resist the provocation. It lashed its tail and charged, swallowing the lure and hook whole. Only when the hook pierced its upper jaw did it sense something was wrong, frantically thrashing its body in a desperate struggle. But Lin Tao wouldn't give it a chance to escape. Seizing the moment, he reeled in the line, dragging the bluefin trevallee back toward him. The blue-spotted trevallee thrashed wildly at the surface, sending huge splashes crashing down with a loud splash. The pressure on the line grew intense, threatening to snap at any moment. Lin Tao seized the moment, quickly releasing line to let the bluefin trevallee surge forward 2 or 3 meters. He then swiftly reeled it back in as it relaxed and regained its strength. After several back-and-forth tugs, the bluefin trevally finally lost its strength, only occasionally flicking its tail but nowhere near as powerfully as before. Xiaopeng, get the landing net. Coming. Dragging the bluefin trevally onto the deck, it thrashed violently out of the water, its tail slapping the deck with a loud smack. Put it in the fish tank. Don't let it dehydrate and die, otherwise it won't fetch a good price. Got it. After arranging for the crew to handle this large, over meter-long bluefin trevally, Lin Tao figured the system's intelligence gathering was probably done. So when he cast his line again, he was more laid back. Whatever came up was fine. The float bobbed quietly on the water's surface, swaying gently with the waves. Lin Tao leaned against the gunwale, humming leisurely. After a long while with no bites, he even considered heading back to the wheelhouse for a drink of water. Just as he turned, his peripheral vision caught the float suddenly plunge into the water. Lin Tao quickly grabbed the rod and began reeling in the line. He expected a small fish, but the rod's resistance told him this was a bigger catch than the blue-spotted mackerel he just landed. How could that be? Bluefin trevally couldn't possibly grow larger than the one he'd just caught. What kind of monster lurked beneath the surface? Lin Tao had no clue. Please, God, don't let it be a shark. Though sharks weren't protected species now and shark fin was a highly prized delicacy, Lin Tao simply couldn't bring himself to kill a wild shark. Lin Tao swallowed hard. Screw it, let's reel it in and see. Bro, what kind of fish did you hook this time? It's pulling so hard. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in beside Lin Tao, staring at the rod's deep end in astonishment. No idea. Just gonna stand there watching? Why not give me a hand? Oh, okay. Here I come. Working together, the brothers finally hauled the massive creature from the depths to the surface. Through the crystal clear water, Lin Tao caught sight of the shadow swimming below over 2 meters long. Zhao Xiaopeng was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, bro, what kind of fish is this? It's huge. The glare on the surface made it hard for Lin Tao to make out the patterns on its back, but he could tell it was a huge silver-gray fish. He frantically searched his memory for information about this fish. He thought he knew what it was. Since their gear wasn't up to par, Lin Tao called the others over. Grab the harpoon and the rope. I'll pull it over in a moment. You guys aim for its head with the harpoon. Got it. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng continued their tug of war with the monster fish until both were nearly spent. Several times, the rod nearly slipped from their hands as the fish tried to drag it away. Finally, the fish's strength began to wane. The brothers seized the moment, reeling it in swiftly and hauling the monster to the boat's edge. Manhwa raised his harpoon high and drove it deep into the fish's head. Mortally wounded, the fish thrashed wildly. Li Jian and Lin Wei seized the moment, grabbing the tail and securing the rope before hauling the monster onto the deck. Holy cow! I've never seen a fish this big in my life. It's taller than me. The crew gathered around the fish, murmuring in awe. Lin Tao caught his breath and explained to the others, this is a Chinese horse mackerel. A specimen this size is truly exceptional. Even in the 21st century, only about 10 Chinese horse mackerels exceeding 2 meters in length are caught annually, a truly scarce catch. This specimen likely weighed over 130 gene. No wonder the system only mentioned a large individual horse mackerel. He had assumed it was the common blue-spotted horse mackerel found in coastal waters, never expecting it to be a Chinese horse mackerel. A fish this large wouldn't fit in a standard fish tank. Someone had to stand by, continuously spraying it with a hose to keep the flesh fresh. Otherwise, in this heat, it would spoil quickly. By afternoon, as they began their return journey, they encountered a fishing boat from another production team heading back in the opposite direction. Hey, Lin Tao, how many fish did you haul in today? Not much. The conservative old-timers aboard the production team's boat chuckled dismissively. They didn't believe a bunch of kids could have caught anything substantial. But when both boats finally docked and Lin Tao and his crew hauled the 2-meter-long Chinese horse mackerel ashore, the villagers were all stunned into silence. Even the Liang brothers on shore gaped wide enough to swallow a whole egg. A fish this big? Lin Tao glanced at the trunk of the truck, pursed his lips, and said, Brother Yong, Brother Ji, your trucks probably can't haul this back, right? Then we'll just gut it here and load it onto the truck. The Liang brothers helped the Changrong crew slice all the meat from the Chinese horse mackerel, arranging the pieces neatly into seafood boxes. Surprisingly, the filleted fish didn't take up much space. Weighing the massive head and tail together, it came to 132 gene. Though rare, its meat and texture weren't significantly different from bluefin trevally, so it only fetched 1 yuan per gene. The catch purchased by the Golden Sands Hotel on this voyage totaled 300 yuan. The remaining catch was sold to the cooperative as usual. Except for Zhao Xiaopeng, all crew members aboard the Changrong received monthly wages. Lin Tao set their pay at 50 yuan per month, totaling 600 yuan annually. Moreover, Lin Tao didn't require them to contribute labor points. Those who had invested money in the boat would receive a year-end dividend, which was more than they would have earned working for several years in a production brigade. So even without daily profit sharing, they felt no envy, content to wait patiently for their monthly paychecks. Captain Chen watched his son work alongside Lin Tao on the Changrong for 2 days, hauling in large catches almost daily. Though moved, his outward expression remained dismissive. He muttered under his breath, all capitalist traps. Just as Lin Tao and the crew were clearing the deck, a woman rushed frantically from the dock, waving and shouting at them. Lin Tao! Something terrible has happened. You must go to the clinic immediately. Chapter 83, The Ruthless Li Erfeng. Lin Tao recognized the woman as a neighbor of Uncle Lin's family, a relative by marriage. The original owner had called her Auntie Lin. Hearing the news, he hurried off the ship. Auntie Lin, what happened? Your uncle's family and your little sister Xiaoyu were suddenly poisoned and rushed to the clinic. What? A sudden buzzing filled Lin Tao's ears. The world spun violently before him. With great effort, he steadied himself, barely preventing his legs from buckling and sending him crashing to the deck. Xiaoyu! I don't remember how I stumbled to the clinic. Every hospital bed was occupied, and Lin Jun was even lying on a makeshift bed made from stacked chairs. Uncle Lin and his wife, along with Lin Xiaoyu, lay pale-faced on the beds, IVs in their arms, retching intermittently. Doctor, what on earth is going on? They suffered acute poisoning. I've already had the nurses induce vomiting with soapy water. The IVs now contain atropine for antidote. Rest assured, the amount of toxin ingested should be minimal. Since vomiting was induced promptly, 2 days of treatment should suffice. Alright, thank you so much, doctor. Fortunately, the clinic in Baisha village had adequate supplies, so they didn't need to be transferred to the city hospital. Lin Tao walked over and sat down beside Lin Xiaoyu's bed. He looked at his weak sister with heartache, reaching out to gently touch her face. It was summer, yet her skin felt cold to the touch. Brother, you're here. Her voice was hoarse from the vomiting. Lin Tao held her other hand. Xiaoyu, what happened? How did you suddenly get poisoned? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know. I just ate a piece of peach cookie that tasted a bit bitter, and then my stomach started hurting badly. Peach cookies? Lin Tao turned to Chun Ju on the adjacent hospital bed. Auntie, did you buy peach cookies from the supply store today? Chen Ju groaned in discomfort. Her eyes darted around as Lin Tao questioned her, as if she were hiding something. Lin Tao frowned. You were nearly poisoned to death. What are you hiding? Speak up. The peach cookies were brought by Li Erfeng. She also gave me money and vouchers, saying she wanted to beg you to show mercy. She asked you to speak well of her at the police station to get Li Hai's sentence reduced by 2 years. So you accepted it without waiting for me to return? Chen Ju flinched at Lin Tao's sudden sharp tone, her voice growing weaker. I just thought since we're all from the same village, it wouldn't be necessary to make things so bitter. Lin Tao's chest heaved violently with rage. He knew Chen Ju must have been scheming to pocket the money secretly. That's why she didn't wait for him to discuss it. Her greed nearly cost their entire family their lives. Lin Jun beside them was the unluckiest. He'd planned to return to the city today, but Chen Ju insisted he stay until tomorrow. She'd forced several pieces of the peach cookies Li Erfeng had brought into his mouth, making him the first to show symptoms. The rest of the family had barely taken a few bites when the poisoning struck. He even fell unconscious, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. When they tried to induce vomiting, they nearly forced him to drink manure water. He had only just regained consciousness. Chen Ju, didn't you know how deep the Li family's grudge against us runs? How could you possibly accept anything Li Erfeng sent? If you hadn't eaten so little, you'd all be heading to the underworld together right now. Last time, Li Hai was just plain stupid. He never imagined he might accidentally kill others. But this time, Li Erfeng acted with far greater cruelty and malice, clearly intent on wiping out the entire Lin family. Chen Ju was scolded senseless by Lin Tao. Knowing she'd made a mistake, she dared not utter a word, only listening silently. Finally, Uncle Lin couldn't bear it anymore and stepped in. Alright, Xiao Tao, your aunt messed up. She's always been a cheapskate, but she never imagined that Li Erfeng would poison the peach cookies. Just let it out and calm down. Ha! You're only acting so nonchalant because you got lucky and survived this time. If Lin Jun had really been poisoned to death by Li Erfeng, you'd be itching to skin her alive. Uncle Lin, who had been defending his daughter-in-law, fell silent after hearing this. Lin Tao addressed Uncle Zhao and Zhao Xiaopeng, who were rushing over. Uncle Zhao, please look after my sister and the others. Xiaopeng, come with me. There are no more buses to the city at this hour. Li Erfeng has nowhere to run. Got it. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng sprinted out, colliding head-on with Chen Hua and the others who were chasing after them. Lin Tao, how are your uncle and the others? They're fine. Follow me. A group of young, strong men headed toward Li Erfeng's house. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, but faint sobbing could be heard through the wall. It was Yingzi's voice. The gate was locked from the inside. Lin Tao directed the crew to ram it hard until the latch broke. The group surged into the yard, where Yingzi's cries grew louder. Lin Tao entered the house first. Li Shan lay on the floor, pale and foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Li Erfeng was sprawled on the ground, her condition unclear. Turning her over, they saw her chest still rising and falling. She must have only fainted. Yingzi, kneeling beside Li Shan and wailing, saw Lin Tao and the others burst in. Terrified, she stopped crying and sobbed, pleading with them, please save my father and mother. Zhao Xiaopeng cursed, a family of sinners. They deserve to die. Others urged Lin Tao to ignore Li Shan and Li Erfeng's fate, but Lin Tao remained stern. He ordered them to take Li Shan and Li Erfeng to the clinic. They reap what they sow, I reap my own virtue. Punishing them is the law's job. My job is to make sure they live to face justice. Impressed by Lin Tao's character and composure, the group hurriedly transported Li Shan and Li Erfeng to the clinic. Yingzi trotted behind them, wiping away tears as she ran. At the clinic, after a basic examination, the doctor confirmed that Li Shan, like Uncle Lin and the others, had ingested poison. However, the severity of the poisoning was significant, and it was uncertain whether they could be saved. Li Erfeng bore distinct purplish-red finger marks on her neck, revealing the brutal force used to strangle her. Fortunately, she had only fainted from suffocation and would regain consciousness soon. Yingzi was the only one present who witnessed the entire incident. A crowd gathered around her, demanding to know what had happened. Sniffling, Yingzi recounted the events. Ever since my father became disabled, his temper has been wildly unpredictable. After Uncle Li's accident, he started beating and berating my mother constantly. There is hardly a spot left on her body untouched. Today, when father hit mother again, she fought back. In response, father grabbed her by the throat and choked her unconscious. After that, he drank the water from the teacup. Not long after finishing it, his eyes rolled back and he started foaming at the mouth. So Li Erfeng not only wanted to poison the Lin family but also planned to poison Li Shan. Her heart truly isn't just cruel, it's beyond cruel. Lin Tao's face grew so cold it seemed frost could form on it. Just then, Li Erfeng slowly opened her eyes, speaking in a dazed voice, I'm still alive? Chapter 84, The Elderly Bury the Young. Lin Tao snorted coldly. Death would be too easy for you. Li Erfeng stared wide-eyed in shock at Lin Tao standing perfectly healthy before her. Lin Tao, how are you still alive? After speaking, Li Erfeng belatedly covered her mouth. But her voice had carried loud and clear, and everyone in the clinic heard her perfectly. Lin Tao crossed his arms over his chest, raising an eyebrow. Li Erfeng, that sounds strange. Shouldn't I be alive? Li Erfeng cleared her throat nervously. I misspoke. Lin Tao gestured toward the others in the ward. Unfortunately for you, your plan backfired. Not only am I still alive, but the rest of the Lin family is alive and well too. Though Li Shan might not have been so lucky. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Erfeng had planned to kill Lin Tao's family and Li Shan, then flee to her maternal home. She intended to wait for the next day's bus to the city, transfer to a train, and take a ferry north starting anew in a place where no one knew her. But she never imagined she'd be choked unconscious during her fight with Li Shan, missing her chance to escape. And wouldn't you know it, she ended up falling right into Lin Tao's hands. Li Erfeng, you heartless. You deserve to be boiled alive after death. How dare you poison us? Chen Zhu struggled to sit up, hurling curses at Li Erfeng. Chen Zhu, you stop spouting nonsense. What proof do you have I poisoned your family? Did anyone see it? Li Erfeng, you're still stubborn even as death approaches. The peach cookies you sent to my house haven't been finished yet, and Li Shan's tea hasn't been poured out. These are ironclad evidence. I've already sent someone to the brigade office to call my older brother in the city and ask him to file a report at the police station. The officers should be here any minute. Once they test the evidence, it'll prove you're the culprit. Li Erfeng went limp as a frostbitten eggplant, her eyes dull and lifeless. Yingzi, her eyes reddened, approached to take her hand. Mom! But Li Erfeng suddenly jerked her hand away fiercely. Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mom. Yingzi stared at Li Erfeng in utter shock, muttering, Why? You worthless thing. Just like your dead father, you're utterly useless. If I'd given birth to a son instead, I wouldn't be in this mess. If you hadn't insisted on eating those peach cookies, I would have left long ago. Why didn't you die poisoned alongside your father? Yingzi burst into tears, unable to believe why her own mother would suddenly be so cruel. Stop crying. You're nothing but a little disaster. Li Erfeng, enraged, raised her hand to slap Yingzi. Lin Tao couldn't bear to watch and pulled Yingzi into his arms. Li Erfeng, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Why take your anger out on the child? Because I gave birth to her, I gave her life, so what if I take it away? Lin Tao pressed his hand tightly over Yingzi's ears, unwilling to let her hear the most vicious hatred coming from her own mother. The others couldn't bear to watch and began berating Li Erfeng. While waiting for the police to arrive, a nurse suddenly cried out in alarm, Li Shan's condition is unstable. The crowd rushed over to check on Li Shan. Though his condition had stabilized while he was unconscious, he suddenly began convulsing violently, foam forming at his mouth. The doctor pried open his eyelids and shone a flashlight inside, his expression grave. This is bad. His pupils are dilating. We need to get him to the city hospital immediately. The clinic lacked facilities for gastric lavage, so they could only induce vomiting, but that seemed ineffective too. They had no choice but to borrow a tractor from the brigade to rush him into town. Li Erfeng had run away. Zhao Xiaopeng was the first to notice that Li Erfeng had slipped away while everyone was focused on Li Shan. Xiaopeng, you take Chen Hua to chase him. We'll go to the brigade office to borrow a tractor first. No need to chase him. Lu Wenhu's voice rang out from outside the door. Lin Tao saw Lu Wenhu and 2 police officers escorting Li Erfeng walk in. Big brother. We saw this woman acting shady and rushing out in a panic, so we knew something was off and caught her right away. She's the wife of that guy who stole your diving gear last time, right? I remember her. Bro, take her to the station first and lock her up. Li Shan's life is hanging by a thread after she poisoned him. We need to get him to the people's hospital immediately. Lu Wenhu exclaimed in surprise. Poisoned again? Is this kid cursed or something? 2 officers escorted Li Erfeng into the police car, bringing Li Shan along as well. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng rode in the same car with Lu Wenhu. Uncle Lin and the others, along with Lin Xiaoyu, were entrusted to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao for care. On the way to the city, Li Hai began coughing up blood and even suffered cardiac arrest. His condition was critical. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital, since Li Hai was still hospitalized and his parents were still there keeping vigil, after getting Li Shan into the emergency room, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng found their way to Li Hai's ward. Lin Tao, what are you doing here? Li Erfeng was arrested for poisoning. Li Shan was poisoned and is now in critical condition. Hearing the devastating news, the couple rushed toward the emergency room. Seeing the tightly closed door, they nearly collapsed to their knees. What a tragedy! Only when the emergency room door opened did the doctor emerge, pushing a stretcher covered in a white sheet. Removing his mask, he bowed to Li Hai's parents. We're sorry. We did everything we could, but we couldn't save the patient. My son. Shashan, now that you're gone, how are your father and I supposed to go on living? The couple collapsed onto Li Shan's body, weeping until their voices cracked, nearly fainting from grief. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng watched the couple bury their child, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Li Hai's parents returned to the village to handle Li Shan's funeral arrangements. Li Erfeng was sentenced to death by firing squad for intentional homicide. Poor Yingzi, orphaned and abandoned by her grandparents who blamed her for Li Erfeng's actions. When Lin Tao saw her again, she was gaunt and emaciated from hunger, her hair a tangled mess. Bruises were always visible on her body. She seemed to have developed autism, refusing to speak to anyone and only lowering her head to avoid contact. Lin Tao understood that children shouldn't be caught in adults' conflicts, so he occasionally had his younger sister slip her some food. Days later, Yingzi vanished. Villagers whispered her aunt had come to Baisha village, unable to bear witnessing the abuse, and had taken her away. Others claimed she'd been beaten so severely she'd jumped into the sea in despair. Truth and rumor mingled, impossible to untangle. All they knew was that Li Hai's father, despite his age, had to work on a boat to make ends meet, while his mother joined other women at the pier mending fishing nets and sorting the catch. When villagers asked where Yingzi had gone, they could only mutter, "Gone, gone." Lin Tao stopped paying attention to the Li family's affairs, though he'd occasionally sigh wistfully when remembering Yingzi, who was the same age as Lin Xiaoyu. The system intelligence hadn't refreshed, and Uncle Zhao's leg pain had flared up again. Lin Tao took the opportunity to give the crew a day off. Ding! Today's intelligence has been delivered. Chapter 85, Wild Giant Conch. Green intelligence 5 points, a large conch will appear underwater at Baisha Reef tonight at 10 p.m. Host intelligence level, 499 points. Host, please review immediately. Lin Tao helped the bricklayers build the house. At this pace, moving in before winter should be no problem. It had been ages since he'd gone diving for seafood. His diving gear was still stored at Zhao Xiaopeng's place. He hadn't brought it over to Uncle Lin's yet. He'd have to swing by to pick it up. By 8 p.m., Lin Tao headed out toward Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Uncle Lin, unable to sleep due to the heat, sat in the courtyard smoking. The tobacco pipe flickered faintly in the night air. Noticing Lin Tao about to leave, he called out, "Shout out, it's already dark. Why are you heading out instead of staying home? It's been ages since I went out to sea. Tonight's a full moon. I'm going to try my luck. Why go out so late? It's dangerous. Is anyone going with you? Xiaopeng's coming with me. Don't worry, Uncle. I'm off." Uncle Lin exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed, "Alright, just be careful." No sooner had he entered the door than he heard Uncle Zhao's blood-curdling scream, followed by Aunt Zhao's furious cursing. "What's with all the yelling? Does it hurt that much? Scream any louder and I'll stop taking care of you." Lin Tao entered the lit room to find Uncle Zhao lying on the bed. Aunt Zhao held a bulging cloth bundle, its contents unknown, pressing it rhythmically against Uncle Zhao's knee. With each press, Uncle Zhao sucked in a sharp breath, his entire body trembling as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Little Tao's here. Little Peng's in the room." She turned her head and pressed down hard on Uncle Zhao's knee. "Zhao Laosan, you're a grown man, don't you care if the kid laughs at you? Could it hurt worse than when I gave birth to Xiaopeng? I gritted my teeth through it. Now clench your teeth tight, one more sound and I'll skin you alive." Lin Tao listened to Uncle Zhao's agonized cries despite his clenched jaw, his scalp prickling with discomfort. He awkwardly asked, "Aunt Zhao, what did you put on Uncle Zhao? Aren't you guys building a house?" "I brought back some sand, heated it up, and put it in a cloth pouch. It's good for Uncle Zhao's old ailment. He's just being fussy. 1 minute it's too cold, the next it's too hot. Don't mind him. Uncle Zhao's face flushed from pale to red, yet he forced a smile at Lin Tao. I'm fine, Xiao Tao. Don't worry. Ugh. Zhao Xiaopeng heard Lin Tao arrive and came out of the house. Bro, what's up? Grab the diving gear. Let's head out to sea and see if we can find anything worthwhile. Alright. Without another word, Zhao Xiaopeng hauled a duffel bag from the closet and followed Lin Tao, bucket in hand. Mom, Dad, I'm heading out with my brother. Leave the door open for me. Alright, go ahead. The brothers arrived at the dock and untied the long and used sampan. After days of intense sun exposure, the paint on the already aged hull was peeling off in flakes. With a new partner, one shouldn't forget the old one. Lin Tao planned to head back to town to buy a bucket of paint and give the skiff a fresh coat. After warming up on shore, Lin Tao donned his diving suit, goggles, and breathing apparatus. Zhao Xiaopeng paddled the skiff, staying near the motorboat. It had been a while since he'd paddled, and he felt a bit unaccustomed to it. They paddled all the way to White Sand Reef. The full moon hung high in the night sky, large and round, its bright light casting a clear glow over the sea and land, almost as vivid as daylight. Host has arrived near the target. Lin Tao descended slowly, carrying a net bag, short spear, and fire tongs. Conch preferred rocky seabeds, coral reefs, and sandy, muddy, or silty areas. They demanded pristine water quality and grew slowly, taking 5 to 8 years to reach market size about 1.5 pounds. Especially in the 21st century, with severe ocean pollution, conch yields have drastically declined. Due to the difficulty and high cost of artificial cultivation, they command a market price of 1,500 to 2,000 yuan per pound, making them a high-value catch. These conch typically dwell in waters 10 to 70 meters deep, preferring nocturnal activity. Before diving equipment became common among ordinary fishermen, harvesting them was difficult, making their value considerable. The surface seawater had gradually cooled from the daytime warmth, with temperatures dropping progressively deeper. Lin Tao adjusted the spotlight on his headlamp and continued his descent toward the seabed. Beneath the White Sand Reef, the coral ecosystem was equally vibrant and colorful. Various fish darted past his vision. Lin Tao kept stirring the sand beneath his feet with his fire tongs, wary of any dangerous creatures that might suddenly emerge. Occasionally, he'd startle a few orchid crabs or octopuses, which he'd casually scoop into his net. Circling the reef slowly, the spotlight above left no crevice unexamined. Small fish hiding among the coral scattered in panic when swept by its beam. After searching for about 10 minutes, Lin Tao spotted a small horn protruding from a crevice in the reef. He leaned in to look and found a conch lying in a gap just wide enough for a palm. So that's where you were hiding. What a pain to find. Lin Tao slowly reached his hand into the crevice, only to find that once he grabbed the conch, his hand got stuck. After several failed attempts, he had to abandon that approach. Instead, he used fire tongs to carefully pry the conch out bit by bit. But the conch's thick end was facing outward, with its slender end still inside. The tongs kept slipping, and after fiddling for ages, he'd barely moved it an inch. Lin Tao gritted his teeth in frustration, but afraid of damaging his respirator, he patiently continued pulling. Just as he was about to pull it free, a half-grown octopus suddenly shot out from the crevice. Its 8 arms wrapped around the conch, dragging it deeper into the crack. You bastard! You dare compete with me for a conch? Lin Tao thrust the tongs in, clamping down hard on the octopus's head. He thought, if I can't pull out the conch, can't I at least pull you, a soft-bodied creature? Under attack, the octopus frantically squirted ink, thick waves of black liquid gushing from the reef crevice and splattering Lin Tao's face. Despite Lin Tao's powerful tugging, the octopus clung stubbornly to the conch, refusing to let go. He ended up hauling it out along with the conch. Lin Tao grabbed the octopus's head, deliberately kneading it in his hands for a long while to vent his frustration before stuffing it into the net bag. As the dark ink dispersed, Lin Tao held the conch shell in his hand. It was as long as his forearm and thicker than it. The underwater light was too dim to make out the exact number of spiral patterns on the shell. Buoyancy made it hard to gauge its exact weight, but it was definitely over 4 pounds, a rare old specimen. After stowing it in the net bag, Lin Tao searched the area a few more times underwater, pulling 5 more conch of similar size from various easily overlooked crevices in the reef. As for the smaller conch shells, he decided to let them grow a few more years. Surfacing, Lin Tao removed his goggles and snorkel, flinging the net onto the small boat. Zhao Xiaopeng reached out to pull him aboard. Bro, did you find anything good down there? You'll see in a bit. The brothers paddled the skiff back to the dock. From afar, they saw a fog had rolled in over the horizon, though they couldn't tell when it had started. Weird. How could fog form over the sea in the middle of summer? Chapter 86, Helping Out, Coconut Chicken. Zhao Xiaopeng pointed toward the distant horizon, puzzled. Lin Tao paid little heed to the strange fog suddenly appearing over the sea. After securing the sampan with Zhao Xiaopeng, he packed his diving gear into a travel bag. The two men carried their belongings back ashore. They left the diving gear and the net full of fish at Zhao Xiaopeng's house. They'd retrieve them tomorrow afternoon when the Liang brothers came to collect their catch. By the time they reached Uncle Lin's house, it was likely past 1 a.m. Fortunately, the courtyard gate wasn't locked. Lin Tao quietly pushed open a crack and slipped inside, then silently slid the gate bolt back into place. The next morning, Lin Tao was crouched in the courtyard washing up when someone knocked on the gate. Chen Ju happened to be passing by the gatehouse and went to open it, grumbling irritably, "Who's banging so hard? If you break my door again, I'll have words." Opening the door, Chen Ju looked up at the bald man standing outside. She gave him a quick once-over and remembered he was the big brother Lin Tao had acknowledged, the one who ran a hotel in the city. Her expression changed faster than turning a page, and she immediately switched to a fawning smile, her eyes crinkling with laughter. "Oh my, you must be Mr. Liu. Come on in, come on in. What brings you here? Tao, look who's here." Lin Tao spat out the last mouthful of water, tossed his toothbrush into the cup, and asked, "Bro, what brings you here?" Lu Wenhu walked over to Lin Tao. "Looks like you won't be heading out to sea today. I've got a favor to ask. Do we really need to use the word ask between us? Just say it. If I can help, I'll go through fire and water for you." Lu Wenhu hooked his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder. "Those dishes that went viral earlier? The state-run restaurant stole our recipes. Sure, theirs are only half as good, but they're slashing prices and snatching up all our customers. Lately, the chefs at the hotel haven't come up with any new dishes. Business is getting quieter by the day. Miss Su got really angry and demanded we come up with new signature dishes within 3 days. You're the one who created those wildly popular new dishes before. I've got no other choice but to ask for your help. Rest assured, I won't let you help for free. Whatever you ask for is fair game." Lin Tao chuckled. "Thought it was some big deal. But if this works out, I won't charge you, just ask me to do you a favor in return." "What is it?" "My sister starts middle school in September and wants to get into the city's top school, Jinsha Middle School. She's smart and always done well academically, but I hear Jinsha doesn't just look at grades, they consider other factors too. So, bro, could you pull some strings for me? Everyone despises backdoor deals, but if the chance arises, only fools would pass it up." Lu Wenhu pondered for a moment. "This shouldn't be too difficult. Leave it to me. Even if it doesn't work out, I'll still get it done for you. Thanks a lot, bro." Shinju, eavesdropping from the kitchen doorway, heard Lin Tao refuse payment and instead used this golden opportunity for Lin Xiaoyu. Curious, she stomped her foot. That little brat just needs to learn a few characters to escape illiteracy. Why bother with middle school? She doesn't even know how to earn money. She wanted to storm out and tell Lu Wenhu to take the money, not the opportunity. Only after Lu Wenhu and Lin Tao left did she emerge from the kitchen, gnashing her teeth. Lin Tao brought Lu Wenhu to Zhao Xiaopeng's house and showed him the conch shells he'd collected the night before. Lu Wenhua, an expert, examined them closely, weighing them in his hands. "These must be at least 10 years old. You rarely see even 1 or 2 of these on the market. And you managed to gather so many in one go? Just got lucky. Heaven's blessing. For yuan per pound, what do you say? After all, with their heavy shells, they wouldn't fetch as much as sea cucumbers or abalone." "No problem. 5 conch shells total 24 pounds and 7 ounces. Lu Wenhu generously rounded down the weight and handed over 100 yuan. Lin Tao handed 20 to Zhao Xiaopeng and immediately asked, "Uncle Zhao, how's your leg today? Can you go out to sea? If so, you can be my assistant. You take them out fishing while I go into town with my brother to handle some business. The ledger's been at your place all along, don't forget to grab it." "Sure, big bro, don't worry. My dad's leg just flares up sometimes, but it's fine today." After giving his instructions, Lin Tao followed Lu Wenhu back to the Golden Sand Hotel. "Xiao Tao, Miss Su is staying at the hotel today. It's all up to you." The kitchen staff lit up at the sight of Lin Tao, swarming around him like he was their savior. Lin Tao opened the refrigerator and rummaged through it for a moment. He then slipped on a staff cotton coat and took a look around the cold storage room. Everything was standard ingredients. It wasn't until he returned to the kitchen and spotted several coconuts stacked in a cardboard box under a table that an idea suddenly struck him. Where did these coconuts come from? Yesterday, an investor from the north came by and said he wanted to taste coconut water. Someone was sent to the coconut grove by the sea to cut down a boxful. Freshly picked coconuts yesterday should still be usable. Coconut trees were everywhere on the southeast peninsula. These common coconuts were practically worthless, people wouldn't even use them for kindling. Boss, I'll need the buyer to go to the village and get a live chicken for slaughter, a young rooster, tender meat plus a few red papayas and green limes. Alright, I'll send someone to get them right away. While the buyer was out getting the chicken, Lin Tao fetched a large basin. He hacked small holes in the coconuts with a knife, poured all the clear, sparkling coconut water into the basin, and used a strainer to scoop out and discard the impurities. He scooped out a small bowlful with a clean spoon, tasted it, and found the flavor crisp and refreshing, with no off-taste, fresh and unspoiled. He then split the coconut shell in half, scooped out the flesh, and placed it in a bowl. While working, he told the kitchen staff, "For this dish, it's best to have some mature coconuts on hand. Use young coconuts for the water and mature ones for the flesh, combining both enhances the flavor." A diligent staff member had already fetched a notebook and pen to meticulously record every word Lin Tao said. After preparing the coconut, Lin Tao found red dates, goji berries, ginger, and sand ginger in the kitchen, and also dug out a packet of dried mushrooms. He soaked and rinsed the various mushrooms several times, then took the clay pot off the stove rack and scrubbed it clean. Once the chicken and other ingredients were purchased, Lin Tao handed the chicken to the butcher for preparation. He also had someone wash the red papaya, peel it, remove the seeds, and cut it into chunks. He placed the pitted red dates, red papaya, ginger slices, and rehydrated mushrooms into the clay pot. Pouring in the coconut water and coconut flesh, he covered the pot and turned on the heat. While waiting for the pot to come to a boil, prepare the dipping sauce. In a bowl, combine sand ginger paste, chopped cilantro, minced bird's eye chilies, minced garlic, sesame oil, fish sauce, and soy sauce. Wash the lime, cut it into small pieces, squeeze the juice into the bowl, then steep the lime pulp in the sauce. Once the pot comes to a rolling boil, add the prepared, diced chicken and goji berries. Simmer while skimming off any foam. Boil for 10 minutes, then remove from heat and let sit covered. When ready, Lin Tao opened the clay pot, ladled a portion into a clean soup bowl, and placed it on a tray alongside the dipping sauce bowl, spoon, and chopsticks. Big brother, allow me to personally serve this to Miss Su. Chapter 87, Coconut Chicken brings a big opportunity. Alright, I'll go with you. Lu Wenhu instructed the kitchen staff to portion out 2 more servings to keep warm in the pot until he and Lin Tao returned to eat. The remainder was distributed among the kitchen staff. Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu arrived outside Su Lingxian's office. Lu Wenhu knocked on the door. What is it? Miss, it's Lin Tao. We've created a new dish for you to taste. Come in. Lu Wenhu opened the door. Su Lingxian sat on the sofa, dressed today in a bamboo green, long-sleeved, traditional-style chipa with a slanted collar. The skirt hem reached her ankles, and the slit only went up to her calf, giving her an elegant and refined look. Unlike the common 21st century styles that cling to the legs and hips, with slits practically reaching the waist, giving off a vulgar vibe. Her long hair was gathered into a simple, loose braid secured with a bamboo green silk scarf, draped casually over her shoulder. Her full, rounded earlobes adorned silver-set jadeite studs shaped like bamboo leaves. Holding a copy of Tagore's The Flight of Birds, she radiated an air of refined elegance and cultured sophistication. Today, Su Lingxian wore no makeup, softening her usually sharp features. She looked like a completely different person from the decisive, no-nonsense businesswoman I'd met before. Ahem. Lu Wenhu noticed Lin Tao staring at Su Lingxian, his mind wandering. He cleared his throat softly to alert him. Xiao Tao, if you don't bring it over to the lady soon, it'll get cold. Lin Tao snapped back to reality, his ears slowly flushing crimson. How could he have gotten so lost in staring? How embarrassing. He placed the tray on the coffee table before Su Lingxian and thoughtfully opened the soup bowl. The aroma of coconut chicken wafted up. This dish is called red papaya coconut chicken. As the name suggests, it's chicken simmered with red papaya and coconut. The flavor is light and sweet, perfectly suited to the local palate. Please, Miss Su. Su Lingxian eyed the seemingly plain coconut chicken soup before her. It smelled promising, but she wondered how it would taste. Lin Tao placed the dipping sauce bowl before her, only then realizing he'd forgotten something. A young lady from a wealthy family like Su Lingxian would surely be particular about dining etiquette. For a dish requiring bone removal, a bone dish was essential. He said with some regret, I forgot to prepare a bone plate for Miss Su. I'll go get one now. No need to trouble yourself. I'll spit them into the tray for now. The dishwasher in the kitchen can handle it later. Su Lingxian picked up a piece of chicken without dipping it and brought it straight to her mouth. She took a bite and her eyes widened instantly. How could this chicken be so tender and smooth, with not a hint of gaminess? It absorbed the refreshing sweetness of coconut and red papaya, plus the savory umami of mushrooms. Chewing it revealed no dryness whatsoever, yet unlike long-simmered old hen soup, the meat practically melted in her mouth, soft, tender, and springy, perfectly executed. She immediately took a second piece, dipping it in Lin Tao's secret sauce. The taste was completely different: the tangy lime, the fiery chili, the savory fish sauce and soy, the nutty sesame oil. Su Lingxian felt as if fireworks were exploding on her taste buds. Under Lin Tao's slightly nervous gaze as he waited for her verdict, Su Lingxian said nothing. She simply kept eating, devouring every last bit until not a drop of broth remained. Lu Wenhu watched in astonishment beside her, wondering just how delicious it must be to see Su Lingxian eat like this. How did Lin Tao always manage to hit the sweet spot with Su Lingxian's palate? Miss Su, what do you think? Su Lingxian dabbed her lips with a handkerchief to remove the oil, then nodded calmly. Very good. This dish will become the signature specialty of the Golden Sand Hotel. Lin Tao, you've done me a huge favor again. If there's anything you want, just ask. As your partner, I won't let you down. Lin Tao shook his head. It's just sharing a recipe, nothing major. If it helps Miss Su, that's all that matters. Since Lu Wenhu had already agreed to help resolve Lin Xiaoyu's middle school enrollment issue, there was no need to bring it up again in front of Su Lingxian. Lin Tao's reaction caught Su Lingxian off guard. A faint smile touched her lips. I'm not the type to take advantage of others, especially friends. I recently received some information from higher-ups that might interest you. What kind of information? I'd love to hear more. Lin Tao's interest was piqued. Su Lingxian's smile broadened. The higher-ups are planning to select several villages as pilot projects for full electrification. If you're interested, I can pull some strings to get Baisha village nominated. Village-wide electrification? That would be a tremendous blessing. With electricity at home, we could buy all kinds of appliances, TVs, refrigerators, washing machines. Most importantly, we could install electric lights and fans. No more lighting kerosene lamps at night, and fans would keep us much cooler in summer. Lin Tao's delight was palpable. Thank you, Miss Su. You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. After leaving Su Lingxian's office, Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu returned to the kitchen. Lu Wenhu couldn't wait to taste Lin Tao's coconut chicken. Even he, who had traveled far and wide with Su Lingxian and sampled many delicacies, nearly shed tears. Xiao Tao, where did you learn this skill? This is absolutely delicious. Haha, bro, you're exaggerating. These are all the most common ingredients and seasonings. For coconut chicken, it's best to use Wenchang or Qingyuan chickens, but unfortunately, we don't have those here. We'll just have to make do with a regular farm-raised chicken. Since Lin Tao had been such a big help, Lu Wenhu slipped him 50 yuan out of his own pocket, along with a stack of vouchers. Lin Tao immediately spotted the radio and sewing machine vouchers tucked inside. These were hot commodities, things many people wanted but couldn't get their hands on. Bro. Just take it. No need for all this fuss between us brothers. Thanks, bro. Oh, and do you know where the Xinhua bookstore is in town? My sister's books and stuff all got burned in the fire. I want to buy her a few books to read. I know the way. I'll drive you there. See if there's anywhere else you need to go. After you're done, I'll take you straight back to the village. Alright, thanks, bro. The car pulled up outside Xinhua bookstore. Lin Tao got out and looked at the modest-sized storefront. The sign, painted in red, bore the 4 characters Xinhua bookstore. Though the paint had faded over time, it still stood out prominently along the street. A steady stream of people flowed in and out the entrance, from white-haired elders to 7- or 8-year-old children. Ever since the college entrance exams were reinstated, the number of people coming to browse and buy books had surged again. Lu Wenhu leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. It's too crowded inside. I won't go in and jostle with the crowd. I'll wait for you outside. But don't rush, there's no hurry. Alright. Lin Tao stepped into the Xinhua bookstore. Inside, the crowd was even denser than outside, with young people leaning against bookshelves reading everywhere. The bookstore was exceptionally quiet, filled only with the rustling of pages turning and the occasional soft cough. While browsing books for Lin Xiaoyu, he was suddenly jostled from behind, causing him to stumble. Sorry, comrade Lin Tao. What are you doing here? Chapter 88, Looking Down on People. Lin Jun? Lin Tao hadn't expected such a coincidence, running into Lin Jun at Xinhua bookstore. He paused for a moment, but since their friendship wasn't deep, Lin Tao didn't plan to chat much. He gave a quick reading and returned to selecting books. Lin Jun glanced at the bookshelf, guessing who Lin Tao was buying for. He snorted disdainfully. You really intend to let your sister continue her studies? That's pure waste of money. Since they were in a bookstore, Lin Tao didn't bother responding. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a book on the shelf, Tagore's The Flight of Birds, identical to the one Su Lingxian was holding. As if compelled by some unseen force, Lin Tao reached out and pulled the book from the shelf. Seeing Lin Tao ignore him, Lin Jun grew irritated and angry. He grabbed Lin Tao's arm. Lin Tao, I'm talking to you. Playing deaf, are you? The book clattered to the floor. Lin Tao let out an impatient click of his tongue, shook off Lin Jun's grip, bent down to pick up the book, and brushed the dust off it. This is a bookstore. Don't you know loud talking is prohibited? After saying that, Lin Tao picked out a few more books and turned toward the counter to pay. What's the point of pretending? Think buying a few books makes you some kind of intellectual? Noticing disapproving glances from nearby customers, Lin Jun quickly shut up, afraid of losing face. Lin Jun, who are you talking to? Several young men dressed similarly to Lin Jun emerged from the other side of the bookshelves. They appeared to be classmates from high school. Their clothes, however, were much newer than Lin Jun's. They wore leather shoes, sported watches on their wrists, and sported the latest hairstyles from state-run barbershops, meticulously styled with hair wax. Though they were addressing Lin Jun, they stood closer to each other, creating an invisible barrier between themselves and him. Lin Tao glanced at them, turned his head, and snorted lightly. What a bunch of snobs who love to show off and look down on the poor. Lin Jun, who was that guy? I heard you call him, seems like he has the same surname as you? Lin Jun stammered, he's my uncle's cousin. Didn't get much schooling. Just a loafer in the village, not much good for anything. The young man who looked like a spoiled rich kid raised an eyebrow. An uneducated street loafer buying books at Xinhua bookstore? How interesting. They had just finished picking out their books and moved to stand behind Lin Tao in the checkout line. They noticed the copy of the collected poems of Rabindranath Tagore in his hands. Lin Jun, your cousin reads the collected poems of Rabindranath Tagore? He probably doesn't understand Tagore's literary works. He likely bought it just because he saw others buying it. You know, you and your cousin do look a bit alike. Lin Jun saw the mockery in his classmate's eyes. He wanted to get angry but dared not offend them, so he could only retort, "I'm nothing like him, looking like a cheapskate." Lin Tao had been listening to this group badmouthing him behind his back for a while. Even a clay figure has its limits. He turned around, his face cold, and said, "If you've got the guts, say it to my face. Or should I get a megaphone so everyone can hear how poor and shabby I am?" Lin Jun's face drained instantly. Just 2 days ago, his mother had warned him not to provoke Lin Tao. Now, in his moment of triumph, he'd forgotten everything. "Why aren't you talking now? You were so talkative just a moment ago." Though Lin Jun was the elder cousin, Lin Tao's imposing presence made him seem like the more authoritative brother. Lin Jun stammered for a long moment, unable to speak. However, while Lin Jun feared him, the other young masters certainly didn't. Instead, they defended Lin Jun. "What kind of talk is that? You're a cheapskate yourself and can't even let others speak? You're such a street rat, look at that sleazy demeanor. How could Lin Jun have a cousin like you? What a disgrace. Can you even afford this book at $2? Or did you steal it?" The young men's voices grew louder, drawing the attention of nearby customers. Curious stares converged on Lin Tao, and whispers began. Lin Tao's expression darkened. "You're just spouting lies," he sneered. "City students think they're so superior, huh? No need for evidence in what you say or do, right?" He then turned to the silent Lin Jun. "Don't you know where my money comes from? How can you just let your classmates slander me?" Lin Jun stammered, unable to speak for a long moment. Finally, he lowered his head again, tacitly acknowledging his classmates' words. Lin Tao gave a cold laugh and ignored them, pulling money from his pocket to pay the bill and prepare to leave. But the few rich kids who'd seen him pull out several bills weren't about to let him go. They grabbed his shoulders. "Hold on, where'd you get all that cash? You didn't steal it from the crowded bookstore, did you? Everyone, check your wallets. If anything's missing, it's definitely his doing." Lin Tao was truly enraged. He grabbed the guy by the collar and hoisted him up. "Don't mistake me for a sick cat just because the tiger hasn't roared yet. One more slanderous word and I'll send you straight to the police station for a good talking to from the officers. If defamation laws weren't still being finalized until next year, I'd drag him straight to court." Lin Tao was a big, burly guy who did physical labor all the time. No pampered city boy could compare. Facing Lin Tao's cold, fierce glare, the guy was instantly scared, speechless. "Xiao Tao, what's going on? Why haven't you come out yet?" Lu Wenhu had smoked 2 cigarettes outside waiting for Lin Tao to finish buying his books. Thinking he should check on him, he came inside only to witness the altercation. The young men, upon seeing Lu Wenhu, scattered like sick chickens, huddling nervously to the side. As the nominal owner of the Jinsha Hotel, backed by the Su family, Lu Wenhu commanded respect from those with connections. Lin Tao released the young man who had started the trouble. "It's fine, big brother. Just ran into some troublesome guys. Let's go." The young man fawned over Lu Wenhua. "Mr. Lu, do you remember me? My parents and I often dine at the Jinsha Hotel." Lu Wenhu stared at him for a moment, furrowing his brow as if recalling. After a pause, he said, "I don't remember." Anyone he didn't recognize wasn't from a family with any clout in town, so he wasn't afraid to offend them. "Was it you who gave my brother a hard time earlier?" The young man met Lu Wenhu's gaze, which held a hint of ferocity, and instinctively swallowed hard. I didn't know he was your brother, Boss Lu. So just because you don't know him, you think you can bully him?" I won't dare again, Boss Lu. Don't talk to me. Apologize to my brother." The group of young men quickly bowed to Lin Tao, apologizing profusely, almost ready to kneel and kowtow. "We're sorry, comrade. We shouldn't have judged you by appearances or spread rumors slandering your character. Please forgive us. It's all Lin Jun's fault. He was the one who badmouthed you to us first." Lin Jun stood dumbstruck beside them, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. Lu Wenhu turned to him, narrowing his eyes. "I recognize you. You're Xiao Tao's cousin, right?" Chapter 89, Wild Yellow Croaker. Lin Jun shuddered at Lu Wenhu's piercing gaze and stiffly nodded. Lin Tao sighed and said to Lu Wenhua, "Forget it, big brother. After all, Xiaoyu and I are still staying at his place. It wouldn't be good to make things too awkward." "Fine." Lu Wenhu shot Lin Jun a look. "If you weren't Xiao Tao's cousin, I'd have made you disappear for publicly humiliating my brother like this. Learn your lesson. Remember, your family's good fortune depends entirely on Xiao Tao." Yes, I understand." Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu left the Xinhua bookstore and headed straight for the department store. They bought several outfits and pairs of shoes for themselves and Lin Xiaoyu, along with a whole bunch of random odds and ends. Loaded down with bags and bundles, they returned to Baisha village. Since the Changrong ship hadn't come back yet and Aunt Zhao was working at the dock, no one was home. Lin Tao had no choice but to take everything to Uncle Lin's place first. Only Chinju was home, chopping wild greens and bran in the courtyard to feed the chickens. "Oh, Xiao Tao's back. What wonderful things did you buy? None of this is for you kids, don't touch it." She then called Lin Xiaoyu to help carry everything inside. As Lin Tao spoke, Chenju's forced smile slowly froze on her face. She thought to herself, that ingrate. He treats us siblings to all the good food and drink, yet when he makes money, he doesn't even think to buy something to show respect to his elders. Put. Sitting on a small stool, she chopped the cutting board so hard it shook the earth, whether intentionally for Lin Tao to hear or just to vent her anger, no one knew. Inside the house, Lin Xiaoyu heard the commotion and asked anxiously, "Brother, is auntie angry?" "Who cares if she's angry? These books were bought for you, along with notebooks, pencils, erasers, clothes, shoes, and even hair accessories." Lin Tao pulled out a pair of pink hair clips. Pink tulle layered over white lace trim, adorned with a few plastic beads. These clips cost 5 yuan more than the butterfly hairpins he'd bought earlier. But 5 yuan could make Lin Xiaoyu happy, money well spent. Lin Tao tied the flowers onto Lin Xiaoyu's 2 braids, fetched a mirror from the cabinet, and held it up to his little sister. "Pretty, huh?" Lin Xiaoyu couldn't stop touching the flowers. "Thanks, big bro." Chen Ju watched the siblings chatting and laughing inside, her irritation boiling over. She slammed the knife down, then went to feed the chickens while cursing under her breath. "You ungrateful beasts. I feed you day in and day out, yet you can't even lay eggs properly. You deserve to be slaughtered." Hearing her increasingly vile insults from outside, Lin Tao walked straight out. He bent down to pick up the knife, opened the chicken coop, grabbed one at random, and yanked it out by its wing. The chicken flapped frantically, squawking shrilly. Seeing Lin Tao about to slit the chicken's throat, Chen Ju panicked and rushed to stop him. "Lin Tao, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Tao moved the knife away from the chicken's neck in feigned confusion. "I heard you say in there that you'd slaughter the chickens if they didn't lay eggs. I just came out to help." Chen Ju snatched the chicken from Lin Tao's grasp, cooing at it like a precious treasure. "Hens are timid creatures. After such a fright, she'll probably stop laying eggs for good. I worked so hard raising this chick to adulthood. If I slaughter it, how will I get eggs?" "You're such a strange person, auntie. You're the one who said to kill it, and you're the one who says not to kill it. But you better think it through. If you don't kill it, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, one day when I get fed up, I'll slaughter them all. Perfect for stewing old hen soup for Xiaoyu, since she's so frail." With that, Lin Tao casually tossed the kitchen knife at Chen Ju's feet. She shuddered violently, every hair on her body standing on end. "I came into town today intending to buy you and your husband something nice. Too bad your son crossed me today. I'm in a foul mood, so don't expect any extra favors from me now. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Liu from the Jinsha Hotel was with me at the time. He saw everything. As for Lin Jun's future prospects, well, who knows?" After hearing Lin Tao's words, Chen Ju's face paled even more. She thought to herself, hadn't she specifically warned Xiao Jun never to offend Lin Tao? Now he's gone and offended the money god, how will we ever get any favors out of him now? She scrambled to put on a conciliatory smile for Lin Tao. "Little Tao, your auntie is apologizing on behalf of your brother. He's just book smart, so don't take it personally. And could you put in a good word for us with Mr. Liu? We're all family, after all." Now she remembered we're family. Where was that thought earlier? Lin Tao shot Chen Ju a glance before striding into the house without looking back. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. At 6 p.m. today, a school of yellow croakers will appear 700 meters east of Jinsha Reef. Host intelligence level for 104 points. Host, please review immediately. Had he heard correctly? A school of yellow croakers? Yellow croakers and large yellow croakers, once primary economic fish species, have become rare even in this era due to fishermen's rampant use of destructive gill nets. Though yellow croaker holds less value than large yellow croaker, a substantial school would still yield considerable worth. By the 21st century, nearly all yellow croakers and large yellow croakers on the market were farmed, offering no comparison to wild specimens. Yellow croakers are also highly light-sensitive fish, preferring to rise to the surface during dawn and dusk. They typically stay at depths of several dozen meters during the day, making them extremely difficult to catch by sea fishing or trawling. Judging by the time, the Changrong should be nearing port. Lin Tao headed to the dock to help unload and sort the catch. Since yellow croaker requires live shrimp as bait, he casually scooped a bucket of leftover small shrimp. Others assumed he intended to take them home for dinner and paid it no mind. After the crew from the Changrong and the villagers at the pier gradually returned home, Lin Tao thought Zhao Xiaopeng had been busy all day on the boat and didn't call him. He untied his small boat and paddled toward Jinsha Reef. Host has arrived near the target. The sunset painted the sky crimson, the fiery clouds reflecting on the sea like a burning sea of flames. Lin Tao tapped his skiff, producing a hollow thud to attract yellow croakers, a trick that worked on larger yellow croakers too. He cast his line into the sea, baited with live shrimp, and waited quietly for the yellow croakers to bite. In less than 2 minutes, the float began to tremble. The yellow croakers were small, the largest barely reaching 30 centimeters, and reeling them in required almost no effort. One after another, the small yellow croakers piled up in the boat, and the curve of Lin Tao's lips grew wider. Only when darkness completely fell and the float remained motionless did Lin Tao reel in his line and prepare to head back. The skiff was piled high with roughly 100 pounds of yellow croakers. Squeezed together, they made a squawking noise. Honestly, it was a bit noisy. Back at the dock, Lin Tao first covered the boat with seaweed before heading straight to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Zhao Xiaopeng opened the door and leaned out. "Bro, what's up? Bring a few extra buckets with you. I caught about 100 pounds of yellow croaker. Same as before, I'll keep them at your place for now." Yellow croakers? Chapter 90, another 400 yuan earned. Zhao Xiaopeng instinctively raised his voice in shock, prompting Lin Tao to quickly cover his mouth. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear." Zhao Xiaopeng nodded quickly and whispered, "I always thought yellow croakers were extinct like the big ones. Our village boats haven't caught any in years." "Bro, you actually caught 100 pounds? Holy cow. Just got lucky. Let's get out of here fast." "All right." The brothers carried buckets to the pier, making trip after trip home under cover of night. Uncle Zhao, cigarette dangling from his mouth, circled the large metal tubs filled with fish, murmuring admiringly, "These will bring in a fortune. If they were big yellow croakers, they'd be worth even more." Lin Tao thought to himself, if they were big yellow croakers, you'd probably need golden intelligence to catch them. Keep upgrading the system, and you'll definitely encounter them later. Looking at the yellow croakers crammed into the tubs, Lin Tao realized this wasn't a sustainable solution. He suggested to Uncle Zhao, "There's a mason in the village right now. Why don't we build a fish pond in the courtyard? It'd be more convenient, though it would take up some of your space." Uncle Zhao waved it off. "It's no big deal to take up some space. No need to be so polite. If we stop raising fish later, we can always use it as a bathing pool." Aunt Zhao teased him from the side, "You sure know how to enjoy yourself. A bath that big? Don't even think I'm heating the water for you. Oh, come on. You have to embarrass me in front of the kids." Early the next morning, before breakfast was even served, Lin Tao grabbed the money and his carefully drawn plans and headed straight to Uncle Zhao's place. No sooner had he left than Chen Ju, who was setting dishes on the table, couldn't resist taking a dig at Uncle Lin. "Look at your wonderful nephew," she said sarcastically. "Off he goes first thing in the morning, rushing to hand over money to someone else. When good things happen, he never thinks of us." Uncle Lin frowned. "Eat your food. Stop gossiping." "What? My mouth isn't on my face? You've been a village official for over a decade and finally became village chief, yet you never brought home any benefits. You're completely useless. Not a single one of you Lin family members is any good, all of you are ingrateful dogs. How could I have been so blind to follow you? My brother is no ingrate." Lin Xiaoyu, sitting beside them, suddenly retorted firmly to Chen Ju. Chen Ju jabbed her finger hard into Lin Xiaoyu's forehead. "You little good-for-nothing brat. How dare you interrupt adults talking? You're just as ill-mannered as your brother, both of you are father-born, motherless pieces of trash." Smack! Uncle Lin slammed his chopsticks down on the table. "Chen Ju, is this never-ending? If you're that resentful, let's go file for divorce at the village office right now. At least then you won't have to look at this or that and get annoyed every single day." Chen Ju couldn't believe the man who'd always been quiet and obedient before her would actually mention divorce. First stunned, then enraged, she swept everything off the table onto the floor, startling little Lin Xiaoyu beside her. "Lin! You bastard! You dare bring up divorce? Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. How dare you treat me this way?" When Lin Tao returned home, he walked in on Uncle Lin and his wife in the midst of their argument. Seeing the living room floor strewn with debris, he froze in shock. Spotting his younger sister Lin Xiaoyu cowering helplessly in the corner, he hurried over and pulled her into his arms. "You must be terrified, little one." Uncle Lin, embarrassed by his son's return, stormed out to smoke in the courtyard. Chen Ju, still fuming, chased after him demanding an explanation. "Enough! There are children in this house. Don't you think we've been humiliated enough? Put. Lin, you suddenly care about your reputation now? Tell me, have you been wanting to divorce me all along? I knew you'd always had your eye on Wang Shueping. Put. Shameless. She'd have drowned at sea long ago if she'd followed your brother. She wasn't with you in life, but in death she's with your brother, a perfect pair in the afterlife. Keep dreaming about that in your next life." Wang Shueping was the original owner's mother's name. Who knew such gossip existed among the elders? Lin Tao covered Lin Xiaoyu's ears and pulled her inside, shielding her from the filthy words she shouldn't hear. Uncle Lin's face flushed crimson. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Chen Ju's face. "You've truly lost your mind. Spouting such nonsense in front of Xiao Tao and Xiaoyu?" Uncle Lin struck with such force that Chen Ju fell flat on the ground. Her lips split open, and a bright red, swollen handprint instantly appeared on her face. The blow seemed to snap Chen Ju back to her senses. She slumped to the floor, clutching her face and wailing loudly. Lin Tao had no idea what had sparked their argument and didn't want to get involved in their marital affairs. To his surprise, seeing Chen Ju weeping so bitterly, Lin Xiaoyu slowly approached her with a handkerchief, whispering, "Auntie, please stop crying." Chen Ju lifted her head, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Suddenly, she shoved Lin Xiaoyu away with force. "Don't stand there pretending to be kind. If it weren't for your mother, I wouldn't have lost my first child. Chen Ju, take your anger out on me." What happened back then had nothing to do with my sister-in-law. Stop telling nonsense to the child. That brat looks like she was molded from the same template as Wang Shueping. Just looking at her makes me sick. Lin Tao shielded Lin Xiaoyu in his arms. Uncle and auntie, I don't know what grudges you hold against my parents, but I won't let anyone slander them or bully my sister. Xiao Tao. Staying at Uncle Lin's house will definitely cause trouble. Thankfully, school starts soon. Once Lin Xiaoyu moves into the city dorms, he'll return to Zhao Xiaopeng's place. Bro, let's go. It's time to head out to sea. The crew of the Changrong kept waiting at the dock for Lin Tao, but he never showed up. Zhao Xiaopeng came to Uncle Lin's house to find him. Here I am. After boarding the ship, Lin Tao stood on the deck, lost in thought as he gazed out at the sea, thinking of the original owner's parents. Bro, you look troubled. Nothing. Just didn't sleep well last night. By evening, the Changrong returned to port. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng drove the Liang brothers to their home to load the yellow croakers. The Liang brothers clapped their hands in delight upon seeing the fresh yellow croakers. What a treat! Villagers drawn by the commotion stared in amazement at the golden yellow croakers glistening in the fish tanks. I haven't seen yellow croakers in years. Where did Lin Tao get so many? This is bound to fetch a hefty price. Lin Tao's luck is almost unnervingly good. After weighing them, the total was 106 jin. The Liang brothers offered 4 yuan per jin. Liang Yong counted out the money from his leather wallet. 424 yuan. Counted correctly, right, Xiao Tao? If these were big yellow croakers, the price per jin could have been 2 yuan higher. Lin Tao swiftly counted the bills in his hand, confirming not a single cent was missing. Though Zhao Xiaopeng hadn't helped much with the fishing this time, Lin Tao still gave him 100 yuan. Zhao Xiaopeng looked at the money awkwardly. Bro, I really can't take this. Take it. Besides helping me haul the fish, consider this rent for using your yard. Chapter 91, Unspoken Past Grievances. My dad said even if you don't use the pond anymore, our family can still keep using it. How could we charge you rent? You silly kid. Everyone else would jump at the chance to get more money. You're the only one who's so dumb you refuse it. I've always said that as long as I have a bite to eat, you'll have a sip of soup. I treat you like my own brother. If I can't give you much, can't I at least give you a little? Lin Tao forcefully shoved the money into Zhao Xiaopeng's pocket. As long as you stick with me, I can't promise you'll become rich and powerful, but I guarantee you'll live a good life. My word is my bond. Zhao Xiaopeng looked at Lin Tao and nodded firmly. Thanks, bro. The villagers watching the scene were stunned by Lin Tao's loyalty and the generous sum he handed to Zhao Xiaopeng. Beyond their envy, they marveled at how different Lin Tao had become. Many young villagers began to consider joining Lin Tao on the Changrong to earn money, but they hesitated, afraid to defy their conservative elders at home. Lin Tao casually handed the diving suit the one Li Shan had stolen and which had been punctured by a hook-nosed sea snake to the Liang brothers. Brother Ji, Brother Yong, please deliver this to Big Brother and ask if he has any way to repair it. I still have great use for this gear. Got it. After seeing off the Liang brothers, Lin Tao returned to Uncle Lin's house. Uncle Lin sat frowning on the steps of the main house, smoking his pipe. It was time to prepare dinner, yet Chenju was nowhere to be seen in the kitchen. Uncle, where's Auntie? She got angry, packed her things, and ran back to her parents' house. Sigh, she's so old, yet still so stubborn. Lin Tao recalled the morning's argument between Uncle Lin and Chenju. He opened his mouth to ask about the feud between Uncle Lin and Auntie Chen and the original owner's parents, but hesitated for a long time and ultimately kept his questions to himself. Uncle Lin glanced at Lin Tao, who was clearly holding back and knew exactly what he wanted to ask. He patted the step beside him. I know you want to ask about what happened between me, your aunt, and your parents. Sit down, and let's talk. I'll tell you some stories from the past that you kids wouldn't know. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu emerged from the house and sat close to Lin Tao. Brother, what are you and Uncle talking about? Can I listen too? Lin Tao glanced questioningly at Uncle Lin, who nodded, signaling that Xiaoyu's presence wouldn't disrupt the conversation. Uncle Lin flicked his pipe onto the ground and crushed it out with his foot. He let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed on the drifting clouds tinged with sunset hues. If you looked closely, you could see his eyes weren't really focused, as if he were trying to pierce through that sky to return to the past. Your mother wasn't from our village, Bai Sha. She was one of those educated youth sent down from the city to receive re-education by the poor peasants and lower middle peasants. But she never mentioned what her family did back home, so I never knew. Not many educated youths came to our village, and your mother was the only female among them. Regulations weren't strict back then, so she could have easily gotten by doing light work alongside the village women. But your mother was different from the other women. She insisted on joining the production team to work on the boats. At first, we just found it novel and teased her for overestimating her abilities. I'm a shallow person. I'd never seen a woman as beautiful, sophisticated, educated, and graceful as your mother. Though I liked her, I secretly thought she was just going through the motions on the boat. But your father was different from us. He admired her for her strong character, her ability to endure hardship, and her willingness to take risks. She was the kind of woman he respected. Over time, they fell in love. This nearly caused a falling out between your father and me. The whole village knew about it. To make me give up hope, your grandfather pressured me into marrying your grandmother. When the educated youth returned to the city, your mother stayed behind and married your father. So Uncle Lin really did have feelings for the original owner's mother. No wonder Chenju never let it go. What about your first child? Asked the old woman. At this mention, Uncle Lin sighed deeply again. It was my wife and I who lacked the fortune to keep that child. It had nothing to do with your mother. After your aunt became pregnant, I truly gave up on your mother and resolved to build a life with your aunt. But pregnant women have strange moods. Back then, your grandparents were still healthy and hadn't split their household yet. Your aunt was constantly suspicious, always thinking I was having an affair with your mother behind her back. One day when your father was away, your mother was ill but still had to fetch water herself. I went over to help. When your grandmother saw me, she cursed me viciously. She tried to attack your mother but slipped and hit her head on the well rim. The baby was lost. They say family troubles shouldn't be aired in public, so outwardly we claimed the child was lost due to an accident while working. Uncle Lin finished his story, his gaze toward Lin Tao filled with resignation and nostalgia. Tao, I know I haven't treated you like family, but I'm telling you this so you understand your mother and I were completely innocent. She was a truly wonderful woman. Your father and I had our disagreements when we were young, but we were brothers born of the same mother. He never doubted me, and I never did anything to betray him. After your parents passed away, I grieved more deeply than anyone. They were my own flesh and blood, my brother and sister-in-law. Lin Tao nodded. He could see in Uncle Lin's eyes as he recounted these old stories that he wasn't lying. Yet the original host's memories held no recollection of his mother's background or grandparents. That his mother was an educated youth from the city suggested her family couldn't have been too poor. Even if she was deeply in love with the original host's father, why had her family never come looking for them? Lin Tao returned to the room and pulled out the yellowed, slightly blurred black and white photograph from under his pillow. It was a young portrait of the original host's parents, and even now, one could see that the original host's mother had been a delicate beauty. Unfortunately, aside from this photograph, everything else about the original owner's parents had been completely destroyed in that fire. There was simply no way to investigate further. Ah well, it wasn't exactly a pressing matter. He'd look into it when he had the chance and time. Chenju had stormed off to her parents' house in a huff, and since Uncle Lin couldn't cook, Lin Tao had to step in as the temporary chef, quickly stir-frying 2 dishes to get by. The next morning, Lin Tao glanced at the calendar on the wall. Today was the 14th day of the 7th lunar month, and tomorrow was the Ghost Festival. He had promised Lin Xiaoyu that he would take her to the seaside to set lotus boats afloat during the festival. But he didn't know how to make lotus boats himself. He'd have to make a trip to Uncle Zhao's house. That morning, Lin Tao cooked a pot of thick millet porridge, stir-fried a plate of shrimp paste eggs, and served them with sliced pickled vegetables tossed in sesame oil, a simple breakfast. Arriving at Uncle Zhao's house, Aunt Zhao smiled and said to him, "Little Tao, you're here so early again. If Uncle Zhao and I ever want to sleep in, we'd probably have to give you a heads up beforehand." Chapter 92, Plump, Large Bread Crab. Sorry for disturbing your rest, Auntie Zhao. Auntie Zhao patted Lin Tao's shoulder lightly and chuckled, "Just teasing you, kid. You take everything so seriously. Have you eaten yet? If not, why not join us for a bite?" "I've eaten. I just came to ask if Uncle Zhao knows how to make a lotus boat." Uncle Zhao sat on a wooden bench, bowl of rice in hand. Hearing Lin Tao mention the lotus boat, his expression shifted slightly. "Little Tao, why on earth would you want to make something like that? The fuss has died down now, hasn't it? Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. My sister misses her parents terribly, and I thought taking her to the beach to set sail a couple of lotus boats might help ease her heart a little." Uncle Zhao and his wife both couldn't help but show expressions of regret. They just sighed and said nothing. Lin Tao sensed their lingering apprehension, feared that crafting ritual items might brand them as remnants supporting feudal superstition, risking public criticism. So Lin Tao cut straight to the point, "Uncle Zhao, don't worry. I'll take Xiaoyu to the beach after dark when no one's around. We'll sneak in quietly and no one will notice. And if we really get caught red-handed, I'll say I made them myself. I won't drag you into this." "Xiao Tao, that's not what I'm worried about," Uncle Zhao replied. Uncle Zhao sounded somewhat uneasy as he spoke. After all, the turmoil of the past few years had left a deep psychological shadow in everyone's hearts. No one could be certain things were truly settled now. "Uncle Zhao, if it really doesn't work out, teach me how to make the lotus boats. I'll try making them myself and see if I can pull it off." Seeing Lin Tao's stubbornness, Uncle Zhao sighed in resignation. "It's only 2 lotus boats. It won't take much effort. No need to make such a fuss. I'll just make them for you." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Lin Tao pulled 10 yuan from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao glanced at it and shook his head. "I'm not that greedy. Take it back. Just come get them when you return from your voyage." "Alright, I'll be going then." Seeing this, Lin Tao clutched the money in his hand and headed for the door. Only after Lin Tao had left did Auntie Zhao return to the main room. She held out her open palm toward Uncle Zhao. Little Tao just tossed this down and ran off before heading out. Ah, that boy. As Lin Tao jogged home, the system's mechanical electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point. Tonight at 9 p.m., a large bread crab will appear underwater 20 meters east of the eastern shore of the beach. Host intelligence level for 109 points. Host, please review promptly. Another nighttime mission requiring him to go underwater. Just for 1 point of experience, this was quite a hassle. Bread crabs are commonly found in coastal shallow waters to deeper offshore seabeds. They are nocturnal creatures, burrowing into the sand during the day to rest and emerging at night to forage and hunt. Remarkably, these creatures boast a long lifespan, typically living up to 20 years, with extremely rare specimens surviving as long as 50. During the day, Lin Tao and his crew set sail aboard the Changrong for fishing. As they hauled in the nets, an unwelcome guest boarded the vessel. Holy, bro, a shark! A massive shark, nearly 3 meters long, tumbled onto the deck alongside the net's catch. Despite being briefly deprived of seawater, the shark showed no signs of panic from oxygen deprivation. Instead, it lay among the fish, gaping its blood-red maw and devouring its meal with relish. Seeing the sharp teeth protruding from the shark's gums, Lin Tao and the crew backed away, none daring to approach for a while. They could only watch as their catch devoured other catches. Regaining his composure, Lin Tao recognized the large creature as a lemon shark. These sharks typically inhabit warm, shallow waters and possess a fierce temperament, though they generally do not attack humans. However, it was territorial and easily provoked, with poor eyesight. Attacks usually occurred when humans strayed into its territory or when murky water caused it to mistake people for larger prey. Although there are currently no animal protection laws restricting it, fishermen catch sharks and turn their fins into shark fin soup to sell at high prices. But Lin Tao, who had been a law-abiding citizen in his previous life, still couldn't get past that mental barrier. He ordered the crew, "Get the shovels. Push it back into the sea." Zhao Xiaopeng looked puzzled. "Bro, just let it go? Aren't we going to cut off its fins to sell to the Golden Sand Hotel? Shark fin soup is worth a fortune. No cutting. Just release it. The shark's only value lies in its fins. Its meat is thick with fat, foul-smelling, and unpalatable. That's why fishermen cut off the fins while the shark is still alive and then toss it back into the sea. But a shark without fins is like a human without limbs. Once back in the sea, death is all that awaits it." Consequently, coastal shark populations have plummeted within mere decades, nearly facing mass extinction. Lin Tao wanted to make big money, but he refused to earn ill-gotten gains that inflict irreversible damage on the ecosystem. The crew of the Changrong couldn't understand why Lin Tao would walk away from such a lucrative opportunity. With a stern expression, Lin Tao declared, "From now on, whether I'm on board or not, any shark caught by the Changrong must be released whole fins intact. We will not engage in the shark fin trade." Understood. Working together, the crew pushed the lucky lemon shark, which had enjoyed its own buffet, back into the sea. The shark circled once, flicked its tail, and swam away. Watching the lemon shark disappear into the distance, Lin Tao exhaled deeply, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Returning to port at dusk, the Liang brothers were already waiting ashore. As Lin Tao stepped off the boat, they pulled 2 luggage bags from the trunk and set them on the ground. "Xiao Tao, the boss asked us to bring these to you." Lin Tao opened the duffel bags to find 2 complete sets of diving gear inside, staring at them in surprise. "These are. The boss said he's already had someone look into repairing your old set. These 2 new sets are for you since you've got your own team now, you'll definitely need them." Lin Tao suppressed his excitement. "Thank my brother for me." He knew deep down that these 2 sets of gear must have been arranged by Su Lingxian, and he felt a new wave of gratitude toward her. After processing the catch on the boat, Lin Tao stopped Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua, who were preparing to head home. "Chen Hua, tonight I'm taking Xiaopeng out on the water. We'll need someone to hold the snorkels on the dinghy. Would you be willing to help out? You'll get a share of the earnings." Chen Hua paused, then nodded. "Sure." Zhao Xiaopeng jumped up and down excitedly. "Bro, I get to go diving with you too?" "Yeah, we have 3 sets of diving gear now, but the skiff is too small. It gets unstable with 4 people on it. So today, only 2 can go underwater and 1 stays on the surface. But don't worry, Chen Hua. Everyone aboard the Changrong will get their chance to dive for treasure." Chapter 93, Grandfather Generation Hawksbill Sea Turtles. But diving carries risks. I must ensure you're both proficient before taking you out to sea. Xiaopeng only earned my trust after watching me dive countless times. But your role is equally critical. The snorkel is a diver's lifeline. Entrusting mine and Xiaopeng's snorkels to you means placing our very lives in your hands. Do you understand, Chen Hua? Chen Hua hadn't expected Lin Tao to place such trust in him. After all their past arguments and grievances, anyone else would never have handed him the snorkels or even given him a chance to earn money. Chen Hua stared at Lin Tao, both stunned and deeply moved. He remained speechless for a long moment before finally speaking with unwavering resolve. Rest assured. For the sake of your trust alone, I won't let anything happen to you. By evening, Uncle Lin and Xiaoyu had both retired for the night. Lin Tao tiptoed toward the door, preparing to slip out. Brother, you're going out again? Lin Xiaoyu's sleepy voice suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, Lin Tao saw her drowsily staring at him while holding a kerosene lamp clearly just awakened. Little Rain, be a good girl and go back to sleep. Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Then be careful, okay? Lin Tao ruffled Xiaoyu's hair, smiled, and stepped out into the night. Manhwa and Zhao Xiaopeng were already waiting outside Uncle Lin's door for Lin Tao. Unaware that the diving gear included a spotlight, Manhwa pulled out a household flashlight to illuminate their path. Zhao Xiaopeng carried 2 duffel bags as the three headed toward the dock. The night was windless, the sea completely calm. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng warmed up on shore for about 10 minutes before helping Zhao Xiaopeng into his diving gear. It was Zhao Xiaopeng's first time wearing diving gear. He was both fascinated and excited, constantly raising his arms and legs, unable to sit still. Lin Tao gave an impatient click of his tongue and smacked Zhao Xiaopeng's thigh. You've got fleas or something? Settle down. You'll get your fill of excitement underwater. Manhwa couldn't help but chuckle, earning him a rolling eye from Zhao Xiaopeng. What's so funny? Wait till it's your turn, you'll be even more curious than me. Manhwa snorted but didn't argue back. The three paddled their skiff toward the location indicated by the system. Ding! Host detected near target location. Alright, let's stop paddling here. I'll go in first. Lin Tao demonstrated for Zhao Xiaopeng until he entered the water steadily. Manhwa, make sure you hold onto the snorkel tube. If anything unusual happens on the surface, just pull it back in. Got it. Lin Tao guided Zhao Xiaopeng down slowly. The system-designated spot wasn't deep, just around 10 meters, roughly the height of a 3-story building. The moment his feet touched the soft sand, Lin Tao heard Zhao Xiaopeng make muffled sounds, his hands gesturing wildly. He looked pretty excited. Lin Tao shook his head helplessly, waving the fire tongs in his hand to signal Zhao Xiaopeng to focus on the task at hand. At night, bread crabs emerged from the sand to forage. Within minutes, Lin Tao spotted one slowly crawling out of a bulge on the seabed. It was about the size of a palm, and he couldn't tell if it was male or female. With quick reflexes, Lin Tao swiftly pinched its belly and shoved it into the net bag. Before the crab could struggle, it was already in his possession. The area was teeming with these crabs. Lin Tao casually raked the sand in front of him with his fire tongs, disturbing whatever lay hidden beneath. Zhao Xiaopeng tried to copy him, but his technique wasn't quite right. He soon churned the water in front of him into a murky mess. Lin Tao was speechless, almost amused. He swam over and gestured to Zhao Xiaopeng, signaling him to mimic his movements instead of flailing around. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded and stopped messing around. The brothers grabbed whatever they saw, until Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly began making urgent whimpering sounds and kicking his legs frantically. Lin Tao turned to look and discovered a sea turtle had latched onto the top of Zhao Xiaopeng's flipper. The turtle must have mistaken it for seaweed due to poor eyesight. After a closer look, Lin Tao recognized it as a hawksbill sea turtle, a Class 1 protected species in the 21st century. Due to the high demand for its shell as decorative items and its popularity as specimens overseas, poaching and smuggling had become rampant, pushing the species to the brink of extinction multiple times. The hawksbill turtle before them was exceptionally large, its age unknown. It showed no fear of the people beneath the water. Lin Tao quickly grabbed Zhao Xiaopeng, urging him to stop struggling. He then gently stroked the hawksbill's head and tapped its shell. Realizing the flipper wasn't edible, the hawksbill released its grip and spat it out. Thankfully, it hadn't been damaged. Zhao Xiaopeng had no idea how precious this creature would become in the future. Back on the production team's fishing boat, they sometimes accidentally hauled one up only to release it again when they realized it wasn't edible. His playful spirit took over, and he sat cross-legged on the hawksbill turtle's broad back, gripping the front of its shell and using it as a mount. That silly kid was such a handful. That sea turtle was probably older than Zhao Xiaopeng's own grandfather. Lin Tao yanked Zhao Xiaopeng off the hawksbill turtle, gesturing for him to focus on the task at hand. Zhao Xiaopeng grumbled a couple of times before resuming his search on the seabed. Scattered coral reefs dotted this stretch of sea, nowhere near the scale of white sand reef, golden sand reef, black stone reef, or crescent moon reef, yet they still formed a vibrant ecosystem on the seabed. The spotlight above illuminated the colorful corals, dazzling the eyes. After spending about an hour on the seabed, Lin Tao had caught nearly 20 bread crabs, even though most of that time was spent watching Zhao Xiaopeng play like a child. However, they were all of average size, with none standing out particularly. Could it be that the large bread crab the system mentioned was still hiding somewhere, undiscovered? Just as Lin Tao was pondering this, Zhao Xiaopeng let out another anxious whimper nearby. Protected by his goggles, Lin Tao rolled his eyes and swam over impatiently to see what the kid wanted now. There he was, feet braced against the coral reef, both hands gripping the fire tongs as he strained to pull them free. So the fire tongs were stuck. What a relief, that's all it was. Lin Tao leaned in to help pull it free, but the moment he touched it, something felt off. This resistance didn't feel like it was just stuck in a reef crevice. He tapped Zhao Xiaopeng on the shoulder, signaling him to stop. Shining the spotlight into the crevice, Lin Tao locked eyes with a pair of glowing, black bean-sized pupils. He nearly blurted out, "Holy! What the hell was in there?" Taking a moment to steady himself, Lin Tao dared not venture closer. Instead, he detached the spotlight from his head and held it in his hand, shining it into the crevice. After observing for a moment, he realized it seemed to be a crab. But what kind of crab had eyes this big? Lin Tao dangled a small fish outside the crevice with his fire tongs. Zhao Xiaopeng's stuck tongs finally came free, but then a pair of enormous claws, as big as hands, shot out from the crevice. Holy? Chapter 94, The Ultimate King Crab. Lin Tao watched as the massive claws grabbed the fish on the tongs before retracting. He thought to himself, could this be the giant bread crab the system mentioned? The crevice was about 20 centimeters wide, but the creature inside seemed unable to escape. Lin Tao was certain the other end of this crack must lead to a wider opening. He stationed Zhao Xiaopeng to guard the front while he circled the reef searching for an exit. Rounding the back of the rock formation, Lin Tao discovered a cave. Peering inside, he could see the beam of Zhao Xiaopeng's spotlight shining from the other end. A child of 6 or 7 could easily crawl through this hole, but for a grown man like Lin Tao, his shoulders would get stuck on the first attempt. Bread crabs feed on small crustaceans, shellfish, and worms on the seabed, occasionally scavenging dead fish and shrimp. Lin Tao gathered several scallops nearby, pried them open, extracted the meat, and set them outside the cave as bait. Lin Tao waited quietly nearby. Soon, a giant bread crab larger than a washbasin cautiously emerged from the hole, shuffling its 8 legs. Clutching a piece of scallop meat in one claw, it prepared to retreat back to its safe haven. But Lin Tao wasn't about to let such a prime snow crab get away. Figuring the tones wouldn't hold it, he simply scooped the crab into a net and quickly tied it shut. The crab frantically tried to escape, but though its claws were powerful, they were no match for the man-made fishing net. After struggling for a while, it finally seemed to give up, curling itself into a ball and hiding at the bottom of the net. It had effectively been given its own private room. After catching the giant bread crab, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng searched the area, hoping for another stroke of luck. But after spending another half hour on the seabed, only smaller bread crabs remained nearby. Adhering to the principle of sustainable harvesting, Lin Tao wisely decided against greed and began ascending with Zhao Xiaopeng. After breaking the surface, Lin Tao removed his goggles and breathing apparatus, tossed the net onto the dinghy, and climbed aboard with Zhao Xiaopeng. Manhwa watched the large mass of shadow struggling inside the net and asked curiously, "Lin Tao, what did you guys haul up? Looks pretty big. Mostly bread crabs. Let's head back to the dock first." As the three rowed toward the dock, Zhao Xiaopeng pointed toward the horizon and exclaimed, "Bro, look. The fog is rolling in over the sea again." Lin Tao followed his gaze and froze. Today's fog seemed far denser than last time, rapidly spreading toward the shore. For some reason, staring at that fog made Lin Tao feel uneasy. He paddled harder, pulling the boat back to shore. After securing it, the three stood on the beach as the fog grew thicker and closer. Not daring to linger by the shore any longer, the three hurried back to their respective homes. The next morning, Lin Tao squatted in the courtyard washing up. The sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, casting an unsettling pallor across the entire expanse. Lin Tao shook his head slightly, dismissing these unwarranted thoughts. Today was the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the Ghost Festival. He remembered that after returning from the boat trip yesterday, he had forgotten to pick up the lotus boats from Uncle Zhao's house. After breakfast, he dashed over to Uncle Zhao's house. Uncle Zhao brought out 2 exquisitely crafted lotus boats, each with a place to hold candles. "Xiao Tao, I prepared these for you." Lin Tao accepted the boats with both hands, bowed to Uncle Zhao, and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all." After leaving Uncle Zhao's house, Lin Tao stopped by Zhao Xiaopeng's place to check on the bread crabs. Since crabs sometimes cannibalize each other, Lin Tao had instructed Zhao Xiaopeng the previous night to keep the large crabs separated from the others. The bread crabs huddled quietly in the large metal basin. The largest one, sensing someone approaching, immediately grew alert, scuttling back and forth inside the basin. The scraping sound of its claws against the metal sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Tao suddenly noticed several crabs acting oddly. He picked them out with tongs for closer inspection, his expression darkening instantly. He then meticulously searched the large metal basin, selecting 6 crabs and tossing them onto the ground. "Xiaopeng, kill these ones." Zhao Xiaopeng looked puzzled. "Bro, why kill them? They're all pretty big. These 6 aren't bread crabs. They're pig kidney crabs. They're poisonous and can't be eaten. The scientific name for pig kidney crabs is Neophora viridis. They look very similar to bread crabs, but they're smaller and have more vivid colors. Even experienced fishermen can easily mistake them if they're not careful. Luckily, we caught them in time." Hearing Lin Tao say they were poisonous, Zhao Xiaopeng panicked and immediately smashed them all to death with a brick. "Bro, these 2 look so alike, how did you tell them apart?" Lin Tao picked up a bread crab. It was larger, with a darker shell featuring raised ridges and serrated edges. Its claws were thick and asymmetrical. The pig kidney crab, however, was smaller, with a brighter red, smoother shell lacking serrations but covered in spots. Its claws were shorter and more delicate. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded and gave Lin Tao a thumbs up. Bro, you know so much? My dad taught me all this. Uncle Zhao emerged from the house, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiaotao, he said to Lin Tao, the weather looks strange today. It's not suitable for going out to sea. Give the fleet the day off. Seeing Uncle Zhao speak so decisively, Lin Tao nodded. Alright, I'll take your word for it. With the fleet idle, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't sit still at home. They grabbed buckets and fire tongs and headed to the beach to try their luck at gathering seafood. From afar, they saw only the villagers' small boats moored at the pier. The production team's fishing vessels were nowhere to be seen. Why would the production team be out at sea? Given Captain Chen's experience, it shouldn't have been wise to take the production team out fishing, right? Zhao Xiaopeng shrugged indifferently. It's cloudy today, but there's no wind. The sea is calm, perfect for going out. I think my dad's just overthinking it. Lin Tao didn't dwell on it. He kept searching and probing along the shore. By midday, he'd filled 2 large buckets with clams, mixed with plenty of hairy clams, cat's eye snails, and scallops. After returning from the beach, Lin Tao stopped by the supply cooperative. He bought 2 pounds of pork belly and a jar of red fermented bean curd. Back at Uncle Lin's house, Chen Ju was still at her parents' place and hadn't returned yet. Lin Tao tossed all the shellfish into a large metal basin to let them spit out sand. He washed the pork belly, cut it into mahjong tile-sized pieces, blanched them, and drained them. In a pot, he heated oil and sugar until caramelized, then added the pork belly, stir-frying until evenly coated. He poured in boiling water, added various spices, the red fermented bean curd sauce, and a few slices of sun-dried hawthorn. Stoking the fire, he simmered it over high heat. While the pork simmered, Lin Tao pan-fried a few pancakes, picked some scallions and cucumbers from the garden, stir-fried a bowl of shrimp paste and eggs, and boiled a pot of mung bean soup. Bro, are we having meat for lunch today? It smells so good. Chapter 95, Rescue, Eerie Sea Fog. Lin Xiaoyu ran into the kitchen, circling the stove. Yes, this time you can eat as much as you want. No one will compete with you. As dusk approached, Lin Tao went to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Together, they loaded the bread crabs into a net bag and carried it to the pier, where the cooperative's truck was already waiting on shore. But the fishing boats that should have returned to port were nowhere in sight. The Liang brothers had just arrived, pulling their car up in front of them. Xiaotao, didn't you go out to sea today? Yeah, the weather's not great today, but we caught a lot of bread crabs last night. Lin Tao lifted the enormous, top-quality bread crab onto the scale. It weighed a full 16 jin and 7 liang, stunning the Liang brothers. Holy crap, Xiaotao, how come everything you catch is so huge? The other regular Dungeness crabs look like mere minnows beside this prime specimen, barely as big as its claws. Due to its exceptionally rare size, this premium crab was priced separately. The other 40-odd crabs averaged 2 to 3 jin each, totaling roughly 110 jin. The Liang brothers offered 2 yuan per jin. The premium bread crab fetched a high price of 5 yuan per jin, totaling 303 yuan 50. Lin Tao counted out 80 yuan and handed it to Zhao Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, for this haul, I'll take 150 yuan. You get 80, and Chen Hua gets 70. Sound good? No problem, bro. Even after seeing off the Liang brothers, the village fishing boats still hadn't returned. The cooperative members grew impatient, waiting on shore and prepared to drive away. At the pier, the crew members' families paced like ants on a hot pan, anxiously scanning the horizon in the direction the boats had departed that morning, murmuring incessantly. Why aren't they back yet? It's almost dark. Today was the Changron's day off. Chen Hua, whose beliefs differed from Captain Chen's, hadn't gone to help on the production team's boat. Seeing Captain Chen hadn't returned, he rushed to the pier to check on the situation. Lin Tao spotted him and handed him the money. Chen Hua, we agreed you'd get a share of the earnings. Here's your 70 yuan. This much for me? Chen Hua was stunned, holding the money. He had thought Lin Tao might give him 10 or 20 yuan at most, but never expected such generosity. Once you become proficient at underwater work, the pay you receive will only increase, never decrease. Thank you, Lin Tao. No need to thank me. You're willing to take risks and leave your families behind to work with me. I'd never shortchange you. As dusk deepened, more villagers gathered at the dock. The production team had been sailing for years without ever encountering this situation. It was hard not to worry. Chen Hua's brow furrowed deeply. He couldn't wait any longer. Turning to Lin Tao, he pleaded, Lin Tao, we have a boat. Why don't we head out to sea and see what happened to the production team? Just sitting here waiting isn't going to solve anything. Hearing Chen Hua's words, the surrounding villagers rushed over to plead with Lin Tao, as if they'd found a lifeline. Lin Tao pressed his lips together, watching the last streak of sunset glow fade completely beyond the horizon. Uncle Zhao's warning echoed in his mind. Today felt downright eerie. What if the production team wasn't found, and their boat met with disaster at sea too? For a moment, Lin Tao was torn. But seeing the pleading looks in the villagers' eyes, he reluctantly nodded. Alright, we'll go out to sea and search for the production team. Brother, wait for me. I'll go get my dad. In the village, aside from the missing original owner's father, only Captain Chen and Uncle Zhao could steer a ship. Though Lin Tao had studied for a few days, he was still a novice and dared not rashly take the crew out to sea under these circumstances. Soon, Uncle Zhao returned to the dock running alongside Zhao Xiaopeng. Upon hearing the news, Uncle Zhao's expression turned grave. With a mix of confusion and reproach, he muttered, "The team leader has years of experience. Why on earth would he take the production team out to sea today?" Amid the crowd, a villager even knelt before Uncle Zhao, pleading desperately for him to take the boat out to search for the missing. "We're all from the same village, there's no need for this." Not knowing what had befallen the production team's fishing boat, Lin Tao called out to several bold, strong young men in the crowd to board the ship alongside the crew of the Changrong. Uncle Zhao revved the engine to full throttle, chasing in the direction the fishing boat had left that morning. But even after sailing over 10 nautical miles, there was no sign of the fishing boat. Had they ventured even farther out? Lin Tao stood on the bow deck, gazing ahead. The sky and sea now blended into one vast expanse, like a colossal curtain wall pressing down with overwhelming pressure. The sea was windless, yet inexplicably choppy, the sound of the Changrong slicing through the foam echoing in his ears. "Bro, there's fog up ahead." Zhao Xiaopeng pointed at the fog bank suddenly appearing ahead. Even from a distance, its vast expanse was evident. Could the fishing boat be trapped within this sea mist? This fog was particularly eerie, like a barrier materializing out of thin air over the sea. Uncle Zhao slowed the Changrong's progress. Lin Tao entered the wheelhouse. "Uncle Zhao, that fog?" Uncle Zhao's breathing was rapid and heavy, his chest heaving violently, betraying his extreme tension. He said to Lin Tao, "That damn fog again. Little Tao, your parents disappeared in fog just like this." Lin Tao's eyes widened instantly. No wonder Uncle Zhao reacted this way. Lin Tao sensed Uncle Zhao's hesitation. After all, there were over a dozen people on board now, all young villagers in the prime of life except for Uncle Zhao. Behind each of them stood a family. What if they all perished here? Just then, Lin Tao opened the cabinet in the wheelhouse and pulled a signal flare from the bottom drawer. "Uncle Zhao," he said, "anchor the boat here. There's a small dinghy on board. I'll row it into the fog to see if I can find the village fishing boats. If I find them, I'll fire a flare into the sky. Then you can come over with the boat." Almost the moment he finished speaking, Uncle Zhao shot down the idea. "How could I let a child like you face such danger alone? If anyone should go, it should be me, your elder. Uncle Zhao, you're the only experienced helmsman on this boat. You must stay here. Uncle Zhao, if I get lost in the fog like my parents did and can't find my way back, I'm leaving Xiaoyu in your care. Xiaoyu will tell you where the money is." Uncle Zhao's eyes instantly reddened. "You little rascal, don't talk like that. You must bring Uncle Zhao back safely." The Changrong's small boat could only carry 2 people. Hearing Lin Tao plan to venture into the fog alone, Zhao Xiaopeng grew frantic and insisted on accompanying him. "Brother, take me with you. It's too dangerous." Though Uncle Zhao had only Zhao Xiaopeng as his child, he didn't stop him. Instead, he urged Lin Tao, "Xiaodao, let Xiaopeng come with you. He can keep an eye on things." But Lin Tao firmly refused. "Lin Tao, I'm coming with you." Chapter 96, The Deadly Great White Shark. Just then, Manhwa stepped forward and approached Lin Tao. "My father is on the fishing boat. If they're truly trapped in the fog, I can't just sit here waiting." Seeing Manhwa's resolute determination, Lin Tao had no choice but to take him along. "Manhwa, I can't guarantee your safety. No one knows what lies within that fog. This is your choice, don't blame me." Manhwa nodded. "I know." As the rope lowered the small boat onto the sea, Lin Tao and Manhwa carefully stepped onto the boat via the rope ladder. Lin Tao carried a palm-sized compass in his pocket, capable of determining basic directions and reducing the risk of getting lost. "Bro, you guys gotta be careful." "Don't worry." Lin Tao and Manhwa rode through the thick fog. As the mist completely enveloped the boat, everyone aboard the Changrong grew tense. Uncle Zhao and Zhao Xiaopeng stood on the deck, their eyes filled with unrelenting worry. Lin Tao slowly moved the oars, steering straight ahead according to the compass needle. Fortunately, visibility within the fog was better than he'd expected, about 10 meters or so. At least they didn't have to worry about the boat crashing into rocks. The temperature within the fog was several degrees lower than outside. The damp air seeping into their nostrils and lungs felt unpleasant, and before long, Lin Tao and Manhwa began coughing faintly. As they progressed, night fell completely. Fortunately, Lin Tao had brought a flashlight. Sitting at the bow, he illuminated the sea ahead, constantly listening for any cries for help. Manhwa suddenly stopped paddling and whispered, "Lin Tao, did you hear that?" Lin Tao pricked up his ears, straining to listen. A rustling sound was approaching their small boat. The pitch-black sea, the eerie thick fog, and the unknown sound made both men's hearts leap into their throats. As the sound grew louder, Lin Tao decisively shone his flashlight toward it. The beam revealed a massive blue-gray dorsal fin breaking the surface. A creature possessing such a color and size of dorsal fin could only be one thing: a great white shark. Worst of all, 3 great white sharks approached, one from the bow and one from each side. What kind of terrible luck was this? Lin Tao felt his blood freeze in his veins. The only sound left was the dull thud of his own heartbeat. His eyes locked onto the closest dorsal fin, watching as the exposed portion of the shark's back and the tip of its tail fin came into view. Lin Tao dared not even breathe. Judging by the distance between the dorsal and tail fins, this great white shark was at least 4 meters long. Chen Hua knew little about sharks, but Lin Tao's reaction made it clear they were in serious trouble. Lin Tao, what are those things? Lin Tao slowly edged closer to Chen Hua, pulling him toward the center of the small boat. He lowered his voice. We didn't check the almanac before setting out today. We've run into the deadliest creatures in the sea, great white sharks. 3 of them. Don't alarm them under any circumstances. 3 4-meter great white sharks working together could easily capsize their small wooden boat. If Lin Tao and Chen Hua fell into the sea now, they'd be torn to shreds in minutes. For now, they were likely just passing by, drawn by curiosity to investigate. They showed no immediate intent to attack. As long as they remained motionless on the boat and waited for the sharks to leave, they might just escape unscathed. Chen Hua nervously swallowed repeatedly, and Lin Tao could feel him trembling slightly. But it was understandable. Anyone in this situation would be scared out of their wits. 3 great white sharks circled the small boat, their massive heads occasionally breaking the surface, bearing rows of sharp triangular teeth. Lin Tao felt his heart leap into his throat. Suddenly, the boat lurched as the great white shark on the right side collided with it. The impact wasn't severe, so Lin Tao and Chen Hua quickly regained their balance. Playing it safe, Lin Tao switched off his flashlight, plunging them into total darkness. The silence was so profound they could hear each other's heartbeats and breaths. The splashes created by the great white shark swimming beneath them sent wave after wave of goosebumps running down Lin Tao and Chen Hua's spines. Chen Hua even murmured under his breath, "Goddess Mazu, please protect us." Whether their panic had piqued the great white shark's cruel amusement or not, 3 of them suddenly began ramming the small boat, trying to shake the 2 men off. Damn it, you bloody beasts! Chen Hua, hold on tight, don't let them shake you off. Got it. The boat nearly capsized several times under their ramming, but Lin Tao calmly shifted positions to keep it balanced. After the ordeal, he was drenched in sweat. We can't just sit here and let these great white sharks toy with us. Lin Tao shouted, "You reckless beast." He switched the flashlight to full brightness, clamping it between his teeth. His mouth filled with the bitter taste of metal. He aimed the beam directly at the great white shark's eyes, gripped the ear tightly in his hand, and slammed it hard against its snout. The shark's snout was one of its most vulnerable spots, densely packed with nerve endings that amplified pain. Lin Tao's paddle was crafted from the finest solid wood, built to withstand the impact without snapping. Taking advantage of the shark's pain, Lin Tao grabbed the harpoon from the boat and thrust it forcefully into the gill slit. Blood gushed out instantly, and the great white thrashed and twisted in agony in the sea. The other 2 sharks, sensing the blood of their kin, were overcome by primal fear and immediately turned tail, fleeing in terror, afraid they might be next. The thrashing great white leapt out of the water like a mad beast, violently ramming the small boat carrying the 2 men. Its gaping maw brushed past Lin Tao, who could even smell the thick, fishy stench emanating from its mouth. But Lin Tao raised the harpoon with almost all his strength and thrust it down toward the shark's head. But the great white shark's skull wasn't so easily pierced. The shark went completely berserk, violently shaking its head in a desperate attempt to shake off the harpoon. Lin Tao failed to release the harpoon in time and was flung backward by the force of the impact. Lin Tao! Chen Hua's eyes widened in terror, his voice nearly cracking as he instinctively reached out to grab him. In the split second before plunging into the sea, Lin Tao tossed the flashlight from his mouth into Chen Hua's arms. The harpoon remained lodged in the shark's skull, blood forming a crimson mist in the water. Lin Tao stabilized himself and surfaced rapidly, the great white less than a meter away. Chen Hua frantically slapped the water with his oar to distract the shark, preventing it from attacking Lin Tao. Lin Tao, swim around to the other side. I can't hold it off much longer. Lin Tao swam swiftly toward the other side of the boat. Sensing its prey escaping, the great white shark thrashed toward him. Lin Tao, hurry! Lin Tao wanted to hurry, but exhaustion from his efforts on the boat, combined with the shoulder injury from being flung off, weighed him down. He could barely move. Chen Hua was still struggling to hold the great white shark back. Damn it, great white shark! You got the guts to keep fighting this old man? Just as the great white shark was about to catch up to Lin Tao, a piercing ship's horn blared nearby. Startled, the shark turned and swam away in a panic. Thank God, Lin Tao. We're saved. Chapter 97, The Great Hero of Baisha Village. Chen Hua quickly pulled Lin Tao onto the small boat. As the horn grew louder, Lin Tao saw a fishing boat slowly approaching them from the other side of the fog. It was the production team that had been lost in the mist and hadn't returned to the dock. Several people stood on the bow deck, waving and shouting at the 2. The most emotional among them was none other than the original owner's eldest brother, Lin Chang. Xiao Tao, Chen Hua, is that you? It's us. Lin Tao lay sprawled on the small boat, gasping for breath, his body splattered with great white shark blood. The fishing boat drew near and stopped alongside the small vessel. Thankfully, the villagers aboard all seemed to be in decent condition. Lin Tao struggled to sit up, suddenly remembering the signal flare in his pocket. He fumbled it out, relieved to find it still sealed in its plastic tube and dry. Captain Chen heard his crew mention encountering his son. After docking, he rushed to the deck and saw Manhwa standing on the small boat. Anger and worry surged through him. "You good-for-nothing brat. Why aren't you staying home like a good boy? What kind of heroics are you trying to pull here?" As he spoke, his voice finally cracked with emotion. Lin Tao took out the compass and led the production team's fishing boat back toward their original direction. Uncle Zhao and Zhao Xiaopeng had been waiting on the deck of the Changrong to receive the signal flare. When a faint light finally appeared in the fog ahead, followed by the sight of Lin Tao and Manhwa safely emerging from the mist in their rocking dinghy, their hearts finally settled. "Bro, did you find the production team?" "We found them." The crew of the Changrong cheered and jumped for joy when they saw the production team's fishing boat slowly following behind the small boat. "Bro, I knew you guys could do it." Lin Tao and Manhwa hooked the sling onto the small boat's ring, and together with the boat, they were pulled up onto the Changrong's deck. The Changrong was more advanced than the village fishing boats. Besides the fishing gear and propulsion engine, it had a dedicated diesel generator for power, so the deck and wheelhouse were lit by electric lights. The crew of the Changrong turned pale with shock upon seeing the bloodstains on Lin Tao's body. Especially Zhao Xiaopeng, who kept reaching out, unsure what to touch and what to avoid. "Bro, why is there blood on you? Are you hurt?" Lin Tao shook his head. "It's not my blood, it's fish blood. I'm fine, don't worry." Zhao Xiaopeng watched Lin Tao's calm demeanor and didn't believe a word of it. Just then, Manhwa suddenly interjected, "It's definitely not Lin Tao's blood. It's from a great white shark." The young crew on the Changrong hadn't seen one, but Uncle Zhao, with decades at sea, knew the great white shark's ferocity. Stunned, he couldn't speak for a moment. Then he shoved Zhao Xiaopeng aside and carefully examined Lin Tao for injuries. "How could you encounter a great white shark? Those things eat people." Manhwa recounted the encounter with 3 great white sharks to the crew, emphasizing how Lin Tao had fought them off. "I didn't do much. Lin Tao was the one facing off against the sharks. If not for his steady composure, I'd probably be in a shark's belly right now." "Bro, you're awesome." Guided by the Changrong, the production team's fishing boat returned safely to the dock. After disembarking, Captain Chen led the production team members over to thank Lin Tao and the crew of the Changrong. Especially upon learning that Lin Tao had nearly been devoured by the shark while venturing into the fog to search for them, Captain Chen's lingering resentment toward Lin Tao vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless gratitude. "Lin Tao, thank you." As the elder, Captain Chen bowed first to Lin Tao, and the production team members behind him followed suit, bowing in gratitude. "You're welcome. We're all from the same village. If I have the ability to help, I certainly can't just stand by and do nothing." During their conversation, Lin Tao learned that the production team's fishing boat had been gradually enveloped by the fog, preventing them from noticing their situation early on. Initially, they hadn't lost their bearings, but then the compass suddenly malfunctioned. The needle began spinning wildly, making it impossible to determine their direction. They drifted aimlessly in the fog like headless flies until they spotted the distant glow of Lin Tao and Manhwa's flashlight. Hoping for a miracle, they steered toward the light. Remarkably, once they neared the small boat, the compass suddenly worked again. Lin Tao surmised that the magnetic field in the fog-shrouded waters must have experienced a brief disturbance, causing the compass to malfunction and leaving the fishing boat directionless. A crowd of villagers had gathered at the pier. Seeing the Changrong and the production team's fishing boats return safely, they hailed Lin Tao as a hero, tossing him high into the air. "Lin Tao! Lin Tao!" Lin Chang approached Lin Tao, hesitating before speaking. "Xiao Tao, thank you. What happened earlier? I was in the wrong. I didn't know you were on the boat today. It's not that I wouldn't have rescued you if I'd known you were there, but it really had nothing to do with you. And I won't forgive your past actions just because of some half-hearted apology. Lin Chang, do you realize that by taking that money, you prevented me from repaying my debt on time? Xu Feng broke into my home while I was away. If I'd returned just a little later, who knows what those beasts would have done to Xiaoyu? I'm sure you understand that. Li Hongmei's hospitalization didn't require that much money, yet you chose to do it anyway. You left me no room to breathe, no way out. Me and Xiaoyu don't need a big brother like you anymore." Lin Tao remained composed. No matter how good Lin Chang had been to the original owner and his sister before, after marrying Li Hongmei, she had gradually influenced him. The mistakes he made at least for now didn't deserve forgiveness. Lin Chang's face darkened instantly. He tried to say something, but Lin Tao was already being escorted into the village by the villagers. Back home, Lin Xiaoyu hadn't gone to sleep yet and ran out to greet him. "Brother, why did you take so long to come back? Why is there blood?" "Got it while cleaning fish. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. After I shower and change, I'll take you to the beach to set out lotus boats." "Great." Lin Tao led Lin Xiaoyu to the beach. No one was around, only the sound of waves lapping against the sand. 2 lotus boats, carrying their longing for their parents, glowed with faint lights as they drifted away into the distance until they vanished from sight. "Brother, do you think Mom and Dad will see our lotus boats?" "Of course they will. Seeing the lotus boats will show them the way home." Ever since Lin Tao and the crew of the Changrong rescued the production team, both the village committee and the original team committee members had urged the village chief to submit a report to higher authorities, seeking commendation for Lin Tao's heroic deeds. However, Lin Tao had politely declined. As his uncle, Uncle Lin felt proud and couldn't understand why Lin Tao didn't want the higher-ups to recognize him. Chapter 98, The Beautiful Shoes Pig-Toothed Catfish. Lin Tao explained, "My rescue was an act of kindness. The most important thing is that everyone returns safely. If I did it just to earn recognition from higher authorities, wouldn't that make me a fame seeker?" "You're absolutely right. With such a high level of ideological awareness, how could you possibly be a capitalist tail? Our Lin family is blessed to have such a fine young man. Your uncle is proud of you." After the sea rescue, Lin Tao's reputation in Baisha village transformed overnight. Once a pariah everyone wanted to shun, he was now hailed as an outstanding young progressive. Wherever he went, villagers would greet him with praise. At first, Lin Tao felt awkward, but he soon grew accustomed to it. Today was a day off for the crew of the Changrong. As Lin Tao was heading to Zhao Xiaopeng's house to check on the progress of the fish pond construction, he heard the system's mechanical electronic voice ring out in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points, a large individual of Shrinky spotted at Jinsha Reef at 2 p.m. today. Host intelligence level, for 110 points. Host, please review promptly. It had been 2 days since the last intelligence update, and green intelligence was still acceptable. Locally known as the green robe fish, the Shoes pigfish is one of Port City's 4 great fish kings. Since it feeds on coral and shellfish, it cannot be farmed and must be caught wild. Even in the 21st century, its price remains steep, ranging from over 100 to 200 yuan per pound. These fish prefer daytime activity, retreating into reef crevices and caves at night to rest, eliminating the hassle of night fishing. Arriving at Zhao Xiaopeng's house, the fish pond was already built. Lin Tao had even splurged on expensive waterproof coating from the city to prevent cracks and leaks after just a short time. "Bro, you're here. This pond will be ready in just over a week." "Sounds good. I've got nothing else to do. Xiaopeng, you're coming fishing with me this afternoon. It's peak migration season for many fish right now. Let's see what we can haul in." "Sure thing. Just come get me when you're ready to head out." Lin Tao returned to Uncle Lin's house and saw Chen Ju coming back with her bundles. They exchanged glances, and Lin Tao calmly greeted her, "Auntie, you're back." Chen Ju gave an awkward nod, head bowed as she walked into the courtyard without a word. Chen Ju's return was a relief. At least when he was out fishing and couldn't return for lunch, someone would be home to cook, ensuring Lin Xiaoyu wouldn't go hungry. That afternoon, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng first baited their lines at sea, catching half a bucket of live shrimp. Then they paddled their skiff toward Jinsha Reef. Ding! Host detected near target location. Though the shellfish on Golden Sand Reef weren't as plentiful as those on Crescent Moon Reef, there was still enough. Lin Tao used his shovel to pry off numerous oysters, shucking them to extract the meat. Both men wore rubber-soled liberation shoes. With the midday sun strong, most moisture had evaporated from the reef surface. While the rocks felt slightly rough underfoot, they weren't slippery, making the work much safer. They baited their hooks with a live shrimp and a piece of raw oyster meat, then added weighted lead sinkers before casting into the sea. The biggest worry when rock fishing was snagging the hook on the reef. This was especially true for the green-spotted grouper, whose pig-like tusks, evolved due to their diet, could easily snap the line. After casting for about 10 minutes, the float began to tremble. Prey had been drawn in and was about to strike. Lin Tao's eyes fixed on the float bobbing on the surface. Suddenly, it plunged rapidly beneath the water. Lin Tao swiftly reeled in the line. He absolutely couldn't let the fish dive into the crevices of the reef. Stabilizing his stance with feet shoulder-width apart, Lin Tao retreated step by step, hauling the catch toward the surface. Lin Tao recognized the hooked fish as the Shoes pig-tooth catfish mentioned in the system, a substantial specimen nearly a meter long. Though it couldn't make the explosive, high-intensity runs of mackerel or sea bream in the water, its sheer weight made hauling it up directly quite a struggle. Lin Tao estimated this Shoes pig-tooth catfish weighed at least 40 jin. Zhao Xiaopeng hadn't caught anything yet, so he grabbed the landing net and moved closer to Lin Tao, ready to assist. "Xiaopeng, now. Watch me." Seizing the moment when the Shoes pigfish briefly lost strength, Lin Tao dragged it toward the reef. Zhao Xiaopeng timed it perfectly, scooping it out of the water with the landing net. The Shoes pigfish thrashed frantically from oxygen deprivation. Veins bulged on Zhao Xiaopeng's arms as his muscles twitched uncontrollably. He quickly hoisted the landing net onto his shoulder and lifted it out of the water. Lin Tao stuffed the Shoes pigfish into a fishing net, tied the bag tight, and tossed it onto the skiff to prevent it from thrashing its way back into the sea. "Xiaopeng, splash some water on it so it doesn't dry out and die." "Got it, bro." Lin Tao cast his line again. Before long, he hooked another fish. But after reeling in a few turns of line, he realized it was snagged. He couldn't pull it in no matter what. Could it be snagged on the bottom? He tried feeding out more line and jiggling the rod to free the snagged hook, but after trying for a while, it still didn't work. Looks like he'd have to cut the line and sacrifice the hook. Just as Lin Tao was about to cut the line, he suddenly felt unusual tension. Reeling in, he encountered resistance, definitely a fish on the line. He quickly reeled in and lifted the rod. The tension on the line was even heavier than with the previous shoe's pigtooth catfish. A gleam of excitement lit up Lin Tao's eyes, no trace of the earlier struggle, only the anticipation of landing a big fish. With Zhao Xiaopeng's help, the massive creature finally revealed itself beneath the water. Another shoe's pigfish, but this one stretched over a meter long. Its blue-green scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, stunningly beautiful. The net they brought wasn't large enough, so they tossed it into the sampan and covered the fish with a fishing net for now. Glancing at the sky, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng headed back, paddling the skiff to the dock. The production team's fishing boat hadn't returned yet. To Lin Tao's surprise, Lu Wenhu himself had come to the dock to collect the catch today. Bro, is some big shot coming again that you have to come personally? That's why they say you're smart, Xiao Tao. Lu Wenhu whispered into Lin Tao's ear. It's a friend of Miss Su's from Port City. They share a special bond. Miss Su specifically instructed that budget is no object, only the finest catch will do. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow and pointed to the skiff. I wonder if the fish I caught today will be good enough for you, big brother? Lu Wenhu leaned curiously toward the skiff, pulling the fishing net aside. His eyes widened at the sight of 3 shoes pigfish inside. Having traveled far and wide with Su Lingqian for years, Lu Wenhu instantly recognized these as one of the 4 great fish kings coveted by Hongqing's elite gourmets. Zheng Qingyi, you're this big and still only 3 pieces? Xiao Tao, you're my lucky charm. Lu Wenhu slung his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder and laughed heartily. You've done me a huge favor again. It was just a coincidence. But since Miss Su wants it to entertain her friends, I'll give it to her this time, no charge. No way. A Zheng Qingyi of this quality easily fetches 3 yuan per pound. Over 100 pounds means over 300 yuan. Have you lost your mind? Chapter 99, Lin Jun's City Girlfriend. Lu Wenhu shook his head in disbelief. Though Su Lingqian was his boss, he genuinely treated Lin Tao like a younger brother and couldn't bear to see him take such a loss. Lin Tao insisted, I know those 2 new diving suits were arranged by Miss Su. I don't have much to thank her with. Since I can help out this time, consider it my way of showing my gratitude. Hearing this, Lu Wenhu had no grounds to refuse and reluctantly agreed. You really are only 18? You talk and act more mature than I do. It was clearly meant as a joke, but Lin Tao stiffened slightly, his smile becoming unnatural. How could I compare to you, brother? But now that you mention it, I suddenly remember all the documents I left at home were destroyed in the fire. I have no idea how to replace them. If you ever have time, could you help me out? These are minor matters. Whenever you're ready, bring your sister to the city and find me. I'll take you both there. Your sister's schooling has already been arranged, all that's left is for her to take the entrance exam. Thanks, big brother. After seeing Lu Wenhu off, Lin Tao turned to Zhao Xiaopeng and said, Xiaopeng, you deserve a share of the earnings this time. I took the liberty of using those Zheng Qingyi fish to settle some favors. I can't let you work for me for nothing. I'll bring your share home to you. Zhao Xiaopeng waved his hands hastily. Bro, saying that means you don't really consider me family. Do we have to talk about money for everything between us? Others might call it working for free, but to me, it's just lending a hand. And even though I'm not as quick-witted as you guys, I can tell from your conversations how much Miss Su has done for us and how much she's helped us out. There's an old saying, isn't there? A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Bro, what you did was the right thing. Lin Tao watched Zhao Xiaopeng scratch his head with a simple, honest smile, and he couldn't help but curve his own lips upward. Back at Uncle Lin's place, it was almost dark when Lin Tao realized Uncle Lin still hadn't returned. Normally, he'd be back from the village committee office by now. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Tao, brother, Uncle went to the city today. He said he had a meeting. So that's why. Just then, Uncle Lin's voice boomed over the village loudspeaker. Attention, all men, women, and children of Baisha village. Assemble at the brigade office immediately for an important announcement. Uncle Lin repeated the announcement 3 times. Lin Tao grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hand and followed Chenju toward the village committee. By the time they reached the courtyard, it was already packed with villagers attending the meeting, all whispering and murmuring among themselves. What do you think the higher-ups are announcing this time? Who knows? Standing before the crowd, Uncle Lin announced loudly, I've brought back tremendous news from the city. Our village, Baisha, has been selected by the higher-ups as a pilot village for the nationwide electrification program. Village chief, what do you mean? What trial? What list? The villagers were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Uncle Lin. It means every household in our village will get electric light bulbs. Really? That's fantastic. No more fumbling around in the dark with gas lamps at night. Lin Tao watched the jubilant crowd around him, thinking to himself, I never expected Su Lingqian to move this fast. She just mentioned submitting the proposal, and now it's already confirmed. Village chief, when will our village get electricity? Which house will be first? Uncle Lin cleared his throat twice. The higher-ups said workers will come to set up power poles in our village the day after tomorrow. To make construction easier, they'll start from the village entrance. No sooner had he finished than someone voiced discontent, jumping up to protest. I disagree. Why start at the village entrance? My house is way in the back. When will it ever be my turn? Who says you get to disagree? Didn't you hear the village chief say it's for construction convenience? It's not like your house won't get electricity. What's the rush? Put. Easy for you to say. You're the first house at the entrance, you get all the perks. Seeing a fight about to break out, Uncle Lin quickly stepped in. Hey, calm down. What's this all about? We're all neighbors here. The family at the end of the village muttered angrily, well, my family's getting the short end of the stick. If the village committee doesn't figure out how to compensate me, once the workers arrive, I'm going to make a scene. The whole village won't get electricity. With that threat, the family stormed off in a huff. After the villagers dispersed, Uncle Lin stood dejectedly in the same spot. What on earth was he to do? The next morning, Lin Jun returned from the city. This time he wasn't alone. He brought a female student with a slightly bourgeois air about her, likely the girlfriend he'd met at his high school in the city. Uncle Lin and Chenju saw their future daughter-in-law. They were pleasantly surprised, but also felt a bit awkward and stiff. Dad, Mom, this is Su Aiying, the classmate I told you about before. With strong winds threatening rain, neither the Changrongho nor the production team's fishing boats went out to sea that day. Lin Tao stayed home to rest. Hearing the surname Su, Lin Tao instinctively scrutinized her more closely. A city girl with the surname Su, could she be related to Su Lingxian's family? Su Aiying met Lin Tao's slightly probing gaze, frowned in displeasure, and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Noticing Su Aiying's reaction, Lin Jun quickly pulled out a chair for her to sit down. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Aiying's eyes, but she sat down nonetheless. Faced with Uncle Lin and Chenju's warm inquiries about her well-being, Su Aiying remained aloof and unresponsive. Lin Xiaoyu, standing beside Lin Tao, whispered, "This sister is so pretty, and her dress is beautiful too." Su Aiying snorted disdainfully. Ignorant little poor girl. Lin Tao's face instantly turned cold as he stepped closer to Su Aiying. What did you say? Su Aiying pinched her nose and backed away. Your stench is overwhelming me. Don't people in the village ever bathe? Lin Tao glanced down at his freshly laundered undershirt. Though slightly worn, it was clean and white, carrying only a faint soap scent. Su Aiying was clearly insulting him. Though she shared the same surname as Su Lingxian, their character and manners were worlds apart. Lin Tao instantly dismissed any notion they were related. Seeing the tension escalate, Uncle Lin quickly pulled Lin Tao inside and whispered, "Tao, Xiao Jun's girlfriend is from the city. It's normal for her to have a bit of a princess attitude. For my sake, give her some leeway." Uncle, do you really think someone like Su Aiying would marry Lin Jun? She doesn't even respect you and Auntie. Every move she makes oozes that city dweller's sense of superiority, looking down on the countryside. Uncle Lin sighed. What can we do? This time, our entire village of Baisha got electricity connected thanks to Xiao Jun's girlfriend's family connections. If we offend them and they remove our village from the list, what then? Lin Tao looked surprised. Uncle, you mean because of who? Chapter 100, Stealing the Credit. Uncle Lin was puzzled by Lin Tao's reaction. Because of Xiao Jun's girlfriend, of course. Xiao Jun told us himself. He's well connected in the city. After hearing about the pilot project list, he asked his girlfriend to pull some strings. Lin Tao sneered inwardly. He walked into the main hall and addressed Lin Jun and Su Aiying. I hear the whole village of Baisha got electricity thanks to Su's family pulling strings. That's no small feat. I wonder which official they approached. Must have cost a pretty penny in bribes, right? A flicker of guilt crossed Su Aiying's eyes before she deflected. Why are you prying? If I told you who the official was, would you even know them? It's normal for you not to know since you're not from the village. But I'm the eldest daughter of the Su family. Go ask around town about our family, and you'll see this little thing is nothing at all. She turned to Lin Jun and snapped, Lin Jun, what kind of people are in your family? Lin Jun shot Lin Tao a resentful look. Lin Tao, can you behave yourself? This is Aiying's first visit to our home. Why are you stirring up trouble? If you, an outsider, keep causing trouble here, you and your sister can pack your bags and get out. Lin Tao shrugged. You've got the wrong idea. I just wanted to thank Miss Su for the benefits she's brought to our village. Since you all seem so eager for me to leave, I'll shut up then. With that, Lin Tao motioned for Lin Xiaoyu to go back inside. Chenju addressed Lin Tao, you and Xiaoyu will share a room tonight. Give up the room you've been sleeping in for Xiao Jun and Su. That room belongs to Xiao Jun anyway. Su Aiying immediately protested in surprise, I never said I'd be staying here tonight. Lin Jun's face instantly turned awkward. He quietly grabbed Su Aiying's wrist and whispered, Aiying, look, it's about to pour outside. It won't be safe to take the bus back to the city later. Just stay with me for one night, okay? Don't worry, you can sleep on the bed while I'll make a makeshift bed on the floor. I promise I won't do anything to you. Su Aiying remained firm, showing Lin Jun no mercy. I refuse to sleep in the bed your damn cousin slept in, it's filthy. Besides, didn't I tell you? I'm only staying for lunch. Don't even think about me spending the night here. She grabbed her handbag and stood up to leave, but Lin Jun pulled her back. Lin Jun, we're just dating, not even close to marriage yet. If I stay at your place, what will people think of me? I never imagined you had this kind of plan in mind. Not only Lin Jun, but even Uncle Lin and Chen Ju's expressions darkened. Chen Ju watched her precious son groveling before Su Aiying, her heart aching with both pain and fury. She was about to throw a tantrum when Uncle Lin promptly stopped her. Lin Tao stared at the princess-complex Su Aiying before turning and storming out the door, heading straight for the production team office. The people in the office greeted him warmly when they saw him. Lin Tao, what brings you here? I'm here to borrow the phone. No problem, go ahead. Lin Tao dialed Lu Wenhu's number. At that moment, Lu Wenhu was reporting work in Su Lingqian's office when the mobile phone clipped to his waist suddenly rang. Lu Wenhu glanced at Su Lingqian. After she nodded, he stepped outside the office to answer the call. Big brother, it's me, Lin Tao. Little Tao, why did you suddenly call me? Did something happen? Lin Tao lowered his voice and moved closer to the receiver. Brother, do you know a female student named Su Aiying? She looks about 18 or 19. Su Aiying? Never heard of her. Hold on, I'll ask Miss Su if she knows her. Lu Wenhu approached Su Lingqian's desk and asked respectfully, Miss, do you know a high school girl named Su Aiying, around 18 or 19 years old? Su Lingqian thought for a moment. She seemed to recall a distant relative, someone so far removed she was practically a stranger. By family hierarchy, I was technically her aunt. During my father's birthday celebration, her parents somehow found out and brought her to the old house to present gifts, but they were turned away at the gate. Was that Lin Tao calling? Why bring up Su Aiying all of a sudden? Before the call ended, Lu Wenhu handed the mobile phone directly to Su Lingqian. Lin Tao, it's me, Su Lingqian. Lin Tao paused, then said, Miss Su. Tell me, what's the deal with that Su Aiying? Lin Tao recounted the entire sequence of events to Su Lingqian. After a long pause, he heard her sarcastic chuckle on the other end. That little girl has some nerve. She dares to impersonate me, Su Lingqian, and steal credit for my work. Lin Tao, find a way to bring them to the Jinsha Hotel. I'd like to meet this Miss Su of the Su family in person. Understood. Back at Uncle Lin's house, Lin Jun was still coaxing Su Aiying while Uncle Lin and his wife fawned over them, busily serving tea and water. Seeing Lin Tao return, Su Aiying rolled her eyes in annoyance. Miss Su, I was a bit rude earlier. How about this, since it's your first time in Baisha village and we have little to offer here, I'll treat you to a meal at the Jinsha Hotel in town. What do you say? Su Aiying sneered, stop talking big. What kind of place is the Jinsha Hotel? Can someone like you even afford to eat there? Lin Jun chimed in from the side, that kid Lin Tao's got some luck, he's sworn brothers with the owner of the Jinsha Hotel. He really can afford to treat us. Hearing Lin Tao had connections to the Golden Sand Hotel, Su Aiying's attitude immediately softened considerably. A smile spread across her face. Why didn't you say so sooner? Let's go now then. Lin Tao suppressed a laugh at Su Aiying's flip-flop faster than turning a page. He called Lin Xiaoyu out, and the whole family headed to the village entrance to catch the bus into town. As they approached the Jinsha Hotel entrance, two doormen immediately stepped forward to greet Lin Tao. Lin Tao, you're here. The boss has already briefed us. The head host will escort you to your private room upstairs. Great, thank you. Entering the lobby, the head attendant led the way with a broad smile, guiding them into an exquisitely decorated private room seating 10. The boss has already ordered the dishes for you all. Let's have some tea and wait a moment. Uncle Lin sat beside Lin Tao and asked quietly, Xiao Tao, this meal must cost a pretty penny, right? No worries, uncle. Just enjoy the meal. For cold dishes, 4 hot dishes, 8 dishes in total, plus a soup pot and a bucket of rice, but no utensils were provided. Su Aiying frowned and confronted the waiter. What's going on here? Are we supposed to eat with our hands? Just then, a woman with a graceful figure and striking beauty walked in. She sat directly across from the group and motioned for the waitstaff to bring them utensils. Which of you is the young lady of the Su family? Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Su Aiying, who had been acting so arrogant and smug moments ago, turned pale as a ghost the moment she recognized the woman's face. The chopsticks in her hand clattered onto the table, drawing the attention of Uncle Lin's entire family. Su Aiying's lips trembled as she stammered, Aunt. Auntie. Chapter 101, Whose young miss are you? Hearing Su Aiying's words, Lin Jun was the first to be stunned. He instinctively looked at Su Lingqian. Having only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier, he now had a chance to study her properly and was immediately struck by her stunning beauty. Su Aiying, with her innocent looks, had always been like a beautiful white lily in his eyes. Yet, beside Su Lingqian, a mature, radiant beauty, she now seemed as faded as a roadside wildflower. Every movement of Su Lingqian before him radiated a deadly charm, like a vibrant peony worthy of the praised national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Su Aiying was too preoccupied to notice whether the man beside her was wavering. She felt as though she'd been plunged into an ice cellar, her entire body numb and cold, as if her blood had frozen solid. Lin Jun, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shamelessly struck up a conversation with Su Lingqian. "Your AI Ying's aunt? You look incredibly well preserved, hardly more than 20-something. Chen Ju chimed in with a playful grin. "So your AI Ying's elder that makes you family. What a surprise to meet you here. Why not join us for dinner?" Lin Tao sat beside them, stifling a laugh as he passed dishes to Lin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu," he whispered, "tell me what you want and I'll serve it for you." "Sure." Seeing Su Lingqian remain silent, her gaze drifting lightly between Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Jun assumed Su Lingqian was upset with Lin Tao. His expression darkened instantly as he snapped, "Lin Tao, AI Ying's aunt is here. Don't you have any manners? Haven't you ever eaten before? Why the rush?" He then turned to Su Lingqian with a fawning expression. "Auntie, these are my younger cousins from my uncle's family. They're spoiled and unruly. Please don't take it personally." Su Lingqian suddenly chuckled. "Given Lin Tao and my relationship, I certainly wouldn't take offense at him. But who gave you permission to randomly claim kinship with me? And what do you mean I'm well preserved? I'm only in my 20s. Uncle Lin's family froze in shock. They hadn't expected Su Lingqian to know Lin Tao, and by the looks of it, they were quite close. But what did Su Lingqian mean by her last remark? Was she disapproving of Lin Jun and Su Ai Ying's relationship? Lin Jun asked nervously, "I'm Ai Ying's boyfriend. Calling you aunt is only proper, isn't it?" Su Lingqian ignored Lin Jun and turned to Su Ai Ying, who had been silent for a while. "I remember my parents only had one daughter me. I have no brothers or sisters. I can't accept you calling me auntie. It's impressive you recognized me after just that brief encounter outside the old mansion's gate. If Lin Tao hadn't mentioned you on the phone, I wouldn't even recall there was someone like you. You go around telling everyone you're the Su family's eldest daughter, right? So tell me, which Su family's eldest daughter are you?" Su Ai Ying's face drained of color, her eyes glistening with fear. Under Su Lingqian's scrutinizing gaze, she was on the verge of tears. Lin Jun gripped Su Ai Ying's hand under the table and whispered, "Ai Ying, what's really going on?" Su Ai Ying stammered, hesitating for a long moment before finally saying, "I am sorry, Auntie. No, Miss Su. It's all my fault. I was blinded by vanity. Not only did I impersonate you to lord it over others, but I even dared to take credit for your own work. Su Ai Ying, you've got some nerve. Tell them, was it you who secretly helped get Baisha village selected for the village-wide electrification pilot program?" Su Ai Ying trembled like a sieve, her head nearly touching the ground. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the one behind it. I just wanted to pretend." Even the Lin family, as simple as they were, finally understood what was going on. Lin Jun's city girl girlfriend turned out to be a fraud, one who even stole credit with her mouth. All their previous respect and flattery vanished instantly. As if deliberately seeking revenge to establish Lin Tao's authority, Su Lingqian held up 3 fingers toward Uncle Lin's family and continued. "Lin Tao did me a huge favor earlier. The reward I could give him would be at least 3 figures, but he treats money like dirt. To repay his kindness, I just helped out a little with the selection list." She then feigned confusion and addressed Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, what's this? Didn't you tell the villagers after you returned last time?" Lin Tao smiled faintly. "I thought I was doing the village a favor anonymously. Had I known this would happen, I would have told the villagers long ago. It's not about me, I just didn't expect Miss Su to get involved." Listening to Lin Tao and Su Lingqian's exchange, Uncle Lin's family looked even more grim. Lin Jun felt as if he'd been slapped hard across the face several times, his cheeks burning crimson with shame. Uncle Lin, afraid of offending Su Lingqian, quickly interjected, "I always said Xiao Tao was a capable young man with potential. I never imagined he'd befriend someone as distinguished as Miss Su. We villagers were simply uninformed, deceived by Su Ai Ying." "Miss Su, what about the matter of bringing electricity to the entire village of Baisha?" Su Lingqian remained silent, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Lin Tao, as if waiting for him to make the decision. Uncle Lin, who had earned his position as village chief, showed keen insight. He nudged Chinju with his elbow and winked at Lin Jun. He addressed Lin Tao, "Little Tao, your auntie and your brother Jun aren't the best with words, but they mean well. We're family, right? How about I have them apologize to you? Would that work? Jun, what are you still sitting there for? Get up and apologize to your brother and sister." Though Lin Jun was reluctant, he stood up and apologized to Lin Tao obediently, just to avoid being drowned in the village's scorn. "I'm sorry, Lin Tao. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly about you and Xiaoyu. Please forgive me." Chinju also awkwardly stood up to apologize to Lin Tao. "Little Tao, I'm getting old, and sometimes I don't know how to express myself. Don't hold it against me, okay?" Lin Tao cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. Bringing electricity to the entire village is a major benefit for all of Baisha village. Since I'm committed to contributing to the village, I won't let personal grievances get in the way. You can rest assured on that point. However, Miss Su, I believe you should apologize for your offensive remarks toward me and my sister today. What do you think? Suddenly called out. Su Aiying's shoulders flinched. She timidly looked at Lin Tao, then glanced at Su Lingqian and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I truly realize my mistake. I shouldn't have judged people by appearances or looked down on the villagers. My mindset was flawed. Please forgive me. Lin Tao hadn't intended to be overly harsh with Su Aiying. Seeing her nearly terrified state, the knot of resentment in his heart dissolved almost completely. Chapter 102, Humiliating Uncle's Family. I can forgive you, but whether Miss Su will forgive you is not up to me. Lin Tao and Su Lingqian tossed Su Aiying back and forth like a child kicking a ball. Su Aiying's nerves were stretched taut, desperate for a swift resolution. Su Lingqian couldn't be bothered to waste words on this impostor any longer, nor did she wish to witness Uncle Lin's family's revolting spectacle any further. Rising to her feet, she declared, "Hope this incident teaches you a lesson. If I hear of any recurrence, your entire family won't just be unwelcome in the city, you won't be welcome anywhere on the entire Southeast Peninsula. Lin Tao, you all continue eating. This meal is on me. If my sister sees anything she likes, just tell the head waiter in the kitchen to pack it up for you. I'll have Mr. Liu reserve a private room for you. Bring your sister here often." She gave Lin Xiaoyu a gentle smile. Though shy, Lin Xiaoyu stood up gracefully and said to Su Lingqian, "Thank you, beautiful big sister. But the food here must be very expensive. My brother has money now, I can't let you spend so much." Su Lingqian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. What a sweet mouth, such an adorable little girl. To Lin Tao's astonishment, Su Lingqian then walked over to Lin Xiaoyu, removed the pearl hairpin from her own hair, and pinned it into Lin Xiaoyu's hair. The design was simple, a silver bar clip set with a row of pearls. In the 21st century, silver cost around 7 or 8 yuan per gram, while ordinary cultured pearls ranged from a few to several dozen yuan each. For a few hundred yuan, one could easily purchase silver jewelry set with very good quality pearls. But in this era of scarcity, silver jewelry with natural pearls was beyond the means of ordinary families. Lin Tao estimated that Su Lingqian's hairpin was worth at least over 100 yuan, yet she had given it to Lin Xiaoyu so casually. "Miss Su, this isn't appropriate." Su Lingqian shot Lin Tao a reproachful glance. "This is for my little sister, not for you. She's at that age where girls love to look pretty. What's wrong with wearing some accessories? It looks so lovely." Lin Xiaoyu gently touched the pearl hairpin on her head, her slightly plump cheeks flushed like ripe apples. "Thank you, beautiful sister, but I can't accept it. Your name is Xiaoyu, right? I like you, dear. This is my welcome gift to you. If you don't accept it, I'll be truly heartbroken." Lin Xiaoyu shot a questioning glance at Lin Tao. Only after he nodded did she offer a shy smile of thanks. As they left, Lu Wen, who was leaning against his car door at the entrance of the Jinsha Hotel, waiting for them. "Big brother? I'll drive you back, but this car only seats 4. How should we arrange it, Xiao Tao?" Lin Tao glanced at Lin Jun, who was scolding Su Aiying, a faint, sarcastic smile curling his lips. "Jun is young, he can squeeze into the van. Uncle and aunt are elders. They should ride with me and Xiaoyu." Shenju, ever doting on her son, had already forgotten the earlier scolding. She said with slight displeasure, "I see the front seats are quite spacious. I'll hold Xiaoyu and sit up front. Let Xiao Jun ride with you guys in the back." Before Lin Tao could respond, Lu Wen flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it underfoot. His face hardened as he retorted, "Who's responsible if something happens? Besides, Xiaoyu isn't some 6 or 7-year-old child. How uncomfortable would it be for her to squeeze onto your seat? What were you thinking?" Lu Wen inwardly wondered how anyone could be so ungrateful. Uncle Lin shot Ju a glare. "That man's the big boss of the Jinsha Hotel. He's driving us home out of respect for Xiao Tao. What are you sulking about?" Ju muttered, "I just feel bad for Xiao Jun. It's not like he can't squeeze in." Lin Tao interjected, "Auntie, if you can't bear to see Lin Jun squeeze onto the crowded bus alone, you can accompany him." "I have no objection." "Make up your mind quickly, my brother has important business to attend to." Ju naturally didn't want to squeeze onto a crowded, bumpy bus, so she silently shut her mouth. "Mom, you're all leaving by car. What about me?" After his outburst, Lin Jun turned to see Lin Tao and the others already seated in the car. No longer willing to deal with Su Aiying, he jogged over and tapped on the car door. Lin Tao rolled down the partially open window. "Lin Jun, there's no room left in the car. You still have time to catch the bus if you hurry. If you're any later, you'll have to stay at school. Why should I be the one to squeeze onto the bus? Mom, I want to ride in the sedan too. Why don't you take the bus instead?" Lin Tao nearly burst out laughing. Lin Jun really was a devoted son. Knowing how comfortable the sedan was, he'd let his own mother suffer. Ju hadn't expected Lin Jun to volunteer like that. She'd been feeling sorry for her son, but now she could steal her heart. "Little Jun, your mom's feeling a bit dizzy. I'll head home with your dad to lie down. You'll just have to make do with the bus." With that, she tilted her head to the side and closed her eyes, pretending to be unwell. "Brother, let's go." "All right. Watching Lu Wenhu drive away in his car, Lin Jun stood rooted to the spot, breathing in a mouthful of exhaust fumes, filled with both anger and jealousy. He turned to Su Aiying, who hadn't left yet, and snapped, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this." "Lin Jun, what do you mean? I may not be much, but I'm city-bred. You're just some poor country boy. If I even look at you, it's like your family's ancestral graves are smoking. Don't you forget how you used to grovel like a dog in front of me? If you hadn't claimed to be the Su family's eldest daughter, would I have treated you like this? Fine, you saw the real Miss Su just now. Go chase her if you dare. But with your looks, she wouldn't look at you even if she were blind in both eyes. You're nowhere near as good as your cousin. Su Aiying, you shameless." Lin Jun's face flushed red then drained white. Raging, he raised his hand and slapped Su Aiying hard across the face. She didn't back down, and the two rolled into a brawl by the roadside. Lu Wenhu escorted Lin Tao, his sister, and Uncle Lin's couple to the village entrance. Sitting under the shade of a tree at the village entrance with his folding stool and small bench, the intelligence unit spotted them getting out of the sedan and began whispering among themselves. Someone approached them and struck up a conversation. "Hey, you two are really lucky. Thanks to Xiao Tao, you not only get to eat at fancy restaurants in the city, but you even get to ride in a car. Hey, where's Xiao Jun and his girlfriend? Why haven't they come back? Just look at the village chief's family, so fortunate. Their son made them proud by getting into high school and dating a city girl, and their nephew earns big bucks. Honestly, it's enough to make anyone envious. If only my son could be so promising. He still hasn't found a wife. Xiao Tao, you're of age now. Why not take a look at my daughter?" The women's words stabbed like sharp knives straight into Uncle Lin and Auntie Lin's hearts. Embarrassed, they couldn't say a word, pretending not to hear as they hurried back into the village. TSK. Just a few days of good living, and they think they're the center of the universe. Chapter 103, A Flash of Inspiration. Lin Tao brought Lin Xiaoyu back to Uncle Lin's house. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu turned to Lin Tao and said, "Brother, that beautiful lady today, she's lovely inside and out. I like her." Lin Tao smiled, ruffled Lin Xiaoyu's hair, and said nothing. Uncle Lin and Aunt Shen entered the room, their expressions grim, a mix of conflicted worry, apprehension, and a hint of displeasure. "Uncle and Aunt, if you have something to say, just speak up. There's no one else here." Before Uncle Lin could speak, Chen Ju unleashed a torrent of reproach at Lin Tao. "Xiao Tao, you knew that Xiao Jun's girlfriend wasn't the real Miss Su. Why didn't you tell us? Did you deliberately want to make fun of me and your uncle? You even went to her face with it. How could you be so malicious?" Lin Tao wiped the smile from his face and motioned for Lin Xiaoyu to go back inside and close the door. Then, calmly addressing Chen Ju, he said, "I didn't know who you all really were. If I'd exposed Su Aiying back then, she would have demanded proof. Your family, afraid of losing the powerful connection you'd finally managed to latch onto, would have sided with her for sure. I knew from the start that mere words wouldn't convince you. I don't have the energy to play games with you. There's no point wasting time proving myself. Better to let the facts speak for themselves. Consider this a lesson." Uncle Lin and his wife were rendered speechless by Lin Tao's retort and finally retreated back to their room in a huff. Lin Jun made it back to the village before the last bus, his back empty. Su Aiying hadn't returned with him. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lin Xiaoyu was weaving a rabbit out of foxtail grass. It had been years since Lin Tao had tried this craft, and his hands were so unaccustomed to the task that it took him ages just to get the basic shape started. Lin Xiaoyu sat on the nearby steps, giggling as she watched. Watching the warm interaction between Lin Tao and his sister, Lin Jun felt a surge of irritation. As he passed by Lin Tao, he deliberately kicked over the stool beside him, creating a sudden, jarring noise. Startled, Lin Xiaoyu instinctively glanced at Lin Jun and moved closer to Lin Tao in fear. Lin Tao's brow furrowed slightly. He turned to Lin Jun with a cold expression, his words sharp and unapologetic. "Lin Jun, if you don't know how to walk, chop off your feet. They're useless to you anyway. Lin Tao, don't get too cocky. You're just a freeloading pretty boy hooked up with some rich old woman." Lin Tao rubbed his wrist, his piercing eyes flashing with anger. "Say that again if you dare. Let's see how many punches your pretty face can take." Lin Jun clutched his nose, warm liquid trickling down. He looked at his palm. Lin Tao had punched him hard enough to draw blood. Just as he tried to speak, a sharp sting shot through his nose. One hand pressed against his bleeding nose, the other finger pointed at Lin Tao. Chen Ju, who had been cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion in the courtyard. She dropped her spatula and rushed out. "Oh my goodness, Xiao Jun. Go wash up and get some tissue to plug it." She turned to scold Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, Xiao Jun is your brother after all. How could you hit him? If he hadn't been asking for it, would I have hit him?" Chen Ju wanted to defend Lin Jun, but knowing she was in the wrong, she could only shut up silently. Lin Tao and Lin Jun became bitter enemies over this incident, each unable to stand the sight of the other. The next morning, the moment Lin Tao opened his eyes, the system's mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. A large individual red-beaked catfish will appear 50 meters south of Crescent Reef tonight at 10 p.m. Host intelligence level for 115 points. Host, please review promptly. Green intelligence. Lin Tao thought that completing this intelligence mission would allow him to upgrade the system to level 5, instantly energizing him. He racked his brain trying to recall what a red-mouthed catfish was. After struggling for a while, he finally remembered he'd never caught one at sea in his previous life, and they were even rare at seafood markets. The flesh of the red-beaked catfish wasn't particularly delicious, but its most valuable part was the swim bladder inside its body. Once removed and dried, it became the precious, high-grade dried delicacy known as red-beaked catfish gelatin. In his previous life, Lin Tao had befriended many wealthy merchants from Yuechang. To secure business deals, he had studied their preferences extensively, gaining deep knowledge of various dried delicacies. The most expensive among fish maws, the king of fish maw, came from the golden pufferfish. The larger and older the fish, the higher its value. Lin Tao recalled once seeing a piece of golden pufferfish maw sold for a staggering 5 million yuan. However, in the Southeast Peninsula region, dried seafood wasn't held in such high regard. With abundant and affordable seafood supplies, people preferred consuming poultry and livestock instead. No wonder the red-lipped pufferfish remained merely a green-listed species. The red-lipped pufferfish is a nocturnal carnivore that prefers to lurk near reefs, feeding on fish, shrimp, aquatic insects, and plankton. Lin Tao thought to himself that he'd probably have to pull another all-nighter tonight. He went out fishing with the crew of the Changrong as usual during the day. Standing on the deck of the Changrong, he noticed the cloudy sky today. The cloud cover prevented the sun from being too scorching. Large masses of clouds drifted with the wind, casting occasional huge shadows over the sea and land, bringing brief moments of coolness. The boundless azure sea stretched before him, rippled by the wind into gentle waves. Occasionally, a flock of seagulls would fly overhead, emitting their long, somewhat unpleasant cries. Leaning against the ship's rail, lost in thought, Lin Tao suddenly snapped back to reality as Su Lingqian's smiling face flashed through his mind. His heartbeat quickened unnaturally, and it took several deep breaths to steady himself. "Bro, what's wrong? Why are you so flushed? Are you overheated?" Zhao Xiaopeng, standing beside him, noticed something was off and leaned closer to ask. Lin Tao shook his head. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." After dismissing Zhao Xiaopeng, Lin Tao felt both puzzled and annoyed. Why had Su Lingqian suddenly popped into his mind out of nowhere? That afternoon, as the Changrong returned to port, they spotted the production team's fishing boats approaching the dock from afar. But this time, the production team members didn't hurl insults at the Changrong crew. Instead, they greeted them warmly. Changrong fishing boat had a massive sardine haul today. Out of the over 2,000 pounds of fish in the nets, at least 1,500 pounds were sardines. These fish are typically small in size, so even a massive haul doesn't fetch much money. Watching the cooperative's buyers load crate after crate of sardines onto the truck, Lin Tao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Sardines could be canned. Canning would make them easy to store and transport. And it wasn't just sardines, other small fish, squid, octopus, shellfish, and conch could all be vacuum-packed. This was an era brimming with opportunities. Once operations scaled up and matured in a few years, they could even open foreign trade channels to export seafood products overseas. Lin Tao grew increasingly excited, but the reality hit him. Even the Changrong vessel was a joint venture with Su Lingqian. Building the first private food processing plant on the Southeast Peninsula was an enormous challenge for him at this stage. Chapter 104: The Large Individual Red-Mouthed Catfish. Lin Tao pondered for a moment and decided to stick to selling fish to accumulate initial capital for now. He considered the factory once he fully owned the Changrong. Building it would mean establishing a genuine private enterprise. To be the first to venture down this path, he needed not only capital but also connections. Then he'd see if Su Lingqian was still interested in continuing their investment partnership. With her family's backing and influence, the path would be much smoother. Having spent decades as a seasoned veteran in the business world in his previous life, Lin Tao had long since shed the naive stubbornness of relying solely on his own efforts. When a legitimate, compliant shortcut presented itself, it would be foolish not to take it. "Xiaopeng, it's cool tonight. I'm planning to go night fishing. Want to join me?" Though he'd worked hard all day on the boat, Zhao Xiaopeng didn't hesitate when Lin Tao asked. "Sure thing, bro." Overhearing their conversation, Manhwa suddenly chimed in, "I've got a rowboat too. Can I tag along?" Lin Tao nodded. "Sure. You two can tag along for the night fishing. Tomorrow, you'll get the day off. No need to go out to sea. Don't worry, you'll still get your full pay at the end of the month." Before darkness fell and the tide rose, Lin Tao led the two to the beach where they caught plenty of lively, jumping shrimp, the best live bait for catching red-mouthed croakers. By nearly 10 o'clock that night, Uncle Lin's family had all turned off their lights and gone to sleep. Lin Tao emerged from the house, carrying his gear, and tiptoed toward the door. Lin Jun, who had been squeezed into the northwest corner room, was still awake. Hearing the sound, he got up and peered through the window at the figure in the courtyard. Recognizing Lin Tao by his silhouette, he quietly followed behind him. He wondered, what's that kid up to, sneaking out in the dead of night? Lin Tao met up with Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua at Zhao Xiaopeng's doorstep. Following Lin Tao's prior instructions, Zhao Xiaopeng retrieved 3 searchlights from the diving gear. The trio strapped them to their heads and headed toward the dock. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned close to Lin Tao and whispered, "Bro, I swear someone's following us. It's giving me the creeps." Chen Hua leaned in and nodded in agreement. "I feel it too." Lin Tao's lips curved slightly. "It's Lin Jun, ignore him. Let him follow if he wants. He won't be able to do anything once we reach the pier." "What's Lin Jun really up to? Ever since you brought Sister Xiaoyu to stay at the village chief's place, he's been giving you the cold shoulder." Lin Tao shrugged indifferently. "Probably just jealousy and resentment. Ignore him. He can't pull off anything big." The 3 reached the dock, switched on the overhead spotlight, untied 2 small boats, and paddled toward Crescent Reef under Lin Tao's guidance. Lin Jun watched the 3 paddle out to sea until their lights faded into the distance before daring to approach the pier's edge to peer out. To his disappointment, Lin Tao had simply come out for night fishing. Feeling he'd wasted his time following him, Lin Jun turned and yawned as he headed back toward the village. Ding! Host detected near target location. The system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Lin Tao called out to Chen Hua and Zhao Xiaopeng to stop. The sea was still, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the nearby reef. But soon, Lin Tao heard a faint, drum-like thud emanating from beneath the water, the sound of red-lipped grouper stirring. Lin Tao retrieved the pre-mixed bait he prepared for baiting the spot, formed it into a compact ball, and tossed it into the sea. The 2 fishing boats were spaced about 3 to 4 meters apart. Each of the 3 men held a fishing rod, threaded live shrimp onto their hooks, attached sinkers, and cast them into the sea. Since glow-in-the-dark floats for night fishing weren't available on the market yet, they had to shine a spotlight on the floats to monitor any movement. After about half an hour, Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't help but yawn. "Bro, aren't we going to catch anything tonight?" "We'll catch something. Just be patient. Fishing tests your patience. Good catches are worth the wait, you know?" Another 10 minutes passed. After a full day of work on the boat, all 3 men's eyelids began to droop, yawns coming one after another. Sitting on the skiff, Lin Tao forced himself to stay alert, staring at the float bobbing gently on the water with the waves. When would they finally get a bite? Was the sinker not heavy enough, failing to reach the depth where the red-mouthed croaker swam? Just as he was about to reel in to check the bait, the float suddenly plunged into the sea. A tug on the line, a red-mouthed croaker had taken the bait. All traces of drowsiness vanished instantly. Lin Tao excitedly jerked the rod upward, reeling in his catch. The red-mouthed croaker beneath the surface sensed danger and began swimming deeper into the ocean. But Lin Tao gave it no chance to escape, relentlessly reeling in the line. The pain from the hook forced the red-mouthed catfish to halt its descent. Instead, it surrendered to the pull and began surfacing. Once out of its usual deep-water habitat, the catfish was no match for Lin Tao. After several tugs, it quickly became exhausted, drifting listlessly in the water. Visually estimated at least 20 gene, it was only a medium to large specimen among red-mouthed catfish, falling short of the system's criteria for a large individual. Having gained experience from previous catches, Lin Tao knew the real big ones were still waiting for them in the water. He hauled it aboard and tossed it into the dinghy before resuming baiting and setting traps. Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua both landed red-mouthed catfish, but their sizes were unremarkable. Judging by the time, it must have been past midnight. The summer breeze blowing off the sea carried damp moisture that felt less than refreshing on the skin, more like a sticky, clammy weight. Zhao Xiaopeng was yawning constantly, his head bobbing up and down as he fought to stay awake. "Bro, isn't 3 enough? I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open." Chen Hua on the adjacent dinghy was also tired, but not as badly as Zhao Xiaopeng. Seeing Lin Tao showed no sign of heading back, he wisely kept quiet and waited patiently. "Lin Tao, there's movement underwater." Hearing Chen Hua, Lin Tao immediately held his breath and strained to listen. The sound coming from below was much louder than the first 20-pound red-mouthed catfish. It was the distinctive, deep, powerful drumming sound unique to red-mouthed catfish, likely the one the system had mentioned. "Xiaopeng, Chen Hua, stay alert, we've got a big one coming." Zhao Xiaopeng instantly sobered up, grabbing the landing net and standing by ready to assist. Shortly after speaking, the float began twitching rapidly before plunging unexpectedly beneath the surface. Yet the monster below seemed utterly unhurried, slowly maneuvering underwater after swallowing the live bait. It wasn't until Lin Tao started reeling in the line rapidly that the big fish, irritated by the pain, began thrashing wildly underwater, violently jerking its body. Fortunately, the red-mouthed grouper was too large to squeeze through the reef crevices, so there was no risk of the line snagging during its frantic movements. Lin Tao felt the immense pull and weight from below, his lips pressed together as his brow furrowed involuntarily. His gaze fixed on the line's entry point into the water, sharp as a hawk's. Chapter 105, The Hidden Talent of the Cantonese. Judging by the pull, Lin Tao estimated this fish weighed 70 to 80 pounds, an absolute top-tier specimen among wild red-mouthed catfish. After a tremendous struggle, Lin Tao finally hauled the red-mouthed catfish out of the water. Nearly 1.6 meters long and over 40 centimeters wide, it thrashed violently, making it nearly impossible to pull onto the small boat. Chunhua paddled his sampan closer. Once steady, he stood up, harpoon in hand, aiming for the fish's belly to drive it in with force. Lin Tao's timely shout stopped him. "Hold on, don't kill it. We need it alive." Had the warning come a second later, Chunhua's spear would have pierced the fish's swim bladder. A wild red-mouthed catfish this size had a swim bladder worth at least a pound. Even if Su Lingqian didn't recognize its value and offered a low price, they could dry and preserve it themselves. With proper care, selling it for hundreds of thousands wouldn't be a problem. Chunhua heeded the advice and quickly withdrew his spear. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng worked together to haul the massive fish onto the boat. Transporting such a large specimen back to the village would be no easy task, and they had to ensure it didn't die from dehydration. Lin Tao suddenly recalled the ancient fisherman's bow fish technique. They threaded a rope through the red-mouthed catfish's nostrils, tied the other end to its tail, and pulled tightly to arch its body like a bow. Suspended on a harpoon, Zhao Xiaopeng and Chunhua carried it back like a pole. Lin Tao followed behind, constantly splashing water onto the fish's gills with a bucket. Upon reaching Zhao Xiaopeng's home, the fish ponds were still unusable, so the fish had to be temporarily kept in large iron basins. The three red-mouthed catfish now occupied all three large iron basins in Zhao Xiaopeng's home. The largest one, in particular, was cramped in its basin, struggling even to turn around. It could only lie still in the water. The next morning, Lin Tao visited Zhao Xiaopeng's home and saw the three fish barely clinging to life. He feared they wouldn't survive until the Liang brothers arrived that afternoon. He decided to head to the brigade office to call Lu Wenhu, asking if someone could come collect them immediately. After making the call, Lin Tao stood watching at the village entrance. Before long, a small car approached, but it wasn't the one from the Jinsha Hotel. The car stopped at the village entrance. The driver got out to open the back door, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a gray fine checkered shirt paired with navy blue work pants and leather shoes, looking to be in his 50s. Lin Tao noticed a brief glint on the man's wrist, likely a watch. Could it be a high-ranking official coming for an inspection? Lin Tao stepped forward to greet him, but refrained from asking his identity outright. "Good day, sir. Are you here to find someone or conduct business in Baisha village?" The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "No need for such formality, young man. I'm a businessman from out of town. I heard there's a dock around here in Baisha village, so I wanted to take a look. But neither my driver nor I know the way, so I was hoping to ask a local for directions." The man's Mandarin wasn't perfect, with noticeable accents on certain words. Lin Tao tentatively asked, "Sir, are you from Guangzhou?" The man looked surprised for a moment before nodding. "Young man, how did you know?" Lin Tao covered his tracks. "I met someone from Yuecheng in the city before. The accent is quite distinctive." Lin Tao thought to himself, this man wants to go to the pier, probably to buy fish. Could he also be planning to open a restaurant in the city? But Lu Wenhu hadn't mentioned any new competitors for the Jinsha Hotel lately. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Besides, he'd promised Su Lingqian that his catch would go to her first. Yet this man clearly held some status back in Yuecheng and understood the value of fish maw. Selling the three red-lipped catfish to him would likely yield a higher profit than selling them to Su Lingqian. After wrestling with his conscience, Lin Tao held firm to his principles and refused to mention the red-lipped croaker to the middle-aged man. He simply pointed them toward the pier. The village fishing boats hadn't returned to port yet. If the gentleman wanted to buy the catch, it would be best to come back in the late afternoon, near sunset. "Thanks, kid." As he spoke, the middle-aged man pulled out a 10 yuan note from his wallet and handed it to Lin Tao. Lin Tao stared at the money in surprise. Though 10 yuan was hardly anything to him anymore, he'd never seen someone so generous before. Just for pointing the way, he casually hands over 10 bucks? Seeing Lin Tao hesitate to take the money, the middle-aged man assumed he was stunned by the denomination. He chuckled, "I know it's a bit much, but I'm new here and you're the first person willing to give me directions. Consider this a small token of my gratitude." Just as Lin Tao was about to refuse, the Jinsha Hotel shuttle pulled up behind the man's car. "Lin Tao, why are you still waiting at the village entrance? It's so hot out here. What big fish have you hooked this time that you called us over in such a rush?" Overhearing the exchange between the Liang brothers and Lin Tao, the middle-aged man grew curious and interjected, "Young man, might I tag along to see what's happening?" Lin Tao looked troubled, unsure how to respond. The Liang brothers could tell the man before them was either wealthy or influential. They politely explained, "Sir, Lin Tao is a supplier partner of our Jinsha Hotel. You understand what that means, right? Alright, rest assured. I know the ropes. I'm not here to poach business, just curious to see what's going on." Lin Tao shot the Liang brothers a meaningful glance, signaling that this man was someone not to be crossed. Relenting, the brothers finally agreed. "Alright." Riding in the Jinsha Hotel's car to Zhao Xiaopeng's doorstep, the middle-aged man followed behind them. Spotting the red-beaked catfish in the large iron basin, his eyes widened like copper bells. He crouched down and gently stroked the fish's back. A top-grade male red-mouthed sturgeon. The Liang brothers, unaware of the catfish's value, couldn't fathom the man's dramatic reaction. The middle-aged man pulled a thick bundle of bundled banknotes, likely 1,000 yuan, from his wallet and pressed it into Lin Tao's hand. "Young man, I don't mean to break the rules, but please let me have these 3 red-mouthed males. I only want the swim bladders, they can do whatever they want with the meat." Zhao Xiaopeng beside them was stunned speechless. That was 1,000 yuan of fortune among fortunes. The Liang brothers protested loudly, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wouldn't compete with us for the goods?" Though tempted, Lin Tao gritted his teeth and refused. "My sincerest apologies, sir. Business demands integrity, it has nothing to do with the money." The middle-aged man paused, then said, "Fine, no problem. We'll take the fish into town directly. I'll negotiate with their boss." Thus, Lin Tao was led along by the group to the Jinsha Hotel. It wasn't until he found himself in Su Lingxian's office, watching her treat the middle-aged man with such respect and humility, that he finally began to grasp what was happening. "Uncle He, why didn't you tell my dad you wanted to buy dried goods here? Why make him run around the docks himself? Just wandering around killing time, hoping for a lucky find. Never thought I'd actually stumble upon one, a top-grade red-beak male. In all my years, I've never seen one like it." After exchanging pleasantries, Uncle He turned to Lin Tao with an approving look. "This young man has excellent character. He refused to sell it to me even when I offered 1,000 yuan. Su Lingqian smiled faintly. "He's practically a legend." Chapter 106, another 1,000 yuan earned. Lin Tao stood modestly beside them, addressing Uncle He and Su Lingqian. "I'm just an ordinary fisherman. Mr. He and Miss Su are too kind." Uncle He chuckled, "Don't be so modest, young man. I never misjudge people. You're bound to make quite a name for yourself someday." Su Lingqian had intended to simply gift the 3 red-mouthed catfish to Uncle He, but at his insistence, he purchased the swim bladders for 1,000 yuan, while the fish meat was left for the Jinsha Hotel to prepare. When it came to gutting the fish and extracting the swim bladders, Uncle He personally took the knife. His movements were meticulously careful, and the kitchen staff held their breath in silence. Only after he successfully removed 3 perfectly intact swim bladders did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Due to the fish's exceptional freshness, all 3 swim bladders were fully inflated with air. After meticulously scraping away the surface blood film and residual flesh, Uncle He held them up for careful examination, marveling at their quality. Truly a rare treasure, large, perfectly intact, and of the finest quality red-mouthed male tube jellyfish. Once dried and aged for several years, their value would multiply several times over. Placed on the scale, the largest swim bladder weighed nearly 1.6 jin, about 800 grams, while the other 2 were around 9 liang, about 450 grams each. Since fresh swim bladders were inconvenient to transport, and Uncle He worried Su Lingxian's people might not handle them properly, he decided to stay in town a while longer. He'd wait until the fish bladders were fully dried and set before packing them to take back to Guangzhou. Lin Tao stared at the 1,000 yuan note in his hand, hesitating whether to split the payment with Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian sensed his thoughts and stepped closer, whispering, "Keep the money. Don't worry, this won't count as a breach of contract. Since Uncle He insisted on paying, I'll find a way to reimburse him later." "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Lingqian smiled. "We've been partners for so long, no need for such formalities." Lin Tao nodded and said nothing more. After dining with Uncle He and Su Lingqian in a private room at the Sands Hotel, Uncle He told Lin Tao over the meal that if he ever came across such high-quality goods again, he should definitely save them, for him money was no object. "Rest assured, Mr. He." Su Lingqian had Lu Wenhu drive Lin Tao back to Baisha village. As they neared the village entrance, Lin Tao couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you know who that Mr. He really is?" Lu Wenhu pulled the car over to the side of the road and spoke to Lin Tao with deep solemnity. "Guangzhou has 4 prominent families, the Chens, the He's, the Zus, and the Lins. The Mr. He you met today comes from the He family of Guangzhou. The Su family behind Miss Su and the Su family of Yuechang share the same ancestry but belong to different branches. They've always maintained contact, and every year during the ancestral temple worship, Miss Su returns with her elders. So that's how it is. I never imagined Su Lingxian's family had such deep roots and even held a certain standing in Yuechang." Lin Tao got out of the car and returned to Zhao Xiaopeng's home in the afternoon. Zhao Xiaopeng had just woken up and groggily got up to open the door for Lin Tao. "Bro, you're back?" Lin Tao walked into the inner room, took out a 1,000 yuan bill, and slipped 200 into Zhao Xiaopeng's hand. "I'll take 600. You and Chen Hua each get 200. Holy crap, bro! Are those 3 big fish really worth that much?" "Well, they're willing to pay that much. We're selling them at a premium. Isn't making a big profit a good thing?" Zhao Xiaopeng climbed a stool to grab a metal box from the top of the wardrobe. He carried it straight to Lin Tao, opened it, and revealed neatly stacked bills inside. "Bro, since I started working with you, I've saved up this much already. I'm gonna tear down our house and rebuild it a 2-story house just like the ones in the city." Seeing Zhao Xiaopeng's complete trust in him, as if he were family, Lin Tao spoke up to remind him, "During the day, you and Uncle Zhao are both on the boat, and Aunt Zhao goes to work at the dock. With no one home, it's easy for thieves to strike. You should find a safer place to hide it. Zhao Xiaopeng thought Lin Tao had a point. He scanned the room, unsure where to hide the metal box. Lin Tao's gaze swept the room, finally settling on a low cabinet. He walked over and pushed it aside. Back then, there were no modern materials like MDF. All furniture was solid wood, making it quite heavy to move. Zhao Xiaopeng quickly stepped forward to help lift it. Once the rough wall surface behind the cabinet was exposed, Lin Tao said, "We'll carve out a hidden compartment here, then seal it with a whitewashed wooden panel. The cabinet's so heavy, most thieves wouldn't think to move it. And don't put all your eggs in one basket. Hide the larger portion in the secret compartment, but scatter the smaller amounts throughout the house. That way, storing and accessing them will be convenient, just don't forget where you put them." Zhao Xiaopeng nodded in agreement. "You're right, bro. I'll take your advice." After leaving Zhao Xiaopeng's house, Lin Tao headed to Chen Hua's home. Captain Chen was out at sea with the production team and hadn't returned yet. Aunt Chen was washing clothes in the courtyard. Lin Tao arrived. "Aunt Chen, I'm here to see Chen Hua. Xuanzi is inside. Just go in and call him." Hearing voices from the courtyard, Chen Hua rose from his bed and headed outside. "Lin Tao, why are you here? Zhao Xiaopeng told me you went into town." "Of course I came to give you your share of the money." With that, Lin Tao handed Chen Hua 200 yuan. Aunt Chen stood frozen beside them, only snapping back to reality when the clothes she was holding slipped from her grasp. Chen Hua froze for a moment, puzzled. "But payday isn't here yet, is it? Besides, they wouldn't pay out that much, would they? This is from selling fish. You and Xiaopeng each get 200. Chen Hua couldn't believe 3 big fish could fetch so much. Hesitant, he delayed taking the money. Lin Tao stuffed the money directly into his pants pocket. "I got lucky with a savvy out-of-towner who paid top dollar. As long as you put in the work, you get your share. As the business grows bigger and profits rise, your share will naturally increase too. Just take it and relax." Only after Lin Tao left did Aunt Chen rise and approach Chen Hua. Staring at the stack of large bills clutched in his hand, she couldn't fathom that just one night of helping Lin Tao at sea had earned Chen Hua enough to cover their family's income for years. "Xuanzi, tell mom the truth. Did you really go fishing last night? What kind of fish could fetch such an astronomical price?" "Mom, didn't you hear what Lin Tao said? I told you following him would mean big money. My dad's just an old-fashioned stick in the mud who refuses to adapt to the times. I say, more and more folks in our village will follow Lin Tao soon. Back when we started, only Zhao Xiaopeng and I were willing to join him. When we strike it rich, he won't let me down." Aunt Chen thought about it and realized Chen Hua had a point. Times were progressing and evolving. Stubbornly clinging to the past would only lead to being left behind. "Then you'd better work hard and follow Lin Tao diligently. Our family caused him so much trouble before we really did him wrong. Yet when it came time to share the profits, he didn't hold back a single penny. That kid Lin Tao has truly changed." Chapter 107, Slap in the Face. Don't judge a book by its cover. Over a week passed after Lin Tao sold the red-lipped catfish. By the time Lin Xiaoyu was preparing to head to the city for her junior high entrance exams, the system vanished again, just as before, and new intelligence failed to refresh. Lin Tao had grown accustomed to this and even felt a hint of anticipation. His current experience points were enough to reach level 5. The next time the system refreshed, the intelligence would surely be a valuable gold-level tip. The day before the exam, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to the city to familiarize her with the test venue. When they arrived at Jinsha Middle School, some students had already finished their tour and were exiting. Since there were no age restrictions, the group ranged from young students like Lin Xiaoyu, around 13 or 14, to young adults in their early 20s. Lin Xiaoyu nervously clutched her floral blouse, timidly observing the people around her. Lin Tao led her to the exam room, gently squeezing her hand reassuringly. "Xiaoyu, don't be nervous. You've studied so thoroughly you'll definitely pass." Lin Xiaoyu nodded silently. After leaving Jinsha Middle School, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to the department store. There, he bought her a box of Zhonghua pencils, 2 erasers, a ruler, a compass, the latest printed metal pencil case, and a green canvas backpack embroidered with red serving the people. The stationery counter clerk was observant. Seeing Lin Tao dressed plainly yet spending generously, he knew this young man was no ordinary person. She reached for a palm-sized black leather box from the shelf, placed it on the counter, and began her pitch in fluent Mandarin. "Comrade, this is the newly arrived Parker fountain pen. The cap and barrel are gold-plated, and the nib is crafted from 18K gold, extremely durable. With every purchase, we're also offering a complimentary bottle of Ostrich brand blue-black ink." As she spoke, the saleswoman opened the box. Inside lay a piece of black velvet, upon which rested a gleaming gold fountain pen. The cap and barrel featured regular vertical stripes, exuding exquisite elegance and grandeur. In his previous life, Lin Tao had collected a set of vintage fountain pens, including this very model. Now, seeing a brand new factory-fresh version in person, he held it in his hands, examining it repeatedly, utterly captivated. "How much?" 50 yuan. People nearby, also browsing stationery, couldn't help but glance over upon hearing the salesperson's price. Good heavens! A hero pen is already expensive at 10 bucks, and this Parker pen is 50? My monthly salary is only 30. Yeah, that's enough to buy 5 hero pens. Who's got money to burn on such an expensive pen? Those Americans actually use gold to make pens, what extravagance. Some people couldn't help but sneer and mock when they saw the salesperson was actually trying to sell to a young man dressed plainly, even a bit shabbily. He's clearly some country bumpkin from the village. How could he possibly afford a 50 yuan pen? Is this salesperson an idiot? He probably can't even afford a hero pen, yet he's pretending to look at it. Hey kid, hold that pen steady, if you drop it, you won't have the money to pay for it. Hearing the mockery directed at Lin Tao, the salesperson stepped in before Lin could respond. Comrade, this is a public place. Please mind your language and behavior. Don't attack others without cause. Pfft, he's just a poor kid. Selling to him is a total waste of your time. Surprised by the clerk's intervention, Lin Tao, who'd been wavering about buying the pen, turned to the rude customer. Let's make a bet. See if I buy this thing today. The man scoffed even more contemptuously. Fine. If you buy this pen today, I'll call you grandpa. If you don't, you crawl under my crotch and yell, I'm a poor kid, 3 times. Lin Tao gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, this guy really can't take a loss. He then addressed the onlookers, everyone heard that, right? Everyone heard that, right? Then bear witness no one can back out if they lose. With that, Lin Tao pulled out the wallet Aunt Zhao had sewn for him from a hidden pocket in his clothes. He took out 5 large bills, waved them in front of the crowd, and handed them to the salesperson. 50 yuan, not a cent more or less. The clerk verified the money, his face breaking into a broad smile. Indeed, 500 yuan notes. Comrade, is there anything else you need? Lin Tao scanned the stationery shelves. 5 notebooks of each type, plus a pencil sharpener. Pencil sharpeners back then were nowhere near as varied as those in the 21st century. This one was about the size of a mineral water bottle cap, with a small mirror embedded on the back, perfect for checking your reflection when bored. That'll be 5 yuan total. Shall I bag it for you? No need. Just put it all in my backpack. It's more convenient. After counting the money, the clerk smiled as she packed the stationery and handed it to Lin Tao. Those who had been waiting to see Lin Tao embarrassed were stunned. Who would have thought this unassuming young man was secretly loaded? How is that possible? Lin Tao slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at the young man he'd bet with. Grandson, you should be calling me grandpa now, right? But the man refused to admit defeat, turning to slip into the crowd. His path was blocked by onlookers eager for a show. Call me grandpa. Call me grandpa. As the crowd chanted, the young man's face turned as red as a lantern. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. Only when several people in the crowd began pointing at him and calling him a sore loser did he finally grit out 2 words. Grandpa. Grandpa. What? Can't hear you. You sound like a mosquito. Show some mercy. Don't push your luck. You judged me by my appearance, convinced I was some penniless country bumpkin. You only had to call me grandpa twice to win, while I had to crawl between your legs in public if I lost. Which do you think is more humiliating? If I really were some penniless nobody, would you still be acting like this? Lin Tao crossed his arms over his chest and looked down at Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, here's a perfect counterexample right before our eyes. Judging by appearances is wrong. What truly matters in a person is their inner substance, cultivation, character, and quality. Understand? Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Brother, I get it. The young man was so mortified he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Realizing his mistake, he bowed his head and said to Lin Tao, Grandpa, I'm sorry. A good comrade and young man is one who admits his mistakes and corrects them. Everyone, please disperse. Don't disturb others shopping. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to buy new clothes and shoes, several trendy hair ornaments and clips, plus a pack of premium cigarettes for Uncle Zhao and a box of 1G Qianhong for Aunt Zhao. Leaving the department store, Lin Tao spotted someone selling glass bottles of orange soda from a backpack. He bought one for himself and one for Lin Xiaoyu, and they sipped them as they walked. Lin Tao gulped down a big mouthful and let out a long, satisfying burp. Refreshing. Bro, why didn't you buy anything for yourself? Chapter 108, An Unexpected New Acquaintance. Lin Tao paused, then chuckled softly. Bro, I don't really want anything. I don't need anything. Lin Xiaoyu looked a bit sulky. Bro, you're always like this, thinking of everyone else but yourself. Lin Tao ruffled Lin Xiaoyu's hair. Xiaoyu, you've really grown up now, to worry about your big brother. Since exams were scheduled for the next day, Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu had already made arrangements to stay at the Jinsha Hotel tonight. They'd return to Baisha village after finishing the exams tomorrow. This gave them the chance to explore the city with Lin Xiaoyu. Since taking over the original host's body, Lin Tao hadn't properly toured the provincial capital. Walking down the streets, he saw many students and workers riding old-fashioned bicycles. Occasionally, a small car would pass by. Lin Tao glanced at the bicycles, then looked at his little sister and silently shook his head. She was still a bit too short. Teaching her to ride a bike now would mean plenty of falls, and it wasn't safe on the roads anyway. Better to wait until high school. Passing by an independently run tailor shop, Lin Tao spotted several sample garments hanging in the window and stepped inside. A bell hung on the door, ringing crisply whenever it opened. The modest space was divided into two sections. The front room held several wooden dress forms, with shelves along the walls displaying various fabrics. The inner room served as the workshop, housing a sewing machine and a large table covered with garments and an iron. A young woman with braided pigtails worked with her head down, her foot pumping the sewing machine pedal at a rapid pace. Neat stitches joined the fabric pieces together. Hearing someone enter, she looked up at Lin Tao. The cramped room had no fan, only a single window for ventilation. Tiny beads of sweat glistened on her pert nose, and her fair face was flushed with a soft pink. Her delicate, arched eyebrows framed large, watery eyes that sparkled with youthful energy. When she smiled, two sweet dimples appeared, radiating innocence and vitality. Her appearance would likely be called first love face in the 21st century. Her features, not overly refined, were like a spring breeze brushing her cheeks, simple yet touching the heartstrings. "Comrade, need clothes made?" Lin Tao snapped back to reality at the girl's clear, spring-like voice, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Yeah, I saw the workwear hanging up and thought I'd come in to ask about the price." Lin Tao had expected the tailor to be middle-aged, but was surprised to find someone so young. "Well," the girl said with a smile, "unfortunately, my mom just left to deliver clothes to a customer. I only help out with small tasks. If you're not in a hurry, comrade, you can sit down for a bit." Sure. Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu to sit on a nearby chair as the young woman bent over her sewing machine. Glancing at the scattered papers on the table, Lin Tao leaned closer and saw a clothing design sketch. Though the lines were simple, they clearly conveyed the garment's structure and key features. Even someone like Lin Tao, a complete layman in fashion design, could instantly recognize the immense talent of the person who drew it. Just as Lin Tao was about to examine the other designs, the girl suddenly rose from the sewing machine and gathered all the sketches off the table. "I just doodled these for fun," she said shyly. "Nothing professional." Lin Tao replied earnestly, "Comrade, you possess remarkable talent. If you persevere on this path, you're bound to achieve great things." Her eyes lit up with delight. "Really? You're the first person to recognize my talent." Lin Tao nodded. He saw investment potential in this young woman and continued, "If you trust me, I can try to introduce you to someone. Perhaps she can help you find opportunities in this field." "I can't thank you enough." Lin Tao scratched his head. "But I can't guarantee success, so don't set your hopes too high." "It's okay. Just having someone recognize my ideas and work is already great for me." During their conversation, Lin Tao learned her name was Feng Jinjin. She was 17, a student at Jinsha High School. Her mother was a master tailor who had gone independent after working at a state-owned garment factory. Her father served as the grade director at Jinsha Middle School and also taught Chinese. Feng Jinjin's family background was considered quite well off in the city. "My sister has her junior high entrance exam tomorrow. I wonder which grade your father oversees." "That's such a coincidence. My father is the principal of the 7th grade department. Once my sister enrolls, I'll mention it to him and ask him to keep an eye out for her at school." "Thank you, Comrade Feng." Mrs. Feng returned home just as her daughter and Lin Tao were chatting animatedly. Approaching with a smile, she asked, "Jinjin, is this your classmate? This is the first time I've seen you talk so much with a male student." Feng Jinjin explained shyly, "Mom, this is Comrade Lin Tao. He's a customer who came to our shop to have clothes made. He's not a classmate." "Hello, Auntie. I'd like to order work uniforms for my crew, 2 sets for each of 6 people. Price isn't an issue, but I prefer Comrade Xiaofeng to handle the design." "Work uniforms are all pretty much the same. What's there to design?" Lin Tao glanced at Feng Jinjin beside him. "My ship is called the Changrong Prosperous and Flourishing. I want our uniforms to be eye-catching. I believe you can do it. How many days do you need for the design?" Feng Jinjin watched Lin Tao's confident expression, her heart racing. An indescribable feeling began to spread uncontrollably from her core. 3 days. All right. I'll come see your design in 3 days. Because Lin Tao insisted on the highest quality, each piece of workwear came with a hefty price tag. Feng's mother quoted 50 yuan for a top and bottom set, totaling 600 yuan for 12 pieces. Lin Tao promptly handed over 200 yuan as a deposit, his generous gesture causing both Mrs. Feng and Feng Jinjin to stare wide-eyed. Mrs. Feng couldn't help but admire, "What a promising young man." Before leaving, Lin Tao asked Feng Jinjin, "Could you give me those drawings you made?" "Oh, okay." Only after Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu had walked far away did Feng Jinjin reluctantly return from the doorway. Noticing her daughter's thoughts, Mrs. Feng teased, "Jinjin, have you taken a liking to that young man?" "Oh Mom, what are you saying?" "Of course not." Feng's mother adopted the air of someone who had seen it all. "Look at you blushing and saying no. But judging by his words and actions, that young man is truly extraordinary. To have his own fleet at such a young age is remarkable. If you want to take things further with him, I won't stand in your way." Feng Zhenzhen covered her face and scampered back to the workshop. Oh my! Meanwhile, Lin Tao, completely unaware he'd stirred spring waters in the girl's heart, brought the exhausted Lin Xiaoyu back to the Golden Sands Hotel to rest and grab lunch. As they ascended the stairs, they happened to cross paths with Su Lingqian at the turn. Bro, it's the beautiful lady. Chapter 109, Little Sister Got Accepted. Su Lingqian gently stroked Lin Xiaoyu's cheek and smiled. It's little sister Xiaoyu. You're still so sweet. From now on, just call me Sister Su. Got it, Sister Su. Lin Xiaoyu pulled a bracelet made of various small shells and sea snails from her pocket. She handed it to Su Lingqian with a shy smile, glancing at her expectantly from time to time, afraid Su Lingqian might not like her gift. Su's sister, I picked these up myself from the beach, cleaned them, and made this. I hope you don't think it's too simple. Lin Tao watched as Su Lingqian's jade bracelet peeked out from her wrist, also worried she might refuse. To the siblings' surprise, Su Lingqian slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, lifting her hand to examine it closely. It's beautiful. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I love it. Lin Xiaoyu beamed. Really? I'm so glad you like it, Sister Su. Su Lingqian turned to Lin Tao. Are you free for dinner tonight? The sudden invitation caught Lin Tao off guard, but since he'd been looking for an opportunity to introduce Feng Zhenzhen to Su Lingqian, he readily agreed. I'm free anytime. Great. I'll have the staff knock on your door to get you. That evening, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu were led to a private room by the waitstaff, where Su Lingqian was already waiting for them. Su Lingqian slid the menu across the table to Lin Tao. Just order whatever you like. After ordering, Lin Tao handed Feng Zhenzhen's design sketches to Su Lingqian. Su Lingqian glanced through them briefly before nodding slightly. Who drew these? They seem a bit naive yet carry a hint of masterful flair. Lin Tao recounted how he'd met Feng Zhenzhen by chance and, drawing on memories from his past life, articulated his predictions and insights about the future of the fashion industry with remarkable clarity. Su Lingqian nodded in agreement at first, then gave Lin Tao a meaningful look. Suddenly, she teased, who knew you were so lucky with women? Is that young lady pretty? Lin Tao froze, his ears flushing crimson. He quickly protested, Miss Su, what do you mean by that? I genuinely believe she possesses great talent in fashion design and is someone worth investing in. I have no other intentions whatsoever. Though he was eager to explain, Lin Tao's eyes held only clear determination, not a trace of guilt at being called out. Su Lingqian chuckled. I was just teasing you. No need to explain so earnestly. Though I don't know much about this field myself, I do have a well-connected classmate who might have some leads. But if this girl you mentioned wants to pursue further studies, she'll need to train abroad. Who knows how many years she'll be gone before returning. The language barrier is the biggest hurdle. I wonder if she can adapt. You mentioned entrusting the design of your Changrong fleet's uniforms to her, right? Once the finished products are ready, bring them to me. If they're truly exceptional, I'm willing to fund her overseas studies. But the condition is that after completing her studies, she must generate value for me that equals or exceeds the investment cost. Lin Tao hadn't expected Su Lingqian to agree so readily. All right. The next day, Lu Wenhu drove Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu to the entrance of Jinsha Middle School. As they got out of the car, people around them couldn't help but glance at them discreetly. Lin Tao encouraged Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, just focus on the exam. Don't think about anything else. I believe you can do it. Got it, bro. The bell rang across the campus, and students taking the entrance exam began streaming out of the classroom building. Lin Tao kept scanning the entrance. Finally, he saw Xiaoyu, like a cheerful bird, trotting toward him. Bro, the questions were so easy, they were all stuff you tutored me on before. I knew our Xiaoyu was the best. Lin Tao happily scooped Lin Xiaoyu up and spun her around. The admission results would be posted on the notice board at the school gate 3 days later, with enrollment procedures starting the day after the results were announced. On the appointed day, Lin Tao helped Lin Xiaoyu pack her simple belongings. As they approached the village entrance, they encountered the village's intelligence unit. Hey, Lin Tao. All that luggage, what's the occasion? The city school's results are out today. TSK. Let me tell you, sending your sister to city school is a total waste of money. What use is a girl needing such high education? Once she marries, she'd be better off staying home to raise kids and support her husband. You should find her a match sooner rather than later. Lin Tao, my own nephew, lives in the next village. He's 2 years younger than you, has a primary school diploma more than enough, and he's a handsome lad. Why not let me play matchmaker and set Xiaoyu up with him? We're all village ants here, I wouldn't do you wrong. Exactly. If she gets too old, she'll have trouble finding a husband. Does she want to stay home forever as an old maid, relying on her brother to support her? Facing the gossiping women's chatter, Lin Xiaoyu felt angry but didn't know how to counter them. She could only look to Lin Tao for help. Brother, I won't marry. Lin Tao's expression darkened. Xiaoyu is my sister. I'll pay for her junior high, high school, and college. If she's willing and capable, I'll even fund her through a PhD. So what if she stays single forever? As her brother, I'm happy to support her. She's our family's precious treasure. She's here to enjoy life, not to become someone else's wife. Lin Tao looked down at Lin Xiaoyu, speaking slowly and deliberately. Xiaoyu, you decide your own life. As long as it doesn't violate morality or the law and doesn't harm yourself, I'll support you unconditionally. With me as your backing, go forward boldly. Brother. The women were rendered speechless by Lin Tao's rebuke. Finally, they could only mutter that he was crazy, that he had issues. Lin Tao couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He took Lin Xiaoyu and boarded the city bus. Outside Jinsha Middle School, the bulletin board was surrounded by layers upon layers of people checking results. After struggling to push through the crowd for ages, Lin Tao simply hoisted Lin Xiaoyu onto his shoulders. Xiaoyu, see if your name is up there? Let me see. Yes, brother. I got in. Just as the siblings were celebrating, a man in his 30s or 40s with a menacing expression suddenly tapped Lin Tao on the shoulder, motioning for him to step aside. Young man, I need a favor. Could we step aside to talk? Lin Tao instinctively furrowed his brow, eyeing the man warily. What couldn't be said right here? The man quickly waved his hands. Young man, rest assured, I mean you no harm. We won't go to some secluded corner just over there. He pointed to a spot under a poplar tree nearby. Lin Tao had no idea what the man was up to, but he still clutched Lin Xiaoyu's hand tightly as he followed the man over. No one among the crowd checking the results noticed them. Now you can speak. Chapter 110, didn't check the almanac before leaving. The man spoke up. I see you and your sister are from the village down the way, attending Jinsha Middle School. Tuition, books, lodging, and meals, it all adds up. Can your family really afford it? Lin Tao loathed encountering these city folk who carried themselves with such unfounded superiority. His expression darkened further as he retorted with irritation, what business is it of yours? We don't even know each other. Who made you the one to worry about it? Lin Tao's sharp retort flashed a moment of discomfort across the man's face, but he quickly resumed his fake smile. Young man, no need to be so abrupt. My son is about the same age as your sister. He just missed his luck this year and didn't get in. But waiting another year would be such a waste of time. How about this, he suggested, you give me your sister's spot. I've got some connections at the Education Bureau. I could get her into experimental middle school. What do you think? It's a pretty good school. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. $200 should cover your family's living expenses for 2 years. As he spoke, the man pulled a stack of cash from the briefcase tucked under his arm. Whether intentionally or not, he counted each bill one by one, as if flaunting it. Lin Tao's frown deepened. He grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hand and turned to leave, muttering, what kind of lunatic is this? Seeing Lin Tao's refusal, the man gritted his teeth in anger and hurried after them. Think 200 isn't enough? Country bumpkins are never satisfied. How about I add another 100? 300 is the absolute limit. It's not like your sister can't go to school. It's just switching schools and you get paid for it. How great is that? Don't be so ungrateful. Fed up with the man's persistence, Lin Tao snapped, will you ever shut up? Besides my sister, there are plenty of others who got in. Why don't you go ask them to swap enrollment spots? You just think we're from the village, powerless and easy to push around, right? Let me tell you this, $300? I wouldn't even look at it. Get lost, and don't blame me if I report your son to the Education Bureau for trying to steal someone else's spot. We'll see if your so-called connections can save you then. Seeing Lin Tao was a tough nut to crack, the man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Unwilling to give up, he dropped the act and threatened outright. Young man, youthful arrogance isn't always a good thing. Don't you fear what I might do to you and your family? Do you know Zhu Feng? He's also under my thumb. Oh my, Lin Tao scoffed with contempt. So you've got some shady connections. Xu Feng's backer, huh? That's news to me. Go ask him if he's got the guts to touch me. Just as they spoke, a Jinsha hotel sedan pulled up beside them. Lu Wenhu rolled down the window and leaned out, addressing Lin Tao. Little Tao, got the results yet? Brother, what brings you here? Xiao Yu got in. Lu Wenhu laughed heartily. I was just passing by. I knew Xiao Yu could do it. Since I'm free now, why don't I take you to the department store to get her settled for boarding school? Sure thing. Lin Tao opened the back door and let Lin Xiaoyu get in first, then turned to glance at the man beside him. The moment the man recognized Lu Wenhu, his earlier arrogance vanished completely, replaced by a hint of terror. His legs even began to tremble slightly. What? You know my big brother? Lu Wenhua glanced at the man, raising an eyebrow. Wang Yao? So it's you. Looks like your legs have recovered nicely? Wang Yao nearly collapsed to his knees at the sound of Lu Wenhu's name. Mr. Lu. Lin Tao could tell this Wang Yao had likely been dealt with pretty badly by Lu Wenhua before, nearly scared into shock. Big brother, you two know each other? Lu Wenhu nodded. When the hotel first opened, this blind fool brought his crew to cause trouble. I broke both his legs. He crawled on the floor like a dog. Never thought he'd get back up. Why's he bothering you now? He claims to have connections at the Education Bureau and wants to get Xiaoyu into the experimental middle school. He offered me $300 to hand over my spot at Jinsha Middle School. If I refuse, he'll get Xu Feng to deal with me. Lu Wenhu snorted as if hearing a joke. Connections? His brother-in-law is just a deputy section chief at the Education Bureau. If I recall correctly, he got demoted not too long ago. Wang Yao's head drooped even lower. He hadn't expected Lin Tao to be Lu Wenhu's brother. This was truly stirring up a hornet's nest. Wang Yao, didn't I warn you before? I told you to turn over a new leaf, stop forming cliques and bullying the locals. How dare you still think about having your minions do something to my brother? Looks like you've completely given up on keeping your legs. Wang Yao suddenly recalled Lu Wenhu sending men to warn him earlier that Xu Feng had provoked the wrong person. He never dreamed it would be this young man standing before him. Talk about bad luck. Wang Yao suddenly dropped to his knees, prostrating himself before Lin Tao. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please spare me. Beg Boss Lu to let me off this time. As the commotion grew louder, people nearby began to notice. Not wanting trouble, Lin Tao impatiently ordered Wang Yao to get up. Wang Yao pulled out all the money from his leather bag and tremblingly stuffed it into Lin Tao's hands. Take this money. Consider it my apology to your sister. Buy her some food and necessities. Xiao Tao, take it. Otherwise, he'll be too scared to sleep at night for the next month. Lin Tao had no choice but to take the money. He turned to Wang Yao and said, now get lost. Don't let me catch you bullying country folk again. I. Wang Yao, as if granted a pardon, turned and ran off without looking back. At the department store, he bought Lin Xiaoyu a complete set of lodging essentials, bedding, a wash basin, a foot basin, a thermos, towels, toothbrushes, and a tooth cup. But all the way out of the department store, Lin Xiaoyu remained gloomy and uninterested. Lin Tao asked, Xiaoyu, why aren't you happy? Is it because you don't like what I picked out for you? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head, her eyes reddening. As she looked at Lin Tao, tears the size of beans fell steadily. Brother, I don't want to live in the dorm. I don't want to be separated from you. So that's why, Lin Tao sighed in relief, pulling the tearful Lin Xiaoyu into his arms to comfort her. Xiaoyu, I'll come pick you up every Friday. If you cry over your first time boarding, what about when you go to college out of province? We won't see each other for months, won't you cry your eyes out then? Lin Xiaoyu mumbled hoarsely from within his embrace, then I won't go to college. Lin Tao stood up, playfully pinched her nose, and feigned annoyance. What nonsense are you talking? I'm counting on our family to produce a college graduate. After several attempts to comfort her, Lin Xiaoyu finally stopped crying. Brother, I'll definitely get into a great university someday. Chapter 111, Surprise. System Upgrade. After leaving the department store, Lin Tao first took Lin Xiaoyu and their luggage back to the Jinsha Hotel. He then turned and headed to Feng Jinjin's tailor shop. Hearing the doorbell chime, Feng Jinjin, who had been busy in the workshop, immediately stood up and peered toward the entrance. Spotting the familiar figure she'd been thinking about so often, Feng Jinjin quickly smoothed her clothes and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear before stepping forward to greet him. Comrade Shaolin, you're here. Where's Auntie? My mom went home to cook. After she started her own business, the factory took back the assigned housing. Our family now lives in the staff dormitory the school arranged for my dad. Oh, right. I've finished my design drawings. Let me show them to you. Feng Jinjin didn't notice a small spool of thread had rolled to her feet. Without thinking, she stepped on it and was about to stumble when Lin Tao quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Carried by momentum, Feng Jinjin collided straight into Lin Tao's arms. Whether from fright or nervousness, her heart pounded like a drum, and two unnatural blushes spread across her cheeks. Lin Tao didn't register the suggestive posture or proximity between them. His first instinct was concern. Comrade Feng, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you. Feng Jinjin hurriedly pulled away from Lin Tao's embrace, flustered as she returned to the workroom and retrieved the design blueprints. Lin Tao examined them closely. The design featured bold, innovative structural elements with cleaner, more fluid lines. Each section was labeled with material specifications and modification concepts, making it far more suitable for fishermen's work than standard uniforms. After offering a few appreciative compliments, Lin Tao briefly mentioned Su Lingxian's proposal for Feng Jinjin to pursue further studies abroad. He then stated that a final decision would be made only after the finished workwear samples were produced. At the mention of going abroad, Feng Jinjin's expression turned hesitant. It was clear she harbored a longing for prestigious overseas universities, yet also felt apprehensive about the unknown environment. The finished garments should be ready in about 2 months. You can use this time to think things over and discuss it with your family. 12 pieces should take about 2 months. Comrade Shaolin, I'll accompany you to your village to take measurements. It's essential for making the garments properly. Lin Tao joked, you're such a young girl, yet so bold. We've only known each other a few days, and you're willing to come back to my village with me? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Feng Jinjin blushed even more intensely, stammering, I don't think Comrade Xiaolin is that kind of person. The next morning, Feng Jinjin went to the school to help Lin Tao tidy up Lin Xiaoyu's bedding. Lin Xiaoyu's dorm was a 4-person room with 2 sets of bunk beds facing each other. A large table stood between them and a metal storage cabinet stood in the corner. Lin Tao left Lin Xiaoyu ample living expenses and gave her careful instructions before leaving with Feng Jinjin. Feng Jinjin spoke up first, "Don't worry. I'm right next door at the high school. I'll come visit Xiaoyu whenever I have time." "Thank you, Comrade Feng." No sooner had the two stepped off the bus at the village entrance than news of Lin Tao bringing a pretty city girl to Baisha village began spreading. Villagers gathered at their doorsteps to watch the commotion. Someone whistled lewdly at Feng Jinjin, startling her into hiding beside Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, when did you pick up a girlfriend in the city? Why didn't you introduce her to us? Stop talking nonsense. What are you all staring at? Get back to your own homes." Seeing Lin Tao's anger, the villagers quickly realized they'd overstepped and turned to head back to their homes. Today was the day the shipyard's master mechanic came for the Changrong's routine inspection, so Lin Tao had arranged for the fleet to take the day off in advance. They were now gathered curiously around the master craftsman at the dock. Spotting Feng Jinjin, Zhao Xiaopeng leaned close to Lin Tao and whispered, "Bro, who's that girl?" "This is Comrade Feng Jinjin. She's here to take measurements for the work uniforms. Everyone, be polite to her and keep your mouths shut about anything inappropriate." "Got it." After Feng Jinjin finished taking measurements for the crew, Lin Tao walked her to the village entrance and watched her board the bus. As he walked back toward the dock, a young man suddenly approached him, slinging his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder with casual familiarity. "Lin Tao, that girl really isn't your girlfriend?" The young man before him was Chen Dazhuan, a distant cousin of the original owner in the village. By family hierarchy, the original owner's mother was his aunt, but beyond sharing the same village, they had little connection. They barely interacted with the original owner, often pretending not to see each other when they crossed paths in the village. "What's it to you?" Lin Tao shook off his arm, but Chen Dazhuan stuck to him like a leech. "I'm actually quite taken with that girl. Could you ask her if she'd be willing to date me?" Chen Dazhuan was every bit as much of a scoundrel in the village as the original owner. Lin Tao shot him a cold, sidelong glance. "Get lost." Seeing Lin Tao refuse to give him face, Chen Dazhuan gritted his teeth in anger. "What's with the high and mighty act? You just want to get your hands on her yourself, right? Put." While watching the master mechanic perform repairs at the dock, Lin Tao suddenly heard the long-dormant system voice echo in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your intelligence level has risen to level 5. The system has advanced to stage 2, slightly increasing both the quantity and quality of intelligence. A new exchange shop feature has been added. You require 100 points to reach the next level. Host may attempt to summon the system panel with their thoughts. Rest assured, only you can see it." Lin Tao muttered to himself as he tried opening the system panel. Was it just his imagination? Why did the system feel so much more responsive, less cold and distant than before? "Host, the system upgrade has activated an intelligent dialogue system. You may think of it as an AI voice assistant. Quite user-friendly." A blue, fluorescent system panel appeared before his eyes. First came his personal information, followed by the exchange mall section and the history section. What's the history section? Host, all previously completed intelligence missions can be viewed in the history section. Your current store holds 3 item slots, which refresh daily at midnight. Items can be exchanged using experience points, with current store quality tiers categorized as white, green, and gold. As the host levels up, both the number of slots and the quality of items will increase. However, experience points are hard-earned, so please consider your purchases carefully. Lin Tao opened the store. All 3 slots displayed white tier items: Secret Antarctic Krill Bait 1 kg, 10 EXP, Live Redworm Bait 500G, 10 EXP, Premium Dried Sandworms 500G, 10 EXP. Holy crap, even white items cost 10 EXP? I only get 1 EXP per white intelligence mission. This is totally screwed up. Host, keep up the good work gathering intel for XP. More exciting features await your unlocking in the future. Ding! Today's intel has been delivered. Green Intelligence 5 points. A group of multicolored lobsters will appear underwater near Golden Sand Reef tonight at 10 p.m. Host Intelligence Level 5 120 points. Host, please review immediately. Chapter 112, another 580 yuan in profits. Lin Tao closed the system panel, thinking back to the 21st century when mixed-colored lobsters weighing around 1.5 pounds fetched $35 per pound at seafood markets. The larger the lobster, the higher the price per pound, with the top-tier ones commanding nearly $50, a high-value catch for sure. But now, due to their elusive nature, low yields, thick shells, and sparse meat, they weren't popular among ordinary households. Lin Tao had no idea what the current price per pound was. That evening, Lin Tao called Chen Hua and Zhao Xiaopeng over. They brought their diving gear to the dock to warm up. Zhao Xiaopeng had been excited about diving again, but after a few stretches, he suddenly clutched his leg and yelped. Ouch! Lin Tao rushed over to check. Seeing it was just a simple leg cramp, he relaxed. Xiaopeng, the water's cold, it's easier to cramp down there. You shouldn't go in with me today. Just watch the snorkels from the dinghy. He turned to Chen Hua and asked, Chen Hua, would you like to try diving with me? Chen Hua hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Sure, I'm fine with that. Zhao Xiaopeng pursed his lips and reluctantly said, fine. I'll wait for you guys on the raft. Lin Tao and Chen Hua donned their diving gear. The trio paddled the dinghy toward Jinsha Reef. Ding! Host detected near target location. Lin Tao guided Chen Hua into the water slowly, instructing him, Chen Hua, when we ascend, remember not to go too fast. Otherwise, you risk lung rupture. If anything unexpected happens underwater, signal me with hand gestures. Lin Tao taught Chen Hua a few basic underwater communication gestures. Chen Hua, quick to learn, mastered them completely after just 2 repetitions. Lin Tao guided Chen Hua through the process of equalizing for water pressure as they descended slowly. Lin Tao glanced at Chen Hua, who gave him a thumbs up, signaling he was ready. Lin Tao nodded, signaling him to continue descending. The variegated lobster, also known locally as the cypress lobster, bamboo lobster, or white-bearded lobster, inhabits coral reefs at depths of 3 to 50 meters. During the day, it typically hides in the crevices and cavities of the reef, emerging only at night to hunt and feed. Due to their large size and reliance on walking legs for movement along the seabed, they were far less agile than smaller shrimp species. After descending about 7 or 8 meters, the pair found themselves treading on soft mud and sand. The spotlight above illuminated the coral reef ahead, simultaneously startling some light-sensitive marine creatures. Slowly approaching the reef, Lin Tao soon spotted a mottled lobster about the length of his forearm crawling leisurely ahead. Regarding catching lobsters, an old fisherman Lin Tao knew in his previous life had once told him that lobsters of all varieties were both dumb and blind. When they got close enough, they would agitate the water in the predicted escape direction of the lobster, making it think the danger was coming from that side. The lobster would then run in the opposite direction, leaving them to simply wait for it. Another method involved stirring the water in 2 opposite directions, causing the lobster to freeze in confusion, unsure which way to flee. That was the moment to seize it unawares. Lin Tao had memorized the old fisherman's wisdom, but in his previous life, he'd never had the chance to catch lobsters himself. Now, at last, he had the opportunity to put it into practice. Following the old fisherman's instructions, Lin Tao carefully avoided the variegated lobster's 2 long antennae. Seizing the moment when it froze, he swiftly and unexpectedly grabbed its head. The startled lobster began thrashing violently. Lin Tao used his other hand to clamp down on its waist and tail, avoiding its abdominal walking legs, and swiftly stuffed it into the net pouch. He tightened the pouch and continued searching for the next target. Lobsters were gregarious creatures. As long as he didn't wipe out the entire population at once, a new swarm would soon multiply. After searching the area for a while, Lin Tao quickly caught over a dozen variegated lobsters, filling a large net bag to capacity. Chen Hua initially struggled to grasp the technique, watching helplessly as prey darted away before his eyes. Undeterred, he chose to follow Lin Tao, observing and learning. After watching Lin Tao catch 7 or 8 lobsters, Chen Hua copied his technique and finally caught one himself. He grew increasingly skilled, soon matching Lin Tao's speed. Lin Tao spotted a decaying shipboard covered in algae nearby. His instincts told him something valuable must be hiding beneath it. He signaled Chen Hua to help lift it while he kept his eyes fixed on the spot, net in hand. As the plank slowly lifted, over a dozen lobster antennae emerged from the cracks. When the plank was nearly fully raised, Lin Tao spotted a cluster of multicolored lobsters huddled fearfully in the angle between the plank and the muddy seabed. Woohoo, a lobster bonanza! Lin Tao wasted no time, plunging his net in to scoop them all up. After clearing out the nest, Lin Tao glanced at their overflowing nets, patted Chen Hua on the shoulder, and motioned for him to follow him to the surface. Chen Hua pointed to the mottled lobsters moving slowly nearby, then gestured toward their nets. Lin Tao understood Chen Hua's unspoken question, why stop when so many remained nearby? He shook his head. Seeing Lin Tao's refusal, Chen Hua had no choice but to follow him to the surface. Phew! Bro, what good stuff did you guys catch? Lin Tao tossed the net onto the skiff. The lobsters piled together, their shells scraping against each other with a loud crackling sound that made Zhao Xiaopeng's scalp tingle. The spotlight illuminated the net. Zhao Xiaopeng examined it closely and exclaimed in surprise, these are white-bearded lobsters. You caught so many? Chen Hua sat on the skiff and asked Lin Tao, there were plenty more down there, and we've got extra nets. Why didn't you catch more? If we catch them all now, there won't be any left near Jinsha Reef. We'll have to wait for lobsters migrating from other areas. We may live off the land and sea now, but even if we get rich and move to the big city someday, we won't be in Baisha village anymore. Then we should think about our descendants who'll stay here fishing in the future, right? Chen Hua and Zhao Xiaopeng both agreed with Lin Tao's reasoning. You're absolutely right. Over 60 multicolored lobsters were kept in Zhao Xiaopeng's fish pond. The next afternoon, Lin Tao and his 2 companions transported the lobsters to the pier and sold them to the Liang brothers. Xiao Tao, we're lucky to catch a dozen white-bearded lobsters in a day. What you caught in one night equals our haul from several days. They're all pretty big too, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Look at this one, it must be 7 or 8 pounds. That's incredibly rare. Liang Ji picked up the largest variegated lobster and exclaimed with admiration, truly impressive. The 60-plus mottled lobsters weighed a total of 193 jin and 7 liang. The Liang brothers offered a premium price of 3 yuan per jean. Lin Tao rounded down the price and accepted 580 yuan from them. After seeing off the Liang brothers, Lin Tao gave 180 yuan to Chen Hua and 100 yuan to Zhao Xiaopeng. Zhao Xiaopeng stuffed the cash into his pants pocket with practiced ease, then slapped Chen Hua on the shoulder. Chen Hua, with me, our earnings will only go up from here. Better get used to it sooner rather than later. Chapter 113, Golden Legend, Swallowtail Starspot. Chen Hua rolled the money into a bundle and tucked it into his pocket, nodding. He then turned to Lin Tao and said, I'd like to take a day off tomorrow. Why the sudden request for time off? Ever since I started going out to sea with you, I've made a decent chunk of cash. I want to go to the department store in town and buy my parents something I just never found the time. Alright, no problem. Returning from the dock to Uncle Lin's house, Chen Ju was busy in the kitchen while Uncle Lin lay in a wicker chair in the courtyard, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Without the familiar figure always eagerly rushing out to greet him, Lin Tao felt a bit out of place. Back inside, Lin Tao glanced at the empty room next door. A faint pang of sadness stirred in a corner of his heart. I wonder if my sister is adjusting well at school. At mealtime, Lin Tao sat at the table. Seeing only a plate of pickled fish stew, a bowl of watery rice gruel for each person, and black cornbread made from sorghum flour, he couldn't help but frown. Before Lin Tao could speak, Chen Ju preempted him. Xiao Tao, your uncle and I haven't gotten paid yet. Since Xiaoyu's gone to school in the city anyway, why don't we just make do with this for a couple days? Lin Tao instantly understood what Chen Ju meant. He set down his bowl and chopsticks and got up to go back to his room. Uncle Lin, thinking Lin Tao was upset, shot Chen Ju a reproachful glare and muttered, Can't you just chill for a few days? Chen Ju snorted indignantly. What did I do? As the couple looked set to start arguing again, Lin Tao emerged from his room, took out 50 yuan, and placed it on the dining table. I understand what you mean, auntie. This covers this month's food and lodging. I'll pick up Xiaoyu on Friday to spend the weekend here. When she's home, I hope you'll prepare the most generous spread possible. As he spoke, Lin Tao leaned closer to Chen Ju, his gaze coldly fixed on her face. Auntie, this request of mine, it's not unreasonable, is it? Chen Ju flinched at Lin Tao's gaze, but when her eyes fell on the 50 yuan on the table, she couldn't help but flash a fawning smile. Oh dear, you're such a good boy. I wasn't asking you for money at all. Don't worry, Xiao Tao. Auntie will make sure every meal is perfect for you. Watching Chen Ju's greedy expression, Uncle Lin sighed helplessly. Lin Tao, however, didn't mind. After all, any trouble money could solve wasn't really trouble. Though Chen Ju was greedy and loved to take advantage, she did get things done when paid far better than those who took money without delivering. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack. Amidst the daily grind of fishing, Friday morning arrived swiftly. Lin Tao rose early, washed up, and changed into freshly laundered clothes, preparing to fetch his sister from town at noon. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Golden Intelligence 10 points. A large individual of the swallowtail starfish spotted 30 meters west of Blackstone Reef at 9:30 a.m. today. Host intelligence level 5 125 points. Host, please review immediately. The long-awaited golden intelligence had finally arrived, but why today of all days? Lin Tao pinched the bridge of his nose. This hard-earned golden intelligence, though it would refresh next time, who knew when that would be? If it were a white or green intelligence, he could skip it for his sister's sake. But this was a spotted grouper, a rare catch ranking higher than the dragon grouper on the grouper hierarchy. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tao went inside to change out of his new clothes. If he could catch the fish before noon, he'd still make the afternoon bus. He had to take the gamble. Before heading out to fish, Lin Tao stopped by the brigade office to call Lu Wenhu. Brother, it's Xiao Tao here. If I can't make it to the city to pick up Xiaoyu this afternoon, could you arrange for her to ride back with Yunga and Jiga's car? No problem. I can even pick her up and bring her back myself. No need to trouble you with a special trip. If I make it, I'll take her on the bus. Alright, I'll let them know ahead of time. After making 2 contingency plans, he carried his fishing gear to the pier and untied the skiff. Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua had both gone out to sea with the Changron, leaving Lin Tao alone to take time off specifically to pick up Lin Xiaoyu. After catching a bucket of small fish and shrimp for live bait, he waited over an hour at sea without so much as a nudge on the float. As noon drew nearer, Lin Tao pressed his lips together anxiously. He couldn't wait any longer. Opening the system store, he found that today's 3 refreshed slots still displayed 3 white items. They were Secret Antarctic Krill Bait 1 kg, 10 EXP, Mixed Pellet Feed 1 kg, 10 EXP, Secret Fishy Scented Bait Powder 1 kg, 10 EXP. Lin Tao's finger hovered hesitantly over the exchange button for Secret Recipe Fishy Scented Bait Powder before finally pressing it. Immediately, a large vacuum-sealed bag of ground bait material materialized in his hand. The packaging was extremely plain, just an ordinary plastic bag with no brand logo or production information, only the product name printed on it. The sudden weight in his hand caused Lin Tao's arm to drop reflexively, though fortunately it didn't fall into the sea. Tearing open the packaging, an overwhelming fishy stench assaulted his senses, nearly making Lin Tao gag. Holy, I've been fishing for years, but this is the first time I've encountered something this stinky. Ugh. Host, the items in the system store are exponentially more potent than anything you'd find on the market. Don't underestimate the system. Hearing the system suddenly speak in his mind, its tone tinged with pride, Lin Tao paused before responding with a wry chuckle. Well, that's impressive. He mixed the bait powder into his prepared bait mixture, blending about 7 or 8 pounds worth. He then formed it into sandbag-sized clumps and tossed them into the sea. The spotted emperor is a solitary fish with strong territorial instincts. Like pirates claiming their domain, they establish their own coral reefs in the sea. Only during breeding season do they follow their biological instincts to gather in specific waters. Logically, since a grouper had been caught here before, the probability of other groupers appearing should be quite low. It was likely that the grouper had been caught, leaving the territory leaderless, allowing nearby spotted grouper to seize the opportunity and claim the territory. Less than 5 minutes after the bait was dropped, the float began trembling violently. Lin Tao gripped his rod with excitement. He'd been waiting so long his patience was nearly spent. Finally, you've come. Thank goodness I didn't give up. Just as Lin Tao began humming the line, the fish suddenly jerked violently, nearly snatching the rod from his grasp. That big-bodied butterfly fish had some serious strength. He'd almost underestimated it. Lin Tao gripped the rod tightly and began reeling in the line. With each turn of the reel, the tension on the line grew stronger. He could feel the fish was about to surface. Today he was alone, without Zhao Xiaopeng nearby to assist with the landing net. Lin Tao had to handle everything himself, which proved quite troublesome. Finally, after exhausting the fish until it drifted lifelessly in the water, Lin Tao quickly reeled it in and hauled it onto the skiff. Chapter 114, Roses and Lilies. Lin Tao watched the tail-spotted grouper thrashing on the dinghy. It measured over 80 centimeters long and more than 20 centimeters wide, its vivid red body covered in bright blue spots, its tail forked like a swallow's. The butterfly grouper was exceptionally fragile and died easily out of water. By the time the hook was removed, it had already lost most of its vitality. The bow and fletch method wouldn't work on it. Lin Tao hastily paddled the dinghy back to the dock, placed the fish in a live well, and rushed to the supply cooperative. As soon as he entered, the sales clerk leaning against the counter said to Lin Tao, "Didn't go out to sea today? What are you buying?" Lin Tao glanced at the freezer in the corner. With the sweltering heat, meat wouldn't keep long, but the meat processing plant didn't deliver to the village daily. So the supply and marketing cooperative had a small generator specifically to power the freezer. "Give me a towel." "Got ice?" "I'll buy some ice too." Lin Tao picked up a bucket and filled it. The clerk was a bit surprised, wondering what Lin Tao needed the ice for. "The towel is 50 cents. The ice is free. Just wait a moment." The clerk grabbed a towel from the shelf and handed it to Lin Tao. Turning, she lifted the bucket and opened the freezer. She scooped ice from inside into the bucket, scraping off a thick layer of frost from the freezer walls too, piling it high in the bucket. "Here you go." "Thanks." Lin Tao took the bucket, pulled a 1 yuan note from his pocket, placed it on the counter, and dashed out the door. "Lin Tao, I haven't given you your change yet." The clerk sighed helplessly, holding the money. Rushing back to the pier, Lin Tao poured half the ice into the empty bucket, scooped the fish into it, then dumped the remaining ice over the fish. Finally, he covered everything with a damp towel. Carrying the heavy bucket, he hurried to the village entrance to catch the bus. Someone on board noticed the bucket at his feet and asked curiously, "Comrade, what's in that bucket?" "Visiting relatives in the city. Bringing them live fish. After all, what else can a fisherman like me offer as a gift?" "Ha ha." Lin Tao feigned innocence and brushed it off. The man took his word for it, nodded, and said no more. The bus pulled up at the stop next to the Jinsha Hotel. Lin Tao hauled the bucket straight to the staff entrance. Amidst the surprised stares of the kitchen staff, he shouted, "Someone come check if the fish is still alive." Fortunately, thanks to the ice and damp towels, the Yenwei star grouper was still alive. The staff scrambled to place it into the fish tank. Lu Wenhu was summoned over and saw Lin Tao sitting on a chair, panting heavily. "Tao, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to pick up Xiaoyu?" Lin Tao pointed at the fish tank. "I rushed to bring you the fish. I'll go pick up Xiaoyu now. I should still make it in time." Lu Wenhu hurried to the tank and saw the vibrant butterfly fish inside. Stunned, he pressed his face against the glass. Alive? He'd received them at the dock before, but they were almost always dead. This was the first time he'd seen one alive. "Xiao Tao, how did you manage to bring such a delicate fish here alive?" "Good heavens!" Once Lin Tao regained his composure, he didn't even bother discussing the price. He immediately asked Lu Wenhua to drive him to Jinsha Middle School to pick up Lin Xiaoyu. Before they even got out of the car, Lin Tao spotted Feng Jinjin through the window, holding Xiaoyu's hand as they stood in the shade under a roadside tree, looking around expectantly. The car pulled up beside them. Lin Tao stepped out. "Comrade Feng?" Feng Jinjin's grape-like eyes lit up instantly. "Comrade Xiao Lin, you're here." Lin Xiaoyu, her school bag slung over her shoulder, threw herself into Lin Tao's arms. "Brother, I missed you so much." Lin Tao embraced his little sister. "I missed you too, Xiaoyu." How's school? Has anyone been picking on you? Don't worry, brother. With Teacher Feng around, no one dares to bully me. Teacher Feng? Feng Jinjin explained, my dad happens to be Xiaoyu's Chinese teacher and homeroom teacher. I asked him to keep an eye on Xiaoyu. Lin Tao smiled at Feng Jinjin and said, thank you, Comrade Feng. Seeing Lin Tao's handsome smile, Feng Jinjin felt her face slowly flush. Her voice dropped slightly as she replied, you're welcome. Oh, right, Comrade Lin, I finished the clothing design yesterday. Do you have time to take a look? I need to head back to the Jinsha Hotel first, there's a business matter I haven't finalized yet. If you don't mind, you could come with us there first, then we can go to the shop afterward. Sure. Lin Tao sat in the front passenger seat, while Feng Jinjin and Lin Xiaoyu took the back seat. Lin Xiaoyu chattered away about her school life and new knowledge. Lin Tao watched her, pleased to see how much more cheerful she was compared to when she was in the village. Comrade Lin Xiao, you're truly remarkable to have secured business with the Sands Hotel. It's just that I was lucky enough to meet Big Brother, which opened up these connections. Lu Wenhu remarked, don't be modest, Xiao Tao. You forged your own path, it's all down to your own skills. Back in the Jinsha Hotel kitchen, they hadn't dared to weigh the spotted grouper yet, so they hadn't taken it out of the tank. Roughly estimating, it must have been around 20 pounds. Given its rarity, unusual size, and the fact it was still alive, they couldn't offer the usual purchase price. Leaning close to Lin Tao, Lu Wenhu whispered he needed to consult Su Lingqian before giving a quote. Lin Tao and the others waited for Lu Wenhu at the stairwell. Hearing the crisp click of high heels on the steps, Lin Tao looked up and met Su Lingqian's gaze, eyes that held a sharpness tempered by a hint of allure and a playful smile. Su Lingqian's gaze settled on Feng Jinjin's face. The smile in her eyes slowly faded as she asked, Lin Tao, who is this young lady beside you? This is Comrade Feng, the person I mentioned to you last time. Lin Tao leaned closer and whispered to Feng Jinjin, this is Miss Su, the important figure I mentioned earlier. Lin Tao's unconscious gesture caused a subtle flicker of change to cross Su Lingqian's face. She stepped forward to Feng Jinjin and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Su Lingqian, Lin Tao's sole business partner. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Tao couldn't shake the feeling that Su Lingqian had emphasized the word soul with deliberate emphasis. Feng Jinjin looked at Su Lingqian, nervously pursing her lips before returning the handshake. Her gaze was steady as she said, hello, Miss Su. I'm Feng Jinjin, a friend of Comrade Lin. Su Lingqian wore her voluminous waves loosely cascading down her back today. She was dressed in a burgundy square neck dress, cinched at the waist with a black silk scarf tied diagonally into a bow, accentuating her graceful curves. The hem fell to her ankles, with a slit on the right side extending to her calf, revealing her fair ankle and lower leg. Heels matching the belt color elongated her figure, radiating bold charm and sensuality. Feng Jinjin, meanwhile, wore a white blouse and light beige skirt with braided hair and white strappy sandals. She resembled a dew-kissed lily, pure and gentle. The first clash between fiery red roses and pure white lilies quietly ignited an invisible tension. Lin Tao, oblivious to the tension, spoke up to remind them, Miss Su, would you like to check on the fish in the kitchen? Chapter 115, Red Delight Phoenix Conch. Su Lingqian gently shook Feng Jinjin's hand twice in a polite gesture before nodding to Lin Tao. Returning to the kitchen, Su Lingqian spotted the spotted sweet lips in the fish tank. She nodded approvingly. Truly a rare gem. What do you think of 200 yuan? Though the total price was lower than previous catches, the per-pound price was an exceptionally high 10 yuan. Lin Tao immediately agreed, sure. Lu Wenhu took 200 yuan from his leather bag and handed it to Lin Tao. Upon hearing that Lin Tao was going to Feng Jinjin's tailor shop to check on sample garments, Su Lingqian unexpectedly volunteered to accompany him. Lin Tao sat in the front passenger seat, while Su Lingqian and Feng Jinjin occupied the back, with Lin Xiaoyu sandwiched between them. The car remained unusually quiet throughout the journey. Stepping into the cramped, crowded tailor shop, Su Lingqian frowned involuntarily. But her expression brightened when she spotted the sample garments pinned to the mannequins in the workroom. The cuts and designs clearly showed Comrade Feng's ingenuity. She'd see how the finished product turned out. If Feng Jinjin's sample garments earned Su Lingqian's approval, her plans to study abroad would be nearly guaranteed. Feng Jinjin wasn't foolish. Though she harbored some hostility toward the woman before her, she wouldn't let it cloud her judgment when her future was at stake. Thank you for your approval, Miss Su. No need to be so formal. Your talent speaks for itself. After leaving the tailor shop, Lu Wenhua wanted to drive Su Lingqian home first, but she declined. It's getting late. I'll take Lin Tao and Xiaoyu home first. I can stop by the nearby bookstore to sit for a while. Lu Wenhu looked at Su Lingqian with a troubled expression, hesitating. But your safety. Don't worry. No one in the city is foolish enough to attack me in broad daylight on the street. Lin Tao quickly interjected, Miss Su, Xiaoyu and I can catch the last bus home. We still have time. Unexpectedly, Su Lingqian took a few steps toward Lin Tao. Just as she was about to brush against him, she stopped abruptly. Extending her fair, slender hand, she adjusted his collar and said with a soft laugh. Lin Tao, we're so familiar with each other now. There's no need to be so formal. And you don't have to call me Miss Sue anymore, it feels too distant. I'm older than you, so you and Xiaoyu can just call me Sister Sue or Sister Lingxian. Lin Tao was dazzled by Su Lingxian's smile. The rich scent of rose perfume wafting from her body invaded his nostrils, bewitching and dangerous, like the serpent in the Garden of Eden tempting Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. Lin Tao felt his heart pounding violently, his pupils trembling faintly with each beat. Instinct told him to step back and create distance from Su Lingxian, yet his heart was already drowning in this intoxicating sensation, unable to pull away. His gaze was utterly captivated by the movement of her red lips as she spoke, blocking out everything else. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, and after a long internal struggle, he finally found his voice. Lingxian. He had seen countless women in his past life, yet before Su Lingxian, he felt like an inexperienced youngster. Lin Tao silently cursed his own weakness. Feng Jinjin peered through the glass window, secretly watching Su Lingxian and Lin Tao interact outside. A tangled knot of bitter envy tightened in her chest. She couldn't explain why, but the sight of them standing together felt like needles stabbing her eyes. Just then, Lin Tao suddenly turned his head. Feng Jinjin, feeling guilty, hurried back to the workroom. Lin Tao, what's wrong? Nothing. The glare on the glass prevented Lin Tao from seeing Feng Jinjin's movements inside. At Su Lingxian's insistence, Lu Wenhu had no choice but to drive Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu back to Baisha village first. On the way, Lu Wenhua suddenly remarked, "Xiao Tao, I've never seen the young lady act so affectionate toward anyone before. Looks like you're special to her." Lin Tao froze for a moment, then felt his ears flush. Probably because I'm young, so she's taking extra care of me. Lu Wenhua, oblivious to Lin Tao's subtle reaction, continued, "Maybe so. Anyway, I've been with the young lady for years, and this is the first time I've seen it. Pretty surprising." At the village entrance of Baisha village, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu got out of the car. They watched Lu Wenhu drive away, then turned to head back into the village only to run into Chen Dezhuang again. Chen Dezhuang glanced behind Lin Tao. "That female student didn't come back with you?" Lin Tao knew he was referring to Feng Jinjin. His brows knitted tightly. "Chen Dezhuang, I'm warning you, keep your hands off her." Chen Dezhuang scoffed. "Lin Tao, I think you're the one with feelings for her. You don't want to introduce her to me because you're trying to chase her yourself. Cut the crap and get lost." Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu toward Uncle Lin's house, ignoring Chen Dezhuang. After a few steps, he sensed someone approaching behind him. He spun sideways, grabbed Chen Dezhuang's wrist with his backhand, and twisted it hard. A pained wail escaped Chen Dezhuang. "Ow! Lin Tao, what are you doing? Let go of me. I haven't asked what you were up to." Chen Dezhuang grimaced in agony but stubbornly insisted, "Stop slandering me. I didn't do anything. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Tao, let me go." Seeing Chen Dezhuang begging for mercy, Lin Tao released his wrist with disgust. "From now on, if you see me in the village, you'd better take a detour. Otherwise, you won't get off easy. Got it?" Only after Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu disappeared around the corner did Chen Dezhuang rub his wrist, his eyes darkening with malice. "Lin Tao, you just wait." Back at Uncle Lin's house, Chen Ju had already started bustling about in the kitchen. Spotting Lin Tao returning with Lin Xiaoyu, she wiped her hands on her apron and hurried out, greeting them with a beaming smile. "Oh my, Xiaoyu's back. How's school treating you? I heard you were coming home today, so I specially bought 2 pounds of pork belly, plus roast chicken and braised beef. There's peach cookies, honey-glazed sesame sticks, and glutinous rice rolls on the table. Help yourselves to a bite first, we'll steam some rice for dinner." Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit overwhelmed by Chen Ju's sudden warmth. Lin Tao ruffled her hair reassuringly. "It's okay. You didn't eat lunch, so you must be hungry. Go grab some pastries first." On the dining table in the main room sat several brown paper packages lined with red paper. Opening them released the sweet, nostalgic aroma of old-fashioned pastries. Lin Xiaoyu picked up a peach cookie and offered it to Lin Tao first. "Brother, you should have some too." "Sure." The next morning, just as Lin Tao rose to wash up in the courtyard, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point, large numbers of red delicate phoenix conch spotted on the western tidal flats at 8 a.m. today. Host intelligence level 5 125 points. Host, please review immediately. Yesterday, while fishing, he exchanged items in the mall, and the experience points from the gold intelligence were directly deducted." Lin Tao looked at his remaining experience points inside. It takes 1 gold intelligence to buy just 1 white item. That exchange rate is way too steep. Host, don't be discouraged. As the system level increases, the refresh rate for high-quality intelligence will also improve. Chapter 116, The Deadly Chicken Heart Snail. Lin Tao closed the system panel, thinking this felt just like those gacha games from the 21st century. The more you pulled, the more luck points accumulated, and the higher your chances of getting gold items. "Bro, can I tag along with you today? We didn't get much homework, I finished it all at school." Probably afraid Lin Tao wouldn't believe her, Lin Xiaoyu pulled out her homework notebook from her backpack and flipped it open for him to check. With time to spare, Lin Tao reviewed and graded her work. It was well done, though her handwriting was, well, let's just say it was a bit of a challenge. Lin Xiaoyu hung her head in embarrassment. Miss Feng said the same thing to me. Lin Tao decided this wouldn't do. When I take you back to school on Sunday, he told Lin Xiaoyu, I'll buy you some calligraphy practice books. You need to work on your handwriting while you're there. Okay. Noticing she was using a pencil for her homework, Lin Tao suddenly recalled the Parker fountain pen he'd bought her earlier. Why aren't you using the fountain pen? Didn't I buy you a pen and ink? At the mention of the fountain pen, Lin Xiaoyu flinched as if electrocuted. She mumbled with her head down, it was too much trouble to carry back. I left it in the dorm and didn't bring it. Lin Tao instantly saw through her lie. His expression turned stern. Xiaoyu, look at me. Tell your brother the truth. Where's the fountain pen? Meeting his brother's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Xiaoyu's fear made concealment impossible. A classmate borrowed it. They haven't returned it yet. Students admitted to Jinsha Middle School were mostly city kids, with very few coming from surrounding townships. Even if they didn't recognize the Parker brand, they knew fountain pens weren't cheap. It would be understandable if it were a pencil or eraser, but why would someone borrow such an obviously expensive stationery item from a new classmate right at the start of the semester? Boy or girl? How long ago did they borrow it? A male classmate. He borrowed it on the very first day of school. We agreed he'd return it the next day. Didn't you explain the situation to Teacher Feng? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. I heard from other students that his dad is a city official. I didn't want to cause trouble for Teacher Feng. TSK, another bully using family connections. Patting Lin Xiaoyu's head, he added, when I take you back to school on Sunday, let me meet this classmate. I'll get it back for you. Okay. Lin Tao used accompanying his sister as an excuse to skip going out to sea with the Chang Rongho crew. He grabbed his gear and took Lin Xiaoyu to the beach for some seaside foraging. Many women had already brought their children to the beach to gather seafood while the morning air was cool. Lin Tao guided Xiaoyu toward the direction indicated by the system. Though autumn had officially begun, the mornings and evenings already carried a hint of autumn's chill. Yet the dog days lingered, making the days still hot and sun-baked. The saying each autumn rain brings a drop in temperature suggested the real coolness wouldn't arrive until after the rains passed. Ding! Post detected near target location. The morning mudflats were soft and damp. Lin Tao held Xiaoyu's hand, feeling his way slowly, afraid she might slip out of his sight and face the danger of being swept away by the waves. The mudflats were dotted with breathing holes and bulges, concealing treasures washed ashore by the tide. The shovel dug into the mud, revealing a red phoenix conch locally called the red-mouthed conch. The name made perfect sense, as its shell opening was a beautiful orange red. The one in Lin Tao's hand measured 5 centimeters, a decent size. Its shell bore rich, varied patterns. No two red-mouthed conch shells were alike, just as no two snowflakes were identical. Lin Xiaoyu followed suit, picking through the mud and sand right behind Lin Tao. Bro, there are so many conch shells today. They seem to be everywhere, just dig with the shovel and they pop up. In the time it took to speak, the siblings' buckets were already lined with a layer of red-mouthed conch shells. Red-mouthed conch has a delicious flavor, but the meat is pitifully scarce. After removing the innards, there's hardly anything left. That's why local fishermen would simply take a few home to boil and eat fresh whenever they encountered them during their coastal foraging trips. Red-mouthed whelks were indeed plentiful. Lin Tao stood up and pounded his lower back a few times. Constantly bending over had left him aching all over in less than an hour. If he'd known there'd be so many, he would have brought the iron shovel from the yard. It would have been much easier than using a trowel. Several women on the beach spotted Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu gathering shells and gathered around. That kid Lin Tao seems to have some weird luck, one remarked. Maybe we should check over there too, see if we can dig up anything good? Sure, but I've been digging for ages and only found a few clams. Not even a single cowrie shell in sight. But won't Lin Tao tell on us if he sees us? Why would he? The beach isn't his private property. Is it marked with his name, forbidding others to dig? The women moved toward Lin Tao unobtrusively, pausing occasionally to dig a few times for appearance's sake. Lin Xiaoyu tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve. Bro, those ladies seem to be getting closer and closer to us. Don't worry about them. Lin Tao paused for a moment, then, before the women got too close, continued searching the mudflats. He dug up several large red-mouthed clams, each 7 or 8 centimeters long, tossing them into the bucket. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly picked up a conch and held it out to him. Bro, this red-mouthed conch is bigger and prettier than the others. Lin Tao's hair stood on end the moment he recognized the conch shell in his sister's hand, instinctively snatching it away from Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu jumped in fright, staring blankly at Lin Tao. Brother? Xiaoyu, this isn't a red-mouthed conch, it's a chicken heart conch. As he picked up the cockle with the fire tongs, it sensed danger and extended its poisonous spine, waving it back and forth in a threatening attack. Xiaoyu, memorize this pattern. Never touch one with your bare hands. Its venom could easily kill an adult. Got it? Lin Xiaoyu took 2 startled steps back. It's that dangerous? The cockle, also known as the conch, has an inverted conical or spindle-shaped shell. It resembles the red phoenix conch, with regular and dense patterns. It possesses extremely potent neurotoxins. Those stung by it can go into shock and die within a short time. It is a dangerous killer of the sea. The conch shell was too hard for Lin Tao to smash with the tools he had on hand, so he finally tossed it back into the sea. After filling 2 large buckets with red-lipped whelks, the sun hung high in the sky and the tide began to rise. Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu toward home. The women on the beach had gathered nearby, their eyes dazzled by the vast number of red-mouthed whelks covering the mudflats. Good heavens! We've stumbled upon a whole nest of red-mouthed whelks, there are so many. I knew Lin Tao was lucky. Following him is always the right choice. Lin Tao called out to them, "Aunties, watch out for cockles on the mudflats. The tide's coming and keep an eye on your kids and head back after digging for a bit." But the women all pretended not to hear him, completely unfazed even as the tide lapped over their ankles. Bro, why aren't they listening? Chapter 117, The Grand Market of Baishui Village. Seeing the women on the beach unmoved, Lin Tao shook his head helplessly. You can't reason with the stubborn. We've warned them. Let's go. Before heading home, Lin Tao stopped by the beach near the pier. There lay a string of octopus traps he'd buried a couple days prior. Since he'd only set a dozen or so, he kept forgetting about them. Each trap was strung together from larger conch shells and assorted bottles and jars, half buried in the sand with the openings exposed to lure octopuses. He untied the securing ropes and pulled the entire string out of the sand. Each one held an octopus. He plucked the octopuses out and reburied the traps. 2 buckets of red-lipped whelks. Lin Tao didn't plan to give them to the Liang brothers that afternoon. He intended to make a refreshing dish instead. Sitting beside the well with Lin Xiaoyu, he carefully extracted each snail meat, removing the innards and shell fragments before tossing them into an enamel basin. The 2 large buckets yielded less than a basin of meat. Lin Tao went into the kitchen, scraped off the surface mucus with salt, then rinsed them several times with clean water until thoroughly clean. He blanched the clean snail meat in boiling water, then cooled it in cold water and drained it. Next, he dry roasted Sichuan peppercorns in a pan, then crushed them into powder with a rolling pin. He mixed this powder with chopped dried chilies, scallions, minced garlic, minced ginger, cilantro, and 5 spice powder before tossing everything over the snail meat. Finally, he poured scalding hot oil over the mixture to release its aroma, then drizzled in soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and sesame oil, tossing everything together until well combined. The tangy, spicy, and slightly sweet cold-tossed red-mouthed snails were ready. Lin Xiaoyu stood nearby, inhaling deeply. Brother, that smells amazing. Carrying the enamel bowl to the dining table in the main room, Chenju, drawn by the aroma, emerged. What's that wonderful smell? Lin Tao set aside separate bowls for Chenju and Uncle Lin. Cold marinated red-mouthed snails. How's the flavor, Auntie? Chenju was clearly dying to eat it, but she still put on a show in front of Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. Swallowing hard, she said, it's just a cold dish. How could an old woman compete with you kids for food? You two should just eat it yourselves. Lin Tao deliberately brought the bowl closer to himself. Is that so? Then Xiaoyu and I will both have some. It's just the right amount. I was worried there wouldn't be enough. Chenju couldn't help but let out an ah. Lin Tao's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile as he pushed the bowl back. Lin Tao portioned out another bowl and carried it over to Zhao Xiaopeng's house, where Aunt Zhao was washing clothes. Xiao Dao, have you eaten yet? If not, Auntie Zhao can cook you a bowl of hand-pulled noodles. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie Zhao. Xiaoyu and I dug up quite a few red-mouthed snails this morning. We usually steam or blanch them, but today we tried something different. I brought some for you and Uncle Zhao to taste. It should go well with drinks when Uncle Zhao gets back. Aunt Zhao wiped her hands and took the bowl. Smells wonderful. You're such a capable kid, good with money and cooking too. If only my Xiaopeng had half your talents. No need to flatter me, Auntie. Xiaopeng has just as many strengths and talents as I do. As Lin was leaving Zhao Xiaopeng's house, Aunt Zhao suddenly said, there's a big market day in Baishui village next door today. If you're not busy, Xiao Tao, why not take Xiaoyu to the market? A market? Since inhabiting this body, Lin Tao had never experienced a rural market before, and his interest was instantly piqued. Got it, Aunt Zhao. Uncle Lin had an old-fashioned 28-inch bicycle stored in the side room. He rarely rode it, probably because the village wasn't very big and walking sufficed for most errands. Lin Tao pushed the bicycle out and wiped the dust off with a rag. The chain wasn't rusted, but turning the pedals produced a creaking sound. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was simply too dry and stiff. Seeing Lin Tao bring out the bicycle, Chenju asked, Little Tao, are you going for a ride? Yes, Auntie. I heard there's a big market day in Baishui village. I'm taking Xiaoyu to check it out. Is there anything you or my uncle need me to bring back? Chenju waved her hand dismissively, then kindly reminded him, nothing to bring back. It's just that this bike's been around for so long it's falling apart. Be careful not to crash with Xiaoyu on it. Chenju wasn't worried about Lin Tao breaking the bike, she knew he had money to buy a new one. But if he got hurt in a fall, not only would he need medical care, it would also affect his ability to earn money. If he broke a bone and had to stay in bed, she'd be stuck nursing him. Alright, we're off then. Lin Tao pushed the bike with Lin Xiaoyu to Uncle Zhao's place first, asking him to lubricate the chain. After greasing it, the chain stopped squeaking. He then tightened all the bolts and nuts on the bike to prevent it from falling apart mid-ride. Off to the market, huh? Take this bamboo basket with you. Auntie Zhao wove it when she had free time. Uncle Zhao brought out a bamboo basket from his house and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. The siblings rode along the country road, the breeze ruffling their hair and the hems of their clothes. Lin Xiaoyu sat behind, clutching Lin Tao's waist tightly, her laughter ringing out like a silver bell. Baishui village and Baisha village were neighbors. After less than 10 minutes on the country road, Lin Tao spotted the bustling crowd. The market was set up at the village entrance. Besides Baishui village residents, many people from surrounding villages had come to set up stalls. The line stretched endlessly, as far as the eye could see. The crowd forced Lin Tao to dismount and push his bike. He hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back while Lin Xiaoyu excitedly scampered ahead, stopping at every stall to peer closely. Whenever she spotted something she liked, she'd say, "Brother, buy it for me." Okay. The market mainly sold vegetables grown by the villagers themselves, eggs laid by their poultry, and hand-woven items like bamboo baskets and brooms. As they wandered, Lin Tao spotted a stall selling small palm-sized clay pots. The vendor appeared to be a young man in his early 20s. Crouching before the stall, he handled the pots, tapping one it felt sturdy. The flaw was their irregular shape, likely warped during firing. "Hey, buddy, how much are these?" "These are all defective white clay pieces rejected by the kiln factory. I bought them for 2 cents each. Selling them individually costs 3 cents each, or 4 for 10 cents. Not too bad, right? What do you think?" There must have been 60 or 70 pots on display. Lin Tao pulled 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the vendor. He scooped them up with a bundle cloth and tossed them into my bamboo basket. "I'll take them all. Who'd have thought just setting up a stall on a whim would land me such a generous customer?" The vendor grinned ear to ear as he took the money. "Alright, I'll pack them up for you right now." Lin Tao added, "Do you still collect these? I'll buy them from you for 5 cents each." The vendor paused, then quickly replied, "Sure. The factory just smashes these defective items and doesn't let us keep them. It's only because the deputy factory manager is my uncle that I can sell them cheaply." "Perfect. From now on, just send them straight to Baisha village. My name is Lin Tao, ask around and you'll find me." "No problem, comrade. You can count on me." Just as Lin Tao finished the deal, he turned and realized Lin Xiaoyu was gone. Panic seized him as he scanned the crowd frantically. "Xiaoyu, where'd you go?" Chapter 118, The Rush of Ba and Bao. The market was too crowded. Lin Tao's gaze darted through the throng, but he couldn't spot Lin Xiaoyu anywhere. What if she'd fallen into the hands of traffickers? In this era without internet or surveillance, the chances of finding someone after they'd been abducted were practically zero. "Xiaoyu." Just as Lin Tao was growing desperate, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He turned around to find Lin Xiaoyu standing there. "Xiaoyu, where did you go? Why didn't you tell your brother? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Lin Tao instinctively snapped at her, startling Xiaoyu into a frozen stance. She then replied with a mix of guilt and hurt, "Brother, I'm sorry." Lin Tao sighed, gently grasping her shoulders. Alright. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I was just so worried and anxious. You can't just disappear like that without a word again, understand?" Lin Xiaoyu sniffed and nodded, then cautiously held out the bundle in her arms for Lin Tao to see. It was a pure black puppy, no more than a month or 2 old, wagging its tail and whimpering softly. "Where'd you get this puppy?" Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a nearby stall. A girl about her age was selling from a wicker basket the only item on display which still held one yellow puppy. "Xiaoyu, you want to keep a puppy?" Lin Xiaoyu nodded and murmured in agreement. Lin Tao frowned slightly. "But you live at school and aren't home. I'm out at sea with the boat almost every day. If we keep it at Grandpa's place, who's going to take care of it? A puppy this small is probably just weaned. And this isn't the 21st century with all those pet supplies available. There's nowhere to buy dog food. How would we even raise it?" After hearing Lin Tao's words, Lin Xiaoyu lowered her eyelids to hide the sadness in her eyes and said softly, "But I really like it. And that young lady said if she couldn't find homes for all the puppies today, her family would throw them into the sea. It's so pitiful. So that's why." To support his sister's act of kindness, Lin Tao led her to the little girl. The girl's clothes were patched in several places, clearly indicating her family's difficult circumstances. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's tearful expression, she mistakenly thought her family wouldn't let her keep the dog and was returning it. She quickly pleaded. "Big brother, it doesn't eat much. Just a mouthful of leftovers keeps it alive. Please keep it. My parents have already given away a whole litter of puppies. I figured I'd save as many as I could. I gave them away to everyone in the village who could take one. I only came to the market to try my luck because I really had no other choice. These are the last 2 left." Lin Tao crouched down and stroked the last little yellow puppy. The pup seemed to like him. It had been curled up in the wicker basket, shivering, but now lifted its head and licked Lin Tao's palm. I'll take this little yellow one too. Here's 5 yuan, consider it payment for the dog. No, I can't accept your money. Big brother, just giving them a chance at life is enough. I absolutely can't take payment. The little girl's eyes were clear and sincere. Lin Tao knew she wasn't just being polite. He said nothing, but as he picked up the puppy, he slipped the money into the wicker basket. Then, pushing the cart, he led Lin Xiaoyu away. When the little girl discovered the money in the basket, she jumped up to chase after them, but the siblings had already vanished into the crowd. What a kind soul. Lin Xiaoyu sat on the back of the bicycle with a bamboo basket strapped to her back. The 2 puppies lay inside, occasionally whimpering softly. Lin Tao feigned a scolding tone, saying they'd surely get scolded by their uncle and aunt when they got home. Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck. It's not my brother's fault. Let them scold me instead. Then she added worriedly, brother, uncle and auntie won't throw the puppies out, will they? Ha! Don't worry. With me around, they wouldn't dare touch them. Back at Uncle Lin's house, Chenju leaned in curiously to see what the siblings had bought. Her expression immediately darkened upon spotting the 2 puppies. What? You brought 2 dogs home? We can barely feed the people, and now you want to raise animals? Ugh, I hate dogs the most. Get rid of them immediately. We don't have any extra grain to feed these 2 little beasts. Lin Tao was organizing the goods bought at the market when he shot Chenju a cold sideways glance. Judging by Auntie's tone, he thought, I give you $50 a month, and you can't even feed a family and 2 dogs? Maybe I should go ask around the village how much other families spend monthly and see if $50 is really enough? Chenju's expression of disgust froze when Lin Tao mentioned money. She awkwardly chuckled and said, oh, Xiao Tao, I didn't mean it like that. Not that? Then what did you mean? Chenju tried to salvage her position but found no way to do so. Finally, she could only say, it's just 2 dogs. Grandma has no objection to feeding them. Fine then. Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu named the 2 puppies. The yellow one was called Binboba, and the black one was called Boblobin. The original owner's parents had once read Journey to the West to the 3 siblings, so Lin Xiaoyu recognized the names and giggled. The puppies didn't understand the meaning behind their names. They just saw their siblings laughing and happily spun in circles, wagging their tails. Lin Tao searched the house for rope to bind the dozens of clay pots together, but only found a roll of hemp rope. Made of pure plant fibers, hemp rope easily rotted when soaked in seawater and was unusable. Lin Tao thought of sturdy nylon rope, but the village supply store didn't carry it. He'd have to go to the city. On Sunday afternoon, Lin Tao drove Lin Xiaoyu back to school. In her classroom, he spotted the boy who'd borrowed Parker Gold fountain pen and never returned it. The boy sat in the front row, nearly 5 feet 7 inches tall and quite chubby, sitting there like a tower. Lin Tao wondered if the students sitting behind him could even see the blackboard. Watching the chubby boy pull that familiar Parker Gold pen from his pencil case with movements as natural as if it were his own, Lin Tao clicked his tongue. He walked straight to the boy's desk and tapped it. The chubby boy looked up impatiently. Who are you? I'm Lin Xiaoyu's brother. Give her pen back. The chubby boy glanced at Lin Xiaoyu standing behind Lin Tao and sneered, so you're the country bumpkin's brother? How can you prove this pen belongs to her? Poor kids like you who got in on academic merit couldn't possibly afford a Parker pen. You must have stolen it. Lin Xiaoyu flushed red as she retorted, my brother bought it for me. Don't you dare slander him. But you borrowed it from me on the first day of school. The whole class saw it. More students trickled into the classroom, all turning to stare at Lin Xiaoyu. Yet no one stepped forward to vouch for her. Lin Tao saw the hint of fear in their eyes. Even a fool could tell they were intimidated by the chubby kid's family background. Chapter 119, I'm coming for you. Seeing no one dared testify, the chubby kid grew even more smug, deliberately waving the Parker Gold pen in his hand at Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. Without evidence, this pen is mine. Lin Tao couldn't be bothered with him. He snatched the pen back and shoved it into Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu, keep it safe. Don't let any scheming bastard trick you out of it again. Lin Xiaoyu clutched the pen tightly. The chubby kid instantly panicked. Give me back the pen. This is robbery. Do you know who my dad is? Taking back what's mine isn't robbery. I don't care who your dad is if he raised a son like you, he can't be much good himself. Lin Tao cursed both father and son, making the chubby kid stomp his feet in fury. You two just wait. I'm going to get my dad right now. When he gets here, I'll make you both kneel and apologize. With that, the chubby kid shoved his desk aside and bolted out of the classroom, colliding head-on with Principal Feng who was just entering the room. The impact sent Feng staggering backward. Principal Feng adjusted his glasses and looked at Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu in the classroom. Xiaoyu, what happened? And who is this? Lin Tao stepped forward politely and said, Hello, Director Feng. I'm Lin Tao, Lin Xiaoyu's older brother. Comrade Xiaofeng should have mentioned me to you before. Ah, Comrade Lin. Jinjin mentioned you're a promising young talent. You certainly look energetic and handsome. Director Feng patted Lin Tao's shoulder approvingly. Lin Tao explained to Director Feng how the chubby kid had bullied Lin Xiaoyu. Director Feng said nothing, only motioned for Lin Tao to follow him to his office. After entering, Director Feng closed the door and pulled out a chair for Lin Tao. "Comrade Shaolin, please sit down." "Thank you, Director Feng." Director Feng looked troubled as he said, "Comrade Lin Tao, the student bullying Xiaoyu is named Sun Zhao. His father is the vice principal of Jinsha Middle School, and his grandfather was the head of the Education Commission before retiring to live at home. Then you know about Sun Zhao bullying classmates in class, right? Judging by the students' reactions, he definitely isn't just bullying my sister." Principal Feng nervously adjusted his glasses and replied evasively, "It's not as severe as you describe, Comrade Chen. He just has a somewhat arrogant personality and struggles with interpersonal relationships. It hasn't reached the level of bullying." Lin Tao nearly burst out laughing. "Director Feng, then what exactly constitutes bullying?" "Today he brazenly took my sister's belongings and falsely accused her of theft. Tomorrow he'll corner her and beat her up. Does the absence of extreme, egregious circumstances mean we should just let this escalate?" Faced with Lin Tao's challenge, Director Feng cleared his throat twice. "That's not what I meant. How about this, I'll use my salary to reimburse you for the pen. You give that pen to Sun Zhao to settle the matter. Would that work?" A Parker Gold fountain pen cost 50 yuan, while Director Feng's monthly salary was only 40 yuan. Yet he still decided to compensate Lin Tao out of his own pocket. "Director Feng, this isn't about the money." Lin Tao could easily afford not just a 50 yuan pen, but even a 100 yuan one with his current savings. What he demanded was assurance that Lin Xiaoyu could study and live in a proper environment. Yet when he met Director Feng's gaze, those eyes behind the glasses, slightly weathered by time, the rest of Lin Tao's words caught in his throat. "I know I shouldn't have indulged and ignored Sun Zhao's misconduct," Director Feng admitted. "But I'm just a 7th grade homeroom teacher. I have a family to support and dependents to care for. I simply cannot afford to offend Principal Sunday. Comrade Shaolin, I implore you for the sake of my daughter Jinjin, who knows you, to let this matter blow over." Lin Tao pressed his lips together, his hand clenched and unclenched on his lap. He had already crossed Sun Zhao today. If he couldn't get rid of him, he dared not imagine how his sister would be targeted at school in the future. Director Feng's negligence was certainly wrong, but he too was driven by necessity. There was no need to sacrifice his career over a powerless student from the countryside. "I understand, Director Feng. My sister's bullying situation is no longer your concern. I'll handle it myself. Comrade Chen, you." As the two spoke in the office, the door was pounded with deafening force. The chubby kid's arrogant, triumphant voice echoed outside, the country bumpkins hiding inside like a scared turtle. Lin Tao squinted, rising to open the door, but Director Feng suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Comrade Lin, you're still young. Don't act impulsively." Lin Tao said nothing, merely yanking his hand free and opening the door directly. Outside the office door stood a pot-bellied man with a large head and ears, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. To have grown so fat during an era of scarce resources was, in a sense, a testament to his power and status. His belly bulged so prominently it threatened to pop the buttons off his suit. Lin Tao recognized the two figures, one large, one small, both strikingly similar, and knew instantly who they were. "You must be Vice Principal Sun?" Principal Sun eyed Lin Tao, nodding with displeasure. He hated being called Vice Principal. "I am. You must be Lin Xiaoyu's brother, right?" "Daddy, he stole my pen." "Young man, stealing is wrong. Have your sister return the pen, and I won't pursue this further." Lin Xiaoyu stood beside them, still clutching the Parker Gold fountain pen tightly in her hand. Her once neatly braided pigtails had been tugged loose by someone, strands of hair hanging messily across her forehead. Her face was set in stubborn defiance. A red handprint still lingered on her cheek from the slap she'd received. Lin Tao immediately pulled Lin Xiaoyu behind him, smoothing her hair back into place. His face hardened as he glared at the father and son, his voice sharp and laced with hatred. "Who hit my sister?" The chubby boy stuck out his neck defiantly. "So what if I did? She was being ungrateful, refusing to give me back my pen." Lin Tao wasn't about to let him get away with it. He stepped forward and shoved the chubby kid hard, sending him tumbling across the floor like a ball. Lin Tao then proceeded to stomp and kick the little chubby kid's rear end. He knew kicking the stomach could damage internal organs, so he deliberately targeted the thicker, tougher areas. "Ow! Ow! Daddy, he hit me." Vice Principal's son hadn't expected Lin Tao to actually dare strike his son in front of him. He immediately snapped, "What are you doing? Stop this at once. This is intentional assault." After beating the chubby kid into a little piglet, Lin Tao exhaled a heavy breath and retorted to Vice Principal's son, "But when your son hit my sister, that wasn't intentional assault? Let me tell you, I bought this Parker Gold pen at the stationery counter of the department store a week ago. We can confront the salesperson right now and see whose pen this really is." Chapter 120, No One Can Save You. Such high-value imported goods might not even be restocked once a month at the city department store. Plus, I made quite a scene when I bought it before the salesperson would definitely remember me. However, Vice Principal's son refused to believe Lin Tao could afford a Parker Gold pen with his appearance. Like the chubby kid, he suspected Lin Tao had obtained it through improper means and was deliberately trying to turn the tables to claim the pen as his own. Seeing the siblings not only refuse to hand over the pen but also strike his precious son, Vice Principal's son addressed Lin Xiaoyu directly. Our Jinsha Middle School cannot tolerate students of your unscrupulous character. As Vice Principal of Jinsha Middle School, I hereby expel you from the school on behalf of the institution. Furthermore, no middle school in the city will admit you. Pack your things and follow your brother back to the countryside. Since the little chubby kid's grandfather was the retired head of the former Education Commission, a simple word to other schools would completely cut off Lin Xiaoyu's path to education. Lin Tao was so furious he laughed. So, relying on his power in education, he could bully students and lord it over them, huh? Lin Tao borrowed the office landline and dialed Lu Wenhu's number. Within half an hour, Lu Wenhu drove to Jinsha Middle School, bringing someone with him. When Vice Principal's son saw Lu Wenhu, he froze for a moment. Earlier, when visiting his father-in-law, he had seen his father-in-law politely escort Lu Wenhu out of the house. He had inquired about Lu Wenhu's background then, but his father-in-law revealed nothing, only saying he had come to visit. His demeanor shifted completely when he saw the man Lu Wenhu had brought. Principal Zhang, weren't you supposed to be at the bureau for a meeting? Director Feng whispered to Lin Tao, this is Principal Zhang, the real one. So that's how it was. Rank and file, no wonder Vice Principal's son was so terrified. Principal Zhang's face turned ashen. What meeting? It seems you no longer wish to be vice principal, allowing your son to bully classmates like this? Principal Zhang, I. Principal Zhang pulled Vice Principal's son aside and whispered hoarsely, you're blind to have offended these two. Don't think even your father-in-law could save you now. Principal Zhang, what do you mean? I've seen Lin Xiaoyu's file. She's just a wild country girl. Sure, her grades are decent, but how could it be this serious? Looks like your father-in-law hasn't told you anything. Even if this little brat scored 0 on the entrance exam, she'd still get into Jinsha Middle School. Do you know who pulled strings with your father-in-law and me to get her admitted? Who? The eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family? That Su family? Principal Zhang nodded. I got dragged back before the meeting even ended. What do you think? Deputy Principal's son's face drained of color instantly. He looked as terrified as if he'd seen a ghost, his words stumbling out. I didn't know. Hurry up and apologize. See if she'll take pity on you and let it slide. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for your father-in-law to break your legs. Deputy Principal's son hurriedly approached Lin Tao, bowing and scraping, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Comrade Lin. Lin Tao, my son, and I were in the wrong. I apologize to you and your sister. I'm sorry. The chubby kid, still clueless about what had happened, retorted defiantly to his father, Dad, you already expelled that country bumpkin. Why apologize? The moment the words left his mouth, his father delivered a resounding slap across his face. Clutching his stinging cheek, the little chubby boy stared at Vice Principal's son in disbelief. Dad? You good-for-nothing brat. Apologize to Lin Xiaoyu right now. Why should I? They're just country bumpkins from the village. Lin Tao crossed his arms. Seems your son hasn't realized his mistake yet? You ungrateful brat, apologize now or I'll beat you to death today. The chubby kid was beaten until he was wailing like a baby, finally forced to apologize to Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bullied Lin Xiaoyu or insulted you both. Lin Tao thought to himself that Vice Principal's son held a fairly high position. Getting him expelled from Jinsha Middle School would likely involve a lot of trouble. He didn't want to inconvenience Su Lingqian. Since he'd established his authority at school today, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Xiaoyu being bullied or targeted in the future. He was about to let the matter drop when Lu Wenhu suddenly said, Xiao Tao, don't worry. Big brother will handle the rest. Rest assured, it was Miss Su's instruction. Bringing Principal Zhang here was also thanks to the connections Miss Su pulled behind the scenes. Lin Tao felt a wave of warmth wash over him, never expecting Su Lingqian to care so deeply about Lin Xiaoyu. Please thank Miss Su for me, he said. After leaving school, Lin Tao went to the department store and bought several rolls of nylon rope. He returned to the village just in time to see the Changrong ship returning to port. After delivering the catch to the cooperative, Lin Tao, along with Zhao Xiaopeng and Manhwa, tied dozens of clay pots into a string. They took them to the beach, placed several small fish and shrimp in each pot, and buried them in the sand, leaving only the pot openings exposed. He drove a thick wooden stake deep into the sand where the tide wouldn't reach, then tied the top end of the nylon rope to the stake to prevent the pots from being washed out to sea. Bro, what are we using these for? For catching octopus. Later, I'll collect many more of these pots and arrange them in a circle along the beach. All I'll need to do is collect the fish during low tide each day, replace the bait, and that's it, nothing else. Chen Hua admired Lin Tao for coming up with such a clever method, no wonder he made big money. A few days later, the first autumn rain fell on Baisha village. Lin Tao sat at the entrance of the main hall, watching the drizzling rain outside stir up a misty spray carrying a chill. Lin Tao, are you home? Suddenly, a voice called his name loudly outside the courtyard gate. Lin Tao hurried through the rain to the gatehouse, opened it, and found a young man in an olive green raincoat pushing a bicycle standing there. Who are you? Comrade, would it be possible for me to take shelter in the gatehouse? Sure, come on in. The young man pulled a mailbag from under his raincoat, rummaged through it, and handed Lin Tao a letter. This is for you. Check the name. Who would write him a letter? Lin Tao examined the sender's information on the envelope and saw it was Feng Jinjin. It's mine. Thank you, Comrade Postman. You must be working hard delivering mail in this rain. Water dripped from the young man's hair onto his forehead, yet his face still bore that earnest smile. Serving the people is never hard work. I'll be on my way now. Goodbye. Lin Tao watched the mailman hop onto his bicycle and weave his way through the muddy village roads in the pouring rain until he disappeared into the distance, feeling deeply moved. He opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. Feng Jinjin wrote that on Friday afternoon, Feng's mother and director Feng would like to invite Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu to their home for dinner. Why would the Feng family suddenly invite him to dinner? Chapter 121, The Golden Thread Fish. Lin Tao was puzzled. He tucked the letter into his drawer, deciding to think about it on Friday. The next morning, Lin Tao rose groggily, dressed, and carried his toothbrush cup out into the courtyard. The cool breeze that met him sent a shiver down his spine, instantly clearing his head. The rain had indeed cooled things down. He'd need to add an extra layer in the early mornings and evenings. As the weather turned cooler, Lin Tao thought he should take Lin Xiaoyu to the department store to buy some autumn clothes when he dropped her off at school again. After washing up, Chenju had already prepared breakfast: egg pancakes, stir-fried pork belly with potato slices, sautéed cabbage, and a pot of steaming pumpkin millet porridge. The steaming millet porridge warmed him up instantly, banishing any lingering chill. Since yesterday's rain had prevented him from checking the octopus traps at the beach, Lin Tao grabbed his lunchbox, water bottle, and bucket after breakfast and headed out to the shore. Lin Tao untied the top rope and pulled as he walked, pulling clay pots out of the sand one after another, like harvesting radishes. Each clay pot held an octopus, all of them fairly standard in size, and a few small fiddler crabs were even hiding inside. The small crabs waved their claws at Lin Tao, trying to scare him off, but he just chuckled, scooped them out, and tossed them back into the sea. Come back when you're bigger. Over 60 octopuses were retrieved in total. Lin Tao murmured to himself with a chuckle, so this is what abundant marine resources look like. Truly an era where, as long as you're willing to put in the effort, even the brainless won't starve. Just as he finished collecting the octopuses and was rebaiting each trap before heading back to the pier, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a school of golden threadfish will appear 50 meters east of White Sand Reef at 8:30 p.m. tonight. Host Intelligence Level 5 126 points. Host, please review promptly. Another night fishing mission. Lin Tao frowned, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. He had to go out to sea with the Changrong during the day, and now he had to fish at night too. Though he was the captain, he couldn't keep taking time off and staying off the boat. Over the past half-month, Lin Tao had skipped several trips. This couldn't continue. He needed to lead by example, setting a standard for the crew. Sigh, if it meant working harder, so be it. This time, the target fish was the golden threadfish, another omnivorous species that preferred coral reefs and was active at night. However, these were small fish, rarely exceeding a pound in weight. Catching these schooling fish one by one would be too tedious. Lin Tao decided to try setting a net at night to see how much they could haul in. Carrying a bucket aboard, Zhao Xiaopeng approached curiously. Bro, all these octopuses, did we catch them from the traps we set earlier? Yep. Since it's octopus breeding season now, most females are carrying eggs. Catching extra means we can eat them ourselves if we don't sell them. But we'll only catch them for a month. After winter, we'll start again. After the Changrong returned to port that afternoon, Lin Tao invited Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua for night fishing. I spotted some golden threadfish while beachcombing. Since they're active now, let's try netting around some reefs tonight. What do you say? Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua agreed without hesitation. Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiaqing suddenly crowded around. Lin Tao, what's the buzz? What's the plan tonight? Got something good going on and not bringing us along? Lin Tao thought it over. Since they were targeting a school of fish, having extra hands wouldn't hurt. He invited them along, especially since all three of their families own sampans. We'll need to borrow a few fishing nets from the production team. Chen Hua volunteered. How many nets do we need? I'll talk to my dad. We don't need too many. There are 6 of us, 2 per sampan. Let's just borrow 3 nets. All right. Chen Hua went to ask Captain Chen for the nets. Before Captain Chen could say anything, someone with a bad attitude from the production team jumped in, saying Lin Tao's boat crew had to pay to borrow the nets. The nets belong to the village collective. Why should we pay? Didn't you lot go off to start your own operation? You're no longer part of our collective, so we certainly can't just give them to you for free. Lin Tao stepped forward and said, so by your logic, none of us from the Changrong are considered part of Baisha village anymore? What about the villagers who invested in our boat for dividends? Are you going to expel them from Baisha village too? Where did you get such authority? The man stammered and fell silent. Captain Chen stepped forward. Lin Tao, ignore him. You lot just go get what you need from the ship. Just remember to return it when you're done. Thank you, Captain Chen. That evening, Lin Tao led several young crew members from the Changrong to Baisha Reef in 3 small boats. The sea breeze felt cool, so all 6 had changed into long-sleeved shirts. Ding! Host detected near target location. Pulling the sampan to a halt, Lin Tao stood at the bow and tossed the fishy bait, a mixture of rotten fish and shrimp pounded and sun-dried in the sun, blended with flour, into the sea to attract nearby schools of golden threadfish. Manhwa and the others followed suit. While waiting for the fish to gather, the brothers sat on the sampans, bored, gazing at the stars. Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly chuckled foolishly. Time sure flies. Summer's over in the blink of an eye. Who'd have thought I'd be raking in big bucks with my brother now? This is just a taste of things to come. The real money-making days are still ahead. As long as you're willing to stick with me and work hard, you'll all be living the high life someday. Right. Lin Tao stood at the bow, flinging the net out with all his might. Weighted by the sinkers at the bottom, it instantly spread into a vast circular canopy and sank into the water. Feeling the net touch the seabed, Lin Tao swiftly jerked the rope to tighten the mouth of the net. The other 2 sampans followed suit, casting and hauling their nets. Xiaopeng, haul it up. Got it, boss. As the net was hauled onto the sampan, the golden threadfish inside were packed tightly together, estimated to weigh several dozen pounds. These small nets could only haul in a few dozen pounds at most, nothing like the large trawl nets on fishing boats that could bring in hundreds or even thousands of pounds. But golden threadfish preferred shallow reef-filled waters, and only the nimble, compact sampans could effectively target them. The other 2 sampans also hauled in several dozen pounds. Lin Tao reset the bait to attract more fish, wondering how much more they could catch. The second haul wasn't as bountiful as the first, but both combined yielded over 200 pounds. Zhao Xiaopeng looked at the golden threadfish on the boat and sighed. Bro, hauling all this fish to the pond is gonna take us a few trips. What can we do? Just get to work. Lin Tao and several young crew members from the Changrong Hao transported the golden threadfish to Zhao Xiaopeng's home. On the way, Lin Tao suddenly thought, the vacant lot near the pier is quite large. If we could build a warehouse there, it would be much easier to store such large quantities of fish in the future. But building a warehouse is simple, the hard part is obtaining the right to use the land. Perhaps Su Lingqian might have a solution. Chapter 122, Dating? No way. The following afternoon, Lin Tao delivered the golden threadfish to the Liang brothers. The fish, prized for its tender flesh and lack of small bones, was a favorite among diners. The Liang brothers accepted the entire shipment without hesitation. The total catch weighed 265 gene, 132.5 kilograms. The Liang brothers offered 80 fun per gene, plus an additional 220 yuan for the fish Lin Tao had selected from the Changrongho's haul. Lin Tao kept 100 yuan, dividing the remaining 102 yuan equally among Zhao Xiaopeng, Chen Hua, Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiacheng. Even though it was only a little over 20 yuan each, the young men were overjoyed and thanked Lin Tao repeatedly. Back home, Lin Tao retrieved the money stashed in various hiding spots. Counting it up, he had several thousand yuan. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became Baisha village's first 10,000 yuan household. At a time when even 1,000 yuan households were rare, Lin Tao had already amassed nearly 10,000 yuan. Lin Tao thought keeping so much cash hidden at Uncle Lin's house wasn't entirely safe. Maybe he should go to the savings office in town to get a passbook and deposit it, leaving only a little pocket money at home for daily expenses. On Friday morning, Lin Tao went to the city to pick up Lin Xiaoyu from school. Before heading to the school, he stopped by the department store to buy some gifts for Feng's mother and director Feng. After all, it was his first time visiting their home. After shopping, he arrived at Jinsha Middle School, where Feng Jinjin was waiting at the gate, holding Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Little comrade Lin. Bro. Lin Tao walked over and was immediately hugged tightly by Lin Xiaoyu. He gave a slight nod to Feng Jinjin beside her. Comrade little Feng, I received your letter. Good. Let's go. The school-assigned teacher dorms were located behind the student dorms, a 3-story corridor building. Each floor had 7 units sharing a common hallway. The only advantage over other corridor buildings was that each unit had its own private bathroom and kitchen, eliminating the need for communal facilities. Feng Jinjin led the siblings up the stairs. Their home was the 3rd door from the left on the 3rd floor. The character for fortune plastered on the iron door had curled at the edges, and several pots of unidentified small flowers sat on the windowsill. Feng Jinjin pulled out her keys and unlocked the door. Come on in, Comrade Xiaolin. The entrance led directly into the living room, roughly 10 square meters in size. Against the wall sat an old-fashioned black and white television atop a cabinet, about the size of 2 shoeboxes stacked together in the 21st century. 2 old-fashioned fabric sofas sat before a coffee table draped with a blue and white checkered tablecloth. A blue glass vase held several plastic flowers. Mrs. Feng was busy in the cramped kitchen, the clanging of a cleaver on the cutting board echoing through the room. Is that Comrade Shaolin? Have a seat for a moment. Your Uncle Feng went out to buy some fruit. No sooner had she spoken than Director Feng walked in, carrying a fruit basket. Seeing Lin Tao, he beamed. Hello, Director Feng. Feng Jinjin beamed. Thanks to you, my dad got promoted from department head to vice principal. We came today to thank you. Lin Tao was surprised and puzzled. What about the previous vice principal's son? The bureau issued a formal order removing him from his post, Mr. Feng explained. Normally, I wouldn't have been considered for the vacancy, but thanks to Comrade Shaolin's influence, this opportunity came my way. Lin Tao thought to himself, it wasn't his influence at all, it was Su Lingqian's influence. Faced with the Feng family's gratitude, Lin Tao felt awkward and uneasy, offering only an embarrassed smile. Mrs. Feng personally cooked 6 dishes and a soup for Lin Tao. Not knowing whether he drank alcohol, she thoughtfully prepared 2 bottles of soda as well. Over dinner, Mr. Feng happily downed a few cups of wine. With glazed eyes, he turned to Lin Tao and asked, Comrade Shaolin, what do you think of my Jinjin? At this question, Lin Tao froze for a moment before replying, Comrade Xiao Feng is an outstanding young man. Then what about you? Oh Dad, you're talking nonsense now that you've had too much. Comrade Lin, don't take it to heart. My dad doesn't usually drink much, he's just so happy today. Don't mind him. Feng Jinjin's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her father's mouth. Her gaze toward Lin Tao flickered with both shyness and anticipation. By the time they finished eating, darkness had fallen. The Feng residence had only 2 bedrooms, and Mrs. Feng offered to let the siblings stay in the master bedroom. No need to trouble yourself, Aunt Feng. We have a place to stay. Thank you for your generous hospitality. We'll be on our way now. Very well, Jinjin, see Comrades Xiaolin and Xiaoyu out. Feng Jinjin escorted Lin Tao and his sister out the school's back gate. Under the dim glow of streetlights, she stopped before Lin Tao, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt as if preparing to speak. Comrade Xiaolin, I. Before she could continue, Lin Tao interrupted, Comrade Feng, you're an outstanding and talented person. You'll definitely meet someone who shares your values someday. Lin Tao's words were tactful, yet Feng Jinjin clearly heard his refusal. Her eyes slowly reddened, tears welling up, her voice trembling with emotion. Comrade Shaolin, you really can't. Lin Tao looked steadily at Feng Jinjin. I'm sorry, I can't. Feng Jinjin pressed on, unwilling to accept it. Why? Is it because of Miss Su that you're rejecting me? Lin Tao paused, Su Lingqian's bold and alluring face flashing through his mind. He frowned slightly and explained, it has nothing to do with Miss Su. We're just ordinary business partners. Feng Jinjin bit her lower lip. Fine, I understand. But I won't give up so easily. When I return from further studies, having become a better person, I will definitely come back for you. Lin Tao sighed, dismissing Feng Jinjin's words as youthful impulsiveness and offering a few perfunctory responses. After parting ways with Feng Jinjin, Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head and asked Lin Tao, Brother, does Sister Jinjin want to date you? Lin Tao chuckled and playfully tapped Lin Xiaoyu on the head. That's not something someone your age should be asking about. Lin Xiaoyu clutched her head in mock pain and retorted, I'm not a kid anymore. But why wouldn't you want to? I think Sister Jinjin is really nice. What? Has Sister Su been treating you badly? The words practically slipped out before he realized why he'd instinctively compared her to Su Lingqian. He figured Feng Jinjin must have swayed his thoughts earlier. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. But Sister Su is nice too. Since they'd missed the last bus back to the village, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to stay at the Jinsha Hotel for the night. He'd originally planned to find an opportunity to meet Su Lingqian and discuss their joint venture to build a cold storage facility near the wharf. But Lu Wenhu said Su Lingqian had business to attend to these days and wouldn't be at the Jinsha Hotel much. He promised to come to the village to pick Lin Tao up whenever Su Lingqian was free. The next morning, Lin Tao drifted awake from his dreams. Recalling Su Lingqian's appearance in his sleep, his face burned hot. He tossed and turned in bed several times before finally sitting up, unable to suppress his frustration. Why on earth would I suddenly dream about Su Lingqian? Chapter 123, The Parrotfish, Face of the Group. Declining Lu Wenhu's offer to drive him and Lin Xiaoyu home, the siblings boarded the bus back to Baisha village early. Because of that inexplicable dream about Su Lingqian last night, Lin Tao was dead tired on the bumpy bus ride. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point, large specimen of small-nosed green parrotfish sighted 100 meters north of the beach's western shore at 3 p.m. today. Host intelligence level 5 127 points. Host, please review immediately. The system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, startling the drowsy Lin Tao so much he nearly jumped out of his seat. Damn it, system, you sure know how to pick a moment. Lin Tao adjusted his posture and mentally cursed the system. Host, please calm down. Intelligence refreshes randomly. I can't help it if you curse at me. Surprised that the upgraded system could actually talk back, Lin Tao mentally clicked his tongue. By the time they reached Baisha village, it was around 10 in the morning. After pulling Lin Xiaoyu out of the car, Lin Tao noticed 2 olive drab trucks parked at the village entrance, their open beds spilling out several flattened utility poles. Continuing into the village, he spotted villagers gathered in the distance, chanting in unison. Beside them stood an old military green crane. Lin Tao instantly recognized it as a first-generation 5-ton crane, also known as the Old 5-ton. The fact that they had managed to get a crane sent from above was completely unexpected for Lin Tao. As he drew closer, Lin Tao saw that the villagers were helping the city workers erect the poles. Baisha village was finally getting electricity. Lin Tao said to Lin Xiaoyu, you go home first. I'll stay here and lend a hand. Got it, bro. Once the first utility pole was firmly secured, Lin Tao asked the worker, how long will it take to get electricity to all the homes? The worker leaned against the nearby courtyard wall, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and placed it between his lips. With dozens of households in your village, installing outlets and wiring every home is no small task. To achieve full village electrification and power supply to every household, we'll likely be busy until year end. And we're not just working on your village, the neighboring village of Baishuwei was selected too, so that's our responsibility as well. Times are changing, people's lives are getting better, and we're getting busier along with it. As he spoke, the worker's face lit up with a simple, proud smile. Lin Tao chuckled in response, you really have your hands full. It's our duty, no trouble at all. Once the new substation is built, folks from miles around will finally have electricity. After helping out for a while, Lin Tao returned to Uncle Lin's house. Xin Zhu was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Lin Xiaoyu played with the two puppies, Ben Shuoba and Baobabin, in the courtyard. Uncle Lin was generous with food, and the puppies, eating leftovers and the occasional piece of meat Lin Tao shared with them, had grown plump and round. They were noticeably fatter than when Lin Xiaoyu had left the previous week. Perhaps from eating too much fish, their coats had grown noticeably shinier. Chenju called out from the kitchen as she carried dishes out, Xiaoyu, wash your hands and come eat. Xiaodao, go to the brigade office and call your uncle back for lunch. Lin Tao trotted straight to the brigade office, just as Uncle Lin emerged carrying his teacup. Xiaodao's back. Auntie sent me to call you home for dinner. As Lin Tao and Uncle Lin walked along the path, Uncle Lin couldn't suppress the smile on his lips when he mentioned the power supply. Xiaodao, this is all thanks to you. If not for you, how could such good fortune come to our village of Baisha so quickly? I should hold a commendation ceremony for you here. Uncle, it's better to stay low-key. We don't want people with ulterior motives to hear and stir up trouble. Once the entire village is electrified, it won't be too late for everyone to know. Uncle Lin was struck by a sudden realization. Xiaodao, he said, you're absolutely right. I got a little carried away. After lunch, Lin Tao took a nap. Upon waking, he prepared the bait for his fishing spot and headed to the coastal mudflats ahead of time with his gear. Parrotfish primarily feed on coral, crustaceans, and seaweed, making crabs the ideal bait for catching them. Lin Tao was in luck. Right after arriving at the mudflats, he stumbled upon a large group of fiddler crabs. These crabs were small and meaty, hardly worth the trouble to crack open like sunflower seeds, but they were perfect for fishing. Swinging his scoop net, he soon filled a large bucket to the brim and headed toward the pier. Zhao Xiaopeng and the others were all aboard the Changrong. Once again, Lin Tao was fighting a lonely battle alone. Fortunately, parrotfish were creatures that rose with the sun and retired with it. Finishing fishing early in the day meant he could sleep early at night, ensuring he'd be rested for tomorrow's voyage. He untied the skiff and paddled toward the location indicated by the system. Ding! Host detected near target location. The dinghy drifted on the calm sea. Lin Tao first scattered the bait to attract fish, then cast his hook baited with a fiddler crab into the water. Lin Tao couldn't help but marvel at how effective the bait powder he'd bought from the system store last time was, though it was ridiculously expensive. At 10 experience points per use, he couldn't bring himself to buy it again. Before long, the float began to stir, dipping into the water with each movement. Lin Tao knew a parrotfish was about to take the bait. When the float suddenly vanished beneath the surface, Lin Tao swiftly pulled the rod and reeled in the line. After a few tugs, a small-nosed green parrotfish emerged, its body a brilliant blue-green, its dorsal fin tinged yellow. Judging by its length, it was over 80 centimeters, a large specimen among small-nosed green parrotfish. Using a landing net, he scooped the parrotfish onto the raft. This fish resembled the Shrank's pigfish he'd caught earlier, locally known as the blue-clad fish in the southeastern peninsula, though its market value was vastly different. Surprised to have caught one so quickly today, Lin Tao glanced at the still early sky and the bucket still full of fiddler crabs. Remembering that parrotfish are schooling fish, he decided to see if he could catch a few more. The parrotfish's teeth were sharp, so Lin Tao dared not keep it in the fish basket. Instead, he scooped water into the sampan to prevent it from dehydrating and dying. After spending another hour or so at sea, Lin Tao had caught 7 parrotfish in total. He paddled the skiff back toward the pier. The Changrong and the village fishing boats hadn't returned to port yet, but the car from the Jinsha Hotel was already waiting on shore. Xiaotao, you sure keep busy. You've got your own big boat, yet you're still out fishing in a rowboat. Liang Ji stood in the shade smoking. Spotting Lin Tao's return, he stubbed out his cigarette underfoot and called out to Liang Yong. Lin Tao loaded the parrotfish into the fish basket and dragged it ashore. The Liang brothers gathered around, their voices tinged with disappointment. Oh, it's just parrotfish. We've got tons of those in these waters. Not worth much. Lin Tao hadn't expected much for the parrotfish anyway. With such a large population and variety, even pure wild ones only fetched a few dozen yuan per pound in the 21st century. But these ones are pretty big and fresh. How about 30 cents per pound? Chapter 124, Caught in a Fatal Legal Mess. Lin Tao agreed readily, selling all 8 parrotfish for 75 yuan. Just as he helped the Liang brothers load the fish into a tank and onto their truck, he heard someone calling his name from afar. Lin Tao. When the villager finally reached him, Lin Tao asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The villager was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. He grabbed Lin Tao's arm and pulled him toward the village. "Hurry back with me. Something terrible happened in the village. An electric pole fell and crushed Guzi to death." What? He never imagined that in the short time he'd been fishing at sea, such a tragedy could strike the village. By the time Lin Tao arrived, villagers had gathered around the fallen pole, murmuring in dismay. The heart-wrenching wails of Guzi's mother pierced the air. Guzi, 12 years old, whose given name was Lin Xiuhu, was a distant relative of the original owner. Though of a younger generation, he was supposed to call Lin Tao uncle. Guzi lay motionless on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his chest no longer rising or falling. Blood trickled slowly from his nose and mouth, pooling in a patch that hadn't yet dried on the ground. Guzi's mother knelt beside him, weeping with heart-wrenching anguish. She longed to embrace her child but dared not touch him. It was truly tragic. He'd been crushed in an instant, gone before they could even rush him to the city. Yeah, looks like his insides were crushed on impact. Poor kid. Pity? If he hadn't been so reckless, swinging from that power pole, would it have fallen and crushed him? I say this is karma. Who can argue with that? When someone's bent on self-destruction, no one can stop him. They even put up a rope to keep people away, but Guzi had to squeeze through. Who else would get crushed if not him? Sai, you two should hold your tongues and show some compassion. The boy is dead. Lin Tao walked straight up to the workers and asked, "Guys, what exactly happened here?" The workers clearly hadn't anticipated such an incident either. They were still reeling in shock and disarray, unsure how to explain to Lin Tao. Their foreman finally stepped forward. The poured concrete hadn't fully cured yet. We'd even set up wooden supports beside it. Logically, as long as no one touched it and there was no strong wind, it shouldn't have collapsed. We were setting up the third utility pole when we heard villagers shouting that someone had fallen. We dropped everything to check, only to find someone had dismantled the support frame. By then, the child was already. Lin Tao finally noticed the missing support frame. His face turned cold as he shouted at the villagers, "Whoever stole the support frame, step forward." While Guzi's death was partly his own fault, the accident wouldn't have happened if the support frame had remained in place. Therefore, whoever stole it bore some responsibility. Not a single villager stepped forward to confess. Lin Tao's piercing gaze swept over each face in turn. Regardless of Guzi's death, the support frames brought by the workers were meant to be fully recycled later. They were public property. Whoever stole them was opposing the public interest. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. Come forward now. The noisy crowd fell suddenly silent, leaving only Guzi's mother sobbing bitterly. After a moment, someone suddenly pushed their way from the back to the front of the crowd and hesitantly spoke to Lin Tao. I saw who stole the support frames." "Who?" It was Guzi's grandfather. The words had barely left his mouth when every villager present gasped in astonishment. Lin Tao led a few people to Guzi's house. Guzi's father was out with the production team and hadn't returned from the boat yet. Guzi's grandmother had passed away from illness a couple of years prior, leaving only his grandfather, a widower, at home. Lin Tao spotted the support beams in the courtyard, already chopped into pieces with an axe and prepared for firewood. His expression darkened instantly. He called out several times in the yard but saw no one come out. Had they gone out? Noticing the main room door was open, Lin Tao led his men inside. Finding no one there either, he suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the bedroom. He casually lifted the bedroom curtain and nearly stopped breathing at the sight before him. Help! Guzi's grandfather had hanged himself from the rafters with a hemp rope. A kicked-over stool lay on the floor, likely knocked down when Lin Tao and his men first entered the yard, meaning he was still struggling for life. When they pulled him down, Guzi's grandfather slumped on the floor, pounding his chest in frustration. "Why did you save me? Just let this damned old man die and make amends for my grandson," he shouted while struggling to hang himself again. Lin Tao couldn't just stand by and watch Guzi's grandfather take his own life right before his eyes. He quickly had people restrain him. Guzi's grandfather was notorious in the village for his love of petty gains. If he didn't pick something up when he went out, he considered it lost. Seeing that the support frame was made of wood and unattended, he harbored the wicked thought of stealing it home for firewood, completely disregarding the dangers and consequences it would cause once taken. But fate had other plans. Evil begets evil. His wicked intent led directly to the death of his own grandson. It was a case of two stubborn souls, one stubbornly ignoring warnings to grab a cheap bargain, the other stubbornly refusing to listen and insisting on acting foolishly and causing trouble. When Guzi's mother learned her father-in-law had harmed her child, she flew into a rage, lunging at him to claw and beat him. "You old bastard! What did we ever do to you? Why did you have to ruin us like this? Why didn't you die instead? Give me back my son! Give me back my son!" Guzi's grandfather slapped himself in remorse. "I deserve to die." Logically, they should have found the culprit, faced legal consequences, and properly buried the child. But when Guzi's father returned from the boat and learned of this, he went berserk, wielding a knife at Uncle Lin's house. Though still puppies, the two dogs sensed danger and trembled as they barked at him. Lin Debo and Shinju turned ashen-faced, their legs turning to jelly. Guzi's father, calm down. What are you doing? Don't act rashly. Uncle, auntie, this has nothing to do with you. Tell Lin Tao to come out. He must give our family an explanation. Lin Tao was inside checking Lin Xiaoyu's homework when he heard the commotion in the yard. He got up and headed outside. "Xiaoyu, stay hidden inside. Don't come out, understand?" Lin Xiaoyu tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve, her voice filled with worry. "Brother, I'm worried." "Sweetie, there's no trouble I can't handle." Lin Tao stepped into the yard and faced Guzi's father, whose face was twisted with rage. "What do you want with me?" Guzi's father, eyes bloodshot, pointed a knife at Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, I heard from the villagers. It's because of you that the village arranged for the power lines. If not for you, the village wouldn't have put up those power poles, and my son wouldn't have been electrocuted to death." Lin Tao froze, baffled by the man's accusation. What the hell kind of logic was this? Chapter 125, A Brain is a Good Thing. What the hell are you talking about? Lin Tao stared at him in disbelief. If your old man hadn't stolen those support brackets, and your son hadn't been courting death, would this mess have happened? It's got nothing to do with me. Say one more word, and you'll see I'll call the police station and have them arrest you. Lin Tao turned to Uncle Lin and Chenju. You two were the ones who spread the rumor about the village's electricity connection being my doing. Didn't we agree to keep it low-key? Uncle Lin and Chenju exchanged guilty glances but said nothing. How could they resist bragging about something that earned them such praise? They never imagined this would come back to haunt them. Guzi's father waved his knife wildly. My son just likes to take a little advantage. So what if Guzi is a little mischievous? Does that make him a damned villain? Lin Tao, none of this would have happened if it weren't for you. Lin Tao felt both speechless and furious. Talking to this mentally unstable lunatic made his liver ache with rage. But no matter how irritated he was, he couldn't ignore the immense threat before him. Lin Tao grabbed the harpoon leaning against the wall. Every inch of length meant an inch of strength, every inch of shortness meant an inch of danger. If it came to blows, the advantage was his. He wasn't the type to only fight back after a mad dog bit his leg. Before Guzi's father could close the distance, Lin Tao clenched the harpoon and slammed it hard into his wrist. Seizing the moment when the pain made him drop his weapon, Lin Tao swung the harpoon viciously at his knee. Ah! Guzi's father lost his balance, crashing to the ground. Clutching his agonized knee, he howled in pain. Lin Tao flicked the kitchen knife far away with his harpoon. Satisfied the man posed no threat, he stepped forward and said, "Out of respect for your loss losing your son in middle age, I won't press charges. But if you still plan to act like a madman, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now get out of here." Guzi's father scrambled to his feet, too flustered to retrieve the knife. He limped toward the exit, muttering, "Lin Tao, you just wait. This isn't over." Lin Tao spat on the ground. "What a pain in the ass." Chenju asked nervously, "He won't come back to cause trouble for us, will he?" Lin Tao shot a withering glance at Uncle Lin and his wife. "If you two hadn't run your mouths, we wouldn't be in this mess. He and his wife didn't dare mess with the authorities, so they figured they could use me as their fall guy. Trying to turn cold children into warm numbers, huh?" The abacus beads are practically flying into his face. The next morning, before the roosters crowed, Lin Tao, his sister, and Uncle Lin's couple were still fast asleep when they were suddenly jolted awake by the sound of someone banging on the door outside. As he dressed and headed out to the courtyard, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, who the hell is it? Can't sleep in peace even this early?" Lin Tao didn't open the door right away. He peered through the crack and saw a crowd of villagers gathered outside. Upon opening the door, Guzi's parents knelt at the threshold, wailing at the top of their lungs. A figure lay on the ground, covered in white cloth. From the couple's words, it seemed Guzi's grandfather had secretly hanged himself the night before. By the time he was discovered in the morning, it was already too late. Guzi's father, having lost both his son and father in middle age, blamed Lin Tao for everything. Yet the surrounding villagers were merely onlookers. Not only did no one pity them, but many felt their family had brought this upon themselves and was now delaying the village's electrification project. What kind of people were these, having the nerve to cause a scene at someone's doorstep? Like father, like son, or rather, like dragon, like phoenix, like rat, like rat. Guzi started picking pockets at 7 or 8, trained by his grandfather. "I never let my kids play with him. Call it karma if you will. Lin Tao's just unlucky he does the village a favor and this couple tries to extort him. They only see that Lin Tao has money now. You have to hand it to that couple their sharpest tax, trying to cash in on a dead man. Seeing that couple standing there all talk and no action, Lin Tao already grumpy from waking up was now boiling with rage. What exactly do you two want? Spit it out so I know what charges to file against you at the police station. Since Air Guzi had died young, there was no need for elaborate funeral rites. Plus, with the sweltering heat making it unbearable to keep the body at home, they'd buried him yesterday. If it weren't for that, I bet they'd have dragged the child's body to Uncle Lin's doorstep too. As more villagers gathered, Lin Tao's patience wore thin. Lin Tao, you're heartless. Don't you feel a shred of guilt? We're family. Air Guzi even called you Uncle Lin. Lin Tao clicked his tongue in irritation. What do I have to feel guilty about? Frankly, even if you stretched it a million miles, this wouldn't land on me. Instead of wasting your breath, hurry up and bury your father properly. He suffered in life, and now you're trying to profit off his death? Impossible. As long as you don't give our family justice, my father will stay right outside your door. Let everyone see what kind of person you really are, Lin Tao. Name your price. Lin Tao's words stunned Air Guzi's parents. His mother, looking dazed, stammered, "We don't want much, 500, 500. Air Guzi's father quickly covered his wife's mouth. We're not here for the money. 500, that is less than what Li Shan's family demanded back then. Poof. Uncle Lin and Chen Ju emerged just then, catching the mention of 500. Chen Ju pulled Lin Tao aside. Tao, don't be foolish. That's 500 yuan. Don't worry, auntie. I wasn't planning to give them anything. I was just curious how much they wanted. With that, Lin Tao turned to close the door. If need be, he'd skip going out to sea with Chang Rongho today and stay home with Xiaoyu. He caught a glimpse of Erduzi's grandfather and, finding it unlucky, quickly looked away. But sensing something amiss, he immediately turned back. Frowning, he stared intently at the corpse covered in white cloth. If he hadn't seen it, the area beneath the cloth at chest level had just visibly risen and fallen. Noticing Lin Tao's gaze, Air Guzi's father's expression shifted slightly. Then, he suddenly threw himself onto the corpse, wailing, "Father!" Yet his actions did nothing to dispel Lin Tao's suspicions. Instead, they only deepened his certainty. Are you sure your father is really dead? What do you mean, Lin Tao? Would I joke about my own father's life and death? Lin Tao grunted in acknowledgement and turned back into the house. After about 10 minutes, he emerged carrying a basin of steaming hot water. If he's not alive, that's best. Otherwise, this pot of boiling water won't be pleasant to endure. What are you doing? This is disrespectful to the dead, an outrageous insult. By family ties, you're still my father's nephew. Don't try to play the family card with me. We're long past the 5 degrees of kinship. Besides, after my parents vanished, your family never lifted a finger to help us 3 siblings. If you keep causing trouble here, I'll pour this boiling water over your father too. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 126, The Exploding Pipefish. Almost the instant the boiling water hit, the corpse on the ground suddenly ripped off its white shroud and leaped up, none other than Air Guzi's grandfather, who had hanged himself. Holy, a zombie! Air Guzi's grandfather had come back to life. The onlookers scattered in terror, shrieking as they fled. Lin Tao shoved the empty basin into Chen Ju's hands, glancing at the 3 figures outside the door. Who knew my pot of boiling water could bring someone back from the dead? Poof. The 3 exposed men flushed crimson, stammering and unable to utter a word. The villagers of Baisha had already grasped the situation and began condemning the trio. Today's incident won't be swept under the rug. I, Lin Tao, never let a grudge go unavenged. Extorting 500 yuan? That's enough to land you in prison for years. At that moment, Uncle Lin cleared his throat and stepped forward. He directed several strong villagers to restrain the trio, bind them tightly, and haul them off to the police station by tractor. Lin Tao, we were wrong. Don't send us to the station, we don't want to go to jail. Lin Tao sneered. Why didn't you do this sooner? Yesterday, I spared your father from arrest out of respect for your family's loss. After all, he's already charged with theft and destruction of public property. Instead of showing remorse, you tried to scam me for a big payout. I bet you plan to move out of Baisha village once you got the money, right? Lin Tao had hit the nail on the head, exposing their original scheme. They were left speechless. The trio was delivered to the police station, where they happily received free room and board and silver bracelets. On Sunday, while waiting for the bus at the village entrance to take Lin Xiaoyu back to the city for school, Lin Tao glanced at Chen Dazhuang, who stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Chen Dazhuang turned his head to look at Lin Tao. What are you staring at? Can't I take the bus into town? Lin Tao ignored him. Just then, the bus pulled up in front of them. He pulled Lin Xiaoyu onto the bus. They got off first at the department store, where Lin Tao bought Lin Xiaoyu several new outfits and a blanket for her dorm. When they emerged from the store, they were surprised to find Chen Dazhuang still following them. Lin Tao frowned and asked, Chen Dazhuang, what are you doing here? Chen Dazhuang's eyes darted around. Why can't I be here? Can't I come to the department store to browse? It was all too suspicious. Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu back to school. As soon as they reached the school gate, they saw Feng Jinjin waiting at their usual spot, waving at the siblings. Hi, Sister Jinjin. Hello, Xiaoyu. Feng Jinjin and Lin Tao chatted briefly at the school gate about the work uniforms. During their conversation, Lin Tao felt a pair of eyes watching them with ulterior motives, but Feng Jinjin didn't notice anything unusual, so Lin Tao kept quiet. I'll bring the finished garments over as soon as they're ready, Comrade Xiaolin. I'll take Xiaoyu inside now. Alright, thanks for your help. The next day arrived the date Lin Tao had promised the crew for their wages. Uncle Zhao, as helmsman, earned 30 yuan a month, while Zhao Xiaopeng, Zhenhua, Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiaqing each received 25 yuan monthly. The wages Lin Tao paid the Changrong crew rivaled those of state-owned factory workers in the city, making many production team members green with envy. They could only say sour grapes when they couldn't get their hands on them. What's so great about that? It's just a few dozen yuan. Exactly. They're just a handful of wet behind the ears kids. It won't be long before they're running at a loss. Just wait and see what dividends Lin Tao can hand out then. It's all capitalist sugar-coated bullets, we can't let ourselves be tempted. Exactly. Only Zhao Laosan hangs out with them. A grown man messing around with a bunch of kids, doesn't he feel ashamed? Zhao Xiaopeng overheard and waved the cash triumphantly. Never made this much before, did you? All thanks to my brother showing us the ropes. My brother said our pay will go up even more later. Just keep drooling with envy. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Tao walked toward the dock carrying his lunchbox in a mesh bag and a water bottle. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. A school of pipefish has been spotted 8 nautical miles north of the dock today. Host intelligence level 5 128 points. Host, please review immediately. Pipefish shoal precious stuff. These fish are abundant in the waters near Footbasin Chicken. Their tender, sweet flesh makes them ideal for sashimi, though they also taste excellent pan-fried or steamed. Due to low yields, they aren't a major commercial catch domestically. Setting sail last night, Uncle Zhao slipped while using the restroom and hit his lower back on the bed frame. Though no bones were broken, the pain was excruciating. Consequently, today marks Lin Tao's first time independently steering the vessel out to sea. Xiaopeng kept darting between the wheelhouse and the deck, unable to sit still. Lin Tao chuckled helplessly. Xiaopeng, how come you seem more excited than I am? Zhao Xiaopeng scratched his head sheepishly. My dad isn't on board today, and it just feels off. Not that I don't trust your skills, but it feels like something's missing. Uncle Zhao's getting older. After all those years at sea, he's got his share of health issues. The sooner I get familiar with things, the sooner he can retire and rest at home. Don't let my dad hear you say that, bro. He'll just get all fired up trying to prove he's still got it. As they neared the system's designated location, Lin Tao began slowing the vessel. He instructed Zhao Xiaopeng to lead the crew in attaching ballast weights to the boat. Once secured, they lowered the trawl net into the sea. After it settled to the seabed, they accelerated forward to begin towing. Ding! Host detected near target location. Feeling the weight in the net, Lin Tao wondered how many pipefish they might haul in. After towing for a while, Lin Tao halted the boat and directed the crew to haul in the net. The tension from the winch had the crew buzzing with excitement. The first haul yielded such a bountiful catch, clearly they'd stumbled upon a fish migration. The net was hoisted aboard and spread out on deck as the crew gathered around. Most of the catch were pipefish. Lin Tao picked one up, scaleless, peach pink, with a long, pipe-like snout that took up nearly a quarter of its body length. A quick scan revealed that nearly all the pipefish hauled up by the Changrong were over a meter long, with several conspicuous specimens nearly 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist. Keep setting the nets. I'll steer the boat while you sort out the big ones. I'll sell the knife blade ones separately. Got it, bro. By evening, the Changrong returned to the dock bathed in the sunset's glow. The Liang brothers and the cooperative's truck were already waiting ashore. Joining them was Uncle Zhao, supported by Aunt Zhao. Zhao Xiaopeng shouted from the deck, Dad. After mooring, the crew and their waiting families began sorting the catch. Lin Tao's eyes lit up when he saw the Liang brothers driving a Chevrolet pickup truck today. Getting your hands on a foreign car like that? Not bad at all. Brother G, Brother Yon, did you guys get new cars? Chapter 127, Redfish Sashimi. Yeah, the trunk on the old one was too small, couldn't fit much. Now with this big bed, we can haul anything. Lin Tao carried out the dozen or so large-sized pipefish he'd sorted earlier and placed them on the scale. They weighed a total of 62 jin. The remaining standard-sized fish added up to over 300 jin. The Liang brothers had never encountered a school of pipefish totaling several hundred pounds before. Thank goodness they came with the pickup today, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to haul it all back. The large pipefish fetched 2 yuan per jin, while the regular-sized ones went for 1 yuan 20. Together, they totaled exactly 500 yuan. Lin Tao asked curiously, do you collect several hundred pounds every few days? Can the hotel's cold storage hold that much? Liang Ji laughed heartily. Well, you wouldn't know this, but besides the small cold storage at the hotel, we have 2 large cold storage units dedicated to storing all kinds of fish catches. So that's how it is. Lin Tao thought to himself, since Su Lingqian oversees 3 cold storage units, she must know the equipment sources and construction teams inside out. He'd find an opportunity to ask her about the budget when they met next. The next morning, the system refreshed its intelligence again. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a school of high-body yellowtail will appear 12 nautical miles east of the dock at 2 p.m. today. Host Intelligence Level 5 133 points. Host, please review immediately. Lin Tao's brain froze for a moment upon hearing the words high-body amberjack. What on earth was that? Did it really live in the sea? In this era without phones or the internet, he didn't even know how to look it up. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao summoned the system in his mind. System, what the hell did you refresh today? Host, the high-body amberjack is commonly known as the red snapper or red sea bream in your vernacular. Does that ring a bell? Lin Tao suddenly understood. So it was red snapper. The southeastern peninsula was one of their primary spawning grounds, resulting in abundant catches. Combined with 21st century aquaculture, the price remained low. Wild-caught sold for over 60 yuan per pound, while farmed versions were only around 30. Yet its flesh is firm, tender, sweet, and richly aromatic, with ample fat content. As sashimi, it rivals salmon and was a favorite among many sashimi enthusiasts in the 21st century. But today was Sunday, and he needed to take Lin Xiaoyu back to school at noon. If he went out to sea with the Changrong, there'd be no one to take her. Moreover, the Liang brothers' pickup truck wasn't suitable for carrying Lin Xiaoyu. He couldn't very well have his sister ride in the truck bed alongside the seafood crates. Lin Tao thought, since the intelligence briefing wasn't until 2 p.m., they could simply set sail later today. He'd drop Lin Xiaoyu off at school first thing in the morning. First, he went to Zhao Xiaopeng's house to have him notify the other crew members. Immediately after, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to catch the school bus. Most students returned in the afternoon, so when the siblings arrived at the school gate, only a few scattered figures were visible. Lin Tao stuffed a thick wad of cash into Lin Xiaoyu's pocket. Buy extra meal tickets. Eat whatever you want. Buy whatever you need. Don't think about saving money. I sent you to the best school not to make you suffer, understand? Brother, I won't need that much money. If you don't need it, save it. What I give you is yours to use as you see fit. Lin Xiaoyu tucked the money into her backpack. Thanks, bro. If anything comes up at school and I can't make it in time, go find Brother Lu at the Jinsha Hotel first. I gotta head back to the village now. See ya. Got it. After seeing Lin Xiaoyu off, Lin Tao rushed back without stopping. He didn't even enter his house, heading straight for the dock. The crew of the Changrong was already waiting at the dock. Seeing Lin Tao return, they waved at him. Lin Tao jogged over to the group. Spotting Uncle Zhao beside Zhao Xiaopeng, he asked, Uncle Zhao, your back pain cleared up so quickly? Uncle Zhao waved his hand, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he yelped in pain as his back seized up. It's nothing, no bones broken. I just can't trust you kids to stay put at home. Zhao Xiaopeng chimed in from the side, that's just how my dad is. Mom says he's stubborn as an ox, you can't talk any sense into him. Seeing Uncle Zhao was set on it, Lin Tao didn't push further. He simply said, fine. With Uncle Zhao, our seasoned helmsman, on board, we've got a steady hand. I'll take the helm today while Uncle Zhao watches from the side and steps in if needed. Uncle Zhao laughed heartily. Little Tao sure knows how to talk. That's music to my ears. You little rascal, learn a thing or two from him instead of just eating all day. With that, Uncle Zhao raised his hand and smacked Zhao Xiaopeng on the back of the head. Xiaopeng clutched his head and stomped his feet in protest. Dad! I'm your only son. You hit me so hard you could knock me silly. The other crew members burst into laughter at Zhao Xiaopeng's reaction. Uncle Zhao grunted. Who says you're the only one? In our hearts, your mom and I have long considered Xiao Tao our own son and Xiaoyu our own daughter. Everyone boarded the boat and Lin Tao took the helm, steering toward the direction indicated by the system. Red snapper were powerful and fast swimmers, making trawling too slow. By the time the nets were hauled in, the schools would have scattered. Boat fishing was the only viable option. But Lin Tao's Changrong wasn't a dedicated sea fishing vessel, so he didn't set high expectations. Whatever they caught would suffice. Recalling the ocean-going fishing vessels he'd seen in his past life, Lin Tao resolved that when he expanded operations in the future, he would definitely acquire one. Ding! Host detected near target location. The Changrong slowed, dropped anchor, and came to a halt on the sea surface. Lin Tao directed the crew to the gunnels to cast their lines for sea fishing. The best bait for catching red snapper was live squid, but squid were sensitive to light. The prime time for squid fishing was at night. Daytime yields were meager. That morning, Lin Tao had instructed them to use multi-hook rigs to catch small fish and shrimp near the shore, ensuring they wouldn't run out of live bait. They attached weighted sinkers to the lines, allowing the hooks to sink to depths of about 20 meters. Hooked with small fish or shrimp, the lines were cast into the water. They periodically reeled in and out the lines, twitching the rods to attract red snapper. After about 10 minutes, the group started reeling in fish one after another. Red snapper were hooked, unhooked, and tossed onto the deck. Uncle Zhao watched them from the side. We've stumbled upon a red snapper nest, what incredible luck! Xiao Tao really picked the perfect spots. The 6 young men were too busy to speak. More and more red snapper piled up on the deck, thrashing and splashing with a constant crackling sound. As Lin Tao reeled in another fish, he felt significantly more tension on the line than before. He suspected a large one and dared not reel in sharply, instead pulling slowly and steadily. The rod trembled violently. Lin Tao gripped it tightly, the veins on his knuckles bulging from the effort as his gaze fixed on the line disappearing beneath the surface. After over 10 minutes, Lin Tao finally pulled it to the surface. He could see its olive-colored back, measuring just over a meter in length. Though not the absolute top size, it was still a rare find among red snapper. Chapter 128, another 500 buck. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned over to peer at the water, exclaiming in awe, "Holy crap, you gotta learn from the pros when it comes to fishing. This big red snapper must be pushing 70 or 80 pounds, right? Grab the landing net fast. Hauling a fish this heavy up by the line alone will snap it for sure." "Got it. I'm on it." Working together, they finally hauled the giant red snapper onto the deck. Lin Tao pierced its body with an awl to bleed it out, preventing its internal organs from rupturing under pressure and contaminating the flesh. All the red snapper were stowed in the hold. Manhwa hosed down the blood from the deck, then glanced out at the nearby sea and spotted the creature that had sent chills down his spine earlier. "Lin Tao, sharks." Lin Tao walked over to look. Sure enough, 3 large dorsal fins belonging to sharks were visible on the surface, approaching the changrong. "No worries, they can't harm us on the boat. They're just drawn by the fish blood scent." Several sharks circled the changrong, lingering without departing. Zhao Xiaopeng had hooked a big fish and was reeling it in. After a long struggle, he finally pulled it to the surface only for a shark to swoop in and snatch it away. With its gaping maw, it bit off more than half the fish's body. "Damn it!" Zhao Xiaopeng was furious. Cursing under his breath, he reeled in the line, pulled the fish head off the hook, and hurled it at the shark with all his might. "Damn shark! I worked my ass off to catch that fish." Lin Tao patted his shoulder. "It's okay, don't sweat it." He walked into the wheelhouse, hauled in the anchor, and started the changrong again. 3 sharks trailed slowly behind the boat, their dorsal fins occasionally dipping beneath the surface, creating the illusion they were leaving. Only after sailing several more nautical miles did Lin Tao gradually slow down, signaling the crew to haul in the fishing nets. Manhwa rushed to the cockpit door. "Lin Tao, one net's been torn open in several places by sharks. The fish are escaping." "Damn, what you fear most is what happens. What about the other nets?" "We're hauling them in now. No word on their condition yet." Lin Tao suppressed his irritation, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Just haul them all in first." Fortunately, those sharks only tore one net, resulting in a loss of just a few hundred pounds of fish. At dusk, the changrong returned to port. They hauled the damaged nets ashore and hired several of the village's fastest and most skilled net menders. Each was paid 5 yuan to repair the nets by tomorrow. For the 60-plus standard-sized red snapper, the Liang brothers offered 80 cents per pound. The largest, weighing over 80 pounds, was dead but still fresh enough to fetch $1.50 per pound. Including other sorted catches, Liang Yong counted out 500 yuan from his briefcase and handed a stack of bills to Lin Tao. "Oh, and Xiao Tao, the boss asked us to tell you he's got some new equipment for you. He wants you to check it out when you have time." "New equipment?" Lin Tao was puzzled. What kind of equipment could he possibly need now? "Alright, I'll head into town tomorrow to find him." After seeing off the Liang brothers, Zhao Xiaopeng hooked his arm around Lin Tao's shoulder. "Come on, bro, let's head to my place for dinner. Mom said she's making stuffed pancakes today, scallion and pork filling." "Sure thing." Lin Tao turned to Chen Hua and the others. "I'm taking tomorrow off to run some errands in town." "Got it." Carrying 2 red carp, Lin Tao followed Zhao Xiaopeng and Uncle Zhao home. The moment he stepped inside, the aroma of stuffed pancakes wafted through the air. Aunt Zhao emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of freshly baked pies. "You 3, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner." Spotting the fish in Lin Tao's hands, she added, "Put them in water for now. Today we'll have stuffed pancakes. I also stewed some chicken soup to help Xiao Tao regain his strength." "That deadbeat Chen Ju must have mistreated you. You look thinner already." Lin Tao chuckled. "Nah, I just don't pack on the pounds. Red spotted sea bass makes great sashimi. I'll head to the kitchen and fillet one for a side dish." Stepping into Zhao Xiaopeng's kitchen, Lin Tao stunned the fish with the back of his knife. He scaled it, gutted it, chopped off the head and tail, then began slicing the flesh from the dorsal fin, removing the skin. He cut the meat into fillets less than half an inch thick, arranging them neatly on a platter. Served at the table, it lacked wasabi and mustard, but dipping it in soy sauce alone didn't diminish its fresh, sweet flavor. Zhao Xiaopeng couldn't wait to pick up a piece of soy-dipped sashimi and pop it into his mouth. Delicious. Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao, being older, weren't big fans of raw foods, but seeing Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng devouring it so heartily, they couldn't resist picking up their chopsticks. Red drum could be found on the production team's fishing boats, but they were mostly handed over to the cooperative, leaving none for the villagers to take home. The ones bought from the supply and marketing cooperative weren't fresh enough. This fish doesn't taste fishy at all. Yeah, it's pretty tasty. While eating, Aunt Zhao suddenly asked, Xiao Tao, what's going on with that girl who came back to the village with you last time? Lin Tao paused before replying, we're just ordinary friends. Not the kind of relationship Auntie Zhao imagines. Aunt Zhao hummed in response before continuing, I haven't met the girl myself, but Xiao Peng said she's fair-skinned, pretty, and well-educated. Several girls your age in the village have already gotten married. Aunt Zhao isn't pressuring you, but if you feel a connection with someone, why not give it a try? Lin Tao knew Aunt Zhao genuinely treated him like her own son, which was why she cared so much about his future. He didn't resent her concern. I'm not in a rush, he said. And honestly, I don't feel that way about her. I'm still young. We'll see what happens later. Seeing that Lin Tao genuinely had no plans for romance or marriage, Aunt Zhao dropped the subject. After dinner, Lin Tao headed back to Uncle Lin's place. Aunt Zhao wrapped several stuffed pancakes in a cloth and insisted he take them home. If you ever crave anything I make, just come home. I'll cook it for you. Got it, thanks, Aunt Zhao. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Tao was heading to the village entrance to catch the bus into town when Shenju called out to him from behind. Xiao Tao, are you heading into town today? Yes, what is it, Auntie? Shenju brought out a bundle from the house and handed it to Lin Tao. Inside are a few of Xiaojuan's autumn clothes and pants, plus 20 yuan. He hasn't come back from the city for a while, probably busy with his studies. Go see him for me, kid. Mentioning Lin Jun, Shenju's voice softened with rare tenderness. Lin Tao took the bundle and joked. You really trust me, Auntie? Aren't you afraid I'll pocket the money and not give it to Lin Jun? Look at you talking like that. Auntie knows you're not that kind of kid. Besides, you've earned so much money, you wouldn't even bat an eye at 20 yuan. As if struck by a pang of conscience, Shenju pulled another 2 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Lin Tao. Last time Xiao Jun came back, I heard city kids love drinking soda. I don't know how much it costs, but if you're thirsty, buy yourself a bottle. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow slightly. He never expected to see any leftover money in Shenju's hands. Waving his hand, he said, no need, Auntie. I'm off. Chapter 129, Giant Squid. Jinsha Hotel. Thanks to his connection with Lu Wenhu and his role as the hotel's primary seafood supplier, most Jinsha hotel staff recognized Lin Tao. They greeted him politely upon seeing him but quickly returned to their tasks. Lin Tao walked straight to Lu Wenhu's office door and knocked. Brother, it's me. Lu Wenhu opened the door and ushered Lin Tao inside. You got here pretty fast. Come in and sit down. Lin Tao got straight to the point. Bro, what kind of equipment is it? My office is too cramped to store it all, so it's in the warehouse. I'll take you to see it. Lu Wenhu led Lin Tao to the storage room of the Jinsha Hotel, pointing to a dozen wooden crates on the floor and instructing Lin Tao to open them. These are some great items the lady got for us. She said you'd definitely find them useful. Opening the boxes with a head full of questions, Lin Tao hesitated. These are lights? Yes. If you want them, I'll contact the shipyard's master to install them on your boat. I have no idea why the young lady got you so many big lights. They're all imported and cost a pretty penny. Lin Tao gently stroked the light fixture. How did Su Lingqian know he needed this? Once these high-powered searchlights were installed on the Changrong, night fishing trips would be much easier. If they encountered a school of nocturnal fish, he wouldn't have to worry about the dinghy being too small to hold them all. Brother, when Miss Su has time, please thank her for me. She's been a godsend. Seeing Lin Tao genuinely needed them, Lu Wenhu called several shipyard mechanics he knew to install them on the Changrong at Baisha village. After leaving the Jinsha Hotel, Lin Tao headed to Lin Jun's high school. As an outsider, he was stopped at the gate by the security guard in the guardhouse. Hey, comrade, non-students aren't allowed in. Lin Tao pulled out a cigarette pack, opened it, and handed one over. Old man, I'm just here to deliver some clothes. The guard glanced around and, seeing no one else nearby, smiled and accepted it. Whoa, Dakianman? That's some good stuff. You're quite the smooth operator, comrade. But school rules are school rules, I really can't let you in. No problem, sir. I wouldn't dream of interfering with your work. I just need to ask you to call someone out for me. I'll wait here at the gate. The guard pulled out a cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and returned the pack to Lin Tao. No problem, no problem. Who are you looking for? Lin Tao gave Lin Jun's age, class, and name. Watching the guard call a student to fetch him, he then opened the small door to the guardhouse and motioned for Lin Tao to come inside. Come in and sit for a bit, comrade. It's so hot out there. Don't worry, it's not against the rules. Thanks, sir. Before long, Lin Jun arrived at the school gate, peering out. Lin Tao stepped out of the guardhouse, handed him the bundle, and opened it to check if anything was missing. Inside are the clothes and pants the old lady asked me to give you, plus 20 yuan. Lin Jun found the 20 yuan Shenju had slipped into the clothes lining. He looked at Lin Tao, but no kind words came out. You're actually being so kind as to run errands and deliver things for me? Lin Tao snorted derisively. Don't flatter yourself. I was just running errands in town anyway. Who else would bother with you? After delivering the items, Lin Tao turned and walked away without looking back. He stopped by Jinsha Middle School to check on Lin Xiaoyu before catching the bus back to the village. By Sha Village entrance. The moment Lin Tao stepped off the bus, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. Large squid swarm sighted 600 meters west of the pier tonight at 10 p.m. Host intelligence level 5 134 points. Host, please review immediately. Just as he was about to install the searchlights, the night fishing intel refreshed talk about help arriving when you need it most. 12 high-powered searchlights in total, 6 on each side of the Changrong, all independently controlled. The lights on the Changrong attracted quite a crowd of curious villagers from the pier. What on earth is that? It's huge. No clue, but it looks pretty advanced. Stuff brought in by city folks. We've never seen anything like it. Who knows how much it cost? Lin Tao sure knows how to make things happen. As night fell, Lin Tao boarded the ship, approached the control panel, and activated the searchlights. One by one, all 12 high-powered floodlights illuminated the surroundings, turning the area as bright as day. The villagers hadn't dispersed yet, squinting against the blinding light. Holy crap, that bright? After testing the brightness, Lin Tao turned off the floodlights and stepped off the boat. Many villagers were curious why he'd installed so many powerful lights on the boat. Lin Tao, these lights are as bright as many suns. Must be a huge drain on the power, right? We only go out during the day, what's the point of installing lights? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Or are you planning to go out at night? What good stuff could you possibly catch then? It wouldn't even be worth the effort. Lin Tao ignored the villagers' skepticism. Come nightfall, he organized his crew to head out and fish for giant squid. Even with only half its searchlights on, the Changrong stood out brightly on the pitch-black sea. Zhao Xiaopeng stood on deck, excited as a monkey in the mountains. Damn, night fishing on a proper boat is way better than paddling a rowboat. Chen Hua rolled his eyes beside him. Zhao Xiaopeng, can you act like a grown man? You're going to scare the fish away with all that noise. We'll catch nothing. Mind your own business. My brother didn't say anything, so where'd you get all this crap? Oomph. Uncle Zhao, watching the illuminated sea ahead from the wheelhouse, couldn't help but marvel. Ding. Host detected near target location. Lin Tao anchored the boat, distributed wooden shrimp lures to the crew to attach to their lines, and switched on all 12 high-powered searchlights, directing them toward the sea. Cast. At Lin Tao's command, everyone cast their lines into the water. Within about 10 minutes, giant squid began hooking themselves non-stop, as if possessed. There was no need to unhook them, they were simply flung onto the deck after being reeled in, and the fishing continued. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of giant squid arced through the air, landing on the deck. Startled, they spewed ink relentlessly, staining the deck pitch black. The squid frenzy lasted over 2 hours before finally subsiding, leaving the crew of the Changrong gasping for breath. Alright, everyone, take a break. Lin Tao wiped the sweat from his face as he surveyed the towering pile of giant squid at his feet. After all that hard work, you must be starving. We've got a stove and a small pot on board, let's blanch some squid for dinner. The crew brought out the stove, lit the charcoal with matches, and placed the small pot on the grate. They poured fresh water from the kettle into the pot, brought it to a boil, and tossed the giant squid directly in. After blanching them for just a few seconds, they fished them out. The texture was crisp and springy, even the ink was sweet and savory. The crew ate until their mouths were black, laughing heartily with each other. This flavor is incredibly fresh. The large squid, weighing several hundred pounds, couldn't be transported to the fish ponds, so they had to be kept in the ship's hold for now. The next morning, Lin Tao borrowed the brigade's phone to call over the Liang brothers. Since giant squid are nocturnal, docks rarely catch many, so the price wasn't too low. Chapter 130, Stone Jiugong of the Deep Sea. The Liang brothers bought all the giant squid from the Changrong at 2 yuan per pound. Oh, Xiao Tao, this is for you. Liang Ji pulled a duffel bag from the car and handed it to Lin Tao. Opening it, Tao found the very diving gear he'd sent for repairs. Thanks for bringing it over, Brother Ji and Brother Yong. No need to thank us. Just check if the money is right. Lin Tao quickly counted the money in his hands twice, not a penny more, not a penny less. The Changrong's first night fishing trip had netted over 1,000 yuan, so Lin Tao immediately handed out 100 yuan bonus to each crew member. Lin Tao, you're being way too generous. Including Uncle Zhao, that's 6 people. 100 each comes to 600 bucks. Yeah, Lin Tao, how could we possibly take that much money? Lin Tao addressed the crew. To celebrate the Changrong's first successful night fishing trip, sharing some money to lift everyone's spirits is no big deal. After fishing until dawn last night and getting up so early, we're not rushing to head out today. Let's wait until afternoon. Go home and catch up on your sleep first. At the mention of sleep, the crew members who hadn't felt particularly tired moments before began yawning one after another. They trickled off toward home, ready for a nap. Lin Tao brought up the rear, exchanging casual banter with Zhao Xiaopeng. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. At 6:30 p.m. today, a stone 9-tailed group will appear 50 meters south of Jinsha Reef. Host intelligence level 5 139 points. Host, please review immediately. Hearing the latest intelligence suddenly ring in his mind, Lin Tao's eyes flickered. Stonefish preferred staying near coral reefs in coastal waters, hiding in crevices among the rocks. They were nocturnal and not a schooling species, resulting in low yields and making them uncommon in the market. Lin Tao thought to himself that with so many sets of diving gear now at his disposal, tonight's coastal foraging trip would be the perfect opportunity to let the young divers aboard the Changrong try it out. Worried they might get too excited to sleep, Lin Tao kept it quiet, planning to tell them in the afternoon. By a little past 4 in the afternoon, Lin Tao arrived at Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Xiaopeng, get those 3 sets of diving gear out, then go call the others. Zhao Xiaopeng opened the cabinet, pulling them out one by one. He and Lin Tao each carried 2. Bro, we're going diving today? Yeah. You, Uncle Zhao, and Chen Hua stay on the boat. I'll take Li Jian and the other 2 down to try it out. Hearing he wasn't among those going down, Zhao Xiaopeng's spirits sank. He sulked, I want to go too, bro. Why aren't you taking me? Hearing the slight pout in his voice, Lin Tao chuckled. Setting down the luggage bag, he patted Zhao Xiaopeng's shoulder. You're already getting upset? Since we're all brothers aboard the Changrong, everyone gets an equal chance. Among the 3 of them, whoever adapts fastest and best will join us on future dives. We'll see if we can get a few more sets later. There are still too few people on the Changrong. But once we expand operations, I'll train a dedicated underwater team. Lin Tao shared part of his future plans with Zhao Xiaopeng. After listening, Zhao Xiaopeng nodded. Got it, bro. The brothers summoned the other crew members of the Changrong from their homes one by one. Everyone assembled on the pier, standing in formation, awaiting Lin Tao's commands. Meanwhile, the production team's fishing boats had returned to port and were sorting their catch on the dock. Seeing the Changrong crew arrive so late, many wondered what they were up to. Lin Tao, it'll be dark soon. You still want to head out to sea at this hour? Why not just stay home and rest? Yeah, ever since they installed those big lights, they've been showing off. They don't go out during the day, only at night. How much diesel is that generator burning? Lin Tao ignored them, focusing instead on Li Jian and the others. Li Jian, Lin Wei, Zhao Jiaqing, the 3 of you will dive with me today. But don't linger down there. Just 10 or 15 minutes, then come back up. After that, Chen Hua and Zhao Xiaopeng will take your place. So everyone needs to warm up on shore with me first and learn some essential hand signals, just in case something unexpected happens underwater. The 3 young men froze for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly. We get to go underwater too? Don't worry. 3 of you will accompany me each time. Once all 5 of you have fully mastered the skills, you'll take turns diving with me. Got it. After leading the crew through a 20-minute warm-up, everyone boarded the boat. Lin Tao remained at the helm with Uncle Zhao standing watch beside him. Amidst the villagers' curious and puzzled murmurs on shore, the boat sounded a long, resonant horn. Ding! Host detected approaching target location. At the location indicated by the system, Lin Tao, Li Jian, and the other 3 changed into their diving gear. They climbed down the rope ladder from the boat and slowly entered the water. Though the late summer heat lingered, making the shore unbearably hot during the day, the water had cooled considerably. Lin Tao instructed the 3 divers, don't rush to descend. Acclimate to the water temperature first before moving. Otherwise, you're prone to cramps. Watching Zhao Xiaopeng clinging to the ship's rail as he leaned over the edge, Lin Tao pursed his lips. After a moment's thought, he added, remember, don't get overexcited once you're in the water. Conserve your energy. Got it. Once acclimated, they switched on their headlamps and descended, weighted down by the sinkers strapped to their waists. After descending about 10 meters, Lin Tao saw the area illuminated by the spotlight and was so shocked he almost gasped. The seabed was covered in seaweed, swaying gently in the water like an endless grassland caressed by the wind. This wasn't exactly ideal diving terrain, but they had no choice but to press on. The dense seaweed stood nearly waist-high, with numerous fish that fed on it darting in and out. Old friends like the damselfish were especially plentiful, bold and unafraid of humans. Lin Tao casually scooped them into his net pouch. Swimming forward a bit, Lin Tao spotted a modest coral reef, its rocks covered in various corals and algae. Swimming closer, Lin Tao discovered numerous sea urchins on the reef. Perhaps due to the abundant underwater vegetation nearby, they were all quite large. Using a rake, he scraped them off the reef and into his net bag. He then cracked one open in his hand, and the spilling sea urchin roe attracted several bold fish to come and feed. Lin Tao seized the opportunity to scoop them all up in one net. By the time both nets were full of sea urchins and assorted fish, Lin Tao still hadn't spotted the stone 9 lord mentioned by the system. It seemed he'd have to search the crevices of the reef. He used fire tongs to constantly stir the sand, wary of any treacherous creatures lurking to ambush him. He scanned the reef meticulously with his spotlight, leaving no corner unexamined. What about the promised stone 9 public colony? Not a single trace in sight. Was the system lying? Chapter 131, another 200 yuan earned. Until he parted some seaweed, Lin Tao spotted two stone 9 public fish, each slightly larger than a palm, fiercely battling at the entrance of a reef cave. They were likely fighting over territory. Don't let their small size fool you. Stonefish are fierce carnivorous fish, small predators of the coral reef ecosystem. Lin Tao crept closer on tiptoe. The two stonefish were locked in a fierce battle, completely oblivious to his presence. Each had latched onto the other's large mouth, neither willing to let go. The consequence of such excessive aggression? Both were swiftly captured by Lin Tao. Indeed, the hardest part is always the beginning. Ever since spotting these two belligerents, Lin Tao had caught several more stonefish in the crevices and caves of the reef, each of considerable size. Only when the net he brought into the water was completely full did Lin Tao signal Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiaqing to begin their ascent. The three excitedly gestured toward Lin Tao, showing off their equally bountiful catches. Lin Tao led them to the surface, where Zhao Xiaopeng and Chen Hua were waiting by the boat's rail to assist them. Bro! First haul up the net, then lower the rope ladder. We'll climb up after that. Got it. Climbing onto the deck, Lin Tao shed his wetsuit and collapsed onto the floor. Scavenging the seashore underwater was no easy task. The other three returned to the boat from the water, the pressure change leaving them exhausted as well. They untied the net, dumped the catch onto the deck, and began sorting through it. Zhao Xiaopeng brought over 2 buckets, each containing several swimming fish. He said to Lin Tao, Chen Hua and I weren't idle on the boat either, but luck wasn't on our side. We didn't catch anything worthwhile. Lin Tao picked up a pair of tongs and began rummaging through the catch on the deck. Uncle Zhao leaned in and remarked, "This is the first time I've ever seen so many stone crabs caught in one haul, and they're all sizable. Even the smallest is as big as a palm." Saying this, Uncle Zhao picked one up with the tongs and gave it a little shake. It must have weighed over 4 ounces. Truly rare. Dad, what's the matter? Afraid it'll bite you? Just grab such a small fish with your hands. Just as Zhao Xiaopeng crouched down to grab a fish, Lin Tao whacked him across the back of the hand with the fire tongs. The sharp pain made him suck in a sharp breath. Ouch. Bro, why'd you hit me? That hurt like hell. Lin Tao pulled Zhao Xiaopeng close, then motioned for the other young men to gather around. He used the tongs to lift the fish Zhao Xiaopeng had been about to grab from the deck and show it to them. The stone 9 gong fish has poisonous spines on its dorsal and pectoral fins. If you get stung, just rinse it with seawater and go to the hospital. No big deal. But there's another fish called the stone chone fish, also known as the ghost stone 9 gong. It looks just like the stone 9 gong, but its venom is way more potent. If you get stung by one and don't get treated fast enough, the whole village will be eating a funeral feast. Look closely, the stone 9 lord is reddish brown to dark brown, with 5 irregular dark bands on its sides dotted with white spots. The stone chone fish, however, is earthy yellow or orange yellow, covered in a rough, warty texture like a toad. Uncle Zhao, a seasoned fisherman with decades at sea, knew these things well. He raised his hand and gave Zhao Xiaopeng a sharp slap on the back of the neck. You little brat. Look at Xiao Tao and then look at yourself. You haven't retained a single thing I taught you. You're an embarrassment to your old man. Zhao Xiaopeng pouted. You taught me so much, how could I possibly remember it all? Over 50 stonefish mixed with 6 or 7 stone grouper. Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiaqing stood awkwardly by as Lin Tao sorted out the stone croaker and tossed them back into the sea. Sorry, Lin Tao, we caught so many stone chone fish. No worries, it's not your fault. The sea's murky anyway, and these two fish look like identical twins. It's normal to mix them up. As long as no one got hurt, it's fine. Besides, you caught plenty of other stuff too, like that huge lobster I never even spotted. Seeing Lin Tao wasn't angry, the 3 young men breathed a sigh of relief. Working for Lin Tao was definitely better than being in the production brigade. At least they didn't get yelled at all the time. Looking back, working on the fishing boats with the production team was a nightmare, grinding away with backbreaking labor while being treated like dirt by those jerks, only to get a pittance in the end. What was the point? Working for Lin Tao was easier, less hassle, and most importantly, paid better. When they returned to port and disembarked, Lin Tao pulled out the largest stonefish, hung it by a rope, and handed it to Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, this stone grouper, also called the fish soup king, makes a delicious and nourishing broth. Take it home and have Aunt Zhao simmer it for you to restore your health. Uncle Zhao waved his hands in refusal. This one weighs over half a pound. It'll fetch a good price. Taking it home for soup would be a waste. Let's sell it together tomorrow. At most 5 or 6 yuan per pound. This fish is worth just a few yuan. On a good day with big catches, we can earn over 1,000 yuan. What's a few yuan? Only after Lin Tao insisted did Uncle Zhao finally take the fish home. Too bad it wouldn't last until Friday when Lin Xiaoyu came back. Otherwise, she could have had some too. The next afternoon, the Liang brothers came to the dock to collect fish. All told, they made a small profit of 200 yuan. As the Liang brothers were leaving, Lin Tao asked them, Brother Ji, Brother Yong, those 12 big lights on my boat really do use a lot of power. Could you bring a barrel of diesel next time you come? Is that really asking too much? No problem, we've got it covered. Thanks, Brother Ji and Brother Yong. Lin Tao had initially planned to distribute the entire night fishing earnings among the crew since he thought it wasn't much. But no one would accept it, insisting that since he'd done the most work, he deserved the whole sum. Seeing the crew insist, Lin Tao had no choice but to accept the money. Time flowed swiftly through the daily toil and lives of the people. Before they knew it, the nation was celebrating a festive occasion. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Jun, who attended school in the city, both had several days off. Lin Tao went to the city to pick up Lin Xiaoyu from school and saw Feng Jinjin again. "Comrade Shaolin, half of the 12 work uniforms you ordered are ready. I'll accompany you back to the village today so everyone can try them on. If there are any issues, I can note them down immediately and make adjustments later." "Great, thanks for your help, Comrade Feng." On the bus back, he encountered Lin Jun, who was also returning to the village. Having not seen him for nearly half a month, Lin Tao felt Lin Jun looked different somehow. Though his hair and clothes were neatly arranged, he still seemed noticeably more listless and worn out. Lin Jun curled up in the back corner of the bus. When their eyes met, he instinctively looked away. Though puzzled, Lin Tao didn't dwell on it. "Comrade Shaolin, what are you looking at? Do you know that person?" Lin Tao nodded. "He's my uncle's cousin, but we're not really close. Don't worry about him." "I see." Feng Jinjin nodded and said nothing more. Chapter 132, Chen Dazhuang's Fatal Mistake. By the time they returned to Baisha village, it was already afternoon. Lin Tao summoned the crew of the Changrong to his home and had them change into brand new work uniforms. Zhao Xiaopeng twirled around a couple of times before sidling up to Lin Tao. "Bro, do I look cool in this outfit?" Lin Tao gave him a thumbs up. "You look great." Apart from Uncle Zhao, the crew of the Changrong were all young men in the prime of their lives. Dressed in their uniform work clothes, they stood as straight as poplar trees, looking exceptionally spirited. Feng Jinjin circled around the group, carefully having the crew perform several movements. After inquiring about their comfort in the uniforms, she jotted down all their feedback in her notebook. "Once the alterations are done, I'll have Comrade Shaolin bring them back for you to try on again." "Hee hee, thanks for your help, Comrade Feng. Your hands are so dexterous, better than the best seamstress in our village." Feng Jinjin was young, beautiful, and an educated city student. The young men all took a liking to her, showering her with compliments until she blushed shyly and pressed closer to Lin Tao. After the crew members had all left, Lin Tao intended to catch the last bus to send Feng Jinjin back to the city. Suddenly, a purple flash of lightning lit up the sky, nearly filling the entire expanse, followed by thunder so loud it felt like an explosion. Startled, Feng Jinjin covered her ears and burrowed fearfully into Lin Tao's embrace. Lin Tao froze, but seeing her instinctive reaction born of genuine terror, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. Instead, he stiffly patted her back. "Don't be scared. It's just thunder." Just as Feng Jinjin lifted her head to speak, another thunderclap sent her shrinking back. Lin Xiaoyu, initially startled by the thunder, had clung to Lin Tao's side, gripping his shirt hem. But she quickly lost her fear and stood nearby, giggling softly. "Sis Jinjin, you're such a scaredy cat?" Feng Jinjin flushed crimson and hurriedly pulled away from Lin Tao's embrace. "Comrade Shaolin, I didn't mean to." Lin Tao stood awkwardly, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. "It's fine. I know. I won't read too much into it." While they were talking, a torrential downpour began outside, pelting the eaves with a loud patter. They waited another 10 minutes, but instead of easing up, the rain grew heavier. It felt like someone had punctured the sky, and the entire Milky Way was pouring down, filling the courtyard with thick mist. Feng Jinjin looked troubled. If they delayed any longer, the last bus would leave. How would she get home? Lin Tao pursed his lips, hesitating before speaking. "I can't let you go back to the city alone in this downpour. If it really can't be helped, you can stay the night here. Give me your home phone number and I'll call Aunt Feng and Uncle Feng at the village committee to let them know." Lin Xiaoyu tugged Feng Jinjin's hand. "Sister Jinjin, stay the night with us? We can sleep together." Glancing at the downpour outside, Feng Jinjin nodded reluctantly. "All right. There's no better option." During dinner, Jinju grew intensely curious about Feng Jinjin and kept asking about her family background. "Comrade Feng, what do your parents do?" "Auntie, my mom used to work at the state-owned garment factory. Now she runs her own tailor shop. My dad is the vice principal at Jinsha Middle School." Uncle Lin and Chenju immediately looked surprised. "My goodness. That's quite a distinguished family. How did they come to know my son Xiao Tao?" "Ahem, Auntie, Comrade Feng is our guest. It wouldn't be polite to pry any further." Chenju gave an awkward smile, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and said, "No more questions, no more questions." After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Chenju pulled Uncle Lin aside and frowned as she said, "I could tell right away that girl had her eye on Lin Tao. How did he get so lucky to catch the eye of a city girl like that?" Uncle Lin shot her a displeased look. "If Xiao Tao really finds such a wonderful comrade to date and marry, that would be a blessing for our Lin family." "Put. What blessing? We split the family long ago. No matter how successful Lin Tao becomes, he's not your son. Our son is Xiao Jun. Are you just going to stand by and watch Xiao Jun be trampled under Lin Tao's feet for the rest of his life?" That's a harsh thing to say. No matter what, Lin Tao is still my own nephew. We share the same surname. What can Xiao Jun do if he doesn't have the same fortune? Even with just a technical college diploma, he could land a junior management position at a state-owned factory. If he gets into a good university, which government agency wouldn't fight over him after graduation? Why are you so anxious? Chen Zhu snorted indignantly. I just can't stand it. Xiao Jun ended up with a fake heiress, while Lin Tao snagged the real deal. Let me tell you this, keep your nose out of young people's business. Things have finally calmed down for a few days. If you start causing trouble again, you can go back to your parents' house and never come back. The rain had stopped sometime during the night. When they woke up, the air carried the scent of damp earth and fresh grass. After breakfast, Lin Tao prepared to take Feng Jinjin to the village entrance for the bus. Comrade Shaolin, there's really no need to rush. I've been in the city all this time and have never been to the beach. I heard fishermen go out to the shore to gather seafood after the tide goes out. Could you take me to try it? Lin Tao paused, thinking to himself that since he was on vacation anyway, it would be perfect to take Lin Xiaoyu to try beachcombing as a fun activity. Sure thing. Lin Tao packed the beachcombing gear into a bucket and led the way ahead. As a child of the fishing village, Lin Xiaoyu chattered excitedly with Feng Jinjin on the way, sharing all the fun stories about beachcombing. Hey, Lin Tao, off to forage the tide, huh? They ran into Chen Dazhuang. Lin Tao glanced at Chen Dazhuang, his eyes darting behind him, and said coldly, don't try to cozy up. Chen Dazhuang clicked his tongue. Such a killjoy. Then, seemingly oblivious to the warning in Lin Tao's tone, he eagerly approached Feng Jinjin. Hey, girl, got a boyfriend? I'm Chen Dazhuang, 20 years old. I'd like to be friends with you, get to know each other. Feng Jinjin frowned and pulled Lin Xiaoyu back. Sorry, I don't think that's necessary. Unexpectedly rejected by Feng Jinjin, Chen Dazhuang felt his face burn with embarrassment. He took a few more steps forward. Come on, reconsider. Look, I'm not ugly, I'm not short. And I'm strong and healthy. How am I any worse than Lin Tao? Don't come any closer. Just as Chen Dazhuan was about to press his advantage, Lin Tao grabbed him by the collar from behind, choking him until he coughed violently. Lin Tao, what are you doing? Lin Tao's face darkened, his expression so grim it seemed to emit cold mist. Chen Dazhuang, if you don't want to die, get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Dazhuang nervously swallowed. As the old saying goes, a virtuous lady is a gentleman's ideal match. We're both single young adults, why can't we interact? Lin Tao spat on the ground. Put. If there's no mirror, there's always piss. What kind of gentleman are you? Chapter 133, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Tao delivered a vicious kick to Chen Dazhuang's backside, sending him stumbling forward several steps, nearly landing face first on the ground. He then extended his hand to Feng Jinjin. Comrade Feng, I hope I didn't scare you. Don't worry, let's go. Feng Jinjin clutched Lin Tao's hand tightly and stayed close by his side. All right. Watching their receding figures, Chen Dazhuang seethed with rage and envy, clenching his fists. Lin Tao, you just wait. Lin Tao led Feng Jinjin and Lin Xiaoyu to the beach. The sea breeze blowing in their faces and the crashing waves echoing in their ears gradually dispelled the gloom that had settled over Feng Jinjin's heart. Lin Tao handed Feng Jinjin a bucket and shovel, teaching her some basics of beachcombing. Spotting breathing holes in the sand, Feng Jinjin dug down as Lin Tao instructed, unearthing a palm-sized cat's eye conch. Comrade Shaolin, look what I caught. Ah! Startled, the cat's eye conch retracted its protruding flesh, expelling all the water it had absorbed, giving Feng Jinjin quite a fright. How can it spray water? Lin Tao chuckled at Feng Jinjin's reaction. Looking down, he spotted a noticeable bulge in the sand beneath his feet. He scooped it open with his shovel, pulled out a cat's eye conch, and squeezed it in his hand. Water splashed everywhere just the same. These are cat's eye snails. Their flesh can absorb water, and squeezing them is quite entertaining. Plus, squeezing out the water before putting them in the bucket significantly reduces their weight. So that's how it works. What a surprise. Don't get too close to the water's edge, it's dangerous. Lin Xiaoyu chimed in from the side, brother's right. When I went beachcombing with him before, I got swept away by a wave in a split second. If he hadn't spotted me in time and pulled me back, I'd probably be dead by now. Feng Jinjin glanced at the waves relentlessly crashing against the shore not far away. She never imagined it was far from as calm as it appeared. I'll be careful. After wandering the beach for a while, Feng Jinjin suddenly flushed slightly and spoke in a shy whisper, I need to find a place to relieve myself. Lin Tao cleared his throat uncomfortably and pointed toward the distant palm grove. There aren't many people over there. Let Xiaoyu lead you there. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu took Feng Jinjin's hand and led her toward the palm grove. Lin Tao used this opportunity to retrieve his octopus traps nearby. As he was pulling octopuses out of each clay pot one by one, he suddenly heard Feng Jinjin's shriek coming from the opposite direction of the palm grove. There were a few coconut palms in that grove, and coconut crabs occasionally appeared there. Could she have been startled by a coconut crab? Lin Tao abandoned the octopus, grabbing his bucket and sprinting toward the grove. Just as he was about to enter the grove, Feng Zhenzhen's sharp, terrified cry pierced the air. Don't come over here. I'm calling for help. Something's wrong. Go ahead and call. Who's going to come here this early in the morning? Oh, Comrade Feng, don't be so unromantic. Lin Tao is just a pretty boy with a little money. How could he possibly care for you like I do? Come with me, and I promise you'll be happy. Get lost. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Xiao Yu, don't scare me. Lin Tao followed the sound and found Feng Zhenzhen crouched on the ground, her hair slightly disheveled, 2 buttons popped off her collar. She held the unconscious Lin Xiaoyu in her arms, her delicate face streaked with tears. Beside her, Chen Dazhuang stood shirtless, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he approached them with ill intent. Lin Tao lunged forward and punched Chen Dazhuang squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Chen clutched his nose in pain. Who the hell ruined my fun? You bastard. Chen Dazhuang, you want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Lin Tao kicked Chen Dazhuang to the ground, mounted him, and unleashed a barrage of punches to his head. Each blow landed with brutal force, leaving Chen Dazhuang defenseless. He could only cry out in pain, wailing like a child. Lin Tao, what kind of hero do you think you are, sneaking up on people? If you've got the guts, stand up and let's have a real fight. You. Lin Tao's response to Chen Dazhuang was a hail of punches. Chen Dazhuang was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. He couldn't even scream for mercy. Seeing that a life was about to be lost, Feng Zhenzhen, snapping out of her shock, rushed forward and grabbed Lin Tao's arm. Lin Tao, stop. Keep hitting him and he'll die. Hearing Feng Zhenzhen's plea, Lin Tao, who had been blinded by rage, gradually calmed down. He rose from Chen Dazhuang's body and spat with disgust. He turned to check on Feng Zhenzhen. Comrade Feng, are you okay? Feng Zhenzhen shook her head. Xiao Yu protected me. That's why he didn't succeed. But she was knocked unconscious by this beast. Lin Tao quickly scooped Lin Xiaoyu off the ground and held her close. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu, wake up! Lin Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Tao with confusion. Brother? Brother, what about Sister Zhenzhen? Feng Zhenzhen grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand. I'm right here. I'm fine. Don't worry. Then that's good. After confirming his sister was safe, Lin Tao walked over to Chen Dazhuang, who was still lying on the ground. He knelt down beside the man's head and stared at him. Shrouded in the shadow cast above him, Chen Dazhuang trembled in fear, clutching his head as he begged, Lin Tao, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Lin Tao grabbed Chen Dazhuang by the hair, yanking his head up to meet his gaze. You've got some nerve. How long have you been following us? Ignoring my warnings was one thing, but trying to pull this dirty trick while I was gone? You want to die? Chen Dazhuang felt like his scalp was being ripped off, grimacing in agony. It hurts. I just lost my mind for a moment. Lin Tao, you're a big man, just let it go. Comrade Feng, I truly regret it. I apologize. Xiaoyu, I shouldn't have hit you. I only meant to pull you away, I never thought I'd knock you out. For the sake of our family ties, please forgive me. He slapped his own face while apologizing. Already swollen like a pig's head, his features were now completely unrecognizable. Forgive you? That's not so easy. This is assault. You're going to get a bullet. Lin Tao intended to take Chen Dazhuang to the police station, but Feng Zhenzhen stopped him. Feng Zhenzhen pressed her lips together, hesitating for a long moment before finally saying, I didn't let him get away with it. Since he admitted his mistake and got his punishment, there's no need to take him to the station. Making a scene and letting everyone know isn't good either. Lin Tao realized Feng Zhenzhen feared the scandal would tarnish her reputation. After all, gossip could twist white into black. Fine. I'll let him off this time. Chen Dazhuang, if you ever cause trouble again, I won't let you off. Yes. 2 buttons had popped off Feng Zhenzhen's collar, revealing her fair, slender neck and collarbone. Lin Tao caught an accidental glimpse and decided it wouldn't be right to send her back to the city on the bus like this. Let's go back and find 2 matching buttons for my aunt to sew on before leaving. Chapter 134, Catching Tigers and Crabs in One Net. Feng Zhenzhen blushed and pulled her collar down. All right. On the way back to the village, Lin Tao suddenly recalled that Qin Ju's words weren't entirely trustworthy. He steered Feng Zhenzhen toward Zhao Xiaopeng's house instead. En route, they encountered a local vagrant who leered at Feng Zhenzhen from head to toe before whistling lewdly at both of them. Hey, Lin Tao. Your place is occupied, huh? Taking the girl out to hide in the grass and play love birds? Feng Zhenzhen's eyes instantly welled up at the blatantly humiliating remark. Biting her lip, she retorted, how could you say something like that? The next second, Lin Tao lunged forward, swinging his arm wide to deliver a resounding punch. Watch your mouth. Even if your brain's connected to your rectum, you don't just spew out of your mouth. The vagrant's mouth twisted from the blow. Clutching his face, he glared at Lin Tao. You dare hit me? Lin Tao rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist, and waved it in the man's face. Not only do I dare hit you, I could kill you. You believe me or not? On the national holiday, Lin Tao gave the crew of the Changrong ship the day off. Zhao Xiaopeng and Uncle Zhao were also resting at home. When he saw Lin Tao arrive with Feng Jinjin, Zhao Xiaopeng pulled him aside for a gossip session. Bro, how'd you end up bringing Comrade Feng to your place? You two aren't actually dating, are you? Cut the nonsense. Comrade Feng's clothes got torn during the tide pooling trip. I thought Aunt Zhao could help sew on a button. But my grandma's mouth is notorious for spilling secrets. She'd blab everything. So I didn't let her handle it. Oh, I see. I thought I was about to have a sister-in-law. Lin Tao elbowed Zhao Xiaopeng. Shut up, kid. Aunt Zhao pulled out one of her own blouses and handed it to Feng Jinjin. Comrade Feng, I haven't worn this much. It's clean, go ahead and change into it. Don't be picky. Thank you, Auntie. I don't mind at all. You've been so kind. Feng Jinjin changed into Aunt Zhao's clothes in the inner room. She sat quietly on a stool while Aunt Zhao rummaged through the sewing machine's small drawer, finding buttons that matched the garment and sewing them on. After fastening the buttons, Lin Tao walked Feng Jinjin to the village entrance to catch the bus. Watching them depart, Aunt Zhao sighed. She really is a fine girl. Too bad she and Xiao Tao weren't meant to be. Uncle Zhao stood beside her and said, let the young people make their own choices. Nowadays, they advocate for free love. Finding someone you like is more important than anything else. Aunt Zhao shot him a disapproving look. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you unhappy that we were arranged to marry back then and you didn't get to marry someone you liked? Uncle Zhao quickly waved his hands. No. I'm satisfied, very satisfied. I was satisfied the very first time I laid eyes on her. Now that's more like it. Zhao Xiaopeng stood nearby rubbing his arms. Ew, Mom and Dad, how old are you? You're giving me goosebumps. You little brat, I see you're itching for a spanking again. Mom, I'm sorry. Don't hit me. Accompanying Feng Jinjin at the village entrance as they waited for the bus, both remained silent. Lin Tao scratched his nose and spoke first. Sorry, Comrade Feng. I'm sorry you had to go through all this. It's okay. You got here in time, and Xiao Yu was brave protecting me. I don't blame you. Watching Feng Jinjin board the bus and depart, Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White intelligence 1 point. At 9:20 p.m. tonight, tiger crab swarms will appear 7 nautical miles east of the dock. Host intelligence level 5 144 points. Host, please review immediately. The system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Looks like another night out at sea. That evening, Lin Tao gathered the crew of the Changrong at the dock. October marked the peak season for plump crabs. We'll need to work harder these next 2 months with more night trips, Lin Tao announced. Tonight we'll scout the waters. Who's willing to dive with me? Several young men eagerly raised their hands. As coastal-born tide riders, none feared the water. Lin Tao selected Manhwa, Li Jian, and Zhao Jiaqing to accompany him. Zhao Xiaopeng grumbled discontentedly, why aren't you taking me this time? While the three were warming up, Lin Tao pulled Zhao Xiaopeng aside and whispered. The people I trust most are you and Uncle Zhao. I need you to stay on the boat and watch the snorkels for me. I trust Manhwa too, but those other guys have only been with us for a little over a month. I can't entrust them with something this important yet. Hearing Lin Tao say he trusted him most, Zhao Xiaopeng instantly cheered up. Grinning foolishly, he pounded his chest and declared, leave it to me, and you can rest easy. Ding! Host detected near target location. Lin Tao and the others submerged. Tiger crabs typically didn't form large colonies, and Lin Tao wasn't sure how many the system meant by group. His feet sank into the soft seabed silt as the spotlight above his head illuminated the area ahead. He continuously prodded the ground with his fire tones. Like most crabs, tiger crabs were nocturnal with strong phototaxis. This trait aided their hunting and navigation in darkness. Their flat bodies allowed them to burrow into the seabed, leaving only part of their heads exposed for surveillance. Moreover, they were true den dwellers of the deep. Unless faced with extreme emergencies, they rarely moved once they had settled in a spot. Soon, Lin Tao unearthed a tiger crab from the sand, startled by its size larger than his own face. Fortunately, its claws weren't large enough to pose much threat. He stuffed it into his net and continued searching for the next one. During his hunt for tiger crabs, Lin Tao also encountered a stingray buried in the sand, attempting a sneak attack. These creatures love crabs, so wherever crabs are abundant, you'll find them. Lin Tao dodged its swaying, long, thin tail in the water. The stingray's tail had venomous spines. Getting stung by one was no joke. But seeing this stingray was quite large, Lin Tao pulled out his spear and thrust it straight down. Once it stopped struggling much, he snapped off the venomous spine from its tail and tossed it into the net bag too. After over an hour of underwater work, Lin Tao signaled the other three to surface. The four emptied the net's catch onto the deck. Tiger crabs dominated the haul, over 50 of them. Lin Tao's catch was the largest, each crab as big as a human face. Tiger crabs were already rare, and specimens this size were the cream of the crop. However, tiger crabs offered little need for their thick shells and were hardly worth eating. The villagers of Baisha village typically sold their catches to the cooperative and rarely consumed them themselves. The unfortunate stingray, mortally wounded by the spear, was taken directly home by Lin Tao to be salted. The next day, the Liang brothers came to the pier to collect fish. Lin Tao carried the net bag filled with tiger crabs to the scale. A tiger crab this big, raised on feed? Chapter 135. Could there be a time traveler? Liang Ji leaned in, grabbed one bare-handed, and gasped. Holy moly, it's bigger than my face and looks kinda scary. Tiger crabs aren't common and they're hard to sell by weight. For these big ones, let's say 20 yuan each. The smaller ones go for 5 yuan each. What do you think, Xiao Tao? No problem. With the tiger crabs and other catches, Lin Tao made another small profit of 400 yuan. Oh, right, I brought the diesel you asked for last time. The Liang brothers hauled 2 large drums of diesel fuel from the truck bed and set them down on the ground. Let us know when you're out and we'll bring you more. Lin Tao didn't know the current price of diesel, so he pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to the 2 men, unsure if it would cover the cost. It's just 2 barrels of diesel, no need to pay. Don't be so polite. After seeing off the Liang brothers, Lin Tao pulled out 200 yuan to distribute among them, but the others refused to accept it. Manhwa stepped forward. Lin Tao, the wages you pay us each month are already generous. Plus, you always lead us to the best finds. We shouldn't be taking your money, we can't accept this. You even provide us with work uniforms. I may not know much, but when I tried them on the other day, I could tell they weren't cheap. You gave us 2 sets each, that's a perk you'd be lucky to find anywhere. If you feel guilty, just give us a raise. Yeah, Lin Tao, we're not the type to take advantage. You treat us like brothers, and we know how to repay kindness, we won't take you for a sucker. Lin Tao stared at the crew's honest, simple smiles, stunned for a moment. His heart swelled with emotion. Since everyone felt this way, he wouldn't insist. Starting this month, everyone's wages would increase by 10 yuan. Zhao Xiaopeng cheered first, thanks, Captain Lin. The others joined in the commotion, chanting Captain Lin over and over. Uncle Zhao watched this group of energetic, laughing, and joking young people, then looked at Lin Tao surrounded by them. In a daze, he saw the old Lin from years ago, still serving as captain on the production team's fishing boat. Back then, old Lin had been surrounded and cheered by his crew just like this. Lost in thought, Uncle Zhao felt his eyes grow moist. In his heart, he silently murmured, Old Lin, little Tao has made something of himself now. If you could see this, you'd be so proud. After the tiger crab intelligence, the system remained quiet for several days. Lin Tao continued taking the crew out to sea daily as usual. After this period of training, his helmsman skills were nearly on par with Uncle Zhao's. Just back from the dock, Uncle Lin approached him. Xiao Tao, Mr. Lu from the Golden Sand Hotel called the brigade today. He wants you to come into town tomorrow, he needs to talk to you. Got it. The next day, at the Golden Sand Hotel, Lin Tao knocked on the door of Lu Wenhu's office. Big brother, I'm here. After opening the door, Lu Wenhu gave Lin Tao a big hug. Hey kid, did you forget about your big brother? How long has it been since we last met? You only show up when you need something? Don't even bother to say hi anymore? Lin Tao chuckled and playfully punched Lu Wenhu's shoulder. Big bro, you're being unfair. I came to grab lunch with you when I dropped Xiaoyu back at school on Sunday. You just forgot about it, huh? Guess busy people have short memories? Lu Wenhu didn't get annoyed when called out. He just laughed heartily. Hey kid, can't you just play along with your big brother? Alright, big bro, enough banter. What's the real reason you called me over? Lu Wenhu feigned displeasure, pouting slightly. You call me forgetful? Didn't you say you wanted to see the lady? I kept it in mind all this time. The moment she had an opening, I called you. Turns out you weren't even interested? Lin Tao chuckled awkwardly. Thanks, big bro. I totally forgot. The lady's at the old mansion today, not the hotel. I'll drive you over. Same as last time, don't look where you shouldn't, don't listen to what you shouldn't. Play dumb and you'll live longer. Got it? Lin Tao nodded. Got it, big bro. Heading to the Su family's old mansion again? A wave of unease washed over Lin Tao. The oppressive feeling from that car that had nearly collided with him last time resurfaced in his mind. Hopefully we won't run into it again this time. Since he was going to discuss business with Su Lingxian, Lin Tao felt it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. He turned to Lu Wenhu and asked, Big brother, does Miss Su have any particular preferences? Like certain foods or something? Lu Wenhu teased, what, thinking of gifting the lady something? Lin Tao shook his head. It's just that when visiting someone of Miss Su's stature, one ought to bring something. She's seen it all, ordinary gifts wouldn't impress her. And if I were truly aiming to gift her something, it would be beyond my means anyway. Lu Wenhu nodded approvingly. When it comes to social etiquette, you know more than I do, kid. Don't flatter me, big brother. Lu Wenhu pondered for a moment. If you ask me what the young lady likes, I'm not entirely sure. After all, important figures rarely reveal their preferences publicly, lest someone take advantage. But privately, she enjoys Tang's butterfly pastries and almond bars. They're made by a pastry chef from Shanghai hired by Tang's. I hear he even spent time abroad. But talented people often have quirks. He only bakes one batch daily, takes no reservations, and you have to queue when they open. Plus, there's a one per customer limit. Lin Tao mused that in this era of scarce resources, someone was actually pulling off scarcity marketing. Could they be a time traveler too? Would we still make it if we went now? Hard to say. I'll drive you over to check. Arriving at Tang's pastry shop, several young people were already queuing at the entrance, likely there for the butterfly pastries and almond bars. Lin Tao got out of the car and obediently joined the end of the line. A figure in a chef's uniform leaned out from the window and announced, "Everyone behind that young man, if you're here for the butterfly pastries and almond bars, please go back. Come back tomorrow." Lin Tao froze, pointing at himself. "Starting from me? Yes, you. You're the last one. Pretty lucky I caught it," Lin Tao muttered to himself. The young man behind Lin Tao wasn't pleased. He tapped Lin Tao's shoulder. "Hey, let's switch. You come back tomorrow." Lin Tao was momentarily stunned by his bold attitude. "Why should I?" The young man clicked his tongue, pulled 5 yuan from his pocket, and waved it in Lin Tao's face. "If you swap with me, this 5 yuan is yours." Was this guy out of his mind? He was waving $5 around like it was 500. Sure, 5 yuan wasn't a small amount back then, but to Lin Tao, it was practically pocket change. No deal. $5 could buy you several pounds of peach cookies. You cheapskate trying to act fancy with butterfly cookies and almond bars. Can you even afford them? Chapter 136, Butterfly Pastries and Almond Bars. Lin Tao glanced down at his shirt and trousers recently bought at the department store and his nearly new Liberation shoes. He couldn't help questioning himself. Most young people dress like this nowadays. Why did he alone look like a cheapskate? Why did every city dweller who saw him have to call him a cheapskate? In his previous life, Lin Tao had spent decades grinding it out in the business world. While he hadn't dominated the market, he was certainly a successful man. Even though he'd been reincarnated into this lazy bum's body, his aura had changed along with his soul. He might not be transcendent, but surely he wasn't so despicable that people looked down on him? Seeing Lin Tao's blank stare, the young man assumed he'd hit the nail on the head. He snorted disdainfully. "Broke and still trying to join the fun? What's wrong with you? If you know what's good for you, take your money and get lost. Don't hold up my line." Snapping back to reality, Lin Tao turned away and resumed his place in line, ignoring the young man entirely. "Hey, you're turning down a free drink and choosing to drink the punishment wine, huh? Don't push your luck, you penniless bum." The young man's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of several people ahead who turned to see what was happening. Lin Tao, his ears ringing from the noise, turned to face him. "I told you I'm the last one. If you want to eat, get here early tomorrow morning. Do you think I'm your dad? Just because you throw a tantrum, I have to give in and coddle you? Just because you're a grown man acting like a baby doesn't mean you should go around looking for a daddy everywhere you go." Apparently not expecting Lin Tao to not only refuse to take the money gratefully and leave, but also to mock him, the young man flushed crimson with rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Lin Tao, he shouted, "What did you say? Say that again if you dare?" Lin Tao snorted derisively. "So you're just a big baby who can't understand simple words. I wonder what your parents were thinking, letting you out without keeping an eye on you." Several people in the group couldn't help but chuckle. The young man's face grew even redder, looking as if it might burst into flames. "What are you laughing at? Shut it up." The youth yelled frantically at the crowd, trying to silence them, but it didn't work. "You damn country bumpkin." The enraged youth swung a punch at Lin Tao, only to have his arm seized in a firm grip. "Is that all you've got? Feeble as a starving dog. You insulted me first and now you dare to hit me? Do you even respect the law? If you're still wet behind the ears, go home and suck your mother's milk. Stop disgusting people out here. Nobody in this society will put up with you." With that, Lin Tao tightened his grip and shoved the young man hard, sending him crashing to the ground. "I wasn't set on buying it anyway. If you'd asked nicely, I might have let you have it. It's just a pastry, you can eat it any day. But you showed no manners, no class. Don't blame me for being blunt." The young man scrambled up from the ground, looking disheveled. He glared at Lin Tao with hatred. "You stinking country bumpkin. Keep staring at me like that, and you'll regret it." With that threat, he bolted without looking back. Calm returned to the front of Tang's pastry shop. Finally, it was Lin Tao's turn to approach the window. He couldn't see the inner workings of the kitchen from there, only glimpsing several pastry chefs bustling about inside. He couldn't tell which one was the pastry chef from Shanghai. "Comrade, what would you like? With Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, we've prepared a variety of flaky mooncakes. We also have freshly baked coconut glutinous rice cakes and brown sugar steamed buns today. One order of butterfly pastries and almond bars, please. For the flaky mooncakes, 3 of each flavor per box, 12 boxes total." "All right, comrade. 12 boxes, correct? I'll pack them up for you now." The people behind Lin Tao in line were astonished to hear he'd bought not just butterfly pastries and almond bars, but 12 boxes of pastries outright. That amount could cover their salaries for 3 months. "All set, comrade." 2 brown paper bags, the one with the bow is the butterfly pastries, the one with the knot is the almond bars. Total is 84 yuan. Lin Tao pulled 900 yuan bills straight from his pocket and handed them over. Carrying the bulging pastries, he walked to Lu Wenhu's car, placing the mooncakes on the back seat while holding the butterfly pastries and almond bars separately in his hands, afraid they might break from the bumpy ride. Lu Wenhu asked curiously, why buy so many boxes? Tang's pastry shop is the priciest in town. Mid-autumn festival's almost here. I bought some flaky mooncakes 1 boxes for you, big bro. The rest I'll take back to share with the crew. Good lad, thinking of your big brother. But I don't care for sweets, take them back for Xiaoyu to eat. Alright. When I return from Miss Su's place, I'll need you to take me to Jinsha Middle School. I'll deliver them to Xiaoyu myself. Su family mansion. Lin Tao followed Lu Wenhu into the Western-style mansion. Though it was his second visit, he was still struck by the understated yet opulent decor. Servants bustled about silently, each attending to their tasks. Reaching Su Lingxian's door, Lu Wenhu knocked softly. Miss, I've brought Lin Tao. Come in. Lu Wenhu pushed the door open just wide enough for one person to pass. After Lin Tao stepped inside, he closed it and waited by the stairwell. Lin Tao didn't see Su Lingxian. Holding a brown paper bag, he stood awkwardly in place. Suddenly, a faint rose fragrance wafted through the air. Following the scent, Lin Tao saw Su Lingxian wearing a champagne-colored silk nightgown. The sash at her waist was tied casually in a knot, accentuating her curvaceous figure. The overlapping neckline offered a glimpse of her impressive cleavage, the full curves teasingly visible with each movement. She appeared to have just finished bathing. Su Lingxian's hair was still damp, wrapped in a towel. Miss Su. Lin Tao swallowed involuntarily, his ears slowly flushing crimson as he struggled to find a place to rest his gaze. Why not call her Lingxian's sister? It's not like it's your first time here. No need to be so stiff, just sit down. Alright, Sister Lingxian. Lin Tao sat down on the sofa, remembering the pastries in his hands. He quickly placed them on the coffee table and pushed them towards Su Lingxian. Big brother mentioned you like Tang's pastry shop's butterfly pastries and almond bars, so I picked some up. Su Lingxian sat across from Lin Tao, crossing her legs. The slit in her bathrobe revealed her fair calves and slender ankles. She opened the paper bag and poured the pastries onto the patterned porcelain plate on the coffee table. How thoughtful. Those 2 items aren't easy to find. Did you have to wait in line for a long time? Not really. I just got lucky they happened to be my turn. Su Lingxian poured Lin Tao a cup of black tea, then leaned forward slightly to push the porcelain plate toward him. I like pairing pastries with black tea. You should try it too. Lin Tao's gaze inadvertently fell upon the valley at Su Lingxian's neckline. His face flushed as if on fire, and his hand trembled as he lifted the teacup, spilling quite a bit onto the table. I am so sorry, Sister Lingxian. Su Lingxian covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Why are you so nervous today? Chapter 137, Discussing the Cold Storage. Lin Tao scrambled to find a rag to wipe it up. When he looked up and saw Su Lingxian's radiant smile, his heart pounded so hard he could barely speak. Seeing his flustered state, Su Lingxian reached out to grab the rag. Let me do it. But Lin Tao's hand happened to cover hers. Feeling the rough calluses and dry warmth of his palm, Su Lingxian suddenly felt a flutter in her heart. She quickly withdrew her hand, her fair face slowly flushing crimson. Lin Tao cleared his throat awkwardly twice, then quickly wiped the spilled tea from the coffee table. Sorry, Lingxian, I was too clumsy. It's fine. Neither spoke again. Su Lingxian lifted her teacup to sip, masking the heat on her face, while Lin Tao kept his eyes fixed on the coffee table, unable to meet hers. The atmosphere was awkward, yet thick with an almost tangible intimacy. Finally, Lin Tao spoke first. Sis Lingxian, thank you for arranging those 12 high-wattage spotlights. They must have cost quite a bit. Su Lingxian hummed in acknowledgement. My overseas contacts got them for me. Customs clearance was a bit of a hassle, but they didn't cost much. How are they working out for you? So far, no issues. Aside from the high power consumption and increased diesel demand, there are no drawbacks. Su Lingxian nodded. I'll have Ahu arrange for 2 barrels of diesel delivered to your ship, international standard grade. The 2 barrels Liang's family sent you were too little, they probably won't last you long. Lin Tao nearly choked on his tea at Su Lingxian's generous offer of 2 large barrels of diesel. Thank you, Sister Lingxian. I'll cover the cost of the headlights and diesel. No need. They're for the ship anyway, not for you personally. I'll cover it as part of my investment. Just keep supplying me. What kind of angel investor is this? Lin Tao felt so moved he could have cried. If he'd met someone like Su Lingxian in his past life, he'd probably have laughed in his sleep. Having drifted through life half a lifetime long, regretting only never having met a wise ruler, Lin Tao almost felt like affectionately calling Su Lingxian godfather. Oh, right. Who mentioned you wanted to discuss something with me? What is it? Ahem, Lingxian, there's a large vacant lot near the Baisha village pier, about an acre. I want to utilize it to build the largest cold storage facility on the southeast peninsula. That way, the catch from my boats can go straight into cold storage upon docking, preserving its freshness. Most sea fish are delicate, they die easily after dehydration, severely compromising both appearance and freshness. While the Changrong has small refrigeration units in its hold, they simply can't match the effectiveness of a proper cold storage facility. Moreover, Sister Lingxian's previous contract stipulated that Changrong's catch is prioritized for selection by the Golden Sands Hotel, and the remainder can be sold to anyone. However, without a cold storage facility or transportation, I'm forced to sell the hundreds or even thousands of pounds of leftover catch each day to the cooperative at rock-bottom prices in exchange for work points. High-quality, large-volume catches aren't guaranteed daily. Over time, losses would inevitably outweigh profits. Therefore, Su Lingqian understood Lin Tao's meaning. So you want me to continue investing in your cold storage project in Baisha village? That's right. I'd like to ask Sister Lingqian to help secure the land use permit. I'll cover the costs for equipment and construction. Hearing Lin Tao's words, Su Lingqian suddenly chuckled. You've got big ambitions. But greed can be your downfall. Building the factory itself isn't too expensive, but do you know how much refrigeration equipment costs for a cold storage facility covering over 600 square meters? How much? Su Lingqian held up 2 fingers. 20,000. 20,000 yuan? Lin Tao's expression remained unchanged, but inside, his mind was in turmoil. In an era when family savings of a few thousand yuan were rare, just the equipment for a cold storage facility would cost 20,000. Add in the construction costs and regular utilities, how much would that amount to? Lin Tao instinctively furrowed his brow. Maybe start with a 100 square meter unit for now, then expand the cold storage when the fleet grows later. He was being overly ambitious. What about a 100 square meter cold storage facility? Seeing Lin Tao wasn't stubbornly insisting, Su Lingqian's eyes flashed with approval. The equipment would cost 5,000, and building the cold storage including materials and labor could be done for 3,000. That adds up to at least 8,000 yuan. Lin Tao thought about the money in his hand. It probably wouldn't be enough. I can help with the land use permit. I'll cover the 3,000 yuan for construction, but you'll need to find the equipment funds yourself. I'll take just 10% of the revenue generated by the cold storage, collected at year-end. What do you think? Lin Tao's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Thank you, Sister Lingqian. Su Lingqian smiled. Consider it payback for standing in line for me to get butterfly pastries and almond bars. The hotel's planning new dishes soon. Next time we meet, I expect you to surprise me. No problem, count on me. As he was leaving, Su Lingqian suddenly called him back. How are things going with that phone girl now? We're just ordinary friends. She helps me look after Xiaoyu at school, and I'm very grateful to her. Why bring her up all of a sudden? Su Lingqian paused, her gaze shifting slightly. Nothing. Just waiting to see her finished garments before deciding whether to connect her with overseas contacts. I see. Well, once the samples are ready, I'll show them to you first. I'll take my leave now, Sister Lingqian. All right. As Lin Tao stepped out the door, Su Lingqian covered her face with wide eyes, muttering in frustration, why did I ask such a stupid question? Lu Wenhu drove Lin Tao to Jinsha Middle School. Since Principal Zhang and Feng's father, now the vice principal, had already tipped off the security office, the guard let Lin Tao right in. As he entered the school grounds, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Lin Tao approached the door of Lin Xiaoyu's classroom. Lin Xiaoyu, your brother's here. Lin Xiaoyu was scribbling on her desk when she heard her classmates call out. She immediately looked up toward the doorway, set down her pen, and ran excitedly to Lin Tao. Brother, why are you here? I came to the city on business and bought you a box of mooncakes. Keep them for yourself or share them with your classmates, it's up to you. But remember, don't shortchange yourself. Sharing means giving away what you have extra and don't need, okay? Lin Tao always worried his sister was too soft-hearted and might get bullied at school. Thanks, bro. Lin Xiaoyu opened the mooncake box, took one out, and handed it to Lin Tao. Brother, you eat first. No need. I bought plenty. You go back to class and sit down. I'll go meet Uncle Feng. Alright. Wow, Xiaoyu, these are Tang's pastry shop treats, they're not cheap. Your brother really spoils you. Right? My brother is the kindest person in the whole world to me. Lin Tao figured the Fengs wouldn't be at the staff dorm at this hour, so he knocked on the vice principal's office door. Come in. Uncle Feng. Mr. Feng was writing at his desk. Spotting Lin Tao, he immediately capped his pen and rose to greet him. Oh, it's Comrade Chen. Come in and sit down. Chapter 138, shamelessly asking for favors. His gaze fell on the Tang's pastry shop mooncake box in Lin Tao's hands. Uncle Feng hurriedly said, you came all this way, why bring anything? Lin Tao placed the mooncake box on the table. It's just a box of flaky pastry mooncakes, nothing too expensive. I wasn't sure if you and Auntie would like them. Comrade Chen, you're so thoughtful. Jinjin is at the high school next door and won't be home until later. I'll have Auntie Feng buy groceries and cook dinner. Why don't you stay for a home-cooked meal? Uncle Feng, no need to be so formal. I just dropped off the mooncakes and will head back to the village. I won't keep you any longer. Seeing he couldn't keep Lin Tao, Uncle Feng said no more, watching him leave. No sooner had Lin Tao left than someone came in to report work. Spotting the mooncake box on the table, they leaned close to Uncle Feng and whispered, "Someone brought gifts hoping to ask Principal Feng for favors. Just pastries seems a bit stingy, could there be something else inside?" Feng's expression darkened instantly. He opened the pastry box right in front of the person. Inside, neatly stacked flaky mooncakes were all that could be found. "Are you trying to frame me?" he snapped. "Besides, if anyone should be offering favors, it should be me giving gifts to them. Who do they think they are, sending me presents?" "Oh, Principal Feng, it's my fault for thinking too much. I'll reflect on it. But that young man looked only 18 or 19, some rich kid's son? How could he have such influence? Don't concern yourself with that. Just focus on your own duties." After leaving the Jinsha Hotel and returning to Baisha village, Lin Tao carried the remaining 10 boxes of flaky mooncakes, delivering them one by one to the homes of several crew members from Changrangho. Since they were distributed per person, Zhao Xiaopeng's family received 2 boxes. "Xiao Dao, your Uncle Zhao and I don't care for sweets. 1 box is enough. Take it back for yourself. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. I've set aside my own share. If you really don't want it, how about I give you the money instead?" As Lin Tao reached into his pocket for money, Aunt Zhao hurriedly covered his hand. "Oh my, you silly child. What are you doing? Are you trying to embarrass Aunt Zhao? Quickly take the money back. I'll keep the pastries, won't I?" After dropping off the box at Zhao Xiaopeng's house, Lin Tao headed to Uncle Zhao's place to thank him for helping supervise the house construction. The other villagers didn't know the value of Tang's pastry shop, but Chen Hua's family had relatives in the city. They'd received some during a previous visit. Holding the box, Chen's mother gasped, "The price of this box could buy several pounds of peach cookies. Lin Tao is truly beyond generous to you." Captain Chen, who was resting at home due to a gout flare-up, glanced at his mother. "It's just a box of pastries and they've already corrupted you all. Oomph, ignore your father. He's just an old curmudgeon. I've been married to him for half a lifetime and still haven't gotten to eat much." After making the rounds, they returned to Uncle Lin's house. Lin Tao placed the remaining 3 boxes on the table. Chen Ju leaned in, a rare smile lighting up her face. "Little Tao is so thoughtful, buying so many pastries for Uncle and Auntie." She reached to take all 3 boxes, but Lin Tao pressed them down firmly. "Auntie, I'm human too. I have a mouth that needs feeding." Auntie Chen Ju chuckled awkwardly. This old lady's mind's gone fuzzy. She pretended to be confused, but still tried to take 2 boxes. Lin Tao was speechless, almost laughing. "Only 1 box is for you and Uncle. Xiao Tao, then I must say something to you. You're a young man eating 2 boxes of pastries yourself while leaving only 1 for 2 elders. Isn't that a bit selfish?" Lin Tao's gaze turned cold as he pulled all 3 boxes toward himself. "I paid for these. If you have a problem with that, you won't get a single bite." Just then, Uncle Lin returned from outside. "What's going on? I just walked in and already hear you arguing." Lin Tao stated bluntly, "My parents are still missing, their fate unknown. Offering sacrifices now feels inappropriate. But since the festival is approaching, I thought displaying them might offer some solace. If Auntie wants more, I don't mind, but she'll have to wait until after Mid-Autumn Festival." After understanding the situation, Uncle Lin shot Chen Ju a displeased look. "You call yourself an elder? The older you get, the more you regress. Shameful." Chen Ju muttered, "I just wanted to save it for Xiao Jun to eat when he comes back. So what if he can't afford it? If he wants it, let him buy it himself. Xiao Tao doesn't owe us anything." Seeing her husband about to explode again, Chen Ju finally fell silent, her voice gone. Li Hongmei heard that Lin Tao had returned from the city with flaky mooncakes to give out. Jealousy burned inside her. After all, Lin Tao was her own younger brother-in-law. She watched him earn more and more money, yet her family got nothing. Instead, those few villagers who followed him were the ones living well. Li Hongmei's pregnancy was now clearly visible. Due to her health, she couldn't work at the docks, and even at home, she rarely went out to tend the fields unless absolutely necessary. Instead, she lay in bed resting to protect her pregnancy. Having spent so much money and endured so much suffering to preserve this pregnancy, the baby was treated like gold. Before giving birth, Li Hongmei lived like royalty at home, with every need catered to. Today she demanded pork, tomorrow chicken soup. But the money Lin Chang had scraped together from Lin Tao was bound to run out. Now the family relied solely on the work points Lin Chang earned laboring in the production brigade. Once the cash was gone, life tightened up again. But slipping from frugality into extravagance is easy, returning from extravagance to frugality is hard. Li Hongmei's palate had grown spoiled. She couldn't bear to eat coarse grains and vegetables again. She nagged Lin Chang daily to go ask Lin Tao for more money. But Lin Chang still had his pride and refused outright. So come mealtime, Li Hongmei, her not yet large belly protruding, dragged Lin Chang to Uncle Lin's doorstep. The courtyard gate was unlocked and the two pushed it open and stepped inside. "Uncle, Auntie, we've come to see you." "Woof. The two dogs in the yard, Ben Boba and Boboban, bared their teeth and barked at them, startling Li Hongmei. She snapped angrily, "Where did these little beasts come from? If they bark again, I'll have them slaughtered for meat." Uncle Lin, Auntie Lin, and Lin Tao were sitting at the dining table eating when they turned to see Lin Chang and Li Hongmei enter. They all froze for a moment. Li Hongmei craned her neck to glance at the dishes on the table: white rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green peppers with pork, scallion braised tofu, and a large bowl of seafood meatball soup. 3 dishes and a soup, both meat and veggies. Those two old fools and their brat actually eating so well. Li Hongmei shot Lin Chang a meaningful glance, motioning for him to pull up 2 chairs. "Oh, Auntie, Lin Chang, and I haven't eaten yet either. We're all family, right? Surely you don't mind setting out a couple more sets of chopsticks and bowls?" Chen Juping equally despised the original host's 3 siblings, so she gave Lin Chang and his wife a frosty reception. Glancing at the shameless pair, she sneered sarcastically. "My family's surname is Lin, yours is Li. How exactly are we family? I've never seen anyone visit relatives right at mealtime with empty hands. Don't tell me you're here to mooch off us?" This remark infuriated Li Hongmei, but remembering their purpose, she forced herself to swallow her anger. With an awkward smile, she retorted, "How could we not be family?" Chapter 139, The Golden Legend Yellow Croaker. Chen Ju snorted sarcastically, pushing the plate toward Lin Tao and Uncle Lin. "We don't have extra bowls and chopsticks to serve you. Why don't you go back to your own home to eat?" "How can that be? There are still 4 pairs of chopsticks in the holder." Chen Ju glanced at the chopstick holder on the table and said casually, "Oh, 2 pairs belong to Xiaoyu and Xiaojun. You can't use those." Li Hongmei persisted, "What about the other 2 pairs? Those are reserved for guests. Since you two said you're family, we definitely can't give them to you." Once someone started the attack, others inevitably followed. Seeing Chen Ju's relentless assault, Lin Tao chimed in, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop dithering and ruining our meal. Xiao, how can you speak to us like this? We're still your own brother and sister-in-law. Your brother and you are blood brothers, born of the same mother and raised by the same father. Blood is thicker than water. We're at least closer than your uncle and aunt, right? I thought I'd already cut ties with Lin Chang. Didn't he tell you?" Lin Tao glanced at Lin Chang, who had been silent since entering the room. A cold, sarcastic smile tugged at his lips. "What? Ran out of the money you got from cutting ties? Now you're reaching out to ask me for more?" Lin Chang couldn't lift his head under Lin Tao's piercing gaze and mocking words. Li Hongmei seethed inwardly at her good-for-nothing husband, but forced a smile as she spoke. "Oh, come on, brothers don't hold grudges forever. Besides, your brother acted foolishly back then because of the child in my belly. You're still this child's uncle, and isn't this child also part of the Lin family? What? Are you suggesting the child should take the Lin surname? No way. It has to be Li. Then that's settled. Stop trying to cozy up to me." Li Hongmei snapped. "Your brother only took a watch and a few dozen bucks back then. Do you really need to hold a grudge this long? Those guys on your boat? You'd wave your hand and hand out 10s or even 100s to them. Why's it different with your own brother?" Lin Tao slammed his chopsticks down on the table. His face hardened as he snapped, "Stop this nonsense. You make it sound so simple. That money was my lifeline back then. Lin Chang did what he did because he never intended for me to survive. If it weren't for my influential connections pulling strings to take care of Xu Feng, who knows if I'd still have all my limbs intact, or if Xiaoyu would have been, well, you know. I admit, ever since Mom and Dad vanished, I've done some despicable things. Xiaoyu and I caused you endless trouble and dragged you down. But Lin Chang, did we really deserve to pay with our lives? When Li Shan, Li Hai, and their family tried to kill me time and again, did you ever speak up, Lin Chang? When my uncle's family and Xiaoyu nearly died from rat poison, where the hell were you?" Facing Lin Tao's accusatory words, Lin Chang pressed his lips together and bowed his head even lower, tugging at Li Hongmei's hand. "Let's get out of here." "Leave? We haven't gotten our money yet. With the measly pittance you're offering, how are my unborn child and I supposed to survive?" "So you really are here for money," Lin Tao sneered. "Let me make this clear today. You two understand this, because Lin Chang and I are blood brothers. I help in emergencies, not for poverty. If you ever face a life or death situation where money is truly needed, I'll give it. But if you think you can just use our family ties to milk me for cash, treating me like a sucker, then get lost. Got it?" Li Hongmei tried to say something, but Lin Chang half dragged, half carried her away. Lin Tao took several deep breaths before picking up his bowl and chopsticks again. Uncle Lin, unaware of the feud between Lin Tao and Lin Chang, had intended to ask what was going on. But seeing Lin Tao's expression, he swallowed his words. Lin Tao was jolted awake by the noise. Half opening his eyes, he looked toward the source of the disturbance. It turned out a strong wind had picked up outside at some point. The window, left unclosed, rattled loudly in the gusts. Purple-red lightning illuminated the night sky. Outside the courtyard wall, the wind whipped the trees, making the leaves rustle like churning waves or the clapping of countless people. Lin Tao rose and walked to the window. The wind blew through the screen, carrying the damp scent of earth and the salty tang of the sea beyond the village. It dispelled some of his drowsiness and the sweat he'd worked up during sleep. Another rain was likely coming, though he couldn't tell how heavy or how long it would last. When Lin Tao woke up that morning, the rain was still falling steadily outside, and the wind hadn't let up. Chen Ju trotted into the main room from the courtyard, muttering to herself, "The rain really came down hard last night. Thank goodness I woke up, or the windowsill would have gotten soaked. Seems like today's not a good day to go out to sea. We'll have to stay home again." But constantly staying home isn't a solution either. We still need to find the money for the cold storage and equipment quickly. What has the system been up to these past few days? It's been as dead as a doornail, not making a sound. Host, don't be angry. Intelligence refreshes based on probability. It doesn't happen every day. I can't help it. You finally show up? How long has it been since the last update? At least before, you'd refresh some white or green intel. Now you just make me disappear. Oh dear host, today's intelligence update will satisfy you. Ding! Today's intel has been delivered. Gold intelligence 10 points. Large yellow croaker school spotted 9 nautical miles east of the docks tonight at 11 p.m. Host intelligence level 5 145 points. Host, please review immediately. Hearing the system refresh another gold tier intel, Lin Tao froze, barely suppressing a grin. This time, the gold tier intel was about a school of large yellow croakers. Wild large yellow croakers. Forget about dragonfish or lobsters, step aside. The true golden legend has arrived. As a major commercial fish species, large yellow croaker initially commanded modest prices. However, fishermen's unrestrained use of destructive gill nets even during the resource-rich 1970s nearly wiped them out. Rarity breeds value, and precisely because of this, the price of large yellow croaker skyrocketed. By the 21st century, while large yellow croaker had become so scarce it was practically impossible to find. Nice work, system. Who knew you were quietly pulling off such a feat? You've even spawned large yellow croakers for me. You're amazing. Hee host, don't flatter me, I might get too big for my britches. After his initial excitement, Lin Tao looked outside and furrowed his brow. If the storm didn't let up by nightfall, he'd have to brave the wind and rain to head out to sea. He himself didn't mind the risk, but he had several crew members on board, and he had to ensure their safety. Missed intelligence would refresh next time, but Lin Tao desperately needed money now. Missing this yellow croaker haul meant who knew when the next spawn would come. Lin Tao's hand, resting on the windowsill, tightened slowly. He'd wait and see how the evening weather developed. Chapter 140, another 7,000 yuan. Ever since the system refreshed the intelligence, Lin Tao had been sitting on the threshold of the main room, watching the rain outside. Uncle Lin was also home today, not going out. Chen Ju whispered to Uncle Lin. Do you think Lin Tao is dating that city girl? He looks like he's got love sickness today. He's been sitting there all day, not saying a word, staring into space, and sighing every now and then. As he spoke, Lin Tao sighed again. Look, he's sighing again. Uncle Lin watched Lin Tao's melancholy expression and pretended not to notice. Young people will figure things out on their own. Just don't make things worse. He sat by the main hall doorway until dusk. The storm finally subsided, dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the sunset's glow painted the sky crimson, lighting up Lin Tao's eyes. We can go out to sea tonight. Lin Tao immediately sprang up from the threshold and dashed outside. Uncle Lin called out, Tao, dinner's almost ready. Where are you going? I'll be right back. Lin Tao dashed to several crew members' homes, asking if they'd join him for a night voyage. Though surprised, the crew who'd been idle at home all day had no objections. That evening, the group gathered at the pier. Zhao Xiaopeng asked, Bro, we're not bringing diving gear tonight. Are we not going in the water? Right. These past couple nights while I was walking along the shore, I heard sounds coming from the sea, sounds that sounded a lot like the gurgling of yellow croakers. I figured there might be a school of fish nearby, so I thought I'd try my luck tonight. Lin Tao didn't specify which type of yellow croaker, since both large and small yellow croakers share similar appearances and habits. Being too precise might have raised suspicion. The crew assumed he meant yellow croaker, but yellow croaker fetched a decent price too, so they were excited as well. We boarded the boat and turned on the searchlight. Lin Tao steered toward the direction indicated by the system. The sea was calm and quiet, with only the sound of the boat cutting through the water. As we neared the spot, the crew standing on deck heard a distant, chaotic gurgling sound. Yellow croaker. Lin Tao dropped the anchor early. The moment the boat came to a stop on the water, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Host detected near target location. Lin Tao joined the crew on deck, tapping the hull to mimic the fish's calls and lure the yellow croaker school closer. As the gurgling grew denser and nearer, they cast their nets. Yellow croakers become active near the surface at night, making this the prime time for catching them. Feeling the net sink to the seabed, he swiftly reeled it in. The tension transmitted through the net filled Lin Tao with energy. The first haul brought up a net brimming with large yellow croakers. Under the spotlight, their golden scales shimmered like liquid gold, proving the saying, yellow croakers in the net, worth 10,000 taels of gold. Seeing the fish was like seeing money itself. After hauling it up, while the fish were still in the net, the crew didn't pause to inspect them. They swiftly cast the second net. After over 2 hours of intense work, they hauled in 3 nets, yielding nearly 1,000 pounds of fish. The Chinrong didn't use destructive nets, ensuring undersized fish could escape capture and allow the population to continue breeding. The deck was piled high with golden yellow croakers. Their swim bladders made a loud, grating sound noisy, but to the crew of the Changrong, it was music to their ears. Zhao Xiaopeng examined the yellow croakers on deck, sensing something amiss with their size. Grabbing one for a closer look, he widened his eyes and shouted toward Lin Tao, "Bro, these aren't small yellow croakers, they're big ones." His shout startled the other crew members, who scrambled to grab fish for identification. Once they confirmed they were all large yellow croakers, the crew erupted in primal cheers. Uncle Zhao sighed, "It's been nearly a decade since I last encountered a school of big yellow croakers. If we hadn't occasionally caught 1 or 2, I'd have thought they were extinct." "Lin Tao, we're rich." Lin Tao nodded. "Yes, we're rich. But I have some news to share with you all. I hope you won't blame me." "Go ahead." "I plan to use the proceeds from selling this catch to buy equipment and build a cold storage facility near the dock. This will not only keep the fish fresh, but also allow us to establish our own transportation chain later on. We can sell the fish throughout the Southeast Peninsula and even nationwide." To the crew of the Changrong, Lin Tao's words sounded like pure fantasy. They rarely ventured beyond Baisha village and had only a vague understanding of city life, let alone the wider world beyond. Zhao Xiaopeng stared blankly before asking, "Bro, are you serious? Can we really achieve something that big?" "Of course. We're riding the wave of policy reforms. Seize this chance, and we'll soar like a great bird on the wind, reaching new heights. The bold thrive while the timid starve. Only those who dare to fight and work hard will make big money. But it's not just us with docks and boats out there. The world is vast. Can we really sell all our catch? That's why we must seize the initiative. Only with a solid foundation can we expand our markets. As you said, the world outside is vast, there's no shortage of demand." Lin Tao's impassioned words ignited a fire within the crew. "We believe in you." After the Changrong returned to port, Lin Tao immediately went to the brigade office and called Lu Wenhu. Lu Wenhu had already gone to bed. Woken by the call, he answered impatiently, "Who's calling at this hour? Can't it wait till tomorrow?" "Brother, it's me, Xiao Tao. I just caught a boatload of big yellow croakers during a night fishing trip. I'd guess it's close to 1,000 pounds. Get your pickup truck over here now to load the fish while they're still alive." The moment he heard yellow croaker, Lu Wenhu, who had been too sleepy to open his eyes, shot upright in bed. "You're sure it's yellow croaker?" "Absolutely. Get here fast." Lu Wenhu threw on some clothes, wedged his mobile phone between his shoulder and ear, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out the door. "Hold on tight, I'll be right there." "Bro, don't drive too fast on the way, safety first." "Got it." Lu Wenhu raced his pickup truck to the dock in Baisha village, where Lin Tao was already waiting on shore. "Tao, where's the big yellow croaker? Just hop on the boat and you'll see." Staring at the large yellow croakers still thrashing on the deck, Lu Wenhu was so stunned he couldn't speak. He rubbed his eyes several times before finally believing this wasn't an illusion. "Xiao Tao, are these all big yellow croakers?" "Yep, not a single small yellow croaker mixed in. And they're all pretty big too." Lu Wenhu swallowed hard. "Stop standing there then. Help load them onto the truck. I won't even weigh them, I'll take the whole lot for 7,000 yuan. How's that?" That worked out to about 7 or 8 yuan per pound, pretty decent. After deducting the 5,000 for equipment, there'd still be 2,000 left over. Lin Tao agreed readily. "No problem. Just give me the 2,000 directly, big brother. Ling Qian knows about the other 5,000. Chapter 141, Rumors Spread by Mouths. Lu Wenhu shot Lin Tao a meaningful look. "You're calling Ling Qian's sister so casually now?" Lin Tao froze for a moment before his ears turned red. "And no, it's just. Miss Su asked me to call her that." "Haha, just teasing you." You got all flustered. "If the lady wants you to call her that, you shouldn't worry about it. I rushed over late at night and forgot my wallet. Here's what we'll do, head into town tomorrow. You've got some savings stashed away now, right? Keep enough for daily expenses, then bring the rest. I'll take you to the bank to open an account and deposit it all." Lin Tao pondered. Government bonds were currently suspended due to the situation and wouldn't be available again for another 3 years. The most conservative investment option was simply depositing the money in the bank to earn interest. The current 1-year fixed deposit rate was around 3.24%, but it should rebound to 3.96% next year. We'll deposit it for 1 year first, then withdraw it next year to split into 1 year, 3 year, and 5 year savings. All right. That evening, Lin Tao retrieved all the cash hidden in his room, gathered it together, and counted each bill by the dim light of a gas lamp. His savings had long surpassed 4 digits and were steadily approaching 10,000 yuan. He sorted the bills by denomination, bundling them with rubber bands. Stuffing them into his clothes made him look too conspicuous, bulging and obvious. Lin Tao fetched a lunchbox from the kitchen, neatly stacked the money inside, covered it with a cloth, and secured the lid. That night, he slept with it tucked beneath his head. Early the next morning, after confirming the money was secure, Lin Tao boarded the first bus into town. Lu Wenhu pulled 2,000 yuan from his leather bag and handed it to Lin Tao. The lady said she's already contacted someone to handle what she promised you. Don't worry. Alright. Lu Wenhu took Lin Tao to the bank to open a savings account. Across the counter, Lin Tao watched as the thick stack of cash transformed into a light savings passbook handed over by the teller. Lu Wenhu cautioned, don't lose that passbook. Keep it safe when you get back. Don't let anyone steal it. Don't worry, brother. I know. Lin Tao tucked the passbook into the inner pocket of his shirt. Su Lingqian had already taken care of the land use permit needed for the cold storage facility and the refrigeration and insulation equipment. The turnkey construction team had been arranged and was waiting for the permit to be issued before starting work. Lu Wenhu drove to take Lin Tao back to Baisha village. As they passed Jinsha Middle School, Lin Tao noticed a crowd gathered near the school gate, though he didn't know what had happened. Lin Tao initially didn't want to join the commotion, but a vague sense of unease nagged at him. He turned to Lu Wenhu and said, "Bro, pull over. I'll go check if there's a new announcement from the school." "Alright, go ahead. I'll wait in the car with a smoke." After struggling through the crowd to the front, Lin Tao finally saw what was posted on the notice board. His pupils dilated in shock and his entire body trembled with fury. Ignoring the gossiping bystanders, Lin Tao tore down the large poster and shouted to the crowd, "Stop looking. This is nothing but a pack of lies, a slanderous letter twisting the truth and fabricating nonsense." The paper claimed Feng Jinjin and the letter writer were lovers, even that they'd consummated their relationship. But because she despised him as a penniless villager, she'd callously dumped him. It even spread rumors that Feng Jinjin had gotten an abortion at a black market clinic for him. In short, it painted Feng Jinjin as a heartless, immoral, money-grubbing who despised the poor and loved the rich, while portraying the letter writer as a loyal, devoted, and unwavering young man from the countryside who refused to be looked down upon for his poverty. What was most shameful was that the letter not only completely insulted Feng Jinjin's character, but also shamelessly expressed his willingness to forget past grievances, begging Feng Jinjin to come back and reconcile with him. Had it not been for preserving evidence, Lin Tao nearly tore the paper to shreds. What happened? The iron gate of the school was pushed open from the inside. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Tao looked over and saw a group of students emerging from the gate, among them Feng Jinjin. Spotting Lin Tao in the crowd, Feng Jinjin's eyes lit up. She hurried over to him. "Comrade Lin Tao, what brings you here? What are they all gathered around for?" Lin Tao pressed his lips together, hesitating to speak. Finally, he handed her the crumpled paper. "See for yourself." Feng Jinjin's shoulders began to tremble as she read. Her classmates who gathered around her after reading it were filled with rage and indignation. This was blatant slander. Feng Jinjin's eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with unshed tears. Her voice trembled with emotion as she demanded, "Who wrote this?" Among the onlookers, some who recognized her began pointing fingers and whispering, "That's Feng Jinjin. Her father is the vice principal of Jinsha Middle School. And she calls herself an intellectual? She has no sense of decency whatsoever." Those who relished a good spectacle began to denounce Feng Jinjin, their words growing increasingly vicious. "You need evidence to make accusations. You can't just use a piece of paper from who knows where to nail me to the pillory and whip me." "Exactly. Who actually saw this? Who can vouch for the truth of what's written here? This is clearly slander and mudslinging." Suddenly, a student stepped forward and spoke up. "I remember now. A couple days ago, some outsider came to school asking everyone which class you were in. Someone saw you arguing with him, pulling and shoving. In the end, security kicked him out. Could it be?" A single baseless accusation instantly ignited the crowd's malicious fury. Lin Tao stared at them in disbelief. Each face seemed like a hideous demon from hell, clawing and snarling as they cloaked their selfish motives in righteousness, attempting to destroy an innocent 17-year-old girl with a righteous verdict. "Comrade Xiao Feng, don't panic. Tell me exactly what happened." Feng Jinjin said tearfully, "That man was Chen Dazhuang. I don't know how he found out I attend Jinsha Middle School. He claimed to be your friend visiting Xiaoyu, so the guard at the entrance let him in. Who would have thought he was actually there to harass me? I had security escort him out. There was absolutely no physical altercation between us. That damn Chen Dazhuang." Lin Tao suspected the slanderous letter was linked to Chen Dazhuang. Yet a crucial question remained. Chen Dazhuang was practically illiterate. Such fluent narration and neat handwriting couldn't possibly be his. If Chen Dazhuang wasn't the mastermind, then whoever wrote this letter must have a grudge against Feng Jinjin or her father behind the scenes, trying to fabricate a scandal. But Feng Jinjin's personality made it unlikely she'd offended classmates. More likely, someone resented Feng's father taking vice principal son's position and couldn't stomach it. Chapter 142, Clouds of Suspicion. Lin Tao reassured Feng Jinjin, "Comrade Feng, explaining to those ignorant agitators is futile. They're both foolish and malicious, merely cloaking their ugly motives in the guise of righteousness. We're in the open while they lurk in the shadows. At least no one at school will actually harm you. For now, stay put and avoid any unnecessary attention." I'll go back to the village to find Chen Dazhuang and see if he's behind this. I have a feeling this won't be so simple. Tell Uncle Feng to be extra careful lately, especially at work. Don't let this incident cause any slip-ups that could give others ammunition to attack him. Feng Jinjin, who had been panicking and at a loss, slowly calmed down as she saw Lin Tao's serious and solemn expression. She roughly wiped the tears from her face and nodded. Got it. Be careful when you go back to the village too. I think Chen Dazhuang is too extreme. I'm worried he might go down fighting with you. Don't worry. I won't go confront him alone. You should head back now. I'll leave first. If anything happens, call the village committee and ask for me. Okay. Watching Feng Jinjin and several close friends who trusted and understood her return to the school, Lin Tao asked the guardhouse personnel, "Did you see who posted the big character poster on the bulletin board?" The guard on duty shook his head. "Comrade Lin, come inside. From the guard post window, we can only see a corner of the bulletin board. Unless we lean out the window, we can't see anything." Lin Tao stepped inside and found it was indeed as the guard had said. In this era without surveillance cameras, finding the person responsible without eyewitnesses would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It seemed the only option was to start with Chen Dazhuang. Lin Tao turned and walked toward Lu Wenhu's car, opening the door and sliding into the passenger seat. "What's up, Xiao Tao? That group of people looked kinda off to me." Lin Tao recounted the incident to Lu Wenhu. Upon hearing it, Lu Wenhu's face twisted in disbelief. This kind of thing actually happens? Don't worry. Since Comrade Feng is someone the young lady has taken a liking to, I won't stand idly by when he faces such a malicious problem. Then I'll leave it to you, brother. Bye Sha Village. The first thing Lin Tao did upon returning was rally the brothers from Changrong to raid Chen Dazhuang's house. Zhao Xiaopeng followed Lin Tao, puzzled. Bro, what did Chen Dazhuang do to piss you off so much? Why'd you drag us all into this? In his memory, Chen Dazhuang and Lin Tao had little interaction. When did they develop such deep animosity? He'd find out once they got there. The group arrived at Chen Dazhuang's doorstep in a fierce mood. The gate stood wide open. Lin Tao ordered the others to stand guard outside while he strode in. Chen Dazhuang, get your ass out here. Chen Dazhuang didn't come out. His mother appeared first, her face plastered with a fawning smile upon seeing Lin Tao. After all, everyone in Baisha village knew Lin Tao was rolling in money now, and they were all scrambling to curry favor with him. Oh, little Tao. Dazhuang sleeping inside. What brings you here? Lin Tao played nice before getting tough, politely addressing her as auntie. Yeah, I just need to ask him a couple of questions. You go ahead with what you're doing, don't mind me. He then strode into the main room and headed toward the bedroom. Chen Dazhuang, who had been lying asleep inside, was roused by Lin Tao's shout. Still half asleep, he sat up on the bedside, his eyes still closed. Lin Tao strode over in 3 strides, grabbed his collar, and shook him. Chen Dazhuang waved his arms impatiently, muttering, "Don't touch me, I'm dead tired." Spotting the teacup on the bedside table, Lin Tao grabbed it and splashed the water right in Chen Dazhuang's face. Sleepy, huh? Let's see if you can wake up now. Holy, you want me dead. Caught off guard, Chen Dazhuang was drenched in tea, instantly wide awake. His eyes bulged as he shouted at Lin Tao. Lin Tao's face darkened as he pressed his hand, veins bulging, onto Chen Dazhuang's shoulder. You went into town 2 days ago using my name as a cover to harass Comrade Feng at Jinsha Middle School, didn't you? Chen Dazhuang hadn't expected Lin Tao to know. His eyes darted around, refusing to admit it verbally. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Tao tightened his grip, squeezing Chen Dazhuang until he yelped in pain. It hurts. Let go. Chen Dazhuang, this isn't a question. You'd better come clean, or you won't like the consequences. Chen Dazhuang met Lin Tao's dark, shadowed eyes. His hair stood on end, goosebumps erupted on both arms. Swallowing hard, he stammered. I'll talk. I just can't forget her. I genuinely like her. I know I acted like a fool before and did some terrible things. I just wanted to apologize and ask her to forgive me. I really didn't plan to do anything bad to her again. Honestly. Then how did you find out Comrade Feng was at Jinsha Middle School? Last time I rode the bus into town with you, right? I followed you to Jinsha Middle School and saw her leading your sister inside at the school gate. So it wasn't his imagination after all, someone really was following him. Staring into Chen Dazhuang's eyes, Lin Tao sensed he wasn't lying. But then he added, then swear on Mazu, the sea goddess. I'll believe you this once. In coastal regions, for fishermen whose livelihoods depend on the sea goddess Mazu was a faith passed down for millennia. Chen Dazhuang raised his hand without hesitation and declared emphatically, I, Chen Dazhuang, swear to Mazu that I absolutely do not wish to harm Comrade Xiao Feng again. If this is a lie, may I be buried at sea and die without a whole body. Damn, that's a bloody oath. Lin Tao frowned, reluctantly accepting his explanation before pressing further. You stayed home all day today? Yeah, I had a few brothers over last night drinking and bragging. We partied until dawn. If you hadn't come, I'd probably still be asleep. Don't believe me? Go ask them at their homes. Lin Tao leaned in and sniffed. Sure enough, a lingering scent of alcohol clung to his clothes. He then asked who exactly had been drinking with Chen Daxuan, instructing Zhao Xiaopeng and the others to gather evidence. Zhao Xiaopeng returned and leaned close to Lin Tao. Bro, their families all confirmed they drank all night and only went home this morning. Chen Daxuan was baffled. Lin Tao, why are you asking me this? What's going on? Lin Tao clicked his tongue in exasperation and punched Chen Daxuan's shoulder. You've got the nerve to ask? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Did something happen to Comrade Feng? Lin Tao, tell me. Surprisingly, Chen Daxuan seemed quite concerned about Feng Jinjin. Lin Tao frowned and said, since you last harassed Comrade Feng, have you gone to the school to look for her? Did any suspicious people approach you? Chen Daxuan thought carefully. I went back once after that, but the security guard stopped me. I didn't get in. I just stood at the school gate and watched for a while. Chapter 143, It Can't Be Him. As for suspicious people, I did run into an older guy. Finally finding some useful information in Chen Daxuan's account, Lin Tao pressed quickly, what kind of middle-aged man? When did you meet him? What did he do? Chen Daxuan continued to piece together the scene and details in his mind. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses silver-rimmed frames that gave him the appearance of an intellectual. I encountered him later when I went to the gate of Jinsha Middle School hoping to see Comrade Xiao Feng again. I had been warned by the security guard not to loiter near the school entrance. I hid under a nearby tree and that man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, tapping me on the shoulder from behind. I nearly jumped out of my skin. He said he'd seen me before and asked why I was back. Then he inquired if I'd come looking for Comrade Xiao Feng. The man was actually quite kind. Not only did he offer me cigarettes, but he also bought me soda. I was feeling restless at the time and ended up telling him everything without much thought. So that was the root of it. Lin Tao suspected the defamatory big character poster had come from the so-called kind uncle Chen Daxuan mentioned. Think carefully about what that uncle looked like and what he was wearing at the time. Chen Daxuan couldn't understand why Lin Tao was asking such detailed questions. Lin Tao, didn't you say it had something to do with Comrade Xiao Feng? Why are you fixating on this stranger? He really knew how to rub salt in the wound. At this point, Lin Tao barely suppressed the rage boiling in his chest, grinding his back teeth so hard he almost broke them to keep from beating Chen Daxuan senseless. He briefly recounted the big character poster incident at Jinsha Middle School to Chen Daxuan, just so the fool would understand. If you hadn't caused such a huge mess at school back then, opportunists wouldn't have found a way to exploit it and spread rumors smearing Comrade Xiao Feng. With so many people watching today, the situation would only have escalated further. I thought you hired someone to write and post that big character poster, but seeing how you think, you probably couldn't pull off something like that. Chen Daxuan was stunned into silence. After a long pause, he stammered, what should I do, Lin Tao? I swear I didn't do it. Sure, I'm a good-for-nothing who steals chickens and does shady stuff, but I've never lied to anyone. I don't have the brains or the smooth talk for that. I can't even recognize a single character, let alone write a big character poster. Chen Daxuan's voice rose uncontrollably with his agitation. Lin Tao, irritated by the noise, pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough, enough. What good does explaining to me do? Desperate to make amends, Chen Daxuan felt like he could rip open his skull and pull the memory straight from his brain. Let me think. That uncle wasn't tall or fat, maybe just a bit taller than my shoulders. The day he talked to me, he wore a gray shirt and army green pants. I think he had a fountain pen tucked in his shirt pocket like the one Li Shan's dad always pulled out to show off during meetings. What stuck with me most was the huge bald spot on top of his head shiny as a mirror. Guess smart people don't grow hair. Not very tall but solidly built, he wore silver-rimmed glasses and had a receding hairline. Lin Tao distilled Chen Daxuan's message, then turned and headed for the brigade office to call the Feng family. Chen Daxuan chased him to the door and shouted, leaving already? And I'm not involved? Just don't cause any more trouble, and I'll be grateful. Me. Lin Tao used the brigade office phone to call the Feng family. Feng Jinjin answered. Hello? Comrade Feng, it's me, Lin Tao. Oh, Comrade Chen. What's up? Lin Tao heard Feng Jinjin's voice thick with nasal congestion. Either she had a cold or had been crying. Clearly, it was the latter. Comrade Feng, why are you crying? Is someone giving you a hard time at school? Feng Jinjin had intended to brush it off as nothing, but the words dissolved into a choked sob of hurt. Comrade Shaolin, rumors about me are spreading all over school. No matter how my friends and I try to explain, no one believes us. I don't know why they just seem convinced by what's written on that big poster, but there's absolutely no proof. Everywhere I go, people point fingers at me. Some even throw stones, telling me to get out of Jinsha Middle School. Even my father has been affected. In just one afternoon, he received several complaint letters accusing him of being unworthy of his position, that raising a daughter like me disqualifies him from continuing to teach at Jinsha Middle School. When Feng Jinjin spoke of herself, her tone was mostly anger, but when she mentioned her father, it shifted to self-blame and regret. As Feng Jinjin grew increasingly agitated, Lin Tao quickly reassured her, calm down. I already have some leads. This situation most likely aligns with my earlier suspicions it's a conspiracy targeting Uncle Feng, aimed at removing him from his position as vice principal. Lin Tao described the physical characteristics of the person Chen Dazhuang mentioned to Feng Jinjin, asking her to recall if any teachers at Jinsha Middle School matched that description, especially those in leadership positions like department heads. Since all teachers were assigned dormitory housing in the school's dormitory buildings, Feng Jinjin, who had grown up at Jinsha Middle School, was very familiar with the teachers and department heads. She quickly identified someone matching the description. There was indeed someone matching that description: Uncle Wang, who took over as head of the 7th grade department after my father was promoted to vice principal. But it couldn't be him. Why not? Feng Jinjin continued over the phone. Uncle Wan lived right next door to us. Even before I was born, our families were colleagues and neighbors. We were as close as family. The elders used to joke about arranging a betrothal between their son and me. Later, arranged marriages fell out of favor, and the topic faded as we grew up. But if someone was jealous of my family and wanted to bring my dad down, it couldn't be Uncle Wang. Sometimes it's the closest, most unexpected people who stab you in the back. Alright, I'll contact Sister Lingqian first. See if I can ask her to pull some strings and suppress this matter for now. Then we'll figure out if it really is that Uncle Wang you mentioned. Feng Jinjin heard Lin Tao mention contacting Su Lingqian on the phone and felt a pang of jealousy. But then she reminded herself it was for her sake, so she forced herself to suppress those mixed feelings. Alright. I have the big character poster. Find a chance to get hold of whatever director Wang wrote, and we'll compare the handwriting first. If it matches, I'll bring Chen Dazhuan over for identification. After all, we can't tip off the snake. We won't let any suspect slip through our fingers, but we also can't frame innocent people. Got it, Comrade Shaolin. I'll figure something out. After hanging up, Lin Tao called Lu Wenhu and gave him a brief update on the situation. Bro, see if you can get Sister Lingqian to help me out with this? Before Lu Wenhu could respond, a familiar female voice answered. Instead it was Su Lingqian. Chapter 144, the land approval document arrives swiftly. Ah, who already told me. It's true Feng Jinjin is a candidate I'm considering investing in, but before I see her confirmed value, she doesn't seem worth me going through the trouble of pulling strings for her. After all, my favors are pretty valuable. Lin Tao unconsciously tightened his grip on the receiver. Lingqian, please help her this once. A faint, ambiguous chuckle came from the other end of the line. Lin Tao, you're pleading for Feng Jinjin? Seems she holds a special place in your heart, huh? Su Lingqian's tone carried a hint of mockery, yet Lin Tao sensed an inexplicable oddness. Was he being too self-absorbed, perhaps even imagining Su Lingqian's words as jealousy toward Feng Jinjin? Shaking that absurd thought from his mind, Lin Tao continued, I admire Comrade Feng and I'm glad to have such an outstanding friend. But ultimately, this situation stems from me. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Had Comrade Feng not followed me back to the village to make clothes, she wouldn't have caught Chen Dazhuang's attention. Now malicious rumors are being spread about her. Though I didn't kill Bo Ren, he died because of me. I must take responsibility for the current outcome. Hearing the unwavering resolve in Lin Tao's voice over the phone, devoid of any other emotion, Su Lingqian's lips curved into a smile. Her eyes reflected admiration and satisfaction toward him. Clearing her throat with a couple of coughs, she said, got it. I'll have Ahu find people to suppress the rumors and stop them from spreading and worsening. Thanks, Sister Lingqian. You're welcome. I don't want the cold storage construction looming and distracting you with other matters. After all, I still get a cut of the cold storage revenue. The permit should be approved and stamped tomorrow. The refrigeration equipment is already on its way and should arrive in 2 days at most. Get ready. Alright, much appreciated, Sister Lingqian. After hanging up, Lin Tao returned to Chen Dazhuang's house. Did you tell that person your name and where you live? Chen Dazhuang scratched his head. I'm not stupid enough to tell a stranger everything. I just made up a name and said I was from the neighboring village of Baishuwei. Hearing this, Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared that after Su Lingqian took action, that person might come to Baisha village to bribe Chen Dazhuang into giving false testimony. Still, he couldn't afford to be careless. Lin Tao spoke in a tone that was half warning, half threat. If anyone from another village approaches you soon, offering you benefits, you absolutely must not agree, understand? Otherwise, if Comrade Feng decides to go all out and report you to the police station for that mess you pulled in the coconut grove, you'd better be prepared to get locked up and face the firing squad. Chen Dazhuang shrank his neck. Don't worry, I won't mess up again. At Uncle Lin's house. At the dinner table, Uncle Lin noticed Lin Tao staring blankly into space while holding his rice bowl. He couldn't help but ask, Xiao Tao, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Lin Tao snapped back to reality, shoveling down a couple mouthfuls of rice. Nothing. Just thinking about the ship earlier. Seeing Lin Tao wouldn't elaborate, Uncle Lin dropped the subject. Chen Ju suddenly chimed in, I heard Li Hongmei got into a fight in the village today, belly sticking out. Almost came to blows. Anyone unaware would think she's carrying the emperor's air, she's so full of herself. How did she get into a fight? Someone said her belly looked round like a girl's. Li Hongmei flew off the handle, insisting her pointed belly meant it was definitely a boy. Honestly, she's only a few months along, what the hell could anyone tell at this stage? After that, Chen Ju turned to Lin Tao and said, knowing Li Hongmei's temper, I bet she'll miscarry sooner or later. Tao, if that couple comes asking you for money, don't be soft-hearted and give it to them. Your brother didn't send her anything good. Lin Tao paid little attention to Lin Chang and his wife's affairs, merely nodding perfunctorily. Got it. Uncle Lin shot Chen Ju a disapproving glance. Why are you telling Xiao Tao all this? No matter how badly Hongmei is, that child in her belly is still his parents' heir. Mind your own business about what I say to Xiao Tao. Everything I say is for his own good. If you dare secretly give money to that couple, just see if I'll stay married to you. Chen Ju's temper flared. She slammed down her rice bowl, snorted, and stormed off into the house. The next day, just past noon, someone arrived from the higher-ups delivering an official document. Uncle Lin, who was sitting in his office, thought it was another directive from the leadership and hurried out. You're the village chief of Baisha village, right? This document is for Comrade Lin Tao of your village. Is he available to come over now? For Lin Tao? Uncle Lin examined the sealed envelope, puzzled but honest. He's out fishing at sea and won't return until dusk. As his uncle, may I sign for it on his behalf? The courier shook his head. No, it must be delivered personally to Comrade Lin Tao. In that case, I'll wait for him to return. After saying this, the two men pulled up a stool and sat in the office waiting for Lin Tao. The village committee members inside the office were on pins and needles, sitting so straight they dared not whisper among themselves, afraid of making a bad impression. Finally, when the Changrong returned to port and Lin Tao stepped ashore, the village committee members who had been waiting for hours rushed to greet him. Lin Tao. Officials from headquarters delivered documents for you. They've been waiting for hours. They won't leave until you come. Quick, follow me. The approval came through faster than expected. Lin Tao quickened his pace behind the villagers, jogging to the brigade office. Lin Tao is back. Two comrades stood up and handed the file folder to Lin Tao. Comrade Lin Tao, please review the contents. He tore open the seal on the envelope and pulled out 2 sheets of A4 paper. The documents granted usage rights to the 1 mu plot of vacant land beside the Baisha village pier. After confirming everything was in order, Lin Tao bowed slightly to the 2 comrades. Thank you for making the trip and waiting so long. No problem. It's our duty. If everything's in order, we'll take our leave now. Alright, I'll see you both out. After Lin Tao returned from seeing them off, Uncle Lin and the office staff gathered around curiously. Lin Tao handed the approval document to Uncle Lin. It's nothing major. After reading it, Uncle Lin gaped in astonishment, taking a long moment to speak. They approved land for you? And such a large plot? It's only 1 mu of land, and I only have a 30-year usage right. Plus, I can only use it according to the submitted specifications and cannot alter its designated purpose on my own. It's not as good as you all imagine. Someone asked, Lin Tao, what happens after 30 years? Are they going to take back everything we built? If I want to keep using it after the term expires, I'll just follow the proper procedures and continue paying the fees. Uncle Lin strongly disapproved of Lin Tao's decision to build a cold storage facility without consulting him. Tao, this is where you've gone wrong. How could you approve land for a cold storage facility without consulting me? If the approval hadn't arrived, who knows how long I'd have remained in the dark. Chapter 145, The Crucial Evidence. Lin Tao's tone remained flat as he lifted his gaze to glance at Uncle Lin. He took the approval document back from his hand and slipped it into a file folder. What's the matter, Uncle? Do you have some brilliant insight? Uncle Lin couldn't articulate a coherent response. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he blurted out, how much money will this cost? What good is having all that money if you're just going to throw it all away? Who in our Lin family has ever done something like this? Are you that bold? What if all this money goes down the drain? My own money if I make a profit, I share it with my brothers if I lose, I take the hit myself. What's it got to do with my uncle? Lin Tao continued, I never expected that if I ever hit rock bottom, my uncle and aunt would lift me up. Honestly, I'd be grateful if they didn't kick me while I'm down. With that, Lin Tao turned and walked out of the brigade office, paying no heed to his Uncle Lin, who was left behind, visibly annoyed and embarrassed. The next day was Friday again. Lin Tao went into town to pick up Lin Xiaoyu for the weekend. Today, Feng Jinjin wasn't waiting with Lin Xiaoyu at the school gate. Brother! Lin Xiaoyu trotted up to Lin Tao, looking up at him. Brother, something big happened at school recently. Lots of people are whispering about teacher Feng and sister Jinjin behind their backs. Lin Tao ruffled Lin Xiaoyu's hair. Don't pay attention to those nasty rumors. I know. Teacher Feng and sister Jinjin aren't the kind of people they say they are. Thinking Feng Jinjin was probably at home, Lin Tao decided to drop by and see how things were progressing. He took Lin Xiaoyu's hand and headed toward the staff dormitory. Arriving at the Feng residence, Lin Tao knocked on the door. After a long while with no response, he leaned against the windowsill to peer inside. But the curtains were drawn in broad daylight, revealing nothing. Comrade Feng, are you home? After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Tao heard footsteps inside. The door unlocked and Feng Jinjin appeared at the crack. Recognizing him, she stepped back to let him and Lin Xiaoyu in. Though only 2 days had passed, Feng Jinjin looked visibly haggard. Her eyes, which had always sparkled with life, now seemed dull and lifeless, like stagnant water. Lin Tao looked at Feng Jinjin, feeling a pang of unease. "Comrade Feng, how are things on your end?" Feng Jinjin gave a faint nod and lowered her voice. "I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Uncle Wang suddenly broke his right arm in a bicycle accident. Now he's in a cast and can't move his hand, so I can't get the calligraphy he writes." Lin Tao froze upon hearing this, then sneered inwardly. Director Wang really was ruthless toward him. Fearing his handwriting would give him away, he'd gone so far as to cause a fracture. But did he think this would fool everyone? Ridiculous. He might be unable to write now, but surely he couldn't have destroyed all his previous writing? Feng Jinjin paused, then exclaimed with delight, "Right. Why didn't I think of that? But what could he have written before? Where should we start looking? He must have written lesson plans and meeting minutes before. Do you know where those are stored?" Feng Jinjin pondered for a moment. "Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to ask my dad. But since this incident, he's been under tight surveillance. Every move he makes could be maliciously interpreted. So the chances of us getting those documents through him are pretty slim." Lin Tao picked up where she left off. "Then we need to move fast. Whatever we can think of, Director Wang will likely think of too. We have to get our hands on those documents before he finds a chance to destroy the evidence." Lin Tao recalled Principal Zhang, whom he'd seen when Lu Wenhu came to Jinsha Middle School to deal with Vice Principal Sun and his son. As the head of the school, this minor matter shouldn't be beyond his capabilities. Lin Tao instructed Lin Xiaoyu to stay at the Feng residence while he and Feng Jinjin proceeded directly to the principal's office. Principal Zhang sat at his desk reading the newspaper, steam still rising from the teacup on his desk. "Hello, Principal Zhang." Principal Zhang looked up at the 2 young people entering. Feng Jinjin was a familiar face, but when his gaze fell on Lin Tao, his eyes widened. He even set down the newspaper and stood up. "Comrade Lin Tao, Lin Xiaoyu's brother, I presume? Please, have a seat." "That's me, Principal Zhang. You're too kind. I'm here to ask for your assistance." Lin Tao pulled out a chair and sat down, getting straight to the point. Recently, Vice Principal Feng and Young Feng have been caught in a whirlwind of malicious rumors from unknown sources. As a friend of Comrade Young Feng, I naturally cannot stand idly by. I'd like to ask if I might review the past meeting minutes, Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, thinking to himself that it wasn't anything major. He readily agreed, opened the bookcase against the wall, and handed Lin Tao a meeting record book labeled with the date. "This contains the minutes from all meetings held so far this month. Please take a look." "Thank you, Principal Zhang." Lin Tao and Feng Jinjin sat side by side, flipping through the notebook. Each entry was signed by the recorder, so they quickly located the page documented by Director Wang. Lin Tao pulled the crumpled poster from his pocket and smoothed it out. After comparing the handwriting, he confirmed it was indeed from the same person. Feng Jinjin stared in disbelief, her voice trembling. "How could it be Uncle Wang? He cares so much about me and gets along so well with my parents. How could he do something like this?" Lin Tao sighed. "Perhaps people do change." Turning to Principal Zhang, he said, "Principal Zhang, I'll make a copy of the meeting minutes. I need to take this original as evidence. You don't mind, do you?" Principal Zhang dared not object, nodding repeatedly. Of course. Now all that remained was to bring Qin Dazhuang to the school for identification. Stepping out of the principal's office, Lin Tao patted Feng Jinjin's shoulder reassuringly as she remained in a daze. "On Sunday, I'll bring Qin Dazhuang to the school for identification. If it really was Director Wang, I'll have him apologize to you and Uncle Feng in front of the entire school to clear your names." Feng Jinjin nodded. "Okay." After securing the physical evidence, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu back to the village on the shuttle bus. Baisha Village. Ding. Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a school of redfin trumpetfish will appear near Crescent Reef tonight at 8 p.m. Host intelligence level 5155 points. Host, please review immediately. The moment he stepped off the vehicle, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Locally known as redfish, the redfin trumpetfish boasts thick, firm flesh with a delicious flavor. It's primarily used for salting into fish jerky, with the famous specialty redfish jerky made from this very species. Since he was near Crescent Reef, tonight would be shore fishing only, no boat trips. As he walked toward the village, someone called out behind him. "Hey, is that Comrade Lin Tao?" Chapter 146, another 450 earned. The voice grew louder. Lin Tao turned to see the young vendor he'd met at the market in Baishui village. The young man was carrying a burlap sack on his shoulder. He walked up to Lin Tao, panting heavily, and said, "These are new defective products from the factory. I managed to carry this much in one trip. I haven't counted how many there are. Take a look." He pulled the clay pots out of the sack one by one and laid them on the ground. There were 80 in total. Lin Tao bought them all from the young man at the agreed price of 5 cents each. Pulling 5 yuan from his pocket, Lin Tao handed it over. Consider the extra yuan as compensation for your trouble. Carrying them all the way from Baishui village wasn't easy. The young man took the money and chuckled. No trouble at all. I hitched a ride part way, so I didn't walk far. Thanks, man. If I get more stuff, I'll bring it to you again. No problem. Oh, and Comrade Lin Tao, I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Bai Yong. My buddies call me Yangzi or Lao, by whichever you prefer. Lin Tao nodded. All right. Carrying the sack home, he encountered villagers who were curious about its contents and came over to chat. Lin Tao, what good stuff did you buy in town this time? You even had to use a sack to carry it back. Must have cost you a pretty penny. Lin Tao merely gave perfunctory replies, unwilling to waste words. He freed one hand to hold Lin Xiaoyu's as they continued home. Seeing Lin Tao's reluctance to share details, the villagers only grew more convinced he'd bought something valuable and was hiding it from them. TSK, Lin Tao's got money now, doesn't even bother to say a few words to people. That lucky bastard Lin Tao struck it rich. Heard they even gave him that wasteland by the dock to build some cold storage facility. Never seen a cold storage place in my life. If only I had Lin Tao's luck. Honestly, comparing yourself to others just makes you miserable. Lin Xiaoyu felt the warmth radiating from Lin Tao's palm and felt a pang of unease. Brother, don't you get angry when they talk about you like that? Lin Tao shrugged it off with a laugh. They're just jealous. It doesn't change anything. Instead of wasting time arguing with them, we should be focusing on making more money. Xiaoyu, remember this, those who try to put you down with words and actions only do so because they can't stand seeing you succeed. They want to pull you down from your high place. That's exactly why we can't let them have their way. Brother, I understand. While it was still light out, Lin Tao returned to Uncle Lin's house. He fetched some hemp rope from inside, tied it into a slipknot, and secured it tightly around the mouth of the clay jar. He then linked them together. He and Lin Xiaoyu carried buckets to the spot where they'd buried the octopus traps, pulling each clay jar buried in the sand by its top. Today's haul was bountiful once more, not only octopuses of various sizes, but also hermit crabs and other crustaceans. They also caught plenty of small fish and shrimp stranded in puddles on the beach, preparing them as live bait for night fishing later. That evening, Lin Tao called over several young crew members from the Changrong to row out to Crescent Reef for night fishing. Zhao Xiaopeng asked in puzzlement, Bro, why aren't we taking the boat out today? It's peak season for various types of sea bream right now. They usually hang around the coral reefs. Last time I was underwater at Crescent Reef, I saw quite a few. I thought we'd try our luck with some rock fishing. Crescent Reef connected to the coast, with shallow waters and numerous hidden reefs. Large boats couldn't anchor nearby, so rowboats were more convenient. The night breeze carried a damp chill, stirring waves that crashed rhythmically against the reef with a steady splash. Ding! Host detected near target location. The group positioned themselves on the reef. Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng, Chen Hua, and Li Jian wore diving headlamps, illuminating the water's surface. After Lin Tao scattered the bait mix he prepared at home, they baited their hooks with live bait and cast their lines into the sea. Before long, Lin Tao's float began to move. He lifted his rod and reeled in the line. Though the redfin snapper struggled, its strength was modest. Lin Tao pulled it from the sea with almost no effort. Its entire body and fins were a vibrant, eye-catching crimson, shimmering under the spotlight and looking exceptionally beautiful. The fish measured about 50 centimeters long and nearly 20 centimeters wide, weighing at least 10 genus size that placed it in the upper middle range. This was truly a great start to the day. No wonder coastal fishermen loved it, just looking at it brought joy. After tossing it into the fish basket, Lin Tao continued baiting hooks and casting lines. After over 2 hours of back and forth work, the group hauled the fish basket onto the dinghy, preparing to head back to the dock. Lin Tao roughly counted over 30 fish. Aside from his own catch, the rest weighed around 7 to 8 pounds each, a truly bountiful haul. They carried the fish back to Zhao Xiaopeng's house and placed them in the fish pond. The next afternoon, the Liang brothers came to the pier to collect the catch. The village was installing power poles to bring electricity, and as part of the project, they were also repaving the road. This made it difficult for pickup trucks to access the area. Lin Tao called out to several crew members to carry the seafood crates and scales to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Over 30 red-fin trumpetfish weighed a total of 260 jin. The Liang brothers offered 1.5 yuan per jin, totaling 450 yuan including other miscellaneous catches. The crew loaded the packed fish crates onto a pickup truck at the village entrance. Passing villagers curiously asked Lin Tao, "What kind of fish are in there? How much did you get for them?" Before Lin Tao could answer, Zhao Xiaopeng proudly declared, "All big red fish. Made a few hundred yuan." Lin Tao cleared his throat and said to Zhao Xiaopeng, "Xiaopeng, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile?" "Oh, I was so excited I forgot. I won't say it next time." The next day, Sunday, Lin Tao drove Lin Xiaoyu back to Jinsha Middle School and picked up Chen Dazhuang on the way. Chen Dazhuang sat in the car with his head down, not uttering a word, his hands constantly twisting the hem of his shirt, a clear sign of nervous anxiety. Lin Tao whispered, once we get to school, remember what you should and shouldn't say? Chen Dazhuang nodded and mumbled, yeah, I know. I just don't know how to face Comrade Feng. It's all my fault she got into such big trouble. Seeing Chen Dazhuang's genuine remorse, and since they were on the school bus, Lin Tao refrained from scolding him. He only sighed silently. Because Chen Dazhuang had previously sneaked into Jinsha Middle School to harass Feng Jinjin, many students and teachers recognized him. Fearing word might get out, Lin Tao had prepared a hat and mask for Chen Dazhuang beforehand. After dropping Lin Xiaoyu off at her dorm, Lin Tao turned and led Chen Dazhuang to the staff quarters to find Feng Jinjin and ask where Director Wang was. When Feng Jinjin opened the door and saw the man beside Lin Tao so heavily covered and keeping his head down, she instantly guessed who he was. Her brows knitted in disgust as she took a step back to create distance. It's you! Chapter 147, Jealousy Distorts One's True Self. Hearing Feng Jinjin speak, Chen Dazhuang instinctively lifted his head to look at her. He opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words. Comrade Feng, do you know where Director Wang is? We need to take Chen Dazhuang to identify him. He should be in the 7th grade office. With his right hand fractured, he can't write on the blackboard, so he usually asks other teachers to cover his classes. But as homeroom teacher, students still come to his office for matters. The three arrived at the first-year office door. Feng Jinjin found an excuse to knock and enter, deliberately leaving the door open. She saw Director Wang sitting in his chair drinking tea, with several other teachers in the office chatting about students and everyday matters. Their expressions shifted subtly when they saw Feng Jinjin enter. Lin Tao and Chen Dazhuang stood outside the door, peering in quietly. Chen Dazhuang's emotions were running high, but Lin Tao promptly pulled him aside and whispered. Is that the strange uncle you told me about in there? Chen Dazhuang nodded repeatedly, pulling down his mask and telling Lin Tao, the one sitting in the chair drinking tea, that's the strange uncle I told you about. It really is him, Lin Tao murmured, edging closer to the office doorway. He gave Feng Jinjin a discreet nod, and she pretended to have forgotten something, backing out of the room. As they reached the staircase corner, Feng Jinjin asked, is it Uncle Wang? Lin Tao sighed and nodded. Feng Jinjin pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. Ever since comparing the handwriting in the meeting minutes with Lin Tao last Friday, she had already suspected it was him. But now that it was confirmed, it felt like a heavy stone had landed in her chest, not exactly painful, but undeniably uncomfortable. At Lin Tao's suggestion, Feng's father summoned Director Wang to the broadcasting room. Lin Tao, Feng Jinjin, and Chen Dazhuang, still fully armed, were all present. When Director Wang entered and saw them, he paused in surprise. Old Feng, why did you call me to the broadcast room out of the blue? Mr. Feng said nothing, merely pulling out a chair for him to sit. Old Wang, was it you who wrote that big character poster plastered on the bulletin board by the school gate the other day? Director Wang blinked nervously, then feigned deep remorse, suddenly slamming his fist on the table. Old Feng, how could you suspect me like this? Our families have known each other for years. I watched Jinjin grow up, she's like my own daughter. How could I possibly do something to tarnish her reputation? Lin Tao, watching nearby, noticed Director Wang had used both hands to slam the table, apparently so caught up in his act that he'd forgotten his right hand was still fractured. But neither Mr. Feng nor Feng Jinjin noticed this detail. Lin Tao suddenly interjected, Director Wang, please don't get so worked up. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, don't risk injuring it again before it's fully recovered. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room turned their gaze to Director Wang's right hand. Director Wang, only then realizing the situation, grimaced and clutched his right hand. Ouch! But his acting was painfully obvious. Mr. Feng and Feng Jinjin's gazes grew even more intense. Under the intense scrutiny of the Fengs, Director Wang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think my fracture is fake? Whether it's fake or not isn't our concern, Uncle Wang. How do you explain that the handwriting in this meeting record you produced matches the handwriting on the big character poster exactly? Feng Jinjin produced both documents. Uncle Wang, you have a distinctive writing habit, each vertical stroke ends with a slight upward curve. If it were merely a case of similar handwriting, how could even such minute details match perfectly? Feng Jinjin looked at Director Wang with pain and disappointment. Uncle Wang, what did our family ever do to you that you'd stab us in the back like this? Feng's father chimed in, Old Wang, if you have grievances or grudges against me, take it out on me directly. Why drag an innocent child into this? Do you realize the slander you've hurled at Jinjin could ruin her entire life? Director Wang slumped in his chair, silent and unresponsive. Lin Tao slowly approached the broadcast console, his hand resting on the switch. After a long pause, Director Wang stood up and looked at Mr. Feng. His gaze was complex, filled with resentment, jealousy, guilt, and helplessness. Old Feng, why is it that we both started as teachers, yet your path has been so much smoother than mine? Lin Tao quietly flipped the switch. Principal Wang's voice boomed through the school's loudspeakers. I'm jealous of you. Whether it was becoming a homeroom teacher or advancing to grade director, you always got there faster than me. Why did you get to directly replace the vice principal, while I was stuck as a 7th grade director? Your daughter's lucky she met a patron who promoted you. You got the vice principal position for free. What about me? I'm no less diligent than you, right? Remember when I suggested an arranged marriage for our kids? You said modern times favor free love, that you wouldn't interfere with Xinjin's choices. But you never used to talk like that. Mr. Feng, you're the one who's forgotten your roots. You've climbed the ladder and now you've turned your back on us. I asked you to put in a good word for me to become middle school director, but you refused. Was your path to becoming vice principal even legitimate? I admit I was jealous, I resented your success. That's why I found that young man who had harassed Xinjin before and fabricated that big character poster. But I never intended to ruin her completely. I just figured that if Xinjin's reputation was ruined and no one would want her, she'd have no reason to reject my son. Then we'd still be family. Mr. Feng spat. Pa! You commit such shameless acts, yet you still have the audacity to dream of marrying Xinjin into your family? You have no shame. Just then, Principal Zhang pushed open the door. Who says Vice Principal Feng's promotion was based on backroom deals? Director Wang, I can assure you that even before Vice Principal Sun was dismissed, the leadership had already planned to promote Vice Principal Feng from his position as Year 7 head to head of the Junior High Department. In student and teacher surveys, Vice Principal Feng had the best reputation. If you doubt it, ask anyone in the school to verify. It's your own narrow-mindedness that makes you think he secured the position through backroom deals. I will report your actions to the Education Bureau. Educators must lead by example. Your conduct speaks volumes about your character. Someone like you has no place remaining at Jinsha Middle School. Principal Wang slumped into his chair, covering his face as he wept silently. The entire school community heard Director Wang confess his crimes and motives over the loudspeaker. Everyone was shocked who would have thought Director Wang was this kind of person. Ultimately, the Education Bureau's verdict arrived, Director Wang was dismissed from his post. Furthermore, due to the severe damage he caused to the reputations of Vice Principal Feng and Feng Jinjin, he was sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison. Not only did he lose his secure government job and decades of neighborly goodwill, but he also ended up with a criminal record. Vice Principal Feng and Feng Jinjin had their reputations restored. They invited Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu to their home again to express their gratitude. Chapter 148, A Kiss by Mistake. The Feng Residence. Lin Tao, thank you. Without your help, I don't know when my father and I would have been able to clear our names. During those days when classmates and teachers pointed fingers at us, I honestly almost lost hope and considered proving my innocence by taking my own life. The spread at the dinner table was even more lavish than during Lin Tao's first visit, filling the entire table. Mr. Feng even brought out his treasured 1953 Will brand Maotai liquor, insisting on drinking heartily with Lin Tao. Comrade Lin Tao, today I absolutely must toast you. Lin Tao's eyes widened in shock. That bottle would fetch nearly 2 million yuan in the 21st century. And even auction houses rarely saw it appear having money alone wasn't enough to buy it, you needed luck too. Lin Tao quickly grabbed Feng's father's hand as he reached for the corkscrew. Meeting his father's astonished gaze, Lin Tao offered an awkward smile. Uncle Feng, how about selling me this bottle? I'll pay 50 or even 100. Mr. Feng looked puzzled. This wine is good, but I only paid 2 or 3 yuan for it back then. It's not worth 50-100 now, is it? Not wanting to reveal he was a time traveler, Lin Tao quickly improvised. Before my father went missing, I heard him talk about this liquor. I was young and couldn't afford it back then. Now that I have the means, he's no longer here. I thought I'd buy it and keep it at home just in case my parents ever return. As Lin Tao finished speaking, Mr. Feng's eyes welled up. Then I'll give this wine to Comrade Lin as a token of my gratitude and to honor your filial devotion. How could that be? This bottle looks quite old. Uncle Feng must have treasured it for many years. How could I just take it? The more Lin Tao spoke, the more uneasy he felt. This wasn't just wine, it was pure gold. Paying 100 yuan for it was already taking advantage of the Feng family's ignorance of its future market value. How could he possibly accept it for free? Oh, just take it. Jinjin, go get that bottle of Maotai I bought last year from the cabinet in the room. We absolutely must have a drink with Comrade Xiaolin. Feng Jinjin placed the bottle on the table. Lin Tao glanced at it deliberately. It was a 1977 5-star Mutai. Back in his day, that would have been worth 5 or 6,000 yuan a bottle. The hospitality was too much to refuse, so Lin Tao joined her in drinking. As the liquor touched his tongue, he marveled inwardly, this is the real deal authentic aged Maotai. In the 21st century, Maotai prices had skyrocketed and counterfeits were everywhere. Getting a taste of genuine aged Maotai was no easy feat back in the day. Lin Tao had spent a fortune to acquire a few bottles, but he'd been too stingy to drink them, keeping them all displayed in a glass cabinet. Looking back now, he regretted not opening them before he died. What a painful loss. After a few cups with Feng's father, Lin Tao was already feeling a bit lightheaded. After all, this body wasn't his own. While his soul inhabited it, it lacked his drinking tolerance. The original owner had never touched alcohol in his life, let alone started with 53 proof baijiu. A flushed glow spread across Lin Tao's face. He propped his chin with one hand to keep from slumping onto the table. Across from him, Mr. Fong was in the thick of it, downing glass after glass. He tossed his glasses aside, his face flushed like a monkey's behind. Comrade Shaolin, you're truly a benefactor to our family. That Jinjin didn't catch your eye, it's just that our family wasn't blessed enough. Fong Jinjin sat beside them, feeling both awkward and embarrassed. She reached out to grab the glass from her father's hand. Dad, please stop talking. Lin Tao chuckled awkwardly twice, not daring to pick up Feng's father's thread. After dinner, Fong Jinjin helped Lin Tao out the door, her voice laced with concern. Are you really okay to go to the Jinsha hotel like this? Why don't you and Xiaoyu sleep in my room? I'll squeeze in with my parents. Lin Tao waved his hand, steadying himself with effort. No need to trouble yourself. I already made arrangements with my older brother before coming. The three exited through the back gate of Jinsha Middle School. Just as Fong Jinjin was pondering how to get Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu to the Jinsha hotel, she spotted a small car parked under the dim streetlight. A bald man stepped out. As the man approached, Fong Jinjin recognized him as Lu Wenhu. Mr. Lu. Lu Wenhu took Lin Tao from Fong Jinjin. Thanks for your help, Comrade Fong. I'll take Xiao Tao and Xiaoyu now. Ah, sure, no trouble at all. Lu Wenhu placed Lin Tao in the front passenger seat, but the boy was so drunk he couldn't stay upright, swaying uncontrollably and distracting the driver. Su Lingqian suddenly spoke up from the back seat, let him sit in the back. Let Xiaoyu sit in the front passenger seat. Miss, that's not appropriate. Tao is this drunk. It's fine. We'll be at the hotel soon anyway. Alright then. As they rounded a corner, a child suddenly darted onto the road. Startled, Lu Wenhu jerked the steering wheel hard, sending Lin Tao flying into Su Lingqian. Originally dazed from drunkenness, Lin Tao caught a whiff of rose fragrance nearby and instinctively leaned closer, murmuring, so fragrant. His entire body pressed against Su Lingqian, pinning her against the car door so she couldn't move. Su Lingqian felt his warm breath on her face, her own body growing warm in turn. She pushed Lin Tao away, only to discover he was dead weight, drunk and impossible to move. She could only maintain the awkward position. Lin Tao instinctively furrowed his brow, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. His arms wrapped tightly around Su Lingqian's waist, pulling her even closer. Su Lingqian instinctively turned her head to call out to him, only to find Lin Tao's face pressed against hers. Their lips met unexpectedly. In his haze, Lin Tao flicked his tongue across Su Lingqian's red lips, attempting to part them. A thunderous roar exploded in Su Lingqian's mind. Everything around her seemed to vanish in that instant, leaving only her and Lin Tao in her world. Her hand, which had intended to push Lin Tao away, gently pressed against his chest instead. Her heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it might burst from her chest, her face flushing crimson like a boiled shrimp. As if possessed, she opened her mouth to meet his intrusion. Their tongues intertwined, creating suggestive slurping sounds. With the car window open, the outside noise masked their voices. Lin Tao sucked and swirled on Su Lingqian's lips until the wind outside the window blew away some of his drunkenness, and he slowly opened his eyes. His drunken gaze suddenly widened as he recognized Su Lingqian before him. The warm, soft sensation on his lips banished the last traces of intoxication. Realizing what he was doing, Lin Tao immediately pulled away from Su Lingqian. Lingqian, sis, what are you doing here? I was just. Lu Wenhu, who had been focused on driving, heard the commotion and asked curiously, Xiao Tao, you're sober now. What happened? And nothing. I just didn't know Sister Lingqian was in the car too. Got a bit startled. I saw you hadn't returned to the hotel, so I planned to drop Miss off at the old residence first. We happened to pass by Jinsha Middle School, and Miss suggested picking you and Xiaoyu up instead. After waiting a bit, we saw Comrade Fong helping you out. Chapter 149, Sichuan Peppered Chicken with Pig Tripe. Lin Tao sobered up completely, not daring to look at Su Lingqian's face. So that's how it was. Lu Wenhu laughed heartily. Looks like you really went all out drinking today, kid. Vice Principal Fong seems to have his eye on you. Could it be he wants you as his son-in-law? Lin Tao caught Su Lingqian's expression shift out of the corner of his eye and quickly retorted, Big bro, stop teasing me. Uncle Fong wouldn't dream of it. Comrade Fong and I are just regular friends, really. Lu Wenhu chuckled. Alright, you're 18 or 19 now. Some guys your age are already married with kids. There's nothing wrong with dating seriously. Ahem, Lin Tao cleared his throat. I haven't really thought about that yet. Right now, I'm focused on getting that cold storage facility built so I can start making money. Making money is great. A man should establish himself before starting a family or vice versa. Lu Wenhu had planned to drop Su Lingqian off at the ancestral home first, then take Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu back to the Jinsha hotel. But after a long silence, Su Lingqian suddenly said, just take us straight back to the hotel. I won't be going back to the old house tonight. Yes, Mississippi. At the entrance of the Golden Sand Hotel, Lin Tao hurriedly pulled open the car door, stumbling slightly as he stepped out. Su Lingqian, however, stepped out leisurely. A lingering trace of shyness still flickered in her eyes as she looked at Lin Tao. I'll have the kitchen prepare some hangover soup for you. Drink it before sleeping, otherwise, you'll feel awful tomorrow morning. Lin Tao couldn't bring himself to look at Su Lingqian. He just nodded and said, "Alright, thank you, Sister Lingqian. It's no trouble at all." "You're welcome." With that, Su Lingqian headed straight upstairs. Lin Tao slowly followed, gripping the banister. Sitting on the hotel bed, Lin Xiaoyu poured him a glass of water and handed it over. "Bro, why is your face still so red?" "Nothing. Let's get some sleep. We have to catch the bus back to the village tomorrow." "All right." After finishing the hangover soup brought by the waitress, Lin Tao lay in bed, sleep eluding him. His mind kept flashing back to that unconscious, tender kiss with Su Lingqian. The faint scent of roses and her soft lips made his heart surge like a rising tide, its waves unceasing. Finally, tossing and turning until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Lin Tao still hadn't fallen asleep. Having barely eaten anything with his drinks last night, his stomach was now growling loudly. He had no choice but to get up and head to the kitchen to whip up something to eat. At the staircase turn, Lin Tao encountered Su Lingqian, equally exhausted. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, he instinctively asked, "Sis Lingqian, you didn't sleep either?" Su Lingqian hadn't expected to run into Lin Tao at this hour. Just as she was about to respond, her stomach growled loudly, embarrassing her so much that her face flushed instantly. Aye. Lin Tao scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm starving too. I'm heading to the kitchen. Sister Lingqian, wanna grab a bite together?" Su Lingqian nodded and silently followed Lin Tao downstairs. Turning on the kitchen lights, Lin Tao grabbed an apron from the wall and put it on. He pulled a few eggs from the fridge, along with a bowl of leftover rice from last night's staff breakfast, some ham, corn kernels, and peas. He scooped a dozen plump, lively shrimp from the glass tank, split their backs, peeled them, removed the veins, and set them aside to marinate in a mixture of scallions, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns. He whisked the eggs until frothy and scrambled them in a pan until fluffy and golden, reserving some of the egg mixture to mix into the rice. He sautéed the peas, corn kernels, diced ham, and shrimp in a base oil. Once cooked, he added the rice and stir-fried until each grain was distinct. He seasoned with soy sauce and oyster sauce, then sprinkled chopped scallions over the dish for fragrance and garnish just before serving. He also made a vegetable soup using seaweed and other mushrooms from the kitchen. Lin Tao served the fried rice and vegetable soup to Su Lingqian. It was just a simple home-cooked breakfast, and he wasn't sure if it would suit Sister Lingqian's taste. Su Lingqian had been salivating at the aroma of the fried rice for ages, but she maintained her composure in front of Lin Tao. Taking her time, she lifted a spoonful to her mouth. The flavor exploded on her taste buds, and her eyes widened instantly. She said nothing, simply eating spoonful after spoonful. A smile slowly curved Lin Tao's lips as he sat beside her and began eating too. Only after finishing every last grain of fried rice and drop of vegetable soup did Su Lingqian wipe her lips with a handkerchief. "Thank you for breakfast," she said. "By the way, Lin Tao, remember when I mentioned the hotel needs new dishes? Have you given it any thought since you got back?" Lin Tao, still eating, choked on his food at her question, covering his mouth as he coughed. How could he have forgotten about that? These past few days, he'd been so preoccupied with the cold storage in Fengzhenjin that he'd completely forgotten about his promise to develop new dishes for the Jinsha Hotel. Lin Tao couldn't help but lower his head slightly as he replied, "Of course I've been thinking about it. It's just, my brain's been on a wild brainstorming spree, working overtime. Steamed lamb, steamed venison tail, braised duck, braised young chicken, braised gosling, braised salted duck, soy braised chicken, cured pork, preserved pork stomach with pine nuts." Lin Tao felt like he could recite the entire menu by heart. Seeing him hesitate, Su Lingqian leaned closer and asked, "Lin Tao, you're not just pretending to listen, are you? You haven't actually thought about it at all? I helped you deal with that little Feng fellow's trouble, and this is how you repay me?" Hearing the sarcasm in Su Lingqian's voice, Lin Tao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Sis Lingqian, how could you think that of me? I'm not that kind of person. I just remembered a dish one that's pretty demanding in terms of ingredients." "Oh? Tell me about it." Su Lingqian watched him with genuine interest, a faint smile playing in her eyes. Her slender, white fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Lin Tao cleared his throat. "It's nothing fancy, really. Just Cantonese-style fish maw and pork tripe chicken soup. You need fish maw, pork tripe, white pepper, and rice wine. For the chicken, either Sanawang chicken or black-bone chicken works, but it can't be too old." Su Lingqian was taken aback that Lin Tao would attempt Cantonese cuisine. Having spent time in Guangzhou herself, she sampled authentic local dishes prepared by master chefs. Now she wondered what this young upstart's version would taste like. Following Lin Tao's instructions, Lu Wenhu dispatched a procurement officer to gather the ingredients. Su Lingqian called Lin Tao to her room, where she retrieved the fish maw uncle he had left her from the cabinet. "Pick whichever ones you want." Lin Tao selected a few of the most ordinary pieces. "You don't need top quality for cooking. These smaller ones will be plenty." Su Lingqian remarked, "Don't fish maw need to be soaked overnight? You're making it today, but you're only starting to soak it now. Isn't that too late? That's why I'm skipping the water soaking today and using oil instead. Oil soaking is more troublesome, but it significantly reduces the fishy smell compared to water soaking. However, it also increases the fat content. So both methods have their pros and cons. Lin Tao rinsed the fish maw under running water, thoroughly patting it dry. He placed it in a pot of cold oil, heating it slowly over low flame until it reached high temperature before gradually cooling it down. After repeating this process several times, he removed the fish maw. Chapter 150, Lin Jun's Kidnapping. Heat the oil in the wok to over 180 C. Reintroduce the fish maw and deep fry it, stirring constantly until fully puffed and crispy. The pork tripe was thoroughly scrubbed with flour and salt, blanched, and cut into small pieces. In a clay pot, ginger slices were added, and the tripe was stir-fried until slightly dry. White pepper was added for fragrance, followed by a splash of Shaoxing wine. Boiling water was poured in, and the mixture was simmered on low heat for about 40 minutes. The lid was removed, and the fish maw along with diced chicken were added. Add the pre-steamed pumpkin puree to the pot. The broth instantly turns rich and golden. Continue simmering. Just before serving, sprinkle in goji berries, red dates, cordyceps flowers, and salt to taste. The aroma of the fish maw, pork tripe, and chicken soup wafted through the kitchen. Lin Tao lifted the lid, first serving a bowl to Su Lingqian, then distributing the rest to Lu Wenhu and the kitchen staff. Su Lingqian gazed at the fragrant fish maw and pig stomach chicken soup in her bowl, surprised that Lin Tao had actually managed to prepare it. Though the taste didn't quite match that of seasoned Cantonese chefs, the flavor and presentation were about 60 to 70% accurate. Su Lingqian glanced up at Lin Tao, now surrounded by kitchen staff, and suspicion began to stir in her mind. She whispered to Lu Wenhu beside her, "Go investigate Lin Tao and his family again." Lu Wenhu paused, puzzled. After all, Su Lingqian had already had him investigate once before. Why now? But since it was the young lady's order, he could only obey unconditionally. Yes, Mississippi. Lin Tao taught the recipes to the kitchen staff at the Jinsha Hotel, then carried the portion he'd set aside upstairs to bring to his sister. The hotel staff had already delivered breakfast to Lin Xiaoyu. At that moment, the little sister sat quietly on her chair, waiting patiently for Lin Tao to return. "Brother! Come drink this bowl of soup, then we'll go home. Wow, it smells so good. Have you had any yet, bro?" There wasn't much of the fish maw and chicken soup to begin with, and it had to be shared among so many people. So Lin Tao had only saved a small portion for Lin Xiaoyu and none for himself. Still, he lied to her, "I already had some downstairs. Go ahead and drink up." Lin Xiaoyu blinked, staring intently at Lin Tao until he felt slightly uncomfortable. "Brother, you're lying. This little girl is getting smarter and smarter." Lin Tao couldn't help but complain inwardly. Lin Xiaoyu pushed the soup bowl on the table toward Lin Tao. "We can share it. You always think you have to save the best for me, but I'm not a little kid anymore." Lin Tao looked at the girl before him. Though only 3 short months had passed, she seemed like a different person. Gone was the sallow, emaciated face from their first meeting. Her newly grown hair was no longer dry and brittle, but glossy and jet black. Her once sunken cheeks now held soft, plump flesh. She'd even visibly grown 3 or 4 centimeters taller. Her whole being radiated beauty and vitality. She no longer cowered in front of others, but had become much more confident and cheerful. Lin Tao watched the young girl he had nurtured anew with deep satisfaction. He ruffled her hair. "I know, Xiaoyu. You've grown up." Lu Wenhu drove Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu back to Baisha village. After dropping them off at the village entrance, Lu Wenhu inexplicably gave Lin Tao a thumbs up. Before Lin Tao could ask what it meant, he floored the gas pedal and sped away. Walking toward Uncle Lin's house with Lin Xiaoyu, she suddenly asked, "Brother, do you like Sister Ling Qian?" Lin Tao froze for a moment, then his ears turned red. "Xiaoyu, why are you bringing this up out of nowhere?" Xiaoyu covered her mouth and giggled. "I was sitting in the passenger seat and saw you and Sister Ling Qian kissing in the rearview mirror." Even his little sister had seen it. Then Lu Wenhu's gesture earlier, did that mean he saw it too? Lin Tao dared not think further, wishing only to vanish into a crack in the ground or find some way to lose his memory right now. Drinking really was a bad idea, it only led to trouble. Su Lingqian was his money tree. Desecrating the money tree, how could he ever get rich again? The more he tried to escape the thought, the clearer last night's scene in the car became in his mind. Even Su Lingqian's lightly trembling eyelashes were vividly present. As he thought about it, Lin Tao began to feel a wave of heat rising from his lower abdomen. He quickly shook his head. He absolutely couldn't think about it anymore. Ahem, Xiaoyu, grown-up matters aren't your concern. Your job right now is to focus on your studies, understand? Lin Xiaoyu snorted. I bet you're just too scared to admit it. Lin Xiaoyu, you think you're all grown up now, talking back to your big brother like that? With that, Lin Tao grabbed her by the back of the neck with one hand while tickling her waist with the other. Still got the nerve to mock your big bro? I won't. I won't. Ah, big bro, I'm sorry. The siblings returned to Uncle Lin's house, laughing and playfully bickering. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Tao sensed something was off. Ben Bo Ba and Ba Bo Ben, who usually played in the courtyard, were huddled in a corner, whimpering pitifully and fearfully, as if they'd been beaten. Dried bloodstains dotted the courtyard floor. Frowning, Lin Tao shielded Lin Xiaoyu behind him and called out toward the house, Uncle, Auntie, are you home? Movement came from inside. Uncle Lin and Auntie Lin emerged with panicked expressions, peering out toward the courtyard gate. Xiao Tao, Xiao Yu, you're back. Uncle, Auntie, what happened? What's with the blood on the ground? Uncle Lin beckoned Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu inside, then went to latch the gate from the inside before hurrying in after them. Lin Tao saw chairs and tables overturned on the floor. He walked into the bedroom and found it ransacked, a mess everywhere. It didn't look like thieves had broken in, it looked like bandits had raided the place. The bedding had been torn off and piled at the foot of the bed. The few dozen yuan kept under the pillow for daily expenses had vanished. Lin Tao hurried to check the bankbook. Thankfully, it was still there. Only then did Uncle Lin and his wife reveal the truth. Xiao Tao, please save Xiao Jun. Someone lured him into gambling. He doesn't have the sense to know better. He was tricked into losing hundreds of yuan and couldn't face staying in the city, so he ran back here to hide. Now the debt collectors are after him. We don't have that kind of money, so they ransacked the place, taking everything of value. Somehow they found your passbook. The leader saw all that money and kidnapped Xiao Jun, demanding you withdraw everything to pay the ransom or else they'd kill him. The blood on the floor was from Lin Jun being beaten. He must have been hurt pretty badly. Lin Tao clutched the passbook, glaring coldly at Uncle Lin and Chen Ju. So you expect me to hand over every penny I've saved just to ransom your good-for-nothing, reckless son? If it were 100 or 2, I might consider it out of gratitude for taking in my sister and me. But you saw how much is in this passbook. Can you even afford it? Uncle, the construction crew for the cold storage facility has already started work. I need the money right now, you know that, don't you? Chapter 151, No Face Given. The land permits, equipment, and construction crew were all arranged by my business partners. If my cold storage isn't completed on time to generate revenue, do you have any idea how much debt I'll be saddled with? A few hundred could crush you already. Now you expect me to shoulder thousands or tens of thousands alone? Before Uncle Lin and Chen Ju could respond, Lin Tao turned to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, go pack your things. We're staying at your brother Xiaopeng's place. Since we've already cut ties with our own blood relatives, one more family won't make a difference. Lin Xiaoyu understood everything from the sidelines and obediently nodded before heading inside. Uncle Lin's lips trembled, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. Suddenly, Chen Ju knelt before Lin Tao with a thud, about to kowtow. Xiao Tao, I beg you. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you two like that. But please, save Xiao Jun. He's your brother through the same grandparents. If you'll only save him, I'll be your slave forever without complaint. Even if you demanded my life, I'd give it willingly. Xiao Jun is the only child your father and I have. A mother can't just watch her child die. As she pleaded desperately, kowtowing repeatedly, Uncle Lin, seeing his wife like this, knelt down beside her and begged Lin Tao. Human hearts are made of flesh after all. Lin Tao frowned and pressed his lips together, but finally relented. I'll find a way to save Lin Jun, he said. But don't even think about taking my money. Just follow my instructions and don't mess things up. Uncle Lin and Chen Ju lifted their heads at the news of Lin Tao's willingness to help. Their eyes brimmed with emotion. Little Tao, your uncle and aunt thank you for your kindness. Once that good-for-nothing Xiao Jun returns, we'll make him kowtow to you in gratitude. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes in disgust. Don't give me that. And you too? Kneeling and kowtowing won't make me live any longer. Tell me exactly who those kidnappers were. Uncle Lin and his wife rose, pulling out a chair for Lin Tao to sit. Xiao Jun came running home like he was being chased by wolves. Before he could even sit down for a drink of water, 7 or 8 men swarmed in. Their arms and necks were covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos, clearly no good. Before they could say 2 words, they grabbed Xiao Jun and started beating him. The leader was tall and burly, with a buzz cut, standing like an iron tower. I remember him. His eyebrow was severed, and a half-inch long scar ran from the outer corner of his left eye, making anyone look at him feel uneasy. One arm bore a dragon, the other a tiger. But Xiao Jun's creditor hadn't come. Only the enforcers showed up. They said to bring the money to the dock tomorrow night to redeem him, or else they'd kill him. Chen Ju suddenly remembered something and warned Lin Tao. Xiao Tao, those guys have guns. You have to be careful. Lin Tao recalled that firearms weren't fully banned until 1996. While no one dared openly trade guns or ammunition in public at the time, it was far from uncommon in private. Beyond homemade hunting rifles, those with connections could obtain pistols and assault rifles. It was rumored that the ban only came into effect after village conflicts escalated to the point where mortars were deployed, causing devastating consequences. Lin Tao realized that the creditor Lin Jun had provoked must have considerable backing. He decided to seek out Lu Wenhu first to gather information and gauge the creditor's strength. However, before resolving this trouble, Uncle Lin's home was no longer safe. To protect the innocent Lin Xiaoyu from being dragged into it, Lin Tao arranged for her to stay at Zhao Xiaopeng's house first. Lin Tao went to the brigade office to call Lu Wenhu. Brother, I need your help identifying someone. I don't know his name, but he has a crew cut, a scar on his left eye, is tall and muscular, and has a dragon and tiger tattooed on his arms. Lu Wenhu listened intently on the other end of the line, his mind racing through memories until he finally identified the man. Xiao Tao, I might know who you're talking about. How did you get involved with him? Judging by Lu Wenhu's tone, this didn't sound easy to resolve. Lin Tao truthfully recounted the entire incident of Lin Jun being kidnapped from his home. Your cousin sure knows how to stir up trouble. The leader who abducted him is Zhang Jiangang. We were comrades in arms back in the day. In terms of combat skills and physical prowess, we were pretty much evenly matched. The boss behind him runs shady operations. He runs underground gambling dens in the city. Though they're just a bunch of nobodies compared to the Madam's family, no one wants to stir up trouble for nothing. So they don't mess with us, and the Su family pretends they don't exist. We keep to ourselves. Lin Tao unconsciously tightened his grip on the microphone. Big brother, my uncle said they've got guns too. Hearing this, Lu Wenhu's brow furrowed deeply. A gunfight wasn't a trivial matter, and since they were trying to extort a large sum from Lin Tao, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Alright, Xiao Tao, Lu Wenhu said. Tomorrow I'll drive over with the Liang brothers to talk with Zhang Jiangang. After all, you're the young master's man, and Lin Jun is your cousin. They'll hesitate to harm your cousin out of fear of the Su family. Alright. The following evening, at the agreed time, Lin Tao had several young men from Changrongho lie in wait near the dock, armed and ready. They spotted the car from the Jinsha Hotel pull up beside him. Lu Wenhu and the Liang brothers stepped out. Xiao Tao, hasn't Zhang Jiangang arrived yet? Not yet, but they should be here soon. Only when the glare of headlights approached from afar did a three-wheeled cart stop nearby. 6 men emerged from the cabin cargo bed, one of them carrying Lin Jun, his upper body concealed beneath a sack, as they made their way toward them. Old Zhang, it's been years. Lu Wenhu called out first to the man leading the group. Zhang Jiangang paused, then recognized Lu Wenhu as he drew closer. He offered a distant smile. So it's you, Boss Lu. It really has been ages. Heard your business at the Jinsha Hotel is booming, making a killing, I hear. What brings you here? Lu Wenhu's smile vanished. No time for small talk. We'll catch up on old times later. That kid you've got here is family to my brother. Give me the exact amount he owes your casino principal and interest and I'll settle it right here. Zhang Jiangang glanced at Lin Tao beside Lu Wenhua. Lin Tao bore a passing resemblance to Lin Jun. So that was the connection. But I'm just a hired gun, he said. I don't call the shots. I only collect what our boss demands. Seeing Zhang Jiangang wouldn't budge, Lu Wenhu's expression darkened. So you're saying there's no room for negotiation? You want that exact amount to spare his life? Zhang Jiangang gave a non-committal grunt, yanking the sack off Lin Jun's body and tossing it aside. Since he's your brother, Boss Lu, even the money slipping through your fingers must be substantial. Surely you wouldn't begrudge the sum to buy your brother's life? Chapter 152, How could you fire? Lin Tao stood beside Lu Wenhu, his expression grave as he watched Zhang Jiangang and the group of henchmen behind him. Lin Jun regained his sight, momentarily blinded by the car's headlights. When he finally made out Lin Tao nearby, his emotions surged, but with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, he could only utter muffled grunts. His hair had been shaved into a yin-yang style, his face marked with several bruises, and his clothes were torn and tattered, a far cry from his usual clean-cut intellectual appearance. Zhang Jiangang reached out and tore the cloth from Lin Jun's mouth. Immediately, Lin Jun shouted at the top of his lungs toward Lin Tao, Lin Tao. Little brother. Save me. You have to save me. I'm still young, I don't want to die. As if annoyed by the noise, Zhang Jiangang stuffed the cloth back into his mouth. Zhang Jiangang, don't forget your origins. How can you treat people like this now? Lu Wenhu, don't lecture me. Don't think I don't know you're just another lackey for the Su family. We're all selling our lives to others. Who's more noble than who? Lu Wenhu spat. At least I didn't aid tyrants or act as a tiger's lackey. I never committed atrocities or oppressed the people. Don't think I don't know your casino preys on students rigging games and cheating them out of their money. Today, I'm letting you take your principal and interest. That's doing your boss a favor. If you try to escalate this into a murder case, mark my words, neither you nor your boss will walk away unscathed. But Lu Wenhu's threats didn't faze Zhang Jiangang. He immediately signaled his henchmen, who pulled guns from their pockets and aimed them at Lin Tao and the others. We're packing real guns here. Hand over the money quietly, or you'll all be feeding the fish in the ocean. The moment they drew their guns, police officers suddenly appeared from nearby, weapons drawn, closing in on them in an encircling formation. One of the henchmen, terrified, leaned close to Zhang Jiangang and whispered, "Boss, we're surrounded by cops. What should we do? Maybe we should hand over the hostages. It's not worth risking all our brothers." Zhang Jiangang snarled, "Don't be a coward. We've got a hostage, they won't dare shoot us." With that, he yanked Lin Jun close, pressing the gun barrel against his temple. "Everyone drop your weapons, or I'll shoot him dead." Caught between a rock and a hard place, Lin Tao and the others froze, paralyzed by the threat. Lin Tao shouted at Zhang Jiangang, "Listen up. Even though we're cousins, our relationship is thinner than water. I couldn't care less about his life or death. If it weren't for his parents begging me on their deathbeds, I wouldn't have lifted a finger. If you kill him, you won't see a single penny. And with all these police officers here, if the hostage dies, they'll have nothing holding them back. They'll riddle you all with bullets. As he shouted, Lin Tao discreetly signaled to the Liang brothers to get the car moving. The Liang brothers slipped into the car amid the chaos. The roar of the engine stunned everyone present. They slammed the accelerator, aiming to plow indiscriminately into the crowd. Zhang Jiangang and the others were terrified and scrambled to dodge to the sides. Holy, you guys are crazy. Amidst the chaos erupting on the dock, Lin Tao seized the opportunity to snatch the pistol from the officer's hand and aimed it at Zhang Jiangang, who was clutching Lin Jun in his arms. Lu Wenhu spotted the gun in Lin Tao's hand and broke out in a cold sweat. Tao, what are you doing? This isn't a toy. You could kill someone. Someone's going to die today anyway. If we keep dithering like this, it'll only get worse. Before Lu Wenhu could stop him, Lin Tao pulled the trigger. A deafening crack echoed as the bullet tore through Zhang Jiangang's right hand, the one gripping the pistol, sending blood flying everywhere. Ah! My hand! Zhang Jiangang dropped the gun. Too hurt to pick it up, he clutched his right hand, howling in pain. Lin Jun, run! Startled out of his wits, Lin Jun snapped to attention and sprinted toward Lin Tao. Seeing someone about to fire another shot, Lin Tao took 2 quick steps forward, yanked Lin Jun down, and both hit the ground. The bullet whizzed past Lin Tao's temple, embedding itself in the trunk of a palm tree behind them. With the hostage out of harm's way, the officers showed no mercy toward the criminals, swiftly apprehending them all. Terrified, Lin Jun had wet his pants. Shivering uncontrollably, he clung to Lin Tao, his words slurring. Lin Tao, it's okay now. You're safe. Zhang Jiangang, pinned to the ground, shouted defiantly at Lu Wenhu, you've crossed my boss. The Jinsha Hotel better brace for retaliation. We'll see about that. I'm eager to find out what kind of power your boss has now and if he's capable of taking on the Jinsha Hotel. After the police subdued this motley crew, an officer approached Lin Tao, who promptly returned the gun in his hand. Comrade, your aim is quite sharp. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Tao's back. He had practiced at a shooting range in his past life, so he had taken a gamble in the heat of the moment. But how could he explain now that he knew how to shoot? I just got lucky. Lu Wenhu pulled Lin Tao close and interceded for him. It was pure coincidence. Look, his hands are still shaking with fear. He's no seasoned shooter. My brother here is a model citizen and outstanding youth. You can trust him. The officer glanced at Lin Tao's slightly trembling hands and didn't press further, offering only a brief lecture. If you ever encounter a situation like this again, don't be so reckless. Absolutely. As the officers escorted Zhang Jiangang and the others away in the police van, Lin Tao finally exhaled and slumped to the ground. The other young men who had been lying in wait nearby gradually emerged. Bro, are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Lin Tao, you really scared the hell out of us just now. Are you guys okay? Zhao Xiaopeng helped Lin Tao up from the ground. He waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. It's all over now. He turned to Lu Wenhu with concern. Bro, we've really pissed off their boss now. What if they retaliate? Lu Wenhu snorted dismissively. They think they can be local tyrants? They must believe there are no real dragons in this land. If they're foolish enough to provoke the Su family, they're practically signing their own death warrants. I'll report today's incident to the young miss. If necessary, the Su family will intervene directly. It'll be the perfect chance to wipe out this rabble once and for all, eliminating a public menace. But Xiao Tao, you need to be careful too. Zhang Jiangang and his crew fell into your hands, but their boss might not take it lying down. They could still come after you guys. Lin Jun leaned in urgently. Then what should we do? You captured them, you can't just abandon us. Lin Tao's face darkened as he kicked Lin Jun to the ground. If it weren't for you, how would we have gotten entangled in this mess? Chapter 153, Village Patrol Squad. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, Lin Jun dared not say another word after being kicked down. After all, he was in the wrong. It's getting late. Everyone should head home. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the village committee and gather the villagers to discuss what to do next. After everyone had left, Lin Tao turned to head home, but Lu Wenhu grabbed his wrist. What is it, brother? Lu Wenhu's expression was grave. Xiao Tao, I helped you get rid of those officers earlier, but you can't fool me. The way you fired that gun, it wasn't your first time. Who exactly are you? Lin Tao inwardly cursed his luck, nervously chuckling twice. I swear I'm not lying, big brother. It was pure luck. Besides, hitting the target is hard, but pulling the trigger isn't. I figured even if I missed Zhang Jiangang, Lin Jun was as good as dead anyway. Since the outcome would be the same either way, why wait? Right? Bro, I don't believe you haven't looked into my background behind my back. But I've got nothing to hide. And I know you couldn't have found anything, because I really am just an ordinary guy from Baisha village. The only things setting me apart are a sharp mind and a bit of luck. That's all. We've known each other this long, don't you trust me, big brother? Lu Wenhu was struck by Lin Tao's words. He had indeed investigated Lin Tao multiple times, but the results always came back clean. Lin Tao was like an impenetrable fog. No matter which angle he approached, his efforts were futile. Could it be they were overthinking it? After all, even the best disguise would show cracks if it were fake. But Lin Tao showed absolutely none. Could someone this mysterious and capable truly be just an ordinary 18-year-old? Lin Tao sensed Lu Wenhu's wavering resolve and pressed his advantage. Brother, he said, if I hadn't met you back then, I'd never have made it this far. Right now, I'd probably still be just another ordinary guy toiling away on a fishing boat in the village, scraping by for work points. My insights come from my parents, and my good fortune is a gift from heaven and Mazu. That shot I fired today was just a desperate gamble on luck. I truly haven't deceived you. Seeing Lin Tao's eagerness to prove himself, Lu Wenhu sighed. I understand. It was my mistake to doubt you. Don't hold it against me. Go home now. It's fine, brother. Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't believe an 18 or 19-year-old fisherman could pull off such a risky shot either. I'll be on my way now. After bidding farewell to Lu Wenhu, Lin Tao strode straight toward the village, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. He absolutely couldn't let anyone discover he'd traveled through time. At best, they'd lock him up in a mental hospital. At worst, higher-ups would take notice and imprison him as a lab rat for experiments. Back at Uncle Lin's house, the couple embraced their precious son, who had returned safe and sound, weeping with joy. My son! You're back! You're back! If anything had happened to you, your mother wouldn't have lived to see another day. Lin Tao walked into the courtyard and latched the gate. No wailing out here late at night. If you must cry, do it inside. I need to organize a village meeting tomorrow. Uncle Lin and Chenju nodded repeatedly as they watched Lin Tao, then pulled them inside. The dim light of a gas lamp cast a yellow glow over them. Lin Jun, still shaken by the scene, wept uncontrollably as Chenju held him close, her heart aching for him. Xiao Tao, did you really give them all that money? No. I called my older brother in the city and the police officers ahead of time. They rescued Lin Jun from them. That group of thugs has already been taken away by the police officers. Uncle Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Does that mean everything will be fine now? Lin Tao shook his head. It won't be that easy. That leader was probably the most trusted lackey of the boss behind this. Taking him down like that could bring big trouble later. For the time being, don't let Lin Jun go back to the city. It's best if he doesn't even leave the house. Lin Tao's words struck Lin Da's family like a bolt from the blue. Chenju gaped in shock, her voice trembling as she asked, what on earth are we supposed to do? Some people's logic is truly beyond comprehension. Not only did Chenju fail to thank Lin Tao for saving Lin Jun, she actually blamed him for refusing to pay the ransom quietly, claiming that was what brought even greater disaster upon them. Already irritated by this unwarranted disaster, Lin Tao shot Chenju a piercing glare. Auntie, if you're unhappy with this outcome, I'll send Lin Jun back right now. If he dies, everyone will be off the hook. How could you say something like that? Lin Tao snorted. Don't forget how desperately you begged me to save Lin Jun. If not for me, he'd have had his head blown off at the dock just now. He barely escaped with his life, and now he has the nerve to turn around and blame me? Uncle Lin chimed in, addressing Chenju, that little Jun came back alive is a blessing from our ancestors. Could you please shut up? Will you die if you stop talking? Aye. Lin Tao stood up and went straight back to his room to sleep, ignoring Uncle Lin and his family entirely. Early the next morning, Lin Tao went straight to the brigade office and used the village loudspeaker to summon all the residents of Baisha village to assemble in the brigade courtyard for a meeting. The villagers, unaware of the reason, hurried to the gathering without even finishing their breakfast. Ahem, fellow villagers of Baisha village, Lin Tao began, I now need to ask for your help. After speaking, Lin Tao gave Uncle Lin a meaningful glance. Elder Lin stepped forward, visibly embarrassed, and explained to the villagers how Lin Jun had angered the gang boss by gambling. Lin Tao couldn't resist adding a parting shot, everyone knows Zhu Feng, right? Compared to the guy Lin Jun offended, he's small fry. This sent ripples through the crowd, and the villagers immediately began whispering and murmuring among themselves. Everyone, please listen to me first. While this is a sin committed by Lin Jun alone, it has affected the safety of the entire village of Baisha. After all, no one knows if the crime boss will retaliate by punishing the whole village. I propose selecting some strong, capable men from the village to form a patrol team. They'll take turns patrolling the village around the clock. If anyone suspicious tries to enter, everyone should drive them out. Though reluctant, the villagers had no choice now that the trouble had reached them. Not a single soul failed to resent Uncle Lin's family. Uncle Lin kept bowing apologetically to the villagers. The good reputation his family had built in the village had been completely ruined by his eldest son, and now they were bearing the brunt of the blame. Under Lin Tao's organization, the patrol team was quickly assembled. 6 teams of 10 members each were formed, rotating shifts every 4 hours. Lin Tao personally funded a flashlight for each team and a whistle for every member. Lin Tao escorted Lin Xiaoyu back to Jinsha Middle School, then purchased a large quantity of expensive gifts from the department store to deliver to the Feng family. Feng Jinjin stared at the mountain of gifts in bewilderment. Comrade Shaolin, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 154, Poisoning Incident at Jinsha Hotel. Lin Tao briefly explained the situation to Feng Jinjin. I'm uneasy about Xiaoyu staying in the village. Until this matter is completely resolved, I'd like Xiaoyu to stay at your place on weekends. Is that okay? After speaking, Lin Tao pulled another 100 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Feng Jinjin's hand. Rest assured, I won't let Xiaoyu eat and drink at your place for free. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Feng Jinjin pushed the money back. Comrade Shaolin, it's just a matter of looking after Xiaoyu for a few days. There's no need to give so much or pay me. I've long considered Xiaoyu like my own sister. My parents adore her too. Even if it weren't a favor to you, I wouldn't mind having her stay with us. But since you're staying in the village, please be extra careful. Make sure you stay safe. Lin Tao nodded. Alright, I will. I'm counting on you to look after Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, listening nearby, realized Lin Tao was entrusting her to the Feng family. She quickly grabbed his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded anxiously, Brother, don't leave me behind. If there's any danger, I'll face it with you. Lin Tao looked down at her knuckles, white from her grip, then met her eyes filled with panic and resistance and felt a complex mix of emotions. Be good, Xiaoyu. Listen to your teachers at school and behave yourself at Sister Jinjin's house. Once this trouble is completely resolved, I'll come get you home. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head relentlessly, her two braids swinging back and forth like rattles. Tears the size of beans streamed down her face. Brother, are you going to abandon me like Mom and Dad did? I don't want to go to school. I want to go home with you. As long as our family is together, I'm not afraid of any danger. Lin Tao deliberately frowned and scolded Lin Xiaoyu sternly. What nonsense are you talking? You just decide not to go to school? How could you possibly justify that to Mom and Dad, and to me, who's worked so hard to put you through school all this time? It's not like we're parting forever. Don't forget you still have Uncle Lu and Sister Lingqian backing me up. What could possibly go wrong? Worst case, the villagers would stand with me, I wouldn't lose a fight. You can't help, so stop making things harder. His harsh words only made Lin Xiaoyu's tears flow even harder. Brother. Lin Tao pried her fingers apart one by one, shoved her into Feng Jinjin's arms, and turned to race downstairs. Feng Jinjin held Lin Xiaoyu tightly, her own eyes welling up. Xiaoyu, be good. Your brother will be fine. Just focus on school and don't make him worry. Lin Xiaoyu watched her brother's receding figure and struggled desperately. Brother, don't abandon me. I'll go with you. Only when Lin Tao's figure vanished from sight did she slowly calm down. Turning, she threw herself into Feng Jinjin's arms and wailed, Sister Jinjin, I'm just a burden. I can't help with anything. Feng Jinjin gently patted Lin Xiaoyu's back. Xiaoyu, you're not a burden. You're the treasure of our family. Trust that your brother will resolve this trouble soon and bring you home. Jinsha Hotel. Lin Tao sat in Lu Wenhu's office, both men looking grim. Big brother, any word on the boss behind Zhang Jiangang? Not yet, but we can't let our guard down. After all, even a dog bite can cost you a chunk of flesh if it's serious. I've explained the situation to the young lady. She said since that person hasn't made a move against the hotel yet, she can't bring Su family's influence into play. Lin Tao nodded. After all, this whole affair had nothing to do with the Golden Sands Hotel or Sister Lingqian. It was only because I got dragged into the middle that things escalated to this point, forcing even you to stay on guard constantly. I really feel terrible about it. Lu Wenhu snorted dismissively, waving his hand. We're brothers. That sounds too formal. That guy behind Zhang Jiangang is making a fortune through shady deals and has lost all sense of self-awareness. Even without this incident, the Su family wouldn't let him run wild for long. Your connection just gave the Su family a pretext to act, though it's still a bit of a stretch. So now the young lady is waiting to see if he'll get so cocky he actually targets the Su family's assets, essentially putting a knife to his own throat. So Su Lingqian had been orchestrating such intricate schemes behind the scenes. I'd underestimated the complexity. Still, this realization eased Lin Tao's sense of guilt considerably. As the two spoke in the office, urgent knocking suddenly sounded at the door. Come in. The lobby manager burst in, flustered. Boss, it's bad. Something's happened. Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu immediately stood up. What happened? Boss, you should come with me to check it out. Several tables of guests suddenly started complaining of stomach pain, writhing on the floor in agony. Someone yelled that the food was poisoned, and the entire first-floor lobby descended into chaos. Many guests bolted without even paying their bills. The crisis struck faster than expected. Lin Tao followed Lu Wenhu downstairs at a brisk pace. I'll go check too. Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu followed the manager to the first-floor dining hall. They saw several diners writhing on the floor in agony. A few tables of guests remained frozen in place, their chopsticks and bowls abandoned, too terrified to eat another bite. As Lin Tao approached, he saw each victim pale with agony, their faces contorted in pain. Their bodies arched like shrimp, clutching their stomachs tightly. The worst cases were already vomiting. Poisoning was the only diagnosis so far. Get these guests to the hospital immediately. No one is to touch any leftover food from these tables. Assign at least 3 people to monitor each table. After giving instructions to the waitstaff, Lin Tao had someone call the security team from the Jinsha Hotel. Secure all entrances front, back, and staff passageways. No one is to enter or exit, especially the kitchen. Without my explicit permission, not even the trash bins are to be emptied. The security personnel glanced at Lin Tao, then turned to Lu Wenhu with questioning eyes. Lu Wenhu, his face dark, ordered, "Follow Lin Tao's instructions to the letter." "Yes, boss." Lin Tao addressed Lu Wenhu, "Brother, you go comb the other diners first. I'll assess the situation." "Understood." Lin Tao approached the nearest table. The 3 dishes and soup had been nearly finished. From the leftovers on the plates, he could identify them as steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, stir-fried seasonal vegetables with squid, braised hairtail, and a seaweed and shrimp tofu soup. He then made his way around the problematic tables. Lin Tao noticed a common thread: every table had ordered the seaweed and shrimp tofu soup. The issue was most likely with the soup. This soup was a simple dish requiring little skill, and as the restaurant's most frequently ordered soup, the kitchen typically prepared a large batch in advance, keeping it warm and only making a new pot when the old one was nearly depleted. Having narrowed down the initial scope, Lin Tao headed straight for the kitchen, hoping the most suspect pot of soup hadn't been discarded yet. Lu Wenhu turned to see Lin Tao striding away and called out, "Xiao Tao, where are you going?" Chapter 155, both witness and evidence present. "I'm going to check the kitchen." Lin Tao entered the kitchen. By now, all the kitchen staff had been detained by security personnel. They huddled in corners, sitting or crouching, their faces etched with confusion and bewilderment. Spotting Lin Tao enter, one of the cooks called out, "Lin Tao, what happened?" Lin Tao's gaze swept over their faces. "We'll talk later." He immediately began searching the kitchen. After flipping through several soup pots, he found a pot of seaweed, shrimp, and tofu soup with just a little left at the bottom. He sniffed it carefully. Masked by the seasonings and ingredients, he couldn't detect any unusual odors. Lin Tao wasn't foolish enough to taste it himself. He wasn't some ancient herbalist testing every plant. Sealing the pot, he instructed the security guard, "Keep an eye on this pot until the police come to collect it." He then picked up the attendance sheet hanging on the kitchen wall, checked today's roster, and addressed the kitchen staff, "Who made this seaweed, shrimp, and tofu soup today? Confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. Don't even think about covering for each other. If no one admits it, you're all accomplices and will be sent to the police station together. The officers have plenty of ways to make you tell the truth. I know who it was, Sun Shu. He made the soup. None of us touched it." The employee pointed to Sun Shu, who sat hunched in the corner. 30 years old, Sun Shu had worked as a kitchen helper at a state-owned restaurant for 2 years before joining the Jinsha Hotel kitchen, where he specialized in soups and stews. Lin Tao was familiar with everyone in the kitchen. From past interactions, he felt the honest, hard-working Sun Shu couldn't possibly betray his workplace by poisoning someone. If it was him, there must be more to the story. "Brother Sun, did you poison the soup?" Sun Shu lifted his head to look at Lin Tao, his eyes darting nervously, lips trembling. His hands twisted his fingers as he stammered, "Lin Tao, I." Lin Tao's voice grew slightly heavier as he placed a hand on Sun Shu's shoulder. "Brother Sun, things have come to this point. If you come clean now, you might still get leniency. But if you refuse to budge and the police uncover the truth later, you'll face far worse consequences. I believe you're not inherently evil. Were you coerced into this? If you can't speak freely here, we can find a private place." Faced with Lin Tao's emotional appeal and reasoned argument, Sun Shu finally relented. Before he could utter 2 words, he buried his face in his hands and began sobbing with shame and regret. "It's all my fault. I'm such a bastard." Sun Shu explained to Lin Tao that his father had recently slipped and fallen while repairing the roof at their rural home. The head injury was severe, requiring hospitalization at the People's Hospital. The endless medical bills felt like a mountain crushing him. He'd exhausted every possible loan from relatives and friends, leaving him no choice but to turn to loan sharks. The interest snowballed relentlessly. Sun Shu had even borrowed 3 months' advance pay from Lu Wenhu, yet still couldn't cover the debt. His comatose father lay in the hospital ward awaiting payment, while his wife and children back home were barely scraping by. Just as Sun Shu had nowhere left to turn, the loan shark came for him. The man handed him a packet of powder, promising that if he found an opportunity to slip it into the food at the Jinsha Hotel, all his debts would be wiped clean. Otherwise, his wife and children would be taken as collateral. I even asked him if it could kill someone. He told me it was just castor bean powder at worst, it would cause a couple days of stomach trouble, but it definitely wouldn't be fatal. I had no other choice, so I foolishly agreed. Sun Shu gripped Lin Tao's arm, panic in his voice. "Lin Tao, did something happen to those guests?" Lin Tao pressed his lips together and nodded. "Their situation looks dire. That man definitely didn't give you something as simple as castor bean powder. Did you put all of it into the soup pot?" Sun Shu shook his head, trembling as he pulled a small paper packet from his pocket and handed it to Lin Tao. "I've never done anything so cruel before. I knew it was wrong, so I didn't dare put it all in. I only used less than half a packet. Fortunately, Sun Shu was an honest man at heart. Had he dumped everything into the soup, those tables of guests would likely have dropped dead on the spot, and the Golden Sand Hotel would have been in serious trouble. By then, Lu Wenhu had calmed the remaining diners and resolved their issues before heading into the kitchen. Xiao Tao, what's the situation? Any leads? Lin Tao handed him the paper packet. Forget clues, the killer and the evidence are right here. After hearing the full story from Lin Tao, Lu Wenhu suddenly kicked Sun Shu to the ground. If you told me everything when you asked for an advance on your wages, I would have handled it for you. You old bastard, helping outsiders try to ruin me? Betraying my kindness like this? Unsatisfied with his rant, he delivered several more kicks until Lin Tao intervened. Sun Shu knelt on the floor, sobbing as he kowtowed to Lu Wenhu. Boss, it's all my fault. I was completely out of my mind back then. I couldn't think straight. All I cared about was paying off my debts fast to protect my wife and kids. I never imagined it would turn out like this. I just figured if the guest went to the bathroom a few times, I'd come out and apologize, saying the cleaning wasn't thorough enough. At worst, I'd pay a fine. I had no idea the person gave me poison. Lu Wenhu's face flushed crimson from neck to cheek. You know, Jack. This was clearly aimed at destroying the Jinsha Hotel. You really had the nerve to pull off something this big in secret. Bro, venting at him won't help now. Let's just deal with this mess first. There are too many people here, let's move somewhere else. Lin Tao pulled Lu Wenhu back to the office, poured him a cup of tea, and urged him to calm down. News of food poisoning at the hotel has already spread. Our top priority now is to placate those tables of diners and their families to minimize the impact. Get the hospital and families to seal the news. To the outside world, stick to the story that it was gastroenteritis caused by sanitation issues. As long as no fatalities occur and no major legal fallout happens, the schemers behind this will see their plan fail. They'll definitely try to stir up trouble again. Sun is a convenient target they won't give up so easily. That's why the intermediary who delivered messages and items to Sun won't be disposed of hastily either. Next, we must identify the exact poison used. Such a potent toxin would be meticulously recorded in the seller's ledgers. No one wants to get entangled in that kind of trouble. We'll conduct a city-wide search, gather identifying details on the poison purchaser, then take Brother Sun to their hideout for identification. Lu Wenhu found Lin Tao's proposal sound. Patting his shoulder, he said, Tao, it's a shame your brain didn't make it into the police academy. We'll do it your way. Chapter 156, The Den of Debauchery. When Su Lingqian learned that Zhang Jiangong's backer had actually gone through with targeting the Golden Sands Hotel, she was furious. Some lowly rat thinks it can become king? Does it really believe I, Su Lingqian, am a soft target to be pushed around? Su Lingqian ordered Lu Wenhu to take Lin Tao and raid the hideout of Zhang Jiangong's backer. Lin Tao couldn't understand why he was being brought along for this mission. Lu Wenhu drove the car, with Lin Tao in the passenger seat and the Liang brothers and Sun Shu in the back. Brother, with just our small group going in, won't we be at a disadvantage? Do you take me for a fool? The main force is already lying in wait nearby. That underground casino is a mixed bag of people. The lady asked me to bring you along not to watch how I handle things, but to make an appearance so everyone knows whose man you are. Miss Su said that since you plan to expand and strengthen your business, you'll inevitably deal with those city folks. It's better for them to recognize your face now than have some blind fool cause trouble later. Lin Tao listened, dumbfounded, his hands itching so badly he felt like he could grow an axe. Was the Su family behind Su Lingqian really that powerful? It felt like he'd stepped into Causeway Bay. The Sands Hotel car pulled up outside a Christian church on the outskirts of town, its exterior already looking abandoned. Lin Tao noticed that while the gatehouse appeared dilapidated and the main gate was rusted and weathered, the brick path leading up to it was surprisingly free of weeds. This place must see regular foot traffic or even vehicle traffic, which explained why the entrance was kept tidy. Xiao Tao, get out first. Lin Tao stepped out and approached the gate. He saw that the chain and padlock hanging on it were also relatively new. He thought to himself that the people running this place were really careless, just the main gate alone had so many flaws. But then he thought, who would wander around here for no reason anyway? A creak made Lin Tao's skin crawl. He looked toward the sound and saw the side door of the gatehouse pushed open from the inside. A hunched old man emerged. The old man shuffled out, leaning heavily on his cane. He looked up at Lu Wenhu and Lin Tao. His face was lined with wrinkles like old tree bark, but his triangular eyes gleamed with a sharp, menacing glint. This old man was clearly no ordinary person. Lin Tao instinctively swallowed hard, leaning close to Lu Wenhu and whispering, Bro, I don't think that old man is simple. Let's be careful. Don't worry, I know. The old man noticed Lu Wenhu and Lin Tao whispering and cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. What brings you out to this godforsaken place? This isn't where you should be. Get out of here. Lu Wenhu cut straight to the point. I'm Lu Wenhu, owner of the Jinsha Hotel. I know exactly what this place is for. Open the gate now. I'm coming in to have a word with your boss. Otherwise, don't blame me for tearing this shack down. Upon hearing Lu Wenhu's introduction, the old man trembled as he fumbled for the key in his pocket, shuffling unsteadily toward the iron gate. Lu Wenhu snapped impatiently, "Stop pretending to be half paralyzed. Hurry up and stop wasting my time." Exposed by Lu Wenhu, the old man stiffened for a moment before straightening his back. He strode over in 3 quick steps, unlocked the gate decisively, and removed the chain. The gate swung inward. Lu Wenhu motioned for Lin Tao to get in the car, then drove them inside. Lin Tao glanced at the old man in the rearview mirror. A gust of wind lifted the hem of his robe, revealing an object tucked at his waist, a gun. "Bro, that old man has a gun." No surprise there. I knew he was someone who handled guns regularly when I saw the calluses on his hands earlier. The question is where they got so many of them. We can't let them keep growing stronger. Lin Tao recalled that Lu Wenhu was a veteran in this regard. He certainly had more experience. The car slowly approached a white marble statue in front of the church, a winged angel. Neglected and unmaintained, its surface was now mottled and grimy. The metal laurel wreath atop its head was rusted and corroded, missing several pieces. Dark red rust had dripped heavily onto the statue's face, transforming its once holy features into something sinister. Compounded by the gloomy weather, thick clouds blanketing the sky, casting a gray haze over the land, the sight unsettled Lin Tao. The Jinsha hotel car pulled up directly at the church entrance. Lu Wenhu motioned for Lin Tao and the Liang brothers to get out. Noticing the Liang brothers' unusually loose-fitting clothes and the large backpacks strapped to their backs, a bold suspicion formed in Lin Tao's mind. Suddenly, something heavy and cold was thrust into his hand. Lin Tao looked down and gasped in shock, then turned to stare at Lu Wenhu in astonishment. "Brother, this is... If things go south later, you can use this for self-defense." "But It's fine, Xiao Tao. Everyone has secrets they keep hidden. I'll pretend I never saw it." Lin Tao pressed his lips together, then silently nodded and slipped the object into his pocket. Lu Wenhu had come today specifically to disrupt the event, so he charged straight ahead and kicked open the church's wooden door with a thunderous crash. Lin Tao followed him inside. The pews that had once filled the church's ground floor had been removed, replaced by a dozen round tables, each surrounded by 7 or 8 people. Hearing the door burst open, the people inside stopped what they were doing and looked over. Several men who looked like thugs picked up the tools beside them and slowly approached. "What the hell are you doing here? Trying to get yourselves killed by crashing our event?" Before Lu Wenhu could speak, the Liang brothers had already pulled out their gear from their backpacks, 2 tiger head hunting rifles, their barrels nearly poking the foreheads of the 2 leading thugs. "Cut the barking. Get your boss out here, or lead us to him. This isn't your little lackey's place to talk." The thugs hadn't expected Lu Wenhu and Lin Tao's crew to come prepared. Facing the equalizer, none dared make a move. But they weren't easily intimidated either. The leader spoke up. "Who are you guys? Trying to muscle in on our turf?" Lu Wenhu spat contemptuously. "We're law-abiding citizens. Who needs to mess with you lot? Get moving. Or I'll make a call, and this place will be razed before nightfall." "Calm down. Have the 2 brothers put away their weapons. We have guests here. Don't accidentally hurt anyone. Follow me." The Liang brothers holstered their hunting rifles, though they kept them in hand rather than in their bags, maintaining an intimidating presence. The enforcer led the way inside, guiding Lin Tao and the others up the church stairs via a vintage spiral staircase. The second floor of the church had been partitioned into cubicles. The materials offered no soundproofing, and the air was thick with the sound of intimate moans, punctuated by profanity and cries of pain. Chapter 157, The Transgender Being. Lin Tao couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that the boss behind Zhang Jingang wasn't just running an underground casino but also this flesh trade, and judging by the scale, it wasn't small. If this got leaked, bullets would be flying by the pound. The most ironic touch was the statue of the Virgin Mary at the end of the second-floor corridor. The weeping Madonna, shedding 7 tears, seemed to watch over the filthy suffering unfolding below, a truly bitter irony. Lu Wenhu's expression darkened further, but it wasn't over yet. Following the enforcers, they continued upward. The 3rd floor of the church was the top level, likely converted from the original spire attic. The 3rd floor had significantly more enforcers stationed than the 1st or 2nd floors, and their demeanor clearly set them apart. The 3rd floor enforcers stopped them. The guide explained, "These gentlemen are honored guests. They wish to see the boss." Seeing the 3rd floor guards still showing no intention of letting them pass, Lu Wenhu cleared his throat. The Liang brothers immediately drew their universal equality devices. "I'm Lu Wenhu, owner of the Jinsha Hotel. Surely I have the standing to see your boss?" The reputation and standing of the Golden Sands Hotel in the city were known to all. The 3rd floor personnel dared not offend him and reluctantly allowed passage. The group arrived at a room door. The guide hesitated over whether to knock, but Lu Wenhu kicked the door open instead, scaring the guide so badly he nearly wet himself. "You're done here. Get lost." I'm outta here." As soon as Lu Wenhu and Lin Tao stepped inside, curses erupted from within. "Who the hell has the guts to cause trouble in my place? Look closely, it's your grandpa who's here." Lin Tao caught sight of the boss behind Zhang Jiangang, a man in his 30s. Unlike Xu Feng's broad shoulders, thick waist, and potbelly, this man was thin and slender, almost feminine in appearance. His narrow, box-like eyes radiated an eerie softness. Who'd have thought someone like this could run such a large-scale black market operation? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Lu Wenhu turned to Lin Tao and explained, "That's Joe Bowen. He's an actor who fled here from another province right at the start of the crackdown. Don't let his youthful looks fool you, he's a full generation older than me. He made his fortune by selling his ass to a few old gang bosses. When those old farts got taken out, he came out ahead." As if struck at his weak spot, Joe Bowen's fake smile nearly cracked. His words came out like they were being squeezed through clenched teeth. "Ha, Lu Wenhu, your mouth sure can spit out some nasty words." Lin Tao thought to himself, no wonder his speech and bearing always carried a hint of a female lead's grace, he really takes good care of himself. Joe Bowen glanced at Lin Tao beside Lu Wenhu and asked, "This young man looks unfamiliar. Rumor has it you adopted a younger brother, is this him?" Lin Tao met Joe Bowen's gaze calmly. Though he hadn't dabbled in the gray economy in his previous life, he was a seasoned veteran who'd navigated decades of bloody turmoil, not one to flinch at the sight of a formidable opponent. "That's me. Young man, I spent a fortune training that man, only for him to fall at your hands. How could I possibly forget you? Mr. Zhou, if your men hadn't coveted the money, kidnapped my cousin, and then made outrageous demands, we wouldn't have ended up at odds." He got exactly what he deserved. Joe Bowen hadn't expected Lin Tao, who looked no older than 18 or 19, to stand before him not only unafraid but remarkably composed. Lin Tao wasted no words. He cut straight to the chase. "Old Zhou, you had the nerve to coerce Sun Shu into poisoning your customers. What we're here for today, I'm sure you know without us spelling it out. Young man, you can't just make accusations without evidence. How do you prove I was behind this?" Lu Wenhu shielded Lin Tao behind him, snorting coldly at Joe Bowen. "This entire church is proof enough. We spared you the police raid just to give you a chance to live. Don't push your luck. Who in this town doesn't know the Jinsha Hotel belongs to the Su family? You're just a lowlife who sold your ass to get here. Do you really think you're capable of taking on the Zus?" Joe Bowen covered his mouth and chuckled, his narrowed eyes gleaming like a sly fox. "In the past, I'd have tucked my tail between my legs and run far away. Just hearing the Su family's name would make me tremble. But Boss Lu, why do you think I dare touch these dangerous deals? I don't mind Mr. Lu finding out. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. The sky over this city needs a change." Lu Wenhu frowned at Joe Bowen's smug, confident tone. "So you found yourself a new patron?" Joe Bowen neither confirmed nor denied it, his tone playful. "The wisdom of leaning on a big tree for shade, Mr. Lu should know that better than I. You stepped in for your little brother and took out my men. I'll make sure your Golden Sand Hotel gets pinned with a few murders. We'll call it even. Since you're already here, it wouldn't be right to send Mr. Lu away empty-handed. I have a bottle of deer blood wine from the Greater Xing'an range, it's exceptionally potent. Mr. Lu, you must expend considerable energy attending to Miss Su. Take this to replenish your strength." Before Lu Wenhu could react, Lin Tao lunged forward and punched Joe Bowen square in the face, sending stars dancing before his eyes. Regaining his senses, he shrieked, "Mirror! Quick, get me a mirror! My face can't be ruined." Lin Tao spat. "You effeminate dead man's tomboy! If I ever hear you speak disrespectfully of Miss Su again, I'll slash your face." After the tirade, Lin Tao wiped his hands disgustedly on his clothes. "Gross. I'm scared I'll catch some disease just from touching you." Beside him, Lu Wenhu gave Lin Tao a thumbs up. "Way to go, kid. That was well said." Zhou Wenwen, clutching his bruised eye, pointed an effeminate finger at Lin Tao and snarled, "You little bastard. You dared hit my face? Not a single one of you will walk out of here today." He signaled his henchmen beside him, "Teach them a lesson." Lin Tao suddenly drew his weapon, chambering around and racking the bolt in one fluid motion. He aimed the muzzle at Joe Bowen's groin. "For a guy who pees standing up, I doubt you'll need that thing down there anymore. I'll just blow it to smithereens for you." Joe Bowen hadn't expected Lin Tao to be armed either. He couldn't believe an 18 or 19-year-old would use a gun. But now, the power lay with Lin Tao. Joe Bowen wasn't afraid of experienced gunmen, he feared amateurs like this. After all, a flurry of punches can knock out a master. The less experienced someone is, the harder it is to gauge the potential damage. What if Lin Tao fired recklessly and actually killed someone? Joe Bowen ducked behind his henchman while shouting at Lu Wenhu, "Are you out of your mind? He's just a greenhorn, does he even know how to use it?" Lu Wenhu and the Liang brothers remained far more composed, even taking their time to draw their own weapons. "Apologies, Boss Joe. We've got our permits, but this youngster's only handled a gun twice. The first time, he shot Zhang Jiangong's hand to pieces." Chapter 158, Construction Crew Arrives. Seeing Joe Bowen's terrified, tense expression, Lin Tao's gun-wielding hand suddenly jerked his wrist. The startled movement made Joe Bowen yelp in a high-pitched voice. Don't move. That thing in your hand isn't for playing around." The enforcers stationed at the third-floor stairwell heard the commotion and rushed over to investigate. But the moment they entered, they found themselves at the point of the Liang brothers' equalizer guns. None dared make a move. Mr. Zhou, we came today seeking an explanation to see your stance on this matter. We never intended to get physical. But your current attitude leaves much to be desired. I suggest you reconsider. Zhou Bo bit his teeth in frustration, glancing between Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu before finally conceding. I acted foolishly. Please convey to Ms. Su that I, Zhou, will bear full responsibility for the losses at the Golden Sand Hotel. Lu Wenhu raised an eyebrow. Is that all? You truly hold no regard for the Su family? Covering the losses is sufficient? Zhou Bowen took a deep breath. Mr. Lu, whatever you desire, just say it plainly. As long as you spare me today. Lu Wenhu held up 2 fingers and waved them at Zhou Bowen. 2,000, right? No problem. Zhou Bowen exhaled in relief and reached for his wallet, but Lu Wenhua called out to him. Mr. Zhou, 2,000? That's beggar's change. Make it 20,000 cash. Not a penny less. Lin Tao listened nearby, his heart skipping a beat. In this day and age, demanding 20,000 yuan out of the blue? When it came to extortion, his big brother was in a league of his own. Sure enough, Zhou Bowen's expression darkened further. Mr. Lu, you must be joking. 20,000 in cash? Even if I borrowed it, I couldn't scrape that together in a day or two. Lu Wenhu snorted derisively. With a business as big as yours, it's no exaggeration to say you rake in a fortune daily. 2,000 is practically giving you a lifeline. This isn't a vegetable market, don't even think about haggling. Zhou Bowen fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in resignation. Fine, 20,000 it is. I'll send someone to collect it right now. Once I pay, the Jinsha Hotel won't give me any more trouble, right? Mr. Zhou, don't forget you still owe compensation for the Sand Gold Hotel's losses. Whether we make things difficult or not depends entirely on your future cooperation. Oh, and don't even think about seeking help while you're fetching the money. The entire church is already surrounded by the Su family's men. If you try any tricks, we'll level the entire church people and all to the ground. Zhou Bowen knew the Su family truly had that capability, so he had no choice but to back down. Mr. Lu, you say that, but how could I be that kind of person? Ha! After about half an hour, a thug carried in a bulging leather bag. He pulled out 20 bundles of cash, neatly stacked, and laid them on the coffee table. After confirming everything was in order, Zhou Bowen signaled the thugs to pack the money and kick it toward Lu Wenhu's feet. Lu Wenhu's eyes locked onto Zhou Bowen as he bent down to pick up the briefcase. He ran his hands through its contents repeatedly, meticulously checking to ensure nothing else was concealed inside. We're leaving, Mr. Zhou. Stay put. Only after leaving Zhou Bowen's hideout and getting into the car did Lin Tao speak up. Brother, are we really just letting Zhou Bowen off like this? He's been involved in all sorts of illegal, immoral, and heinous activities. Lu Wenhu pressed the accelerator, and the church slowly faded from view. We absolutely cannot let this cancerous growth spread and grow stronger. I need to return and report the situation to the boss. First, investigate the identity of the new backer behind Zhou Bowen. Whoever gave Zhou Bowen the audacity to defy the Su family must be someone special. Lin Tao never imagined he'd get entangled in power struggles between factions. All he ever wanted was to be a simple, unassuming millionaire. He'd been in the city these past few days and hadn't returned to Baisha village. He wondered how things were back home. The moment he stepped off the bus, the system's electronic voice chimed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Green intelligence 5 points. A school of silver pomfret will appear 6 nautical miles west of the dock at 3 p.m. today. Host intelligence level 5 156 points. Host, please review promptly. After so many days, the system's refreshed intel was surprisingly timely. As he walked toward the village, he encountered the village patrol team. The patrol members spotted Lin Tao and waved greetings at him. Lin Tao, you're back. Have you seen any suspicious people near the village these past few days? Don't worry, Lin Tao. Not even a dog that isn't from our village would be allowed in, let alone outsiders. That's good to know. Oh, Lin Tao, weren't you planning to build a cold storage facility by the dock? The construction crew moved in the day after you left. But without you here, we don't know much about these things, so we had your uncle oversee things. The construction crew moved in that fast? Lin Tao didn't bother going home first. He headed straight for the vacant lot near the dock. Surprisingly, the Changrong ship hadn't set sail. He had no idea what was going on. Walking toward the vacant lot, he saw over a dozen workers in uniforms digging the foundation. Beside the construction site, a temporary shelter had been erected. Inside, a table stood alongside several benches and makeshift beds cobbled together from planks. A familiar figure was inside the shed. Lin Jun, what are you doing here? I thought you'd stayed in the city and wouldn't be coming back. My dad sent me over to supervise the workers. As he spoke, he impatiently barked at the workers, don't even think about slacking off. You're getting paid a pretty penny, so don't drag your feet. Lin Tao glanced at the sun and the sky. It was nearly noon, so he called out to the workers, everyone, you can stop what you're doing for now. Let's go eat. Lin Tao was taken aback. What meal? They only show up from the city around 8 or 9 in the morning and leave by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. They work for a few hours and then eat? The workers set down their tools and headed toward the shed. Seeing they'd all brought their own snacks and boxed meals, Lin Tao asked in confusion, "Why did you all bring your own food?" A slightly younger worker among them snorted sarcastically. "If we didn't bring our own food, were we supposed to work for your family on an empty stomach?" Hearing this, Lin Tao couldn't help but frown. He turned to confront Lin Jun. "What's going on? Didn't you arrange meals for the workers?" In this day and age, while construction sites didn't provide lodging, they certainly provided at least one meal lunch. Lin Tao couldn't believe Uncle Lin didn't know this rule. Lin Jun rolled his eyes. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one footing the bill. With over a dozen workers to feed, where would I find the money?" Lin Tao recalled how Lin Jun had been kidnapped by Zhang Jiangang and his men earlier, and how Uncle Lin's house had been stripped of its valuables and cash. But before heading to the city, he'd secretly given Uncle Lin 50 yuan, enough to cover the family's expenses until month's end and easily feed the workers for 2 days. Chapter 159, Net Burst, £1,000 Silver Pomfret School. Lin Tao thought to himself, Chenju must have pocketed all the money again, that miser. "Guys, we messed up. Starting tomorrow, lunch is on us. I promise you'll eat and drink well." The workers recognized Lin Tao as their actual client and nodded in agreement. Lin Tao then grabbed Lin Tao by the arm and led him back to Uncle Lin's house. Uncle Lin had just returned from the brigade office for lunch, and Chenju emerged from the kitchen carrying a large porcelain bowl filled with food. Seeing the large bowl of glistening braised pork, Lin Tao's temper flared instantly. Chenju hadn't expected Lin Tao to return today. She instinctively tried to hide the braised pork behind her back, but Lin Tao's unfriendly gaze made her hesitate. "Little Tao's back. Did you eat in town? If not, wash your hands and sit down quickly." Lin Tao entered the main room. The table was already set with 3 dishes and a soup, 2 vegetable dishes, a steamed fish, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. A plate beside it held several soft, chewy pancakes. "You two VE been eating well while I was gone. Even Lion Pengba and Baobangbin look plumper. $50 must have been more than enough." Chenju awkwardly tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and said, "It was enough, it was enough." Lin Tao turned to Uncle Lin and said, "Uncle, I thought that 50 yuan was all gone, which is why you didn't provide meals for the workers. But it seems that wasn't the case. So what happened then?" Uncle Lin cleared his throat twice, searching for an excuse but unable to come up with one on the spot. He stammered, unable to articulate anything coherent. Lin Tao slammed his chopsticks down on the table. "These people are all from the city workers from higher level units. If it weren't for Miss Sue's face, they wouldn't have come here. Do you think this is just about my face? It's about Miss Sue's face." At this, Uncle Lin's entire family paled. We didn't mean to. "Tao, please calm down. Starting tomorrow, I'll cook for them every single day. I'll prepare the meals and have Xiao Jun deliver them to the construction site." "Would that work?" Lin Tao's expression softened. "I know cooking for over a dozen people isn't easy. So I'll hire a few village women to help prepare meals. We'll serve at least 3 vegetable dishes, 2 meat dishes, and a soup daily. But rest assured, Auntie, I'll give you 10 yuan daily for groceries. Whatever's left is yours provided you don't skimp on quality or cut corners." At the prospect of extra income, Chenju's face lit up with a smile. She happily accepted the job. "Leave it to me, Xiao Tao. I'll take good care of it for you." After lunch, Lin Tao headed to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. The gate was unlocked, so he pushed it open and walked in. Aunt Xiao was feeding chickens in the yard while Zhao Xiaopeng was hoeing the small vegetable patch. Spotting Lin Tao, Zhao Xiaopeng happily tossed his hoe aside, brushed the dirt off his hands, and ran toward him. "Bro, you're back. Why didn't you go out to sea today? The sky's clear and there's hardly any wind." Zhao Xiaopeng sighed. "Mom cooked a feast last night, even steamed some spider crabs. Dad insisted on having a drink, but then his gout flared up. He's in so much pain he can't walk and is stuck in bed. Besides Dad, you're the only one who can steer the boat. So we had to take the day off." Lin Tao stepped inside. Uncle Zhao was propped up against the headboard. Seeing Lin Tao enter, he stubbornly pretended to be fine and tried to get up, but Zhao Xiaopeng immediately held him down. "Dad, don't move. Or you'll be stuck in bed for days longer." "Heh, Xiao Tao, sorry to make you witness this. Guess you can't fight old age when you get to my years." Seeing the embarrassment and weariness on Uncle Zhao's face, Lin Tao sighed. "Uncle Zhao, you really need to watch what you eat. Otherwise, you'll suffer more." He reached into his shoulder bag and placed a palm-sized glass bottle on the bedside table. "This tiger bone wine I bought in the city. I heard it's great for dispelling wind and dampness, strengthening the body. I brought it especially for Uncle Zhao. Goodness, this must have cost a fortune. You've worked so hard to earn that money." Lin Tao chuckled. "Isn't earning money meant for spending? It's not that much. If you like it, I'll buy you more." "This tiger bone wine will be impossible to find in another 10 or 20 years," Lin Tao added. He was actually planning to stockpile a batch for future resale. Uncle Zhao chuckled at Lin Tao's words, his face already glowing rosy before taking a single sip. He kept praising Lin Tao for being far more filial than Zhao Xiaopeng. Zhao Xiaopeng rolled his eyes beside them. How am I not filial? I buy you stuff too. Just wait till I make big bucks with my brother, I'll buy you a trainload. You can bathe in a whole pool of it like Yang Guifei. You little rascal, your old man can't wait to enjoy the fruits of your labor. After seeing Uncle Zhao off, Lin Tao turned to Zhao Xiaopeng. It's been a few days since I've been out to sea. Let's head out this afternoon. It's peak season for croaker migration and the weather looks perfect. Let's try our luck today. Zhao Xiaopeng agreed immediately, no problem. I'm just sitting around at home anyway. After notifying the other crew members aboard the Changrong, Lin Tao set sail with them just before 3 o'clock. As they approached the area indicated by the system, Lin Tao directed the crew to drop anchor until the vessel came to a steady halt on the water. Ding! Host detected near target location. Cast the net. The fishing net unfurled like a fairy skirt in midair before being pulled down by the lead weights at its base. Once the net was estimated to have reached the seabed, they began hauling it back in. The first haul revealed a dense cluster of silver pomfret. Even within the net, their silvery scales glistened. Silver pomfret commands a higher price than golden pomfret for two reasons: its tender, delicate flesh and its extreme fragility. Its scales shed easily, leading to rapid death. Moreover, in the 21st century, while yellowtail grouper farming has become highly developed, silver pomfret stubbornly refuses to be farmed. Its high difficulty and cost mean it relies almost entirely on wild capture. Several more nets were hauled in, each bursting with silver pomfret piled high on the deck, nearly 1,000 pounds, just shy of 2,000. That was nearly enough. Before darkness fell, they hurried back to the dock. With autumn's arrival, dusk fell earlier than in summer. By the time they finished hauling in the silver pomfret, it was already past 6 o'clock. The Changrong sounded its horn as it returned to the dock. The production team's fishing boat had arrived earlier and was already docked, sorting through their catch. Hey, isn't that Lin Tao? I was wondering why the Changrong set sail got something special today? Before Lin Tao could respond, Zhao Xiaopeng called out to them, over 1,000 pounds of silver pomfret. Jealous, huh? The Liang brothers carried their fish crates and scales to the shore, waving at Lin Tao. Silver pomfret fetched far higher prices than golden pomfret. The small golden pomfret they'd caught earlier sold for just 10 cents per pound, but silver pomfret commanded 80 cents per pound. Over 1,000 pounds sold for 900 yuan outright, making the villagers at the dock green with envy. Chapter 160: Blood-sucking parasites, ungrateful wolves. The next day, Lin Tao recruited several skilled cooks from the village to help prepare meals for the workers at Uncle Lin's house. He deliberately stayed ashore to oversee the arrangements. Chen Ju, armed with the grocery budget Lin Tao provided, headed to the supply cooperative early with her bamboo basket. She returned with a large haul of vegetables, meat, and eggs, bustling about in the kitchen by 9 in the morning. Since transporting food from the village to the construction site was inconvenient, Lin Tao arrived at the worksite near lunchtime and ushered the workers to Uncle Lin's house. Each brought their own folding stools, sitting in the courtyard with lunchboxes in hand, waiting in line for their meals. With proper nourishment, the workers were energized. For her first day cooking, Chen Ju prepared 3 vegetable dishes and 2 meat dishes. The staple was steamed buns made from dough risen since 4 or 5 a.m., accompanied by a large pot of mung bean soup. Lin Jun stood at the entrance to the main hall, watching the workers eating in the courtyard with a displeased expression. But since Lin Tao had provided ample funds, he had no grounds to complain. Lin Tao glanced at Lin Jun. How long do you plan to hide at home? Not going back to school? Lin Jun nervously rubbed his nose. I'm staying at home. What business is it of yours? I'll go back to school whenever I want. Is that any of your concern? Lin Tao rolled his eyes dismissively. Who cares? I'm not your father. What did you say? Lin Tao couldn't be bothered with Lin Jun anymore. He carried the kettle filled with mung bean soup over to the workers, asking each one in turn, want some more soup? Take your time eating, don't choke. The aroma from the communal meal Chen Ju and the ants were cooking wafted far and wide. Neighbors drawn by the scent crowded around the courtyard gate, peering inside. They couldn't even afford pork normally, and seeing the workers enjoying both meat and vegetables made their mouths water. Some adults, unable to resist the temptation themselves but too shy to ask, sent their children home to fetch bowls. Knowing Chen Ju was hard to approach, they even urged, hurry. Tell brother Lin Tao you want meat, he'll definitely give you some. Cooking for the workers allowed for leftovers, but never shortchanging them. Chen Ju always prepared more than enough, so Lin Tao didn't mind sharing the scraps. After all, without refrigerators, his family couldn't store leftovers anyway. Little did they know that every grain on the plate represented hard work. In this era of scarcity, sharing food with the villagers felt like a waste. But Lin Tao's kindness only fueled the greed of some villagers. After setting a precedent on the first day, every noon thereafter, even before the workers arrived, and even when Lin Tao was out at sea, a crowd of children would gather at the gate, bowls in hand, begging for scraps. There's none left. Go home. Yet, having grown accustomed to Lin Tao's generous meals, they could no longer stomach their own plain fare. They even took advantage of the workers' meal breaks to rush into the courtyard and scramble for food. Those who couldn't snatch any vegetables would grab a steamed bun and consider themselves lucky. Seeing they were children, the workers didn't mind. But this only emboldened the children and the adults behind them, until eventually the workers themselves couldn't get enough to eat. After the incident involving Zhou Bowen was resolved, Lin Tao resumed his weekly Friday trips to the city to bring Lin Xiaoyu back for the weekend. Returning with his sister, they arrived just in time for the noon meal. Before they even reached the gate, the shrill clamor of children echoed from the courtyard. Sensing something amiss, Lin Tao entered to find the village kids acting like little devils unleashed. They were shoving each other in a scramble for food, leaving the ground littered with mess. Chen Zhu, clutching a shovel, was screaming at the top of her lungs, but her scolding couldn't stop him. The construction workers sighed and retreated to the corner of the wall. Lin Tao's temper flared instantly. He practically roared, "What the hell are you doing? All of you, get away from me!" The children scattered in a fluster at his voice. "Who gave you permission to fight? Is this food made for you? What kind of parenting is this? Get the hell out of here!" Many children still had a sense of shame. Scolded like this, they hung their heads in embarrassment, unable to speak. But there were always outliers in any crowd. A slightly taller child retorted defiantly, "We could eat before, so why can't we now? If your family made more, would we steal it?" Lin Tao strode straight toward the troublemaker. Though naturally tall, Lin Tao had been lean and frail from idleness before taking up work. Since starting labor, his muscles had grown steadily, not exaggeratedly bulky, but clearly strong and sturdy. The troublemaker looked like a little chick in front of him. Where he got the nerve to stick his neck out and glare at Lin Tao was beyond me, as if he was certain Lin Tao wouldn't dare do anything to him. Lin Tao grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. "I know exactly whose kid you are," he said. "Starting today, you'd better give me a wide berth. Otherwise, your parents won't get off scot-free either. Don't forget, your family hasn't even gotten electricity yet. If I tell the authorities to cut you off, your folks won't be able to do a damn thing about it." Before the little troublemaker could respond, Lin Tao flung him out of the yard, sending his rice bowl crashing to the ground at his feet. "Get the hell out!" Turning to the children still in the yard, he glared at them. "Clean this place up before you leave. And don't you dare come back. I'd rather feed you to the dogs than give you another free meal, you ungrateful brats." The children dared not utter a sound, obediently cleaning up instead. But when they returned home, their parents were furious. As if they'd planned it, they all came to Uncle Lin's door demanding an explanation. "Lin Tao, we're all from the same village. Why make things so awkward? Yeah, you've made all that money, yet you won't even share a bit of food with us? Don't be so stingy." "Exactly. And it's just kids, how much could they possibly eat at your place? If anything, just make a little extra." Seeing the villagers' ugly faces, Lin Tao laughed bitterly. "You lot really have your intestines replacing your brains. Your assholes are doing the thinking now. Never mind that this food was meant for the hard-working laborers in the first place. Do you think my family buys vegetables, meat, rice, flour, and oil for free? That it just blows in on the wind? The money I have is hard-earned by me and my shipmates, braving storms and rough seas. Why should you get to enjoy the fruits of our labor for free just by talking? You're all grown men in your 30s and 40s, have you no shame at all?" Some villagers still weren't convinced. "Then you shouldn't have given it in the first place. Now you're turning around and scolding us. What kind of behavior is that?" "Exactly. If you didn't want to give it, you shouldn't have pretended to be generous in the first place." Lin Tao spat angrily. "Blind and heartless, I was, not seeing you as a bunch of blood-sucking, ungrateful leeches who never get enough of taking advantage. If it weren't for the children, would I have let you take advantage for so many days?" Chapter 161, Snagging a Bargain. The Ruyao Porcelain Jar. But facing villagers who'd been shameless for decades, Lin Tao's words couldn't rouse their long-lost sense of shame. He realized arguing with them was like talking to a wall, a pointless humiliation. Watching the villagers press on relentlessly, Lin Tao glanced up at the blazing sun overhead and suddenly had an idea. Since they were so greedy for the workers' meals, he might as well give them what they wanted. "You're just hungry for my family's good food, right? Well, I won't let you eat for free, but you can trade something for it." The villagers froze, utterly baffled by Lin Tao's proposal. "Trade with what? We don't have anything valuable at home. Don't even think about offering us your homegrown grain or eggs. We're saving those to sell ourselves." A sly smile flashed in Lin Tao's piercing gaze as he cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. "Don't worry. My request is simple. If any of your families have heirlooms passed down through generations, no matter what they are, bring them over. I'll see if they catch my eye. If I like them, I'll trade for a few extra meals." People in small villages like Baishui generally had little discernment when it came to antiques. They assumed only gold, silver, and jade held value, or perhaps a pretty porcelain vase or jar. Everything else was mostly junk to them. They either tossed them aside or left them gathering dust in some forgotten corner of their homes. Many even used them as door panels or table leg supports. Lin Tao's plan was to buy these items cheaply from villagers before the antiques craze took off, then sit tight and wait for the market to boom so he could make a killing. Just like that bottle of aged mutai he'd bought from Mr. Fong. After hearing this, the villagers pondered for a moment. Many agreed, turning to head home to rummage through their belongings. Uncle Lin couldn't understand Lin Tao's approach. After all, every household had some old items lying around. If everyone traded them for good meals, how much money would that cost? Uncle, I never said everything could be traded for food. Only the items I select will be accepted. Lin Jun chimed in with a sarcastic remark from the sidelines. Everyone says you're smart and capable, but who knew you could be so foolish sometimes? They're not idiots, why would they hand over their valuables to you? What a waste of effort. Lin Tao shot him a dismissive glance. You're full of sarcasm now, but where were you when those little brats came to snatch food? Why didn't you kick them out? Had to wait for me to come back and deal with it? I just refuse to bully children. What do you know? Yeah, you're absolutely right. A loser is a loser. What kind of excuses are you making for yourself? With that, Lin Tao turned and strode back inside, leaving Lin Jun fuming and stomping his feet in frustration behind him. Lin Tao, don't get too cocky. Your luck will run out someday, MMMPH. Before he could finish his rant, Chenju clamped her hand over his mouth. The woman who usually doted on him and favored him was now frowning, her tone both anxious and reproachful. Shut it. Our family's good fortune depends on your brother now. Stop spouting such unlucky nonsense. Immediately after, Chenju released Lin Jun and raised her hands to the sky in prayer. She motioned for Lin Jun to follow her example. You should pray to Mazu for your brother to earn more and more, so our family can enjoy the good life. Lin Jun grew flustered. Mom, why are you suddenly calling Lin Tao so affectionately? Besides, why should our happiness depend on him? Shouldn't it depend on me? Chenju's expression shifted slightly. The words she'd almost blurted out caught in her throat. She forced a smile and said, Oh, Xiao Jun, we're all family, why draw such sharp lines? Besides, it's true that Xiao Tao covers all our household expenses now. Didn't all the savings your father and I had get stolen the other day? Your education in the city and future college expenses, we're counting on Xiao Tao to cover those. Of course your father and I need to maintain good relations with him, right? You're not a child anymore. Stop acting so immature. Be polite to Xiao Tao. Even if you don't get into university, working with him with that blood connection will earn you far more than Zhao Xiaopeng and his crew ever could. Lin Jun knew the real reason his parents now had to kowtow to Lin Tao was because of him. Anger and guilt churned inside him as his fists clenched and unclenched. Finally, he just muttered, I know. That afternoon, villagers began bringing their old belongings to Lin Tao. The earliest visitor was a 7 or 8-year-old boy from the Xiaoping household. The child clutched a celadon glazed porcelain jar. Lin Tao's eyes lit up as he motioned for the boy to place it on the table. The jar was only slightly larger than a tea caddy. Its celadon glaze was as smooth and lustrous as jade, adorned with delicate, uneven crackles as thin as cicada wings. Lin Tao tried to turn it over but found it heavy with contents inside. The boy said, Brother Lin Tao, why are you looking at a broken jar? It's nothing special. My mom wants you to see what's inside. Do you want it? Lin Tao emptied the jar's contents onto the table, a handful of silver coins from the Republic of China era. At that time, banks and antique shops in the city were buying back silver coins at 2 yuan 50 each. After 1980, their value would rise to 5 yuan per coin. Counting them carefully, there were 27 coins, all in remarkably good condition. In the 21st century, they could fetch several hundred to nearly 1,000 yuan each. This would fetch 67 yuan 50. Though Lin Tao was a businessman, he wasn't one to rip people off. So he told the boy, leave the items with me for now. Go get your mother. I'll deal directly with her to avoid any confusion later. Okay. While the boy ran home, Lin Tao flipped the porcelain jar over. Seeing the glazed kiln support marks on the bottom, he became even more certain this piece came from Ru Kiln, the foremost of the 5 great kilns. Though he couldn't determine its exact age, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Before long, Zhao Ping's wife arrived. Xiao Tao, take a look at these silver dollars. They were left by the old man. I found them while cleaning out the cellar. Times have changed, and I don't know what use silver dollars have anymore. Lin Tao took them out and handed them to Zhao Ping's wife. Sister-in-law, we're all from the same village, no need for secrets. Silver coins are being bought back in town now, 2 yuan 50 each. I won't take advantage of you, I'll give you 2 yuan 40. The rest covers my trip into town. Zhao Ping's wife was overjoyed to hear they could be exchanged for money. That's wonderful. You're so fair, Xiao Tao. Sis, spread the word around the village. Anyone with silver dollars can bring them to me. I'll pay the same rate to everyone. If they don't trust me, they can go ask the city bank themselves. No problem. As Zhao Ping's wife was about to leave with the porcelain jar, Lin Tao suddenly said, Sis, my little sister really likes that jar. Little girls love all kinds of jars and vases. Why don't you name your price? I'll buy it from you. Lin Tao used his sister as an excuse without batting an eye. Chapter 162, Snagging Two Big Bargains in a Row. Zhao Ping's wife paused, glancing down at the porcelain jar on the table. Not knowing how many years it had been left behind, it carried an indelible aura of antiquity despite being polished clean. It bore no floral patterns or markings, and its color lacked the fresh vibrancy of modern enamelware. Unlike the trendy enamel basins of today, which were adorned with mandarin ducks, double happiness symbols, or vibrant floral patterns full of youthful energy that lifted one's spirits. But she couldn't just give it away to Lin Tao. Weighing her options, Zhao Ping's wife named a price, 3 yuan. Take it if you want it. Lin Tao handed her 3 yuan. Normally, he'd have offered more, but when dealing with these villagers from Baisha village, if you gave them more than they expected, they'd feel cheated and demand double. Right, sister-in-law, anyone who trades with me, whether it's food or cash, we need to write a receipt and press our fingerprints on it. That way, no one can come back later complaining they got shortchanged. His wife nodded. No problem. Lin Tao pulled out 2 sheets of paper, wrote out 2 dated receipts, and signed his name. Zhao Ping's wife was uneducated. Beyond her own name, she only recognized numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4. She scribbled her name on the spot Lin Tao pointed to, then both pressed their thumbprints. Lin Tao folded the papers and handed 1 copy to Zhao Ping's wife. 2 identical copies. Keep them safe. After Zhao Ping's wife left, Lin Xiaoyu came over from the next room, leaning close to the table and staring at the roux-kiln porcelain jar Lin Tao was handling. Brother, I heard everything you said to sister-in-law. I never said I like this. You're lying. Lin Tao flicked Lin Xiaoyu's forehead playfully and chuckled. You silly girl. If I just said I wanted it, Zhao Ping's wife would have hounded me for money. Lin Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks and clutched her forehead. Ouch, bro. That hurt. Little liar. I barely touched you, what's the fuss? Next time something like this happens, you just back me up, got it? Lin Xiaoyu was sharp. She reached out, carefully tracing the surface of the royal porcelain jar. Her tone held an unusual seriousness for her age. Brother, can you tell what's valuable? Does that mean the villagers got ripped off? Lin Tao paused, choosing not to brush it off with excuses. Instead, he offered a more diplomatic explanation. I'm just going by my gut. But that's how business works, either create high-value revenue from low-cost assets, or buy low and sell high to profit from the spread. I dare buy things from villagers because I know how to resell them. They might never find a way to sell these items themselves, they could even get scammed. Better to make a little profit with me than lose both money and dignity. I don't know how much I'll get when I resell them, but as long as it's more than my initial investment, I'm making a profit. But for the villagers, it's different. If they don't sell to me, these things are worthless junk to them, bringing them no wealth at all. Lin Tao looked at Lin Xiaoyu with steady, earnest eyes. Everyone knows gold nuggets are valuable, but if you can never find a buyer to turn them into cash, gold is no different from roadside rocks, not even good enough to prop up a table leg. Xiaoyu, do you still think what I'm doing is ripping them off? Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, her eyes lowered, silent for a long while. Knowing his sister was pondering his words, Lin Tao didn't rush her. He simply ruffled her hair. I trust my clever sister will see the truth. Just as another greeting echoed from outside, Lin Tao rose to go. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu spoke up. Brother, I get it now. You're right. While a product's intrinsic value matters, so does its marketability. Lin Tao's lips curved upward. Just like my sister, a quick learner. You'll definitely get into a top university, then go on to get your master's and PhD. The visitor outside was Uncle Chen Fong, who lived diagonally across from the original host's family. He had helped the original host and her siblings several times before, so they owed him a debt of gratitude. Uncle, what brings you here? Uncle Chen Fong, carrying a shoulder bag, rubbed his hands nervously. Though an elder, he wore an awkwardly ingratiating smile before Lin Tao. I heard around the village that you collect old items. People can trade them here for good meat and vegetables. My daughter-in-law is 4 months pregnant, and I was wondering if I could trade something with you for some meat to help her get some nutrients. My 3rd son is at that age when a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. We really don't have any extra to spare. Lin Tao ushered Uncle Chen Fong into the house and pulled out a stool for him to sit. Your wife is expecting, that's wonderful news. No need to go to all this trouble. Here's 5 yuan. Go buy a couple pounds of meat, a packet of brown sugar, and some eggs. Make sure she gets proper nourishment. Uncle Chen Fong, a simple and honest man, grasped Lin Tao's hand gratefully, repeating his thanks. He pulled a pen holder and a paperweight from his shoulder bag. Upon recognizing the items in Uncle Chen's hands, Lin Tao fought the urge to rub his eyes in disbelief. What kind of luck was this? He'd just put out word about collecting old artifacts, and now he'd stumbled upon 2 such incredible finds in a row? He maintained a calm demeanor as he accepted the items from Uncle Chen, examining them carefully. The penholder was a deep, dull purplish red, its wood grain forming a landscape pattern. Engraved upon it were the 4 noble plants: plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Unfortunately, it hadn't been stored properly, resulting in some areas developing fine cracks. Fortunately, these weren't deep. Old grime clung to the engravings, giving it a rather unrefined look. Yet, with Lin Tao's expertise, he confirmed it was an antique Manhwa wood penholder after just a couple of turns in his hands. The other paperweight is easily recognizable, a deep golden hue throughout, yet its grain still shimmers like flowing gold under sunlight. Crafted from aged golden thread Nanmu wood, its once sharp, square edges have worn into rough rounded corners. Inscriptions remain carved upon it, though now blurred beyond legibility. The old yellow rosewood that yielded such a large penholder from its heartwood must have been centuries old. Back when Lin Tao was getting older, he followed the trend among successful people, decorating his office with Chinese-style furnishings and collecting various woods, bracelets, and cultural artifacts. He still vividly remembered purchasing a bead bracelet made from 12 20mm diameter burl-patterned old yellow rosewood beads for 120,000 yuan, yet it still ranked low on the snobbery scale. He dared not imagine how much this penholder in his hands might cost. "Uncle, where did you get these two things?" Uncle Chen Fong, fearing Lin Tao might suspect their origins, quickly explained, "These have been in our family since I can remember. My grandfather's generation told me our ancestor was a minor official aboard a large ship that later sank. My ancestor was lucky enough to drift ashore and be rescued by locals. A chest of gold and silver treasures washed ashore with him. Later, everything was squandered, leaving only these two pieces of old wood." Chapter 163, The Grand General's Armor. Watching Lin Tao scrutinize them repeatedly, Uncle Chen Fong couldn't tell if he liked them or not, and began to feel anxious. "Xiao Tao, just give whatever you think these two pieces of junk are worth." Lin Tao placed the penholder on the table. "Uncle, for these two things, I'll give you 100 yuan. They're not worth much, but a drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. You helped my sister and me before. This extra is my way of repaying you. Please don't tell anyone." Chen Fengshu was stunned. He hadn't expected two unremarkable pieces of scrap wood to fetch 100 yuan. He stood frozen in place, unable to believe his ears. "This is out of the question," he exclaimed in astonishment. "I've only helped you a few times, this is far too much." Lin Tao counted out 100 yuan and pressed it into Uncle Chen Fong's hand. "Just take it, uncle. If someday I face insurmountable hardships and fall on hard times again, all I ask is that Uncle Chen Fong give me a meal to fill my stomach." Chen Fengshu was so moved he started crying, wiping his eyes repeatedly. "Xiao Tao, you're such a good kid. I thank you on behalf of my whole family." He rose to bow deeply, but Lin Tao quickly steadied him. "Uncle, we're neighbors. Better a good neighbor than a distant relative. No need for formalities. Just sign the receipt and use the money to buy some nutritious food for your wife." All right. Uncle Chen Fong signed his name on the agreement and pressed his fingerprint. He tucked the document and money into his pocket and left. Lin Tao gazed at the antique Manhwa penholder and the aged golden thread Nanmu paperweight on the table. He took several deep breaths to steady his heart's fluttering excitement. His current savings were sufficient to handle business fluctuations and cash flow. He needed to find a safe place to store these newly acquired items. Should any sudden crisis arise, they would be his safeguard. Who would have thought that tiny Baisha village could hide such valuable treasures? Lin Tao pondered, since Uncle Chen Fong's ancestors had been aboard the official ship that sank, meaning they were rescued from the disaster, did that imply the wreck itself lay somewhere in these nearby waters? Though salvaging sunken ships privately was illegal, after so many years, villagers in the surrounding areas must have come across items from the wreck at some point. He planned to visit nearby villages soon to inquire and see what he could acquire. As Lin Tao pondered this, the system's electronic voice suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, a large school of red croakers will appear 20 meters south of White Sand Reef tonight at 9 p.m. Host Intelligence Level 5 161 points. Host, please review promptly. Both red croakers and spiny-scaled croakers are commonly called general armor fish due to their uniquely hard, serrated scales resembling a general's armor. Handling them is tricky. One careless move can lead to injury, so they're typically steamed whole with their scales intact. Once cooked, the scales peel off in one piece. General armor fish prefer reef habitats. These small, elongated fish typically measure around 10 centimeters. They are nocturnal and gregarious, though their group sizes are unpredictable, ranging from hundreds to just 6 or 7 individuals. In the 21st century, market-available general armor fish remain exclusively wild-caught, with no viable farming methods. Consequently, prices range from several dozen to around 100 yuan per fish. The system assigned location was too close to the White Sand Reef for the Changrong to navigate, and the crew had already worked a full day at sea. Asking them to work overtime at night would be too taxing. That evening, Lin Tao arrived at Zhao Xiaopeng's doorstep and knocked. The one who opened the gate was Zhao Xiaopeng himself, yawning and scratching his butt. "Bro, what brings you here?" "I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd take advantage of the good weather today to go out and cast a net. If you're too tired and don't want to go, I'll just go by myself." The mention of going out to sea instantly woke Zhao Xiaopeng. "Alright, are we taking the big boat? Let's take the small boat. It's more convenient. We're not expecting much anyway. Let's head to White Sand Reef. Haven't been there lately." "Just the two of us?" Lin Tao nodded. "Alright, bro. Just give me a minute to change my shoes and we'll head out. That evening, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng walked toward the dock with flashlights. Just as they reached the dock and were about to untie the sampan, Zhao Xiaopeng's flashlight swept over the nearby changrong. A fleeting shadow on the deck made Zhao Xiaopeng exclaim in surprise. Bro, there's someone on our boat. Lin Tao followed Zhao Xiaopeng's pointing finger but saw nothing but empty deck. He frowned. Xiaopeng, did you see things? Zhao Xiaopeng tugged anxiously at Lin Tao's wrist. Bro, trust me, there really is someone on the ship. It must be a thief. Better safe than sorry. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng approached the changrong, only to find the boarding ramp normally stored ashore now propped against the ship's rail. Wondering if the figure was still aboard, Lin Tao drew the dagger usually tucked at his waist for cutting fishing lines, gripping it tightly as he led the way, shielding Zhao Xiaopeng behind him. The brothers crept toward the vessel, Zhao Xiaopeng shining his flashlight ahead. The only places to hide on board besides the fish hold below deck were the wheelhouse. As they headed toward the wheelhouse, a sudden splash echoed from the other side of the deck. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng rushed over, leaning over the gunwale to peer down. The pitch-black sea revealed nothing. Zhao Xiaopeng slammed his fist against the rail. Damn it, he got away. To actually jump into the sea and swim away under cover of darkness. What on earth had that person been doing on the changrong in the middle of the night? There was nothing of value aboard the changrong, just fishing gear, bait, and a medical kit. Lin Tao couldn't make sense of it, but he decided to check the ship first to see if anything was missing. Bro, come see what I found. Lin Tao walked to the stern where Zhao Xiaopeng stood before a diesel drum. A small metal bucket sat on the deck, its lid open. He lifted the metal bucket and gave it a shake. It was already half full. Stealing diesel? How strange. What could someone be up to, sneaking onto the changrong in the dead of night to steal fuel? After pondering, Lin Tao came up with two possibilities: either someone from the village production team was stealing diesel for their own boat, or they were pilfering it to sell on the black market. He tapped the diesel barrel. From the echo inside, Lin Tao roughly estimated how much remained. The thief must have been stealing for days. Our fishing trips alone wouldn't use that much fuel. Zhao Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and cursed, whoever that bastard is, I'll catch him next time. He got caught today, so he probably won't dare come back for a few days. Let's wait and see. We should head out to sea first. Don't let this delay our fishing. All right. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng paddled their skiff toward White Sand Reef. Ding. Host detected near target location. Chapter 164, The Oil Thief. Ding. Host detected near target location. The skiff drifted on the sea surface. Today was a day of calm and sunshine, with not a breath of wind on the water. A bright, luminous moon hung overhead, its light drowning out the stars and standing alone in the night sky. Lin Tao mixed the pre-prepared crushed conch meat with pounded shrimp paste, formed it into a ball, and tossed it into the sea to attract fish. Immediately afterward, he flung the fishing net into the air. Once the net sank to the seabed, Lin Tao swiftly hauled it in. Dragging it back onto the boat, he could feel its considerable weight. The first haul weighed over 50 pounds. The sound of hard fish scales rubbing together sent a chill down Lin Tao's spine. He cast the second net immediately, but this haul was much smaller, only about 30 pounds. He guessed the first cast had scared off quite a few fish. After 3 casts, they hauled in a total of about 100 pounds, not bad at all. The next day, Lin Tao told the crew about the stolen diesel from the changrong. Their reactions were a mix of anger and surprise. With diesel currently priced at 14 cents per liter, Lin Tao estimated the loss at around 10 yuan. While this amount was insignificant to him given his savings, for an ordinary family, losing 10 yuan would have caused an uproar in the village. Having someone stay on the ship overnight isn't a long-term solution, Lin Tao continued. After all, to ensure safety, we'd need at least 2 people per shift. And after staying up all night, they definitely couldn't go out to sea the next day, which would leave us short-handed. The crew agreed with Lin Tao's reasoning. Brother Tao, what do you suggest we do? We can't just let that bastard keep stealing oil every day. Lin Tao thought for a moment and said, let's hold our fire for the next couple of days. Wait until that oil thief lets his guard down to strike again. Remember that temporary shelter next to the cold storage construction site? Every night, one of us will shadow me for an hour or so to see when he shows up. Then the next day, we'll all stay on the boat and lie in wait, catching him red-handed. The crew members all agreed with Lin Tao's plan. All right, we'll do it your way. As dusk fell, the changrong returned to port. The 100+ pounds of giant clams hauled in last night were bought by the Liang brothers at 40 cents per pound. Combined with the pickings from other catches, the total haul netted 60 yuan. Zhao Xiaopeng, who'd been earning money with Lin Tao for a while, had grown accustomed to the good life. He pursed his lips. Only 60 yuan? Lin Tao chuckled. Don't forget we sold the leftovers from the Jinsha Hotel to the cooperative for labor points. It's a win-win situation either way, it's just a matter of how much. Profits don't keep soaring forever. Greed is never satisfied. Steady and consistent is the true path to lasting prosperity. Zhao Xiaopeng scratched his head, his face flushing with embarrassment. You're right, bro. I get it. That night, since Zhao Xiaopeng had just pulled an all-nighter, Lin Tao chose Chen Hua to accompany him to the shack next to the construction site. The moon was nearly full these past 2 days, large and bright. Though it was night, the glaring moonlight cast down, allowing them to roughly make out objects in the darkness. Still, it couldn't compare to the clarity of a flashlight. They hid in the shed for an unknown amount of time, but no one came up from the dock. The southeast peninsula enjoyed a warm climate, with temperatures occasionally dipping below 10 degrees Celsius only in winter. Chen Hua wore a shirt on top and mid-thigh shorts below. His exposed calves were dotted with several large, red mosquito bites, itching so badly he grimaced and asked, "Lin Tao, how much longer do we have to wait?" They'd been waiting by the shed for nearly 2 hours, but still hadn't seen anyone come out of the village to the dock. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao said to Chen Hua, "Then let's head back for today and come back tomorrow to stake out again." Just as they were about to leave, Lin Tao spotted a figure approaching the dock. He pressed Chen Hua back into the shed. "Shoo, someone's coming." The distance was still considerable, and by moonlight, Lin Tao could only make out that it was a man. He stood about 1.6 meters tall, with a thin, unmuscular build. He walked with his shoulders hunched and his back slightly stooped. The man glanced back every 3 steps and looked around every 5, extremely vigilant. He carried a bucket or canister apparently. He'd left the square bucket behind on the Chingrong during his last hasty escape and had switched to different tools this time. His destination was clear as he strode directly toward the Chingrong. After scanning the area to confirm no one was watching, he lifted the plank resting on the shore and placed it against the ship's rail. Carrying his container, he began boarding the vessel. Seeing the man board, Chen Hua couldn't hold back and started to rise to grab him, but Lin Tao stopped him. "Chen Hua, calm down. The 2 of us can't catch him alone. Few people raised in coastal fishing villages can't swim, and this guy can hold his breath underwater for ages. That's why Xiaopeng and I failed to catch him last time. Tomorrow, we'll all be waiting on the boats. We'll make sure he can't come and go as he pleases." "All right." That night, Lin Tao led the young crew of the Changrong to hide aboard the ship. Uncle Zhao remained ashore, helping remove the gangplank to conceal the ambush before retreating nearby to relay updates. During the day, Lin Tao had his men stack several makeshift shelters on deck for the crew to hide in. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng stayed in the wheelhouse, while Chen Hua, Li Jian, Lin Wei, and Zhao Jiaqing spread out across the deck. About an hour later, the group suddenly heard the hoarse cry of a seagull. They all perked up. This was Uncle Zhao's signal, meaning he had spotted the man approaching the dock. It must be said that Uncle Zhao, a seasoned fisherman of decades, imitated the seagull's cry with uncanny realism, so convincing it could fool anyone. Soon after, Lin Tao heard the sound of a gangway being laid against the ship's side. Zhao Xiaopeng crouched on either side of the wheelhouse entrance, ready to dash out at any moment. Footsteps echoed across the decklight, yet hurried, heading straight for the diesel drums at the stern. Chen Hua, concealed beside the diesel drum, watched as the man completely ignored the sudden cover on the deck. He walked to the drum, connected the hose, turned the valve, and began filling it. The sound from the barrel indicated it was nearly full. Meanwhile, the others on board had crept closer. With the barrel full of diesel, the man satisfiedly screwed the valve shut, disconnected the hose, and turned to leave, only to find 6 young, strong men had formed a human wall, staring at him with menacing expressions. Startled, he let out a cry. The flashlight's beam hit the man's face, blinding him. Lin Tao recognized the man as Li Ho, who lived at the western edge of the village. He was about the same age as Lin Tao and his friends. His father had named him Ho, hoping he would one day become a marquis or a high-ranking official. Chapter 165, Pastel Lotus Suction Cup. But because his name sounded like Water Monkey, and he was exceptionally skilled in the water, short, dark, and skinny like a monkey, the villagers nicknamed him Water Monkey. Li Ho trembled with fear, yet somehow summoned unexpected courage. Abandoning caution, he charged headlong into the crowd, determined to break through the encirclement. Lin Tao knew that if he let him jump into the water and escape, catching him red-handed would be nearly impossible. With lightning speed, he grabbed his arm. Lin Tao's grip was like a vice, pinching Li Ho's wrist so hard the man screamed in pain. "Let go! Let go! It hurts!" Zhao Xiaopeng pinned Li Ho to the deck and spat. "I wondered who'd be bold enough to steal oil from our ship. Turns out it's you, you water monkey. Spill it. What were you planning to do with that diesel?" Li Ho was too frail to be selected for the production team. His shoulders could bear weight but not lift it. Lin Tao immediately ruled out the possibility that he was stealing fuel for the team's ship. Seeing Li Ho's refusal to confess, Lin Tao crouched close beside him and pressed, "Water rat, have you been dealing with outside fuel dealers lately? How much are they paying you? Stealing for all these days, you must have made a tidy profit, huh?" Li Ho tilted his head in surprise, staring at Lin Tao. How did you know?" Lin Tao snorted. "You've stolen over 20 pounds. This isn't peanut oil, it's diesel. If you're not selling it, what else would you use it for? Your own household? I advise you to confess everything now while I still have the patience to talk to you nicely. Otherwise, I'll send you to the police station for a few days. Given your father's temper, he'd probably tie you to a tree and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights straight. You'd never come down." Recalling his father's explosive temper, Li Ho shuddered involuntarily. "I'll tell you everything. Just don't send me to the police station. A while back, I went to the market in Baishuwe village and met a guy who said he'd buy diesel and gasoline 10 cents a liter, any amount he'd take. That's when I remembered that huge barrel on your boat. I figured with so much of it, I could take some every few days without you noticing. Besides, you're loaded, this change is nothing to you. Lin Tao laughed in disbelief at Li Ho's logic. So your reasoning is, I'm poor, so I'm justified? You're rich, so you deserve it? And you said every few days, why are you here every single day now? Running out of cash and treating me like a cash cow? I just figured I'd keep at it for a couple more days and then quit. I never planned to steal oil forever. You only got scared because Xiao Pang and I caught you the other day, so you're scrambling to grab as much as you can now. If I hadn't found out, you'd still be doing this. Stop making excuses for yourself. Li Ho was so flustered he couldn't come up with any more excuses. He just begged Lin Tao to spare him a trip to the police station and throw him in jail, considering they were fellow villagers. Damn it, I sell oil for 14 cents a liter, but you're flipping it to dealers for 10 cents? That's a no-risk, high-profit scheme. When it comes to business, you've got me beat. Lin Tao mocked Li Ho for a moment before adding, 10 or 20 bucks isn't pocket change. If you want me to drop this, you know I collect old artifacts. I'll give you 3 days max, bring me something I like, and this whole thing's forgotten. Hearing Lin Tao say he wouldn't pursue it, Li Ho quickly replied, alright, no problem. I'll definitely find something and bring it to you. Li Ho bolted out the door, panting and sweating. Zhao Xiaopeng looked puzzled. Bro, you just let that water monkey off the hook? What if that water monkey reneges? He's no honest man. Don't worry. Water monkey doesn't have the guts. Guess what, if things really blow up, who do you think the villagers will believe? Us or him? You all saw how I intimidated him earlier. His dad tying him to a tree and beating him for 3 days straight would be putting it mildly. If he tried to back out, then his dad would beat him half to death. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded. You're right, bro. But I'm still puzzled, how did Water Monkey turn out like this with such a twisted father? Lin Tao shrugged. That's beyond me. Having caught the oil thief, the crew members yawned and went home. The next morning, Lin Tao led Lin Xiaoyu out to catch the bus back to school. As soon as they opened the courtyard gate, they saw Li Ho squatting by Uncle Lin's doorstep, clutching a bundle. Spotting Lin Tao, Li Ho scrambled to his feet. But after crouching so long, his legs had gone numb. He swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing, until Lin Tao caught him in time. Ignoring the pins and needles sensation in his legs, Li Ho thrust the bundle into Lin Tao's hands. Lin Tao, take a look. Is this thing worth anything? Lin Tao glanced around. Let's go inside and talk. As they entered the house, Chen Ju emerged from the kitchen. Suspicion immediately flashed through her mind. She grabbed Uncle Lin and whispered urgently, how did Xiao Tao end up hanging out with that water monkey? Uncle Lin glanced toward Lin Tao's room. Mind your own business. That water monkey probably heard the news and wants to trade some old junk from home for cash with Xiao Tao. His family's dirt poor, what good stuff could they possibly have? Little Tao doesn't know any better, just acting on a whim. What use is hoarding junk at home? They'll just get swindled out of their money. Lin Tao has his own ideas. Besides, that money was earned by Lin Tao himself. How dare you, his aunt, try to control your nephew's money? After Uncle Lin's scolding, Chen Ju said no more and carried the tray toward the main room. Inside, Lin Tao placed his bundle on the table and unwrapped it. Inside was a palm-sized cup with a unique design, a pink lotus flower. The design was ingenious, a hole inside the cup connected to the stem, which was hollowed out to form a straw. Lin Tao recognized this cup. It had been wildly popular and well known in the 21st century. It was practically a staple in the antique world, as the pink enameled lotus-shaped sipping cup, also known as the pink enamel lotus autumn exercise commemorative cup, could be found almost anywhere. The one Li Ho brought was in relatively good condition, showing no obvious wear. Glancing at the signature on the stem, it appeared to be genuine. Given its relatively recent era and abundant availability, the cup wasn't exceptionally valuable. In Lin Tao's time, auction prices for such pieces ranged from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan depending on condition. While it couldn't rival an antique Wan Wali pen holder, it was still a worthwhile item. This cup is quite beautiful. Where did you get it? It was my mother's treasured dowry item, passed down from her great-grandmother's generation. She originally planned to give it to my younger sister for her future wedding, but when she heard I owed you money, she brought it out to see if it could cover the debt. Lin Tao glanced at Lin Xiaoyu beside him. She understood immediately and gave him a knowing wink. Chapter 166, Visiting Old Master Wang. So Lin Tao feigned hesitation. How could I tell if it's valuable? I only kept these thinking they'd look nice in the new house once it's built. But what kind of man uses a pink floral cup? Hearing this, Li Ho thought Lin Tao didn't want them and quickly interjected, these are genuine antiques. They even have a mark on them. At the very least, they're worth 10 bucks. Lin Tao scoffed. 10 bucks for a crappy cup? You're pulling my leg. If it's really worth that much, take it back and sell it to pay me back. Li Ho had no idea where to sell such things. He scratched his head in frustration, about to protest, but Lin Tao was already gesturing for him to leave. Just as Li Ho was feeling disheartened and preparing to take his things back to find another way to repay the money, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Brother, I think this cup is pretty. The pink color is so pretty. Can I have it? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, feigning annoyance. If you want a pretty cup, I'll take you to the department store and buy you the trendiest one. Swapping $10 for some old cup that's been passed down through who knows how many generations. That's just throwing money away. Lin Xiaoyu clung to Lin Tao's arm, swaying back and forth as she whined. Bro, I just like this one. Please, bro? Watching the siblings tug and pull, Li Ho's heart fluttered with anxiety. He stared longingly at Lin Xiaoyu, hoping she could persuade Lin Tao to relent and let her keep the item. After a long tug of war, Lin Tao seemed unable to resist his sister. He sighed, fine, just this once. But I'm not buying you such worthless things again. He then turned to Li Ho. Alright, you can keep the cup. I'll take your offer of 10 yuan. I won't press you for the rest you owe me either. If you come across any more old pieces later, bring them to me. After all, my sister likes them. Li Ho bowed repeatedly, thank you, thank you. I'll definitely pay you back the rest as soon as possible. Lin Tao waved him off impatiently, signaling for him to leave. Li Ho walked into the courtyard and peered through the window into the room. Seeing Lin Tao still scolding Lin Xiaoyu, he left, convinced he'd done the right thing. Only after confirming Li Ho was completely out of sight did Lin Xiaoyu whisper, brother, I did okay, right? Lin Tao smiled and nodded, pulling out 10 yuan for her. Xiaoyu, you did great. Here's some pocket money as a reward from your brother. Take it. Thanks, bro. For some reason, just before leaving, Lin Tao felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He paused, went back inside, and carefully wrapped several items he'd collected over the past few days in cloth, hiding them in a bamboo basket. On top, he piled clothes and shoes meant for Lin Xiaoyu. After smoothly taking the bus into town and dropping Lin Xiaoyu off at school, Lin Tao headed to the Jinsha Hotel to find Lu Wenhu. Lu Wenhu looked surprised to see Lin Tao. Xiao Tao, what brings you here? Brother, I collected some old artifacts from the village. I thought I'd store them with you first and see if you know anyone who could appraise them. If I run into trouble later, I could always sell them for some cash. Lu Wenhu carefully unwrapped the cloth bundle. Having seen more than his fair share alongside Su Lingqian, his eyes lit up the moment he caught sight of the items inside. You're one lucky son of a gun, you could literally walk into gold. Since the young lady is at the hotel today, I'll show her these first. Come with me. Lin Tao arrived at the door of Su Lingqian's office, knocked, and upon receiving permission, stepped inside. Sister Lingqian. Lin Tao, it's been a few days. Lin Tao showed Su Lingqian the items. She couldn't help but marvel at them. You rarely come across even one of these, yet you've collected so many at once. Have you been worshipping the god of wealth at home every day? Su Lingqian handled the items with care, unable to put them down. Why don't you just sell them all to me? Lin Tao thought to himself, just this antique Wanwali pen holder alone could fetch millions someday. Selling it now would be a huge loss. He politely declined Su Lingqian's offer. Fine. But keeping these in the village isn't safe. I have a safe deposit box at the bank, let's store them together. Renting a bank safe deposit box came with conditions Lin Tao couldn't meet right now, so he agreed readily. Thanks, Sister Lingqian. No need to be so formal with me. Though I can't appraise these items myself, I know an elder who specializes in this field. My father asked me to visit him today, I'll bring you along. Afternoon, Lu Wenhu drove Su Lingqian and Lin Tao to visit the elder who was an antique connoisseur. Lin Tao figured that someone respected even by Su Lingqian must hold a status at least on par with the Su family, if not higher. Their residence was probably some suburban estate. To Lin Tao's surprise, the car pulled up in front of an old Western-style house on a residential street. This row of 7 three-story townhouses, each occupying a separate building. While this residence was certainly more comfortable than the average home, it was remarkably understated compared to the Su family's ancestral mansion. After knocking on the front door, a woman in her 40s opened it. Miss Su is here. Please come in. Su Lingqian handed the gifts she had brought to the woman. Aunt Lu, where is Grandpa Wang? The master just returned from visiting the mistress and is in his study. I'll go fetch him. Su Lingqian and Lin Tao waited in the living room. The interior of the old Western-style house had never been renovated, exuding a heavy sense of age. The fabric sofa hadn't been replaced in ages, worn to the point of fraying and pilling. Before long, Lin Tao heard the tapping of a cane on the floor. Glancing in that direction, he saw an elderly gentleman with a kind and gentle expression. For some reason, Lin Tao suddenly felt like he had seen him somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quite place him. Perhaps the original owner had encountered someone with a similar appearance, Lin Tao thought, but he didn't dwell on it. Grandpa Wang. Qianqian, you're here. Your father sent you to bring me nourishing food again, didn't he? Thank him for me, he still keeps me in mind. Grandpa Wang sat across from them, his gaze settling on Lin Tao. Those aged yet sharp eyes suddenly flickered, fixing intently on the young man. Lin Tao instinctively touched his face. Had he not washed properly before leaving? Su Lingqian also sensed something was off and asked, Grandpa Wang, what's wrong? Old Master Wang shook his head. Nothing, nothing. I just think this young man looks quite spirited. Is he Qianqian's boyfriend? Su Lingqian flushed instantly and hurriedly explained, we're not what you think, Grandpa Wang. Lin Tao grew tense and flustered too. Sister Lingqian and I are just friends. Please don't misunderstand. Su Lingqian took out the items and placed them on the coffee table, explaining to Old Master Wang the purpose of bringing Lin Tao along. Grandpa Wang's attention shifted from Lin Tao to the items on the coffee table. Adjusting his glasses on his nose, he instructed Luma, go to the study and fetch my magnifying glass. Chapter 167, The Truth on the Verge of Being Revealed. Luma went upstairs and retrieved Old Master Wang's magnifying glass from the study. He examined the items Lin Tao had brought with meticulous care, turning them over and over. Lin Tao and Su Lingqian sat upright beside him, watching quietly without a word. Only when Old Master Wang set down the magnifying glass, wiped his own spectacles with a lens cloth, and looked at Lin Tao did he speak. Young man, where did you acquire these items? Lin Tao answered truthfully, to be honest, Grandpa Wang, I collected these from the village. They look quite old, so I thought I'd have someone appraise them to see how much they might be worth. Old Master Wang nodded. Alright, young man, he said. Name your price. I'll take them all. Lin Tao paused, hesitating. I'm sorry, Grandpa Wang. I haven't planned to sell them yet. If these truly are valuable antiques, I'd like to pass them down as family heirlooms to future generations. Grandpa Wang smiled and held up a number with his fingers. 1,000 yuan each. What do you think? Faced with such a high offer, Lin Tao remained unmoved. After all, in another 30 or 40 years, these few pieces combined could fetch millions. Seeing Lin Tao wouldn't budge, Old Man Wang sighed regretfully. All right. But if you ever come across any old items you're unsure about in the future, feel free to come find me anytime. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. After chatting with Grandpa Wang for a while, Su Lingqian prepared to leave with Lin Tao. Grandpa Wang, we won't disturb your rest. I'll come visit again in a while. No need to rush. I'll have Aunt Lu go buy groceries. Stay for dinner before you leave. Su Lingqian was a bit surprised. She'd visited many times before, but this was the first time Grandpa Wang had invited her to stay for a meal. Since it was the first time, refusing again would make her seem inconsiderate. She quietly gave Lin Tao a meaningful look. Lin Tao thought to himself that staying for dinner meant they probably wouldn't make it back to the village today. Feeling awkward, he said to Grandpa Wang, you're really putting us to trouble. No trouble at all. This old codger is used to solitude. It's rare to have company around to liven things up. Just let Aunt Lu know if you have any dietary restrictions. I'm not picky, thank you, Grandpa Wang. With some time before dinner, Old Master Wang invited Lin Tao to explore the house at his leisure. My collection is mostly in the study. If you're interested, young man, you can go take a look. It's the first room on the left up the stairs on the second floor. Su Lingqian teased, Lin Tao, you're one lucky kid. Grandpa Wang's study is off limits to outsiders. Even I only snuck in to play when I was little, never set foot in there as an adult. Grandpa Wang feigned reproach. It's all because you were such a handful as a kid. The first time you snuck in, you smashed a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain three-legged inkwasher I just acquired. I don't have many treasures, so how could I let you in again? Su Lingqian, her past exposed, stuck out her tongue sheepishly. I was just a kid back then, didn't know any better. Who knew Lingqian had such a mischievous streak as a child? Lin Tao chuckled softly beside her. Lin Tao, even you're laughing at me? Not at all, not at all. Su Lingqian and Old Master Wang chatted in the first floor living room while Lin Tao walked alone upstairs. He paused before the study door, pressed the handle, and pushed it open with a creak. The study was about 20 square meters, with bookshelves lining the walls. Beside them stood a display cabinet holding vases and incense burners, all looking quite old. Most of the books on the shelves were historical documents about antiques and artifacts. Lin Tao casually pulled one out and began flipping through it when suddenly, a yellowed black and white photograph fell out. Bending down to pick it up, he saw a happy family of three, a woman in a cheaphouse seated in a chair, a man in a Zhongshan suit standing behind her to the left. When Lin Tao's gaze shifted to the little girl's face on the woman's right, his pupils trembled in shock. How could the little girl in the photo look so much like Xiaoyu? His hand tightened around the photograph involuntarily. All he could hear was his own increasingly frantic heartbeat. Suddenly, Chen Jue's words during her argument with Uncle Lin flashed through his mind. Xiaoyu looked almost exactly like the original owner's mother. Could it be? Combined with Old Master Wang's momentary surprise and distraction when he saw him, as if he were looking through him at someone else. Lin Tao's lips trembled. The original owner's mother, Wang Xueping, also bore the surname Wang. She was an educated youth sent down from the city to Baisha village. Could it be that Old Master Wang was the original owner's maternal grandfather? Just as Lin Tao was processing this bombshell, the sound of a cane tapping on the floor echoed from the study. Lin Tao turned around. Old Master Wang stood at the study doorway, leaning on his cane, his face still wearing that kind smile. His expression froze when he saw the photograph in Lin Tao's hand. I am sorry, Grandpa Wang. I just happened to flip through this book and the photo fell out. Lin Tao hastily tucked the photo back into the book and returned it to its original spot. Old Master Wang stared at Lin Tao, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. The warmth that had shone in his eyes seemed to fade like a dying candle flame, leaving only a sea of loneliness and world weariness. It's nothing, child. It's nothing. At dinner, Old Master Wang motioned for Lin Tao to sit beside him. He scooped a spoonful of Longjing shrimp into the boy's bowl. Try the Longjing shrimp, child. You'll like it. Ever since learning that the old man before him might be the maternal grandfather of the three siblings, Lin Tao felt even more reserved than when he first arrived. He repeatedly said, "Thank you, Grandpa Wang." During dinner, Old Master Wang barely ate himself, too busy serving Lin Tao dishes and asking him how he liked them. If you like it, kid, come by anytime. I'll have Aunt Lu cook it for you. Grandpa Wang, you're too kind. I wouldn't want to impose on you all the time. It's fine. Coming here is like coming home. Your visits bring some life to the house and keep this old man company. Even Su Lingqian noticed how unusually warm Grandpa Wan was toward Lin Tao. It was almost too friendly for a first meeting. She didn't think much of it, though, assuming Lin Tao simply struck a chord with the old gentleman. After dinner, Su Lingqian really had to leave, but Grandpa Wang still wanted Lin Tao to stay overnight. Finally, with no other option, Lin Tao told Old Master Wang, "I promise you, I'll definitely come visit you often from now on." As he saw them off at the entrance, Old Master Wang couldn't help but ask Lin Tao, "Young man, is everything alright with your family?" Lin Tao bit his lip, hesitating whether to tell Old Master Wang that his original parents had been missing at sea for 3 years. But Su Lingqian spoke up for him. Xiao Tao's parents went missing at sea 3 years ago. Their whereabouts and fate remain unknown. Grandpa Wang has many connections, perhaps he could help inquire about their whereabouts? Chapter 168, No Need to Acknowledge Kinship. Upon hearing this, Old Master Wang's grip loosened. His cane clattered to the floor as his body swayed unsteadily, nearly toppling over. What did you say? Seeing there was no hiding it, Lin Tao sighed helplessly. He looked up at Old Master Wang, whose eyes were already clouded with tears. Sister Lingqian is right. 3 years ago, when my parents set out to sea, they vanished into a strange, thick fog and never returned. My sister and I have always believed they must still be alive somewhere in this world. But if Grandpa Wang has connections and is willing to help search, my sister and I would be eternally grateful. Tears streamed down the wrinkles on Old Master Wang's face. The once spry old man visibly aged a decade before their eyes, the light in his eyes fading rapidly as he covered his face and let out stifled sobs. Su Lingqian was taken aback and hurriedly supported him. Grandpa Wang, what's wrong? Grandpa Wang could only choke out between sobs. How could someone perfectly fine just vanish without a trace? Su Lingqian turned to Lin Tao, her eyes pleading for an explanation. Lin Tao said nothing, merely guiding Old Master Wang back to the living room sofa. Once the old man's emotions had somewhat settled, he addressed Su Lingqian, "Sister Lingqian, please have Brother Lu go to the school and bring Xiaoyu here." Su Lingqian's gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Tao and Old Master Wang several times before she nodded. She instructed Lu Wenhu to go pick someone up from Jinsha Middle School. About half an hour later, Lin Xiaoyu, who had just finished dinner in the cafeteria and was still unaware of the situation, was picked up by Lu Wenhu and brought to Old Master Wang's home. When Old Master Wang straightened up and saw Lin Xiaoyu, his eyes welled up with tears again. He opened his arms wide toward her. "Good child, come here." Lin Xiaoyu hid behind Lin Tao, peeking out timidly at Old Master Wang. Suddenly, she said, "Grandpa, I think I've seen you before." Lin Tao immediately asked, "Xiaoyu, when did you meet Grandpa Wang? Why haven't you ever mentioned it to me?" "Brother, it was a long time ago. I only remembered just now. Do you remember when I had a high fever as a child? The medicine from the clinic didn't work. Dad was out at sea with the production team and wasn't home. Mom carried me on her back to the city hospital for an injection. I remember her bringing me here to see this very grandfather. But I don't recall what we said back then." Old Mr. Wang's eyes welled up with tears as he said to Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu, "Children. I'm your grandfather." Su Lingqian, standing nearby, froze upon hearing this. Instinctively, she blurted out, "Grandpa Wang, Lin Tao's mother is Wang Xueping, but wasn't your daughter Aunt Yalan?" Grandpa Wang choked back tears. Xueping was Aunt Yalan's pen name back then. She insisted on staying in Baisha village to marry that penniless boy. I was so furious I cut ties with her. She must have changed her name out of spite. He turned to face Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I truly am your grandfather. Your mother is my own flesh and blood." Lin Tao couldn't help but frown. He had already confirmed it when he saw that black and white photo. Though the original owner wasn't privy to the elder's affairs, Lin Tao understood that if they hadn't kept in touch all these years, there was really no need to acknowledge this grandfather now. Lin Xiaoyu nestled into Lin Tao's embrace and whispered, "Brother, is he really our grandfather?" Lin Tao didn't answer Xiaoyu's question. Instead, he looked at old Master Wang, his tone calm yet cold. Grandpa Wang, I imagine you haven't paid much attention to your daughter's situation for quite some time. That's why you're only now learning they've been missing for 3 years. Since the relationship has been severed to this extent, I see no need to re-establish it now. If I'm not mistaken, my mother came to you back then seeking money for medical treatment. I'm truly grateful you were willing to lend a hand. Otherwise, my sister probably wouldn't have survived that high fever. Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu forward as they bowed to old Master Wang. Thank you for your hospitality today. We'll take our leave now. Supported by Aunt Lu, old Master Wang rose from the sofa. He clasped Lin Tao's hand tightly, his eyes filled with anguish. My dear boy, these past years, your grandfather has failed your mother and failed you both. With your parents missing all this time, you must have endured so much hardship. Your grandfather will make it up to you now. Lin Tao lowered his gaze to hide the faint coldness and loneliness in his eyes. He continued, life is harder for children without parents, but I've managed to raise myself. Now that I'm capable of taking good care of myself and Xiaoyu, there's no need for Grandpa Wang to worry. With that, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu's hand and walked straight toward the front door without looking back. Xiaoyu, come home. Grandfather truly knows he was wrong. But Lin Tao never looked back. Seeing this, old Master Wang tried to say something to keep the siblings, but Aunt Lu spoke up beside him. Master, the young master and young mistress won't accept this right away. There's plenty of time. You can make it up to them slowly. They'll come to understand. Old Master Wang sighed, wiping the tears from his face. I hope so. Su Lingqian hadn't expected Lin Tao to be old Master Wan's grandson, Aunt Yalin's son. Sitting in the back seat of the car, she still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. No wonder her attempts to verify Lin Tao's identity had always come up empty. Aunt Yalin had been using a false name all along. Silence filled the car. Lin Tao sat in the front passenger seat, leaning against the window and gazing out at the night scenery. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Lingqian sat in the back seat. Brother, Lin Xiaoyu asked, are you angry? Lin Tao took a deep breath. No, I'm just feeling a bit complicated. He had once hoped to find relatives on his biological mother's side, but now that he felt a strange ache. He thought of how his biological parents had struggled to raise 3 children, living frugally and in poverty, while his grandparents, his maternal grandparents, had never once come to see them. An indescribable feeling welled up inside Lin Tao. Xiaoyu, do you want to go back to live with your grandfather's family? Lin Tao had taken Xiaoyu away decisively, without even asking her if she wanted to go. After all, old Master Wang had indeed been kind to her. Besides, their own house wasn't finished yet, so they were staying with her uncle's family. Blood ties just weren't as close as those with old Master Wang. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu spoke up. Even though I think living at Grandpa's place would be better than staying with Uncle and Auntie, home is where brother is. If brother doesn't go back, I won't go back either. Lin Tao watched Lin Xiaoyu's earnest expression in the rearview mirror, a faint, satisfied smile curling his lips. He continued, Grandpa's family is wealthy beyond measure. What good is all that money? Haven't you taken good care of me all this time? Chapter 169, Spicy Octopus. Lin Tao chuckled at Lin Xiaoyu's words. Good girl, you've proven my love for you worthwhile. That night, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to stay at the Jinsha Hotel. The next morning, he first dropped her off at Jinsha Middle School, then entrusted several items collected from the village to Su Lingqian to store in a bank safe deposit box. At the school gate, they happened to run into Feng Jinjin coming out of the school. Comrade Feng. Feng Jinjin's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Lin Tao. Comrade Shaolin, I was just thinking about contacting you. The work uniforms you ordered earlier are all ready. Riding in Lu Wenhu's car, Lin Tao and Feng Jinjin went to her family's tailor shop. Feng Jinjin took down the neatly folded and packaged work uniforms from the rack. 12 sets stacked together weren't exactly light, so Lin Tao quickly helped take them. Thank you, Comrade Feng. And thank you, Aunt Feng. No need to thank me. Would you like me to walk back to the village with you? It must be tough carrying all that alone. No need. I'm a grown man. If I need a woman to help me carry this little bit, that would make me look pretty useless. Lin Tao set aside one set for Lu Wenhu to show to Su Lingqian, then carried the rest himself and took the bus back to Baisha village. The Changrong ship hadn't returned from sea yet. Lin Tao set down the clothes and headed straight for the old house. Many craftsmen had been hired for the construction, and Lin Tao was generous, not only providing meals but also paying higher wages than other households. As a result, the building progress far exceeded the usual pace. Uncle Zhao Er was helping with the work as usual while also supervising the crew. Spotting Lin Tao, he straightened up and called out to him. Little Tao, you're back. Uncle Zhao. Lin Tao walked over carrying 2 large water jugs. Everyone must be thirsty. Here, have some of this orange powder I brought back from the city. It's sweet and sour, drink up and you'll have the energy to work. Hearing this, the craftsmen set down their tools and brought over their enamel mugs to fill up. Uncle Zhao joined them, eyeing the vibrant orange liquid in the enamel cups. He murmured appreciatively. City folks sure know how to enjoy themselves. This is something we've never even heard of around here. Let me try some. The first sip was tangy and sweet, bursting with rich orange flavor. As the aftertaste lingered, a faint hint of saccharin emerged, but it was undeniably delicious. Xiao Tao, this must cost a pretty penny, right? $2.50 a bag. Just a spoonful makes a big cup. If you all like it, I'll bring more home for everyone to share. It works with cold or hot water, super convenient. When Lin Tao mentioned 2 yuan 50 per bag, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 2 yuan 50 could buy half a pound of pork, a luxury reserved for special occasions. The craftsmen, who had been gulping down their drinks, now gazed at the orange-flavored tea in their enamel mugs. Slowly, they began sipping it in small sips, none of them wanting to finish it all at once. Comrade Shaolin, I could skip this myself. Could you wrap some in paper for me? I'd like to take it home for my child to try. Would that be all right? One craftsman suddenly spoke up, and soon several others chimed in. They were all fathers or grandfathers with children at home. Lin Tao looked at their sun-darkened faces and said without hesitation, no problem. I'll go back now, divide it up, and bring it back for everyone. When the house is finished, I'll buy each of you a packet of orange powder and a can of malted milk powder to take home for your kids. Thanks, Comrade Shaolin. Lin Tao's words gave the craftsmen renewed energy and spirit. Their work chants grew loud and spirited, stirring everyone's hearts. At this pace, as long as the weather holds, the house should be finished in about half a month. After returning from the old house, Lin Tao headed to the dock's cold storage construction site with his netbag to supervise the work. He also took the opportunity to collect the octopus traps buried near the dock. Though autumn had arrived, lingering under the midday sun still left one drenched in sweat. That damp feeling made him crave something spicy to dispel the dampness. Lin Tao looked at the large netbag full of octopus in his hands and thought to himself that it wouldn't fetch much money anyway, so he might as well take it home and make some snacks to share with the workers. He brought the octopus home, scrubbed off the surface mucus, then blanched it in boiling water until the flesh tightened and shrank. He immediately plunged it into cold water to lock in crispness, then drained it, carefully removing the beak. Heat a wok, add a little oil, and stir-fry scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and dried chilies until fragrant. Add the drained octopus, splash in a circle of huadiu wine to remove any fishiness and enhance the aroma, and finish with a drizzle of hot oil for a more appetizing color. Since octopus shrinks significantly when cooked, a full net bag of octopus will yield only a single bowlful after preparation. Chen Ju was about to enter the kitchen when a pungent chili aroma hit her, making her cough and retreat. Xiao Tao, what are you doing in there? Why all the smoke? Lin Tao emerged carrying the fragrant spicy octopus. Auntie, would you like to try some? Chen Ju stared at the glossy octopus, swallowing hard. Just as she reached out, meeting Lin Tao's gaze, she quickly explained, I washed my hands just now. See, they're still wet. Lin Tao nodded. All right then. I was just thinking if you hadn't washed your hands, I'd get you a pair of chopsticks. Chen Ju picked up a piece. Still piping hot from the wok, she blew on it repeatedly. Whoa, this is scalding. After blowing it cool enough to eat, she popped it into her mouth. Though small, the octopus was plump with roe. The exterior was crispy and chewy, while the inside was tender and soft. The spicy, savory flavor was incredibly satisfying, leaving her wanting more. Seeing the look in Chen Ju's eyes, Lin Tao knew this dish was a huge success. He placed it directly on the dining table in the main room, then went back to the kitchen to fetch a stack of small bowls. He divided the octopus into 5 portions, preparing to share them with the crew when they returned from sea. Carrying a bowl out the door, he called back to Chen Ju before leaving. Auntie, I'm heading out. These octopus tentacles are spicy. Don't eat too many or your stomach might not handle it. After kindly warning Chen Ju, Lin Tao carried the bowl to Zhao Xiaopeng's house. Aunt Zhao, are you home? Ever since Uncle Zhao and his son Zhao Xiaopeng both went to work on Lin Tao's boat, Aunt Zhao stopped going to the pier to help the village women mend nets for the production team's fishing boats. She focused her efforts on household chores instead. Sitting indoors mending clothes, Aunt Zhao heard Lin Tao's greeting from the courtyard and quickly set aside her work to go outside. Home at last, Xiao Tao's here. Lin Tao walked straight into the main room, set his bowl on the table, and said, Auntie Zhao, I made some snacks for Uncle Zhao to have with his drink. You spoil your Uncle Zhao too much. I've been trying to get him to stop drinking, but he won't listen. What can I do? Uncle Zhao is gout, but living by the sea as a fisherman who eats what the sea provides, he consumes seafood almost 3 times a day. Even without alcohol, his uric acid levels are alarmingly high. It's better to let him have a drink or two, at least it brings him some comfort. Chapter 170, Planning to Launch a New Business. Aunt Zhao picked up a piece with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Tao, with skills like this, you could get a job at a state-run restaurant. Lin Tao chuckled. Only Aunt Zhao would praise me like that. It's just home cooking, nothing as fancy as you make it out to be. I'm not exaggerating. No one in our village has ever come up with a method like this. Usually, they just steam it together with conch and crab, then dip it in soy sauce. As she spoke, Aunt Zhao picked up another bite with her chopsticks. Chewing thoughtfully, she added, Xiao Tao, with this market economy opening up, you could make a big pot of this and set up a stall in town. You'd probably make a pretty penny. Lin Tao thought Aunt Zhao had a point. But commuting between Baisha village and the city meant catching the bus, which took considerable time. As for where to set up the stall, he did have a spot in mind. After pondering, Lin Tao decided to test it out when he went to the city on Friday to pick up Lin Xiaoyu. He'd gauge the profits and then decide whether to pursue this side business long term. Back at Uncle Lin's house, Lin Tao distributed the portioned orange powder to the craftsman. Li Hongmei, restless at home with her large belly, strolled through the village supported by her mother. Aunt Leah passing by the old house nearing completion, she heard Lin Tao's voice inside. She stopped at the courtyard gate and peered inside, watching the craftsmen bowing and scraping as they thanked Lin Tao. What good things could he be giving them? She plucked up the courage to step inside and approach Lin Tao. Hey, little Tao. What's this special treat you're handing out? Let your sister-in-law see what it is. Lin Tao shot her a cold glance. Who let you in? Get out of here. Don't come here to make trouble. Li Hongmei, her face saved, was furious inside but couldn't afford to lose face publicly. She forced a smile and said, Xiao Tao, we're family. Blood is thicker than water. What could possibly be too much for us to handle? Lin Tao's brow furrowed. The corners of his mouth, which had been turned up in laughter while chatting with the craftsman, now fell straight down. His lips pressed into a thin line, and anyone nearby could see the disgust and impatience radiating from him. But outsiders had no idea why Lin Tao and Li Hongmei had such a strained relationship. Li Hongmei, while I'm still willing to talk to you nicely, get as far away from here as you can. My house isn't even finished yet, and everything's a mess. Don't trip over something and fall, then blame my family for it. I've made myself perfectly clear in front of everyone today. If you ever try to pull that stunt again, forget it. Li Hongmei's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. She stammered for a long moment before Aunt Li finally stepped in and pulled her away. As Lin Tao left, he instructed Uncle Zhao and the workers, if anyone spots Li Hongmei lurking around, keep a close watch and don't let her in. She's desperate for money, who knows what dirty tricks she might pull to frame me? Got it. You can count on us. As dusk fell and the fishing boats returned to port, Lin Tao helped sort the catch and ship the goods. He then called the crew to head back to Uncle Lin's place to share the octopus and pick up their 2 sets of work clothes. Lin Tao glanced at the enamel basin, where only 5 or 6 octopuses remained after everyone had eaten. Fortunately, the ones set aside earlier hadn't been touched. Everyone, try some and give me your feedback. I'll use it to improve. Everyone agreed it was delicious. Manhwa then suggested it'd be even better with a stronger spice flavor, maybe add some 5 spice powder or 13 spice mix. Alright, we catch octopus daily anyway. I'll experiment tomorrow. As the young men chatted animatedly, sharing their ideas, Lin Chang suddenly walked in from outside and headed straight for the main room. Lin Chang, what brings you here? I heard from your wife that you yelled at her in front of all the craftsmen today? Lin Tao snorted impatiently. So you're here to defend your wife? If she hadn't gone out of her way to make herself hated, I wouldn't have scolded her. Instead of wasting your time coming here to confront me, why don't you just keep your wife in line? If your wife acts up again this time and loses the baby, I won't give you another chance to steal money. Zhao Xiaopeng, still holding a grudge over past incidents, gave Lin Chang a cold look. Seeing him linger, he snapped, "Get out of here. Don't make us kick you out." Lin Chang said nothing in the end and turned to leave. Watching Lin Chang's retreating figure, Lin Tao had considered telling him about his grandfather. But then he thought, if Lin Chang and his wife found out about this wealthy, well-connected grandfather, they'd surely cling to him like leeches, causing more trouble for old Master Wang. So Lin Tao dismissed the idea. Zhao Xiaopeng looked at the work uniform Lin Tao had taken out and said, "Bro, didn't you order yours?" Only then did the other crew members notice there were 12 uniforms, enough for 6 crew members, but none for Captain Lin Tao. Lin Tao explained to the crew, "Mine is still being made. It will look a bit different from yours." During their previous meetings, Feng Jinjin had suggested making Lin Tao 2 sets of uniforms distinct from the crew's, ensuring his identity as captain was immediately recognizable. So that's how it was. The crew members left Uncle Lin's house carrying their work uniforms and bowls, just as Chen Ju emerged from the kitchen with the food. "Xiao Tao, those nice clothes, they're all for them?" Mei Chem, custom-made uniforms from the tailor. Chen Ju muttered under her breath, "Such fine clothes, just given away to outsiders. What a spendthrift." Lin Tao pretended not to hear, sitting down at the table and flicking 2 pieces of chicken toward Ben Boba and Boboban. Chen Ju couldn't bear to watch any longer and lectured Lin Tao. "Xiao Tao, why give those 2 little beasts chicken? Just toss them the leftover bones. You're so wasteful. People can't even afford meat once in a while, yet you're so generous with the dogs." Uncle Lin tried to stop her, but Chen Ju was like a floodgate opened. "Why are you stopping me? Do you know he spent money on 12 outfits just to give them away? Even Zhao Xiaopeng's dad got 2 sets. We, as their aunt and uncle, didn't even get a single thread. I haven't even mentioned that yet. Now he's wasting things too. It took me over an hour to slaughter and prepare this chicken. While cooking, I didn't even sneak a single bite, but he just picked up 2 chunks of meat and fed them to the dog." Uncle Lin looked at Lin Tao awkwardly, unsure what to say. Facing Shinju's accusations, Lin Tao remained calm, offering no rebuttal. He simply scooped a few pieces of chicken into his own bowl before dumping the rest onto the floor. In a casual tone, he told Benbo and Bao Ben, "Take it away and eat it. It's all yours." Shenju and Uncle Lin were both dumbfounded. Tonight's only meat dish had gone entirely to the dogs, leaving the couple without a single bite. Chapter 171, The Generous Maternal Uncle. Seeing Uncle Lin and his wife staring in disbelief, Lin Tao snorted derisively. "This chicken was bought with my money. I'll feed it to whoever I want, even the dogs if I choose. You've been treated kindly for a few days and already forgotten whose generosity sustains you?" Shenju's face drained instantly. Her eyes filled with panic. "Tao, I didn't mean it that way. I just grew up poor and thought we should be thrifty." "Ha! If your mother had taught you better, Lin Jun wouldn't have lost everything in nearly his life. I'm paying to stay in your house, not to endure your scowls and listen to your nonsense. Anyway, my house will be finished soon. Then I'll take Xiao Yu and the two dogs back home. From now on, our two families will live separate lives. That way, we won't get in each other's way." Hearing Lin Tao was leaving, Shinju felt like her cash cow was about to run away. She quickly put on a smile and said, "Xiao Tao, don't take it personally. Building a house takes time. Besides, there aren't even tables, chairs, pots, or bowls yet. It won't be ready for people to move in anytime soon. No need to trouble you, Auntie. I can buy all those things myself, it won't take much effort." With that, Lin Tao carried his bowl back inside to eat, paying no further attention to Uncle Lin and Auntie. Early the next morning, Lin Tao was squatting in the courtyard brushing his teeth. Before he could spit out the toothpaste foam, he heard someone calling him outside. "Lin Tao, a fancy car just pulled up at the village entrance. They say it's here for you, you should go take a look." "A fancy car?" Lin Tao rinsed his mouth and followed the villagers to the village entrance, where he indeed spotted an unfamiliar sedan. Just as Lin Tao was wondering who could be looking for him, the driver stepped out of the car, walked around to the passenger side, and respectfully opened the door. A man in a suit and tie emerged from the passenger seat. His hair was slicked back with meticulous care, and he appeared to be around 40 years old. The man walked straight toward Lin Tao, who instinctively took a small step back, keeping his distance. "You must be Lin Tao?" "I am." "And you are, sir?" The man suddenly pulled Lin Tao tightly into his embrace, his voice sounding on the verge of tears. "I only arrived home last night. The old man told me he'd seen you. I drove here first thing this morning. Finally, I've met you." When Lin Tao heard the man mention the old man, he began to piece things together. He broke free from the man's embrace and asked, "Are you Grandpa Wang's son?" "My name is Wang Chengzhou. I'm your uncle." "And that Grandpa Wang? He's your maternal grandfather." Lin Tao replied flatly, "Didn't Grandpa Wang tell you that Xiao Yu and I have no plans to acknowledge our relationship for now?" Wang Chengzhou froze for a moment. "You stubborn child. If you came today just to see what I look like, then now that you've seen me, please leave. I have to take the boat out to sea later and don't have time to entertain you." Facing Lin Tao's coldness and aloofness, Wang Chengzhou was still taken aback despite having been forewarned by old Master Wang. Yet he understood. He knew no one could easily accept a relative appearing out of nowhere. So he retrieved a leather briefcase from the car, pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, and thrust them into Lin Tao's hands. "This 1,000 yuan is your uncle's welcome gift. I'll personally deliver Xiao Yu's share to her school when I return to the city later." Wang Qingzhou's generous gesture stunned the villagers who had gathered to watch the commotion. Lin Tao pushed the money back. "I have my own business now and don't need the money. I also don't want you going to the school to bother Xiao Yu. I don't want her distracted by anything outside her studies." Faced with his nephew's repeated refusals, Wang Chengzhou felt a bit awkward. "I heard from the old man that you're doing quite well now, working with the Su family's girl. This is just a little token of my uncle's goodwill." Finally, unable to refuse any longer and seeing the crowd growing larger, Lin Tao accepted the money. "Where are you staying now? Could you show me around? I'll leave right after, it won't delay your sea voyage, right? A gift in hand is a debt in the heart." Having accepted 1,000 yuan, no small sum, it would be rude to turn him away outright. Sighing, Lin Tao led Wang Chengzhou into the village. Before leaving, Wang Chengzhou called out from the car, "Anning, come down. Come with me." The car window rolled down halfway, revealing a beautiful face. Wang Anning glanced at Lin Tao and called out indifferently, "Hi, cousin. I think I'll pass." Seeing Wang Anning's reluctance, Wang Chengzhou felt a bit displeased. It was Lin Tao who stepped in and said, "If you're unwilling, then forget it. There's no need to force it, otherwise, it'll just make everyone uncomfortable." These words applied not only to Wang Anning but also reflected the stance of Lin Tao and his sister. Wang Chengzhou had no choice but to concede. "All right, Anning, wait for me in the car. Don't wander off." Arriving at Uncle Lin's doorstep, Lin Tao explained, "This is my uncle's place. Xiao Yu and I are just staying here temporarily." "Why are you staying at someone else's place? Didn't your dad leave you a house?" Lin Tao replied casually, "The house my parents left us was burned down. It hasn't been rebuilt yet. Xiao Yu and I need somewhere to stay. Wang Chengzhou sharply grasped the crux of Lin Tao's words, his brow furrowing deeply. Arson? What happened? Tell your uncle. Lin Tao briefly recounted the events to Wang Chengzhou. Wang Chengzhou's shock quickly turned to anger, but upon hearing the fate of Li Shan and Li Hai's family, his fury subsided somewhat, though he remained deeply upset. His brother-in-law vanished at sea, leaving behind children who were now being bullied like this. And he, as their uncle, was only finding out now. Seeing Wang Chengzhou seething with righteous indignation beside him, Lin Tao guessed what was on his mind. I bet you're thinking it's all because of Grandpa Wang, he said. That's why you haven't dared contact Mom all these years, and why you don't know how we've been doing, right? Caught off guard, Wang Chengzhou cleared his throat awkwardly and followed Lin Tao into Uncle Lin's house. Chen Zhu had just finished making breakfast when she emerged from the kitchen. Spotting the unfamiliar Wang Chengzhou, she paused, mistaking him for some important city figure. She said somewhat stiffly, Xiao Tao, quickly invite him inside to sit down. Wang Chengzhou glanced around Lin Tao's room, mistakenly assuming Uncle Lin's family treated Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu well. Not bad living conditions. Lin Tao led him to the northwest corner room. Xiaoyu and I started out crammed in here. Though Lin Jun's return had prompted Chen Zhu to tidy and redecorate it, the room still looked worn and shabby. The smile on Wang Chengzhou's lips instantly froze, and he was momentarily speechless. After a moment of awkward silence, Wang Chengzhou changed the subject. I recall you have 2 siblings. You have an older brother. Where is he? Doesn't he live with you? Lin Tao was genuinely impressed by Wang Chengzhou. Every word he spoke seemed to land precisely on Lin Tao's landmines. He's already married into another family, Lin Tao replied, speechless. He's cut ties with us siblings. Chapter 172, The Shameless Bloodsucker. Wang Chengzhou froze upon seeing Lin Tao's reaction. He hadn't expected his nephew to become someone else's son-in-law. He almost asked why the ties were severed, but held back to avoid further displeasing the man before him. Lin Tao fetched a bowl from the kitchen, rinsed it by the well, and poured Wang Chengzhou a bowl of cool boiled water. We don't have any tea leaves at home. You'll just have to make do with plain water. Wang Chengzhou quickly took the bowl and nodded repeatedly. After he finished drinking, Lin Tao gave him the hint to leave. You've had your water and seen the place. Isn't it time to go? Little Tao, you really won't come home with me? The Lin family are all no good. They treat you badly. Pack your things and come back with your uncle. Lin Tao looked at him calmly. Xiaoyu and I share the Lin surname too. Does that make us no good either? I have a fishing boat in cold storage to manage. If I go with you, what will happen to my business? How much money can you make from fishing? Wang Chengzhou instinctively thought Lin Tao's business was just petty, unsavory dealings. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize he'd voiced his own thoughts. He quickly glanced at Lin Tao, feeling guilty. Lin Tao remained utterly composed, seemingly unfazed by Wang Chengzhou's words. He merely stared at him, waiting to see when he intended to leave. Just then, Chen Zhu walked in, her face plastered with flattery. She asked Wang Chengzhou if he wanted any fruit and whether he'd stay for lunch, offering to run to the supply cooperative to buy it. Before Wang Chengzhou could respond, Lin Tao interjected, he'll be leaving shortly. No need to trouble yourself, auntie. Alright, I won't disturb your conversation then. Mr. Wang, I need to head out to sea after breakfast. If you have no other business, you should hurry along. Your daughter is waiting for you at the village entrance. Alright, I'll be on my way then. Your grandfather knows about what happened to my sister your mother and he's filled with regret now, weeping constantly at home. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. What he did back then was truly unforgivable. Uncle isn't asking you and Xiaoyu to forgive us, but for your grandfather's sake he's so old now, could you please visit him often? He truly understands his mistakes now and genuinely wants to make things right with you. Lin Tao fell silent for a long while before finally sighing. I understand. When I have time, I'll bring Xiaoyu to visit Grandpa Wang. But please don't mention making amends anymore. After all, what you owe is to my mother, not to us siblings. If not for Grandpa Wang's kindness back then, Xiaoyu probably would have died from her illness. So they owe us nothing. Wang Chengzhou nodded and headed out. Lin Tao walked him to the village entrance, only to find Wang Anning standing beside the car instead of sitting inside. Her arms were crossed tightly across her chest, her face a mask of resentment and impatience. The driver stood nearby, looking thoroughly flustered. Anning, why weren't you waiting in the car? Wang Anning saw Wang Chengzhou and Lin Tao returning and hurried over. Pointing at the car, she said, some pregnant woman and her husband showed up, claimed they were my cousins, yanked open the door, and plopped right in. Are all the people in this village this uncivilized? Lin Tao recognized the pregnant woman immediately upon hearing the description and clicked his tongue in annoyance. The village gossips had already spread the news to Li Hongmei. Seeing his precious daughter being bullied, Wang Chengzhou immediately walked over and yanked open the door. Staring at Li Hongmei, whose face was full of amazement and enjoyment, he said coldly, "Get out of my car right now." Li Hongmei froze for a moment, then flattered with a smile, "You must be uncle. I'm your niece-in-law. My husband is your own nephew, Lin Chang. We're family." She twisted Lin Chang's arm and winked at him. You're speechless? Call him uncle. Lin Chang meekly called out, Uncle. Lin Tao stepped aside and said to Wang Qingzhou, this is Lin Chang, the eldest brother I told you about who married into the Li family, and his wife, Li Hongmei. Wang Qingzhou looked at Li Hongmei and Lin Chang, who were stubbornly occupying the backseat and refusing to get out. He couldn't muster any enthusiasm for this family reunion. He thought to himself, they're both my sister's sons, yet why is there such a huge difference between them? Still, he spoke politely, you two get out first. Only then did Li Hongmei reluctantly step out, clutching her belly. She stroked her stomach and murmured to herself, my good son, this is your real uncle. Uncle is so rich, let him give you a big red envelope. Lin Tao silently muttered to himself, crazy old woman. Wang Qingzhou ignored the couple and addressed Wang Anning, Anning, get in the car. Wang Anning frowned in disgust. Dad, I'll sit in the front passenger seat. All right. Wang Qingzhou settled into the backseat and said to Lin Tao, Xiao Tao, I'll be heading out now. All right, drive safely. Just as the driver was about to close the door, Li Hongmei suddenly stopped him. Wang Qingzhou looked at her questioningly. Is there something else? Li Hongmei smiled and said, Uncle, I heard you gave Lin Tao 1,000 yuan as a meeting gift. Well, my son Lin Chang and my son Share not only wanted money but wanted double the amount. Li Hongmei's scheme was so transparent it could be heard from one end of the village to the other. Lin Tao couldn't bear to watch and turned to leave. He knew Li Hongmei would latch on the moment she got wind of it. Wang Qingzhou's expression darkened, but Lin Chang was indeed his own nephew. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out 500 yuan, intending to hand it to Lin Chang. Instead, Li Hongmei snatched it away. Li Hongmei counted it, then said with displeasure, only 500 yuan? Uncle, you can't play favorites. In those days, 500 yuan was nearly a year's salary for an urban worker, and for villagers, it was a fortune. It was generous enough to give anything at all, yet Li Hongmei still complained it wasn't enough. Noticing Li Hongmei's eyes fixed on the briefcase beside him, Wang Qingzhou's tone turned cold. This is all the money I brought. Besides, half of the 1,000 yuan I gave Xiao Tao was meant for Xiaoyu. It's perfectly fair. That good-for-nothing girl deserves 500? But the child I'm carrying is the Lin family's eldest grandson. Shouldn't he get more than her? Lin Chang yanked her away. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Wang Qingzhou sneered coldly. What does the Lin family's eldest grandson have to do with my Wang family? Besides, our family's teachings never say daughters are money pits. Xiaoyu is my sister's treasure and our Wang family's precious daughter. This 500 is only being given because Lin Chang is my sister's biological son. If you think it's too little, then don't take a single penny, take it back. Seeing the deal slip through her fingers, Li Hongmei hastily stuffed the 500 yuan into her pocket, offering a sheepish apology to Wang Qingzhou. Oh dear, I speak without thinking. Please don't hold it against us, uncle. We'll take the money, thank you. Please leave us your address. We'll come visit you in the city when we have time. Chapter 173, Golden Legend Mouse Spotted Grouper. Wang Qingzhou could see right through Li Hongmei's scheme. His face darkened like it had been smeared with soot. He simply said, no thanks, and ordered the driver to leave. Watching Wang Qingzhou's car drive off, Li Hongmei pulled the money from her pocket again and beamed at Lin Chang. Who knew your family had such wealthy relatives? Hurry and buy 2 pounds of pork belly with this money. I've been craving meat for ages, it's killing me. Meanwhile, in the car, Wang Anning turned to his father in the back seat. Dad, are those two really Auntie's sons? Besides looking somewhat alike, I honestly can't see how they could be brothers. The last time I saw the 3 siblings was shortly after your cousin Xiaoyu was born. I snuck out to visit her without telling your grandfather and even gave her half of my school meal allowance. After I went abroad, I lost touch with your aunt. When I returned, I stayed working in the provincial capital. It wasn't until this year that I was transferred back. Time has flown by so quickly. Now, I can never see her again. In a daze, Wang Qingzhou seemed to see his sister in her youth, her face still weak and pale from childbirth, yet beaming with blissful, sweet happiness as she cradled the swaddled Lin Xiaoyu. Back then, he couldn't understand how she could smile despite their hardships. She only said he would understand someday. Later, he too had his own family, a wife and children. Years ago, when the young Anning would cling to his lap, a strange feeling would well up inside him. Sister, if I could see you again, I would tell you that I finally understand you. After seeing Wang Qingzhou off, Lin Tao hurried back to Uncle Lin's house to grab a quick bite. He divided the 1,000 yuan Wang Qingzhou had given him into several portions and hid them in various corners of the room, planning to deposit them in the bank when he went into town on Friday. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. Golden intelligence 10 points, large ratfish spotted 10 nautical miles east of the pier this morning. Host intelligence level 5 162 points. Host, please review immediately. After seeing only white and green intelligence updates, finally a gold intelligence alert appeared, and it was for a top-tier grouper species. In the 21st century, these could fetch 800 to 1,000 yuan per catty. Who knows how much it commands now, but it's definitely pricier than that last spotted grouper. Carrying lunchboxes and water bottles, the production team members made their way to the dock. Fellow crew members were also preparing to board the ship for their voyage. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the crew of the Changrong had changed into their uniform work attire. Standing in a neat row along the shore, they looked particularly spirited. The production team members glanced at their own worn-out work clothes and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Some, with sour grapes mentality, called out to Lin Tao and his crew, "Are you guys going out to sea to fish, or performing in a play? How can you work in such fancy clothes?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. You're dressed like actors, but why no makeup on your faces?" The crew of the Changrong couldn't stand it and started yelling back. If Lin Tao hadn't stepped in to stop him, a fight would have broken out. Zhao Xiaopeng bellowed back at them, "You're just jealous we're making big bucks and living the good life. You'll never get to wear clothes this nice in your whole damn lives." Lin Tao addressed the most vocal opponent across the deck, "You plainly can't handle the work? Let's make a wager then. When both ships dock at sunset, whichever vessel unloads the larger haul whose fish commands the higher price wins. Name your stakes, I'll take you on." "Fine. Our crew are seasoned hands, how could we lose to your amateur outfit? Heard you've struck it rich again. Let's wager 1,000 yuan. If you lose, you hand over the money." "Seems you've got quite the appetite," Lin Tao nodded. "No problem. But what if you lose?" At Lin Tao's words, the men across from him fell silent. After all, they didn't have 1,000 yuan stake to offer him. "You're not backing out, are you?" "I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I've got 1,000 to bet. Now it's up to you to put up the chips." The crew of the Changrong ship joined in, egging them on. The production team members found themselves in a bind. At this critical moment, they couldn't back out. They stammered, unable to speak. "Fine, I'm not short on cash. If you lose, you'll crawl on the ground and bark like a dog in front of the whole village. How about it? Dare you take that bet?" "Bet it is." Seeing their quick acceptance, Lin Tao's lips curled into a sly smile. They took the bait so easily. As long as he reeled in that spotted grouper, their dog barking was a sure thing. Confident of victory, Lin Tao led the crew of the Changrong out to sea. Ding! Host detected near target location. Yet despite Lin Tao's confidence baiting the hook with artificial lures and scattering bait, only small fish kept nibbling. That elusive large ratfish simply wouldn't show. As time dragged on, Zhao Xiaopeng leaned over to Lin Tao and suggested, "Bro, maybe we should move. This spot's not going to yield any real schools." Lin Tao's expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze on the float bobbing on the water's surface. He couldn't afford to let this golden lead slip away. Yet nearly half an hour passed and Lin Tao still hadn't seen the shadow of that ratfish. Meanwhile, on a production team fishing boat some distance from the Changrong, a crew member shouted from the gunwale toward Lin Tao and his group, "We just hauled in 2 big yellow croakers. You guys are going to lose." What kind of luck were they having today, actually catching large yellow croakers? Zhao Xiaopeng grew anxious. The catch on the Changrong so far wasn't worth much. He anxiously turned to Lin Tao. "Bro, we can't actually lose, right? That's 1,000 yuan. Lin Tao was also losing his composure. He shooed Zhao Xiaopeng away. "Don't bother me while I'm fishing. I need to focus." "All right." Once alone, Lin Tao quietly opened the system's exchange shop interface. Among today's 3 refreshed items, one was actually a green tier item. Grouper-specific lure, 20 EXP. Unexpectedly, the green item was worth twice the experience of a gold intelligence report. Lin Tao hesitated for a moment before choosing to exchange it. A finely crafted small fish lure appeared in his palm. Lin Tao removed the wooden shrimp from his line, replaced it with the lure, baited the hook with a piece of fish, cast it into the sea, and waited quietly. Before long, the float began to tremble, then plunged beneath the surface. Lin Tao sensed this must be the large ratfish the system had mentioned. His palm gripping the rod began to sweat. He lifted the rod and reeled in the line. The tugging force from below confirmed it was a fierce predatory fish. Chapter 174, Accept the consequences of your bets. After several intense tug-of-wars, with Zhao Xiaopeng's help, Lin Tao pulled the underwater beast to the surface. It was a ratfish weighing at least 10 pounds, nearly half a meter long, and over 30 centimeters wide, thrashing wildly in the landing net. Lin Tao carefully removed the lure and hook from the fish's mouth and stowed them in his tackle box. He could reuse them next time he went grouper fishing. He wasn't about to waste those 20 experience points on a single catch. The young crew members on the Changrong gathered on deck, staring in astonishment at the still thrashing grouper. "Holy crap, I've never seen a grouper this huge before." Uncle Zhao chimed in from the side, "Forget you kids, even after all my years at sea, I've never seen one this big. This fish is gonna fetch a pretty penny. That big yellowtail grouper last time sold for 200 bucks at 20 pounds. This rat grouper could fetch at least 300 or 400. Bro, with this monster catch, we'll totally beat them. Just wait till they see this." With time still on their side, Lin Tao cast his line again, hoping to reel in another valuable catch. After another 10+ minutes, he hauled up another rat grouper. Though smaller than the first, it still weighed a solid 7 or 8 pounds. Grouper are fierce carnivores with strong territorial instincts. It's rare to find two in the same area, so landing two rat grouper in one haul was a pleasant surprise. As dusk fell, the Changrong turned back toward port. The production team's fishing boats were just docking, and both the crew members and their families were sorting the catch on the pier. Lin Tao, what good catch did you reel in? Bring it out for us to see. I advise you to hurry home and get your money. What do you have to compare with our big yellow croaker? Lin Tao chuckled dismissively at Zhao Xiaopeng and Manhwa. Let them see the fish. Open their eyes. Zhao Xiaopeng and Manhwa, standing behind Lin Tao, walked to the ship's rail. Each held a spotted grouper in their arms, looking across with smug satisfaction. The crew members on the fishing boat were stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Ratfish? 2 of them? How could that be? Lin Tao chuckled softly. Nothing was impossible. The Liang brothers were already waiting on shore. Seeing Lin Tao had landed another big haul, they shared in his excitement. Placing the 2 still vibrant ratfish on the scale, they weighed a total of 28 jin and 6 liang. Such a precious catch, almost unheard of in the market, left the Liang brothers unsure how to price it fairly. Just as the brothers were debating, Lin Tao spoke up. Brother Yom, Brother Ji, take the fish back first. My older brother said he'll pay whatever he offers tomorrow. I'm not in a rush for the money. Liang Yong thought Lin Tao's suggestion made sense, but he still pulled a 100 yuan note from his wallet and handed it to Lin Tao. These 2 ratfish are worth at least 400 or 500 yuan. Here's 100 for you to spend in the meantime. Alright, thanks, Yong. Lin Tao waved the 100 yuan note in front of the production team members. See this? This 100 is just a deposit. My 2 ratfish are worth 100,000 times more than this. Who wins and who loses? I don't need to explain that, right? Those who bet the hardest should step up now. Win or lose, you've got to own up to it. You're all grown men, don't be such sore losers. But now, the ones who had bet against Lin Tao were all as silent as if poisoned. Not a single one stepped forward to speak. Some villagers stepped in to play peacemaker, trying to pull Lin Tao aside, but he sidestepped them. Oh, Lin Tao, we're all from the same village. It was just a joke, you took it too seriously. Lin Tao snorted coldly. Just a moment ago, you were shouting at me to go home and get the money, practically reaching into my pocket to grab it. Now you tell me it was all a joke? Where were you then? The other young men aboard the Changrongho chimed in agreement. Exactly. If you can't handle losing, don't push for a bet in the first place. Now you're playing the turtle and hiding your head, don't you feel ashamed? Those who insisted on gambling should step forward and lie on the ground barking like dogs. Since you're going to lose face today anyway, at least show some guts by stepping up. The commotion grew louder, drawing more villagers who gathered around, mostly just wanting to watch the spectacle. Hugh genuinely intended to break up the fight. Chen Hua's father, Captain Chen, felt the scene was getting too ugly. He stepped forward and said to Lin Tao, make them apologize to you. Let's just put this behind us, okay? The whole village is watching. Uncle Chen, when they were demanding 1,000 yuan bet with me, I didn't see you stepping in to stop them. As he spoke, Lin Tao turned to face the production team members. There were over a dozen of you on the boat, each hoping I'd lose the bet so you could pocket a few dozen bucks for free. Now that I've lost, you want to renege? That's not how it works. Don't accuse me of being unreasonable when I'm in the right. Why would I let them off when I'm justified? Besides, their loss is just a matter of losing face. Soon enough, everyone will forget about it, and it won't affect their lives or work. But losing meant real money. My cash didn't just blow in on the wind. Agreeing to this bet was already a huge concession on my part. What more do they want me to give? Chen Hua stepped in to pull Captain Chen away. Dad, don't take sides now. Aren't you just encouraging dishonesty? This might not have been your business originally, but by getting involved, you're making it your business. Do you really want to end up on the ground barking like a dog too? Captain Chen heard this and thought, no way. If he started barking like a dog for Lin Tao too, what would become of his dignity? So he listened to his son and stayed out of it. The crowd's sentiment gradually shifted. From initially accusing Lin Tao of making a mountain out of a molehill and refusing to let it go, they now began urging those production team members to step forward and honor their wager. Finally, with no other choice and their dignity nearly crushed, the men stepped forward, heads bowed so low they seemed to touch the ground. The youngest among them was still older than Lin Tao. Their knees trembled for a long while before they finally dropped to the ground, their voices as faint as mosquitoes. Woof, woof. Before Lin Tao and his group could speak, someone among the onlookers shouted. Haven't you eaten? What's with all the whining? Just say it. The faces of those team members turned as red as liver, their forehead veins bulging visibly. Woof, is that good enough? Lin Tao nodded. Fine, we're even now. Learn your lesson for next time. By the next day, news of Lin Tao's wealthy uncle in the city had spread like wildfire throughout the village. When the village gossip squad ran into Li Hongmei's parents, they teased them playfully. Your Lin Chang looks like a total pushover, wouldn't make a peep if you beat him with 3 sticks. Turns out he's got a rich relative hidden up his sleeve. You're gonna cash in and move to the city, right? Chapter 175, The Relentless Li Hongmei. Though the Li elders knew of this connection, they'd kept it quiet. Faced with the villagers' teasing, they could only respond with awkward evasions. Only now did they learn about it. Ha! A woman suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. Lin Chang has already married into your family. He's not even considered part of the Lin family anymore. No matter how rich his uncle is, it doesn't really matter to them. I heard there was a little girl in the car back then. If she'd given birth to a daughter, that'd be half a son through marriage. Who knows how much Lin Tao would get in the future? That kid's got some luck, ha! The villagers all praised Lin Tao, openly and covertly disparaging Lin Chang and the Li family, leaving the elderly couple utterly humiliated. When Li Hongmei heard about it, she couldn't help but get angry again. Damn it! Why should all the benefits go to that little bastard Lin Tao? He must know where your uncle lives. Next time he goes into town, we'll tag along. I don't believe he won't tell us. When Friday rolled around, Lin Tao went to pick up Lin Xiaoyu, only to run right into Lin Chang and Li Hongmei as soon as he stepped outside. What are you doing here? Xiao Tao, you're heading into town, right? Your brother and I were thinking of visiting uncle. After all, he gave us a gift last time as his younger relatives, shouldn't we return the favor? So what? What does that have to do with me? Look at you talking. The city's so big and we don't know our way around. How long do you think it'll take us to find him? You take Xiaoyu with us, or if that's not possible, just give us the address and we'll go ourselves. Lin Tao frowned at their persistent pestering, ready to shake them off. But just as he took a few strides forward, he saw Li Hongmei clutching her stomach and sitting down on the ground. You ungrateful brat, Lin Tao. If it weren't for me and your older brother supporting you two siblings back then, you'd have starved to death long ago. Now that you're rich and living the good life, ignoring us is one thing, but you're even trying to monopolize your uncle and cut us off, aren't you? As more villagers gathered to watch the commotion, Lin Chang chimed in, Xiao Tao, I'm still your parents' biological eldest son. Even if you don't acknowledge me as your big brother, you can't just cut me off from my own uncle's family, can you? Lin Tao shot them a sarcastic look. You two, are you after blood ties, or just after money and power? You know your own hearts. Fine, I'll take you there myself. At least then you won't be able to smear me with your filth. Lin Tao led Lin Chang and Li Hongmei onto the city bus, heading first to pick up Lin Xiaoyu at the gate of Jinsha Middle School. Lin Xiaoyu, who had been in high spirits, instantly lost her smile upon seeing her older brother and his wife. Brother, why are they here? Ignore them. I'll take you to visit Grandpa. Just as they were about to leave, Li Hongmei and Lin Chang started causing trouble again. Xiao Tao, we can't visit elders empty-handed. Your brother and I were thinking of buying 2 things at the department store to show our filial piety. You should come with us. Why do you two have to make such a fuss? Seeing Lin Tao's refusal, Li Hongmei tried to plop down on the floor again. Lin Tao took several deep breaths, furious. We'll go after we buy the gifts. If you keep dragging your feet, I'm leaving you both behind and taking Xiaoyu back to the village. Xiaoyu trailed behind them, muttering under her breath, ugh, so annoying. Li Hongmei heard her and glared. What did that brat say? Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu in front of him. Li Hongmei, you try calling my sister names again. Seeing Lin Tao's anger, Li Hongmei instantly fell silent. They headed to the department store. Since they were already there, Lin Tao decided to buy gifts for old Master Wang and Uncle Wang. Not knowing their preferences, he settled on some tea, wrapped it simply, and carried it in his hand. He also picked up a few new stationery items for Lin Xiaoyu. At checkout, Lin Tao noticed Li Hongmei and Lin Chang carrying expensive nutritional supplements. He thought to himself, so they're willing to splurge on such high-quality stuff. Guess you can't catch a wolf without baiting the trap. As they waited to pay, Li Hongmei suddenly pushed her shopping toward Lin Tao. Xiao Tao, your brother and I rushed out without any cash. Consider this a loan, I'll repay you when we get back. So this was the setup. Lin Tao knew Li Hongmei's ways well. If he helped pay, he'd never see that money again, not in this lifetime. He stated plainly, I don't have any cash either. I just came to pick up Xiaoyu and head back to the village. What money would I have? Comrade, we'll only be paying for these. After settling the bill, Lin Tao took Xiaoyu by the hand and headed straight for the exit. The sales clerk gave Li Hongmei and Lin Chang a once-over. Comrade, if you can't pay, I'll just return all these items for you. Customers nearby whispered among themselves. How bizarre coming to the department store without money and buying such expensive things. TSK. They're clearly trying to rip off that little comrade, and she's pregnant too. How shameless. Li Hongmei's face flushed alternately pale and crimson, but she knew this was the city, not the village. She couldn't afford to offend people casually, so she swallowed her anger. Seeing the pair standing there silently, the sales clerk grew impatient. Are you going to buy them or not? If you want them, pay up. If not, get out of the way and stop holding up the people behind us. Exactly. Can you show some manners? We're all waiting behind you. Li Hongmei, overcome with anger and humiliation, shoved the items off the counter. We don't want them. With a thud, the tin box of cookies hit the floor, one of its perfectly square corners dented in. Realizing they'd caused trouble, Li Hongmei grabbed Lin Chang and turned to run. But the salesperson wasn't about to let them get away. She immediately called someone to stop them. You broke it and think you can just run off? You have to buy it. You want $5 for a broken box of cookies? That's robbery. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. But how can we sell it like this? Why can't you sell them? The contents didn't spill out, didn't fall on the floor, didn't get muddy. You're just picking on us because we're from the village. The sales clerk and Li Hongmei tugged at each other while nearby customers pointed and gawked. Lin Chang couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbing Li Hongmei's arm, he said, just pay up and let's get out of here. Don't pull me. Why should I? Oh, we still need to go to Uncle's place. Don't delay the important business. Finally, Li Hongmei reluctantly pulled out 5 yuan, clutched the dented tin box, and followed Lin Chang out. The sales clerk rolled her eyes behind them. What kind of people were these? The group arrived at Old Master Wang's doorstep. Lin Tao stepped forward and knocked on the entrance door. Soon, Aunt Lu came to open it. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. Before Lin Tao could speak, Li Hongmei pushed him aside and beamed at Aunt Lu. You must be Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Chapter 176, Kicked Out in Disgrace. Aunt Lu paused, her questioning gaze turning to Lin Tao. He sighed inwardly, thinking what an idiot Li Hongmei was. Comrade, you've misunderstood. I'm merely the caregiver for the old master of this household. Just call me Aunt Lu. Li Hongmei's smile instantly froze. She muttered under her breath, a servant dressed so well? City folks are outrageous. Ignoring Li Hongmei's embarrassing display, Lin Tao addressed Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, I'm here to see my grandfather and uncle. The old master and the gentleman are upstairs. Young master, young miss, and these 2 comrades can wait in the living room for a moment. I'll go fetch them. Seeing Li Hongmei and Lin Chang follow the siblings Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu inside, Lu Ma roughly understood the situation. After pouring everyone a cup of water, she headed upstairs. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Lu. Li Hongmei stared at the plain boiled water in her cup, feeling even more displeased. Did wealthy families in the city really serve guests only boiled water? How frugal. Lin Chang sat stiffly on the sofa, surveying the house's decor. So this is Grandpa's place where Mom grew up, he remarked. Lin Tao hummed in acknowledgement. I'd advise you two to keep quiet. Grandpa's getting old, don't give the old man any more reasons to get upset. Soon after, Wang Chengzhou and Wang Anning descended the stairs, supporting the elderly Mr. Wang on either side. Wang Anning's smile faded slightly upon seeing Li Hongmei and Lin Chang, but she remained polite to Lin Tao, nodding and greeting him, cousin. The moment Lin Chang saw the old patriarch, he rose involuntarily from the sofa. His lips trembled as if he wanted to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. A thin film of moisture slowly gathered in his eyes. Lin Tao recognized this as genuine emotion. He pulled Lin Xiaoyu forward, took the cane from Old Master Wang, and set it aside. Grandfather. Old Master Wang paused, then responded with a warm, emotional smile. He turned to Lin Chang. You must be the eldest. Lin Chang nodded. After a long hesitation, he finally managed, Grandfather. Good boy, come sit down. Li Hongmei then placed the cookie box on the coffee table as if presenting a treasure. Grandpa, Lin Chang, and I bought these snacks for you. Would you like to try some? Wang Anning noticed the dented corners of the tin box and snorted derisively. You call this a gift? Wang Chengzhou cleared his throat twice, signaling Wang Anning to hold his tongue. He stepped in to smooth things over, opening the box to share with everyone. But the first layer of cookies was almost entirely crushed, with only 1 or 2 intact pieces. His face turned awkward. With no other option, Wang Qingzhou calmly closed the box and said to Lin Chang and Li Hongmei, the old man is getting on in years and can't handle sweets. You two should take these back and enjoy them yourselves. Thank you for your kindness, we truly appreciate it. Lin Tao then pulled out the tea he'd bought. I don't know much about tea either, he said. I just bought it based on the salesperson's recommendation at the department store. Please don't look down on it, Grandpa and Uncle. Little Tao, you're so thoughtful. Luma, please brew a pot using the purple clay teapot from my room. Yes, sir. After the tea was brewed, Old Master Wang sipped it and nodded approvingly. It has a refreshing aroma with a lingering sweetness. Not bad. Li Hongmei, however, couldn't discern the flavor. All she tasted was the bitter taste of leaves lingering in her mouth. She muttered under her breath, city folks sure know how to put on airs. What sweetness? It's just some worthless leaves. Lin Chang couldn't discern the flavors either, but at least he sat quietly by, listening and observing. He hadn't expected his wife to blurt out such nonsense in this setting. He promptly gave her a firm pinch. Li Hongmei assumed her voice was too soft for anyone to hear, unaware that everyone else's expressions had shifted subtly. Lin Tao thought to himself, they say pregnancy makes you dumb for 3 years. I don't know about 3 years, but dumb she certainly is. Li Hongmei used to just have a bad temper, but now she's both bad-tempered and stupid. It seemed his earlier kind warning hadn't sunk in one bit. But in Li Hongmei's eyes, the Wang family simply favored Lin Tao and looked down on the gifts she brought. So she tried to justify herself. I really wanted to buy something else for grandpa and uncle, but after buying the train tickets, I only had 5 yuan left. Please don't take it personally. Wang Anning couldn't hold back. My dad gave you 500 yuan last time we met. Yet when you come to visit, you can't even spare 10 yuan? You try to brush us off with a box of crumbly, broken cookies? What do you take us for? Li Hongmei had been seething all the way there. Being lectured by Wang Anning, who looked barely older than Lin Xiaoyu, only fueled her anger. In a fit of rage, she snapped, "You little brat. What business is it of yours when elders are talking? This isn't about you, so why are you butting in? Didn't your mother teach you manners? You're so ill-mannered." Lin Tao sat beside them, utterly speechless. He just sat there sipping his tea, holding his cup. Bringing these two alone was bound to cause trouble. Wang Anning had been the cherished apple of her family's eye since childhood. Never before had anyone dared to berate her like this. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears as she looked at Wang Chengzhou and old Master Wang with hurt. "Daddy, Grandpa." Wang Chengzhou quickly pulled his daughter into his arms, glaring coldly at Li Hongmei. "Who do you think you're calling a little? This is the Wang family home, my daughter's home. If it weren't for Lin Chang, you wouldn't have a chance in hell of climbing into our family's circle. Do you think I'm dead? I know my daughter has proper upbringing, but you clearly don't." He then turned to the flustered Lin Chang beside him. "Get your wife and get out. The Wang family doesn't welcome you here. Uncle, please listen to me. I'm not." Just as Lin Chang struggled to explain, Li Hongmei snorted defiantly. "You only respect Lin Tao because he's successful and makes big money. You don't truly care about your nephew, you're just a bunch of money grubbers. All these years I've lived in this village, I've never seen you come to recognize your family ties. You abandoned your own daughter here for over a decade without a single visit. You're no better than trash." Old Master Wang hadn't expected Li Hongmei to be so crude and unreasonable. His chest heaved violently with anger. "You, all of you. Get out of here immediately." Seeing Old Master Wang's face growing increasingly grim, Lin Tao couldn't sit still any longer. He rushed forward to placate him. "Grandfather, please don't get angry. Your health is more important." Wang Anning also panicked, yelling at Li Hongmei and Lin Chang, "Get out. If my grandfather gets hurt from your anger, I won't forgive you." Lin Chang, his face etched with anxiety and concern, tried to step forward to check on the situation but was shoved aside by Wang Chengzhou, stumbling backward. "Aunt Lu, show them out." Chapter 177, Grandma with Dementia. Lin Chang tried to protest, but Aunt Lu was already ushering them out. "You two, please leave now. My old man is getting on in years, he can't handle all this commotion." Finally, Lin Chang and Li Hongmei were shut out at the entrance by Aunt Lu. Staring at the firmly closed door, Lin Chang shouted angrily at Li Hongmei, "Can't you pick your moments to cause trouble? Can't you stop getting me into trouble?" Li Hongmei, stunned that even her own husband wasn't backing her up, felt both surprised and wronged. She mustered all her strength like a mad bull and charged straight into Lin Chang's stomach. The force of the collision sent him reeling backwards several steps before he managed to steady himself. Her eyes red with fury, Li Hongmei screamed, "You bastard, Lin Chang! Just because you've got a rich, powerful grandfather and uncle, you think you can lord it over me now? Let me tell you this, you came into our family as a son-in-law, and you'll stay a son-in-law for life. If you think you're so capable now, let's go to the village committee and file for divorce. The child in my womb is the seed of the Li family, it won't fall into your hands. Let's see if your brothers will stand by you then." Lin Chang still cared about his wife and child. Sighing, he walked over and embraced her. "Don't be angry. It's not like you insisted on coming here. Now you've offended everyone. How are we supposed to maintain relations in the future?" Li Hongmei spat on the ground. "Pa! A bunch of snobs who kiss up to the rich and kick down on the poor. If it weren't for their stinking money, I'd never have bothered to suck up to them." Just as Li Hongmei was still cursing under her breath, the front door suddenly swung open again. Lin Chang's face lit up with joy as he stepped forward to speak. Instead, Wang Anning emerged with a look of disgust. He tossed the cookie box at their feet and glared at Lin Chang. "My grandfather said this, if you still care about blood ties and want a visit, you're welcome. But if you bring her along, don't blame us for turning you away." Seeing his grandfather and uncle still willing to acknowledge him, Lin Chang hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. We were in the wrong today. Next time, I'll definitely come alone." Wang Anning shot Li Hongmei a cold glance, snorted, and slammed the door shut. Li Hongmei looked at the cookie box by her feet, picked it up with a pang of regret, wiped off the dust clinging to it, and muttered, "Humph, we'll just take it home and eat it ourselves." Meanwhile, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu sat on the sofa. Old Master Wang's condition had stabilized, though the ordeal had truly frightened them both. Old Master Wang sighed. To raise a daughter like that family can't be easy to get along with. How did Lin Chang end up marrying into theirs? Lin Tao hesitated, then spoke up in Lin Chang's defense. "Back when my parents went missing, we were so poor we couldn't even afford food. The Li family offered to take in a son-in-law, promising grain and money. My uncle introduced Lin Chang to meet them, and they hit it off. That woman, Li Hongmei, was notorious in the village as a shrew. If it weren't for saving food for me and Xiaoyu, Lin Chang wouldn't have gone. It must be said that the original owner in Xiaoyu truly owed Lin Chang a great debt of gratitude. Though Lin Tao still harbored resentment, he wouldn't sabotage the Wang family's recognition of Lin Chang. He was a child with a hard life. While chatting on the sofa, Wang Qingzhou suddenly turned to Old Man Wang and asked, "Dad, after lunch, can I take Xiao Tao and Xiaoyu to see Mom?" Old Man Wang nodded. "Alright, but whatever you do, don't mention your sister's disappearance to her." "Don't worry, Dad. I know." Lin Tao overheard this. He recalled Luma mentioning it briefly during his first visit to the Wang family that Old Master Wang had just returned from visiting his wife. Not long after lunch, Old Master Wang said he felt tired and wanted to retire to his room to rest. Wang Chengzhou said to Wang Anning, "Ningning, help Grandpa upstairs with Luma." "Oh, come on. I'm not so frail that I need help walking a few steps. You two make such a fuss whenever you come back. We feel more at ease helping him, Ningning." Once Old Master Wang ascended the stairs, only Wang Chengzhou, Lin Tao, and Lin Xiaoyu remained in the downstairs living room. "Xiao Tao, Xiaoyu, promise your uncle you'll be as kind as possible to your grandmother when you see her. Even though she might not look well. Don't worry, uncle." The driver took the three of them out of the city. The scenery outside the window gradually grew desolate, and they had no idea where they were headed. After about half an hour, the car pulled up outside an old courtyard house in the suburbs. From the outside, the courtyard house didn't look particularly large. The lacquered wooden door showed cracks and peeling paint in places. Two gilded lion head door knockers adorned it, flanked by a pair of small, exquisitely crafted drum-shaped stone bases, their edges worn smooth by wind and rain. Wang Chengzhou stepped forward and knocked on the door knockers. Soon, someone came to open the door, a woman resembling Aunt Lu. "The gentleman has arrived. And who are these two young comrades?" "My nephew and niece." The woman paused, murmuring, "The young ladies." Wang Chengzhou nodded and led Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu inside. Though old, the house was kept immaculately clean, showing signs of recent renovation. A tall tree stood in the courtyard. Though not yet in bloom, Lin Tao recognized it as a white magnolia. An elderly woman lay resting on a wicker chair beneath the tree, eyes closed. She must be the original owner's grandmother. Wang Chengzhou approached her slowly, gently patting her hand. "Mom, I've come to see you." The old woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze drifting past Wang Chengzhou to the figures standing behind him, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu. The moment her gaze landed on Lin Xiaoyu's face, the old woman's eyes widened in shock. She struggled to sit up. "Ya. Yalan. My Yalan." Lin Xiaoyu fidgeted, trying to hide behind Lin Tao. Lin Tao took her hand and pulled her forward. "Grandma, I'm Lin Tao. This is my sister, Lin Xiaoyu. Wang Yalan is our mother." Lin Xiaoyu timidly greeted, "Hello, Grandma." The light in the old woman's eyes instantly dimmed, tears slowly welling up. "Not Yalan. Not my daughter." Seeing the old woman muttering to herself, Lin Tao frowned slightly and looked at Wang Chengzhou. Wang Chengzhou sighed and whispered, "Last year, your grandmother developed dementia. The big hospital in the provincial capital diagnosed it as Alzheimer's. Her memories are always jumbled and disjointed, she often can't even remember me or your grandfather. But the one thing that never changes is her concern for your mother. After she fell down the stairs during an episode one night, I found this courtyard for her and hired dedicated caregivers. Your grandfather visits her every few days." Lin Tao felt a bitter lump in his throat. He wanted to say something comforting but couldn't find the words. Instead, he nudged his sister and went over to keep Grandma company for a while. Remember not to let anything slip. Chapter 178, A New Path to Prosperity. Perhaps because Lin Xiaoyu bore such a striking resemblance to her mother, the elderly Mrs. Wang seemed more alert than usual. During a brief lucid moment, she pulled Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu close, asking them many questions and reminiscing about the past. Only when the old lady stretched lazily like a child and murmured that she was sleepy did Wang Chengzhou lead Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu away. Though it was time to take Lin Xiaoyu back to school that afternoon, Wang Anning, who rather liked the sister-like companion close to her own age, insisted on taking her to the park for a boat ride. Lin Xiaoyu tugged at Lin Tao's hand and tentatively asked, "Brother, can I go?" "Fine. Stay at Grandpa's place tonight. I'll take you back to school tomorrow morning. I'll come with you so you don't get lost again." The city's economic development was clearly on the rise. People's Park now featured an artificial lake with a dock where small boats were moored. Tickets cost 1 yuan each, not exactly cheap. Most visitors were families with decent financial means. Watching Wang Anning and Lin Xiaoyu board the boat, Lin Tao said, "Be careful. If you don't see me when you get back, just wait here. Don't wander off, understand?" "Got it, bro. We're not kids anymore." After leaning against the railing on the shore for a while, Lin Tao wandered around the park. Although it lacked the diverse amusement facilities of the 21st century, its landscaping was quite impressive. It was also quite large, being the only park in town. Combined with it being Sunday, the foot traffic was substantial. Since the weather was still warm, he spotted half-grown kids carrying wooden crates, hawking soda and ice pops, while others sold cigarettes. Lin Tao spotted a business opportunity. Remembering the snacks he'd made before, he decided to give it a try next weekend. Baisha Village. Time always flies by unnoticed. Before he knew it, Thursday had arrived. Since it had started raining last night and hadn't stopped by morning, Lin Tao gave the crew of the Changrong ship the day off. Ding! Today's intelligence delivered. White Intelligence 1 point, at 6:30 p.m. today, a conch swarm will appear 100 meters south of Jinsha Reef. Host Intelligence Level 5 152 points. Host, please review immediately. Lin Tao stepped out under the eaves and saw the rain had stopped. The heavy, dark clouds had dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky and bright sunshine once more. He'd planned to head to the beach after the rain to gather some seafood for dinner and retrieve his octopus trap. He hadn't expected to receive new intel. Conch shells were a valuable find. You rarely encountered them during low-tide foraging. You had to dive underwater to collect them. Even in the 21st century, farmed conch shells weren't cheap, fetching several dozen yuan per pound. Since I'm heading into town tomorrow to pick up xiaoyu, I might whip up some snacks to sell at People's Park. Time to test the waters. When the time was right, Lin Tao called out to Zhao Xiaopeng and Manhwa, then paddled the small boat toward the spot indicated by the system, carrying their diving gear. They wanted to take advantage of the current warm weather. In a few months, it would be too cold to dive and see what treasures they could find underwater. This time, Lin Tao took Zhao Xiaopeng underwater while Manhwa stayed on the raft holding their breathing tubes. This shallow sea area wasn't deep. After diving down about 3 meters, they touched the soft mud and sand of the seabed. Ding! Host detected near target location. Several clusters of kelp swayed sparsely with the current. Lin Tao gestured for Zhao Xiaopeng to steer clear, wary of any troublesome creatures lurking within. The psychological trauma from last time, when a hook-nosed sea snake nearly chased him 10 miles out, still lingered. Now, every time Lin Tao saw seaweed or kelp, he felt a pang of dread. He dared not press his feet too firmly on the ground, instead probing with his harpoon first to confirm the area was clear before stepping. Before long, Lin Tao spotted a large rock and motioned for Zhao Xiaopeng to help lift it. Sure enough, a large cluster of flower snails huddled beneath it. Sensing the light change, some retracted into their shells playing dead, while others began wriggling, desperate to escape. Pushing the rock aside, Lin Tao opened his net and scooped up handful after handful. If not for the snorkel clamped between his teeth, his grin would have stretched from ear to ear. This was too awesome. What's more, this nest of flower snails was unusually large, almost all of them nearly the size of eggs. In the 21st century, snails this big could only be found in the wild. Artificial breeding simply couldn't produce them. The nest hidden under the rocks filled an entire net bag. Lin Tao continued sweeping the area with his spotlight, conducting a thorough search. He even encountered 2 large blue crabs midway. Though he couldn't tell their gender underwater, they looked plump, so Lin Tao simply pinched them and stuffed them into the net bag. While rummaging underwater, Lin Tao was suddenly blinded by a glint of light. He moved closer, brushed aside the sand, and used his fire tongs to pull out the glittering object. It appeared to be a gold signet ring. The intricate patterns were indistinct, but Lin Tao knew it must be valuable. After gathering the conch shells, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng surfaced, tossed the net onto the raft, and removed their breathing apparatus. Lin Tao clutched the ring tightly in his palm and, while Manhwa and Zhao Xiaopeng weren't looking, slipped it into the travel bag holding their diving gear. He wasn't wary of Zhao Xiaopeng or Manhwa specifically, but feared they might accidentally let slip about it, drawing more treasure hunters to the area. Back home, Lin Tao placed the conch shells alongside clams, cockles, and hairy clams dug from the beach into a large water vat. He poured in some oil to help them spit out sand. He then returned indoors and carefully examined the gold knuckle ring under the gas lamp. Weighing in at around 50 to 60 grams, it was nearly as heavy as a bracelet, a testament to its owner's considerable wealth. Engraved on its 4 sides were the auspicious characters for fortune, prosperity, longevity, and joy, though the patterns along the edges had blurred from years of water exposure. Lin Tao couldn't determine its age, but judging by the design, it didn't seem like an antique. It was likely a more recent creation. Ah well, he'd take it to old Master Wang for appraisal when he had time. Who knew if it was even solid gold? The next morning, as dawn broke and the neighbor's rooster crowed its first shrill call, Lin Tao had already finished washing up and entered the kitchen. After changing the water several times last night, the shellfish had mostly purged the sand. Lin Tao had initially considered making a seafood salad, but without refrigeration at home, he couldn't chill the ingredients. That idea quickly faded, and he settled on sticking with the tried and true spicy and 5 spice flavors. He heated oil in a wok, stir-frying Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon bark, and bay leaves until slightly charred. Then he added scallions, ginger, garlic, and cilantro roots, frying them until fragrant. After removing the solids, he stir-fried half of the prepared shellfish and octopus together, sprinkling in salt and Chinese 5 spice powder before continuing to stir-fry until fully cooked. For the remaining half, add crushed chili peppers to create the spicy flavor. This time, I made 2 large bowls full. Chapter 179, The Highly Praised Seafood Delight. Chen Ju was awakened by the clatter and clanging from the kitchen. She dressed and stepped out of her room, catching a whiff of pungent chili and Sichuan pepper before even entering the kitchen. The sharp scent made her cough a few times. Xiao Tao, why aren't you sleeping in? What are you doing in the kitchen so early? I made some snacks to sell at the market in town. Shenju glanced at the two large bowls of snacks on the table and said doubtfully, they're not exactly valuable. Will they sell for much? It's hardly worth the effort. Lin Tao shrugged indifferently. They're not worth much to begin with. You can find them every day by the sea. As long as I can sell them, whatever I get is profit, right? When the supply and marketing cooperative opened, Lin Tao dashed over and bought 2 new aluminum pans, plus 2 packs of toothpicks, a stack of craft paper, and a bundle of rope. Back at the well, he scrubbed everything spotless. After drying them, he sorted the snacks by flavor into the pans, covered them, and stacked them neatly in his basket. Sitting in the corner of the back row of the bus, the guy in front couldn't resist turning around to ask Lin Tao. Bro, what's in that basket of yours? It smells amazing. Just some snails and clams my family made. My sister's studying in the city, so I'm bringing her some snacks for school. Could I have a taste? I won't take it for free, I've got a few papayas here. See if we can swap for a bite. Lin Tao smiled and waved his hand. A couple bites won't make much difference. No need for that. I'll grab you some. Lin Tao took out a piece of craft paper, folded it into a cone, scooped a small handful of snacks into it, pulled out a few toothpicks, stuck them in, and handed it to the man in front. The man thanked him warmly. Bro, you've got the brown paper, toothpicks, you're really well prepared. After taking a couple of bites, he gave Lin Tao a thumbs up. This is amazing. I've never seen it done like this before. Delicious. Hearing the man's praise, the other passengers on the bus couldn't sit still either. They all started pulling out items to trade with Lin Tao for snacks. Those who didn't have anything to trade offered money instead. Fortunately, there were only 7 or 8 people on the bus. If there had been more, everything would have been gone before they even reached People's Park. Some even asked Lin Tao for the recipe. He gave a vague, general explanation. After all, if it sold well, this could be his money-making scheme. After getting off the bus, Lin Tao went to pick up Lin Xiaoyu at the gate of Jinsha Middle School. He ran into Feng Jinjin and gave her 2 packets of snacks wrapped in craft paper. Take these back for Uncle Feng and Auntie Feng to try. Give me your feedback. Lin Xiaoyu headed to People's Park first. Worried that her teenage pride might be hurt by hawking snacks with him, Lin Tao gave her 5 yuan and sent her off to play nearby. Come see for yourself. Spicy and savory 5-spice seafood snacks, don't miss out if you're passing by. Perfect for adults and kids alike, great as a snack or a side dish. Just 1 yuan per serving, you won't regret it. When Lin Tao spotted parents approaching with their children, he quickly called out, "Hey, sis, grab some. Park boat rides cost $1 a ticket these days. Try a taste, you won't regret it. This seafood was caught fresh from the sea yesterday afternoon and prepared this morning, guaranteed freshness. If your child can't handle spicy, we also have 5-spice flavor. Look how drooling they are already. Come on everyone, take a look. These are limited quantities, once they're gone, they're gone. Don't miss out." Hearing Lin Tao's enthusiastic hawking, people nearby began to gather out of curiosity. The parent of that first child, unable to resist their little one's craving, pulled out $1 and handed it to Lin Tao. "Give us some of the 5-spice flavor." Lin Tao pocketed the money, scooped 2 spoonfuls into a cone-shaped paper cone, tied it with string, inserted a toothpick, and handed it over. Seeing how well prepared Lin Tao was, nearby tourists followed suit and pulled out their money. "I'll have some." "Me too." Seeing the crowd growing, Lin Tao quickly called out, "Everyone, line up first. Don't push." Lin Xiaoyu, who had been playing nearby, saw Lin Tao bustling about and hurried over to help. "Bro, I'll fold the craft paper for you." Saying this, Lin Xiaoyu imitated what she saw and began folding cones and tying ropes beside him. With his sister's help, Lin Tao found it much easier to handle the customers. While assisting, Lin Xiaoyu also urged people to line up properly and avoid scrambling. The 2 pots of seafood Lin Tao had brought sold out quickly, leaving the pots completely empty. Yet many who hadn't gotten any stood nearby sighing in disappointment. Seeing this, Lin Tao said, "If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I'll be here again in the morning. If you want to eat, it's more convenient to bring your own lunchbox from home. It's 8 cents a serving if you bring your own container, and 1 yuan if you don't." After selling out, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to the department store to buy a batch of seasonings, then took the shuttle bus back to Baisha village. Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously, "Brother, why make them bring their own lunchboxes? Doesn't that mean we lose 2 cents per serving?" Lin Tao ruffled Xiaoyu's hair. "You don't understand yet. Having them bring their own containers saves us the cost of buying craft paper, twine, and toothpicks. It also eliminates the labor and time costs of folding the cones and tying the twine. We sold these 2 pots for 30 yuan today. The seafood came straight from the sea, no expenses beyond labor. If we factor in those cost savings, we're still making a profit in the long run." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, looking like she sort of got it. In less than 2 hours, they made 30 yuan. While not as fast as loading goods onto a fishing boat, it was still a good way to utilize their free time. After the afternoon tide receded, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu to the beach to gather seafood. They worked tirelessly until the tide came back in, leaving them exhausted and barely able to stand straight. Lin Tao waved to Lin Xiaoyu nearby. Xiaoyu, the tide's coming in. Let's head home. Coming, big bro. The siblings each carried 2 large buckets in their hands, while Lin Tao had a big net bag hanging from his back, filled to the brim with clams and scallops. Back home, Chenju called them in for dinner. Look at you two, covered in mud from head to toe. Why didn't you wash up at the beach before coming home? After dinner, Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu scrubbed the various shellfish they'd caught clean, placed them in a basin to spit out sand, and prepared brown paper packaging in advance. The next morning, they stir-fried the seafood, packed it into pots, and headed into town. Incorporating customer feedback and newly purchased seasonings, Lin Tao upgraded his seafood offerings. By the time he arrived at People's Park, over a dozen customers were already waiting at yesterday's spot. Comrade, you finally made it. We've been waiting forever. Everyone, please stay calm and line up properly. I've prepared more this time, so I'll try to serve as many people as possible. Most of today's customers were repeat buyers from yesterday, bringing their own lunchboxes. Lin Tao charged 80 cents per serving as promised. A newcomer, unaware of the situation, asked, why do they pay 80 cents, but we have to pay a whole yuan? Chapter 180, The Little Shop in the City. After explaining the situation to the new customers, Lin Tao observed today's business was even busier than yesterday's. This sparked another idea. He could easily replicate the scarcity marketing tactic employed by the Shanghai-born dim sum chef at Tang's pastry shop. He planned to set up a stall in People's Park for a while to build his reputation, then rent a small shop in a high-traffic area and hire a few unemployed youth who had failed their college entrance exams as shop assistants. The tricky part lay in securing the shop space and managing the number of staff. If handled poorly, he might get labeled a capitalist. Lin Tao pondered this. He'd still need Su Lingxian's help. Then he remembered the gold signet ring tucked inside his jacket pocket. He'd originally planned to have old Master Wang appraise it, but now he decided to use it as a bargaining chip. He'd give it to Su Lingxian. After selling out both large pots of seafood stew today, Lin Tao prepared to take Lin Xiaoyu home. While waiting for the bus under the station sign, a sedan from the Jinsha Hotel pulled up slowly before the siblings. From the rear window, lowered halfway, Su Lingxian's refined features appeared. What are you carrying? It looks pretty heavy. Lin Xiaoyu piped up first. Sister Lingxian, my brother and I just set up a stall in People's Park. Su Lingxian raised an eyebrow slightly and motioned for the siblings to get in. Lin Tao waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself, Sister Lingxian. Xiaoyu and I can just take the bus back to the village. No need to be so polite. Hop in. I don't have anything else planned today anyway. Lin Tao placed the basket in the trunk and helped Lin Xiaoyu into the car. What were you selling at the stall? Seafood? Yeah, stir-fried spicy and 5-spice small seafood things like conch, clams, and cockles. Since we're just testing the waters, we mix everything together for convenience. I plan to open a small shop in town and sort them out properly then. Su Lingxian perked up at Lin Tao's new venture. You've got the fishing boat, the cold storage, and now you want to open a shop selling snacks? Can you handle it all by yourself? Lin Tao shared his plans with Su Lingxian. She pursed her lips and pondered for a moment. Your ideas and plans are solid. Here's what I suggest. I know a suitable location. As for vacant storefronts, there are plenty available. Since you're starting small with limited inventory, you don't need a huge space. Around 10 to 20 square meters should be perfect. After a moment, she continued, I know just the place that fits your criteria. It's on the same street as the Jinsha Hotel, just across an intersection about 500 or 600 meters away. Su Lingxian instructed Lu Wenhua to turn toward the shop she mentioned. The car pulled up at the curb. Su Lingxian got out and led Lin Tao to a small shopfront. See? The ones next to it are still vacant. The market economy is just taking off. Few dare venture into business yet. Once things scale up, we could rent these adjacent spaces and open them up together. The shops were padlocked shut. Lin Tao pressed his face against the glass, peering inside. The space was completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust covering the floor. It looked like no one had set foot in there for ages. Sis Lingxian, how much do you think it would cost to buy these? Su Lingxian paused, then thought it over. This street is surrounded by government offices and several state-owned factories. It's also close to the school and the department store. I'd been planning to buy these vacant shops after smoothing things over with the right people, but I wasn't sure what to do with them, so I never acted on it. Now that the cold storage facility is just starting construction, your expenses will only increase later. Plus, once the weather cools, the fish will migrate further south. Relying solely on your boat won't be enough. And buying the storefronts would require renovations. Why not let me buy them first, get them ready, and rent them to you at a low price? You can buy them outright once you've saved up enough capital. Lin Tao felt Su Lingxian's proposal was the optimal choice under the circumstances, so he didn't hesitate and agreed. Thanks, Sister Lingxian. Time flew by, and over 2 months passed. Winter had settled over the southeastern peninsula for more than a month now, though it still wasn't particularly cold. Only in the mornings and evenings did one need to throw on a thicker coat and layer thermal leggings under their pants. On sunny days, a sweater and thicker pants sufficed. Anything more would make one sweat. The seasons here weren't as distinct as in the north. Even the trees still bore green leaves. Aside from a hint of desolation in the air after rain, there was no real sense that so much time had passed. Lin Tao couldn't help but reflect that nearly half a year had passed since his journey here. Over the past 2 months, he had entrusted the Qingrong vessel to Zhao Xiaopeng, Uncle Zhao, and Manhwa. He himself focused on developing his street stall selling seafood, shuttling daily between the village and the city. Though tiring, the revenue was quite substantial. Su Lingxian had taken over the shop in town and hired a construction crew to give it a simple makeover, dividing it into a sales counter, a work area, and a break room. Since Lin Tao hadn't yet decided on a name for the shop, he skipped ordering a custom sign from an advertising company. Instead, he cut out the characters for groceries from red tape and stuck them on the door. The kitchen setup resembled that of the Jinsha Hotel's back of house. Countertops and shelves were mostly stainless steel. Besides the gas stove, Su Lingqian also procured an imported mini fridge for Lin Tao, capable of both refrigeration and freezing. The cabinets held various seasonings and cookware, neatly stored to prevent rodents and insects from crawling in, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Now Lin Tao only needed to deliver fresh seafood daily and prepare it in the kitchen for immediate sale. Lin Tao was wiping down the countertop with a cloth when he heard a knock on the window from outside. Turning to look, he met Feng Jinjin's smiling face. "Jinjin, what brings you here?" "Just passing by. Saw someone inside and guessed it might be you. Never thought it really was." Feng Jinjin entered through the side door and looked around curiously. "Lin Tao, I never imagined you'd actually open a shop in the city." Lin Tao smiled. "It's all thanks to Sister Lingxian's help." At the mention of Su Lingxian, Feng Jinjin's eyes softened with a hint of sadness. She whispered to Lin Tao, "Sister Lingxian said my paperwork for going abroad is all set. I should be leaving within the next few days." Lin Tao was taken aback. "So soon? But the new year is less than 2 months away. Couldn't she wait until after the holidays?" After all, she was heading to a foreign land with no familiar faces around. Moreover, the country Feng Jinjin was going to was currently in winter much colder than the southeast peninsula, a place where real snow actually fell. Though Lin Tao had known Feng Jinjin for years without romantic feelings, he genuinely regarded her as a younger sister. He couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. Moisture welled in Feng Jinjin's eyes. She sniffed back a sob and forced a smile. "It's fine. Ling Xian's sister worked so hard to create this opportunity for me. It would be unreasonable of me to be picky about the timing." Chapter 181, Hiring for the New Store. After a moment of silence, Feng Jinjin spoke first. "Lin Tao, once I leave, it might be a long time before I return. My parents only have me as their daughter. I worry about them and need to trouble you to visit them often." Lin Tao nodded. "Don't worry about that. I'll visit them often." As if she'd rehearsed this in her mind countless times, Feng Jinjin's hand, tucked inside her sleeve, clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Finally, she gathered her courage and asked, "Lin Tao, after I leave, will you miss me?" Lin Tao paused, startled by her question. He understood the weight of her words. He intended to offer a polite refusal, as he often did, but when he met her tear-filled eyes, his resolve softened. He sighed. "I will miss you. Be careful abroad, it's not safe." Hearing this almost desperate reply, Feng Jinjin suddenly broke into a smile, tears sliding down her cheeks. Seeing this, Lin Tao felt a pang of unease in his heart. "I know. I'll take good care of myself. Then I'll wait for you." Lin Tao was about to ask if he should see Feng Jinjin off on the day she left, but she cut him off before he could finish. "Lin Tao, let today be our last meeting. Otherwise, on the day I leave, I might not be able to bear parting with you." Feng Jinjin quickly and casually wiped the tears from her face. "I really have to thank you, Lin Tao. I'm so lucky to have met you. Because of you, my family and I have become better people. Thank you." "Oh, right, could you accompany me somewhere? It won't take much of your time." "Sure. I came by today just to look around and post job ads. Nothing else planned." Lin Tao and Feng Jinjin walked side by side to the entrance of a state-run photo studio. Feng Jinjin pushed open the door, turned to look at Lin Tao, and said, "This is the place." Stepping inside, they were greeted by a kindly-looking middle-aged photographer. Beside him, a young assistant was tidying up. "Comrades, what kind of photos would you like to take?" Feng Jinjin spoke up. "We'd like a full-body portrait." "All right, follow me. We just got a new batch of backdrop fabrics you can choose from various scenic landscapes and architectural designs." Watching the photographer stand nearby, pulling on a rope to switch between the backdrops, Feng Jinjin asked Lin Tao, "Which one do you think looks better?" Lin Tao thought to himself that since the photos would be black and white anyway, the background would end up blurred and indistinguishable. But he didn't want to dampen Feng Jinjin's enthusiasm, so he said, "Just pick whichever one you like." After selecting the backdrop, Feng Jinjin sat on the chair while Lin Tao stood slightly behind her. The photographer snapped away continuously, then told Feng Jinjin to come back in a few days to pick up the developed photos. After paying, Feng Jinjin and Lin Tao stepped outside. She said to him, "I asked the photographer to develop 2 copies. I'll take one, and you can come pick up the other whenever you have time. Consider it a keepsake." "All right." At the crossroads, Feng Jinjin waved goodbye to Lin Tao. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up her half-tied long hair. "See you, Lin Tao. Goodbye." After parting ways with Feng Jinjin, Lin Tao went to an advertising company to print a stack of job recruitment flyers. Since posting them on utility poles or walls would likely result in warnings or even detention, he could only distribute them in crowded areas. However, he was mostly turned away. Lin Tao thought it over and decided to distribute them where unemployed youth gathered, a targeted approach that would save time. He inquired around and found the government office established to address youth unemployment. Outside the office, a crowd of young people around Lin Tao's age gathered, all troubled by job hunting worries. Lin Tao approached a few young men on the outer edge to make small talk and break the ice. One disheartened young man said, "Comrade, you're here looking for work too, right? I've been here 3 times this week and still haven't secured anything. I'm still stuck at home." Hearing this, Lin Tao leaned closer and whispered, "I actually have a job opening, not in a factory or an organization, but a personal business venture. I just hope you're willing to take it." "A private business?" "Yeah, I opened a small shop on the street selling cooked seafood. But I'm not usually in town, I've got a fishing boat to tend to. I only come in once a week, so I need 2 people to run the shop." The young man hesitated. After all, the new policies had only recently been implemented, and few people were venturing into private business. Most still preferred jobs at state-owned factories or government agencies. Nothing offered more security than an iron rice bowl. But jobs were scarce. After the Great Movement ended, educated youth flooded back to the cities. Everywhere you looked, there were unemployed young people in their 20s, unable to find work. They couldn't keep relying on their families forever. Seeing the young man wavering, Lin Tao pressed his advantage. "I'll pay you 30 yuan a month," he said. "But we can't take weekends off, those are our busiest days. I'll schedule your days off for Monday and Tuesday. How does that sound?" 30 yuan a month wasn't much less than factory workers earned. In fact, it was even higher than some factory wages. Hearing this, the young man stopped hesitating. "Comrade, I'm in. I'll work for you." The young man hesitated before asking, "Comrade, my girlfriend is also unemployed. Could I bring her along to work here too?" Lin Tao considered it. "Alright, but if you two argue or anything, it can't affect the work. After all, we're handling food. If something goes wrong, it could be a major problem." The young man beamed with delight. "Comrade, rest assured we'll be careful." With Lin Tao's permission, the young man hurried back to fetch his girlfriend. The young man was Wei Guangming, and his girlfriend was Lu Xian. They had been childhood sweethearts since elementary school, studying together all the way through high school before heading to the countryside and then returning to the city. "Why didn't you retake the exams to get into university?" "Ever since the college entrance exams were reopened, more and more people are taking them. We're both only children in our families, so we figured we'd start working right away to help our parents shoulder the family's burdens." Lin Tao called Wei Guangming and Lu Xian into the shop and asked who had experience cooking. The two exchanged glances and raised their hands simultaneously. Having both experienced cooks saved a lot of trouble. Lin Tao pulled out 4 sheets of paper and drafted a contract in duplicate. After they reviewed it and confirmed everything was in order, they filled in their personal details, signed their names, and pressed their fingerprints. Lin Tao tucked away his copy and handed them a list of items. "Tomorrow morning, go to the hospital on an empty stomach for these tests. Bring me the reports once they're ready. I'll cover all the expenses." Though medical facilities here weren't as advanced as those in the 21st century, basic diagnostics were still feasible. Chapter 182, Matters of the Heart Cannot Be Forced. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian exchanged glances, holding the papers. They hadn't expected Lin Tao, a sole proprietor, to be not only so thoughtful but also so generous. Noticing their incredulous expressions, Lin Tao smiled. "You're working for me, I certainly can't have you footing the bill yourselves. Providing jobs like this is my way of sharing some of society's burden and making a small contribution." After a moment, Lin Tao added, "If you stay with me long term, I'll arrange annual physicals for you, even your parents can come. For festivals like Dragon Boat, Mid-Autumn, and Chinese New Year, I'll give you rice, flour, oil, zongzi, mooncakes, and such as employee benefits." The two young men had never seen such generosity before. They nodded their heads like chickens pecking at grain. "Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely work hard and stick with this job. Don't call me boss. I'm only 18 this year, younger than both of you. Just call me by my full name, Lin Tao." After Lin Tao finished speaking, Wei Guangming and Lu Xian were both stunned, giving him a thumbs up. What a promising young man. Before the official opening, Lin Tao had a batch of flyers printed at an advertising company. He sent Wei Guangming and Lu Xian to distribute them in high-traffic areas while he headed to the department store to continue stocking supplies. The next day, armed with their clean bill of health showing no infectious diseases, Lin Tao took the two to Mrs. Feng's tailor shop, where Feng Jinjin was assisting in the workshop. Seeing Lin Tao arrive, her eyes darted away momentarily. "Lin Tao, why are you here?" "I hired 2 employees and brought them to have 2 sets of protective clothing and hats made." "All right." Feng Jinjin and Feng's mother took their measurements and told Lin Tao to come back in a week to pick them up. They had barely stepped out of the tailor shop when Lin Tao suddenly heard Feng Jinjin's voice behind him. Turning around, he found his arms unexpectedly filled with something thick and bulky. Feng Jinjin had slipped it into his embrace. Feng Jinjin's eyes were red, her cheeks flushed. Lin Tao looked down at the folded scarf in his hands. It too was red. This is a scarf I knitted when I had free time. When it gets colder, if you don't like it, you can give it to Xiaoyu. The stitches are tight and it's warm. Lin Tao murmured softly, "Thank you, Jinjin." Seeing Lin Tao say no more, Feng Jinjin bit her lower lip, gave a soft and turned to leave. Suddenly, a solid, powerful chest pressed against her back. Feng Jinjin's eyes widened, her whole body trembling. She looked down at the arms wrapped around her. She blinked, and a tear fell onto Lin Tao's hand. Though it was warm, it felt like it burned into his heart. Lin Tao sighed, about to speak, but Feng Jinjin cut him off. "Lin Tao, don't say anything. I already know." Then Feng Jinjin pushed Lin Tao's hands away and walked back without looking back until she entered the tailor shop. Lu Xian whispered beside him, "Lin Tao, is that your girlfriend?" Lin Tao shook his head. "Just my little sister. Doesn't look like it to me. That lady seems pretty into you. But you can't force these things, you know." Wei Guangming tugged Lu Xian's wrist, signaling her to stop talking. Once the aprons, hats, and masks were all ready, Lin Tao officially opened his Hongyun snack shop in town. Thanks to the prior promotional buzz, plenty of new customers showed up on opening day. Su Lingqian even had Lu Wenhu deliver 2 flower baskets to place at the entrance, adding a festive touch. Lin Tao, Wei Guangming, and Lu Xian were all busy weighing, packing, taking payments, and giving change. The 3 of them were barely keeping up. They worked non-stop from opening in the morning until late afternoon, selling out all 3 large pots of seafood. Not even a scrap remained. Just as they were about to hang up the closed sign and start cleaning up, someone tapped on the window. Without turning his head, Lin Tao said, "We're sold out. Come back tomorrow." "What about my order? Didn't you save some for me, Mr. Lin?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Tao quickly turned around. "Sis Lingqian, what brings you here?" Su Lingqian raised an eyebrow. "Is Mr. Lin unwilling to serve me?" "Of course not. I set aside portions for you, Big Brother, Younga, and Jiga in advance. I forgot to give Big Brother his when he came earlier. I was planning to deliver them to your hotel after closing, but I didn't expect you to come personally." Lu Xian and Wei Guangming were busily scrubbing tools and wiping down countertops. Spotting the stunning beauty outside the window, Wei Guangming whispered to Lu Xian, "Lin Tao sure has his pick of the lady's sisters and all." "Poof." Lu Xian freed her hand and pinched Wei Guangming's ear. "What? Jealous? Oh. Not jealous, not jealous. Having you is enough for me. That's more like it. Get back to work, we can catch a movie tonight if we finish early." Just then, Su Lingqian pulled 3 movie tickets from her pocket and waved them at Lin Tao. "Tonight's movie, want to come? I even got one for Xiaoyu." Lin Tao thought, "I haven't taken Xiaoyu to the movies yet. It'd be nice to go together." But then he remembered he still needed to head back to the village to gather seafood from the tide pools, and hesitated. "I'll have the Liang brothers pass along a message to your crew. Have them help you gather the seafood. I'll have them drive over to pick it up tomorrow morning. It won't interfere with your business tomorrow." Since Su Lingqian had thought it through so thoroughly, Lin Tao couldn't refuse. He agreed. That evening, Lin Tao sat in the theater with Lin Xiaoyu and Su Lingqian. Lin Tao pulled Xiaoyu to sit between him and Su Lingqian, and a hint of awkwardness flashed across Su Lingqian's face. During the film, as the light flickered on and off, Lin Tao caught Su Lingqian's gaze out of the corner of his eye. But when he looked over, she turned her head away. Thinking it was his imagination, Lin Tao focused his attention on the film. Only after the film ended did Lin Tao turn to Su Lingqian and say, "This movie was really good. It's no wonder it's a classic," he thought, though he didn't voice it aloud. After all, from today's perspective, the film had only been released 2 years prior and hardly qualified as an old movie. For some reason, Su Lingqian seemed a bit downcast. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao asked, "Sis Lingqian, is something bothering you?" Su Lingqian snapped back to reality and shook her head. "Ah, no. It's getting late. Let's head back to the hotel and rest." "All right." Later, Lin Tao's business in the city grew increasingly busy, and the little incident during their movie outing faded from his memory. To ensure fresh ingredients and for convenience, Lin Tao leveraged his financial clout to form a close bond with the shuttle bus driver. Every day, the driver would bring seafood from Baisha village to the city for Lin Tao. He would occasionally give the driver a pack of good cigarettes or a bag of fine tea. Initially, Lin Tao had the driver bring seafood he'd already prepared at home. But after teaching Wei Guangming and Lu Xian the ropes, he started sending live seafood directly onto the bus that same day, trusting them to handle it at the shop. Chapter 183, A Tree That Stands Out Attracts the Wind. It was Friday again. After taking the bus into town, Lin Tao first checked on the shop. Though customer traffic wasn't as high as when they first opened, it was still respectable. They sold out every day, averaging 60 to 70 orders daily. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian were bustling about inside. Spotting Lin Tao, they paused to greet him. "Lin Tao. You guys are working hard, look at the sweat on your foreheads. I brought 2 bottles of soda on the way over. Take a break and have a drink to quench your thirst. I'll wash up and help you out. Lin Tao washed his hands, went into the break room, took his apron, hat, and mask from the locker, and changed into them. He kept working until there were hardly any customers left before stopping. After finishing their sodas, Wei Guangming and Lu Xian let out a satisfying long burp. Setting down the bottles, they resumed tidying up the shop. Lin Tao, you don't need to keep working. Don't you have to pick up Xiaoyu from school? We've got the shop covered. Yeah, there aren't many customers now anyway. It'll be easier with just the 2 of us. Judging by the time, Xiaoyu should be out of school by now. Don't make her wait too long at the school gate. Hearing this, Lin Tao prepared to change clothes to pick up his sister. Just as he took off his apron and hat in the break room, he heard someone banging violently on the shop door. Lin Tao walked over, puzzled, to see what was happening. Outside stood a couple in their 30s, glaring angrily, as if they wanted to smash the door to pieces. Get your boss out here now. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian, unused to such confrontations, looked at Lin Tao helplessly. Lin Tao, this. It's fine, you 2 keep working. I'll ask them what they want. Lin Tao stepped outside and politely inquired, comrades, what's got you so worked up? Let's talk this out calmly. The couple first eyed Lin Tao up and down, seemingly skeptical that such a young man could be the shop owner. They assumed he was either a regular employee or the boss's son. The woman snorted. We want to see your store's owner. If he's not here, go find him immediately. What can a youngster like you do? Lin Tao patiently continued, I am the owner of this store. My name is Lin Tao. If you don't believe me, I can show you my ID to confirm the name matches. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian chimed in from behind the sales counter. He really is our boss. The couple stared in shock, exchanging wide-eyed glances. The woman frowned and spoke up, my husband bought a portion of clams from your shop yesterday. After my son ate them, he started vomiting and having diarrhea. The hospital diagnosed it as acute gastroenteritis. It must be because the food from your shop wasn't clean that made my son sick. Turning to her husband, she scolded, I told you these small-time shops aren't reliable. I told you to go to the state-run store, but you wouldn't listen. How could you be such a father? The man felt embarrassed being scolded by the woman in front of others, but he still protested, I saw so many people buying it, how was I supposed to know it wasn't clean? Then he shouted at Lin Tao, pay up now, or we'll report you to the authorities and get your shop shut down. So they were here for money. Lin Tao remained calm. How much do you want? The couple thought for a moment, then demanded 100 yuan from Lin Tao. Lin Tao thought to himself, why do I always run into scammers? A seafood dish costs 1 yuan. This couple wanted him to pay 100 yuan, that's far more profitable than running a business. Wei Guangming couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the couple, you 2 are crazy for money. What proof do you have that your son got acute gastroenteritis from eating at our place? Did he eat nothing else yesterday? Lu Xian chimed in from the side, exactly. You're just spouting empty accusations. You have no proof whatsoever and still want us to pay you 100 yuan? Do you think we're suckers? The couple hadn't expected these seemingly young shopkeepers to be so unflappable in the face of their accusations. Their words caught in their throats. Lin Tao spoke up then. Exactly. And you can't even prove you bought anything from our store. The man grew agitated. That's just you twisting the facts. Of course I bought something, I came here right after work yesterday to line up. He pointed at Lu Xian. She took my money and handed me the goods. Lu Xian shrugged. There were only 2 of us working in the store these past 2 days. It was either him or me. There was no one else. Your claim holds no credibility whatsoever. Besides, we serve 60 or 70 customers a day. Who has time to remember what every customer looks like? The man's argument was soundly refuted. Frustrated and angry, he punched the sales counter in a fit of rage. Lin Tao quickly interjected, hey, talk it out instead of getting physical. If you break my glass, you're not leaving without paying for it. Seeing her husband at a loss, the woman chimed in, we're educated people. We wouldn't make baseless accusations. There must be something wrong with your store's hygiene. Your seafood isn't fresh. Stop making baseless accusations. Our seafood is harvested during the afternoon low tide the day before, transported here for cleaning and sand purging. We change the water 5 or 6 times, prepare and cook the ingredients early in the morning, and the seafood is still alive half an hour before opening. Plus, every day after closing, we disinfect the entire place with bleach solution sprayed everywhere, then scrub it clean with fresh water to prevent residue. This countertop is cleaner than both your faces, it shines like a mirror. You 2 have balls growing under your eyebrows, only good for blowing hot air but can't see straight, huh? Besides, do you even have a son? You don't even know if he's really hospitalized with acute gastroenteritis, yet you dare cause trouble outside our shop? Watch out, we'll call the police station officers to have you arrested. Lin Tao watched Lu Xian yell at the couple from the sidelines, almost tempted to applaud. He hadn't expected Lu Xian, who usually seemed so quiet and composed, to be so aggressive when confronting people. Looks like he really didn't hire the wrong person. The couple was momentarily stunned by Lu Xian's rapid-fire tirade, frozen in place. After a brief pause, the man pulled out a hospital payment receipt and a medical record from his pocket. "This is my son's hospitalization proof, stamped by the hospital. Surely this can't be fake?" Lin Tao took it and examined it carefully. The name, gender, age, hospitalization period, and diagnosis all matched the couple's account. "But this doesn't prove the problem came from the seafood sold in our store. And the treatment cost was only 5 yuan. What do you mean by demanding 100 from me?" Chapter 184, Almost Exposed. Lin Tao tossed the receipt and medical record back at the man with a mocking smirk. "You think I'm a cash cow? 5 yuan becomes 100 tens of times more. The sheer amount you're demanding shows your motives aren't pure. Could it be you deliberately fed your child some junk and now want to frame us for extortion?" The moment Lin Tao finished speaking, a flicker of guilt crossed the couple's faces. They immediately began defending themselves. "Young man, you need evidence to make accusations. This is blatant slander." Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. "I merely voiced a reasonable conjecture. If you consider that slander, then your actions from the start until now are blatant extortion." The man swallowed nervously under Lin Tao's suddenly piercing gaze, glancing at his wife with a pleading look. She shot him a disgusted glance and opened her mouth to speak, only to be cut off by Lin Tao. "If you can't produce evidence and still refuse to leave, I'll have no choice but to call the police station and summon the officers." Seeing Lin Tao was serious, the woman dragged her husband away. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and snarled, "You just wait. This isn't over." Poof. After the couple stormed off cursing, Wei Guangming and Lu Xian finally exhaled in relief, leaning against the counter. "How did we end up with people like this?" Lin Tao, however, seemed unfazed. "Fame brings trouble," he said calmly. "People seeing our place packed and profitable getting jealous is normal. Just wait, they'll definitely come back to cause trouble." Lu Xian asked anxiously, "But what if they keep coming back to cause trouble every day? They won't get any money out of us, but it'll definitely affect our opening business. Our kitchen is fully open, every step from prep to cooking is visible through the glass. If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. But you're both young, so feeling flustered is understandable. Since it's Friday, I'll reach out to my contacts and see if we can get a landline installed for the shop. Once it's installed, I'll give you our brigade's number. I'll come over to handle things then." "All right." Wei Guangming scratched his head, a touch embarrassed. "Lin Tao, you're actually a few years younger than us, yet you seem so much more mature and steady. Standing next to you, we feel like kids." "Yeah, Lin Tao, sometimes you really feel like an elder, like one of those old masters in wuxia novels who've mastered secret techniques to reverse aging." Lin Tao froze, thinking, oh no. He'd unconsciously adopted the attitude he'd used toward juniors in his past life when speaking to Wei Guangming and Lu Xian. After all, in his eyes, Wei Guangming and Lu Xian were still children compared to his own age in his previous life. Children from poor families grow up fast. It's just that they've experienced more, so they're used to it. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian took his words at face value without second thoughts, continuing their busy cleanup in the shop. Lin Tao hurried off to pick up Lin Xiaoyu from Jinsha Middle School. Because the couple's quarrel had delayed him, by the time Lin Tao arrived, there were hardly any students or parents left at the school gate. Lin Xiaoyu stood all alone at the entrance, constantly looking left and right, looking utterly pitiful. "Xiaoyu." Lin Xiaoyu perked up at the sight of Lin Tao and trotted over. "Brother, I thought you wouldn't come pick me up. I was about to take the bus back to the village if you didn't show up." Lin Tao ruffled her hair. "Don't be silly. Even if it were raining knives from the sky, I'd still come pick you up." Hearing this, Xiaoyu giggled. "Some classmates from the village below our school can take the bus home by themselves. I can do it too." "What can you do?" "They can take the bus home because they have the courage. Unless you go to college someday and I can't follow you there, I'll keep picking you up and dropping you off." Feeling her brother's care and affection, Lin Xiaoyu's heart felt as sweet as honey. Lin Tao first took Lin Xiaoyu to the store to play for a while, then went to the Jinsha Hotel to find Lu Wenhu. He didn't elaborate to Wei Guangming and Lu Xian about his relationship with the Jinsha Hotel, only mentioning that his fishing boat supplied seafood to their kitchen, which had earned him some rapport with Lu Wenhu. "Jinsha Hotel. Xiao Tao, what brings you here? Where's Xiaoyu?" Lin Tao recounted today's events at the shop to Lu Wenhu and expressed his desire to install a landline phone. Lu Wenhu patted his chest and said, "No problem at all. I'll call my contact. We can definitely get it installed today. Oh, and leave my phone number at your shop. Since I'm in the city, I can get there faster than you, it's just across the intersection. How convenient. Brother, you're so busy every day, and you still help look after my shop. I really feel bad about it." Lu Wenhu frowned unhappily. "Talking like that means you don't treat me like your own brother. You're always holding things back and being so formal with me." Seeing Lu Wenhu's expression turn serious, Lin Tao could only say, "I just didn't want to trouble you, big brother." "What kind of trouble is your little problem? Stop telling your big brother this stuff, or don't blame me if I really flip out on you. Alright, next time I'll come straight to you with anything." Lu Wenhu laughed heartily, slapping Lin Tao on the shoulder. That's more like it, my good brother. After handling the phone installation, Lin Tao brought Lin Xiaoyu back to Baisha village. After getting out of the car, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly looked up at Lin Tao and asked, "Brother, our house has already been rebuilt, right? When can we move in?" Thanks to mostly sunny weather over the past few months with few storms, construction progressed rapidly on both the original family home and the cold storage facility by the dock. The old house had been rebuilt a month and a half ago. Uncle Zhao, feeling guilty for taking so much money and goods from Lin Tao, had used the opportunity during construction to make furniture for Lin Tao's family from the wooded home. The house now had 2 solid wood beds and 2 sets of tables and chairs. The last time Lin Tao visited Uncle Zhao, he was busy building a large wardrobe and couldn't be stopped. Although modern decor tends to be minimalist and reduces formaldehyde exposure, Lin Tao still planned to air out the place for a while before moving in, waiting until all the furniture was arranged. Looks like Xiaoyu can't wait to move back into our own new home. Yeah, bro. Even though we've stayed at Uncle and Auntie's for a few months, our own place just feels more solid. Alright, then I'll take you inside for a look first. I haven't shown you around yet. Xiaoyu cheered excitedly, "Yay, we're going home." The two returned to Uncle Lin's house for dinner first. After eating, they grabbed the keys to the new house's front door and headed out. Upon reaching the new house, Lin Tao noticed the lock that had been hanging on the door was gone. He tried pushing the door, but it wouldn't budge. Had someone locked it from the inside? Chapter 185, The Sparrow Has Taken the Magpie's Nest. Lin Tao realized someone had moved into his and his sister's new home before them. Rage boiled up inside him, and he couldn't help but slam the gate so hard it shook the ground. He didn't care if the neighbors heard and came out to gawk. After several blows, the gate swung open from the inside. The moment Lin Tao saw who stood before him, his molars ground together audibly. He gathered his strength and delivered a punch straight to the man's face. "Brother!" Lin Xiaoyu, still reeling beside him, cried out in alarm and tried to step forward to stop him, but Lin Tao shooed her away with a sharp command. "Xiaoyu, stay back. This isn't your business. Don't get hurt." With that, Lin Tao yanked the man by the collar and landed several more punches. "Lin Chang, you must be out of your mind. How dare you do something like this? You're asking for trouble." The man being beaten senseless was none other than the original owner's older brother, Lin Chang. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Li Hongmei, clutching her stomach and protruding belly, emerged from the house. Seeing Lin Chang's face already swollen and bruised, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, Li Hongmei shrieked, "Lin Tao, what are you doing? You're going to beat your own brother to death." She screamed while trying to pull him away, desperate to rescue Lin Chang from Lin Tao's grasp. Lin Tao glared at Li Hongmei with vicious fury. "If you don't want to die along with that bastard in your belly, you'd better get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you too." Li Hongmei had never seen Lin Tao this enraged before. His eyes were bloodshot, like a rabid beast. Terrified, she scrambled to get away. Lin Chang, beaten until stars danced before his eyes, felt as if Lin Tao was truly trying to kill him. Only then did he remember to beg for mercy. "Tao. Tao, stop. Please, I beg you." Lin Tao released his grip but still kicked Lin Chang in the chest. "What the hell is going on?" Lin Chang spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. "Your sister-in-law has been feeling anxious and unwell lately. Her eldest sister came back to stay with the kids after a fight at her in-laws. The house has been chaotic, and the kids running around are bound to bump into things. Just cut me some slack this once. Once the baby is born, I promise to take your sister-in-law back home. We'll never bother you again. Deal?" Lin Tao's face darkened like thick, unbreakable ink as he strode straight into the room. The space, which had previously held only an empty bed frame and some furniture, now contained numerous belongings that clearly belonged to the couple. He'd worked his fingers to the bone to earn money for building and decorating this house, only to have someone swoop in and take it over before he even got to move in. "I can't stand it anymore. While I still have the patience to talk to you, take your wife and all the things you brought into this house and get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Lin Chang, I don't understand how you two can have such thick skin. If you'd been born in the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang wouldn't have needed to force commoners into hard labor. He could have just flayed your hides to build the Great Wall. No enemy could ever breach that." Before Lin Chang could respond, Li Hongmei, who'd been hiding nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Tao," she blurted out. "This house was left by your parents. Your older brother has a share too. There should be one room for us. What right do you have to kick us out?" Lin Tao laughed bitterly. "Li Hongmei, I've always given you leeway because you're a woman. But you really think you're something special? Lin Chang married into your family. He filed a report with the village committee and was added to your household register. What right do you have to claim our Lin family's house?" At this, Li Hongmei's face fell. Lin Tao was right. Once Lin Chang changed his household registration, the Lin family house truly had nothing to do with them anymore. Seeing Li Hongmei fall silent, Lin Tao sneered contemptuously. "If I report what you two have done directly to the village committee, you might end up paraded through the streets wearing shameful signs." The threat of public humiliation sent Li Hongmei into a panic. Pregnant as she was, being paraded through the streets could endanger both her and the baby. Lin Chang staggered to his feet, struggling to open his eyes, now swollen like walnuts. Xiao Tao, must you push things this far? If I hadn't been ruthless enough, would you keep pushing my limits and disgusting me time and again? Lin Tao crossed his arms over his chest. I regret that I've always held back out of consideration for blood ties and family affection. That's why you've always thought my actions were half-hearted. Seeing they remained unmoved, seemingly still trying to play the emotional card with him, Lin Tao directly led Lin Xiaoyu inside and began tossing their belongings out piece by piece. Li Hongmei, heartbroken over her belongings, hurriedly protested, "We'll move them out right now. Don't throw them away, you're breaking everything." Lin Chang and Li Hongmei were driven out by Lin Tao. By then, the neighbors had been startled awake and gathered at their doorsteps to watch the commotion. Lin Tao felt utterly cursed. He hadn't even lived there a day before this couple beat him to it. Now he couldn't find any pomelo leaves to properly ward off the bad luck. Oh well, he thought. Consider these few days they lived here as them acting as human air purifiers, absorbing the formaldehyde in the house. After clearing out Lin Chang and Li Hongmei's belongings, the room felt rather empty. Lin Tao recalled the TV voucher Lu Wenhu had given him recently. After dropping Lin Xiaoyu back to school on Sunday, he'd head to the TV factory to buy a black and white set. Color TVs would be introduced domestically in a few years with mature foreign production lines. Once the finished products hit the market, they'd surely be snapped up by everyone. Lin Tao thought this might be a business opportunity. After buying a sturdy new lock at the supply and marketing cooperative to hang on the courtyard gate, he took Lin Xiaoyu to the beach to gather seafood. They had to hurry to transport the catch to the village entrance before the last bus departed. The siblings rolled up their sleeves and pant legs, wading through the slippery mudflats in rubber boots. "Brother, look at that big group over there. They look like jumping fish." Following the direction of Lin Xiaoyu's finger, Lin Tao looked over. Not far away on the mudflats, a large group of small fish, about the length of a finger, were densely packed and jumping about. They were mudskippers. Mudskippers are amphibious fish that live in moist mud. After the tide recedes, they often appear on the mudflats. But these little critters were notoriously hard to catch. Not only did they move fast, but they also burrowed into the mud. People could barely move in the mud themselves, let alone catch them. Despite their small size, their flesh is tender and delicious. In the 21st century, wild mudskippers can fetch over 90 to 100 yuan per pound. Lin Tao noticed someone standing ahead, holding a long fishing rod and rhythmically casting it out and reeling it back in. Flying gurnards can be caught this way? Curious, Lin Tao walked over and recognized the man as Uncle Chen Fong, who had previously sold him an antique yellow rosewood pen holder and an antique golden thread Nanmu paperweight. "Uncle, you're fishing for mudskippers here?" Chapter 186, Another Dispute at the Dinner Table. Uncle Chen Fong jumped in surprise, nearly dropping his rod. Recognizing Lin Tao, he exhaled in relief. "You scared me, kid. Flying fish are incredibly nourishing. I'm catching some for my daughter-in-law to stew into soup. Any extra I can sell for a little cash. Thanks to that 100 yuan you gave me, life at home is a bit more comfortable now." Lin Tao watched Uncle Chen Fong skillfully cast his line, reeling it back the moment the hook hit the water. A mudskipper landed neatly in Uncle Chen Fong's hand. Without a glance, Uncle Chen tossed the mudskipper into the bamboo basket at his feet. Lin Tao peered inside. It was packed full of mudskippers, crammed together like sardines. "Uncle, how do you fish like that? Teach me too. I want to catch jumping fish." Uncle Chen Fong laughed heartily. "Teaching you this skill is no problem, but it'll take 3 to 5 years before you're ready. If you want to eat jumping fish, just tell me, I'll catch some and bring them to your house." Lin Tao persisted. As the old saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. "Uncle, please teach me." Seeing Lin Tao so persistent, Uncle Chen Fong couldn't refuse any longer. He showed Lin Tao his gear. The rod was just an ordinary bamboo pole, and the line was standard fishing line, but the hook was a 4-pronged claw hook. "Uncle, why is your hook shaped like this?" Uncle Chen Fong hummed in response and explained, "Catching jumping fish isn't really fishing, it's more like grabbing them. You don't need bait on this claw hook. Just spot where the jumping fish are, fling it out, and reel it back in fast. You have to be quick, or they'll get scared and burrow into the mud." Uncle Chen Fong tapped his head. "But don't worry too much. Jumping fish aren't very smart. Once startled, they'll forget about it soon and come back out. But waiting for them to reappear takes a lot more effort." Lin Tao nodded. "So that's how it works." Uncle Chen Fong pointed to several isolated jumping fish lying on the mudflat surface. "I'll show you how it's done." With a swift flick, the 4-pronged grappling hook shot out along the fishing line. The moment it hit the ground, Chen Fongshu yanked it back with force, snatching a jumping fish off guard. Uncle Chen handed the rod to Lin Tao. "Tao, give it a try." Lin Tao gripped the rod tightly, aimed at his target, and flung the 4-clawed grappling hook. But without experience, relying solely on luck wasn't enough. Watching the empty hook come back, Lin Tao sighed. Uncle Chen chuckled good-naturedly, patting Lin Tao's shoulder. "Don't get discouraged. I've been learning this craft since I was young. Practice makes perfect. From the way you cast and reel in, I can tell you've got talent. Maybe a year or two of practice and you'll be just fine. Most folks in our village catch mudskippers either by using a mud horse to dig them out of the silt or by setting traps in the mud and waiting to collect them. Not many fish directly like I do. Mud horses weren't unfamiliar to Lin Tao from the original host's memories. Practically every household in Baisha village had one. The original host's family had one too, but neither he nor Lin Tao knew how to use it, so it just sat idle. Eventually, it went up in flames along with everything else in the old house, reduced to charcoal. As for the traps needed to catch jumping fish, Uncle Zhao knew how to weave them. Once they'd gathered enough for the shop's seafood supply the next morning, they'd check if he had any ready-made traps available. After a half day of work on the beach, the buckets Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu had brought were nearly full clams, cockles, scallops, octopus, you name it. Lin Tao spotted a broken ship plank washed ashore nearby, calling Lin Xiaoyu over. He lifted one end, gesturing for her to check beneath it. Bro, there are big crabs more than one. Xiaoyu, see if you can lift it. I'll use the fire tongs to pull them out, don't let the crabs pinch you. Alright. Xiaoyu and Lin Tao switched places. Fortunately, the plank wasn't too heavy. Lin Tao crouched down to peer inside. Several large blue crabs waved their massive claws at him, trying to scare him off. But despite their fierce posturing, they couldn't escape being caught. They were really big. All 5 plump blue crabs became Lin Tao's spoils. He pulled a crumpled net pouch from his pocket and stuffed them inside. Lin Xiaoyu licked her lips at the sight of the crabs and tentatively asked, Bro, can I keep one of these big crabs for us to eat? Why not? We'll keep all 5 of these blue crabs for ourselves. Great. After finishing their fishing, the siblings prepared to carry the 2 large buckets of seafood to the village entrance. Just before leaving, Uncle Chen Feng unhooked the small bamboo basket from his waist and insisted on handing it to Lin Tao. Take it home to eat. Xiaoyu studies hard at school, this will help her brain. Unable to refuse, Lin Tao accepted it. Thanks, Uncle. Waiting for the bus at the village entrance, over 10 minutes passed before the last bus finally came into view. Lin Tao waved at the bus. It was nearly empty, with only 2 or 3 passengers aboard. Driver Zhang smiled and greeted Lin Tao, Little Tao. Uncle Zhang, thanks again for your help today. No need to be so polite. We're old friends now. Whenever I'm off duty, come over and let Aunt Zhang cook you a proper meal. We'll have a few drinks. Lin Tao didn't have much with him today, so he brought the small bamboo basket of mudskippers Uncle Chen Feng had given him onto the bus. Alright, Uncle Zhang. Oh, and Uncle Zhang, these are mudskippers. Have Auntie stew them for dinner when you get home. Master Shang's eyes lit up. Jumping fish are a real treat. Oh, you kid. I'll take them then. See you later. See you later, Uncle Zhang. Watching the last bus gradually fade into the distance until it vanished at the end of the road, Lin Tao took Lin Xiaoyu's hand and walked back. He hoped Uncle Chen Feng wouldn't mind him passing the mudskippers along. Back at Uncle Lin's house, Chen Ju had just finished cooking in the kitchen. Spotting the large blue crabs in Lin Tao's hands, she stepped forward to take them, counted them, and beamed. Little Tao, how did you know your brother Jun was coming back? 5 is perfect, 1 each for us. Ever since arriving in this fishing village, Lin Tao had lost all fascination with seafood. He didn't mind sharing the crabs with Uncle Lin and Auntie Chen, so he handed them to Chen Ju to steam. But as soon as he entered the main room, he saw Lin Jun sitting at the table, munching on an apple. Lin Tao glanced at him but said nothing, heading straight into the house. At dinner time, 5 steamed blue crabs, their shells glowing a vivid crimson, sat in the center of the table. They looked exceptionally festive and appetizing. Chen Ju placed a bowl in front of Uncle Lin, Lin Jun, and Lin Tao, but left hers and Lin Xiaoyu's empty. Seeing more bowls left in the tray, Lin Xiaoyu reached out to grab one. Suddenly, with a sharp smack, Chen Ju's chopstick struck her hand. The pain made Lin Xiaoyu hiss, her eyes welling up with tears. Auntie, why did you hit me? Chapter 187, see it through to the end. Chen Ju cleared her throat awkwardly. Crab is extremely cold. You just finished your period, eating it now would harm your health. Women who eat too much crab might struggle to conceive later. I'm only looking out for you. As she spoke, she placed the remaining 2 large blue crabs in front of Lin Jun. Your brother Jun is a man, he doesn't need to worry about the cold. Don't say I'm biased. Look, I'm not eating any either. We're both women, and what I'm telling you comes from experience. Lin Xiaoyu clutched her hand, reddened by the chopstick, and looked at Lin Tao with a pout of grievance. Lin Tao immediately grabbed the 2 remaining blue crabs. Following Auntie's logic, he said, I'm a man just like Lin Jun. I don't fear the cold either. I'll eat them both. Lin Jun looked a bit displeased and was about to speak when Lin Tao shot him a cold glance. Say another word, he warned, and you won't get to eat the one in your hand either. Lin Jun obediently shut up. Lin Tao placed the shelled crab meat and roe into Lin Xiaoyu's bowl. Eat up. I've already picked out the crab hearts for you. Out of all the married women in our village, I've never heard of anyone eating crab and then being unable to conceive. As a result, Chen Ju was the only one at the table who didn't get to eat the big crab. She could only silently hold her rice bowl and shovel down her food. That night, Lin Tao tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He finally got up, walked to the window, and looked up at the moon. It hung brightly in the night sky, its light streaming through the window and illuminating the room. He opened the window, letting the cool night breeze blow in through the screen, washing away some of his restlessness. Why couldn't he sleep? Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming from Lin Xiaoyu's room next door, followed by faint footsteps drawing nearer. Bro, you're still awake too? Lin Xiaoyu stood in the doorway wearing her pajamas, a pillow clutched in her arms, her hair falling loosely behind her, staring at Lin Tao. What's up, Xiaoyu? Can't sleep either? I can't quite put my finger on it, but I just can't sleep. Lin Tao pulled Lin Xiaoyu outside into the courtyard, where they sat on a small stool gazing at the moon. Brother, do you think if Dad and Mom are still awake, they see the same moon we do? Lin Tao ruffled Lin Xiaoyu's hair and whispered softly, if it's clear where Mom and Dad are and they can see the moon, then it must be the same one. The siblings sat in the courtyard for about half an hour before Xiaoyu started yawning. Go to sleep. You don't have to get up early tomorrow, so sleep in a bit longer. I'll take you into town after the morning tide and drop you off at Grandpa's place to play with your sister Ningning. Brother, can I come with you? I'll help you, and we can catch more. No need. Tomorrow's a day off for the boat crew. I'll just call Brother Xiaopeng to come with me. Alright, you should get some sleep too, brother. Early the next morning, Lin Tao finished washing up and headed to Zhao Xiaopeng's house, dragging him out of bed. Zhao Xiaopeng was half asleep, his eyes barely open. He mumbled, Bro, what time is it? Isn't today our day off from the boat? Consider it helping me out. I'll take you into town to shop at the department store. I'll cover the expenses. Up or not? At the mention of going downtown, Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes snapped open. Bro, you said it. No backing out now. Lin Tao chuckled and gave him a playful slap. You little rascal, when have I ever tricked you? Zhao Xiaopeng threw on some clothes, gave his face a half-hearted wash at the well, grabbed his gear, and followed Lin Tao out the door. Aunt Zhao was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She called out through the window, leaving so early? Why not eat first? No thanks. When the brothers reached the beach, no other villagers had come out to gather seafood yet. The early morning sea breeze blew in their faces, carrying a damp chill. Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng split up and got to work enthusiastically. With no competition in the morning, they filled both buckets in less than an hour. Besides the usual trio of sea snails, clams, and octopus, they also stumbled upon a nest of spider crabs. Lin Tao suddenly thought, now that the shop has a refrigerator, why not make raw marinated crab and spicy sauce crab? They could be stored in the cold to marinate without spoiling. It was perfect timing, they hadn't introduced any new dishes since opening. While they had plenty of repeat customers, eating the same things over and over could get boring. As Lin Tao was packing the spider crabs into a mesh bag, he suddenly noticed a few looked different from the others. They seemed ready to molt. These were prime specimens. After finishing the early tide, Lin Tao brought Zhao Xiaopeng back to Uncle Lin's house. Lin Xiaoyu had already woken up and was eating breakfast. Brother Xiaopeng, you're back. After breakfast, the three boarded the bus into town, delivering the seafood to the shop first. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian spotted the special crabs and asked Lin Tao curiously, how are we supposed to prepare these hairy crabs? Lin Tao separated the crabs that were about to molt and placed them in a separate basin to prevent them from being eaten by their fellow crabs if he returned after they had molted. Keep them in the basin for now. I'll handle them when I return. Got it. After dropping Lin Xiaoyu off at old Master Wang's house, Zhao Xiaopeng glanced around the lavishly decorated interior. Standing stiffly behind Lin Tao, he whispered, Bro, I heard from the villagers that your uncle's family is rich, but I never imagined they were this wealthy. Don't envy them. I'll help you make big money someday, and I'll make sure you live in a house even better than this. After leaving old Master Wang's house, the brothers went on a spending spree at the department store. Though Zhao Xiaopeng bought a lot, hardly anything was for himself. Lin Tao approached the black and white TV counter with his voucher, handing over both the ticket and cash. Comrade, I'd like to buy a television. Comrade, I'd like a television set. The words had barely left his mouth when an almost identical female voice echoed his request. Lin Tao looked over. It was a female comrade around the same age as the original owner, sporting shoulder-length hair with a straight fringe. She wore a trendy plastic hairband, a beige knit cardigan over a blouse, and a cobalt blue midi skirt, the look of a gentle, intellectual scholar. The sales clerk glanced at the two of them and said awkwardly, Comrades, I'm terribly sorry, but we only have one left for this month's quota. Why don't you discuss it? The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled politely. I'm sorry, comrade, but could you please give this TV to me? I'm buying it for my godmother. I promised her a long time ago, and I just came over today with the TV voucher my workplace gave me. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Lin Tao thought to himself that he wasn't in a rush anyway, so he might as well let her have it. Sure. The woman exclaimed happily, thank you so much, comrade. But once she had the TV in hand, her face clouded with worry. I came alone. How am I supposed to get this back home by myself? If it gets damaged on the way, there's no such thing as after-sales service. Lin Tao pursed his lips in thought. Since he'd already helped her, he might as well see it through. Is it far? He asked. If it's not too far, I can help you carry it back. Chapter 188. After all these years, welcome home. The woman grasped Lin Tao's hand gratefully at his offer. Are you sure? That's too much trouble, comrade. My godmother's place isn't far from the department store, just one intersection away. Thank you. Zhao Xiaopeng finished his shopping and approached, curiously asking, Bro, what are you doing here? Did you buy the TV? Lin Tao recounted the recent incident to Zhao Xiaopeng. The young man glanced at the woman, then narrowed his eyes at Lin Tao with a teasing smile. Bro, you didn't just help her because she's pretty, did you? Lin Tao clicked his tongue. Cut the jokes. You should have lent a hand too. I would have, but I'm carrying all this stuff, I don't have a free hand. Just then, the woman spoke up, why don't I carry it for you? The three of them walked down the street carrying the TV, and passers-by couldn't help but sneak glances at them. They finally reached a block of flats. The woman led the way to a door, pulled a key from her bag, and unlocked it. My godmother lives on the first floor, so it'll be easier. She directed Lin Tao to lift the TV onto the cabinet, plug it in, and turn it on. A black and white screen appeared, and the buttons worked fine. Comrades, thank you so much. It's almost noon now, let me treat you to lunch. Lin Tao waved it off. No need. It was no trouble at all. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Xiaopeng's stomach growled loudly. Scratching his head awkwardly, he mumbled, I'm kind of hungry. The woman giggled, covering her mouth. No need for formalities, comrades. Let me treat you to lunch at the Jinsha Hotel. Oh, right, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Fong Fong, a Chinese teacher at Experimental Elementary School. I'm Lin Tao, a small business owner. I run that snack shop on Fuan Street. Fong Fong exclaimed in surprise, I've been to that snack shop many times. The food is great, the prices are fair, and the service is excellent. Zhao Xiaopeng chimed in, I'm Zhao Xiaopeng. I'm my brother's right-hand man on his fishing boat. Fong Fong caught the implication in Zhao Xiaopeng's words. She hadn't realized Lin Tao owned not only a shop in town but also a fishing boat. Though he looked about her age, he'd already achieved so much truly admirable. After chatting for a while, the three prepared to head out for dinner when the door opened from the outside. A woman carrying a vegetable basket walked in. Fong Fong affectionately stepped forward and linked arms with the woman. Auntie, you're back. I heard voices inside and knew it must be you, my dear. Are these your friends? When Lin Tao caught sight of the woman's face, his blood seemed to freeze in his veins before surging back to life. Shock rendered him speechless. Zhao Xiaopeng stared at the woman, equally stunned. His mouth hung open as he stammered, how is this possible? Seeing the brothers' strange reactions, Fong Fong asked in confusion, Comrades Lin and Zhao, what's wrong with you? Zhao Xiaopeng snapped back to reality, grabbing Lin Tao's hand excitedly. Bro, am I dreaming? Or hallucinating? She's. Mom? The moment Lin Tao spoke, Fong Fong froze, then retorted, Comrade Xiao Chen, this is my godmother. How could she possibly be your mother? Lin Tao couldn't hear anything else. He walked straight up to the woman, trembling with emotion. Mom, don't you remember who I am? The woman furrowed her brow slightly, as if struggling to recall. I don't remember. I only recall that my surname was Wang. Your name is Wang Shueping. No, it should be Wang Yalan. At the sound of Wang Yalan, the woman's eyes suddenly widened. She murmured softly, Wang Yalan. I think that's my name. I am Wang Yalan. Fong Fong finally understood. She grabbed the woman's hand. Godmother, think harder. Do you remember anything? The woman let out a pained hiss, closing her eyes tightly and clutching her head. Ship fog. It all fits. It all fits. Lin Tao knew the woman before him was the mother of the original host's siblings. He never imagined that after so many years of separation, they had been this close all along. He had come to the city countless times, yet never once had their paths crossed. Perhaps it was precisely his instinctive act of kindness today that had brought him face to face with his mother once more. Seeing her headache intensify, Lin Tao couldn't bear to make her struggle further. He took her hand. Mom, if you can't remember now, don't force it. We'll have plenty of time later. The woman lifted her gaze to Lin Tao, studying the familiar shape of his eyebrows and eyes. Slowly, she reached out and gently stroked his cheek. Are you my son? Even knowing she hadn't yet recognized him or his brother, Lin Tao felt a lump in his throat. He nodded. Yes, I'm Xiao. Zhao Xiaopeng stood nearby, overcome with emotion, wiping away tears. Aunt Lin is still alive. This is wonderful. Immediately after, Zhao Xiaopeng asked, Aunt Lin, where's Uncle Lin? Wasn't he with you? Before the woman could answer, Fong Fong shook her head. I met my godmother 2 years ago while traveling alone. I was walking at night when traffickers tried to kidnap me. I escaped but was caught again. Just as they were about to take me back, my godmother happened to pass by. She pretended to be my mother in front of passers-by, scaring off the traffickers and saving me. She had already lost her memory by then. Since she was from around here, I brought her back. To thank her, my parents had me formally adopt her as my godmother. She lives here now, and we found her some odd jobs to get by. Over the past 2 years, I've tried to help her find her family, but she remembers nothing. Without any clues, we had to give up. She only recently recalled her surname. It seems the original owner's mother and father must have been caught in a maritime disaster at sea and separated. Even now, we still can't confirm whether the original owner's father is alive or dead. Still, finding her mother was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Tao said to Fong Fong, "Comrade Fong, thank you and your family for taking in and caring for my mother. I'd like to take my mother to visit my maternal grandfather's family, but I'm concerned she might have an extreme reaction upon seeing them. I hope Comrade Fong could accompany us. Would that be possible?" Fong Fong immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem. After all, my godmother can't remember anything right now, and I'm one of the closest people to her. I'll go with you." Xiao Xiaopeng felt it would be awkward for an outsider to tag along, so he volunteered to stay behind and help out at the shop. "Bro, you guys go ahead. Just call me when you head back to the village." Lin Tao led the amnesiac Wang Yalan and Fong Fong to the entrance of Old Master Wan's residence. After knocking on the front door, it was still Chen Ma who answered. "Young Master Tao, you're already here to pick up the young miss?" Chapter 189, Fried Soft Shell Crab. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Ma noticed Wang Yalan beside Lin Tao. Though she'd only seen Wang Yalan in her youth through photographs, she instantly recognized the woman before her. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked questioningly at Lin Tao, who nodded in confirmation. "Oh my! Quick, come in. I'll go upstairs and call the old master, and the young mistress." Ma Chen didn't bother with formalities, rushing straight upstairs. Within minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from above, accompanied by the tapping of a cane against the floorboards. Wang Yalan sat on the living room sofa, quietly taking in every detail of the house. Lin Tao sat beside her and asked, "Mom, does this place feel familiar to you?" Wang Yalan shook her head, still unable to recall. "Did I live here before?" Lin Tao choked slightly. "No, you haven't lived here for over 20 years. This is where you grew up, but after you married Dad and moved to Baisha village, you never came back." Fong Fong sat on Wang Yalan's other side, linking her arm through hers. "I always felt that Godmother's demeanor didn't match that of an ordinary farm woman. Not only can she read and write, but her speech and mannerisms show she received a good education. I just never imagined her background came from such an impressive family." As they spoke, Old Master Wang was being helped downstairs by Wang Chengzhou and An Chen. Spotting Wang Yalan seated on the sofa, his walking stick slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Lin Xiaoyu and Wang Anning followed behind them. The moment she recognized the woman's face, tears welled up instantly. She rushed toward Wang Yalan and threw herself into her arms. "Mom, it really is you. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Wang Yalan hugged Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly. Though she had no memory of this young girl, instinct made her gently pat Lin Xiaoyu's back. There. Don't cry." Lin Xiaoyu clung tightly to her, refusing to lift her head, terrified this was another dream and her mother would vanish again when she woke. Lin Tao spoke up from the side, "Mom, this is Xiaoyu. Your own daughter." Lin Xiaoyu rose from Wang Yalan's embrace, looking at Lin Tao with confusion. "Brother, what are you talking about? How could Mom not recognize me?" Lin Tao sighed. "It's a long story." He pulled Lin Xiaoyu to sit between himself and Wang Yalan. Lin Xiaoyu clung tightly to Wang Yalan's arm, terrified of being separated from her mother again. Grandfather Wang Chengzhou, and Wang Anning sat on the sofa across from them. Grandfather Wang choked back tears, unable to speak, but his aged eyes glistened with the tears of a long-lost treasure found again. Wang Chengzhou hesitated for a moment before tentatively speaking up. "Sis, it's me, Xiaozhou, your own brother. This is my daughter, Anning." Wang Anning greeted Wang Yalan politely, "Hello, Auntie. I'm Anning. You can call me Ningning." Surrounded by this large group of people, Wang Yalan felt her mind spinning. Yet she could sense the kindness and warmth they radiated. Perhaps this was what coming home felt like. "Dad, I'm back." After a long silence, Old Master Wang spoke in a hoarse voice, "Yalan, it's good to have you home." Lin Xiaoyu was about to ask about her father's whereabouts, but Lin Tao covered her mouth before she could speak. "Shoo. We can't force Mom to relive that now. It might drive her mad. If she could find her way back, then Dad will be found too." Wang Yalan and Lin Xiaoyu would stay at Old Master Wang's house for now, while Lin Tao prepared to return to the shop to help out. Stepping out with Fong Fong, Lin Tao pulled the TV voucher and money from his pocket and handed them to her. "Since this TV was bought for my mom, I should give it to you. Next time I come to town, I'll bring a proper gift to thank you in person." Fong Fong declined, "No need. I promised your godmother this. If you bring her back to the village, just bring the TV along. If it weren't for her protecting me back then, who knows where human traffickers would have taken me." Seeing Fong Fong's firm refusal to accept his gratitude, Lin Tao thought for a moment and said, "Then let's put it this way, you're my mother's goddaughter, so our two families are practically relatives now. Let's keep in touch." "Sure, no problem." Since Fong Fong was also 18 this year, she'd become an elementary school teacher right after graduating vocational school but was a few months younger than Lin Tao. She simply decided to call him Big Brother. Fong Fong happened to be off duty today with nothing planned, so she tagged along with Lin Tao to the shop. Zhao Xiaopeng was cleaning up inside. Brother, you're back. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian spotted Lin Tao returning with Fong Fong, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Tao introduced them. This is my mom's goddaughter, my sister, Comrade Fong Fong. From now on, she doesn't need to pay for anything she buys here. Just put it on my tab when you're doing the books. That won't do. I should pay for what I buy. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come here anymore. While Lin Tao was talking with Fong Fong, Lu Xian quietly tugged at Wei Guangming's sleeve and whispered, "Another sister? And she's so pretty too. Just like Jia Baoyu with all his sisters and sisters-in-law. It's just that he's popular with women, right? I think Lin Tao treats all the female comrades the same. He hasn't crossed any boundaries, and normal socializing is fine." You're right, but who do you think Lin Tao would date if he were to get involved? Lin Tao cleared his throat twice, reminding them both. Ahem, I'm still here. Got nothing to do that you're whispering about me? Wei Guangming and Lu Xian quickly dispersed to their respective tasks. Lin Tao spotted the spider crabs in the water basin. Talk about good timing, he'd returned just as they were molting. Seeing this, Lin Tao quickly fetched seasonings, starch, and flour from the kitchen to prepare the batter. He whisked eggs in a small bowl and set it aside, then heated oil in a wok. He rinsed the freshly molted crabs under the tap, coated them in egg wash and batter, then plopped them into the sizzling oil. Once golden brown, he scooped them out to drain, then returned them to the hot oil for a second fry until crispy. While the crabs cooled, Lin Tao prepared the spicy sauce for the dish. Once the sauce was ready, he scrubbed the remaining crabs clean, clipped off their legs, cracked their claws, pried open their shells to remove the innards and gills, then halved them and tossed them in the spicy sauce. With few customers around, Wei Guangming and Lu Xian gathered near Lin Tao to watch and learn. Lin Tao, what's this method? Spicy crab sauce. We have a similar raw marinade here, right? It's pretty much the same method. Just chill it in the fridge for 3 or 4 hours and it's ready. This stuff can't be left overnight. Earlier we fried soft shell crabs, those that just molted. They're clean inside and out, even the gills are edible. But finding soft shell crabs is a matter of luck, since their shells harden within 3 hours of molting. Soft shell crab is a rare delicacy, a stroke of luck. You're in for a treat today. Chapter 190, The Popular Spicy Crab. There were 5 soft shell crabs in total, and with exactly 5 people present, Lin Tao divided them up one per person. But Zhao Xiaopeng hesitated. Bro, I want to take one back for my parents to try. You silly kid. If we ever run out of crabs on the boat, you can raise a whole nest in your fish pond. Just check on them daily, and you'll catch them molting. This might be a novelty in the city, but not in our fishing village. Zhao Xiaopeng finally understood, scratching his cheek with a silly grin. Deep-fried soft shell crab, one bite revealed a crisp exterior and tender interior. The delicate, smooth crab meat and rich roe burst in his mouth, filling it with the full aroma of crab. In Lin Tao's day, soft shell crabs weren't hard to come by. Farmers had mastered the timing of the crab's molting cycles, then flash froze them with liquid nitrogen for delivery to households nationwide. Yet even he rarely tasted them this fresh. The group savored every bite, reluctant to stop. Once all the fresh seafood in the shop had sold out, Wei Guangming and Lu Xian began cleaning up. The spicy sauce crab had also finished marinating. Just as Lin Tao brought them out, someone knocked on the serving window. Peering through, he saw a little boy barely tall enough to see over the counter, clutching a tightly rolled 1 yuan note in his hand as he leaned in. Please give me 1 order of spicy octopus, thank you. Sorry, we're sold out today, kid. Come back tomorrow. The boy's lips puckered in disappointment. Then his eyes lit up when he spotted the spicy crab in Lin Tao's hands. Big brother, what's that you're holding? Can I buy some? Lin Tao hesitated. After all, this was just a test batch for his own team to sample, he hadn't even tasted it yet. Plus, it was raw food. A child's delicate stomach could easily get upset, and he couldn't take responsibility for that. But seeing the boy's eager eyes, and thinking that the money in his hand might be his carefully saved allowance, he felt a twinge of pity. Kid, this is spicy crab sauce. It's meant to be eaten raw. If you want some, go home and ask an adult to buy it for you. The boy thought for a moment, then answered loudly, okay. Then he turned and ran off. Though unsure if the boy's parents would approve, Lin Tao decided to set aside a portion for him. Hanging the closed sign on the door, the group gathered around the table staring at the spicy crab. None dared to touch it, unsure how to eat it. Lin Tao washed his hands, grabbed the crab, and squeezed out the meat. The translucent crab flesh was coated in a sweet spicy sauce with a hint of fruity freshness, looking incredibly appetizing. He popped a piece into his mouth and sucked hard. The crab meat had a gelatinous texture, almost like jelly. Seeing Lin Tao devour it so heartily, Zhao Xiaopeng followed suit, mimicking his technique and digging in with gusto. Fong Fong, however, hesitated beside them, too shy to touch it. Noticing her awkwardness, Lin Tao gallantly picked out the crab meat onto a plate for her, then handed her a spoon along with it. Try some. Thank you, brother. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian couldn't stop eating, praising Lin Tao as they devoured their portions. Lin Tao, how did you come up with this method? Lin Tao made up an excuse on the spot, using Lu Wenhu as a cover. I heard about it from my bald buddy. Thought I'd give it a shot. Didn't expect it to turn out so well. As they ate, the counter was tapped again. A middle-aged man approached, his face looking quite approachable. I'm the father of that child from earlier. He's been pestering me for some spicy crab sauce. Do you have any left? Lin Tao explained the disclaimer to the man, who nodded, indicating he was willing to take the risk. Lin Tao handed him the packed spicy crab but refused the money the man offered. We made this for ourselves to eat, never intended to sell it. Consider it a gift. If you like it, spread the word, it'll be like free advertising for us. The man looked both surprised and touched. Thank you. You're such a kind person. After closing the shop, Lin Tao told Zhao Xiaopeng to head back to the village first. Xiaopeng, don't tell anyone my mom's back yet. I'm worried too much commotion might stress her out. She needs peace and quiet right now. Don't worry, bro. I won't even tell my own parents. After seeing Zhao Xiaopeng onto the village bus and escorting Fong Fong home, Lin Tao finally returned to old Master Wang's residence. Wang Chengzhou, coat draped over his arm and ready to leave, spotted Lin Tao returning. Xiao Tao, you're back just in time. I'll go fetch your grandmother, and tonight we'll celebrate with a proper feast at the Jinsha Hotel. Wang Yalan sat on the sofa, cradling the sleeping Lin Xiaoyu in her arms. She hummed an unnamed tune softly, her face adorned with a gentle, maternal smile exactly as the original host remembered it. Lin Tao called Lu Wenhu to reserve a private room. Xiao Tao, you're treating us to dinner? How many people? Just big enough for me, my grandparents, and my uncles. Upon hearing that old Master Wang would be joining the meal, Lu Wenhu informed Su Lingqian after hanging up. Bring the Mao Tai and Louis XIII from my cabinet to set out. When they arrive, open that box of rock tea and brew a pot to serve. Yes, miss. Su Lingqian personally waited at the hotel entrance for the Wang family. Wang Yanning, who was more familiar with her, came over to greet her. Sister Lingqian. Su Lingqian's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the woman beside old Master Wang. Aunt Yalan? Lin Tao briefly explained Wang Yalan's amnesia and how they met to Su Lingqian. The group followed her upstairs to a private dining room, where they sat down, ordered, and began their meal. Ever since seeing Wang Yalan, Mrs. Wang had experienced a brief lucid moment from her Alzheimer's. The family shared a warm and harmonious meal together. After spending the night at old Master Wang's residence, Lin Tao headed to the restaurant around noon the next day to tend to business. He found a long line forming outside. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian spotted him approaching and looked at him as if he were a savior. Lin Tao, so many customers are specifically asking for spicy crab sauce, but no hairy crabs were delivered today. What should we do? Lin Tao froze upon hearing this. He had only sold one portion yesterday, how had it suddenly become so popular today? After asking the customers waiting in line, Lin Tao learned that several were neighbors of the middle-aged man from yesterday. The man had bought some and shared it with them, so they came specifically to buy it today. The rest of the customers were purely curious and wanted to try it after hearing about it. The unexpectedly enthusiastic response caught Lin Tao completely off guard, leaving him no choice but to apologize to the customers. Sorry, folks. Our spicy crab sauce is a new recipe still in testing, and we haven't finalized the price yet, so it's not officially for sale. If you really want to try it, you can sign up now. Come back around 4 or 5 in the afternoon to pick it up, okay? The customers who learned they couldn't buy it today were disappointed, but upon hearing they could place orders, they all crowded around to sign up. Lin Tao tallied the orders. 12 customers wanted the spicy crab sauce dish, with 3 of them placing double orders. Looks like we'll need to catch more crabs these next couple of days. Once it gets colder, they'll be harder to catch. Chapter 191, People Need Dignity, Trees Need Bark. Lin Tao left Wang Yalan and Lin Xiaoyu, mother and daughter, in the city to stay with the Wang family for a couple of days. He returned to Baisha village himself, as there were still many tasks awaiting him at the cold storage construction site and on the fishing boat. He hired a flatbed truck to haul several brand new pieces of furniture, a television, and the refrigerator Su Lingqian had gifted him back to the village. As soon as he reached the village entrance, he drew a crowd of curious villagers. Lin Tao, you must be raking it in. These big-ticket items must have cost a fortune. Baisha village now had electricity, and all the necessary wiring had been installed in every household. However, appliances were expensive, and villagers were reluctant to buy them. A few wealthier families had radios, but they were battery-powered. Seeing the appliances on the truck, the villagers were green with envy. The flatbed truck stopped at the entrance of Lin Tao's new house. Lin Tao and the driver unloaded the appliances and carried them inside. Neighbors nearby heard the commotion and leaned against their doorways to watch the spectacle. Some more knowledgeable villagers recognized the refrigerator and television. They clicked their tongues in astonishment. I saw one of those TVs when I visited relatives in the city, one remarked. That thing alone costs as much as I could buy pounds of pork belly with. I'd never spend that much just for entertainment. No wonder they say Lin Tao's made something of himself. Look at him, new house built, furniture and appliances all set up. He's got it just as good as anyone in the city. With prospects like that, what kind of fine young lady wouldn't he be able to marry? Yeah, I was actually thinking of introducing my niece from my hometown. But now that Lin Tao's hanging out with those educated city girls, he'd never look at someone like us illiterate villagers who can't even read a few characters. After arranging all the furniture and appliances, Lin Tao watched the driver pull away from his doorstep. The once empty house had transformed into a warm home. All that was missing now was bringing Wang Yalan and Xiaoyu back. Chen Zhu heard the passing vehicles and the villagers' chatter outside her home. She walked over to Lin Tao's place and stepped inside. Seeing every brick and tile brand new, she couldn't help but feel envious. Her family still lived in the old house left behind by Grandpa and Grandma Lin, never renovated. No amount of tidying could hide its age. A mischievous glint flashed in Chen Zhu's eyes as a devious plan began to form. That evening, when Lin Tao returned to Uncle Lin's house for dinner, Chen Zhu suddenly pulled out a well-worn piece of paper and spread it out on the table. Xiao Tao, she began, while tidying up today, I found the deed from when your grandparents divided their property. Your uncle looked at it and noticed something was off. It turns out that house over there was actually meant for our family, and the one we're living in now belongs to yours. Lin Tao looked suspiciously at his uncle and aunt. He took the document in his hands. Judging by the ink and paper, it was indeed genuine. He cut straight to the point. Uncle, auntie, just say what you mean. No need to beat around the bush or hide things from me. Chen Zhu smiled sweetly. Our house has 3 extra side rooms and a slightly larger courtyard. All these years, we've been the ones benefiting. Now that the mistake has been discovered, it's only fair to swap back. Wouldn't you and Xiaoyu have more space that way? So they were after his new house. Lin Tao coldly slammed the deed onto the table. You two are quite the schemers. For decades after the family split, you never uttered a word. Now that my new house is built and ready to move into, you want to swap it back? Why didn't you suggest swapping houses back when mine burned to the ground? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. When we divided the property, you took advantage of my parents' gentle nature, pretending ignorance to seize the larger house and forcing them into the smaller one. Now you complain the house is old and dilapidated, wanting to swap it for my new home without paying a penny. And you're acting like you're the ones getting the raw end of the deal? Have you no shame whatsoever? The more he thought about it, the angrier Lin Tao got. He flipped the dining table over, sending it crashing to the floor in a heap of broken pieces. Chen Zhu was startled, but she stubbornly insisted, it's written in black and white. You have to give the house back to us. Fine. If you're not afraid of embarrassment, let's go to the village committee right now. We'll use the loudspeaker to gather the whole village and let them judge. See what everyone has to say. Lin Tao then turned to Uncle Lin, who had remained silent. Uncle, you and your wife hid this property division document for all these years. Now that you've brought it out, I guess you're done being village chief after just a few months. Uncle Lin, hearing his position was on the line, stopped playing dumb and quickly said, I never expected your mother to bring up the division document. We won't swap houses. Chen Zhu thought, how can we not swap? She was counting on the new house to marry off Lin Jun. Those 3 side rooms were worth a pretty penny. Swapping them to your family wouldn't cost you much. Besides, you've made so much money, worst case, you can just rebuild. Here we go again. You think being poor gives you all the rights, while I deserve my wealth? Let me make this clear today, if you want it back, I'll have the whole place torn down right now. I won't give you those few thousand yuan cheaply. Seeing Lin Tao was serious, Chen Zhu had no choice but to drop the matter. If you don't want to swap, then don't. But now it was Lin Tao's turn to be relentless. Since Grandpa and Grandma divided the property and gave us the big house, you've been squatting here all these years. If you hadn't gotten greedy and set your sights on the new house, you probably would have never mentioned it until you died. Our family has suffered all these years, don't you owe us compensation? Chen Zhu immediately grew agitated at the thought of not only failing to gain an advantage but also being asked for money. Lin Tao, don't push your luck. Your house may be smaller, but it was built later by your grandparents. It's over a decade newer than ours. All these years living in that old house, we've spent a fortune on repairs inside and out, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. Do you think we didn't spend a single penny? If you want compensation, have your parents come ask us. This house was given to them as a couple. What business is it of yours, you little brat? You really know how to twist words, Lin Tao thought to himself, wondering how Chen Zhu always managed to pull off such shamelessly despicable stunts to disgust him. You said it yourself, if my parents come back, you'll pay for it, right? Yes, absolutely. Chen Zhu snorted coldly, thinking to herself that Lin Er and Wang Shueping had been missing for 3 years. They were probably long dead at sea, eaten clean by fish. Could they possibly come back as ghosts to demand compensation from her? Lin Tao guessed exactly what Chen Zhu was scheming, but it played right into his hands. Fine, let's draw up a written agreement with our fingerprints on it, so you can't back out and deny everything later. Fine, let's do it. Lin Tao held the signed and fingerprinted document, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He folded it along with the property division agreement and tucked it into the inner pocket of his shirt. After dinner, he called over Zhao Xiaopeng to help move his and Lin Xiaoyu's belongings to the new house. Chapter 192, New Home, New Beginning. On the final trip, Lin Tao called Benbo and Baobaban along. Just before leaving, he said to Chenju, "Oh, auntie, our new place is all set up. Starting today, Xiaoyu and I will be moving back to our own home. The monthly 50 yuan for lodging and meals stops here. As for cooking lunch for the workers, I plan to have Aunt Zhao take over. We'll set up the workers' canteen at her place, so you won't need to buy groceries or cook anymore." Zhao Xiaopeng said while moving things, "Bro, why are you wasting words on her? My mom wouldn't be like her, always scheming to pocket money for herself. I guarantee she'll make sure the workers get only the best meat and dishes. She'll spend exactly what she buys, not a penny more. Trust me." Lin Tao suddenly interjected, "Xiaopeng, you've reminded me, auntie, you've been fudging the accounts to pull the wool over my eyes these past months, haven't you? Why don't I head to the supply and marketing cooperative to reconcile the books? Let's see how much you've pocketed for yourself. You'll have to cough it all up when the time comes." With that, Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng picked up their things and left, with Ben Shengba and Baobaban wagging their tails behind them. Chen Ju watched her cash cow not only leave but also threatened to audit her accounts. She slumped to the ground, her face ashen. After a moment of blankness, she buried her face in her hands and began to cry. Uncle Lin approached her, sighing and lecturing her, but he didn't reach out to help her up. "It's all your fault for getting these twisted ideas. If Xiao Tao really pursues this, forget whether we can pay back the money. My days as village official are numbered. I told you this wouldn't work, but you insisted on spilling everything. Have you forgotten that Xiao Tao saved Xiao Jun's life?" Chen Ju sobbed and lashed out at Uncle Lin. "Stop playing the saint with me. If you weren't after that new house, you would have stopped me long ago. What good is hindsight now? Ever since you became village chief, have you seen anyone fawning over you? They all fawn over Lin Tao. You, his own uncle, can't hold a candle to that little brat. I'm utterly disgusted with you." Uncle Lin's face flushed crimson with shame at her tirade. He tucked his hands behind his back and stormed back inside. "Go follow whoever you think is worthy, you old shrew." Meanwhile, after Lin Tao and Zhao Xiaopeng finished tidying up, night had fully fallen. Lin Tao walked to the wall, found the light switch cord, and flipped it down. The bulb on the ceiling emitted a warm yellow glow, illuminating the entire room. Zhao Xiaopeng sighed with emotion. "Having electricity is truly wonderful, brother. You're the village's greatest hero." Bang Baba and Baben Bang raced back and forth across the room. Over the past few months, they'd grown from puppies into half-grown dogs. Their floppy ears now stood erect in triangles, and their fur was fluffier than before, though this awkward phase made them look rather ugly. Back at Uncle Lin's place, Lin Tao had often heard Chinju scolding them as ugly dogs. The next day, with everything at home settled, Lin Tao returned to the city to secure 2 days off for Lin Xiaoyu. The Wang family's driver escorted the mother and her 2 children back to Baisha village, accompanied by Wang Yalan's goddaughter, Fong Fong. Originally, old Master Wang had refused to let her go, wanting to keep his daughter by his side. But Lin Tao believed that bringing Wang Yalan back to the village for a while might help her recover her memory, and old Master Wang finally relented. As the car entered Baisha village, it drew the attention of many villagers. But when they saw Wang Yalan step out, they all gasped in shock, as if they'd seen a ghost. Wang Yalan furrowed her brow in confusion and asked Lin Tao, "Why are they all reacting like this?" "Mom, you and Dad were missing at sea for 3 years. Everyone in the village thought you were long dead. It's normal. Don't mind them. Let's go inside." The house and courtyard had been completely renovated. Inside, clean white walls were freshly painted, terrazzo tiles covered the floor, and large, bright metal sliding windows let in ample light. Lin Tao didn't expect Wang Yalan to remember anything until they entered the main hall. There, on a cabinet, sat a framed photograph. Lin Tao had rescued it from the burning wreckage, a portrait of his parents. When he'd picked up the photo at the studio last time, he'd asked the framer to have it professionally mounted. Wang Yalan held the frame in her hands, her fingers gently tracing the man's face. Though she still couldn't recall anything, her eyes stung uncontrollably. "Mom, this is the biggest and brightest room in the house. It was prepared for you and Dad. You'll live here from now on. The TV is already set up for you. Our village now has electricity throughout, with lights installed in every room. There's a kitchen and a bathroom too. No more carrying a kerosene lamp when you get up at night." Wang Yalan looked around, murmuring, "Good, really good." By now, the Lin family's doorway was packed with villagers who'd heard the news. Uncle Lin and Aunt Chenju, along with Lin Chang and Li Hongmei, were pressed right up front. Seeing the courtyard gate tightly shut, Lin Chang pounded on it fiercely, shouting, "Mom! It's me, Lin Chang. Tell Xiao Tao to open the door. Let me see you, Mom." Just as agitated as Lin Chang, Uncle Lin, forgetting Chenju was beside him, shouted along, "Shueping, is it really you who's come back?" Learning that the woman her husband had carried in his heart for decades had returned, Chenju gritted her teeth in fury, yet she couldn't show it and could only endure silently. Wang Yalan heard the commotion outside and asked Lin Tao, "I think I heard someone calling Mom. Was that me?" Lin Tao knew he couldn't hide forever. He had no choice but to open the door. The moment the gate swung open, Lin Chang charged into the courtyard like a madman. "Mom! Mom! Where are you? Li Hongmei, her belly protruding, followed him inside. Uncle Lin still retained some composure and asked Lin Tao, "Xiao Tao, is your mom back?" Lin Tao gave a low grunt. "You can see my mom if you want, but don't say anything out of line once you're inside. Otherwise, I won't be polite." "Alright, you can count on us." Lin Chang spotted Wang Yalan and immediately dropped to his knees before her, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, you're alive. This is wonderful." Startled, Wang Yalan hurriedly reached out to help him up. "Young man, please get up first." Lin Chang stared blankly at the mother he'd searched for countless times in his dreams. "Mom, what did you call me?" Fong Fong explained from the side. "My godmother must have suffered a head injury during the accident at sea. She doesn't remember anything now." Hearing this, Lin Chang wept even harder. "Mom, I'm Lin Chang, your eldest son." Li Hongmei entered then, feigning tears as she squeezed out a few drops. "Mom, I'm your eldest daughter-in-law, Hongmei." She then bowed her head toward her belly and whispered, "Son, this is Grandma." Unaware of the feud between the couple and siblings Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu, Wang Yalan remarked with emotion, "They've started families. That's wonderful." Lin Xiaoyu muttered from the side, "What's so good about it? Neither of them is any good." Lin Tao then entered with Uncle Lin and Chen Ju. When Uncle Lin saw Wang Yalan, his lips trembled. "Shui. Shu Epping." Chapter 193, "That's exactly the mouth I'm after." Wang Yalan shot Lin Tao a questioning look. Lin Tao explained, "They're my uncle and aunt. We're not close, there's no need for us to keep in touch." Uncle Lin couldn't hear a word Lin Tao was saying. He lunged forward to grab Wang Yalan's hand, but she sidestepped him, her eyes narrowing in displeasure as she glared at him. "Shu Epping, you're still alive. That's truly wonderful." Chen Ju watched Uncle Lin's heartfelt display before Wang Yalan, her ears ringing with fury. She stepped forward to pull him away, shooting him a dagger-like glare before turning to Wang Yalan. "Shu Epping, your return is such a relief. What about the old couple? Didn't he come back with you?" Wang Yalan shook her head. "We got separated. When I woke up in the hospital, the kind person who saved me said I was alone, clinging to a piece of driftwood wedged between the rocks on the shore. No one else was there." Chen Ju suddenly snorted derisively, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "You two vanished at sea together, yet only you returned alive. Could it be that old number 2 sacrificed himself to save you?" Hearing this, Wang Yalan tried harder to recall everything that happened at sea. But whenever the vast ocean surfaced in her mind, it was immediately followed by overwhelming terror and a suffocating sense of near death. The harder Wang Yalan pushed to break through that barrier, the more excruciating her headache became. It started as a sharp, stabbing pain, then gradually intensified into a sensation of being mercilessly pounded with a blunt instrument, as if her skull would split open. Uncontrollable moans of agony escaped her lips. Seeing Wang Yalan's distress, Lin Tao quickly motioned for Lin Xiaoyu and Fong Fong to support her. "Mom, if you can't remember, just don't force it. Don't push yourself like this, trying to recall it now could cause brain damage. Stop trying." Lin Xiaoyu, heartbroken for her mother, held Wang Yalan tightly, her voice breaking with tears. "Mom, listen to me. Let's not think about it anymore." With their reassurance, Wang Yalan gradually calmed down, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. After calming Wang Yalan, Lin Tao instructed Fong Fong and Lin Xiaoyu to help her back to her room and lie down on the bed to rest. "Xiaoyu, close the door." "Got it, brother." The moment the three women entered the room, Lin Tao whipped his arm around and slapped Chen Ju hard across the face. The force sent her tumbling backward onto the floor. Clutching her stinging cheek, she stared at Lin Tao in disbelief. "You little bastard, you dare hit me? You deserve it. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? If you don't want that old mouth of yours anymore, I'll sew it shut with a shoemaker's awl right now." Terrified by the fury on Lin Tao's face, Chen Ju collapsed onto the floor, trembling like a sieve. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. The cold fury in Lin Tao's eyes seemed poised to burn a hole through Chen Ju's face. He strode over, towering over her, then crouched down and slapped her twice. "You were being sarcastic with my mom, weren't you? Did you imply she killed my dad so she could run off and save herself? You heartless. Usually, when you or Xiaoyu talk trash to me, I ignore you. But my mom finally came back safe and sound, and you dare to make her unhappy? That means you're making me unhappy." Under normal circumstances, Uncle Lin would have stepped in to defend Chen Ju. But she had offended the woman he cherished most. With disgust, he kicked her. "You deserve it for talking nonsense. If Xiao Tao didn't hit you, I would have." Seeing her man act like this, Chen Ju was both heartbroken and furious. She began wailing and thrashing about like a madwoman. "You two bastards. I knew you were nothing but scum. Both of you are shameless trash." Lin Tao dragged Chen Ju out of the main hall like a stray dog and flung her through the courtyard gate. The villagers gathered outside hadn't dispersed yet, crowding the entrance to gawk at the spectacle. Seeing Chen Ju tossed out so disgracefully, they whispered and pointed fingers. After dumping Chen Ju outside, Lin Tao returned to the house and addressed the remaining few. "We've seen each other and said what needed to be said. Now get out. You're no longer welcome in my home." Lin Chang grew anxious and quickly interjected, Xiao Tao, whatever issues we have are between us. You can't just bar me from seeing mom. What good would seeing mom do? Since you couldn't get money from grandpa or uncle, you thought you'd try mom instead? Let me tell you this, I cover all her expenses, the best of everything, but you won't see a single penny. You two should give up that idea now. Li Hongmei had hoped to exploit Wang Yalan's amnesia using the child growing inside her to curry favor, whisper sweet nothings in her ear, and extract benefits from Lin Tao. But now, exposed by Lin Tao's bluntness, she flushed with guilt and embarrassment. Xiao Tao, how could you think that of us? We're just trying to show our mother some filial piety. Filial piety? With what? You've squandered everything in your household, leaving us in dire straits with no means to repay it. Do you intend to pay your respects to mom with nothing but empty words? Lin Tao pointed toward the courtyard gate. Now you two get out of here. Don't bother coming to my place to cause trouble anymore. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll invite you over for a meal during holidays to cheer mom up. Seeing Lin Tao's firm stance and knowing he spoke the truth, Lin Chang had no choice but to pull Li Hongmei's hand and head out. Li Hongmei was displeased at getting nothing, but seeing how Chen Ju had just been slapped by Lin Tao, she feared staying any longer might get her beaten too and risk harming the baby in her womb. Reluctantly, she followed Lin Chang out. Only Lin Tao and Uncle Lin remained in the main hall. Lin Tao glanced at him. Uncle, keep Auntie's mouth shut from now on. I don't want to hear her spreading filthy gossip around the village. Otherwise, I'll send my mom back to my grandfather's place. It'll be easier for her to recuperate there. Alright, Xiao Tao, rest assured. I'll make sure to keep her in line when I get back. Once these pests were all sent away, Lin Tao motioned for the villagers to disperse. Everyone should get back to your business. My mother isn't well and needs quiet rest. Any social visits can wait until later. With that, Lin Tao closed the courtyard gate in front of the villagers and secured it from the inside. Entering Wang Yalan's room, he found her propped up against the headboard, eyes closed, fingers massaging her temples. Mom, how are you feeling? Godmother still has a headache. We absolutely mustn't upset her like that again. I was careless. I should have known they wouldn't say anything good. I shouldn't have let them in. Wang Yalan opened her eyes, looking weakly at Lin Tao. Xiao Tao, it's not your fault. It's just that I'm useless. I can't remember anything useful. Mom, don't say that. I believe Dad is still alive somewhere in this world, just like you, trying to find a way home to reunite with us. Fong Fong took a 2-week leave from school to stay in Baisha village with Wang Yalan. She slept in the same room as Lin Xiaoyu at night and, after 2 days of adjustment, had become quite adept at cooking on the wood-fired stove. Chapter 194, Wanting Ling Qian as sister-in-law. Thump! Fong Fong was preparing dinner while Lin Xiaoyu played with Ben Chababa and Boboban in the courtyard. Wang Yalan, with nothing else to do, swept the floor and wiped the windows inside. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking at the door. Thinking it might be Lin Tao returning, Fong Fong walked over to open it. Lin Tao, you're back? Who is it? Standing outside was a stylish, tall woman. Behind her was a bald man whom Fong Fong recognized, Lu Wenhu, the owner of the Jinsha Hotel. She had encountered him before when she and her family dined at the Jinsha Hotel. This is Lin Tao's home, right? I'm here to visit Aunt Yalan. Lin Xiaoyu, who was in the courtyard, heard the woman's voice and came running out. Sister Ling Qian, what brings you here? Su Lingqian opened her arms and hugged Lin Xiaoyu, saying affectionately, what's wrong? Don't you want your sister here? Fong Fong stood nearby, twisting her apron nervously, feeling somewhat out of place. Noticing her restraint, Su Lingqian extended her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Su Lingqian, Lin Tao's business partner. Our families have been close friends for generations. I've been busy with work lately, so I'm just now able to visit. Fong Fong responded with equal grace, shaking her hand firmly. I'm Fong Fong. Fong is in upright and Fong is in fragrant. I'm Lin Tao's god sister. Aunt Yalan is my godmother, and I'm staying here temporarily to keep her company. As they spoke, Lin Tao walked in from outside, carrying 2 gleaming hairtail fish. He exclaimed cheerfully, Fong Fong, Xiaoyu, I'm frying hairtail for you tonight. His expression froze upon spotting Su Lingqian and Lu Wenhu in the courtyard. Sis Lingqian, big brother, what brings you here? Su Lingqian stepped before him, feigning reproach. What's this? Afraid I'd catch you hiding a secret lover? When did you acquire such a fair and lovely little sister? The scent of rose perfume wafting from Su Lingqian's body filled Lin Tao's nostrils. His face flushed crimson like a fiery sunset as he stammered, how could that be? What secret lover? Lingqian, don't tease me. Seeing Lin Tao flustered by her teasing, Su Lingqian chuckled and leaned closer, her ample curves nearly brushing against him. You just sent off your little foam comrade not long ago, and now you've got another Fong Fong sister? TSK. Lin Tao swallowed unconsciously, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. Sis Lingqian, Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and clean the hairtail fish. I brought some cooked food and nutritional supplements. The farm in the southern suburbs imported a few dairy cows from out of town, the black and white spotted kind. I bought a bucket of the freshest milk straight from the cow, plus a special pot for boiling it. I'll heat it up and let it cool, we can share it. This stuff spoils easily if left overnight in the fridge. Lu Wenhu helped carry everything into the kitchen. The southern suburbs in Baisha village are in opposite directions. If it weren't for buying milk, I would have come over long ago. You came, so why bring all this stuff? It's both troublesome and wasteful. Lu Wenhua teased Lin Tao under his breath. You're one lucky bastard, always surrounded by women. Your big brother here hasn't even held a woman's hand at my age. I'm seriously jealous. Lin Tao sighed. Big bro, stop teasing me. Comrade Fong and Fong Fong and I are all above board. I've never messed around with women. Lu Wenhu chuckled. Who do you think I am? I know you well enough. But if you're pure with those two, what about the ladies of the night? Lin Tao felt a jolt in his heart. The flush that had just receded from his face returned. He couldn't claim innocence with Su Lingqian, at least not in his dreams. Seeing Lin Tao fall silent, Lu Wenhu understood. He wisely dropped the subject. Wang Yalan had long heard from Lin Tao and Lin Xiaoyu about Su Lingqian's help and kindness toward Lin Tao. Knowing Su Lingqian was not only his business partner but also his mentor, she grew quite fond of this bright, mature, and somewhat fiery young woman before her. Lin Xiaoyu had known Su Lingqian for a long time, so she instinctively felt closer to her. Fong Fong sat nearby watching them chat, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, as if they were family and she was merely an outsider. Unable to sit still, Fong Fong stepped into the courtyard. Seeing Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu busy in the kitchen, she approached the doorway and asked, Lin Tao, can I help you guys out? No need. My brother and I can handle it. You'd just get in the way. Go sit in the main room with my mom. Hearing Lin Tao's words, Fong Fong had no choice but to return to the main hall and sit beside Wang Yalan. A moment later, Lin Tao called Lin Xiaoyu to bring out the dishes. Fong Fong immediately stood up to help, but seeing Su Lingqian also wanting to assist, she blurted out without thinking, Miss Su, please just sit. How could we let our guests do the work? Her tone carried the air of a woman who belonged in this household. Su Lingqian looked slightly taken aback, but almost instantly, she regained her composed smile. Then I'll leave it to you. Unaware of the tension between the two women, Lin Tao placed all the dishes on the table and naturally sat in the empty seat beside Su Lingqian. He urged everyone, let's eat. Fong Fong glanced at the empty seat beside her, her eyes darkening slightly as her grip on the chopsticks tightened unconsciously. After the seemingly harmonious meal concluded, Fong Fong and Lin Xiaoyu volunteered to wash the dishes. Lin Tao and Su Lingqian stood chatting in the courtyard. Su Lingqian felt tired and glanced at the stone table and benches nearby, about to sit down. Lin Tao blocked her with his arm, took off his jacket, folded it neatly, and placed it on the stone bench. I noticed you kept holding your stomach, and you didn't touch the crab tonight. You must not be feeling well. The stone bench is cold, sitting directly on it isn't good for you. Su Lingqian flushed slightly, surprised that Lin Tao had noticed such a small detail. You're quite observant, aren't you? Lin Tao cleared his throat twice to cover his awkwardness. He wouldn't admit he'd been intentionally or unintentionally paying attention to Su Lingqian all along that would make him seem like some creepy stalker. Through the kitchen window, Fong Fong watched Lin Tao and Su Lingqian chatting and laughing at the stone table. A pang of jealousy stung her heart as she lowered her head to wash dishes in silence. Lin Xiaoyu noticed her off mood and asked with concern, Sis Fong, what's wrong? Fong Fong sniffed back a tear. I'm fine. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, if your brother were to date someone someday, what kind of person would you want him to choose? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu replied, if I could choose, I'd want Sister Lingqian to be my sister-in-law. The kitchen door was open, and the courtyard wasn't very large. Hearing Lin Xiaoyu's voice, Lin Tao's face flushed red as a boiled shrimp. He hurried into the kitchen. Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about with Sister Fong Fong? Chapter 195, Yellowfin Tuna. Lin Xiaoyu giggled innocently. I'm just speaking my mind. Su Lingqian got up and walked over. She had also heard Xiaoyu's words earlier. She said to Lin Tao, children speak without reservation. This just proves that Xiaoyu likes me. It's nothing. Since it had grown dark after dinner, Lin Tao suggested that Su Lingqian and Lu Wenhu stay overnight and leave early the next morning. Lu Wenhu looked at Su Lingqian with some hesitation. After all, unless she was out of town on business, Su Lingqian would typically only stay overnight at the ancestral home or the Jinsha Hotel when she returned. To everyone's surprise, Su Lingqian simply nodded. Sure. How should we arrange it? That night, Wang Yalan and Fong Fong shared one room, Lin Xiaoyu and Su Lingqian shared another, while Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu shared a third. After showering, Su Lingqian realized she had no towel or nightgown. She pushed open a small ventilation window in the wall just a crack and called out to Lin Xiaoyu, but received no response. Lin Tao happened to be passing by the bathroom door. Hearing Su Lingqian's call, he approached awkwardly. He retrieved a clean towel from the cabinet and borrowed another set of pajamas from Fong Fong. Standing outside the door, he handed them to Su Lingqian. Hearing the door open, Lin Tao caught an accidental glimpse through the crack. Su Lingxian's breathtakingly curvaceous figure sent a rush of blood surging to one particular spot. Fortunately, Su Lingxian didn't notice. She took the clothes and quickly shut the door. Hearing rustling sounds from inside, Lin Tao's mind began uncontrollably conjuring vivid images. As his thoughts raced, a warm flow surged from his nose. Wiping it with his hand, he discovered he was bleeding from his nose. He rushed to the well, splashed water on his face twice, then stuffed a tissue into his nose. Lin Xiaoyu emerged from the house, curious. "Bro, what's wrong with your nose?" "Nothing. Just a little heat buildup." That night, as Lin Tao lay in bed, Luan whose snoring beside him was deafening. Yet sleep eluded Lin Tao completely. Images of Su Lingxian kept surfacing in his mind. As he thought about her, he felt a certain part of his body start to stir. He quickly tried to distract himself with other thoughts, eventually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Tao was jolted awake by a sudden electronic voice from the system in his mind. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. Ding! Today's intelligence has been delivered. Gold intelligence 10 points. Large yellowfin tuna sighted 26 nautical miles east of the pier at 10 a.m. today. Host intelligence level 5 160 points. Host, please review immediately. Lin Tao slowly recovered from the startle. The lingering traces of a vivid, sensual dream still drifted in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Why am I having this kind of dream again?" Since diving for conch shells last time, the system has updated several times with white level intelligence nothing but common, worthless small fish and shrimp. Not even a single green level tip. However, Lin Tao had recently shifted his focus to managing his shop, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, the system had actually granted him a heavyweight gold level intelligence report. Host, I recommend purchasing some items from the exchange mall before setting out. A large yellowfin tuna is no small challenge. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Tao opened the interface. Today's shop displayed 3 slots, 2 white tier and 1 green tier item. The green tier item was heavy-duty high-strength tensile fishing line 300m, 20 EXP. Lin Tao considered that yellowfin tuna had an extremely high weight limit, with the heaviest specimens reaching over 300 kilograms. He had no idea how large the one the system mentioned might be. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao decided to exchange it. After all, if it wasn't useful now, it would be eventually. Still, parting with 20 EXP points stung. He got out of bed to head to the courtyard for his morning routine. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Su Lingxian already dressed, emerging from Lin Xiaoyu's room. Her gaze drifted downward briefly before she flushed and looked away. With so many women in the house, mind your manners. With that, she hurried away. Lin Tao glanced down at himself. What the hell was still standing at attention? He splashed cold water on his face by the well, finally dousing the lingering heat within him. After breakfast, Lin Tao picked up his lunchbox and water bottle and said to Su Lingxian, "Sis Lingxian, I won't wait for you all. I'm heading out to sea first." "All right. Stay safe out there." After Lin Tao left, Su Lingxian took 10 yuan from her bag and handed it to Fong Fong. "Thanks for the pajamas. Use this to buy yourself a new set." Fong Fong refused to take it, pushing it back. "Miss Su, you're too polite. I'm not that particular." After chatting with Wang Yalan for a while, Su Lingxian prepared to return to the city. Just then, Luan who entered from outside the courtyard, looking rather grim. "Miss, some bastard slashed our tire. There's no spare in the trunk, so we'll have to call someone to bring one over." Su Lingxian narrowed her eyes slightly. "Someone dared puncture our tire? Find out who it was. I want to see who's got the guts to do that." Meanwhile, Lin Tao had already set sail with the crew of the Changrong. As they neared the location indicated by the system, Lin Tao ordered the crew to drop anchor. Zhao Xiaopeng edged closer to Lin Tao at the helm and asked curiously, "Bro, we're going this far out today?" "Not particularly far. With the weather cooling, there's less activity near the coast. We're venturing out to try our luck." "True. We've got plenty of fuel stored on board. A few trips back and forth won't be a problem." Ding! Host detected near target location. Lin Tao stood at the gunwale, replacing the fishing line on his rod. He attached the lure and sinker, then cast it out with a strong flick. Among tuna species, bluefin commands a much higher price than yellowfin. But in the waters near Baisha village, bluefin is exceptionally rare. You might not see one for years, let alone a large specimen. In contrast, yellowfin tuna were more abundant and easier to encounter. Though their price per pound wasn't as high, their substantial weight meant a single fish could still fetch a significant total value. When the line reached about 160 meters, Lin Tao stopped letting it out. Yellowfin tuna mostly operate at this depth. Lin Tao's luck held within the next 10 minutes, he felt movement below. Tuna, with their extraordinary stamina and blazing speed, are both beloved and dreaded by anglers. To be honest, Lin Tao didn't have much confidence in his fishing gear. After battling for over an hour in the deep water, he finally coaxed the yellowfin tuna toward the surface. When its fins and back broke the water, everyone else on the boat rushed over in shock. "Holy crap, Lin Tao, what monster did you hook this time? It should be a yellowfin tuna." Judging by the exposed parts, Lin Tao estimated the fish was about 3 meters long and weighed at least 400–500 pounds. This was his first time catching such a massive yellowfin tuna. Unfortunately, the Changrong didn't have the large harpoons found on ocean-going fishing vessels. Those would have made things much easier. Chapter 196, another 600 yuan earned. Lin Tao didn't rush to reel in the line. Instead, he let it out further and further. Zhao Xiaopeng, standing beside him, asked anxiously and puzzledly, "Bro, why aren't you reeling it in? You're letting it out even further. It's already out nearly 100 meters, right?" Lin Tao gripped the rod tightly, carefully managing the pressure to prevent it from snapping. He explained to Zhao Xiaopeng, "This is when the big fish is fighting hardest. That monster weighs more than both of us combined. Do you really think we could reel it in right now? A broken rod would be the least of our worries. It might even drag me under. We need to tire it out first. Now it's a race to see who runs out of steam first." Even in the 21st century, with all its high-tech fishing gear, landing a several hundred-pound yellowfin tuna requires hours of back-and-forth struggle. Their current equipment level made it even more daunting. Save your strength, everyone. Be ready to take over for me. This beast won't stop pulling for hours. One person's stamina is limited. It can't withstand this kind of endurance test. Got it. Watching the yellowfin swim away only to be reeled back in, regaining strength before dashing off again, Lin Tao seized the moment when it neared the hull. He thrust his spear through its body, creating a wound that not only drained its energy but also bled out the acid. Fortunately, with so many young hands on board, after several shifts, the fish was finally hauled alongside the boat as dusk approached, its tail thrashing weakly now and then. Uncle Zhao now held the rod, while Lin Tao, spear in hand, drove it forcefully into the area below the yellowfin tuna's head. The massive fish thrashed violently, its bright red blood slowly spreading across the sea surface. "Uncle Zhao, hold on tight, don't let up. Don't worry, I've been fishing for decades, I won't drop the ball." Once the yellowfin tuna's struggles subsided, Lin Tao and the other young men worked together to haul the massive fish onto the deck. The group gathered around it, marveling at the sight. The last time they'd been this stunned was when they caught the giant Chinese horse mackerel. The yellowfin tuna gasped weakly on the deck, its gills opening and closing. Lin Tao swiftly sliced a deep gash into its body with his knife, then secured ropes tightly around its midsection and tail. The crew hoisted it over the stern. We headed back, continuing to bleed it while it was still alive. Otherwise, the whole fish would spoil once the meat turned sour. Got it, bro. As the Changrong returned to the dock, the sound of a ship's horn echoed nearby. The village production team's fishing boat had also just come in. Lin Tao and the crew worked together to haul the yellowfin tuna ashore. Villagers watching from the dock marveled at the rare, massive catch, their voices filled with envy and awe. Good heavens! That fish must weigh 500 or 600 pounds. Lin Tao, you guys are amazing. We've hardly ever seen one this big in the production team. How much will this fetch? At 30 cents per pound, it must be worth hundreds of yuan. TSK, we work our fingers to the bone all year and still don't earn as much as Lin Tao does in a single day. He's just born with the money in his blood. We can't help but envy him. As the weather turned colder, the fish near the coast began migrating to deeper waters. To earn work points, the production team members set out to sea early each morning and didn't return until dusk, wishing they could stay on the boats forever. Yet the work points they earned barely covered their basic needs. Watching Lin Tao and his young crew, not only did their fishing boats and gear outshine theirs in quality and newness, but they also seemed to land prime catches every other day, left the others seething with envy and helplessness. Many even considered leaving the production team to join Lin Tao. On shore, the Liang brothers waited in their pickup truck. Spotting the nearly 3-meter-long yellowfin tuna, they froze before grabbing the knives stashed in the vehicle and heading down. "Let's cut it up first. Otherwise, it'll be hard to weigh and load." "No problem." Lin Tao had some experience with cutting tuna and volunteered to help separate the fish by section, stacking the pieces in the seafood box. Fortunately, the pickup's bed contained a large tub of ice for chilling. After weighing all the fish meat, they spread the ice across the seafood containers, sandwiching the cut tuna between 2 layers of ice like a sandwich. Tuna preserved this way would still be suitable for sashimi when delivered to the kitchen of the Golden Sands Hotel. Rounded up, it was 602 jin. Based on current prices at other docks, tuna wasn't worth much, but one this large was rare. How about $1 per jin? Due to limited transportation conditions and the fact that tuna meat doesn't rank highly among sea fish for cooked dishes beyond sashimi, large tuna actually sells for less than smaller ones. But Lin Tao has a fixed partnership with the Golden Sand Hotel, eliminating the need to find other sales channels. This saves time, greatly ensures the tuna's freshness, and allows for a higher price. No problem. Adding the other catches selected from the boat, Liang Yong counted out 620 yuan from his leather wallet and handed it to Lin Tao. "Oh, Lin Tao, brother Hu and Miss Su are still at your place." Lin Tao froze upon hearing this. "What? Your village folk sure have some nerve. They slashed brother Hu's tires and called us to deliver a spare. We've got the culprit. You'll need to handle it when you get back." After hearing the Liang brothers' rough account of the situation, Lin Tao's face turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Damn it! What kind of people live in this village? They even dare to offend the Jinsha Hotel? Zhao Xiaopeng, listening nearby, said to Lin Tao, "Bro, you better head back right away. The rest of us brothers will handle everything and turn it all over to the cooperative." "All right." Lin Tao rushed home. The Jinsha Hotel's sedan was still parked at his doorstep, the courtyard gate wide open. He strode inside and saw a man kneeling on the ground, hands clasped over his head bowed. Lu Wenhu stood nearby, watching him. "Big brother, I'm back." "Xiao Dao, you're back just in time. I know this bastard. Out of respect for your family ties, I didn't chop off both his hands right away. I saved it for when you returned." Lin Tao approached the man. When he looked up, Lin Tao recognized him as Lin Jun. Surprised and furious, he crouched down, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and yanked him up from the ground. "Lin Jun, you bastard. You've lost your mind. Stabbing brother Lu's tires? Are you so full of it's clogged your brain?" Lin Jun's face bore several bruises, probably from Lu Wenhu's punishment. I just lost my temper." Lin Tao landed another punch on his face. "What impulse makes you do such a despicable thing? What did brother Lu ever do to you?" Lin Jun hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "I just wanted to make things difficult for you. Ever since your mom came back, my dad hasn't been able to eat or sleep properly. He keeps thinking about coming over to your house and arguing with my mom all the time. She's been crying so much her eyes are almost blind." Chapter 197, There's Still a Backup Plan. Lin Tao never imagined Lin Jun's motive for revenge was this absurd and laughable. "Lin Jun, with a brain like yours, you should drop out of school now. Don't waste money on high school in the city. You'll never get into college. Find a job sooner so you can start supporting your parents in their old age." "Lin Tao, what do you mean by that?" Lin Tao rolled his eyes. "I'm saying you're stupid. Your old man's a lecher. At his age, he knows he has a wife and kids, yet he still can't stop ogling my mom. If it weren't for the favors he did me and the fact he's my dad's own brother, I'd have whacked that old face of his with a shoe long ago. Your father refuses to live properly with your mother, yet instead of blaming him, you turn around and blame my mom. Lin Jun, let me tell you this, it's only because your father hasn't come to harass my mom that I haven't reported him to the police station for lewd behavior. If I ever hear any rumors about my mom spread by your family in the village, I'll make sure your whole family pays dearly." Lin Jun was rendered speechless by Lin Tao's confrontation. He claimed to be venting for his mother, but it was mostly jealous that Lin Tao could not only make money but also attract women. Ever since breaking up with Su Aiying, and after his gambling problem got exposed by classmates, the girls at school now avoid him like the plague. Lin Tao saw right through him but didn't call him out. He pressed on, "Don't forget you only survived Zhang Jiangong's attack because brother Lu stepped in to save you. Now you repay that kindness by slashing his tires? You ungrateful, heartless bastard." Lin Jun flushed with shame. Lu Wenhu spoke up then. "These tires are imported from abroad, 200 yuan each. Have you figured out how you're going to pay for them?" "What?" He knew cars were expensive, but never imagined a single tire could cost 200 yuan. Lin Jun had already lost everything of value at home to Zhang Jiangong's thugs during a gambling debt. Even that month when Uncle Lin and Chenju hadn't received their wages, they'd relied entirely on Lin Tao's support. Where could he possibly find the money now? Scraping together 20 yuan was already a struggle, let alone 200. Lin Tao continued, "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Your family still owes us compensation, plus the money your mom embezzled from the food supplies. That hasn't been paid back yet either. Add that to the 200. Oomph. Your parents would have to go without food and drink for months to save up enough to pay that off." Lin Jun froze, then demanded, "What compensation? What fake accounts? Lin Tao, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Tao fetched the property division agreement and the signed document bearing Chenju's fingerprint from inside the house, holding them before Lin Jun. "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. It's written in black and white, plain as day. Your parents took advantage of my parents' neat temperament back then and forcibly seized the big house that Grandpa and Grandma had originally intended for our family. Your mother agreed to compensate our family. Forget about reneging on that debt, it's not happening." Lin Jun was stunned to learn of this hidden feud. His impulsive actions had only added to the family's already crippling debt. Lu Wenhu lit a cigarette beside him. "All right, how are you going to compensate? I'm busy with business. You've already wasted a whole day of mine. Do you have any idea how much money that's costing me?" Lin Tao crossed his arms, smirking coldly. "Hurry up. My brother has no patience for scum like you. If he really wants to make an example of you, I won't be able to stop him." Lin Jun trembled violently, suddenly slapping himself across the face. I know I was wrong. I really can't come up with that much money. Please, show some mercy and let me off." Lu Wenhu chuckled twice, took a drag on his cigarette, and exhaled smoke. "I run a hotel, not a horse stable. You think I'd just let you go? What gives you the nerve? Or how about I hand you over to Boss Joe? He's got a knack for torturing people. You might not know who he is, but Zhang Jiangang, the guy who kidnapped you last time, was one of his men. You cost him a key player. Think about what'll happen to you if you fall into his hands. Just Zhang Jiangang alone had already left Lin Jun with lasting psychological trauma. Hearing Lu Wenhu threaten to hand him over to the big boss behind the underground casino, his eyes widened in terror. Lin Tao sniffed the air, furrowing his brow. What's that smell? A bit musky? Lu Wenhu caught the scent too and followed it to Lin Jun, who had a large wet patch in his crotch especially noticeable on his light-colored pants. He'd pissed himself. What a bummer. Lin Tao looked down on him even more, unable to hide the disgust on his face. He hadn't expected Lin Jun to have such a weak backbone. Lin Jun clung to Lin Tao's leg, sobbing, Lin Tao, please. I know I messed up. Don't turn me in. I'll find a way to pay you back. Can I write you an IOU? But I can't drop out of school right now. I'll graduate high school in just over half a year. Even if I don't get into college, I can still find a decent job. I've spent all these years studying, I don't know how to do anything else. If I drop out, I have no idea what I could possibly do. Lin Tao frowned and pulled away. Looking at Lin Jun, who was sniffling and teary-eyed, he said with disgust, if there's no future for you in the city, then come back and go to sea with the production team. There are so many people from the village who go to sea, and I haven't seen anyone starve to death or go hungry. Seeing Lin Tao's unyielding resolve, Lin Jun grew even more fearful. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You collect old antiques in the village, right? He said to Lin Tao. My family has some. Come with me to get them. Let's see how much they're worth. Lin Tao eyed Lin Jun suspiciously. If you really had valuable things, why didn't you bring them out before? Lin Jun stammered, unable to give a clear answer. Lin Tao understood, so Uncle Lin and Chen Ju had wanted him to be the sucker who paid to redeem Lin Jun, hiding the family treasures all along. What schemers? Xiao Tao, I'll come with you to keep an eye on this kid, he's up to no good. All right. Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu followed Lin Jun to Uncle Lin's house. Uncle Lin and Chen Ju still had no idea what foolish thing Lin Jun had gotten himself into. They only knew he hadn't returned after being called away, and had no clue whose house he'd gone to. Seeing Lin Jun return with a black eye and swollen face, Chen Ju was heartbroken. She rushed over and asked, Xiao Jun, who beat you up like this? Auntie, you should ask your precious son what he did first. After hearing it, you'll probably want to beat him again. Chen Ju's heart sank when she saw Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu standing behind Lin Jun, but her concern for her son overwhelmed her. Lin Tao, Xiao Jun is still your brother. How could you hit him so hard? What if he's disfigured? How will he ever find a wife? Fearing Chen Ju would only add fuel to the fire, Lin Jun hurriedly urged, Mom, stop talking. Just get that box out of the house, the one Grandma left behind. Chen Ju shot Lin Tao a wary glance before pulling Lin Jun aside. Are you out of your mind? She whispered suspiciously. Why bring this up in front of that little brat? Chapter 198, Imperial Green Jade Peace Bracelet. Mom, just get it already. Stop dawdling. Seeing Lin Jun's anxious expression, Chen Ju didn't know what was happening but could guess it wasn't good. Sighing, she pointed to the ladder leaning against the wall. Go bring the ladder inside. Lin Jun moved the ladder to Uncle Lin and Chen Ju's room. Chen Ju climbed up and retrieved a face-sized octagonal box from the rafters. Without a word, Lin Jun scooped up the octagonal box and dashed outside, shoving it into Lin Tao's hands. See? This box itself must be worth a pretty penny, and whatever's inside is worth even more. The octagonal box was coated in black lacquer, inlaid with large areas of mother-of-pearl forming a peony pattern. The thick layer of dust revealed it had been hidden away by Chen Ju for a long time, untouched. The edges were bound with silver strips adorned with auspicious cloud patterns, now oxidized and blackened by time. The octagonal mother-of-pearl lacquer box had no lock. Lin Tao opened it directly to find it was a hinged box, with a pair of small silver hinges inside. Inside the lid was a rusted copper mirror, long since unable to reflect a clear image. This was clearly no ordinary lacquer box for storing trinkets, but rather a small cosmetic case. Inside the octagonal peony mother-of-pearl vanity case was a compartment. Opening it revealed a pair of jade bracelets. Their rich green color was mesmerizing. Could this actually be full-color imperial green? The color was deep and uniform, the water clear and transparent, without flaws or impurities. The width of the cuff and the thickness both indicated they were made of gold. A pair like this, brought to the 21st century, could easily fetch tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Lin Tao nervously swallowed hard. Such precious items, he absolutely couldn't drop them. Lu Wenhu leaned in for a closer look. Though not an expert, he could tell they were worth a fortune. What a treasure! Your uncle's family still has such items hidden away? None of you knew about this? Hearing Lu Wenhu's words, Lin Tao turned to Chen Ju standing beside the main hall doorway. Auntie, don't you have any explanation? What's the story behind this box and its contents? Chen Ju's face flushed repeatedly, her eyes darting nervously clear signs of guilt. In the end, it was Uncle Lin who spoke the truth. Tao, this box was passed down from your grandmother's family. She only had 2 sons, me and your father, no daughters. Before she passed away, she said she wanted to divide this pair of bracelets, giving one to your aunt and one to your mother. I always thought she'd given them away, but it turns out she kept them for herself all this time. After speaking, Uncle Lin turned to Chenju, his voice filled with resentment and resignation. What else have you been hiding from me all these years? What else is there that I don't know? Chenju stiffened her neck defiantly. I nursed your mother back to health with my own hands. What did Wang Shueping ever do besides sew a few dresses and bring some meals? These bracelets should be mine. Besides, wasn't it all for our Xiao Jun? You barely scraped by as village chief with that measly monthly salary. What could that even cover? I had to plan for Xiao Jun's marriage, didn't I? Or did you plan to arrange a marriage where Xiao Jun becomes a son-in-law who marries into the wife's family? What kind of father would be so heartless to his own son? If you'd married Wang Shueping back then, would you have treated her like this? Faced with Chenju's accusations and questioning, Uncle Lin's face flushed red. Words formed on his tongue but wouldn't come out. Finally, he managed to choke out, I know you worked hard taking care of your mother back then. I even let you have the house when we divided the property. But you should have left something for the second son's family. Put. You just can't stand seeing Wang Shueping get the short end of the stick. Lin Tao had no patience for watching the couple squabble like dogs fighting over scraps. He carefully replaced the lid on the octagonal mother-of-pearl inlaid trousseau box and handed it to Lu Wenhu. We'll take our things now. You two can continue arguing behind closed doors. Seeing Lin Tao about to take the box, Chenju rushed over like a mother hen protecting her chicks, spreading her arms wide to block them. Lin Tao, who said you could take it? Put it down. Lin Tao glanced at Lin Jun beside him. One of these was meant for my mother anyway. Your son caused a huge mess. Letting him settle the debt with just these bracelets is already showing mercy for the sake of our family's past ties. Don't push your luck. Lin Jun stepped in to pull Chenju aside, but her eyes remained fixed on the octagonal box in Lin Tao's hands, still reaching out to grab it. Lu Wenhu, fearing she might smash the box, quickly restrained her. Your son deliberately punctured my tire. 200 yuan. One bracelet for both his hands. Choose the bracelet or his hands. Chenju felt as if struck by lightning. Her legs buckled and she nearly collapsed to the ground, only to be caught by Lin Jun's timely support. You ungrateful son! How could I have given birth to such a debt-collecting monster? Your father and I cherished you like a precious treasure since you were little, hoping you'd make something of yourself. And this is how you repay us. Chenju's eyes blazed crimson as she clenched her fists and pounded Lin Jun. I'll beat you to death, you good for nothing. How could you do this to me and your father? Old and young alike are worthless, utterly unreliable. Why must my life be so bitter? Lin Tao and Lu Wenhu clutched the octagonal box and left Uncle Lin's house without looking back. Back home, they showed Su Lingqian the imperial green jadeite safety bracelet. Remembering something, Lin Tao dashed back inside, rummaged through his belongings, and retrieved the gold knuckle duster. He'd intended to give it to Su Lingqian as a token of goodwill, but the shop's hectic pace had made him forget. Sis Lingqian, I found this gold signet ring while foraging by the sea. Consider it my apology. After all, it was because of me you missed your ride back to the city, and replacing that tire must have cost you a pretty penny. There's no need for such formality between us. But your grandmother's family must have been quite distinguished. An item of this quality would typically be worn by royalty or nobility. It might even have come from the imperial palace. Lin Tao had initially planned to keep all the items meant for his grandmother-in-law for Wang Yalan, but she insisted she had no interest in such material possessions. I'm no precious porcelain myself, always bustling about, bound to knock things over if I'm not careful. But since you gave them to me, I'll take the liberty of arranging them. With that, Wang Yalan took 2 bracelets from the trousseau. She placed one on Su Lingqian's wrist and the other on Fang Fang's. Thank you, Lingqian, for looking after and helping Xiaodao. And thank you, Xiaofang, and your parents for taking me in and caring for me. Su Lingqian and Fang Fang hadn't expected Wang Yalan to give them the bracelets and quickly protested. Aunt Yalan, this bracelet isn't just valuable, it holds extraordinary meaning. I simply can't accept it. Yes, godmother. This is something Grandma Lin Tao left for you to pass down through the generations. You should keep it for Xiaoyu and your future daughter-in-law. How could I possibly take it? Chapter 199, officially entering the 1980s. In the end, Wang Yalan couldn't resist Su Lingqian and Fang Fang's persistence. She reluctantly placed the bracelets they had removed back into the jewelry box. In that case, these 2 bracelets shall remain with Xiaoyu. They will serve as part of her dowry when she marries in the future. As Su Lingqian was leaving, Lin Tao handed her the gold signet ring and the octagonal peony mother-of-pearl trousseau. Su Lingqian said she'd first take them to old Master Wang for appraisal before storing them in a bank-safe deposit box. Then I'll trouble Sister Lingqian to make the trip. No trouble at all. We should visit each other regularly anyway. It's just a small favor. Ever since Lin Jun gave Lin Tao the ancestral jade bracelet Chenju had secretly kept for compensation, Chenju had fallen ill. More than half a month had passed with no improvement. The clinic doctor said her ailment was psychological. After all, Uncle Lin was the village chief. Out of respect for him, nearly every household sent someone to visit her. Soon, rumors began circulating in the village, suggesting Chenju might not survive much longer. Wang Yalan, suffering from amnesia, had no recollection of any past grievances with Uncle Lin's family. Hearing the villagers discuss it, she felt compassion and asked Lin Tao to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 10 pounds of eggs, 5 pounds of millet, a bag of brown sugar, and a bag of red dates to take over. These were all nourishing foods to replenish her qi and blood, which would help her recover. Mom, after everything she did to you and our family, why are you still thinking about her? Lin Tao couldn't understand why Wang Yalan was doing this. Wang Yalan sighed. Anyone would break down with a husband and son like that. There's always a reason why people are pitiful. Though we had our differences, I couldn't just stand by and watch her die. After hearing Wang Yalan's words, Lin Tao sighed. Alright, I'll do as you say, Mom. When Chenju fell ill, Lin Jun pretended to care for her at home for 2 days before finding an excuse to return to the city for school, tired of the hassle. After the doctor said it was a heart condition, Uncle Lin assumed Chenju was faking it and lost patience with her. He holed up in the brigade office all day, not coming home until dark. When Lin Tao saw Chenju, her face was pale and sallow. The once plump cheeks had sunken in, her eyelids drooping, eyes devoid of any spark. Her messy short hair had turned noticeably grayer, resembling dry, tangled weeds. Hunched over, she emerged from the kitchen clutching a dried-out, cracked cornbread and a blackened piece of pickled vegetable, about to shove them into her mouth. Auntie? Lin Tao could scarcely recognize her. The Chenju before him had all but lost the vitality of a living person, resembling the mother of Li Shan and Li Hai who had gone mad before. What kind of torment could consume a person so completely? Chenju lifted her eyelids to glance at Lin Tao, then shuffled back into the house without a word. Climbing the steps, she nearly stumbled when her foot didn't lift high enough. Hearing footsteps follow behind her, Chenju didn't turn around. Her voice was hoarse, as if scraped raw by sandpaper. Why aren't you leaving? You've seen the spectacle. What are you still lingering here for? Lin Tao placed the eggs, millet, brown sugar, and red dates in the kitchen. The firewood piled on the floor felt damp to the touch. It seemed the stove hadn't been lit for days. He selected a few dry pieces, stuffed them into the stove, and lit them with a match. Soon after, he emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of egg custard and a bowl of brown sugar millet porridge, setting them on the bedside table in Chenju's room. My mom asked me to bring these things to you. She was worried that coming herself might upset you and make your illness worse, so she didn't come. Chenju weakly sat up in bed, gazing at the steaming food on the nightstand. Her eyes slowly grew hot and red. Never did she imagine that after being abandoned by both husband and son, when she felt she was about to meet the king of hell, the helping hand extended to her would come from Wang Shueping, the woman she had resented for decades. How ironic. Chenju then covered her face with her withered hands, letting out a pained, stifled sob. Seeing her like this, Lin Tao couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. But in the end, he said nothing and turned to leave. Time raced by like a relentless train, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The thin, worn pages of the old calendar on the wall were replaced by a thick, new one. The brief winter on the southeast peninsula was drawing to a close, with the spring of 1980 and the Lunar New Year just around the corner. The cold storage construction site was nearing completion. Aside from the workers taking time off for the new year, it would be ready for use in just 1 or 2 months at most. The 1980s were unfolding, and people's acceptance of private enterprise was growing. The era of nationwide entrepreneurship was about to begin. Everything was thriving and flourishing. Lin Tao's snack shop in the city maintained steady business, with his spicy crab sauce successfully climbing into the top 3 most popular dishes. However, the Changrong boat couldn't always catch enough crabs daily, so Lin Tao began purchasing them from the production team. Initially, the production team members strongly resisted Lin Tao, even threatening to throw the crabs back into the sea rather than give them to him. But Lin Tao offered prices several times higher than the labor points they could earn by trading them to the cooperative. Unable to resist the lure of money, the team members eventually gave in. Lin Tao made a fortune, his savings multiplying exponentially. Watching the ever-growing numbers in his passbook, he rented the 2 adjacent storefronts next to the snack shop from Su Lingxian, knocked down the walls, renovated the space, and expanded the shop. The expansion meant he needed more staff. Lin Tao hired an advertising agency to print recruitment flyers and employed several young people to distribute them on the streets. Unemployed youths came to apply in droves. After seeing off the last group of interviewees, Lin Tao leaned back in his chair, exhausted and sighing. Wei Guangming, who had finished his tasks for the moment, handed him a bottle of drink. Lin Tao, have you decided who to hire? Lin Tao pointed to the booklet on the table. I've shortlisted about a dozen candidates I think are suitable, but we're only planning to hire 4 for now. Take a look and give me your suggestions. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian leaned in. After careful consideration, they selected 3 men and 1 woman, Sun Qian, Zhang Chao, Song Nanban, and Zhou Xiaoxia. They all live nearby for convenient commutes and have cooking experience. Lu Xian suddenly pointed at the information left by the female candidate and said, I remember her. She is the one I know. She is attractive, articulate, and speaks standard Mandarin. She was the school host and broadcaster. I heard she got into college. Why didn't she go? She probably had her own reasons. Let's go with these 4 for now. Lin Tao used the personal information they provided to schedule them for medical examinations at a major hospital. After passing all tests, they would bring their reports for reimbursement upon joining the company. Fortunately, all 4 were quick learners and caught on fast. After a few days of training under Wei Guangming and Lu Xian, they became familiar with all the store operations. But what Lin Tao hadn't anticipated was that right after expanding the store and hiring new staff, business started to gradually decline. Staring at the revenue records in the ledger, Lin Tao's brow furrowed deeply. How could this happen? Was there a problem with quality control? Chapter 200, The Counterfeit Hongfu Snack Shop. Lin Tao examined the leftover seafood in each tray, sampling each one. The flavors remained unchanged, and none had spoiled. Why weren't customers buying anymore? After waiting over 10 minutes, a familiar customer arrived, the father of the little boy who had been the first to order the spicy crab sauce dish. Mr. Wu, the usual today? Mr. Wu nodded. Lin Tao, did you open that new snack shop on South City Street? Lin Tao was completely baffled. What snack shop? Mr. Wu froze. That Hongfu snack shop. The name's so similar, and they sell the same stuff. I thought it was your branch. Hearing this, Lin Tao desperately wanted to know where the problem lay. That shop isn't mine. If I opened a branch, I'd definitely keep using the Hongyu name. I'll go check it out later. Lin Tao packed up Mr. Wu's order and handed it to him. You're a long-time customer of ours. I won't charge you for this order today. Consider it my thanks for your patronage. I never expected to get a free order, Mr. Wu said, declining with embarrassment. You didn't charge me the first time I came here. I can't take advantage of you. Speaking of which, I must thank you for promoting us earlier. How about this? I'll pack an extra portion of each item for you. I have a small favor to ask. Could you explain to your neighbors and friends that the Hongfu snack shop has no connection to our establishment? It's no trouble at all, no need to be so formal. At Mr. Wu's insistence, Lin Tao packed 2 portions and charged him for only 1. Wei Guangming and Lu Xian exclaimed indignantly. Who's so unethical? Not only are they stealing our business, but they even named their place so similarly? Several male staff members were fired up, clamoring to go smash up that unethical competitor's shop. Lin Tao sighed and waved his hand. Let me find out who their owner is first. After all, I'm not some capitalist monopolizing the market. It's only natural that others eye my profits and want a piece of the pie. As long as we negotiate properly and prevent customers from mistakenly thinking we're the same shop, it should be fine. We don't want customers getting sick at theirs and then coming here to cause trouble. Since there aren't many customers left anyway, just pack up the remaining food and take it home for yourselves. We're closing early today. Those with dates, go on your dates. Those without, go home and rest. The staff quickly packed up the remaining seafood, tidied the shop, and locked the doors. Lin Tao walked towards South City Street. Before he even reached it, he heard the loudspeaker blaring. Hongfu Snack Shop Grand Opening Special. All seafood half price. Buy more, save more. Limited to 3 days only. Don't miss out. Why did this sales pitch sound so familiar? Approaching, he saw a line of customers already forming outside Hongfu Snack Shop. Worried he might be recognized, Lin Tao slipped on a mask and cap before joining the end of the queue. As the line moved forward, it was finally Lin Tao's turn. He looked at the stainless steel trays displayed at the counter, piled high with small seafood not much different from what he sold in his own shop. He bought a portion of the shop's signature dish, then walked to a tree away from the crowd. Opening the brown paper packaging, he discovered that while the seafood on top looked large, pushing them aside revealed only tiny bits underneath. These tiny little things must have started working before they even grew up, he thought. I wouldn't even bother picking them up when I go shellfishing, they're all shell and no meat. Shellfish naturally add weight to the scale, but this shop was actually deceiving customers by packing them so thinly. After taking a bite, the frown between Lin Tao's eyebrows deepened. While not exactly inedible, it was a far cry from the recipe he'd painstakingly perfected in his own shop. Once the customer line had thinned, Lin Tao approached the person with the megaphone and asked, "Is this shop owned by the same person as Honyun Snack Shop?" The vendor glanced at Lin Tao and replied with a smile, "Hongfu Honyun, doesn't that sound like the same family?" Finding his answer vague, Lin Tao pressed, "Then why are your prices so low?" "Oh, our boss is giving back to loyal customers, voluntarily taking a loss for 3 days." Lin Tao snorted coldly. "Call your boss out here. I want to see him." "Comrade, are you here to shop or cause trouble?" "Our boss is busy, he doesn't just meet anyone. Don't disrupt our business. Now go." Lin Tao removed his hat and mask, revealing his handsome yet sharp features. He glared coldly at the shouting clerk. "I'm the owner of Honyun. How come I don't know when I opened this new branch?" The clerk, who had been ready to chase him away moments ago, instantly backed down upon recognizing Lin Tao, stammering nervously. "Why yes, Mr. Lin. Who's your boss? Get him out here right now. Playing word games like this? Trying to scam our Honyun snack shop, huh? Have him come talk to me properly." Customers who hadn't wandered far overheard the commotion and gathered around. Once they understood what was happening, they pointed and gossiped at the shop assistant. Look, isn't that little Lin from Good Fortune Snack Shop? No wonder the food tastes so different. I thought they'd changed the recipe. Exactly. Turns out it's just a knockoff. How despicable. They're ruining Hongyun Snack Shop's reputation. TSK, this shop owner has a heart of stone. The crowd outside Hongfu Snack Shop grew larger, forcing the staff to go inside and call someone out. The owner was a man in his early 30s. Lin Tao recognized him as a longtime customer of his own shop. Lin Tao sneered sarcastically, "Well, if it isn't Brother Yi. How come you opened a shop without telling me? I could have brought my staff over to show you some support." Brother Yi forced a smile. "Brother Lin, please calm down. Let's talk this over inside. Look at all these people gathered around. It's giving such a bad impression. You know it looks bad, yet you didn't think I'd come looking for answers before you did this?" Seeing Lin Tao wouldn't relent, Brother Yi practically groveled, his voice almost pleading. "I'm just an employee here. What's it called? Oh right, a store manager. I'm only responsible for managing these people under me. Nothing else is my concern." The moment Lin Tao heard the word manager, his heart skipped a beat. Glancing around at the crowd, he followed Brother Yi into the store. "Brother Yi, who exactly is the owner of this place?" Brother Yi hesitated before whispering, "Our boss's surname is Tang. I can't say much more than that." Surname Tang? A name immediately sprang to Lin Tao's mind. The owner of Tang's pastry shop? The owner of Tang's pastry shop? Brother Yi pursed his lips and gave a slight nod, acknowledging the connection. Chapter 201, The most annoying people are the pretentious ones. Lin Tao hadn't expected Hongfu Snack Shop to be run by the owner of Tang's pastry shop. Linking this to their famed butterfly pastries and almond bars which sold out through scarcity marketing, he wondered, wasn't it the pastry chef from Shanghai who pioneered this strategy? Or was it actually Boss Tang? That meant either this Mr. Tang had guidance from a time traveler like himself, or he himself was a time traveler. If they really were fellow time travelers from the same place, why did he become a boss while he was just a street hustler? TSK, that was just too unfair. But then Lin Tao thought he had an intelligence system. Could Boss Tang have something similar? Stepping out of Hongfu Snack Shop, Lin Tao swapped systems in his mind. "Hurry out. I need to ask you something important." "Host, what's going on? Why the urgent summons? Am I the only transmigrator in this world with a system?" "I can't guarantee that, host. I'm just a basic little system. I don't have the authority to handle that for you." Lin Tao couldn't help but let out a soft grunt. If they kept to their own business, he wouldn't care if the other person had a system. But now that person had already reached into his livelihood. His intelligence system was purely supportive, no offensive capabilities or tools to alter others. If the other side had aggressive functions, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. After some thought, Lin Tao decided to hold his fire for now. At the very least, he couldn't let the other party know he was a transmigrator with a system. "Host, if I'm not needed, I'll just go back to hibernation?" "You sure are laid back, always ready to sleep. What if the other guy's a real badass? We'd both be screwed. Rest assured, host. Unless you consciously choose death, I'll keep you hanging on even if you're down to your last breath. Your life is far too valuable." "What did you just say?" "Oops, looks like I accidentally let slip something major." "Host, just pretend you didn't hear that." "Bye." "System, explain yourself. What do you mean by your life is incredibly valuable?" But the system deliberately vanished, refusing to reappear no matter how loudly Lin Tao shouted. He was furious. Damn system, leaving things hanging. Even without the system's explanation, Lin Tao could roughly guess the reason. In his previous life, he was wealthy, but there were plenty richer than him. Why did the system choose to bind with him and grant him rebirth? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Tao knew the system must want something from him. But Lin Tao didn't care. Having lived a lifetime and already died once, he could let go of anything. After learning who owned Hongfu Snack Shop, Lin Tao posted a notice at his shop entrance reminding customers not to confuse the two establishments. He also introduced receipts, meticulously recording the time, items purchased, quantities, and total amount for every sale. Though lacking a receipt printer and relying on manual entries proved cumbersome, this approach avoided unnecessary complications and risks. After Hongfu Snack Shop's 3-day grand opening promotion ended, its quality and taste proved far inferior to Lin Tao's Hongyun Snack Shop. Consequently, it now stood deserted, with hardly anyone stopping by. As the staff discussed this, Lin Tao wondered how long the mysterious Mr. Tang would remain patient. After all, only a fool would persist with a money-losing venture. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Tao returned to inspect the shop. After closing that afternoon, he sat inside reviewing the ledger. A knock sounded at the service window. Lin Tao closed the ledger, locked it in the cabinet, and stepped out. "We're closed now. Please come back tomorrow if you'd like to buy something. Mr. Lin, our boss would like to meet with you. Would that be convenient?" Lin Tao noticed a small car parked by the roadside nearby. He replied calmly, "What if I say I'm not available? Then I might have to offend you, Mr. Lin." Lin Tao snorted, his calm tone laced with warning. "I advise you not to act rashly. My uncle is Wang Changzhou. Your boss should know who my maternal grandfather is. Plus, Lu Wonhu, the owner of the Jinsha Hotel, is my older brother. I'm the hotel's regular supplier. Before you mess with me, weigh your own worth and see if you can afford to cross me. The man froze for a moment, sizing Lin Tao up from head to toe, seemingly doubting the truth behind his words. But better safe than sorry. He returned to the car, muttered a few words, then jogged back. My apologies for the earlier offense, Mr. Lin. Our boss says he'd like to invite you to choose a place where we can sit down and talk properly. We're all businesspeople, harmony is paramount, and good relations bring prosperity. So Boss Tang is still a real pain in the ass, Lin Tao mused before replying. Alright, let's meet in a private room at the Jinsha Hotel. It'll be safe for everyone. Alright, we'll follow your lead, Mr. Lin. Please get in. The man opened the back door for Lin Tao. Seated inside was a man in his 40s, dressed like a gentleman who'd studied abroad, gold-rimmed glasses with a chain, a camel-colored wool sweater paired with a gray vest, and tailored trousers with leather shoes. Lin Tao silently scoffed to himself, what a show. You must be Mr. Tang? How did Mr. Lin know it was me? Leaning back in his seat, Lin Tao said casually, Mr. Tang, let's skip the pleasantries. What brings you here? Let's discuss it over dinner at the hotel. Damn it, I hate these pretentious jerks who speak in riddles. At the Golden Sand Hotel, Lin Tao had the lobby manager escort them upstairs. They selected a private room for 6, ordered several signature dishes, and requested a pot of tea. The manager, a sharp operator, sensed something was off and discreetly tipped off Lu Wonhu. After hearing the report, Lu Wonhu told the manager, you continue attending to guests in the lobby. I'll go check what's going on. Yes, boss. Lu Wonhu approached the private room door, where Boss Tang's driver and bodyguard stood as straight as an iron tower. As Lu Wonhu reached for the door handle, the man immediately stepped forward to block him. Our boss is in a meeting. We can't be disturbed. Lu Wonhu clicked his tongue in annoyance and shoved the man aside. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. He pushed the door open. Lin Tao and Boss Tang sat facing each other across the table. Both appeared calm and composed, yet the atmosphere was strangely tense. Big brother, what brings you here? Lu Wonhu walked over to Lin Tao, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Turning to Boss Tang, he said, honored by your presence. Why didn't you let me know beforehand so I could come greet you personally? Still, I'm not too late, am I? Before Boss Tang could respond, he turned to Lin Tao. Xiao Tao, tell me what dishes you ordered. We can't have the standards falling short for Boss Tang, right? Chapter 202, Imperial Jade Liquor. Lin Tao knew Lu Wonhu had deliberately stayed behind. He turned to Mr. Tang across the table. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Tang? Mr. Tang's gaze remained fixed on Lu Wonhu, his expression a faint, mocking smile. He clearly wasn't pleased with Lu Wonhu's sudden intrusion. No need. It's just me and Boss Lin. No need to order too much. We'd just waste it if we couldn't finish. Whether Mr. Tang meant it or not, he emphasized the words just the two of us heavily. Though Lu Wonhu understood the implication, his purpose in coming was to back Lin Tao and prevent him from being shortchanged. Lin Tao didn't want to waste time on further polite niceties with Boss Tang. He cut straight to the point, Boss Tang, if you have something to discuss, just say it. My brother here isn't an outsider, there's nothing he can't hear. Lu Wonhu nodded in agreement. Our Jinsha Hotel has no intention of competing with you, Boss Tang. Besides, I doubt you'd share any unsavory business secrets with my little brother here. Lin Tao watched as the forced smile on Boss Tang's face seemed on the verge of cracking, finding it rather amusing. In that case, I'll be blunt. Mr. Lin, starting from scratch at such a young age and building a business as large as Hong Yuan in the city is truly admirable. But monopolizing the market, that's not quite right, is it? Not at all, not at all. I've merely made a modest profit riding the wave of reform. I can't compare to the scale of Mr. Tang's enterprise. But to say I'm monopolizing the market, that's truly unfair. I've never barred others from emulating Hong Yun's business model. Personally, I welcome healthy competition. It ultimately benefits consumers and gives back to society. I never expected Lin Tao to be so articulate despite his young age. Mr. Tang, who had initially looked down on him, instinctively sat up straight after hearing his words. Then why is Hongfu? Mr. Tang, you're asking why your Hongfu snack shop sells the same items as mine even at more affordable prices yet has few customers and is about to close down. You suspect I've sabotaged your business and stolen all your customers, correct? Lin Tao's lips curved into a confident, composed smile. I swear on my business reputation, aside from posting notices to clearly separate our shops, I haven't secretly sabotaged Hongfu in any way. Impossible. Then why is Hong Yun's business actually better than before? That's because I understand the true foundation of long-term business success. I disdain underhanded tactics and focus entirely on improving products and customer service. While you were trying to confuse customers and steal business by blurring the lines between our shops, I've been continuously refining recipes, launching new products, and implementing sales strategies alongside employee training. The public sees through it all. Once they've been deceived once, they know who's genuine and who isn't. Naturally, they won't choose Hongfu again. Hongyun's seafood is always the freshest, with the largest, finest selections. I'd rather sell less or not at all than pass off inferior goods. And while our staff may not be the best salespeople in town, they certainly make customers feel like they're in a spring breeze, right at home. Based on these 2 points alone, Hongyun surpasses Hongfu 100-fold. Now, Mr. Tang, do you understand why customers choose Hongyun? Mr. Tang lowered his eyes in shame, unable to meet Lin Tao's gaze. After all these years in business, he knew this truth well. It was only Lin Tao's overwhelming success that had driven him to resort to such short-sighted tactics. Seeing Mr. Tang silent, Lin Tao pondered how to subtly probe whether he was truly a time traveler. But how could he ask without sounding abrupt? After pondering, Lin Tao decided to send Lu Wenhu out first. Bro, why don't you go check the kitchen and see how much longer it'll be before the food's ready? All this chatting has made me hungry. Indeed, not a single dish had arrived yet. Lu Wenhu didn't think much of it and got up to leave. All right. Once the door closed, Lin Tao spoke up. Judging by his attire, Mr. Tang seems like a well-educated intellectual. My brother recently asked me to help come up with an elegant name for our liquor to put on the menu. What do you think of Imperial Jade Nectar? Mr. Tang paused, taken aback. Lin Tao thought he had a chance, but Mr. Tang frowned and said, that name won't do. The words Imperial Court sound feudal. Carefully observing Mr. Tang's expression, which didn't seem feigned, Lin Tao couldn't help but wonder, how could he not know about Imperial Jade Liquor? Could it be that the time traveler was actually someone close to Mr. Tang? Lin Tao continued, oh, and Mr. Tang, I've been curious about something else. I know the manager at Hongfu. He calls himself a store manager, but that title sounds unfamiliar to me. Could it be a new management style you came up with? Mr. Tang looked at Lin Tao with a hint of wariness and caution. Mr. Lin, inquiring about such matters might not be appropriate. Lin Tao chuckled awkwardly. My bad for overstepping. But if Mr. Tang feels Hongyun's dominance needs a challenge, I'm not opposed. I'd even supply Hongfu with goods and share our operational and training models. Hearing this, Boss Tang exclaimed in surprise, you're being remarkably generous. That's practically handing me a goldmine. Lin Tao nodded non-committally. Yes, exactly. Mr. Tang pushed his glasses up, his eyes fixed on Lin Tao with suspicion, trying to read his true intentions. Yet Lin Tao's open and honest demeanor left him completely baffled. Lin Tao stated plainly, if you're interested in Hongyun's business, you can join my franchise. I've already had my older brother handle the trademark registration. It's a good thing you didn't use my store name directly, otherwise, sorting it out in court would have been a real headache. Franchise? Exactly. You pay an annual franchise fee and raw material costs, plus 30% of your total annual revenue. You cover the storefront, renovations, and staff, but you can use the Hongyun name. I'll supply your store daily, and any employees you hire will first come to me for training before working at your location. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Tang said, so what you're saying is that I essentially just need to pay money to get a shop that's almost identical to Hongyun's snack shop inside and out? You could put it that way. Lin Tao continued, we'll sign a legally binding contract with all proper documentation and seals. After all, with someone as influential and powerful as you, Mr. Tang, I certainly wouldn't dare to pull any underhanded tricks. Lin Tao's terms were highly tempting to Mr. Tang. This novel partnership model made him eager to try it yet hesitant. Seeing Mr. Tang still undecided, Lin Tao pressed on, Mr. Tang, this deal benefits us both. No one stands to lose. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 203, Securing the Franchisee. Under Lin Tao's persuasion, Mr. Tang gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, I trust your capabilities, Mr. Lin. Then let's sign a 1-year franchise contract first. If we renew after that, I'll reduce the commission on sales revenue by 5%, gradually decreasing it over time. Of course, the franchise fee will adjust based on the economic climate and currency purchasing power at the time. For now, I'll charge you 8,000 yuan for the first year's franchise fee, with raw material costs settled separately each month. What do you think, Mr. Tang? Mr. Tang frowned. 8,000 yuan? Isn't that a bit steep? The average monthly wage for city workers is only around 50 or 60 yuan. Lin Tao replied calmly, is it too much? Suppose you sell 50 portions a day at 1 yuan each. With employees working shifts and the shop operating year-round without closure, annual sales would reach 18,250 yuan. 30% of that is 5,475 yuan. Subtract the 8,000 yuan franchise fee, and you'd still net 13,475 yuan. Plus, since I have my own motorboat and control the entire fishing village's production capacity, my raw materials will be far cheaper than what you'd pay at the docks. Mr. Tang, using this money to acquire a fully operational storefront that requires minimal hands-on management is actually quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Lin Tao's pitch was compelling. As he listened, Mr. Tang marveled at Lin Tao's business acumen and entrepreneurial flair, clapping and saying, Mr. Lin, I'm thoroughly impressed by the talent you've demonstrated. You're too kind, Mr. Tang. When it comes to business, you're the seasoned veteran. I'm just thinking of some shortcuts. Don't be so modest. Our generation will eventually retire when we can no longer keep up. Once we step off the stage, it'll be up to you rising stars to carry the torch. When Lu Wenhu returned with the waitstaff carrying dishes, he was taken aback to see Lin Tao and Mr. Tang, who had been at each other's throats moments before, now chatting cheerfully. Mr. Lu, you found yourself quite the remarkable young partner. I'm genuinely envious of your luck. He's just a greenhorn, not nearly as good as Mr. Tang makes him out to be, huh? Though clearly sober, Boss Tang's face glowed with a healthy flush. After a hearty meal, Lin Tao watched Boss Tang get into his car and drive away. Xiao Tao, what's going on? Nothing much, just discussed a business deal with Boss Tang. Returning home from the city, only Wang Yalan was there. Fong Fong had returned to the city to resume her work and life after her vacation ended. Mom, I'm home. Wang Yalan sat in the courtyard sorting vegetables, while Bangba and Baobang lay obediently at her feet. Xiao Tao's back. It's almost dark, I thought you'd stay in town tonight. Brother Ji and Brother Yong drove me back. I couldn't bear to leave you home alone. Wang Yalan smiled. I'm just an old woman now. What's there to worry about? Though Wang Yalan had endured many hardships during her time away, being taken in and cared for by the Fong family had largely restored her. As a result, she looked much the same as the original owner remembered her from 3 years prior. True beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Wang Yalan's bone structure and demeanor clearly showed she had been a great beauty in her youth. Mom, tomorrow's Friday and Xiaoyu's winter break starts. I'll take you into town to pick her up. With the new year approaching, we can grab some holiday supplies at the department store and pick out a couple of new outfits for the festivities. Wang Yalan nodded. Sure, whatever you say. Mom, do you want to spend the new year at Grandpa's house this year, or should we celebrate at home? Let's celebrate at your maternal grandfather's house. We'll bring your maternal grandmother back too, so everyone can gather and have a lively time. With the new year approaching, Lin Tao visited the crew members of the Cheng Granho after dinner to inform them of tomorrow's holiday, giving them time to shop for New Year's supplies for their families. Though the southeast peninsula didn't see snow in winter, unlike the northern regions blanketed in white, people's enthusiasm for the new year remained high. The next morning, Lin Tao called the crew to gather seafood on the beach first. After collecting enough for the day, they transported it to the early bus waiting at the village entrance. After finishing the seafood business, Lin Tao returned home to have breakfast with Wang Yalan. Then, mother and son took a bus into town to pick up Lin Xiaoyu from Jinsha Middle School. Ever since Feng Jinjin had gone abroad, every time school let out, Lin Xiaoyu would be waiting alone at the school gate for Lin Tao to pick her up. Spotting Lin Tao and Wang Yalan, she dashed over. Mom, why are you here too? We're going to the department store to buy New Year's goods. When does your winter break end? Until the 17th day of the first lunar month. The three chatted and laughed their way into the department store, which was packed with people shopping for New Year's goods. Those waiting in checkout lines carried large bundles and small packages. Sales clerks periodically called out loud reminders for customers not to crowd. Lin Xiaoyu stopped dead in her tracks when she spotted the candy counter, tugging at Lin Tao's arm. Brother, I want candy. Sure, whatever you want, big bro will get it for you. Turning to the sales clerk, he said, Comrade, could we get 1 ounce of each kind of candy, please? Comrade, we have over 50 kinds of candy here. If you take 1 ounce of each, that'll be 5 or 6 pounds. Are you sure? Candy prices generally ranged from 2.5 to 3 yuan per pound, and it was rare for anyone to buy several pounds at once. Lin Tao nodded. Thanks for your help, comrade. You're welcome, comrade. If you have fewer children at home, store any leftovers in a cool, dry place to prevent spoilage. Got it, thanks. The clerk weighed and packaged each variety, marked the paper bags with a pen, tied them together, and handed them to Lin Tao. Comrade, that'll be 17 yuan 50. Take care and have a good day. Lin Tao handed the brown paper bag to Lin Xiaoyu. Take it yourself. Eat in moderation, or you'll get cavities and regret it. Got it, big bro. You're the best. After buying quite a few things at the department store, villagers passing by on the way back to the village shot them envious glances. The village gossip squad was the most talkative, whispering and murmuring to Wang Yalan. Wang Xueping is so blessed. Her son's made such a success of himself. Back when the educated youth returned to the cities, she was the only one who stayed behind to marry. Everyone called her foolish, but look, her blessings came later in life. Who could argue? Not only does her husband treat her well, but her in-laws passed away early, sparing her the burden of caring for them. After enduring 3 years of hardship away, she returned to find her son had built a brand new house with electricity already connected. She doesn't have to lift a finger, truly a life of ease. Exactly. Now they have the finest clothes and food, better than most city folks. We can only envy them. Seeing Wang Yalan's downcast expression, Lin Tao whispered to her, Mom, don't mind what they say. I know they can't affect me. I'm just wondering when I'll remember your father, and when I'll be able to bring him back.